You have a new overtime notification. Please check it. As the phone screen illuminated the dark night, Lee buried his face deeply into the keyboard. The date displayed in the lower right corner of the monitor indicated that this was his 17th consecutive day of working until 11 o'clock. The towering piles of reports on his desk glowed a ghastly white under the cold fluorescent lights, resembling countless gaping mouths mocking his ineptitude. Damn it! What is this for? I'm done. Lee decisively tossed aside the documents in his hands and left this soulless company without looking back. The following day, Lee, still groggy from sleep, was awakened by the incessant ding-dong notification from his phone. Fumbling for his phone on the bedside table, he opened it to find a barrage of messages about the unfinished work he had abandoned the previous night. True to form, he turned off his phone and returned to his slumber. He did not awaken until dusk, exclaiming, "Wow, I haven't slept this soundly in ages." Upon unlocking his phone, the notifications continued to buzz, but he paid them no mind, having resolved to resign in a couple of days on the rooftop that night. Lee had been experiencing numerous frustrations at work, leaving him in a perpetual state of discontent. However, having set aside those burdens, his mood had considerably lifted. He stumbled across several short videos proclaiming that a rare celestial event, the alignment of 7 stars, would occur that night. Inspired, he decided to purchase a few bottles of wine and some peanuts, taking along the so-called top-tier military-grade telescope he had splurged hundreds on, eager to gaze at the stars as if he were traversing the cosmic ocean like Director Sunday. This telescope, in fact, had been an impulsive purchase, influenced by a charming young lady on Douyin. She extolled its virtues to such an extent that it seemed to promise a broadened perspective, immersing the user in the vastness of the starry sea. However, when the telescope finally arrived, Lee initially found its imposing design quite impressive. That very night, driven by excitement and curiosity, he eagerly took it to the rooftop, ready to feast his eyes on the celestial wonders. Little did he know that this eagerly anticipated evening would descend into a nightmare. He was filled with joy at the thought of admiring the twinkling stars through the telescope. Yet no matter how he adjusted the angle and focus, all he could see was an impenetrable darkness. He couldn't catch a glimpse of even a single star. In desperation, he redirected his gaze toward the nearby moon, reasoning that even if he couldn't see the stars, beholding the radiant moon would be a pleasant alternative. To his utter dismay, however, peering through the telescope revealed nothing but a vague, massive mosaic pattern, rendering the moon's true visage completely unrecognizable. At this point, Lee felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment and discouragement. With the heavenly sights beyond his reach, perhaps he could find solace by observing the graceful figures of young ladies on the distant streets, providing a slight balm for his wounded spirit. With a flicker of hope, Lee inexplicably directed his telescope toward the nearby residential building. However, fate seemingly delights in playing tricks on people. Just as he became engrossed in his observations, an overly inquisitive individual from the opposite building, unbeknownst to him, had dialed the authorities, reporting his morally questionable actions. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived at his doorstep and unceremoniously issued Lee a hefty fine of 1,000 yuan. At that moment, Lee was engulfed in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. His frustration escalating with every passing thought, he resolved to return the faulty telescope, seeking redress from the merchant and demanding a refund. Yet, when he revisited the shopping platform to locate the store, he was aghast to discover that it had permanently closed, revealing that the seller had evidently planned to abscond with the funds from the very beginning, cheating one customer at a time. As news of the incident circulated throughout the community, Lee decided to relocate. Faced with such an unfortunate conclusion, he could only endure his bitter plight in silence. He found a more secluded abode to rent anew, yet the telescope remained stowed away in a corner, gathering dust. For having spent several hundred yuan on it, he could not simply discard it. Though the view was obscured, surely he could still catch a glimpse of the light. Thus, he reclined in a rocking chair borrowed from his landlord, scrolling through his phone as he watched young women sway gracefully. While lamenting the decline of societal values and the loss of genuine human connection, he found himself mindlessly tapping the like button amidst their constant expressions of gratitude towards the young men for their likes. Time raced by like a fleeting shadow, until suddenly a crisp ringtone shattered the tranquility. Lee lazily opened his eyes, glancing at the time displayed on his screen. his heart racing with urgency. Oh no, the fabled alignment of the 7 stars is imminent. He swiftly rose from the chair and approached the telescope. After meticulous adjustments, Li finally positioned the telescope at the optimal angle. Then, he leisurely grabbed a handful of fragrant peanuts, popping them into his mouth one by one, savoring each bite as he eagerly awaited the arrival of the celestial phenomenon. At that moment, the night sky, draped in darkness, resembled a vast expanse of black satin, with twinkling stars embedded like exquisite jewels. Gradually, the stars began to emerge one by one, as if ethereal spirits were making their entrance into the night sky. Among them, a few planets stood out strikingly, aligned in perfect formation like disciplined soldiers, resembling an elongated numeral 1 filled with excitement. Li hastily grasped the telescope, eagerly sweeping across the mysterious night sky. Just then, he noticed one star that appeared distinctly different. It grew increasingly bright, as though vying for brilliance alongside its celestial companions. Li widened his eyes in astonishment, setting the telescope aside to gaze directly at the heavens, curious to discern what was unfolding at that moment. The small point of light, which had merely flickered with a faint glow, suddenly blazed forth like a torch, becoming increasingly radiant and captivating. It resembled a burning comet, trailing a long tail as it approached with astonishing speed. "My goodness, is that a meteor?" Li exclaimed in astonishment. He hurriedly fumbled for his phone in his pocket, eager to capture this once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. After all, such a breathtaking scene is not something one encounters every day, and a clear, beautiful photo would surely become the centerpiece of his social circle. However, as Li opened his phone's camera and aimed it at the increasingly bright and nearer point of light, an ominous premonition surged within him. With the diminishing distance, he gradually discerned the true nature of this luminous object. It was not merely a meteor streaking across the sky, but was hurtling directly towards him. "Oh no, why is it heading straight for me?" Li gasped, his face draining of color in sheer terror. It was only then that he awoke to the realization that danger was looming, yet it seemed all too late. Just as he decided to turn and flee down the stairs, a thunderous roar shattered the night. This was followed by a heart-wrenching scream that echoed throughout the neighborhood. The sudden and terrifying sound startled old Wong, who was next door, preparing to delve into the mysteries of martial arts with his neighbor. He quivered, frozen in place, the bravado he had just exhibited evaporating instantly, leaving him utterly deflated. Simultaneously, a chorus of shouts erupted from the surroundings. "Who is it? Why are you making such a racket in the dead of night? Have you no sense of public decency? Some of us have to rise early for work tomorrow." A tide of complaints and accusations surged forth, amplifying the already chaotic scene into a cacophony of noise. Nevertheless, a few concerned neighbors, having heard what sounded like a scream, called the police. Yet upon investigation, nothing was discovered, as if the incident had never occurred. 3 days later, a local newspaper published a brief note in the corner. No progress in the case of a missing man last seen stargazing. Meanwhile, discussions about the rare celestial event of 7 stars aligning had long been eclipsed by new trending topics on social media. Chapter 2. Transcendence. Where am I? Was I not struck by a meteor? Feeling a slight dizziness, Li shook his head, attempting to regain his clarity. But the throbbing pain in his head only intensified. "Prince, you are awake?" An attendant in a white coat approached, noticing Li's consciousness returning. Turning his head, Li beheld a middle-aged man, initially unperturbed, until he noticed the furry tail swaying behind him. Realization dawned. The environment around him starkly contrasted with that of a hospital on Earth. Just as he was about to inquire about his situation, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, and a torrent of memories surged within him, causing Li to groan in discomfort. The medical personnel, concerned by his reaction, rushed to assist him. After a brief struggle, Li finally assimilated the influx of memories and stood there, bewildered. He had indeed transcended. He had been transported to the Dragon Ball universe, specifically to the planet Vegeta, and had become a scion. To his dismay, he had assumed the identity of Tarble, the younger brother of Vegeta. The silver lining was that, in the original narrative, Tarble lived for a considerable time, indicating that he was not in immediate peril. Nevertheless, he had no intention of adhering to the narrative trajectory of the original story. After all, How could he forsake the charming Bulma and the formidable Android 18 for a bald mushroom? Seeing that Tarble was unharmed, the medical personnel finally exhaled in relief. Henceforth, he would be addressed as Tarble. It turned out that King Vegeta had sought to test Tarble's prowess by pitting him against another scion of similar age, only for Tarble to be defeated in a single blow. The king was incensed by his son's perceived ineptitude and stormed off in frustration. The unconscious Li was subsequently brought to the medical ward, leading to the recent events. "Your Highness, the king requests your presence upon your awakening," the attendant stated respectfully. "Very well," Tarble replied, descending from the bed and gazing at his youthful hands. Although the sensation felt somewhat ethereal and unfamiliar, the strength in his clenched fists felt undeniably real. Guided by his memories, he made his way to the chamber where King Vegeta conducted his affairs. Finding two burly scions clad in battle attire standing guard outside, they bowed slightly upon his arrival. "Your Highness, the king awaits you within." Tarble nodded and pushed open the door. What arrogance, he mused. It was merely luck to be born into such a lineage, with such lacking talent. A commoner would have been dispatched to another planet by now. Only the mighty Prince Vegeta could inherit the throne. As he entered, Tarble overheard the voices outside and shook his head in quiet resignation. Indeed, scions only revered power. Upon entering the grand hall, he was struck by its vastness. At the center, King Vegeta sat at an immense table, engrossed in some documents. Upon noticing Tarble's entrance, he set down his pen and addressed him. "Your performance today has left me profoundly disappointed." Tarble stood before him, quietly absorbing the king's admonition. "If it were not for the fact that you are my son, you would have been exiled to another planet at the moment of your birth. I had hoped that over the years you would strive to grow stronger. However, judging by your performance today, it seems you lack the innate talent to become a formidable warrior," King Vegeta observed, growing increasingly irate as Tarble remained in a daze. "In light of this, I must arrange for your exile to another planet. You will depart shortly, and someone will escort you. As for your destination, that is for you to decide. But I must warn you, do not return until you have successfully conquered that planet. I expect you to uphold the dignity of our royal lineage. Now, you may leave." Upon finishing, he pressed a button nearby, disregarding Tarble entirely. Left with no choice, Tarble departed reluctantly. Upon returning to his quarters, he retrieved 2 sets of combat attire. After all, being dispatched to another planet necessitated adequate clothing. Before long, a loud knock echoed from outside. "Your Highness, it's time to depart." A booming voice called from beyond the door. Tarble stepped outside to find a robust scion awaiting him. With a mere glance, he followed, trailing behind the scion as they made their way to the launch platform. Upon witnessing the rows of gleaming spacecraft, Tarble was profoundly awestruck by the advanced technology of the Dragon Ball world. He marveled at the realization that such a small vessel could traverse vast distances. Pondering the nature of its fuel, the scion proceeded to explain the operation of the spacecraft, and after a brief period of familiarization, Tarble discovered it was quite simple to operate. "Your Highness, have you prepared your destination?" the scion inquired. "The planets marked in white have low combat power. Those in red are more perilous, and the black ones are forbidden zones." After searching the star map for a considerable time, Tarble finally located Earth's coordinates. Having selected his destination, he informed the scion of his choice. Noticing that Tarble had opted for a very remote, low-tier planet, the scion nodded in approval. This was roughly on par with the planet King Vegeta had intended for him, so there were no significant concerns. As the hatch closed, the spacecraft gradually ascended into the sky. Through the transparent canopy, Tarble beheld the diminishing buildings and crowds below. The slow ascent and shrinking scenery were breathtaking. For Tarble, who had never flown before in his previous life, the sights from such heights were entirely novel and splendid. With the spacecraft swiftly climbing, Tarble was introduced to the wonders of the cosmos, where illuminated areas sparkled against the backdrop of darkness, resembling a room devoid of light where one could not see their own hand. However, this darkness did not diminish Tarble's enjoyment of the celestial vistas. Yet, as he gazed upon the beauty of the universe, he soon began to feel the tedium that accompanies prolonged admiration. Checking the estimated time of arrival to Earth, he noted it would take nearly a year. It seemed he would have to activate the hibernation system to enter a state of slumber. For remaining confined within the spacecraft for such an extended period was untenable. Do not speak of a year. Even a few days are unbearable. Just as Tarble was preparing to activate the hibernation system, a melodious prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Host system binding detected. Binding successful. Faced with this system that bound itself without so much as a question, Tabor was left speechless. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his excitement. After all, arriving in such a perilous world without a golden finger would indeed render his future exceedingly arduous. Chapter 3. The System Ding. System binding successful. Will the host claim the novice gift package? Upon hearing the voice echo in his mind, Tabor promptly replied, claim. As soon as his words fell, a massive red package materialized before him, emblazoned with the words novice gift package. Tabor tapped the package with his finger, and a burst of colorful effects erupted, startling him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a gravity bracelet and 2 cans of fairy beans. Is that all? This rather rudimentary novice gift package left Tabor rolling his eyes. System. What functionalities do you possess? With the system remaining silent, he could only inquire further. The host can check in to receive rewards. Annually, a draw from the Dragon Ball World Lottery is available, with increased probabilities for prizes every 5 years. Some rewards may even transcend this world. Is that it? No tasks to undertake? Tabor felt a sense of incredulity at this purely beneficial system. Ding. No other modules exist within the system. That is splendid. I won't have to be a mere tool for the system. At least I won't be coerced into undesirable tasks under the threat of annihilation by certain systems. Tabor retrieved the gravity bracelet from the system space and donned it on his wrist. Just as he pondered how to operate it, a sudden sharp pain pierced his wrist. Unbeknownst to him, a long spike had emerged from the bracelet, penetrating his skin. In that moment, the method for utilizing the gravity bracelet flooded into his mind. And Tabor realized that this was no ordinary item. It required blood to acknowledge its master. The gravity multiplier ranged from 50,000 to 50,000. With such an extraordinary gravity multiplier, Tabor understood that he need not fret about locating a gravity chamber in the early stages. Observing the system devoid of other functions, Tabor decided to increase the gravity slightly before succumbing to sleep, feeling the weight upon his body. He knew that upon awakening, his combat power would be somewhat enhanced due to the gravity. Thus, the spaceship set forth, carrying Tabor toward the Milky Way and Earth. Little did he know, shortly after his departure, an unexpected visitor arrived on planet Vegeta. The once supremely proud King Vegeta now found himself trampled underfoot, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Had Tabor been present, he would have recognized the owner of those colossal feet, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. King Vegeta, you should know that I am a merciful god. Yet you have retained the universe's finest pillow for yourself while offering me the second best. As Beerus spoke, he forcefully twirled on his toes. I cannot fathom how many planets you have obliterated for this pillow, yet your actions have left me exceedingly displeased. Following this, Beerus delivered a powerful kick, sending King Vegeta crashing into the wall. This scene was vividly observed by Vegeta, who was concealed behind the wall, awakening him to the existence of such formidable beings in this world, leaving an indelible mark on his heart. At that moment, Vegeta yearned to rush to his father's side, but an overwhelming pressure suddenly bore down upon him, forcing him to the ground. Lord Beerus, your nap time has arrived, remarked Whis, glancing at the staff in his hand, addressing Beerus, who was poised to annihilate the planet. Ah, speaking of sleep, I am feeling drowsy. Whis, let us return, Beerus exclaimed, yawning at the mention of his afternoon rest, as a wave of sleepiness washed over him. Grasping Whis's arm, he began to doze off. Whis summoned a dimensional cube, propelling them swiftly towards the god of destruction's planet. Whis, have Frieza find a time to destroy planet Vegeta, Beerus mumbled, his state of consciousness unclear, whether awake or asleep. His whisper had determined the fate of Vegeta's world. Naturally, this had no bearing on Tabor, as he had already been exiled. Even if he were not, he was powerless in the current situation. As time passed, Tabor's ship drew ever closer to Earth. Upon entering Earth's atmosphere, the ship generated a wave of friction, enveloping its exterior in a colossal fireball as it hurtled toward the surface. With a thunderous roar, the vessel crashed down, unleashing devastation in its wake, leaving behind shattered trees and a massive crater. In the temple, the Supreme Kai and Bubbles stood gazing in the direction of Tabor's descending ship. Bubbles, do you think this outsider will bring calamity to Earth? The Supreme Kai inquired, his eyes fixed on the horizon. No, my lord. With you here, Earth will encounter no troubles, Bubbles replied respectfully. Alas, Bubbles, I have grown old. There are matters beyond my capability now. It is time to select a new guardian for Earth. The Supreme Kai lamented, his stooped figure making its way back into the temple. Tabor opened the hatch and surveyed his surroundings, relieved to have landed in a remote mountainous area, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. As he disembarked from the ship and stepped onto the compacted earth created by the impact, he gazed at the gaping pit and the vessel behind him, marveling, remarkably sturdy. Fearing the presence of Frisia's listening devices within the power level detector, Tabor had left it behind when he set out. Thus, he could only rely on himself to seek out Master Rashi. Although Tabor was merely 5 years old, his combat prowess was not inferior to that of Master Rashi, perhaps even surpassing it. However, should a confrontation arise, he feared he would be forced to flee like a child. His lack of battle experience and foundational skills were the primary reasons for his quest to find Master Rashi. Though Master Rashi is notorious for his lecherous tendencies, he undoubtedly possesses unique qualities as a mentor. Ding! Time's up for the year. Are you ready to check in? Just as Tabul was pondering how to locate Master Rashi, the delightful chime of the system resonated in his mind. He had not anticipated that his spaceship would traverse the cosmos for an entire year. It was likely due to superluminal travel. Otherwise, the vessel could not have journeyed so far. As the prompt echoed, the entire world abruptly ceased, as if frozen in time. Before Tabul, a colossal wheel materialized, densely populated with myriad compartments, each representing an item, dazzling to behold. System, initiate the wheel spin. Suddenly, a lengthy stick protruded from the side of the wheel, inscribed with the command to press down. Witnessing this, Tabul found the system rather foolish. This lottery feature is absurd. It even requires manual activation. Nonetheless, disregarding his thoughts, he thrust his hand down with force, and the wheel began to whirl rapidly. Chapter 4. The lottery. The wheel spun faster and faster, seemingly without end. Tabul stood nearby, fixated upon it, his heart brimming with anticipation and anxiety. Seconds ticked by as he waited, but the wheel showed no signs of halting. Unable to contain himself any longer, he inquired, "System, when will this finally stop?" However, scarcely had he spoken when he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The once motionless head of the lever began to emit a faint glow, pulsating rhythmically, as if conveying some elusive message. Tabul widened his eyes, scrutinizing the flickering light, and suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Damn it, this confounded system. The flickering glow was clearly urging him to pull the lever once more. Though somewhat disgruntled, he reluctantly extended his right hand and pulled the lever again. As he did, the wheel's rotation noticeably slowed, as if restrained by an invisible force. Before long, the wheel's speed diminished further, ultimately coming to a gentle stop. Tabul's anxiety intensified as he fixed his gaze on the wheel, terrified of missing any detail. "Stop, stop! Don't move," he fervently chanted in his mind, praying for the wheel to land on a favorable outcome. The pointer glided slowly, revealing enticing rewards such as bloodlines, combat power, and Dragon Ball wishes, sending Tabul's emotions on a tumultuous ride, soaring and plummeting. Finally, the wheel came to a complete standstill, the pointer firmly indicating a position. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 10 billion Sony. The system's announcement rang out, and a tremendous weight lifted from Tabul's heart, yet it was quickly replaced by fury. What the hell? Why not bestow something worthwhile? What good is money to me? With my strength, I surely do not need cash. In that moment, Tabul felt an overwhelming urge to destroy the system with a blade. Ding! The outcome of the lottery is solely determined by the host's luck, with the system refraining from any intervention. At that moment, he could only blame his misfortune as he gazed at the stacks of cash and fairy beans within the system's space. He began to formulate a plan. First, he would procure some universal capsules in the city, followed by a selection of yellow publications and fresh fish. At that point, he had no idea where he was, so he resolved to find a direction and take flight. With this thought, Tabor hoisted his spaceship and ascended into the sky. After surveying his surroundings, he noticed a cliff not far away and swiftly flew towards it. The cliff towered over 100 meters high. As Tabor reached its midpoint, he casually launched an energy blast towards the rock face. With a thunderous boom, debris scattered, revealing a cave approximately 5 meters in size. Tabor entered the cave with his spaceship, lowered it, and then found a massive stone nearby to block the entrance. Once he completed this task, Tabor dusted off his hands, satisfied with the perfect obstruction at the cave's mouth. He then took off in a random direction. As he flew aimlessly, he experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the sky for the first time, an embodiment of humanity's age-old dream. While traversing the air, he failed to spot any city. But in the distance, he noticed what appeared to be a colossal pole standing upright. Curious, he accelerated towards it, only to realize halfway that it was none other than Master Karen's Corinne Tower. He had initially intended to seek Master Rashi for foundational training. Yet he found himself at Corinne Tower instead. Frustrated, Tabor pressed his forehead in exasperation as this unexpected detour disrupted his meticulously planned itinerary. Oh well, since he was already there, he might as well take a look. With that thought in mind, Tabor hastened towards Corinne Tower. As he approached, he made a point to return to the ground and visit the tribe guarding the tower, purchasing a considerable amount of fish from them. Upon arriving at the base of Corinne Tower, the tribe's leader, Bora, mistook Tabor for a lost child due to his diminutive stature of only 4 or 5 years, intending to help him find his parents. However, after Tabor explained himself and demonstrated his flying ability, Bora realized he was a formidable martial artist. With the fish in a bamboo basket, Tabor swiftly ascended to the tower's apex. It wasn't long before he spotted the circular structure at the top, and with a leap, he entered. Inside, he encountered a white cat wielding a cane, featuring slender eyes and 3 whiskers on each side of its mouth, with 2 eyebrows on top. "Greetings, Master Karen," Tabor said as he approached. Master Karen, unfazed by his arrival, for he had always sensed the vicinity around Corinne Tower, responded with a chuckle. "Ah, you are quite remarkable, little one, possessing such strength at such a tender age." Suddenly, upon noticing the fish Tabor carried, the cat's mouth watered in anticipation. "Are those fish for me?" Master Karen asked eagerly. "The one in the center is super holy water. Take it, please." "Not quite, Master Karen. These fish are indeed prepared for you, but what I truly desire is not the super holy water, but rather the fairy beans." "Do you not want the super holy water?" It appears there is some confusion regarding Tabol's arrival at Corinta, where he seeks not the ultra-holy water, but rather the magical beans. After all, those who have ascended do so in pursuit of the ultra-holy water to enhance their strength. The cat sage, however, refrained from indulging in superfluous chatter, swiftly retrieving 2 jars of magical beans from a nearby corner and unhesitatingly presenting them to Tabol. He then promptly took the fish from Tabol. The cat sage's readiness to part with the beans stemmed from the absence of any malice emanating from Tabol. For the cat sage, determining the trustworthiness of an individual often hinges on an instantaneous intuition, and Tabol evidently passed this assessment. When Tabol expressed his desire for some magical beans, the cat sage did not deliberate or hesitate. He simply handed over the 2 jars without a second thought. In the eyes of the cat sage, although magical beans are a wondrous sustenance, they are merely a means to satiate hunger. Furthermore, given his current stock, parting with 2 jars for Tabol posed no dilemma whatsoever. Overjoyed, Tabol accepted the magical beans and cautiously stowed them in his system space. Having accomplished this, he promptly redirected his attention to the cat sage, inquiring about the whereabouts of the turtle sage and the nearby cities. "Ah, the turtle sage, he is quite the cunning character, having visited here in the past." As he recalled amusing anecdotes, the cat sage chuckled lightly. Without concern for the turtle sage's reputation, the cat sage divulged to Tabol that it had taken the turtle sage 3 years to procure the ultra-holy water, all the while laughing heartily. Chapter 5. The Quest for the Turtle Sage. This revelation caught Tabol by surprise, unveiling a rather cunning side to the cat sage. Initially, Tarble intended to inquire about the ultra-holy water, but upon reflection, he considered that Sun Wukong's subsequent heart ailment might be related. Though the original text also suggested that frequent use of the Kaioken could be a contributing factor. Moreover, the ultra-holy water is notoriously toxic. Who knows what might happen if he were to falter? Thus, Tarble refrained from further questioning. He bid farewell to the cat sage and swiftly set off toward the nearest city. What a remarkable little rascal, he mused, noting that, to his observation, Tarble did not seem to embody any malevolent traits. Regardless, he intended to locate the turtle sage for some rigorous training. Watching Tarble depart, the cat sage muttered to himself, only to shake his head and promptly redirect his focus back to his delectable food. Following the direction indicated by the cat sage, Tarble soon arrived at the city known as East Capital. Observing the surrounding vehicles, which resembled the popular styles of the 1970s and 1980s, he entered the city and began to meander aimlessly. The pedestrians presented a diverse array of appearances, including ordinary humans as well as individuals bearing animal traits, which rendered Tarble's tale less conspicuous. Instead, his combat attire drew more attention. Gazing upon this unfamiliar locale, Tarble found himself somewhat at a loss. After meandering for a while, Tarble stumbled upon a newsstand adorned with an array of provocative books, strategically positioned to entice passers-by. He hastened over, delighted to discover exactly what he sought, astonished by the swiftness of his find. It seemed this world was indeed more liberated than his previous one, where such items were typically confined to niche specialty shops tucked away in alleys. "Owner, please package all the latest publications for me," he requested, startling the proprietor, who had been engrossed in reading. "Shoo, go away, little brat. Don't cause a ruckus here," the owner exclaimed, brandishing a broom to shoo away the 5-year-old boy. In response, Tarble produced a stack of bills from his system's space. "Is this sufficient?" he inquired, tapping the money in his palm. Yes. The owner's eyes widened at the sight of the substantial sum, which could easily purchase his entire newsstand. Gone was the previous impatience. He now displayed the eagerness of a sycophant. He quickly retrieved his universal capsules to begin packing the books, regardless of their condition, as long as they were readable. In no time, every book was neatly packaged, and the owner respectfully handed the capsules to Tarble, his gaze fixated on the money in Table's hand. Observing this, Tarble shook his head, reflecting on how often people would cast aside their dignity for the sake of money. He tossed the bills to the owner, who was just about to make his escape when Tarble called out, "Wait a moment." Startled, the owner feared Tarble was having second thoughts. "My friend, all sales are final," he stammered. Tarble found his expression amusing. "Not at all. I merely wish to inquire the direction to the supermarket." The owner sighed in relief and courteously directed Tarble. "Continue straight down this road, then turn right and walk 200 meters before making a left. That will lead you to the largest supermarket in our city." Following the owner's directions, Tarble soon arrived at the towering edifice of the Good Evening Supermarket. Upon entering, he was greeted by a dazzling array of merchandise. With a long shopping list ahead of him, he sought out a sales associate to notify the manager. Initially, the associate was hesitant, judging by Table's youthful appearance. But the allure of currency made everything effortlessly manageable. The entire team of sales associates rallied to assist him in selecting groceries and daily necessities, piling universal capsules before him. Thoughtfully, each capsule was labeled and categorized. Given the extensive nature of Table's list, the manager tirelessly coordinated with various suppliers and headquarters, ultimately arranging everything after several days of diligent effort. In order to ensure his satisfaction, a luxurious presidential suite was specially arranged for him. As the manager feared any discontent from Tarble, little did the manager anticipate that such a significant client would arrive today, effectively securing his performance metrics for the upcoming years. Ultimately, the expenditures amounted to several billion Sony, nearly depleting the supermarket's headquarters inventory. As the transactions were conducted in cash, the supermarket manager even summoned bank personnel to count the bills, resulting in several bill counters being rendered inoperative. During this process, he also prudently deposited the remaining billions of Sony into various banks, adhering to the wisdom of not placing all eggs in one basket. Eventually, with all parties, Tarble, the manager, and the bank satisfied, Tarble departed from the supermarket. The manager, elated by the near total sale of the supermarket stock, granted all employees a 3-day holiday, recognizing the necessity for restocking. After leaving the city, Tarble soared towards Came House with the swiftness of an arrow. This journey was quite extensive as he traversed dense forests and vast green plains, before gliding over the ocean for a while. At last, he beheld the Came House perched on the island. A quaint 2-story building adorned with pink walls and a red roof, flanked by 2 tall coconut trees. At that moment, Master Rashi, donned in a straw hat and sunglasses, reclined leisurely on a beach chair, basking in the sun. Sensing an unusual presence, he removed his sunglasses and gazed at the rapidly approaching Tarble, pondering whether this child was indeed the prodigy spoken of by Master Cat. Tarble descended swiftly, respectfully bowing to Master Rashi and addressing him. "Greetings, Master Potato. My name is Tarble, and I wish to learn from you how to grow stronger." "I have not taken on a disciple in quite some time," Master Rashi replied, somewhat pridefully turning his back. Although he had previously discussed with Master Cat about nurturing Tarble, recognizing the child's exceptional abilities at such a tender age warranted careful guidance to prevent him from straying onto the wrong path. However, he believed that accepting a disciple too easily would diminish its value. Upon hearing Master Rashi's words, Tarble understood what he needed to do. He retrieved a universal capsule containing a collection of yellow booklets from his system space. I have heard that Master Mateto has an interest in the art of the human form. These are some publications I acquired in the city. Please accept them, Master. At this, Master Rashi felt a flush of embarrassment, secretly wondering who had spread such rumors. Even a 4 or 5-year-old child was aware of them. Despite his thoughts, he did not cease his actions, and soon, a pile of books appeared on the ground, eliciting a rather mischievous grin from Master Rashi. However, mindful of the child's presence, he pretended to cough a few times and said to Tarble, "Since you demonstrate such earnestness, I shall make an exception and accept you as my disciple." He then disregarded Tarble, focusing instead on tidying up the books scattered about. Chapter 6. Becoming a disciple of Master Rashi. Tarble, observing that Master Rashi was preoccupied, entered Kame House on his own. He discovered that although the space was modest, it was well equipped, featuring a sofa and a television, among other amenities. However, he sometimes pondered the precariousness of the small island amidst the vast ocean, wondering if a sudden storm or a surging wave might inundate the house. There was also a staircase, and he recalled an anime mentioning a basement beneath Kame House, though he was uncertain of its existence. While Tarble was surveying his surroundings, Master Rashi returned to the room, cradling several books. Before Tarble could fully comprehend the situation, Master Rashi tossed a broom towards him. "Your task today is to tidy your room. We shall commence formal training tomorrow," he instructed, gesturing towards the second floor for Tarble to ascend. Gazing at the broom, which was nearly as tall as he was, Tarble nodded and shouldered it as he made his way upstairs. He cleared away the clutter, then opened the nearby window. One could argue that he had indeed found a residence with a scenic view. However, upon inspection, the upstairs was not excessively dusty. A light cleaning would suffice. Meanwhile, Master Rashi had brought a blanket up to the second floor. "Where are the sheets and comforters? You may use these for now, and we can purchase new ones later." "No need, Grandpa Rashi. I brought my own when I arrived." In an effort to foster a closer bond, he had taken to referring to his master as Grandpa Rashi. With that, Tarble ventured outside to retrieve his versatile capsule, extracting an array of everyday items. Upon witnessing the multitude of items Tarble produced, Master Rashi felt he had significantly undervalued the tuition fee. "Are you some wealthy heir? How can you afford all this?" "Not at all. I am an orphan." At that moment, Tarble disregarded the fate of King Vegeta, speaking freely, for he presumed that even if he were alive, his end was nigh, given that he had been traversing the cosmos for nearly a year. As it turned out, his assumptions were correct. Planet Vegeta had been obliterated by Frieza just days prior. Moreover, Kakarot was en route to Earth. Hearing Tarble's words, Master Rashi fell silent, beginning to assist in organizing the items. Time seemed to fly as they sorted through everything. Before long, half the day had quietly slipped away. Night gradually descended, and dinner, enhanced by the food Tarble had brought, was particularly sumptuous. Yet, Master Rashi's culinary skills were rather mediocre, somewhat wasting the exquisite ingredients. Most of the meal quickly found its way into Tarble's stomach. His speed and efficiency akin to that of Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit, leaving Master Rashi astounded. After indulging in the feast, Tarble reclined on his bed, gazing at the crescent moon hanging in the clouds through the window, the sound of crashing waves echoing in the background. In this serene tranquility, he succumbed to a deep slumber. "Wake up!" Suddenly, a loud noise pierced Tarble's ears, startling him into falling from his bed. He opened his bleary eyes to find Master Rashi, already clad in his turtle shell, glancing outside at the softly foaming waves. Tarble hurriedly donned his battle attire and followed Master Rashi outside. "Put this on," Master Rashi commanded, producing a turtle shell from behind him and tossing it to Tarble. "I have no need for that, Master Rashi," Tarble declared, showcasing the gravity bracelet adorning his wrist. "This device is capable of exerting comprehensive gravitational enhancement on my body." Given that the gravity on planet Vegeta is approximately 10 times that of Earth, Tarble felt remarkably buoyant upon his arrival on Earth. He gradually adjusted the gravitational intensity of the bracelet, increasing it to 11, 12, and finally 13 times the normal gravity. At that moment, his body felt as though it were burdened with several hundred pounds, pressing him firmly against the ground. However, it is worth noting that Psions possess a resilience far superior to that of humans. Before long, he began to acclimate to the immense pressure, rising slowly, albeit with considerable effort. Master Rashi, observing this scene, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, yet his words and actions remained relentless. Hurry up and run. You're moving slower than a frail old woman. Today's morning exercise requires you to circle the island 500 times. Unbeknownst to him, Master Roshi had stealthily replaced his cane with a whip. Each time Tabor faltered, the whip would crack through the air with astonishing speed, landing harshly against his back. Each strike brought forth a searing pain, causing him to grimace and emit pained groans. In a desperate bid to escape the torment, he instinctively quickened his pace. Thus, under Master Roshi's relentless encouragement, Tabor painfully completed the grueling 500 laps. By the time he accomplished this feat, the sun had risen high in the sky, and considerable time had elapsed. Exhausted, Tabor felt as though his legs were laden with lead, each step requiring immense effort. His body wobbled precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Next, he faced the daunting challenge of swimming in the ocean. Without mercy, Master Roshi affixed a blood bag to Tabor's body. Remember, it is your will that determines your limits, not your age, he admonished, then kicked Tabor into the sea. The scent of blood quickly attracted a swarm of hungry sharks, drawn to the tantalizing aroma like fierce hunters pursuing their prey. Tabor swam desperately, his heart racing and breath quickening. He felt his strength waning, while the sharks relentlessly pursued him, closing in with each passing moment. In this heart-stopping chase, despair loomed large in his mind, with terrifying visions of being devoured by the sharks haunting him. Determined not to become their next meal, Tabor summoned every ounce of speed within him, ultimately managing to evade the sharks and successfully return to Turtle Island. Upon returning to the island, Tabor was greeted by the sight of Master Roshi indulging in a delightful barbecue, savoring his meal with evident pleasure, which nearly made Tabor drool with envy. Thus concluded the day's training. After all, at the tender age of 5, one must not overexert oneself. Come and eat something, Master Roshi urged. At this, Tabor rolled his eyes dramatically. Had anyone ever witnessed a 5-year-old who faced both the lash of a whip and the pursuit of a shark, all while being told not to overexert? Nonetheless, upon hearing the promise of food, Tabor hurried to the fire and began to feast heartily on the roasted meat. And so, the first day of his training came to an end. Chapter 7. 5 years later thus commenced the lengthy journey of Tabor's training, following that inaugural day. The next morning, he was awakened early once more by Master Roshi. The training routine mirrored that of the previous day, consisting of running and swimming, each session fraught with peril, yet ultimately safe. On one occasion, he narrowly escaped the jaws of a shark, saved only by Master Roshi's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have become a mere meal for the predator. This pattern persisted for 5 days. One might have assumed that the training would continue in such a monotonous fashion. But on the 6th day, Tabor awoke naturally, having not been roused by Master Roshi. Descending the stairs, he found Master Roshi engaged in a fitness routine inspired by a beautiful woman on television. Master Roshi, aren't we training today? Tabor inquired, puzzled. Training requires a balance of work and rest. Relentless toil yields little reward. Our pursuit is to transcend the superficial and seek the essence, Master Roshi replied. As he switched off the television, engage in exercise, study diligently, play joyfully, eat well, and sleep soundly. This is the way of the Turtle School. Follow me, he beckoned. And Tabor complied, settling onto a mat beside his master, closing his eyes in imitation. As minutes turned into hours, Tabor's mind, initially void, began to fill with a myriad of thoughts, his tranquil expression gradually giving way to restlessness. Master Roshi, are we merely sitting here today? He asked. Silence, clear your thoughts. Attune yourself to the world around you, was the response. Thus, they sat in stillness for 2 consecutive days, during which Tabor found the experience more exhausting than his previous training. The sheer monotony of sitting proved to be a formidable challenge. Gradually, the training evolved from running to frog leaps. During this period, Master Roshi's old friend, a sea turtle, returned from the ocean. Upon learning of Master Roshi's new disciple, he jested that Master Roshi must have accepted a bribe. Tabor, amused, remarked on the accuracy of the turtle's guess, marveling at the talking creature. After all, reality differed vastly from the animated tales. Half a year swiftly passed, and the ocean experienced its seasonal swell, with mighty waves crashing upon the shore from time to time. Due to the diminutive size of the island, it was impossible for Tarble to continue his training effectively. Master Rashi subsequently stored the Kame house within a capsule and departed from Kame Island, accompanied by Tarble and the giant turtle. It appeared that Master Rashi had already identified a larger island as their destination. Thus, Tarble's new regimen began, involving mountain climbing and evading the stings of bees, reminiscent of the training methods once employed by Sun Wukong in the original tale. During his leisure hours, Master Rashi also imparted lessons in reading and writing, asserting that such pursuits could cultivate one's character and facilitate a tranquil state of mind. The methods of training were diverse, yet the post-training meditation and resistance exercises remained constant. Other training exercises merely served to hone his skills, while the meditation and resistance training proved to be particularly challenging for him. Unlike the youthful and innocent Sun Wukong, Tarble, having traversed through time and being a seasoned adult from another world, found his thoughts to be far more intricate, making it difficult to enter a state of deep meditation. In the days that followed, both the intensity of Master Rashi's training and the multiplier of the gravity weights progressively increased. The training was not solely focused on enhancing physical capabilities, but gradually shifted towards the refinement of techniques and the manipulation of energy. After all, when Vegeta first arrived on Earth, he lacked even the ability to control his energy, illustrating the crude and simplistic nature of a Science approach to energy utilization. Thus, 5 years passed slowly. It was uncertain whether it was due to his Scion physiology, but Tarble's height did not experience any remarkable growth, leading him to ponder if prolonged use of the gravity weights had stunted his growth. However, Vegeta also seemed to be of modest stature, which prompted him to question whether such traits were inherited from King Vegeta. Surely not. After all, in the anime, Vegeta was not depicted as short. Nevertheless, his strength was rapidly ascending, with Master Rashi and Tarble engaging in continuous sparring sessions. Initially, Tarble found himself on the receiving end of the fights, struggling to comprehend why. Despite his speed being on par with Master Rashi's, he could never land a hit. Tarble, do not think. Feel. Just as one should look at the moon when pointing at it. Master Rashi observed Tarble's inability to both attack effectively and evade his own strikes, prompting him to offer guidance. Master Rashi, what does this mean? He inquired. In battle, avoid excessive imitation and calculation. Engage your heart rather than your intellect. Slowly, Tarble began to grasp and assimilate this wisdom, gradually managing to exchange techniques with Master Rashi. Yet, whenever he reached a point where he could contend with Master Rashi while wearing the gravity weights, the multiplier was invariably increased. Consequently, Tarble was left uncertain of his actual combat power, although the gravity multiplier had escalated to 40 times. It was estimated that his combat power was around 40,000. Given his current abilities, he felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that his physique had yet to reach its optimal training efficiency, and that a solid foundation was essential in these early stages. Over the course of 5 years, aside from the enhancement of his combat prowess, Tarble has also begun to delve into profound meditation. This advancement brings him far greater joy than the increase in his fighting capabilities, for it is immensely beneficial to his future practice of the ultimate freedom technique. However, a particular matter has left him feeling exceedingly frustrated throughout these 5 years of lotteries. The most remarkable prize he has drawn is none other than the mystical beans. The other 4 items were trivial, everyday goods, leading him to ponder whether he had somehow fallen under a bad luck star. Tarble, you have been here for 5 years, haven't you? On this day, Master Rashi suddenly addressed Tarble, who was still engaged in self-cultivation. Indeed, Master Rashi. What is it? Tarble replied, somewhat perplexed. It was unusual for Master Rashi not to be watching his favorite show at this hour. Moreover, Tarble could discern a serious expression on the old Master's face. Today, the television program is not airing. Coughing lightly, as if to divert the conversation to a less peculiar topic, Master Rashi feigned a few coughs. You know, even if you had not brought me those gifts when you arrived 5 years ago, I would have still accepted you as my disciple. Do you understand? But I didn't even know you then, Master Rashi, Tarble responded, further bewildered, for he had been a stranger to Earth at the time of his arrival. Is it because of my exceptional talent that you decided to take me as your disciple, Master Rashi? Tarble attempted to lighten the mood with jest, only to find Master Rashi nodding in affirmation. That is partly true. In fact, before you arrived, King Kai had already contacted me, mentioning that a remarkably gifted child would seek me out for guidance. I had initially planned to test you, but upon reflection, I decided against it. I did not wish to squander your talent or lead you astray at such a tender age, so I graciously accepted your offerings and took you under my wing. Oh, so that is how it was. Now it makes sense. At this moment, Tarble finally understood, yet he was still puzzled. But why are you telling me this today? After spending 5 years together, I feel I have come to know you quite well. I believe you are ready to embark on your journey as a true disciple. As he spoke, a smile gradually blossomed on Master Roshi's face. Really? I'm already graduating? Tarble suddenly found himself engulfed in confusion. Having spent 5 years here, he had come to regard this place as his home. The sudden announcement of his graduation took him by surprise. You will be graduating under my tutelage. I have recently contacted King Kai and shared some details about you. He asked me to inform you when I felt you were ready to set forth and seek him out. Tarble pondered for a long moment before nodding in agreement. I understand, Master Roshi. I will go to find King Kai tomorrow to see what he requires of me. Master Roshi nodded in response. Very well. Today you shall refrain from training and take some time to rest. Come, let us bask in the sun together. Their conversation took on a somewhat melancholic tone. Master Roshi, it has been quite a while since we enjoyed a barbecue. Shall we seize this opportunity to indulge? Tarble inquired. Do you partake as well, Turtle? At his words, both Master Roshi and the turtle felt a stir of appetite. That day, the three of them relished a delightful feast. Chapter 8. Journey to the temple the following day. Tarble rose early, observing Master Roshi engaged in his morning exercise routine in front of the television. Master Roshi, you really can't seem to shake off that habit of watching exercise programs at such a loud volume, he remarked. Tarble, throughout my life, I have little else but this passion. Please refrain from grumbling, Master Roshi replied while continuing his workout. Very well, Master Roshi. I shall be on my way to find Master Karen. If anything arises, I shall call you, Tarble said as he exited the house. Master Roshi, setting aside the television, stepped out of his abode. Tarble, no matter where you are, remember that an unyielding pursuit of power is a misguided path. The essence of martial arts lies in fostering the healthy growth of both body and mind, leading to a life of significance. That, my dear boy, is the true way of the martial arts. Taking in Master Roshi's words, Tarble nodded solemnly, releasing the gravitational restraint upon himself and leaping skyward towards the direction of Karen Tower. Watching him depart, Master Roshi murmured softly, Go forth, Tarble. Master Karen wishes for you to train at the temple. I believe this is your best course of action. I have imparted all that I can teach you. In the absence of gravity's influence, Tarble soared with astonishing speed, reaching Karen Tower in a mere moment. Master Karen, you summon me? He inquired upon entering the circular structure. Oh, it is you, Tarble. I nearly mistook you for someone else climbing up. It has been several years. How have you fared under Old Turtle's guidance? Master Karen greeted, observing Tarble's arrival. Quite well indeed. I must also thank you for facilitating my connection with Master Roshi, which has allowed me to become his disciple so smoothly, Tarble replied, producing a capsule filled with fish from his system space and offering it to Master Karen. Upon seeing the capsule, Master Karen's eyes gleamed with anticipation, revealing his appetite once more. Actually, the reason I called you here is to send you to the temple for training, Master Karen said, narrowing his eyes as he pointed skyward. Recently, I exchanged letters with Master Roshi, who informed me that he has imparted all he could teach you. The remainder is for you to explore and practice on your own. I contemplated that perhaps the deities at the temple could provide you with advanced training guidance. Hence my decision to summon you from Master Roshi. With a smile, he lifted his cane and lightly tapped Tarble's body, seemingly assessing his physical condition. Splendid. You are indeed much sturdier than before. Master Karen nodded in satisfaction, then raised his hand to indicate the sky. The temple lies directly above Karen Tower. I have already communicated with the deities and opened the temple's barrier, allowing you to fly up directly. Had you been unable to fly, it would have posed quite a challenge, requiring you to seek the power pole and climb. Now, it is far more effortless. Go forth. With that, Master Karen turned and made his way back to his dwelling, cane in hand. Tarble observed the departure of the immortal Carlin and leapt from the circular edifice. Soaring into the sky, he traversed through layers of mist and clouds, and soon beheld a colossal island suspended in the heavens, resembling a grand bowl. Upon reaching the temple, he gently descended, taking in his surroundings, a majestic palace surrounded by verdant foliage, the ground pristine as if meticulously cleaned. The branches of the great trees flourished, evidently well cared for. At that moment, two figures emerged from the palace, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Indeed, celestial being, I seek to cultivate and grow stronger within the temple, Tarble affirmed with a nod. Your intentions have already been conveyed to me by the immortal Talon. You are not from Earth, are you? In truth, I was aware of your arrival on Earth from the very beginning. I even monitored your progress for a while. However, I discerned that you bore no malicious intent, which is why we refrained from intervening, the celestial being replied. Yes, I hail from the planet Vegeta, which has been obliterated by the cosmic tyrant Frieza. My desire to grow stronger is not for vengeance against him, Tarble explained, his voice steady. At this, the celestial being's gaze sharpened with intensity. Is that so? To be candid, I possessed little affinity for the scions of Vegeta, as they were merely Frieza's henchmen, marauding across other planets. Such a fate was inevitable. I was exiled to this planet at a young age. In my eyes, this world is my true homeland, and I had intended to settle here permanently. Hearing Tarble's rationale softened the celestial being's expression. For years ago, a spacecraft similar to the one you arrived in ventured into the cosmos. I suspect you may share a kinship, as he too possesses a tail. Would you care to meet him? No, thank you. Each individual has their own life to live, and I prefer not to interfere unnecessarily, he replied, shaking his head. Congratulations. You have passed the trial. The celestial being suddenly broke into a smile. Thus, you shall remain in the temple to learn and cultivate alongside Bobo. Do not underestimate Bobo. He has lived for an extensive period and possesses a wealth of experience and training. Tarble regarded Bobo, standing beside the celestial being, with utmost sincerity and respect. Of course not. In truth, Tarble's understanding of Bobo extended beyond the celestial being's introduction. He had already witnessed Bobo's enigmatic prowess in the anime. In the narrative, Bobo not only lived for an extraordinarily long time, but also wielded an unfathomable strength. Initially, he trained warriors like Son Goku into super fighters. Later on, he even engaged in fierce battles with super scions such as Goten and Trunks. Tarble pondered privately. If Bobo were not concealing his true power, he would find it utterly unbelievable. After all, given Bobo's demonstrated abilities, it was impossible for him to be merely as he appeared. He had once sent Son Goku back to 300 years ago and participated in the construction of the hyperbolic time chamber. There must be substantial merit in his capabilities. Mr. Tarble, please follow me, Bobo politely beckoned, leaving Tarble feeling somewhat out of his element. Bobo led Tarble to an open area and addressed him. Mr. Tarble, I wish to test your prowess. Upon hearing this, Tarble assumed a stance and swiftly charged towards Bobo, expecting him to effortlessly evade the attack. To his astonishment, Bobo was struck directly and sent flying several meters away. This unexpected turn of events left Tarble utterly bewildered. This cannot be right. Where is the hidden strength I was promised? Meanwhile, Bobo gradually rose from the ground, seemingly unscathed, a stark contrast that left Tarble flummoxed. Chapter 9. Bobo's Guidance. Mr. Tarble, your current strength surpasses mine significantly. It seems I will require your own power for training. I need a strand of your hair. Upon hearing Bobo's request, Tarble promptly plucked a hair from his head and handed it over. Subsequently, Bobo entered the temple, and out of curiosity about Bobo's process, Tarble inquired if he could accompany him, to which Bobo agreed. Within the temple, there existed a laboratory exclusively for Bobo, filled with an array of peculiar tools and runes. Bobo retrieved a clump of soil and inserted Tarble's hair into it, deftly molding the earth into a humanoid shape while reciting an incantation of unknown origin. Before long, a mysterious energy enveloped the clay figure, causing it to gradually enlarge. In mere minutes, what had initially been a mere 30 centimeters in height had transformed into a figure nearly as tall as Tarble himself. Tarble's intrigue regarding Bobo's enigmatic abilities deepened. The manipulation of time, space, and the creation of life were typically the domain of deities. It appeared that Bobo was indeed evolving towards the stature of a god. Mr. Tarble, once it is fully formed, this will be your opponent, Bobo stated, returning them both to the open space. Facing this clay figure, Tarble felt an acute sense of caution. Observing that the figure had no intention of launching a preemptive strike, Tarble swiftly advanced to engage with close-range punches and kicks. Yet, the clay figure evaded his attacks with minimal movement, even managing to counter Tarble's strikes through subtle shifts in airflow. In the exchange, Tarble found himself struck several times. Realizing that true combat does not merely rely on the magnitude of strength, but rather on the mastery of energy. Close your eyes and attune yourself to the flow of energy, Bobo advised. Following his guidance, Tabor shut his eyes, attempting to sense the clay figure's position through its energy. However, he found this task exceedingly challenging. Since the figure was crafted from his own hair, it resonated with a similar energy signature, making it difficult for him to distinguish between his own energy and that of the clay figure. During this time, he was struck multiple times until Bobo finally called for a halt, concluding the bout. After the combat, Bobo continued to patiently impart the essentials of training to Tabor. Although you exhibited remarkable performance in battle, I can sense that within the depths of your heart, many distractions still linger. Bobo spoke earnestly, emphasizing that the essence of cultivation lies in the tranquility of the heart and a keen sensitivity to the world around us. Like the vast and boundless sky, it remains undisturbed, yet, akin to lightning, it possesses the agility to perceive everything in an instant. Tabor listened intently to Bobo's teachings, as if these words were a refreshing spring, cleansing his spirit. Under Bobo's meticulous guidance, Tabor experienced a qualitative leap in his understanding of stillness, surpassing even the enhancements he had gained from Master Rashi. The creature known as the Mudman acts solely on instinct, devoid of contemplation. However, it is precisely this pure instinct that seemingly brings the Mudman closer to the realm of ultimate freedom in martial arts. Through continuous encounters and battles, Tabor gradually comprehended and internalized these newfound insights, thereby broadening his path of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. During this time, Tabor frequently returned to Master Rashi's abode, having reached a level where even Bobo was at a loss as to what to teach him next. Bobo merely advised him that his abilities were limited and that the subsequent journey of cultivation must be discovered and honed by himself before sending him on his way. These 5 years had fostered genuine growth in Tabor. He had significantly increased in height. At the age of 10, he stood at a mere 1.2 meters, worrying at times that he might end up as short as Vegeta. However, those concerns were unfounded, for now, at 15, he had experienced a comprehensive enhancement, including his height, which had reached 1.8 meters. Over the past 5 years, Tabor had laid a solid foundation under Master Rashi's tutelage, diligently learning various fundamental techniques and honing both his body and willpower. In the subsequent 5 years, he engaged in training within the temple, focusing on the perception of realms. He began to delve deeper into the mysteries of martial arts, striving to comprehend how to transcend his limitations and attain higher levels. After a decade of relentless effort, Tabor finally completed the foundational path of martial arts. His physique had grown increasingly robust, his techniques were now more refined, and his understanding of martial arts had deepened significantly. The multiplier of his gravity training had skyrocketed from the original 40 times to an astonishing 380 times, an increase of nearly tenfold. Since arriving at the temple, possibly due to his body entering a rapid growth phase, his enhancements had been immense. In recent years, Tabor felt an unusual power surging within him, increasingly intense, as if it were about to erupt from his being. Whenever he practiced, this force would surge within, creating a constant sensation of expansion within his body. He estimated that his combat power had surpassed 100 million, though he was uncertain of the exact figure. Perhaps with the right opportunity, he could successfully break through to become a Super Saiyan. Ding! Congratulations to the host on completing the first decade of sign-in. Would you like to proceed with the roulette draw? Just as he pondered what actions to take at this stage, the system in his mind spoke once more. This occurrence was akin to a special day that arrives annually. Generally, the system remains silent, neither speaking nor responding. However, for him, it remains relatively worry-free. In the past 5 years at the temple, Tabor had drawn the magical beans once, everyday necessities twice, money once, and finally a comprehensive language guide. Thus, he no longer harbored great expectations for the annual lottery. As he signed in, he gazed at the wheel that had reappeared before him. This wheel was far more luxurious than the one from the annual lottery, clearly of a much higher caliber. Moreover, this wheel had transitioned from a hand-pulled lever to button control. The system should have replaced that faulty lever long ago, as it never yielded anything of value. After voicing his discontent, he rubbed his hands together and swiftly pressed the switch. This time, the wheel activated with a speed and rotation that was astonishing. So much so that the names of the items displayed became fixed. As he beheld the items above, he swallowed hard, utterly astounded. The power of the omniscient king. Angel's power. Destruction power. Wishing pearl. One wish. System. Have you plundered all the treasures from the Dragon Balls? When he pressed the button again, his excitement surpassed even that of riding a roller coaster. As the wheel gradually came to a halt, Tabor clenched his fists tightly, fixating on the wheel, fearful of missing any detail. With the ticking sound, the wheel finally stopped. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Dragon Ball Creation. This was not the grand reward he had anticipated. Instead, it was a significant boon. Chapter 10. Crafting the Dragon Balls suddenly. The reward from the wheel transformed into a beam of light and flew out without him claiming it. What is happening, system? A dark golden energy surged into Tabor's body in an instant, and peculiar circular patterns emerged in his pupils, with faint runic chains dancing across the surface of his skin. Ding! The system is capturing the forbidden authority of creation from the dragon god Salama for the host. At that moment, an inexplicable piece of information surfaced in his mind. It turned out that creating Dragon Balls was not merely a simplistic crafting method. Ding! Creating Dragon Balls requires the forbidden, willing power. The system has captured this force for you. Wait, where did the Dragon Balls from Namek and Earth obtain their willing power? Ding! System detection reveals that the Dragon Balls also contain fragments of the Wishing Pearl, which harbors the power of Dragon God Salama, granting him a portion of the willing power authority. So that is how it is. He then realized. So, system, I do not need to use fragments of the Wishing Pearl as a medium to create Dragon Balls, right? Ding! That is not necessary. The host already possesses this power of rules within. Meanwhile, in an unknown dimension of space, this realm resembled chaos, entirely void. What is going on? Why has my authority been stolen? What has transpired? Has my plan been leaked? A tremendous roar resounded, causing the entire space to tremble. However, the figure that emitted the roar was already bound by countless chains, indicating that such a formidable entity could not be restrained by ordinary means. The omniscient king. The grand priest. One day, I will exact my revenge. The voice grew fainter, as if forcibly succumbing to a deep slumber. At this moment, Tabor's curiosity was piqued. He soon exited the Kame house and casually gathered some clumps of clay, preparing to craft a shenlong. Tabor, you are no longer a child. What has inspired you to play with mud today? The turtle hermit observed his peculiar behavior with intrigue. No, it's not that. There is utility in creating such things. His hands continued to work diligently, molding the clay into the various components of the dragon's body. After a short while, he discarded a piece of clay he had shaped, finding it too unsightly. He certainly did not wish for anyone to see the shenlong he summoned with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. Crafting with clay was no simple task after all. Perhaps it is best to leave this to the experts, he mused, disregarding the sunbathing turtle hermit as he took flight. Before long, he arrived at the temple. In this world, if anyone was skilled at sculpting clay, it would undoubtedly be Bobo. Bobo, could you do me a favor and help me create a model of shenlong? Bobo was momentarily taken aback by the sudden request. Yet this seemingly ordinary appeal posed no significant challenge. Sure, Bobo replied, leading Tabor to his laboratory. Without further ado, Bobo began carving a block of wood into the likeness of the original shenlong. As time passed, the wooden figure gradually took shape. Observing the majestic form of the dragon, Tabor nodded in satisfaction. However, to distinguish it later, Tabor specifically requested Bobo to paint the finished model in gold, enhancing its regal appearance. Mr. Tabor, it is complete, Bobo announced, presenting the dragon sculpture to him, thoughtfully encasing the base in a glass cover. Thank you, Bobo, Tabor replied, cradling the dragon sculpture as he returned to the Kame house. The turtle hermit regarded Tabor's return with curiosity upon seeing the dragon sculpture in his arms. Yet he remained focused on the important task at hand. The model of shenlong was ready. Now, Tabor needed a vessel for the Dragon Balls. With this thought, he soared out of the second-floor window, intending to gather a few stones. Wait a minute, that is not right. I have already made the Dragon Balls myself. Why would I need stones? That would be beneath me. With this realization, Tabor swiftly changed direction, flying towards West City. Before long, Tabor arrived in West City, marking his first visit. The bustling grandeur of the place far surpassed that of East City, where he had first arrived on Earth. After inquiring about, he soon found himself at the nearest jewelry store. As he entered, a sales associate approached him, eager to assist with his jewelry needs, displaying a warmth absent from the indifferent attendants often depicted in other tales. Do you have any larger diamonds? Tabor inquired. Yes, please hold on. I will show you. The associate responded enthusiastically, leading him to a display case. As he examined the jewels, Each piece exhibited exquisite craftsmanship and beauty. Upon reaching the display, he indeed found a number of sizable diamonds, yet none met his specifications. "I am looking for a round diamond. Do you have any here?" he asked, prompting the associate's response. The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, contemplating internally whether this individual was perhaps looking for trouble. A round diamond? Such gems are typically fashioned into regular polyhedral shapes, and we do not have any pre-made round ones available. Nevertheless, she maintained a courteous demeanor in her response. "I see. How long would it take to custom make one? What size do you require, and how many do you need?" At this moment, sensing the potential for a lucrative transaction, the sales assistant's enthusiasm grew even more fervent. "It should be just slightly smaller than a fist," he replied. "As for the quantity, I would like 7, all of identical size." Subsequently, Tabor gestured with his fist to indicate the desired dimensions. "If that is the size you seek, and given that it is round, the material waste during processing will be significant, rendering the price rather steep," the sales assistant remarked, observing Tabor's gestures. "Price is not an issue. I can pay a deposit of 50 million right away, but when can you have the items ready for me? I will contact my superior to expedite the process. Logically, it should be ready by tomorrow." The sales assistant's heart raced at Tabor's straightforwardness. If this deal were to materialize, the commission could easily amount to several $100,000. "Very well. Please prepare everything for me. I will return tomorrow to collect it," Tabor stated bluntly. With that, a flurry of activity ensued, and soon he departed from the jewelry store, having gleaned the location of Bulma's residence from the sales assistant. After all, he was a renowned researcher of the universal capsule and the wealthiest individual in this realm. Who could be unaware of him? Now, he intended to pay a visit to the brilliant scientist, Bulma, from the Dragon Ball universe. After all, having spent considerable time in this world without encountering its leading lady seemed rather remiss. It was not long before he arrived at Bulma's abode. The grandeur of the sprawling estate left him profoundly astonished. Such opulence was characteristic of the exceedingly wealthy. Chapter 11. Bulma standing outside the towering gray-white walls of Bulma's residence. He noted that the walls were constructed of metal. They gleamed coldly under the sunlight, and every 30 meters were embedded with 360-degree surveillance cameras that emitted pulsating red lights. The top of the wall was additionally ensnared with a visible electromagnetic security net. Clearly, the safety measures had been meticulously planned. After all, the wealthy are perpetually the prime targets of thieves. It was likely that their family had faced considerable disturbances due to such threats. Upon reaching the entrance to Bulma's home, he encountered a visual doorbell. After pressing it, the sound of ringing echoed before it was answered. "Hello. May I ask whom you are looking for, and what your purpose is?" The screen displayed Mrs. Brief. What a remarkably gentle-voiced lady, Tabor mused, noting the striking contrast between her unguarded demeanor and the estate's stern security. "Good day, Mrs. Brief. May I inquire if Bulma is at home?" "Oh, you are here for Bulma. Are you a friend of hers? Please come in." Without waiting for Tabor's response, she promptly opened the door. Her willingness to admit him took him by surprise. Did he not fear being accosted by robbers? Tabor pondered as he entered the estate. As he stepped inside, for security personnel clad in slate-gray tactical vests surrounded him in a diamond formation, each wielding a submachine gun. "I apologize, but we must conduct a security check," one of them stated, wielding a metal detector that swept over Tabor's body. Only when the device yielded no response did they relax slightly. "Please follow me," one of the guards instructed, leading Tabor alongside another security officer toward the residence of the estate. This is how it should be, if entry were so effortless. Kidnappings would occur daily, Tabor mused, feeling that this was indeed the proper approach. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle approached, and under the guard's direction, Tabor took his seat inside. Along the way, various animals roamed freely, treating this place as their home. A few minutes later, Tabor successfully arrived at the residential area of the estate. The houses here exhibited an eccentric style, resembling enormous spherical domes. At this moment, Mrs. Brief awaited Tabor at the door. Her soft golden curls shimmered with a pearlescent glow, and even through the screen, one could discern the delicate sparkle on her lashes. A hint of a dimple graced her left cheek, and a pale lavender apron with lace trimming adorned her figure, showcasing her enviable silhouette accentuated by a cat-paw-shaped diamond brooch. "You are Bulma's friend, aren't you? Come in, come in," she exclaimed, swiftly approaching and linking her arm with Tabor's, tugging him inside. The softness of her touch nearly overwhelmed his youthful vigor. Once inside, A spacious living room unfolded before him, dominated by a coffee table at its center, while numerous green plants adorned the windows, lending a lush yet orderly ambience to the space, punctuated occasionally by the cheerful chirping of birds, evidence of meticulous care. "Please, have a seat. I will fetch you some pastries," she said, gently pressing Tabor onto the sofa before turning to leave. Moments after Mrs. Brief departed, a bright voice echoed from the staircase. "Mom, could you prepare me some breakfast? I'm starving." A girl with tousled hair, clad in a sky-blue coral fleece pajama, descended barefoot. The collar of her garment skewed, revealing a glimpse of her collarbone as she rubbed her sleepy eyes, her steps unsteady as she made her way down. As she entered the living room, she was taken aback to find a handsome stranger seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Bulma's face flushed crimson, akin to a startled rabbit. She pivoted and dashed back to her room. "Oh no, my image is ruined," she lamented internally as she ran, vexed that her mother had not informed her of the handsome guest's arrival. Once back in her room, Bulma plopped onto her bed, enveloping her head with a pillow and rolling about like a child. "I cannot simply hide away like this. I must go down and see." After a while, Bulma finally made up her mind. She swiftly leaped out of bed, hurriedly changing out of her pajamas into her everyday attire, and hastily tied up her disheveled hair. Once prepared, Bulma took a deep breath, opened the door, and descended the stairs like a brave little bird. "Hello, I'm Bulma. What is your name? Are you here to see my father?" she asked, her cheeks flushed as she approached the boy still seated on the sofa, a hint of shyness in her voice. At that moment, Mrs. Brief, who had gone to prepare some desserts, returned to the living room. "Oh, Bulma, you're awake. I was just about to come and get you. Your friend is here to see you." "Friend?" Bulma was somewhat puzzled by her mother's words. "Isn't your friend? He said he came to see you," Mrs. Brief replied, tilting her head while pointing to her dimple with her right hand. "Oh, I see. I didn't get the chance to explain when I was at the door. I'm here on a whim, having heard that Dr. Brief has a genius daughter. I happened to pass by today, so I decided to pay a visit to Dr. Brief and his daughter." Tabul quickly clarified, noticing the peculiar gazes exchanged between the two. "Ah, I understand now." Bulma nodded in response. She was well aware of her mother's unreliability, so she didn't take it too seriously. However, hearing Tabul's compliment made her heart race with excitement. Mrs. Brief smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Bulma is indeed my genius daughter. Please, feel free to ask her anything. She is quite remarkable in technology." Bulma beamed with pride at her mother's praise, stealing a glance at Tabul, only to find him smiling back at her, causing her face to turn crimson once more. "You two take your time. I'll go check on my little pets." Mrs. Brief seemed to sense her daughter's budding interest in the handsome youth and decided not to linger as a third wheel. "If you need anything, just call for me," she said, giving Bulma an encouraging look before leaving at a leisurely pace. Chapter 12. Diamond. As soon as Mrs. Brief exited, the once lively atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had frozen. Tabul stood there, somewhat at a loss, having never had a girlfriend in this life or the last, completely unsure of how to communicate with the beautiful girl before him. Watching Bulma tuck a strand of blue hair behind her ear, he noticed her crystal-like nails lightly tapping against the porcelain teacup, suggesting her own inner turbulence. Bulma's fingertips unconsciously caressed the handle of her mug, the pale ceramics reflecting the whiteness of her nails. The faint fragrance of the hydrangeas tended by her mother wafted in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, mingling with the sweet and sour scent of the lemon tart on the coffee table, weaving an invisible web between them. In fact, Tabul adjusted his seating for the third time, the collar of his dark gray turtleneck sweater crinkling slightly. "I heard you were the champion of the recent technology competition," he blurted out, immediately regretting his words. Bulma chuckled lightly, the tips of her white socks curling into tiny clouds within her slippers. "That was 2 years ago." At this moment, Tabul felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide within. The mechanical vintage clock hanging in the living room unexpectedly chimed the hour, causing Tabul to inadvertently topple the sugar jar. Bulma reached out to catch it, and their pinky fingers briefly brushed against the glass wall of the jar. The sound of sugar cubes returning to the porcelain dish was as crisp as a heartbeat. While Tabul stared at his flushed fingertips, oblivious to the fact that the young woman had quietly pressed her left hand against her suddenly reddened cheek. "Oh dear. I hope my sudden appearance isn't interrupting any delightful moments," a clear voice rang out from the doorway, causing the already somewhat awkward pair to hastily pretend they were merely engaged in a casual tea conversation. Little did they know, Mrs. Brief had observed their subtle exchanges. For who hasn't he been young once? Especially now, she appeared remarkably youthful, showing no signs of aging. That Bulma, I have a few matters to attend to. I shall visit in a couple of days, she said, making a hasty exit towards the door, leaving them in astonishment as she seemingly flew away. Oh my, Tarble is quite impressive. He can actually fly, Mrs. Brief remarked, placing her right hand across her forehead as she gazed in the direction of Tarble's departure. Mom, normal people don't fly. He must have some sort of miniature flying device. But if that is the case, he is indeed remarkable to invent such a small aircraft capable of carrying a person. Shortly after taking flight, Tarble checked into a luxurious hotel. Lying on the bed as he reflected on the recent events, the awkward conversation replayed in his mind, filling him with a sense of mortification. I'm not usually like this, but Bulma is truly beautiful. Yes, I've made my decision. Let Vegeta find his own woman. I want Bulma. This sudden resolve surprisingly brought a sense of calm to his heart. What he did not anticipate was that night he would dream a vivid spring dream, featuring Bulma, Android 18, and Chi-Chi. It seemed that youth brought forth the stirrings of desire. Unbeknownst to him, a beautiful girl was also lost in her own thoughts, unable to enjoy a restful night's sleep. Not long after waking, he made his way to the hotel's designated breakfast area, where he noticed several guests already seated and enjoying their meals. He cast a cursory glance but paid no mind, proceeding directly to an empty table. Soon, a staff member arrived with his breakfast. He swiftly devoured the meal, yet it barely satisfied his appetite. To the astonishment of onlookers, Tarble consumed the equivalent of 10 people's portions. What a peculiar hotel, housing someone with such an insatiable appetite. Has he not eaten in days? The voice was sharp and grating, as if it could pierce through the very fabric of reality. Lost in culinary delight, Tarble was suddenly interrupted by this sound. A surge of anger bubbling within him. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on the source of the intrusion. The individual bore an elongated face, with eyes narrowed into slits, emanating a distinctly caustic demeanor. Tarble furrowed his brow, scrutinizing this uninvited guest, his dissatisfaction intensifying. Originally, everyone was dining separately in the hotel, with little interaction among them. However, this person, for no apparent reason, had chosen to provoke Tarble, an affront he could not tolerate. Tarble resolved to no longer endure the situation. He suddenly unleashed his aura, akin to a powerful torrent, surging directly towards the insolent individual. In an instant, an immense force descended upon the man, akin to a mountain, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. The man struggled in terror, yet no matter how hard he fought, he could not escape the overwhelming pressure. His mouth emitted continuous wails, sounding extraordinarily tragic. If you dare to speak insolently, then lie prostrate on the ground. The surrounding crowd was startled by this bizarre turn of events, and a nearby professional attendant attempted to assist the man, hoping to end this farce. However, he soon realized that he was utterly incapable of moving him, as if he were not a man, but rather a boulder embedded in the earth. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers retreated, fearful of being implicated. Tarble paid no heed to the lamenting scoundrel, continuing to enjoy his breakfast, while the attendant busily served others, anxious not to share the same fate. After Tarble had satisfied his hunger and thirst, he approached the still wailing man and admonished him to refrain from being so acerbic and to concern himself less with matters that did not involve him. This time, he would receive but a slight reprimand. Should there be a next time? Oh no, should there be a next time, you would cease to exist. At that moment, the weight upon the cruel man lightened, and he fainted on the ground. The attendant hurried to his side, assisting the unconscious man away. Upon exiting the hotel, Tarble made his way to the jewelry store he had visited the previous day. As he entered, the salesperson immediately recognized him as the distinguished patron from the day before and rushed to greet him. Sir, your diamond has been crafted and is ready. Please follow me. He then guided Tarble to a private room and poured him a cup of coffee. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve it for you. Shortly thereafter, the salesperson returned with the safe, placing it on the table and opening it to reveal 7 dazzling orbs. Although the absence of facets diminished their brilliance, their pure transparency was precisely what he desired. He had initially considered using glass beads, but upon reflection, he decided that if he were to indulge, it should be of the finest quality. Hence, he opted for diamonds instead. Take me to the display. I wish to select a few pieces as gifts. After confirming that the diamonds were satisfactory, he collected them. Sensing a lucrative opportunity, The salesperson led Tarble to their exhibit of higher value, aesthetically pleasing jewelry. After selecting several exquisite pieces, Tarble instructed, "Please find 2 beautiful gift boxes for me." After completing the transaction, Tarble departed amidst the respectful farewells of the salesperson. He had forgotten to bring gifts the day before, so today he intended to rectify that oversight. He then returned to Bulma's doorstep, once again greeted by Bulma's mother. Upon seeing Tarble, she beamed with delight, as her home often lacked company, save for a few small animals. Chapter 13. Creating new Dragon Balls upon entering. He was once again welcomed by the familiar atmosphere, as Tarble made his way to Bulma's villa. However, this time Mrs. Brief had awakened Bulma ahead of time. Upon hearing that the handsome young man from yesterday had returned, she quickly freshened up and waited in the living room. "Mrs. Brief, Bulma, I must apologize for my hasty departure yesterday. I didn't have the chance to greet you properly and hope I didn't offend you," he said with a beaming smile, presenting 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes to Mrs. Brief and Bulma. Mrs. Brief hurriedly accepted the gift boxes, smiling as she replied, "Oh, just coming over is enough. We love having guests. It's wonderful to chat and enjoy some tea together." Her tone was warm and inviting, creating a comforting atmosphere. Though she expressed such sentiments, Mrs. Brief graciously accepted the gifts, recognizing the thoughtfulness behind them, and was curious to discover their contents. "You've come to see Bulma today as well, haven't you?" she said, stifling a giggle, causing Bulma's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "In fact, I have a significant surprise for you today." With that, Tarble retrieved a safe from his spatial storage. The sight of the box intrigued the 2 women, leaving them eager to find out what it contained. Eventually, they discovered 7 transparent orbs. "Are these glass balls?" Bulma asked, lifting one to examine it closely. "Close enough. These are diamond spheres I had custom-made at the jeweler's," Tarble replied. "Diamond spheres are quite rare. It's not often one sees such a thing. But what purpose do they serve?" Their curiosity piqued by his mention of a custom order, both women were drawn in further. Allow me to maintain an air of mystery for now. You shall soon find out," Tarble said as they made their way to an empty space in the backyard. He placed the model of Shenron and the 7 orbs on the ground. Tarble focused his will upon the model and the spheres, silently invoking the requirements and rules of his request. Suddenly, the sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, as if heralding something extraordinary. This continued for about 5 minutes, and as Tarble ceased his incantation, the storm clouds dissipated, allowing sunlight to break through once more. The model of Shenron had vanished, leaving only the 7 orbs behind. Remarkably, these spheres now bore stars akin to those found in the Dragon Balls. These stars were enchanting, appearing 3-dimensional from every angle, directly facing the observer. In addition to the stars, the previously transparent regions of the orbs glimmered with twinkling starlight, swirling mysteriously around the stars, enhancing their allure. "Wow, how did these orbs become so beautiful?" Bulma and her mother exclaimed, each holding one in their hands, utterly captivated by their charm. It seemed these orbs resonated more with their tastes than the gifts previously given. "These are the Dragon Balls. Gather all 7, and you can summon Shenron to make a wish." Tarble spoke cryptically. After counting the orbs, the 2 women realized that with all 7 collected, they could indeed summon Shenron to grant a wish. "Certainly. You merely need to gather them together and call out, 'Arise, Shenron. Come forth and grant my wish.' The mighty dragon shall indeed appear." Although Bulma and the others were somewhat skeptical upon hearing Tarble's words, their curiosity compelled them to give it a try. Bulma took the 2 Dragon Balls from her mother and placed them on the ground, exchanging glances with her companions. "What's wrong? Are we not summoning Shenron?" Tarble inquired, intrigued by her lack of action. "No, I was just contemplating what my wish would be if it truly could be granted," Bulma replied, somewhat bashfully. Although she harbored doubts about the existence of such a dragon, the peculiar scene they had just witnessed left her at a loss for scientific explanation. "If you are truly uncertain about what to wish for, I suggest this. You might wish to remain eternally youthful and beautiful." "Oh, how did I not think of that?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with realization. She stepped forward in front of the Dragon Balls and shouted, "Arise, Shenron. Come forth and grant my wish." No sooner had her words left her lips than the previously clear sky darkened once more, and the Dragon Balls on the ground began to emit a brilliant light. Intertwining with one another, a magnificent beam shot into the sky from the orbs, and as it ascended, a golden 5-clawed dragon coiled around the radiant pillar, appearing before them, its length stretching hundreds of meters as it floated majestically in the air. "Speak your wish. You may have two," the dragon announced, its mouth opening and closing with authority. Noticing its creator standing nearby, it expressed, "I am grateful to my master for granting me life." Tabor nodded in acknowledgement. "Shinran, please grant my mother and me eternal youth and beauty," Bulma declared. The dragon nodded its colossal head and responded, "That is quite simple." A radiant light enveloped Bulma and her mother, and the dragon proclaimed, "Your wish has been granted. Now, speak your second wish." Feeling the transformation within their bodies, Bulma and her mother hurried back to their rooms to fetch mirrors, returning to the courtyard to inspect their reflections. It seems there's no discernible change. "Perhaps just a few blemishes have vanished," Bulma remarked as she scrutinized herself in the mirror. This elicited a chuckle from Tabor. "Bulma, you are only 16. The prime age of beauty among girls. It's natural that you wouldn't notice any significant changes." Upon hearing Tabor's assessment, Bulma came to her senses. "Indeed, I am just 16, the time of youth and beauty. Oh dear, how foolish of me. What if Tabor laughs at me now?" she pondered, touching her now flushed cheeks. On the other hand, Mrs. Brief did experience a more noticeable change, yet it was not overly dramatic, as her appearance had always exuded youthfulness. "Oh my skin has indeed improved." Though Tabor could not discern any substantial alteration, for women who cherish beauty, the changes in the mirror were unmistakable. "Now, speak your second wish," the dragon urged, prompting Bulma and her companions to remember their previous distraction with the mirrors and the dragoness presence. "Tabor, do you have any wishes?" Bulma suddenly inquired. "It's all right. You may wish for anything you desire. This dragon cannot bestow wishes upon me. Thus, O Shenlong, I beseech you to grant my family everlasting health." "Very well, but this blessing shall be confined to you and your parents." In a dazzling flash of light, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." As Shenlong's voice faded, his figure melded into the Dragon Balls and vanished. Just as the 7 floating Dragon Balls were about to scatter, Tabul swiftly approached and gathered them into the system's space. With the disappearance of the Dragon Balls, the sky reverted to daylight. On this day, the citizens of West City witnessed an extraordinary spectacle. The sky alternated between darkness and brightness, and a magnificent golden dragon materialized above Dr. Brief's residence. Speculations arose among the crowd regarding whether Dr. Brief had unveiled another remarkable invention. Chapter 14. The journey. Meanwhile, within the confines of his laboratory, Dr. Brief experienced a sudden transformation. A wave of immense comfort washed over him, as if all his ailments had dissipated. At that moment, Bulma dashed over and embraced Tabul. "You are truly incredible," she exclaimed. Realizing her excitement, Tabul responded by spinning her around joyfully. He then retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from the system's space and presented them to Bulma and her mother. It was evident that they both cherished these orbs. "Please accept these as keepsakes," Tabul remarked. The 2 women received the Dragon Balls with affectionate hands, one being the 1-star Dragon Ball and the other the 2-star Dragon Ball. "Thank you so much, Tabul. I have always thought you and Bulma make a wonderful pair. I never anticipated you would bring us such a delightful surprise," Bulma's mother expressed, causing Bulma to blush profusely. "Mother, today marks only our 2nd meeting," Bulma protested, though she believed fervently in love at first sight and held a favorable impression of Tabul, feeling an undeniable attraction. Yet, she was reluctant to be the subject of her mother's teasing. Tabul gazed upon the joyous mother-daughter duo, reveling in their playful banter. The warm and cheerful scene captivated him, and he chose not to intrude, savoring the delightful atmosphere. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Tabul turned to Bulma and said, "Oh, by the way, Bulma, your family should possess a Dragon Ball as well, though it may differ from mine." Bulma paused her playful antics with her mother and, intrigued, inquired, "What? You mean my family has a Dragon Ball?" Tabul nodded, elaborating, "Indeed. The Dragon Balls were originally crafted by the Earth's deity, serving the purpose of fulfilling people's wishes. Furthermore, there are legends that speak of individuals who have gathered all the Dragon Balls and used them to rule the world." Bulma's eyes sparkled with interest as she recalled having something akin to a marble at home, which she had always regarded as a mere toy. Could it be the fabled Dragon Ball? Is there truly a deity? She asked, her curiosity piqued. "The tale you mention, I believe I have encountered it in an ancient text." Tabul replied, "Indeed, I have been training under the deity for 5 years. Does a divine presence truly exist? Could you take me to see it?" Bulma's eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement as she gazed at Tarble. He chuckled softly, observing her eager demeanor, and nodded slightly. Of course. Really? That's wonderful. Bulma nearly leapt with joy and then turned to her mother. Mom, may I go with Tarble to meet the deity? Didn't you say you would support my adventures? Bulma's mother smiled and nodded. As long as you are careful, I certainly support you. You and your sister are quite alike. And with Tarble to protect you, I feel more at ease. She playfully tapped Bulma's forehead. Upon hearing this, Tarble's smile deepened as he earnestly assured Bulma's mother, rest assured. I will ensure Bulma's safety. Blushing, Bulma murmured softly, I'm not a child anymore. However, Bulma added, but if we merely visit the temple, it might be a bit dull. How about we embark on a quest to find the Dragon Balls first, and then visit the temple? The thought of not only meeting a deity, but also adventuring with Tarble filled Bulma with immense joy. Yes, but how do we find the Dragon Balls? The world is so vast, and there are only 7 of them. So tiny, Bulma began to feel troubled. Isn't this your forte? First, retrieve that Dragon Ball, and see if you can create a Dragon Ball detector, Tarble suggested. Right, I'll give it a try. With that, Bulma dragged Tarble to her storeroom, where they rummaged through various items. After much effort, they finally discovered the Dragon Ball hidden in a corner, both of them dusty and disheveled. With the Dragon Ball in hand, they proceeded to Bulma's exclusive laboratory, filled with an array of mechanical materials. Tarble couldn't help but admire. Genius is indeed genius. It is an achievement unattainable by ordinary individuals through mere effort. Bulma placed the Dragon Ball on a specialized instrument to begin searching for its wavelength, intending to develop a Dragon Ball radar. As she was just beginning to engage with the Dragon Balls, Bulma needed to study and explore thoroughly. For the next few days, she busied herself in her laboratory. Tarble stayed at the estate with Bulma and her mother, while Dr. Brief, as it seemed, had not been seen during his long visit. According to Bulma's mother, Bulma's father was mostly at the laboratory or another estate, rarely returning home. After several days of diligent work, Bulma meticulously documented the peculiar waves emitted by the Dragon Ball. As she continued to adjust the instrument, the faint signals from the Dragon Ball gradually became clearer. Her brow furrowed at times and relaxed at others, clearly absorbed in this unprecedented research. Finally, during another testing session, the machine successfully pinpointed the location of the Dragon Ball, filling Bulma with joy. Tarble, too, shared in her happiness, having witnessed her dedication over the past few days. Now, all that remained was to miniaturize the device. After the initial excitement, Bulma's fatigue began to show in her eyes. Concerned, Tarble approached her. Bulma, since most of the research is complete, you need not push yourself so hard. It's important to take a proper rest. Upon hearing Table's concerned words, Bulma nodded and followed him out of the laboratory. After freshening up, she returned to her room and fell into a deep slumber, observing Bulma as she drifted off to sleep. A look of contentment from her successful research and a hint of a youthful smile lingered on her face. The moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow on her serene visage, as if soothing her weary soul. Meanwhile, Tarble sat quietly on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, aware that this was merely the beginning of their journey. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the estate, a beam of golden light gracing the edge of Bulma's bed. She slowly opened her eyes, stretching lazily, feeling an unprecedented lightness in her body. After quickly refreshing herself, she made her way towards the laboratory. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Tarble already practicing. Captivated by his strong physique and athletic form, she found herself momentarily entranced. How about it, Bulma? Isn't Table's physique impressive? A voice suddenly chimed in. Yes. Bulma instinctively replied, only to snap back to reality mid-sentence. Mom, she exclaimed, and promptly dashed away. This scene left Tarble bewildered. Mrs. Brief, why did Bulma suddenly run off? He inquired, puzzled. Mrs. Brief stifled a laugh. She saw you and got shy. Is that so? Tarble scratched the back of his head, resuming his training. Bulma hurried to the laboratory, immersing herself in the task of miniaturizing the Dragon Radar. After much effort, she finally succeeded in creating a portable version. Excitedly, she rushed to find Tarble, who had just finished his training. Tarble, I did it. We can set off to find the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed, presenting the radar to him. I've incorporated a frequency adaptive feature. It can automatically scan for all Dragon Ball signals within the Earth's range and even mark the location of each one. Tarble pressed the switch, and the radar screen lit up, with scanning lines slowly advancing. Soon, several blinking dots appeared on the screen, revealing 7 small circles on the map. Chapter 15. The journey begins now. We can search for the locations of the Dragon Balls, Bulma said, a slight smile gracing her lips, as if everything was within her grasp. Her voice resonated with confidence and excitement, brimming with anticipation for the impending adventure. As long as we plan our route, we can collect them one by one. Her words were succinct, yet brimming with endless possibilities. Just as they were enthusiastically discussing their next steps, the door to the laboratory creaked open. Bulma's mother entered, carrying 2 glasses of juice, her face radiating warmth and tenderness, embodying a mother's unique care and affection. You both seem so happy. Has the dragon radar you mentioned been completed? Her voice was gentle and kind, like a spring breeze. Her gaze fell upon Bulma and her companion, revealing her concern and curiosity. Have you two already made plans to search for the Dragon Balls? Yes, indeed, Bulma replied eagerly. Bulma nodded vigorously, resembling a bird eager to spread its wings and soar. We were poised to embark on our quest for the remaining Dragon Balls. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she could hardly wait to set forth on this journey filled with uncertainties. Do take care on your travels, her mother advised gently, handing them a glass of juice, tinged with a hint of concern. Tarble accepted the juice with a serious nod, assuring Mrs. Brief, rest assured. As long as I am here, no harm shall befall Bulma. Bulma shyly lowered her head, murmuring softly, you don't need to be so serious every time. After this brief moment of warmth, Bulma and Tarble organized their supplies. The radar, provisions, and capsule storage were all packed. Even Bulma donned her specially crafted protective suit, complemented by a pair of ultra-cool goggles. Standing outside the estate, with the sunrise illuminating their path, the Dragon Ball radar pointed towards their first destination in the Western Mountains. Are you ready? Tarble inquired, glancing at the quirky genius beside him. Bulma tightened her grip on the radar and smiled confidently. Let us go, Tarble. Our Dragon Ball adventure officially begins. With that, Bulma drove her RV, commencing the quest for the Dragon Balls, which could also be considered a makeshift honeymoon. The RV sped along, swiftly leaving the city for the serene outskirts. At this moment, Tarble took the wheel, allowing Bulma to rest, for the journey ahead would be lengthy. As the roar of the RV blended with the distant landscapes, Bulma's excitement intensified. She reminisced about her childhood fantasies of adventure. Those images buried deep in her memories suddenly felt within reach. She envied her sister, who had always been out exploring. She had often imagined a future where she would traverse every corner of the world with her beloved, seeking unknown treasures and experiencing adventures beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Now, that dream was quietly unfolding. Tarble, I have always envisioned traveling with a partner like you, Bulma remarked, gazing out at the rapidly changing scenery. Her voice laced with nostalgia and hope. Tarble glanced at her, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. He understood that beneath Bulma's intelligence and confidence lay a heart yearning for adventure. Otherwise, she would not have dared to embark on this quest for the Dragon Balls alone. She rarely revealed her vulnerabilities, yet at the journey's outset, he sensed her anticipation and unease. Bulma, whatever challenges lie ahead, we shall face them together. Besides, you know nothing of my abilities. I might be far more formidable than you imagine, Tarble replied with a light-hearted tone. And after all, this is both an adventure and a journey. I assent it? Bulma smiled and nodded slightly. She fell silent, letting the swiftly changing views outside the window sweep away all her pressures and worries. Shortly thereafter, the RV traversed fields and was greeted by a dense forest, the air rich with the scents of earth and fresh grass. As they drew closer to the western mountain range, the terrain became increasingly steep, with distant peaks towering majestically into the clouds. With no expansive roads left in the mountainous region, they stowed their RV into a multifunctional capsule and proceeded on a motorcycle, sharing the same vehicle. Upon arrival in the western mountains, Tarble softly reminded them, his tone laced with excitement. Bulma straightened her posture, squinting her eyes as her gaze fixated on the path ahead. As the motorcycle sped along, the mountain road twisted and turned, prompting them to reduce their speed. She activated the Dragon Ball radar, which pointed towards a valley in the distance. There it is, she indicated. Let's go? With that, Bulma stored the motorcycle away. Entering the valley, they were enveloped in swirling mists. Without specialized equipment, an ordinary person would surely lose their way. However, Tarble remained remarkably relaxed throughout the journey, focusing on nurturing his bond with Bulma, and the two were almost on the cusp of breaking through the final barrier that separated them. both aware of the unspoken understanding between them. After a short while in the valley, they discovered a Dragon Ball nestled on a cliff. Initially, Bulma felt a pang of frustration at the height, but Tarble effortlessly leaped into the air and retrieved the Dragon Ball. "Tarble, you can fly?" Bulma exclaimed, finally coming to her senses. When I last left your house, didn't you see me flying away?" He replied. I thought you were using some kind of miniature aircraft," she admitted, realizing how little she knew about Tarble. "I've always said I'm quite remarkable, but you never believed me," Tarble chuckled. After obtaining the Dragon Ball, Tarble didn't allow Bulma to walk back. Instead, he swept her up in a princess carry and soared out of the valley. "Bulma, check the Dragon Ball radar. I'll carry you while we fly." His sudden embrace made Bulma's cheeks flush crimson. Initially, she considered struggling, but upon realizing they were soaring high above the ground, fear of falling compelled her to cling tightly to Tarble. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Tarble deftly veered northwest. Thus, what would have taken Bulma a considerable amount of time to locate the Dragon Balls was accomplished in mere hours, with Tarble's swiftness propelling them to collect 3 Dragon Balls in half a day, one from the ocean depths, one from an ordinary village, and another from the valley, in addition to the one already in Bulma's possession, totaling 4 Dragon Balls. Chapter 16, Fiery Mountains. As dusk descended, Bulma retrieved the RV from the multifunctional capsule. Recognizing that resting outdoors was far safer within the confines of their vehicle, they sat across from each other at the dining table. Bulma switched on the lights inside the RV, and the warm yellow glow instantly illuminated the cozy space. She fetched some food from the refrigerator and arranged it on the table. "Let us eat something. After a long day, you must be famished," she suggested. The two began to eat quietly, the sound of cutlery clinking against plates echoing softly within the vehicle. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed from outside the caravan, reminiscent of a beast's roar. Bulma trembled in fright, causing the fork in her hand to clatter against the plate, producing a sharp sound. She anxiously glanced out the window, but the darkness concealed everything from her view. "Do not be afraid. It is likely just an ordinary creature," Tarble reassured her. However, without warning, the caravan seemed to endure a jolt, causing it to sway. Bulma, startled, grasped Tarble's arm. Witnessing the fear etched on her face ignited a fierce anger within Tarble. "Stay here. I will investigate," he softly comforted Bulma. "Will there be any danger?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. "Not at all, aside from the cosmos. No one on Earth can rival me." With that, Tarble opened the door and descended from the vehicle. Before him lay a sea of glimmering green eyes. A pack of wolves crouched low, growling, poised to pounce. In the moonlight, their fangs glimmered like blades. "A mere pack of strays," Tarble scoffed, raising his right hand as a sphere of energy coalesced in his palm, radiating an ominous glow. "Roar," commanded the Wolf King, and the pack lunged at him with ferocity. In an instant, the air howled with the ferocity of their intent. Tarble's gaze sharpened. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the energy sphere. In the blink of an eye, dozens of wolves were reduced to ashes in the searing gust, unable to even emit a howl of despair. In the distance, the Wolf King halted, sensing peril. Its tail drooped as it swiftly turned, emitting a low howl of retreat. Yet, before it could take more than a few steps, Tarble's icy voice pierced the night. "You wish to flee? How dare you disrupt the world of Bulma and me? Descend into hell." A colossal wave of energy surged forth, sweeping like a tempest, stirring dust and leaves, engulfing the fleeing pack. The night reclaimed its tranquility, leaving behind only ashes scattered by the cold wind. Tarble reined in his energy, as if nothing had transpired, and returned to the caravan. As soon as he stepped inside, Bulma enveloped him in an embrace. "It was merely a pack of wolves. There is no need for concern." Tarble gently patted her back in reassurance. After a moment of shared warmth, Bulma looked up, her eyes still reflecting remnants of fear, but now more so gratitude and admiration. "You are truly remarkable." "Of course," Tarble replied with a light chuckle. "I cannot allow anything to interrupt our dinner." They resumed their seats at the table, the aroma of the meal still lingering in the air, as if the earlier chaos had merely been a fleeting interlude. "Come, the food is still warm. Have some more," Bulma softly suggested, serving Tarble another bowl of hot soup. Following dinner, after sharing tender moments, they retreated to their respective rooms for the night. With the assurance of Tarble's protection, Bulma enjoyed a particularly sweet slumber. As the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, they illuminated the small window of the caravan, casting warmth upon Bulma's face. She slightly furrowed her brow, rolled over, her eyelashes fluttering gently, before gradually opening her eyes. Tarble had risen early. He stood outside the caravan, his back to the sun, practicing his control over energy. The sunlight sculpted his solid silhouette, and the powerful, steady aura he exuded subtly spread through the morning breeze. As Bulma stepped out of the vehicle, she beheld his focused profile, a wave of inexplicable excitement stirring within her. "Do you rise this early every day?" she inquired softly. Tarble turned to her, noticing Bulma clad in a simple tracksuit, her hair slightly disheveled, yet still radiating a refreshing charm. He nodded. "I have grown accustomed to it. Persistence is essential in training. Have you not heard? Krillin, in his later years, forsook his training to support his family and was even injured by mundane firearms. It's quite ludicrous." Bulma stretched languidly and jested. "That's quite the commitment. But truly, I owe you a debt of gratitude for yesterday. Without you, I might have been devoured by those wolves. I have assured you that as long as I am present, you shall not suffer a scratch," Tarble declared, his tone firm despite its lightness. Bulma paused, a smile gracing her lips as she lowered her gaze. "Then I suppose I shall cling to you from now on." Tarble, seemingly unaccustomed to such playful banter, felt a slight flush creep to his ears, yet he cleared his throat and shifted the subject. "Let us prepare. We must seek the next Dragon Ball." "Absolutely," Bulma exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she rummaged through the RV for the Dragon Ball radar. Upon pressing a button, a distinct light illuminated on the screen. "It's in the direction of Flame Mountain. I've heard tales of it. That's the territory of the Ox King," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was said that his castle was encircled by flames that fell from the heavens, rendering it inaccessible to all. Tarble nodded. "Come, let us investigate. I have some history with the Ox King." They navigated their RV through the parched valleys and charred earth. Flame Mountain loomed ahead like a slumbering beast, the scorching air distorting the atmosphere. Arriving at the mountain's base, the castle's silhouette emerged vaguely amidst the flames, instilling a sense of dread. "This is even more extravagant than I envisioned." Bulma swallowed hard. Tarble stepped forward, intent on approaching, when suddenly a wave of heat surged towards them, followed by a massive axe hurtling through the air. Observing this, Tarble swiftly raised his right hand, pinching the colossal weapon between his thumb and forefinger. "Who dares to trespass on the territory of the Ox King?" A towering figure emerged, adorned with a horned cap and peculiar glasses, charging towards them. "Ox King, your tyranny here has drawn the ire of Master Roshi." Tarble calmly addressed the approaching Ox King. The mention of Master Roshi's name caused the Ox King to halt abruptly, a sheen of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he expressed a mix of reverence and trepidation. You know Master Roshi?" "I am a disciple of Master Roshi," Tarble replied, though they shared a fraternal bond as martial artists. Tarble held little regard for the Ox King's dominance established through brute force. "I have been away from Turtle Island for many years, so I was unaware that Master Roshi had taken on a disciple. I nearly offended my own kin. My sincerest apologies," the Ox King said. Despite his reign of terror, his respect for Master Roshi remained unwavering. "Humph, now you understand." Tarble nonchalantly discarded the massive axe, which soared through the air in a parabolic arc before embedding itself into the ground behind the Ox King with a resounding thud, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath the immense force. The Bull Demon King wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. "So, what brings you to the fiery mountain?" "It is for this," Bulma replied, raising the Dragon Ball. Through the Dragon radar, she noticed a flickering light on the screen, indicating their search for the Dragon Balls. "The radar shows that one is nearby." "Dragon Balls? Ah, are you referring to these glowing orbs?" The Bull Demon King suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering that he indeed possessed such a collectible in his castle. "However, my castle is now engulfed in flames, making it impossible to enter. Perhaps, my junior, you could borrow the banana fan from the master to extinguish the fire?" "Forget it. The master has long lost the banana fan." Tarble shook his head. "Let me handle it. I'll extinguish the flames with my ki blast." As he spoke, Tarble struck the signature pose of the Kamehameha technique, though he hesitated to unleash his full power, fearing the consequences. With a resounding boom, the raging inferno was finally quelled, and Tarble successfully controlled his force, resulting in only partial destruction of the castle rather than complete annihilation. "Ah, the fire is finally out. I can finally return home," the Bull Demon King exclaimed, nearly in tears, overwhelmed by the realization of how long he had been away from his abode. Just then, A clear voice echoed from afar. Daddy, the fire is out? Wonderful. We can finally go home. Everyone turned to see a lively and adorable girl skipping towards them. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat of the fiery mountain, she wore a cool bikini, topped with a peculiar hat resembling Ultraman's emblem. The Bull Demon King scooped up Chi-Chi, tears of joy streaming down his face. Yes, this big brother helped us extinguish the fire. Chi-Chi gazed up at Tarble with sparkling eyes, full of admiration. Big brother, you are truly amazing. My father couldn't extinguish the fire. Seeing Chi-Chi's expression, the Bull Demon King suddenly felt a pang of loss, as if his little cotton-padded jacket was being taken away. Chapter 17. Extinguishing the fire. Tarble felt somewhat uneasy under Chi-Chi's direct and adoring gaze, scratching his head and chuckling. It was nothing really. I just happened to have some control over the flames. Indeed, look at how much that little girl admires you. Bulma rolled her eyes, a hint of jealousy creeping into her voice as she observed Chi-Chi's infatuation with Tarble. Hearing Bulma's comment, Tarble let out an awkward laugh. Haha. Although the castle has suffered some damage, the most important thing is that the fire around it has been extinguished. The Bull Demon King, with a broad smile, patted Tarble on the shoulder and laughed heartily. I can finally take a hot bath. Bulma, unable to contain her excitement, dashed into the half-collapsed castle, following the radar's direction. A few minutes later, she carefully unearthed a glowing Dragon Ball nestled among the rubble. Found it, she exclaimed, lifting the Dragon Ball triumphantly, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Wow, it's so beautiful. Chi-Chi clasped her hands together, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the orb. Is this the one that can summon the dragon and grant wishes? Indeed, Bulma replied proudly, placing the Dragon Ball carefully into her bag. This is our fourth one. We only need 3 more to summon the dragon. Chi-Chi tilted her head and innocently inquired, So, what wishes do you intend to fulfill? Bulma paused for a moment, glancing at Tarble. Tarble was silent for an instant, but merely smiled, saying, We haven't decided yet. We just want to treat the search for the Dragon Balls as an adventure. Chi-Chi responded with an "oh," and then suddenly clenched her fists, earnestly declaring, I want to help you find them too. I want to see what Shenlong looks like. Both Tarble and Bulma exclaimed simultaneously. Ox King was taken aback. Chi-Chi, what nonsense are you talking? You're so young. How can you go on an adventure with them? Daddy. Chi-Chi looked at Ox King with displeasure. Did you not also say that when you were young, you followed your master everywhere? Besides, this big brother is so strong. He will definitely protect me. Tarble interjected, Wait. When did I say I? Chi-Chi walked over and hugged Tarble's arm, looking up with a radiant smile. I will be good and won't cause you any trouble. Big brother. Please. Tarble gazed at her expectant face, his mouth opening slightly, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Bulma, feeling a twinge of jealousy, chimed in, Oh, Tarble. I never imagined you'd be so popular. Even the little girl wants to cling to you. This left Tarble momentarily speechless. Although he quite liked Chi-Chi, he was still in the midst of a revolution with Bulma yet to be accomplished. Tarble, why don't you all stay for dinner at my place tonight? I'll call the chef to prepare a meal, Ox King suggested, observing the playful antics of the group. Just as Tarble was about to respond, there was a loud crash from the castle as another stone fell from the already damaged structure. Seeing this, Ox King could only chuckle awkwardly, scratching his head. Perhaps I should have someone repair the castle first. Once it's fixed, I'll host a feast to thank you. Tarble nodded in agreement with Ox King's suggestion. All right, I will continue searching for the Dragon Balls with Bulma. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was shouting, I want to go too. I want to go? Chi-Chi, you are still young, and your father cannot allow you to travel with us just yet. Focus on training with him for now, and once you grow stronger, we will come to find you. Tarble reassured Chi-Chi, who was eagerly calling out. Yes, Chi-Chi, you wouldn't want to be a burden to Tarble, would you? Ox King chimed in. Seeing everyone saying this, Chi-Chi could only look at Tarble with tearful eyes. Then when I become stronger, you must come to find me. Indeed, I promise, Tarble replied solemnly, nodding. He then returned to the vehicle with Bulma, waving goodbye to Ox King and Chi-Chi. As the vehicle departed, leaving a trail of dust behind, Bulma asked, Tarble, in which direction is the next Dragon Ball? Let me check. Bulma responded as she took out the Dragon Ball radar and activated the screen to observe the shifting locations of the Dragon Balls. That's strange. The Dragon Ball's position keeps changing, perhaps it is with someone. However, the general direction remains the same. We just need to keep driving along this road. All right, Tarble agreed. Tarble responded and simultaneously increased the speed of the vehicle. Thus, they traversed the mountainous roads for several days. They were close now. The Dragon Ball lay just ahead. Suddenly, Tabor spotted a robot blocking the path. How familiar it looked. Wasn't this the very robot standard for the mixed rice outings? Could it be that the Dragon Ball was within it? As Tabor approached the robot, it unexpectedly sprang to life. Surrender the Dragon Ball, or do not blame me for my rudeness, the robot's speaker blared. Upon hearing the robot's words, Tabor deduced that the Dragon Ball must be with those three little miscreants. No wonder its position had been shifting throughout their journey. Without hesitation, Tabor leaped from the vehicle, too weary to exchange pleasantries, and unleashed an energy blast from his hand. In an instant, the robot exploded, and the three individuals within it plummeted to the ground, cloaked in a cloud of smoke. As Tabor approached, the trio of mixed rice cowered together in fear. However, Tabor, indifferent to these clowns, recognized that while they had stolen the Dragon Ball, their true nature was not malevolent. They had merely been misguided by the leader. Hand over the Dragon Ball, Tabor demanded, extending his hand towards the leader. The leader, trembling with trepidation, reluctantly produced the Dragon Ball. Please accept it, he said. You three actually possess considerable aptitude for scientific research. Abandon your dreams of world domination. Such ambitions do not suit you. If you wish to pursue a career in scientific research, I can introduce you to the Capsule Corporation. If you're interested, you can find me in West City later. After receiving the Dragon Ball, Tabor addressed them and then departed, hoping to steer them back onto a righteous path. In the vehicle, Bulma observed Tabor's actions with curiosity. Aren't you worried they might cause trouble if you let them into the Capsule Corporation? Tabor shook his head, replying softly, their true natures are not bad. They merely lack someone to guide them. Let us not concern ourselves with them any longer. I'll proceed to the next location. All right, Bulma responded, restarting the vehicle and heading towards the next Dragon Ball's location. Do you think yes, right? Asked the small dancer, addressing the leader. With someone so powerful around, can we really obtain the Dragon Ball? Even if we do, we won't be able to handle him. The leader was conflicted within. I'm not sure. Should we consider his suggestion and take a look? Unbeknownst to Tabor, his words had subtly altered the trajectory of the destinies of these three individuals. Chapter 18. My name is Sun Wukong. After several more days of travel, the smooth road transformed into a bumpy dirt path, and their destination was nearing. Gazing into the distance, surrounded by majestic mountains and enveloped in mist, Tabor and Bulma, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, arrived at a picturesque forested area known as Baozi Mountain. Tabor understood that this was their final stop in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Along the rugged mountain path, the two of them sped along on their motorcycle, soon arriving deep within the mountains. As dusk gradually descended and the yellow sun prepared to set, they fortuitously reached the banks of a small river, setting up camp. Bulma retrieved a portable grill and table from her multifunctional capsule, and upon seeing this, Tabor immediately understood, barbecue time. Tabor also extracted some ingredients from his system space. One washed while the other skewered the vegetables, both engrossed in their tasks, resembling a pair of youthful couples. Bulma, why don't you rest in the car for a bit? I'll call you once the food is ready. Bulma, not one to be coy, simply nodded in agreement. I'll take a bath first. My bones feel like they might fall apart from the bumpy ride. Indeed, such is the nature of mountain roads. We'll soon locate the final Dragon Ball. If you wish to avoid the vehicle on our return, I can carry you back. Tabor chuckled as he flipped the small fish on the grill, speaking warmly to Bulma. Recalling the moment when Tabor had playfully lifted her, Bulma's face flushed crimson as she hastily retreated into the car. The sizzling fish began to emit a tantalizing aroma, prompting Tabor to sprinkle on cumin and other spices. Diligently flipping the skewers and fish. Was his remark a subtle hint? Was he contemplating a confession? Should she respond directly or maintain a sense of modesty? Bulma, nestled in the bathtub with only her head above water, lost herself in such musings. At the thought of feeling bashful, she submerged her head, causing bubbles to rise in the water. As the spices were applied, the delightful scent of the barbecue wafted gently on the evening breeze. Wow, Grandpa, I smell something delicious. Sun Wukong, who had been lost in slumber, suddenly perked up, sniffing the air. Wukong, we're in the wilderness. Where would a delicious scent come from? You're probably just hungry and dreaming, replied Son Gohan, sitting nearby. No, Grandpa, I truly smell something, exclaimed Wukong as he sprang from the bed. I'm going to check it out. Without waiting for Gohan's response, he dashed out. Gohan, though unconcerned about Wukong's strength, felt compelled as an elder to follow him, knowing Wukong was still just a child. After a short while, Wukong, guided by the mouth-watering aroma, followed the scent to the riverbank where Tarble was focused on grilling. Suddenly, he heard a rustling noise nearby. Tarble turned to look. In the next moment, a child emerged from the bushes, eyes wide with longing as he fixated on the sizzling meat, his stomach audibly protesting. The child had tousled black hair, a sturdy build, and wore a red martial arts uniform. "Looks delicious," Wukong exclaimed, salivating. Seeing his eager expression, Tarble chuckled. "Would you like some? Come join us. There's plenty to go around." "Really?" Wukong's eyes sparkled as he bounded over to Tarble, eagerly awaiting the feast. "Wukong, how can you be so impolite?" At that moment, a gentle yet aged voice echoed from a distance. Emerging from the dimly lit woods was an elder clad in a vintage yellow cotton coat, adorned with a green hat. "Grandfather." Wukong's little face drooped upon hearing the voice. Noticing the unmistakable emblem, Tarble chuckled and addressed him, "Brother Sun Wufan. It has been quite some time." Upon hearing this voice and such a title, how could Sun Wufan not recognize who it was? He paused for a moment, and then his eyes flickered with recognition. "You are Tarble," he exclaimed, smiling warmly at Tarble. "Haven't you been training under Master Roshi? What brings you here to my barbecue?" "Grandfather, do you know him?" Sun Wukong asked with curiosity. "We are both disciples of Master Roshi. I had planned to bring you to meet him in due time," Sun Wufan explained, affectionately ruffling Wukong's hair. "If it weren't for Tarble's timely reminder, I might have perished that night." Tarble scratched his head, humbly smiling. "Oh, it was merely a trivial matter." Sun Wufan reminisced about the night Tarble had effortlessly brought down the giant ape. "To you, it may be trivial, but to me, it was a matter of life and death." Just as they were about to engage in further conversation, Bulma, freshly refreshed from her wash, stepped out of the vehicle. With damp hair and draped in a bathrobe, her cheeks glowed slightly from her recent bath. As she descended, her gaze fell upon the two unfamiliar figures, a gentle-looking elder in a green hat and a child with an innocent face devouring skewers. "Bulma, allow me to introduce you." Tarble waved her over. "This is my senior brother, Sun Wufan, and beside him is his grandson, Sun Wukong." Taken aback, Bulma quickly composed herself and offered a polite smile. "Hello, I am Bulma, Tarble's companion." As she spoke, her mind pondered what would be appropriate to say regarding their relationship. Sun Wufan nodded knowingly, contemplating. It appears their bond transcends mere companionship, perhaps akin to that of romantic partners. Bulma seated herself at the table, observing Wukong as he heartily consumed meat. Unable to suppress a light chuckle. "Is this child truly your grandson? He is quite spirited. Indeed, he has grown up in the mountains and possesses a hearty appetite." Sun Wufan gazed affectionately at Wukong. Though occasionally mischievous, he is rather sensible. "This is utterly delicious," Wukong exclaimed, grabbing another skewer, his mouth smeared with grease. Yet he continued to praise. "I wish I could eat such delectable barbecue every day." "Enjoy it while you can. If you desire more, I can roast additional." Tarble replied with a grin, retrieving an assortment of ingredients from his space and resuming his conversation with Sun Wufan. At that moment, Bulma suddenly recalled something and returned to the vehicle to retrieve a bag containing the Dragon Balls. "Elder, have you ever seen such orbs?" Before Sun Wufan could respond, Wukong, with his mouth full of meat, interjected, "This orb was found by my house." "Really? That is splendid. With this, we will have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Can you also give us that orb?" "Of course I can. I discovered it while foraging for herbs in the mountains," the elder replied. "I found him quite beautiful, so I decided to keep him as a toy for Wukong." Son Gohan smiled kindly. Chapter 19. The Dragon Balls in hand under the shroud of night in this tranquil forest, several individuals gathered around, feasting on roasted meat. The crackling of the firewood resonated in the stillness, while the aroma of the grilled meat mingled with the refreshing night air, creating an indescribable sense of comfort. The others seemed at ease, but it was Tarble who tirelessly busied himself to assist Sun Wukong in grilling the meat. Sun Wukong, with grease at the corners of his mouth, chewed heartily on a piece of roasted fish, his praise muffled yet enthusiastic. This grilled meat is truly delicious. Tarble, you are simply amazing." Tarble, seated by the grill, glistened with sweat under the flickering firelight. He deftly turned the skewers while intermittently checking the heat. Utterly engrossed in his task, Bulma, sitting nearby, leisurely sipped her drink, occasionally fanning herself, jesting, "It seems you're just a step away from opening a barbecue stand." "Tarble, I shall return with Wukong now. I will bring the Dragon Balls to you tomorrow." Tarble nodded and placed down the grilling tongs, replying, All right. Thank you for your efforts. Senior brother. Oh, it's no trouble at all, Son Gohan waved dismissively, while Wukong furrowed his brow in discontent. Huh, we're leaving already? I'm not done eating. Wukong mumbled with a piece of meat skewer still in his mouth, looking quite reluctant. If you eat too much, you won't be able to sleep tonight, Son Gohan advised him. Yet, Wukong gazed longingly at Tarble and Bulma, as well as the enticing skewers still sizzling on the grill, resembling a small dog yearning for a barbecue stall but being pulled away by its owner. Tarble approached with a smile, handing Wukong a small bag of already grilled skewers. I've packed some for you to enjoy on the way. Wukong's eyes lit up. Really? That is fantastic. Tarble, you are so kind. Son Gohan could only stroke Wukong's head helplessly before bidding farewell to Tarble and slowly departing. The flames continued to dance, and the night in the mountains fell silent. Tarble returned to the fire, rubbing his shoulders. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. It seems being a chef is not as easy as it appears. Bulma stifled a laugh beside him. After tidying up for a while, they each returned to their quarters. A night devoid of conversation passed. As dawn broke, the mist still lingered in the forest. A delicate layer of dew clung to the leaves, and the air was imbued with the fragrance of grass and earth. The little birds in the woods emerged from their nests in search of food. Tarble rose early, standing by the river to wash his face, the cool stream water instantly revitalizing him. He glanced back at the campsite, where Bulma was still curled up in her bed within the vehicle, sound asleep. It's time to prepare breakfast, he murmured to himself, walking towards the bonfire to rekindle the flames for a simple morning meal. Before long, Bulma emerged, rubbing her eyes and yawning. Her hair tousled from sleep and her face still bearing traces of fatigue. Good morning, Tarble. Up and at him. Tarble set the freshly baked bread and milk on the table. Come on, wash your face and get ready to eat. Bulma replied, entering the washroom. Suddenly, a distant shout echoed. Tarble, big brother. It was Son Wukong's voice. Tarble turned to see that it was Son Wukong and Son Gohan. Observing Wukong, Tarble noted that he was far more vivacious than the previous evening, leaping from branch to branch with the agility of a monkey. Indeed, calling him a monkey would not be amiss. In just a few breaths, Wukong arrived before Tarble. Brother Tarble, I have come, he exclaimed, producing the 4-star Dragon Ball from his clothing. This is the orb you were searching for, right? I have brought it for you. At that moment, Wukong wore a radiant smile, seemingly awaiting Tarble's praise. Thank you, Tarble replied, ruffling Wukong's hair with a chuckle. This mischievous lad has been rummaging through my room since dawn in search of these orbs. Gohan, witnessing this, felt a twinge of exasperation. And he claims he wanted to deliver it to you early. I suspect the little rascal was unsatisfied with last night's meal and has come to mooch off us again. Brother, that's a bit exaggerated. It's just a meal. Come, let us sit together. I have just finished preparing some food, Tarble invited warmly. Upon hearing this, Wukong wasted no time, grabbing the freshly served bread and stuffing it into his mouth. By the way, brother, when do you plan to send Wukong to Master Roshi? Tarble inquired. Gohan shook his head in response. I am not certain at the moment. However, if I do not allow him to go, he will not progress while he is following me. My abilities are limited, and I cannot continue his training. Wow, you two are quite early, Bulma exclaimed as she emerged, spotting Wukong already devouring bread. I have only just risen. Haha, then you must be quite the lazy pig, Wukong retorted, his mouth full of bread. Do you not understand? Girls need ample sleep to maintain their complexion. What girl? Are you a girl? Wukong looked at Bulma in shock. Bulma, in turn, was amused by the little rascal's innocence. Apologies, but we do not have many villages or cities nearby, so I have rarely taken Wukong outside. This is part of the reason I wish for him to train with Master Roshi, Bulma explained. Indeed, some common knowledge needs to be imparted. After all, Wukong is already 11 years old, Tarble remarked, prompting Bulma's astonishment. What? He is 11? How can he be so short? I thought he was only 7 or 8. No wonder he ate so much last night. Oh wait, I forgot to mention, Wukong and I are kin. We are both scions, Tarble clarified. Scions tend to grow rapidly after the age of 15, which is why we are shorter before that age. Bulma, still processing this information, asked Scions. Are you from some obscure tribe? Not quite. To be precise, we are actually extraterrestrials. Our planet has been destroyed, making us among the last few remnants of the Scion race, Tarble explained, shaking his head. No wonder you both have tails, Bulma remarked. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at the two of them. By the way, you just mentioned that your planet was destroyed. How could that happen with such advanced technology? At this moment, Bulma's curiosity as a woman was ignited. It wasn't technology. It was obliterated by an energy blast from the current cosmic overlord, Frisia. Tabor explained to Bulma. What? Not technology? An energy blast? Bulma was momentarily at a loss for words, stunned by his revelation, before her concern began to surface. If he were to come to Earth, could he not annihilate it with a single energy blast? Not for the time being. You see, Earth is not regarded as a prominent planet in the universe. Its location is somewhat remote, rendering it of little value. Bulma felt a sudden sense of relief at the thought of Earth's low value. Will they come to invade us? Then, do not worry. With my current strength, I could easily eliminate Frisia, Tabor reassured Bulma with a grin. Really? I'm quite knowledgeable, so don't deceive me, Bulma said. Her expression marked with skepticism as she scrutinized Tabor. Suddenly, she regained her composure and exclaimed, Then can't you also destroy Earth with an energy blast? Indeed, I could. The two bystanders were equally taken aback by Tabor's words. Tabor, how about I have Goku become your disciple? Gohan earnestly suggested. That won't do. I'm adept at training. But teaching a disciple is truly beyond my capabilities. How about I take Goku to Master Roshi's island this time? Wow, really? That would be amazing. Gohan's face lit up with a smile, but after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. Actually, it's been many years since I've seen Master Roshi. I would like to pay him a visit. What kind of person is Master Roshi? Goku inquired curiously, munching on a piece of bread. Well, how should I put it? Tabor scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. He is a person of exceptional martial arts prowess. If you become his disciple, you must study diligently. Is he stronger than Grandpa? Goku asked like an inquisitive child. Goku, Master Roshi is my teacher, so of course, he is stronger than I am. Fearing that Goku might utter something astonishing, Gohan quickly covered his mouth. Tabor, I will take Goku to prepare now. You both carry on with your business. With that, Gohan led the still eager Goku away. Chapter 20. Launchi watching Gohan and Goku depart, Tabor finally felt at ease and settled down with Bulma for breakfast. By the way, Bulma, this is the 4-star Dragon Ball that Goku brought earlier. Tabor handed Bulma the Dragon Ball from his pocket. Ah, I almost forgot. Thank you. She hurried back to the car to place the final Dragon Ball inside. So, what wish shall we make this time? Bulma asked, her face brimming with excitement as the memory of her previous encounter with the dragon lingered vividly in her mind. Well, if I could make a wish, I would desire the ability to teleport. It would certainly make traveling much more convenient, Tabor mused after a moment's thought, unaware that his words had already been etched into Bulma's memory. As the sun ascends higher in the sky, its rays grow ever more intense, accompanied by the continuous melodies of birds in the forest. After finishing the bread at the table, Tabor rises and claps his hands together, exclaiming, All right, I'm full now. It's time to set off. Bulma also stows away the bag of Dragon Balls and is about to board the vehicle when Tabor stops her. This time, let us fly directly instead of taking the car. Didn't you mention that the mountain roads were too bumpy? Huh. Bulma turns to look at him. Fly? Indeed. The Dragon Balls are all collected now. I shall take you to meet the God of Heaven. Tabor smiles as he extends his hand, assuring her that it need not be so laborious. You can also enjoy the scenery beneath you. Bulma gazes at his hand for a moment, and almost involuntarily, she places her hand gently upon it. Tabor then embraces Bulma in his arms, soaring into the air with a swift whoosh. An invisible force envelopes them, shielding Bulma from the turbulence of the winds. His embrace feels so warm, and she, blushing, finds herself entranced. However, as they fly past a nearby location, the sudden sound of gunfire erupts from below. Thinking it best to avoid trouble, she assumes it to be merely a skirmish between the police and robbers. To her shock, she spots a woman with golden hair wielding a machine gun, firing at the police. You've chased me for so long, now witness my might. A group of officers, caught off guard, cowers under the barrage from this deranged woman. Is that really Launchi? What a surprise to encounter her here, Tabor murmurs softly. Launchi, do you know her? Bulma peeks out from Tabor's embrace, just in time to see the golden-haired lunatic unleash a volley of bullets into the air, prompting her to retreat in fright. Wow, she looks rather formidable. She possesses a rather unique constitution, Tabor sighs, swiftly descending. I cannot allow her to continue this chaos. With a determined leap, Tabor lands firmly on a street corner, gently setting Bulma down before advancing toward Launchi. The woman is laughing maniacally atop a police car she has reduced to a honeycomb of bullet holes, her golden locks dancing in the wind. Her expression a fierce blend of exhilaration and aggression. Upon noticing Tabor descending from above, her brow furrows. Who are you? Did the police send you to capture me? Go to hell. Without waiting for Tabor to respond, she seizes her machine gun once more and trains it on him. As bullets whiz toward him, Tabor remains unfazed, his hands moving rapidly through the air, causing the bullets to fall harmlessly before him. Lanchi, utterly astonished by this display, suddenly produces another weapon, intent on shooting Tabor directly. In response, Tabor swiftly darts behind her, grasping her neck. Lanchi immediately collapses forward, and Tabor quickly positions himself to support her. At that moment, Bulma, who had been hiding nearby, approaches Tabor. Now, what is your connection to her? It seems you have once again stirred up trouble with another woman, prompting her ire. I will explain later. For now, we must leave. Otherwise, when the police arrive, we'll be entangled in a myriad of troubles, Tabor replies, taking Bulma in one arm and swiftly ascending into the sky. After flying for a while, Tabor softly speaks to Bulma. We have arrived. Ahead lies Korin Tower, with the temple hovering above it. I never anticipated such a place. How on earth was such a lofty tower constructed? Bulma, too, was taken aback by the towering Korin. Atop the tower resides a cat sage. The terms cat and sage are easily comprehensible when considered separately, yet together, they appear rather peculiar. Unbeknownst to Tarble, Bulma's inner musings went unheard as he swiftly brought her into the circular edifice of Korin Tower. Ah, Tarble, what brings you here for a leisurely visit today? The cat sage remarked, licking its paw pads. Oh, has it been only a short while since we last met, and you've already found two young companions? Not quite. I sort of stumbled upon her on my journey. Tarble gestured towards the unconscious blonde, Launch. Actually, her condition seems rather unusual. She transforms into another personality when she sneezes, fiery when blonde, gentle when blue-haired. Do you have any advice on how to resolve this? Such a phenomenon is indeed curious. However, I possess no solution for it. You might seek the guidance of the God of Heaven. Perhaps he can provide a remedy. Tarble nodded gently, placing Launch on a cushion in a corner of Korin Tower. Bulma observed this action from the side, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Humph. The cat sage, seemingly catching her mutterings, squinted with a mischievous grin. Ah, it appears the young lady is feeling a tinge of jealousy. Tarble certainly has a way with women. Not at all, Bulma instinctively retorted, her cheeks flushed with a faint hue. I'm merely, never mind. All right, cat sage. We must continue our ascent to seek the God of Heaven. I entrust Launch to your care for the time being, Tarble declared with a respectful bow. Rest assured, she shall be safe in my presence, the cat sage responded, stretching languidly. Tarble nodded, then lifted Bulma, and together they soared skyward towards the infinite expanse of clouds. As they ascended, the mist thickened, and the wind grew increasingly frigid, prompting Bulma to instinctively lean closer to Tarble. Are you cold? Just a little longer. We're almost there. Tarble whispered softly. Yes, a bit, Bulma replied quietly, her arms subtly encircling his neck. Tarble's face flushed slightly, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance as they continued their ascent. At last, breaking through the dense cloud cover, a vast floating platform came into view, the temple. Tarble landed steadily before the temple, and Bulma gazed around in awe. Is this truly the temple? To think such a vast space can float in the air, how impressive. Indeed, I was equally astonished when I first arrived, though I have since grown accustomed to it. The reasons behind it remain a mystery, Tarble replied. Tarble, you have returned. At that moment, Bobo, who was watering the trees in the plaza, approached them. Bulma leaned in closer to Tarble's ear, whispering, Tarble, why does the God of Heaven appear so dark? It's rather strange. Bulma, he is not the God of Heaven. He is Bobo, the servant of the God of Heaven. Upon hearing Tarble's explanation, Bulma realized her mistake. Tarble, did you bring her to the temple for a specific purpose? Bobo inquired as he approached Tarble. Tarble then recounted his recent experiences to Bobo, deliberately concealing his ability to create Dragon Balls. So, you have ventured forth to gather the Dragon Balls, remarked Bobo. It has been hundreds of years since the last successful summoning of the Eternal Dragon. The young girl, who created the Dragon Ball radar, is indeed remarkable. At that moment, the deity of the palace, having overheard their conversation, stepped forward with a serious demeanor. Tarble, the Dragon Balls can sometimes bring not only hope, but also endless calamity. I trust you will remain true to your principles and not be consumed by desire. Rest assured, Divine One, Tarble replied, nodding solemnly at the deity's grave expression. Meanwhile, Bulma, intrigued by the unusual figure before her, boldly circled around the deity while muttering something under her breath, although Tarble could not discern her words. The deity's expression remained inscrutable, though it appeared somewhat verdant. Bulma, out of curiosity after hearing Tarble mention them, said, "I brought her out to meet you." The deity nodded gently, a slight smile gracing his lips. "It is of no consequence. I can sense her kind-hearted nature. As you accompany her, she is welcome here." Mr. Bobo stood quietly nearby, maintaining a gentle smile. Yet his gaze discreetly followed Bulma's movements, observing her with subtle attentiveness. As Bulma explored the temple, she touched various objects and whispered, "Wow, Tarble, this place is far more beautiful than I imagined." Tarble, feeling a bit embarrassed, cleared his throat and softly cautioned, "Bulma, this is the residence of the Divine One. Please do not touch anything." "Oh, I know. I'm just looking. I won't be reckless," she replied, sticking her tongue out at him before leaning closer to the deity and quietly asking, "Divine One, how do you maintain this place's levitation? Is there an anti-gravity device or some extraterrestrial technology?" The deity smiled slightly. "Actually, this temple existed long before I became the current Divine One. I am not well versed in what you describe, but I believe it has little to do with any technology you may envision." Bulma's eyes sparkled, as if she had stumbled upon an exceedingly rare concept, and she eagerly continued to survey her surroundings. "Is that so? Is there any mysterious power here? Perhaps similar to that of the Eternal Dragon?" Seeing her completely immersed in her scientific curiosity, Tarble couldn't help but smile wryly as he stepped closer and gently pulled her back to his side, whispering, "You are here to meet a deity, not to conduct research. Who says I cannot pursue both?" Bulma retorted earnestly, "Perhaps, with my intellect, I could uncover the nature of such a power." The deity observed their interaction, his expression gradually softening, as if he felt a wave of long-lost vitality. It had been a long time since such visitors graced the temple, and their presence seemed to infuse a hint of earthly warmth into the tranquil atmosphere of the sacred space. "Tarble," the deity suddenly spoke, "your resolve appears more steadfast than before. It seems you have indeed grown during your journey." Tarble nodded earnestly, affirming, "Indeed. This journey has deepened my understanding of what I wish to protect." As he spoke, he gently turned his head to glance at Bulma, who fortuitously met his gaze, and they exchanged an involuntary smile. The celestial being slightly inclined his head, choosing not to elaborate further, but instead turned to walk towards the palace. "How was this journey? It surely did not disappoint you?" Tarble inquired with a smile directed at Bulma. "Well, throughout my life, I had no idea there were so many astonishing things in this world. No wonder my sister adores adventure so much," Bulma replied. "Let me take you back. You've been out for quite some time, and your mother must be longing for you." At this moment, Bulma bit her lip. "So, Tarble, are you really leaving?" "Oh, I originally intended to purchase a home in West City, so that when I feel bored, I can visit your house for tea and conversation. Is that true?" Hearing Tarble's words, Bulma's earlier reluctance dissipated, and she returned to her usual demeanor. Tarble nodded, his tone serious yet lighthearted. "Of course it is. I wouldn't dare to deceive you. Otherwise, you might just end up at my doorstep one day." Bulma pouted, feigning indifference as she scoffed. "Humph, it's good to know." She smiled, her gaze softening as she quietly remarked, "You know I didn't mean it that way." Her voice faltered, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she gathered the courage to continue. "I just want to know if you will be away for long periods while training." Tarble paused momentarily, then reached out to gently stroke her hair. "I would never be away for long." Bulma looked down and smiled, feeling as if her heart were warmed by a soft cloud, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. After speaking, he took her hand once more and softly said, "Let's go. I will escort you home." Bulma nodded, casting a reluctant glance back at the temple one last time before leaning against Tarble's shoulder. "Let us set forth," Tarble murmured. In the next moment, the air trembled, and the two transformed into a stream of ethereal energy, vanishing into the heights above. Meanwhile, atop the temple, the cat sage leaped onto the railing, observing the direction they departed with a lick of its paw, murmuring, "Youth is truly delightful. I wonder if they will remember that there is a golden-haired lunatic lounging in Kalinta." Simultaneously, in the lounge of Kalinta, the golden-haired Lanchi opened her eyes, rubbing her still sore neck. "Ouch, that hurts. That damn rascal was so rough. If I see him again, I shall teach him a harsh lesson." A sudden sneeze transformed her golden locks to blue, and she gazed out the window with gentle eyes. "Huh, How did I end up here? Am I sleepwalking again? The cat Sage, witnessing this scene, found it immensely amusing, for it had never encountered such an occurrence. Hey, what is your name? Huh, a cat can talk? How strange. Am I still dreaming? Lanchi, taken aback by the talking cat, froze, believing she was trapped in a dream. How rude. Address me as the cat Sage. I am the guardian of Kalinta, the cat Sage retorted, clearly displeased by Lanchi's lack of formality. My apologies. I did not intend to. My name is Lanchi. Greetings, cat Sage. Upon hearing this gentle and courteous voice, the cat Sage immediately felt his heart soften. Do you know why you are here? I am uncertain. But it seems I often experience sleepwalking, and after each episode, I tend to engage in mischief. Thus, I have been quite worried about causing harm to others. As Lanchi spoke, a hint of anxiety and fear crept into her tone. It appears your condition is indeed rather unique. Since the young lad who brought you here has forgotten you, you may remain for now. I will assist you in searching for a remedy. The cat Sage stroked his beard as he spoke. Really? Thank you so very much. At that moment, Lanchi was filled with joy, relieved that she would no longer have to worry about hurting anyone. Chapter 22. The obsession of the Huaxia people with a swift motion. Tabor soared through the clouds with Bulma, gradually approaching the skies above the West City. The wind howled in their ears, yet his energy shielded them from its chill. Upon landing, the two stood atop a high-rise building. The expansive cityscape sprawled beneath them. Ah, I am finally back, Bulma exhaled, gazing at the familiar and bustling city, a smile gracing her lips. Flying is certainly much faster than taking an airplane. What's the matter? Want to learn? I can teach you. The moment those words left Tabor's lips, he felt they sounded rather awkward in this context. Never mind, mastering it must be quite challenging. I have no desire to end up battered and bruised, Bulma quickly replied, her talents lying in technology after all. Haha, it's quite all right. If you ever wish to go anywhere, I can take you, Tabor added, whispering into Bulma's ear. This instantaneously conjured a myriad of images in her mind, causing a subtle blush to rise to her cheeks, effectively dispelling any remaining thoughts of training. Let us go. We should first check out some houses, and I will return you home shortly, Tabor remarked, observing the slight flush on Bulma's face. His words brought her back to reality. Yes, let's go buy a house. Bulma grasped Tabor's hand and headed towards the elevator. I know a place with real estate agents. Allow me to show you. Tabor paused momentarily, allowing her to lead the way, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Sunlight streamed through the glass of the towering buildings, casting a warm and bright glow upon their figures. Tabor followed Bulma to a well-known real estate agency in West City. As they pushed open the door, a staff member approached to greet them. However, having dealt with jewel merchants on a previous occasion, Tabor found this to be a mere triviality. Do you have any houses near Dr. Brief's residence? Upon hearing this, the staff member recognized a business opportunity, as that location was in a bustling district with a hefty price tag. Indeed, we have properties available, and the purchasing process is quite smooth. Before long, they were shown a nearby property, a 3-story, standalone villa, now on the market due to the company's bankruptcy. Accompanied by the salesperson, they arrived at the villa, which boasted a façade of creamy white marble. Upon entering the villa, one notices that the ground is predominantly a well-manicured lawn, with a central pathway leading the way, while neatly arranged unknown trees line the perimeter against the enclosing wall. The backyard boasts a magnificent swimming pool, accompanied by an assortment of tables and chairs for relaxation. Inside, the ambience exudes sophistication and elegance, indicative of the owner's meticulous attention to detail. It appears that the proprietor of this villa had invested considerable effort into its design. Tarble and Bulma both find themselves enamored by the style and decor of the residence. This villa, recently renovated by the company's owner, has only been aired out for 3 months. Unfortunately, the company faced bankruptcy due to product defects, compelling the owner to sell this exquisite property. The villa is fully equipped with modern and smart design elements, making it an ideal residence for a young couple. The salesperson engaged in conversation, but upon mentioning young couple, both Tarble and Bulma chose not to clarify, seemingly acquiescing to the implication. In truth, many prospective buyers had already viewed the villa, all expressing satisfaction. Yet the owner's need to repay loans has kept the price elevated, preventing a sale. Upon hearing this explanation, Tarble wasted no time. He promptly produced his bank card and purchased the villa outright, for he possessed ample wealth. After returning to the agency and completing all necessary paperwork, they once again returned to the villa. Gazing at the property, Tarble felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had toiled for years without even the means for a down payment. Yet now he found himself the proud owner of a standalone villa in the Dragon Ball world, a home of his own. Perhaps a manifestation of his deep-seated aspirations as a descendant of Huaxia. Since you've just acquired the villa, it will require a thorough cleaning. Perhaps you could spend the night at my place? Bulma suggested hesitantly. I'm concerned that your constant back and forth would be too troublesome, she added, her tone growing firmer as she nodded in agreement. Tarble, amused by Bulma's endearing demeanor, concealed his delight. All right, let us first find a housekeeping service, and then we shall head to your home. Sounds good, she replied, and they linked arms, setting off to find the service before making their way to Bulma's residence. Bulma, you're back so soon, exclaimed Mrs. Brief, who was still tending to small animals, upon seeing them enter. What do you mean? Mom, we were gone for several months. How can you say we returned so quickly? Bulma responded, sensing a hint of double entendre in her mother's words. I actually thought you might be gone for a year and a half, and by the time you returned, I would have the pleasure of holding my grandchild. What a pity, Mrs. Brief remarked, tapping her temple in feigned frustration. Mom, Bulma exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment at her mother's insinuation. All right. I won't mention it again, Mrs. Brief chuckled, covering her mouth as she slowly departed. I'll prepare some snacks for you. Don't mind my mother. She asked just like that. Let us sit down, Bulma said, leaning back in her chair with her hands resting on the back. Not at all. I actually find your mother's personality quite delightful and cheerful, Tarble replied. Tarble reclined on the beach chair, gazing at the clouds drifting above. Bulma, what plans do you have upon your return? Bulma tilted her head and glanced at him, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the chair's backrest. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, to be honest, I have no concrete plans at the moment. My father has been managing the company all along. Moreover, I've just graduated from school. It seems I have very little to occupy my time. I see, Bulma. Could you do me a favor? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Tarble sat up and addressed her. Could you help me create a gravity chamber? Are you planning to train in the gravity chamber? Bulma inquired, tilting her head as she regarded Tarble. Not exactly. I intend for Goku to use it. He could benefit from it, while I've been wearing a gravity device that is constantly activated on my arm. He gestured toward the bracelet on his arm. This bracelet has gravity functionality? Bulma's interest piqued at the sight of such a small object possessing such capabilities. Quick, take it off so I can examine it. Bulma, always eager to explore such devices, stepped forward, eager for Tarble to remove the bracelet for her inspection. Oh dear, we've only just arrived home, and you two seem so impatient, remarked Mrs. Brief, who had entered with refreshments, her expression betraying her amusement at the scene. No, it's not what you think, Mom. Bulma quickly released Tarble's arm and waved her hands dismissively. It's perfectly fine. If you're worried about me interrupting, I can step out for a bit and leave you two alone, Mrs. Brief added, ever the observer of youthful antics. Bulma, genuinely flustered, hurried to her mother and grasped her arm, shaking it as she exclaimed, Mom, if you keep this up, I'll get angry. Mrs. Brief chuckled heartily in response. Careful, or you'll spill the drinks, Tarble remarked as he watched the two of them in their playful commotion, feeling that the situation needed defusing. Chapter 23. The solution. Upon hearing Tarble's words, Bulma finally unclasped her hands. Mom, you always laugh at me. I'm just concerned for you, Mrs. Brief returned, re-entering with a platter of fruit tarts and a pot of tea. She placed the tart down and winked at Tarble. Come, have some sugar. You young people, don't just speak sweet nothings. Remember to nourish yourselves as well. Mom, Bulma's cheeks flushed deeper. We're not what you think. All right, not at all, Mrs. Brief replied with a benevolent smile, her words light-hearted and devoid of ulterior motives. Seeing this, Tarble chuckled softly and accepted a piece of pastry. Thank you, Mrs. Brief. Don't call me Mrs. Brief, it sounds so formal. Just call me Auntie. Of course, if you prefer to call me mother-in-law or mom, I wouldn't mind that either. She waved her hand, her eyes sparkling with understanding. Bulma covered her face, utterly embarrassed. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. As she fled the scene, Tarble could not help but shake his head and smile at her retreating figure. Mrs. Brief glanced at Bulma's retreating figure before turning to Tabule, and suddenly, in a lowered voice, inquired, Tabule, do you harbor feelings for my Bulma as well? Tabule paused slightly, but soon lifted his head, solemnly nodding in affirmation. Indeed, I trust you. You can bring happiness to Bulma. Mrs. Brief replied with a cheerful smile. Now, do share with me the adventures you've encountered on your journey. I have been quite bored at home during this time. The two settled into the lounge chairs by the pool, recounting tales of their escapades and Bulma's amusing childhood misadventures. Meanwhile, Bulma retreated to her room, closing the door with a soft thud, leaning heavily against the door panel, her cheeks slightly flushed. What on earth? Mother truly has no filter. She then flopped onto her bed, seemingly lost in thoughts of a future life with Tabule. What am I even thinking? She mused, tossing and turning on the bed. Time swiftly passed, and dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. The three gathered around the dining table, indulging in a sumptuous feast while engaging in gossip. Upon hearing that Tabule would be staying overnight, Mrs. Brief became animated, exclaiming, See, I've always said it's most convenient for young people to live together. The kitchen is stocked with your favorite snacks. Just heat them up if you get hungry at night. Bulma pressed her forehead. Mom, can you please act normal? I am perfectly normal. Mrs. Brief grinned at Tabule. Tabule, the guest room next to Bulma's is all set up for you. You shall stay there tonight. Thank you very much, Annie, Tabule responded politely. After dinner, they each took a shower and donned comfortable loungewear. Bulma, with her hair still damp, nestled on the living room sofa with a bottle of soda, while Tabule sat across, flipping through the invention magazine left by Dr. Brief. Are you interested in these books my father has? Bulma glanced over. Not particularly. I was just casually flipping through. However, your father has indeed created something remarkable with the universal capsule. Before Bulma could respond, a flash of lightning streaked across the window, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Wow! The weather in West City changes so rapidly. Bulma rose to draw the curtains, and a gust of wind brought raindrops inside, causing her to instinctively hunch her shoulders. Tabule stood and walked over, gently closing the window, then handed her a towel. Your hair is still wet. Be careful not to catch a cold. Bulma accepted the towel, a faint smile gracing her lips. As she gazed at the lightning outside, Tabule suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, what's wrong? Bulma inquired softly, noticing his sudden agitation. Do you remember Lanchi? We forgot about the Dragon Balls. Ah, indeed. I was so caught up exploring the temple that I completely forgot. Bulma recalled. But it should be fine. With the cat fairy around, Lanchi won't be in any danger or act out of line. Tabule shook his head in disagreement. I will check on the Dragon Balls tomorrow. They continued their conversation for a while before retreating to their respective rooms, leaving the night silent. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, filling the room with a gentle aroma of breakfast. As Bulma descended the stairs, rubbing her eyes, she beheld Tabule, already dressed and seated at the dining table, sipping soy milk. Beside her, Bulma's mother was playfully teasing her beloved black cat. Good morning, mother and Tabule. She yawned as she took her seat. Bulma, you really ought to refrain from sleeping in so late. Perhaps you should rise early to prepare a loving breakfast for your future husband, Mrs. Brief remarked, eyeing the still yawning Bulma with a playful jab. Enough of your nonsense, mother. Bulma replied, suddenly aware of her mother's teasing. Good morning, Bulma. By the way, we need to make a trip to Kalinta later. Tabule set down her cup. Could you assist me with my house? Please check what needs replacing or purchasing in terms of furniture. Understood, Bulma replied, though she secretly wished to accompany Tabule. Her curiosity about how to arrange Tabule's home was far greater. The sunlight bathed the towering Kalinta, and Tabule landed gracefully. The cat sage was basking in the sun with a small pot of celestial beans when he noticed Tabule's arrival. Ah, the gallant hero has come to save the day, only to leave a mess behind, he remarked with a light hum. My apologies, cat sage. I completely forgot, Tabule admitted, feeling a touch embarrassed. And where's Lanchi? She is helping me clean up, Tabule replied. That golden-haired girl was quite vocal yesterday, threatening to take you down the next time she encountered you, but after sneezing, her hair turned blue. The cat sage shrugged. Yet, after her transformation, she seems like an entirely different person. If I hadn't witnessed her metamorphosis, I might have suspected her to be a twin. With a sigh, Tabule remarked, I shall go check on her. He entered Kalinta's abode and found the blue-haired Lanchi busily cleaning with a cloth. Who are you? A friend of the cat sage? Lanchi inquired curiously upon seeing someone other than the sage. I was the one who brought you to this place, Tabule explained gently to the soft-spoken girl before him. Thank you. Otherwise, I might have harmed others again. It seems every time I lose focus, I end up making many mistakes, Lanchi confessed, a hint of distress creeping into her voice. It's all right. I will take you to the temple. Perhaps the divine beings may have a solution, Tabule reassured her. sensing that no one had inquired about Lanchi's situation. She is a good girl at heart. I truly wish she could remain at Kalinta, but she is still young, and I cannot allow her to waste her youth here, the cat sage remarked to Tabor. After exchanging farewells with the cat sage, the two soared towards the temple, cradling Lanchi in their arms. The temple remained tranquil and solemn, and the deity leaned on a staff, gazing intently at the ground. Lanchi, this is the deity of earth. Tabor introduced the figure before them. Greetings, Divine One. I am Lanchi. I humbly ask for your guidance. She bowed respectfully. The deity, though peculiar in appearance, with a green hue enveloping its form, regarded them with benevolence. Tabor, you seek assistance regarding the two personalities residing within this girl, the deity stated, turning its gaze toward Lanchi. Her condition, as I mentioned yesterday, needs further examination. The celestial being observed that every time she sneezed, her personality would shift drastically, devoid of any self-control. I am curious to discover what influences her behavior and if there exists a remedy. The divine figure stepped forward, raising a finger to touch Lanchi's forehead, and a radiant green light enveloped them. After a brief moment, the luminescence faded, and the divine being withdrew their hand. There are two souls residing within her, they stated, furrowing their brow. It is plausible that both souls entered the same body during reincarnation. This predicament may be beyond my ability to resolve. Since you have gathered the Dragon Balls, perhaps you could request the Eternal Dragon to separate them into two distinct beings. After a moment of contemplation, the celestial being addressed Tabor. It seems this is the only course of action. Thank you, Divine One. I shall take Lanchi home now. Go forth, and do return when you have the opportunity, the divine being nodded. Tabor, cradling Lanchi, descended from the celestial temple and set forth towards West City. Chapter 25. The compromise of golden-haired Lanchi. The midday sun ascended steadily. Tabor swiftly returned to West City with Lanchi, bypassing Bulma's residence and heading directly to his own villa. Upon arrival, he noticed numerous workers transporting furniture and appliances in and out. Wow, Tabor, your home is magnificent. This villa must be quite expensive, exclaimed Lanchi, gazing at the estate in astonishment. Indeed, it is somewhat costly, though it is worth every penny. Come, let us enter, Tabor replied, guiding her inside. As they stepped through the threshold, they found Bulma directing the workers. Upon seeing Tabor and Lanchi, she approached eagerly. Tabor, who is she? Isn't Lanchi supposed to have golden hair? Bulma inquired, puzzled. This is Lanchi, but whenever she sneezes, her hair and personality transform, Tabor explained. Bulma, intrigued, scrutinized Lanchi, having previously only witnessed the golden-haired version of her. A sudden sneeze escaped Lanchi, prompted by the dust stirred up by the workers. This time, Bulma witnessed the transformation firsthand. Ah, you chaotic creature. Prepare to meet your demise. Golden-haired Lanchi declared, reaching for a weapon from her capsule, only to discover that her capsules had been confiscated. Without her weaponry, she promptly turned to flee, intending to retrieve her arms before exacting revenge. Seeing this unfold, Tabor felt a wave of frustration wash over him and, once again, rendered golden-haired Lanchi unconscious. How astonishing. I never anticipated that sneezing could truly transform someone into another person. I consulted the divine being, and they revealed that her body houses two souls. While separating them is not particularly difficult, the challenge lies in finding a suitable place for the detached soul. Thus, we plan to summon the Eternal Dragon for a solution. Very well, we shall inform her upon her awakening. For now, let us take her to a room for some rest. Tabor nodded, carrying golden-haired Lanchi to the room Bulma had prepared for her. Bulma, I appreciate all your hard work today. You've been busy for quite some time. Tabor observed the well-arranged furniture within the villa and remarked, It's good that you know. Just remember to reward me well in the future. With a light chuckle, he added, Tonight, I shall treat you to a grand feast. However, upon hearing this, Bulma swiftly declined. I refuse. If you claim it is a grand feast, you won't expect me to assist with the chores, will you? Their laughter resonated, and a beam of sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon them, blissfully unaware of the person still resting on the bed. After a half-day's toil, the placement and cleaning of the villa's furniture were finally completed. Tabor and Bulma sat on the living room sofa, engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, a commotion outside drew their attention. Looking up, they noticed a colorful object descending from the window. Exchanging glances, they hurried upstairs to Lanchi's room, only to discover the blonde Lanchi precariously perched by the window, fashioning a rope from various clothes and bed linens. Upon noticing their arrival, Lanchi awkwardly withdrew from the window, her foot hovering just outside. "Do you believe I was merely hanging clothes?" she asked. Tabor and Buma simultaneously shook their heads, prompting Lanchi to deflate like a punctured balloon as she sank back onto her bed. "So what do you want? Why have you brought me here?" Her tone was resolute, as though she had resigned herself to her fate. "Actually, you should have realized by now that you possess a dual soul. Each time you sneeze and regain consciousness, do you not find yourself in unfamiliar surroundings?" Tabor addressed the blonde Lanchi. "And so what?" she retorted, her demeanor indifferent. "Your attitude is truly infuriating," Buma interjected, unable to contain her frustration. "If my presence bothers you, why not just release me? It would save you the trouble." Lanchi replied nonchalantly. "What if I told you I have a means to separate you?" Tabor's words caught Lanchi's attention, causing her to sit upright on the bed. "Really? That should be feasible," she replied, intrigued. "Let us discuss this later. You must be hungry. Let us descend for a meal," he suggested, leading the three of them downstairs. "Wow, this place is quite impressive," Lanchi whistled, her hands clasped behind her head as she strolled around the newly renovated three-story villa. "You've got quite the eye for a good location," she complimented. "All right, enough wandering. Let us eat first, and then we shall address your matters," Tabor said, ignoring Lanchi's leisurely exploration as he took a seat in the dining area. "Humph, considering you can assist me, I shall refrain from losing my temper for now." Lanchi rolled her eyes but casually removed her jacket, tossing it onto the back of the sofa. She began issuing commands. "Bring me my food. Who is going to attend to you?" Buma's irritation flared as she observed the scene. Living under someone else's roof is indeed challenging," Lanchi murmured, ultimately rising to serve herself. Though she grumbled, she no longer acted defiantly. Tabor chuckled softly at Lanchi's stubbornness juxtaposed with her compliance, shaking his head in amusement at her carefree nature. After finishing their meal, the group settled back onto the living room sofa. Bulma leaned against the opposite side of the sofa, flipping through a magazine, while Tarble lay back, somewhat bored, watching television. Meanwhile, the golden-haired Lanchi, clutching a cushion, swung her legs absent-mindedly. Suddenly, she looked up at Tarble and said, "Hey, kid, when do you plan to help me with my physical issues?" Tarble, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "That depends on your performance." "What?" Lanchi straightened up, ready to explode. "What do you mean?" Tarble finally turned to her. "I mean, with your temper still so fiery, if I set you free, will you not just run to the bank with a rocket launcher?" Lanchi was momentarily speechless, and after a few seconds, mumbled, "I just lack money to spend." Bulma glanced at her, her tone softening slightly. "So take it slow. Since you're willing to trust us, give yourself a bit more time." Lanchi nodded in silence, her voice unusually gentle. "You two are really troublesome." "Likewise." Bulma shot back, while flipping through her magazine. "It's been a hassle since you moved in." The three exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Bulma, it's getting late. Shouldn't you inform your mother?" Tarble looked out at the darkening sky. "What? I just helped you tidy up the villa today. And now you want to kick me out?" Bulma made a dramatic face. Tarble quickly waved his hands. No. Then stay over tonight. More people make it lively." Meanwhile, the golden-haired Lanchi, watching the two of them so intimately, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. "I'm going to bed," she said, striding toward the upstairs rooms. Both of them were left puzzled by Lanchi's sudden departure after moments of laughter. What just happened? Why did she leave so abruptly? How strange. They each lingered in the living room for a while before retreating to their respective rooms. Chapter 26. Guidance. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room. "Bulma, wake up. Breakfast is ready." A gentle voice called from the doorway, rousing Bulma from her slumber. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned, descending the stairs and surveying her somewhat unfamiliar surroundings, suddenly recalling she was not at home. What was that voice? Just then, the clinking of pots and pans emanated from the kitchen. "Breakfast is ready," came a warm voice. Turning around, they saw Lanchi, with blue hair and an apron, smiling as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 steaming bowls of fried rice. Lanchi." Bulma stared in astonishment at the person before her, inwardly pondering. Wasn't she the golden-haired Lanchi just yesterday? How could she seem like a different person after just one night's sleep? Did she perhaps sneeze in her sleep? "Stop standing there like a fool. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. It's time for breakfast," Lanchi said gently, smiling at Bulma. Okay," Bulma replied, heading toward the washroom. Meanwhile, Tarble silently observed the scene while sipping his hot tea, reflecting inwardly, if every day could begin like this, it wouldn't be too bad. After finishing her breakfast, Bulma tidied up her backpack and said to Tarble, I'm heading home now. I still remember the gravity room. I will begin my research as soon as I return. Well then, I entrust it to you. Don't overexert yourself. Tarble nodded in agreement. I also plan to visit Master Roshi's island to see how Goku has been progressing with his training. With reluctance, Bulma made her way back home, embarking on her study of the gravity room. I'll leave the care of Launch to you. I'll be back shortly. Don't wear yourself out, Tarble reminded her, aware of Launch's nature. Launch gently nodded in response, assuring him, all right, don't worry. Tarble waved goodbye to Launch and leaped into the air, soaring like a bird toward the sky. As he watched Tarble's receding figure, Launch turned and began her busy day. Under the azure sky, Tarble gracefully glided through the clouds, the sound of the rushing wind accompanying him. Soon, the familiar little house on Master Roshi's island came into view, the sea shimmering beneath the sunlight. The sound of waves crashing melodiously against the shore. He landed softly, just in time to see Goku performing frog leaps while carrying a turtle shell, with Krillin panting behind him. Due to Tarble's intervention, Krillin and Goku had crossed paths on their way, arriving together at the island to seek their master's guidance. Hey, Brother Tarble, Goku exclaimed upon spotting him, rushing over. What brings you here? Just checking to see if you've been slacking off, Tarble teased. Master Roshi, sporting his sunglasses, greeted Tarble with a cheerful smile. You've been away for so long without stopping by. How could I not, Master Roshi? I brought you a gift. Tarble replied, producing the latest photo collection he had purchased in West City and handing it to the master. Wow, this is splendid, Master Roshi exclaimed, eagerly flipping through the pages. These are my two new apprentices. You already know Goku. This one is Krillin, a little trickster. Please help me train them for a bit. I'm going to take a rest now. Without waiting for Tarble's agreement, he turned and returned to his house. Tarble observed Master Roshi joyfully bounding back inside with the photo collection, a smirk playing on his lips. He then turned his attention to the two eager young boys. Finish up your previous training first. I will guide you on the rest shortly. With arms crossed, Tarble watched as Goku and Krillin, burdened by the hefty turtle shell, ran and jumped on the beach, performing push-ups. Although their movements were somewhat clumsy, they approached the task with utmost seriousness. Not bad, Tarble nodded, noting to himself that Goku's physical coordination and foundational strength already surpassed his original counterpart in the story. Clearly, Gohan's guidance had facilitated his accelerated growth. His gaze shifted to Krillin, who, despite his incessant complaints, did not falter in his efforts. Particularly noteworthy were his nimble legs and swift punches, indicating considerable potential. Don't slack off, Krillin, Tarble suddenly called out, his voice ringing clearly in their ears. Your center of gravity is too high. While your movements are quick, they lack stability. Against a true opponent, you will easily expose your weaknesses. Krillin was taken aback and hurriedly adjusted his stance, exclaiming, Yes, yes, yes. All right, come over and take a break. Upon hearing this, Goku and Krillin plopped down on the beach, gasping for breath. Finally, it's over, Krillin lay back on the ground, panting. After 10 minutes, Tarble walked over and sat beside them, stating, For the next practical exercise, you two will spar while I provide guidance from the sidelines. Upon hearing this, Goku and Krillin instantly perked up, rising to their feet and assuming their stances. The battle was imminent. Goku charged forward first, throwing a straight punch at Krillin. Krillin swiftly dodged and retaliated with a kick aimed at Goku's waist. Goku quickly pivoted, grasping Krillin's leg and flinging him away. Krillin executed a somersault in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. The two exchanged blows, yet it was evident that Krillin was at a disadvantage. Tarble observed their movements closely, occasionally offering advice. Goku, you can increase your punch speed. Krillin, be sure to protect your vital areas during defense. Suddenly, Krillin pointed and shouted, Look over there. Goku, intrigued by Krillin's words, turned to look, only to be caught off guard as Krillin seized the opportunity to kick him away. Just as Krillin prepared to pursue his advantage, Tarble interjected, All right, the battle is over. Hearing this, Krillin halted his actions, while Goku, who had just regained his footing, clutched his stomach and groaned. That hurt. Krillin, you scoundrel. How could you sneak attack me? Krillin, stroking his bald head, replied, All is fair in war. Tarble then inquired, Did you gain any insights or thoughts from this battle? Krillin remarked, Krillin is too cunning. Otherwise, he would not stand a chance against me. Goku added, sometimes, combat is not solely about strength. When you find yourself at a disadvantage, employing tactics like Krillin's is the optimal solution. Blindly charging forward will only lead to your own demise. As for Krillin, he reflected, though such tactics may achieve certain ends, they become futile when there is a significant disparity in strength. One's own prowess is the foundation. Yes, I understand. Both Krillin and Goku replied in unison. All right, continue your training, Taboo encouraged. As time passed, the once high-hanging sun gradually descended, and the sea breeze brought a refreshing chill. Let us conclude today's training here, Taboo announced. The two were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground with heavy eyelids. Observing this, Taboo tossed them 2 senza beans, saying, "These are senza beans. Consuming them will restore your stamina." Without hesitation, they popped the beans into their mouths, chewing and swallowing. How marvelous! They exclaimed as a surge of energy rejuvenated their fatigued bodies. This small pouch of senza beans is for you to keep in reserve. Do not consume them casually, as they can not only restore fatigue but also heal life-threatening injuries, so take care of them. As he spoke, he retrieved another small pouch of senza beans from his system space and tossed it to Goku and Krillin. Master Roshi, you always lose track of time while reading. They remarked, I shall take my leave for now. Please inform him later. With that, I leaped into the air, soaring towards the western city. How wonderful it would be if I could fly. Klin gazed enviously at Tarble as he departed. As long as we diligently practice, I believe I shall soon be able to fly as well, Goku declared with unwavering determination. Chapter 27. A conversation upon Tarble's return home. He found Lan Shi already had a meal prepared, waiting for him, as if she were a devoted wife awaiting her husband's return from work. I'm back, Tarble announced to Lan Shi, who was lost in thought at the table. Startled from her reverie, Lan Shi rose to her feet. Welcome back. You must be hungry. Come, let us eat, she said gently to Tarble. Tarble removed his coat and draped it over the sofa before approaching the dining table, which was laden with an array of delectable dishes. The enticing aroma enveloped him, rekindling a long-lost sense of home. This looks delicious, he said with a smile as he took his seat. Lan Shi nodded. I anticipated you would be hungry upon your return, so I prepared in advance. Tarble picked up a piece of food and tasted it, his face lighting up with surprise. This is truly delightful. Upon receiving the compliment, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Lan Shi's eyes. Really? That is wonderful. I was worried you might not like it. Not at all, Tarble replied, gazing at her. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted to one of serene warmth, akin to the silent understanding found beneath the streetlights in the stillness of the night. The two shared a quiet meal together. After dinner, as Lan Shi cleared the dishes, Tarble quietly assisted her in drying the utensils. The sound of running water mingled with gentle laughter, creating an almost mundane sense of happiness that seemed to blossom quietly. Once everything was tidied up, they settled onto the sofa in the living room, the television on, yet no one was truly watching. Tarble reclined against the back of the sofa, a warm cup of tea in hand, gazing out at the starry sky. Turning to Lan Shi, he queried, Are you still comfortable living here? Lan Shi paused for a moment before nodding and softly responding, Yes, it's very quiet here, which brings me a sense of peace. That is good to hear. If there is anything you need, or if I can assist you in any way, please don't hesitate to let me know. Just as Tarble was about to utter more comforting words, a gentle breeze wafted in through the window. Achoo! Suddenly, Lan Shi sneezed again, her hair flying about. Hey Tarble, why are you sitting so close to me? Do you have any ulterior motives? The golden-haired Lan Shi regarded him with suspicion. Tarble, taken aback, could only smile wryly at the sudden shift in her demeanor. You're at it again. Lan Shi, hands on her hips, glared at him with displeasure. Humph, were you planning to do something strange while I was distracted? Don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. I haven't done anything, Tarble exclaimed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. You merely sneezed. Must you fabricate an entire narrative in your mind? Humph, you better not have, she retorted, tugging at her sleeves as if to ensure she hadn't been subjected to any unwelcome advances. Tarble sighed, then suddenly shifted his tone, looking at her earnestly. Since you are here, I have something I wish to hear your thoughts on. What is it? Asked the golden-haired Lan Shi, raising her brow, her expression a mix of impatience and curiosity. I plan to have Shenlong separate you all to live independently for a while. What do you think? Lan Shi was taken aback, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. She turned her head away with a scoff. Humph, do you all think I'm too much of a hassle? Want to kick me out? That's not the intention, Tarble replied earnestly, shaking his head. By separating you, You will all be independent entities, free to pursue your own desires. Lanchi fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly pondering the matter. The night breeze brushed against the window, and the room remained aglow with soft light, as if the arguments, transformations, and antics were merely the most natural part of this delicate relationship. What about the other me? What does she think? Lanchi asked after a moment of contemplation. I'm not sure yet. I will ask her later, Tarble responded. Lanchi then returned to her room, deep in thought. Meanwhile, in another location, Bulma was conducting research in the laboratory, yet her mind was elsewhere. It was already nighttime, and she couldn't shake the thought of whether Tarble and Lanchi might be involved in something indescribable. Surely not. They hardly knew each other. But what if? Bulma's mind raced with unfounded worries, causing her to lose focus on her research. She decided to remove her lab coat and left the laboratory. What am I really worried about? She mused as she headed home, kicking small stones along the way. Tarble is not the type to act recklessly. And Lanchi's temper after transformation shouldn't lead to anything, right? But what if the blue-haired Lanchi shows up? The more she thought, the more agitated she became, running her fingers through her hair. But they are living together, under the same roof, and it seems Lanchi is quite dependent on Tarble. Ugh, why am I even fretting over this? She exclaimed, grasping her hair and letting out a quiet scream. I'm going crazy. Suddenly, she paused. Should I return to Tarble's villa? No, that would clearly show mistrust. Forget it. I'll just go home, wash up, and sleep. With a resigned sigh, she continued on her way home. Tarble gazed at the ceiling, his arms resting behind his head, as the moonlight streamed through the curtain seams, casting a gentle silver glow across the room. Images of that day on Turtle Island surfaced in his mind, along with Goku and Krillin diligently training. Though he possessed some strength now, he was acutely aware of the uncertain path that lay ahead. Living on Earth as a scion meant facing innumerable formidable foes in the future. If, one day, a foe as powerful as a god of destruction appears, will I truly have the means to protect them? Tarble closed his eyes, envisioning Bulma's smile, Lanchi's gentle presence, and even the boisterous yet oddly endearing personality of the golden-haired Lanchi. He suddenly realized that he had begun to develop attachments in this world. Perhaps it is time for me to increase the intensity of my training, he murmured softly. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside, producing a whispering sound that felt like the night's soft murmur, as well as the unwavering direction gradually solidifying within his heart. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The early summer sunlight streamed through the curtains into the villa's living room, where the golden-haired Lanchi sat cross-legged on the sofa, idly flipping through a magazine, while occasionally glancing towards the basement. Isn't she pushing herself too hard? She muttered softly to herself, clearly already strong enough. Why can't she take a break from the basement? Over the past few days, Tarble had scarcely left the basement, tirelessly training in a gravity environment. From dawn till dusk, he only appeared briefly at mealtimes, spending the rest of his time engaged in weighted exercises. His sweat rarely dried, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. The basement, initially just an ordinary space, had been reinforced by Bulma, who had taken a few extra days to assist. After all, he feared that if something were to go awry during training, the entire villa might collapse. Meanwhile, Bulma frequently visited the villa, bringing along blueprints and new components each time. Occasionally, she would set up a small workstation on the living room table, mumbling incantations whose meanings were lost on those around her. It seemed she intended to transfer her laboratory to Tarble's villa. However, during Bulma's experimental endeavors, Lanchi remained particularly quiet, seemingly quite fascinated by the proceedings. Bulma also mentioned that the project was nearing completion and the gravity chamber would soon be ready. Amidst these light-hearted interludes, the bond between the three of them inadvertently deepened. Chapter 28. The Dragon Ball Wish. That evening, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the earth in warmth. Bulma rushed into the villa with the swiftness of the wind, bursting through the door with enthusiasm. Tarble, the gravity chamber you wanted is ready. Don't shout. He's still training in the basement and hasn't come up yet, replied Lanchi, reclining on the sofa, perusing the latest magazine while adjusting her ear. But you can wait a little longer. It seems the timing is just about right for him to come up. Bulma rubbed her hands together in excitement. That's wonderful. Tarble will surely be thrilled. Just then, the basement door creaked open, and Tarble emerged, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed over. Tarble, the gravity chamber is ready. I've had it delivered. You can go try it out. A smile of surprise spread across Tarble's face. Really? Let me go take a look. With that, he strode toward the gravity chamber outside, with Bulma and Lanchi following closely behind, marveling at the chamber, which was about the size of a small house. Tarble couldn't help but express his admiration for Bulma's remarkable capabilities and the effort she had put forth to complete it in such a short time. Bulma, you are truly amazing. I can't believe you managed to finish the gravity chamber so quickly. It must have taken a considerable amount of effort. Thank you. Oh, it was nothing, Bulma replied modestly. This gravity chamber can support up to 100 times the weight. I believe Goku should be able to make good use of it for quite some time. Upon hearing Tarble's words, Bulma felt a surge of emotion and thought to herself, "Humph, my efforts in crafting this have not been in vain." Standing beside her, Lanchi raised an eyebrow and gazed at the gravity chamber, muttering, "You martial artists are truly pushing yourselves with 100 times gravity? Wouldn't that turn you into a mere pancake? That is precisely why we must proceed with caution." Bulma replied, adjusting her glasses with a hint of pride. "I have established 10 safety levels. Initially, the gravity can only be set to 5 times. Only when physical capabilities and reflexes meet the criteria will higher levels be unlocked. This ensures a safe experience for first-time users." Tarble chuckled. "You indeed think ahead." Bulma, blushing, turned her head away. "Of course, I am a genius scientist." After exchanging a few more words outside the gravity chamber, they opened the hatch and stepped inside. "I shall go in first to test it." With a click, the heavy metal door slowly closed. Red lights illuminated as the chamber began to adjust its pressure and temperature automatically. Bulma and Lanchi stood outside, quietly observing Tarble through the observation window. Tarble set the gravity to 1 times, felt the force acting upon his body, and nodded, concluding that all was well. He then deactivated the gravity system and exited the laboratory, addressing the two who were waiting. "I will send them in shortly. But they are still in the foundational stage and will require some time before utilizing the gravity chamber. Since you both are here, let us resolve the issues Lanchi has been experiencing." Having noticed Lanchi's improved temper over time, Tarble decided it was time to summon the Eternal Dragon to assist her. "Really?" the blonde Lanchi asked, incredulous. "Bulma, prepare to summon the Eternal Dragon," he instructed, as the Dragon Balls were in Bulma's possession. "All right. Wait for me a moment while I go fetch the Dragon Balls," she replied, stepping out of the villa and taking her motorcycle back home. "Lanchi, are you ready?" Tarble asked the blonde girl. "Well, I'm not entirely sure. Sometimes I think about how, after parting ways, we can lead our own lives. But when the moment comes to separate, I find myself uncertain about what to do next." The blonde Lanchi seemed somewhat lost, reflecting on her past desires to part ways, now feeling unsure about the reality of it. "Do not worry. We shall see if the Eternal Dragon can grant you the ability to communicate directly, allowing you both to clarify your situations," Tarble reassured her, gazing at Lanchi with empathy. The blonde girl lowered her head, arms crossed. Her lips moved slightly, but she remained silent. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled, lifting her golden hair only to let it fall softly. "It's not that I'm afraid of separating. I just suddenly feel that the blue-haired version of me has had it tough too. I realize that a significant part of my personality stems from a desire to protect her, or perhaps to safeguard myself," she murmured softly, her gaze revealing a rare blend of tenderness and complexity. Tarble nodded quietly, choosing not to elaborate further, instead opting to sit silently beside her on the bench in the courtyard, awaiting Bulma's return. Before long, the sound of wind accompanied by the roar of an engine approached, and Bulma raced back on her motorcycle with great fervor. Wearing goggles, she retrieved a bag from her backpack and carefully placed the Dragon Balls on the ground. All 7 Dragon Balls had been gathered. With a serious expression, Bulma looked at the two and said, "If you are certain about summoning the Eternal Dragon, then let us begin." Tarble nodded in agreement. The 7 shimmering Dragon Balls lay neatly on the ground, their translucent surfaces radiating a gentle glow, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Tarble stepped forward and called out, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish." Suddenly, the sky darkened, clouds gathered ominously, and a bolt of lightning split the heavens, while a fierce wind surged. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the Dragon Balls, and a colossal green dragon soared from the pillar of light, coiling majestically in the air, its voice resonating with a deep and solemn tone. "Speak your wish, but you may only have one." The dragon could assist in separating Lanchi from the 2 souls within her. Tarble indicated towards the golden-haired Lanchi. The dragon's eyes glimmered red as it responded. "Separating them is simple, but one of them will require a vessel, otherwise she will perish." Creating a physical body and separating the souls will require 2 wishes. The group was momentarily taken aback by the dragon's words. It can be done this way? They exclaimed in astonishment. These are the rules. Are you certain you wish to separate the souls? The dragon inquired. What should we do? Perhaps we should first have the dragon create a physical body and store it in a hyperbolic time chamber. Then wish again when the Dragon Balls are available? Tarble asked Bulma and the others. Tarble, how long will it take for your Dragon Balls to be usable again? Bulma inquired. My Dragon Balls will also require a year to recharge, as I aim to enhance their capabilities, mirroring the Earth's eternal dragon's restoration time, she explained. Could the dragon allow another version of me to speak? The golden-haired Lanchi suddenly suggested. After a moment's contemplation, the dragon replied, Very well, but only this once. In an instant, the blue-haired Lanchi's spirit appeared in the air. What's happening? Why am I floating? The blue-haired Lanchi asked in confusion. Astonished by the majestic presence of the eternal dragon, a sight she had never encountered before. Lanchi, have you made your decision? The dragon can help us create a physical body, and after a year, we can proceed with the separation of souls. The golden-haired Lanchi inquired of her counterpart above. What do you think, Lanchi? I would like to hear your thoughts, the blue-haired Lanchi responded, somewhat hesitant. Let us step aside. I wish to speak with you privately. The golden-haired Lanchi suggested, and the two moved to the side to converse. Tarble understood that this was a matter they needed to resolve on their own and patiently waited. After a while, the two returned to stand before the eternal dragon. Have you come to a decision? What is your wish? If you haven't made up your mind yet, I shall take my leave, urged the Dragon Ball beside them. Dragon, please grant us the ability to communicate freely and to switch our bodies at will. The golden-haired Lanchi nodded at Tarble and Bulma, directing her plea towards the dragon. This was easily granted as the dragon's eyes once again glowed red. The blue-haired Lanchi's soul was drawn back into her body. Your wish is fulfilled. Farewell, the dragon declared, and the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, converging into one before transforming into stone and scattering across the earth. Chapter 29. Journey to Namek Lanchi. Was that wish something you both discussed? Tarble inquired anxiously. Do you not wish to be apart? Yes, this was a mutual decision. The golden-haired Lanchi replied nonchalantly. We have shared this body for over a decade. In truth, we've grown accustomed to each other's presence. It was merely our inability to communicate that led to many misunderstandings. Now, we still share this body, and our souls can converse freely, allowing us to switch our souls at will. This arrangement is quite agreeable. Indeed, Tarble, we have agreed that whoever wishes to express a thought can simply do so. We plan to proceed in this manner for now, the blue-haired Lanchi gently interjected. Moreover, I have heard from Bulma that you can create your own Dragon Balls. When the time comes, if we use the Dragon Balls you crafted to make a wish, we can still separate. Since this is the outcome of your joint deliberation, I shall not impose my will upon you. However, should you feel that time is insufficient, I shall separate you once more, Tarble remarked, observing the resolute expressions on their faces, choosing not to interfere in their decision. After all, life remains unchanged. We shall continue living as we always have. Indeed, Bulma chimed in. The golden-haired Lanchi scoffed, rolling her eyes, yet refrained from retorting, muttering softly. You sound like a nagging mother. The blue-haired Lanchi smiled gently, approaching Tarble with a serious yet tender gaze. Tarble, thank you. Regardless of whether we separate or not, you have always considered our well-being. Truly, thank you. I merely do what is expected of me, Tarble replied, looking into her eyes with a softness surpassing his usual demeanor. I respect your decision. Whether you choose to separate in the future or continue coexisting, as long as it brings you happiness, I shall support you. Oh, how well you speak. The golden-haired Lanchi interjected, switching places again, hands on her hips as she cast him a sidelong glance. But beware. If you dare to boss me around in the future, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Tarble's lips twitched slightly. Why would I be subjected to such unprovoked violence? Because you simply look like someone who deserves a good beating. The golden-haired Lanchi retorted before her gaze shifted again, and the blue-haired Lanchi emerged once more. In truth, I quite enjoy our current life, the blue-haired Lanchi softly confessed. Waking up each morning to see you and Bulma, sharing meals, cooking, enjoying entertainment, and laughing together, this lifestyle truly brings me peace. Hearing her words, Tarble and Bulma exchanged smiles. Bulma stepped forward, gently embracing the blue-haired Lanchi's shoulders. Living together as a family is the greatest blessing of all. No matter what happens in the future, we shall always be a family. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm and tranquil glow in the villa's living room. Ever since the dragon team helped Lan Qi achieve a harmonious coexistence with herself, life had returned to a state of calm and warmth. Bulma no longer returned home, but instead resided directly in Tarble's villa. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a year had quietly slipped by. Life in the villa had long since settled into a routine. Tarble continued his rigorous training, relying on the pressure of the gravity wristband. Following the last summoning by the dragon, Bulma had moved into Tarble's villa and even purchased the adjacent land to construct a laboratory, as if she had fully embraced the villa as her home. Meanwhile, Lan Qi seamlessly shifted between her two personas in daily life, managing the household's meals and mundane tasks. Each time the blue-haired Lan Qi cleaned, she would vent to the blonde Lan Qi about Tarble's demanding nature. Yet these grievances were invariably soothed by her counterpart's gentle reassurances. Throughout the year, Sun Wukong and Krillin, under the guidance of Master Roshi, diligently completed all foundational training assigned to them. Just a few days prior, Tarble had taken them to the Celestial Temple, where Bobo facilitated a higher level of training for the duo. Seizing the opportunity, Tarble set up a gravity chamber in a corner of the temple, allowing Wukong and Krillin to grow rapidly in a more challenging environment. Everything continued in an orderly manner. Interestingly, Pilaf and his companions had indeed arrived at the Capsule Corporation, where Bulma had arranged a position for them as scientific researchers. Their decision to cease the search for the Dragon Balls inadvertently resulted in the rice cooker that sealed Demon King Piccolo remaining at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Tarble was unaware that his intervention had delayed the emergence of Demon King Piccolo. Tarble once again employed the Dragon Radar, successfully locating all the Dragon Balls. Tarble, are you seeking the Dragon Balls this time to learn the instant transmission you mentioned before? Bulma inquired, gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls arrayed before her. Indeed, I still require the ability of instant transmission to reach a certain location. Tarble nodded in affirmation. As one of his Dragon Balls was still with Bulma's mother, he did not intend to use the ones he had crafted himself. Come forth, dragon. As Tarble summoned, the dragon reappeared before everyone. Dragon, please transport us to Namek. This is quite simple, the dragon responded, and with a flash, the 3 were enveloped in light. Bulma had initially worried about potential issues related to oxygen and other environmental factors upon arriving on this alien planet. However, Tarble assured her that the conditions were similar to Earth, which is why they had not brought protective gear. The trio was directly transported to Namek. Upon opening their eyes, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista of verdant landscapes. The sky of Namek shimmered in ethereal shades of green, with 3 suns suspended above, casting down a soft yet intense radiance. The ground was adorned with blue grass and enormous mushroom-like trees. As the wind rustled through the leaves, they whispered gently, as if sharing secrets. Bulma, astonished, surveyed her surroundings, exclaiming, "Wow, is this an alien planet? It's so beautiful, and the climate is simply extraordinary." Indeed, this planet is remarkably suited for travel and picnics, Lan Qi remarked, gazing at the surrounding breathtaking scenery and lush green lawns. Absolutely. And these islands seem quite ideal for constructing villas, Bulma responded empathetically. Just as they were engaged in conversation, preparing to seek out the Namekians, several Namekians suddenly soared towards them from a distance. Outsiders, the Grand Elder wishes to see you, declared the foremost Namekian, landing with a vigilant expression directed at Tabor and his companions, revealing himself to be the formidable warrior, Neru. Tabor. These Namekians bear an uncanny resemblance to the deities of Earth, Bulma whispered to Tabor. Did I not mention it? The deities of Earth are, in fact, Namekians. Tabor scratched his head and replied to Bulma. What? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had already reached the ears of the Namekians. Have you encountered other Namekians? Neru inquired eagerly, as their kind had become quite scarce, making them particularly concerned about their kin. Yes, our Earth deities are indeed Namekians. Tabor nodded in affirmation. Deities, you say? It seems they have fared well on your planet. I am relieved. Come, let us not keep our Grand Elder waiting. Chapter 30, Unleashing Potential. Very well, Tabor said, hoisting Bulma onto his back and lifting Lan Qi in his arms, resembling a koala. Observing their peculiar appearance, Neru shook his head and, alongside the other 2, ascended into the sky, with Tabor and his companions closely following. Before long, they arrived at a village, where houses resembled white beetles, their shapes quite bizarre. However, this peculiar architecture satisfied Bulma and Launchi's craving for extraterrestrial tourism. Just ahead, follow me, Neru instructed, pointing towards a larger white structure. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the Grand Elder sat majestically upon a floating stone, his towering figure aged yet radiating kindness. His guardian, Near, vigilantly observed the trio. Do not be alarmed, Near. I sense they harbor no ill intentions. The Grand Elder's gentle voice reassured everyone. Visitors from beyond. What brings you to Namek? His tone was soft, as if echoing with a spiritual resonance. Grand Elder, we have 2 matters to trouble you with, Tabor respectfully addressed him. I seek your assistance in unlocking my physical potential, and I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek. As soon as he finished speaking, Neru and Near exchanged furious glances. How do you know of the Dragon Balls of Namek? Neru demanded, seemingly ready to unleash an attack against Tabor and his companions at any moment. Our deities on Earth have also created Shenron. Hence we are aware of the existence of Dragon Balls on Namek, Tabor explained. The Grand Elder, feeling somewhat weary, waved his hand dismissively. Neru, it is all right. Very well. But may I view your memories? I wish to understand more about your Earth deities. Certainly. As Tabor stepped forward, he intended to request the Great Elder to unlock his potential. He felt no concern that his system or the secret of his traversing might be discovered. For he had consulted the system, which assured him that in the Dragon Ball world, no one could uncover his identity as a traveler. The system had concealed and encrypted the memories associated with his traversal. So it was revealed that he was indeed the child of Caddis. The Great Elder placed his hand upon Tabor's head, and moments later, he began to perceive matters concerning the Supreme Kai. However, it seemed he had forgotten that he was a Namekian, as the Great Elder's palm emitted a gentle green light. Tabor felt an energy awaken from the depths of his being. Suddenly, he sensed a transformation within, a surge of power coursing through every corner of his body. His aura intensified dramatically, and his physique felt remarkably lighter. After a brief moment, as the radiance subsided, Tabor steadied himself, his mind incredibly clear. At that moment, his hair abruptly transformed from black to golden, enveloped in a golden aura. The flow of energy around him stirred the air, causing the furnishings within the room to tremble. Fortunately, Tabor's mastery over his aura allowed him to swiftly suppress it, preventing any catastrophic collapse of the structure. He had undeniably transformed into a Super Saiyan, achieved through the pinnacle of his ordinary state's power. There was no discomfort in his body, and he seemed to control the transformation with remarkable ease. Wow, Tabor! Your hair can turn golden just like Launchi's, exclaimed Bulma and Launchi in astonishment. Hearing this, Tabor nearly choked, thinking to himself, how could my Super Saiyan transformation possibly compare to Launchi's? You still have considerable potential to develop, but for now, this is all I can do. The rest is up to your own training. Perhaps due to the intense potential he had just unlocked in Tabor, the Great Elder's aura became somewhat erratic. At that moment, Neru, standing nearby, called out anxiously, Great Elder, are you all right? The Great Elder waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. This young one is remarkably powerful, which has expended some of my stamina in unlocking his potential. Upon hearing this, Tabor promptly retrieved a Senza bean from his system space and offered it to the Great Elder. Great Elder, this is a Senza bean from our Earth. Consuming it not only heals injuries, but also restores energy. Having seen Tabor's memories, the Great Elder understood the significance of the Senza bean. Neru, still apprehensive, attempted to intervene, considering its mysterious origins. It's all right, Neru. I have already learned about the Senzu bean from his memories, the Great Elder reassured, as he swallowed the bean whole. Its size negligible compared to his towering physique. Instantly, a green light enveloped the Great Elder, and he exclaimed, indeed, a marvelous bean. He immediately felt the exhilarating effects and restoration of his vitality. Subsequently, the Great Elder assisted Launchi and Bulma in unlocking their potential, since neither had undergone any training previously. Much of this potential unlocking involved guiding the energy within them to the surface. The 2 women experienced a profound sense of strength within their bodies, promptly recognizing the formidable prowess of the Grand Elder. Tarble estimated that this potential development had significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of Bulma and Launch, bringing them to a level comparable to that of Nappa. Subsequently, Tarble retrieved a bag of Senza beans from the system space and handed it to Neru beside him. Grand Elder, you may keep these Senza beans. As long as there is breath left, they can essentially restore anyone. You can save them for emergencies. Having witnessed the miraculous nature of the Senzu beings, Neru refrained from making any decisions on his own and turned to the Grand Elder. Please accept them, Neru. I will arrange for the Dragon Balls from the other villages to be delivered shortly. Afterwards, you may accompany them to make their wishes. With that, the Grand Elder closed his eyes, seemingly drifting into a slumber. The Grand Elder has retired for rest. Let us wait outside, Neru suggested, leading Tarble and the others out of the Grand Elder's palace. They arrived at the village square, taking seats on the benches along the periphery while the curious Namekians observed the extraterrestrial visitors with intrigue. A few Namekian children approached, studying them with innocent fascination. Launch and Bulma responded warmly, sharing some candies and snacks that Tarble had brought. Initially, the children were somewhat apprehensive. However, sensing no malice, they found the visitors to be quite friendly and eagerly accepted the treats. Launch, in particular, seemed to embody her gentle nature, winning the affection of many Namekian children, which left Bulma feeling somewhat envious. Chapter 31. Summoning the Dragon. Before long, villagers from several other settlements arrived in succession, delivering the Dragon Balls. Tarble. These Dragon Balls are enormous, Bulma and Launch exclaimed, comparing them to the smaller Dragon Balls that hung from Tarble's belt. The ones I crafted are not inferior. They merely differ in size. When it comes to power and aesthetics, they are far superior, Tarble defended. Only he was aware of the formidable capabilities of his Dragon Balls. Although they might not match the wish-granting prowess of the Namekian orbs, their strength and potential far exceeded those of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, these Dragon Balls could not fulfill Tarble's wishes, for allowing the creator to make wishes would lead to paradoxes, causing the rules governing the Dragon Balls to collapse. As Neru observed the arrival of the other villagers' Dragon Balls, he approached Tarble and said, I am ready to summon the dragon. What wishes do you wish to make? Tarble looked at the Dragon Balls on the ground and responded, I desire the instantaneous movement ability akin to that of the Kaishin, and I wish for our Earth's God to regain their youth. Other than that, we have no specific wishes. Very well, Neru replied, feeling a sense of relief upon hearing Tarble's desires. He nodded toward them, as long as they are not wishes to conquer the world or the like. Meanwhile, many Namekians gathered around the square, for the summoning of the dragon was indeed a rare spectacle for them. As Nezuru uttered the incantation in the Namekian language to summon the divine dragon, the Dragon Balls on the ground suddenly radiated with a golden glow. Thunder rumbled and the earth trembled, causing the emerald waters of the lake to sway restlessly. In an instant, a beam of golden light shot skyward from the Dragon Balls, and amidst the luminous aura, a colossal dragon ascended, nearly obscuring the heavens. The Namekians surrounding the plaza were awestruck by the majestic sight of the dragon, eliciting gasps of astonishment, for many had never beheld such a creature. How robust this dragon appears. Faced with this magnificent being, they found themselves at a loss for words. After all, with Bulma's encounter, they had now witnessed 3 dragons. Come forth, state your desires. You possess 3 wishes. Nezuru then pointed at Tarble and called out to the dragon in the Namekian tongue. Purunga, please grant this individual the ability to teleport like the Supreme Kai. Instantly, the dragon's eyes flickered with a crimson light, followed by a profound silence. I cannot fulfill this wish, as it pertains to the realm of the divine, thus exceeding the limits of a single wish. However, if you wish to realize this desire, you must combine it with the other 2 wishes. Initially, upon hearing that Purunga could not grant this wish, Tarble felt a pang of disappointment. However, upon learning that the other 2 wishes could be used as a trade, he felt a sense of relief. Nezuru, please inform the dragon that I accept this proposal. Nezuru nodded and spoke once more in Namekian. Your wish is granted. With a flash of red light in Purunga's eyes, a beam enveloped Tarble, who immediately felt as if he were wrapped in a powerful spatial sensation. His perception of the universe sharpened, enabling him to sense any location within the cosmos, and he realized he could reach any place he desired at will. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. With those words, the dragon ascended, and the Dragon Balls soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Thank you, Nezuru. Tarble expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. I merely act on the Elder's orders, Nezuru replied, shaking his head. Now that your wish has been realized, I must return to report to the Elder. Please convey our thanks and farewells to the Elder, Tarble quickly responded. Very well, Nezuru said before turning to depart. All right, Bulma, let us return home, to Earth. Tarble announced to Bulma. Wait, Bulma and Launch then distributed their snacks and other supplies to the surrounding Namekians. Amidst the grateful gazes of the small children, they vanished in an instant. To their surprise, the process had gone so smoothly. In the blink of an eye, the three found themselves back on Earth, greeted by familiar warmth, the gentle sunlight, the distant chirping of birds, and the villa where they had shared countless memories. The moment Bulma's foot touched the ground, she exhaled softly. Finally, we are home. Indeed, I often feel as though I possess the strength to effortlessly lift a great mountain. Suddenly, the golden-haired Ranchi appeared and waved her arms. Unintentionally, she collided with the surrounding wall of the villa. With a resounding thud, a sizable hole emerged in the wall, and the bricks above collapsed. I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Ranchi awkwardly remarked while gazing at the gaping void before her. It seems I need to conduct a training session on power control for you all. Tarble scratched his head and said. In the following days, they began their training under Tarble's guidance. He first instructed Bulma and Ranchi to sense the flow of their own power. Bulma concentrated, attempting to harness her strength. But as soon as she exerted herself, the air around her began to vibrate violently, causing objects on the table to soar into the air. Ranchi, on the other hand, took a more direct approach. With a simple punch, a powerful force severed a distant tree in half. Tarble patiently guided them, advising them to start with subtle movements to feel the ebb and flow of their strength. After several days, although Bulma and Ranchi made some progress, they still occasionally lost control. As the days turned into weeks, they gradually learned to tame the once unbridled power within them. Initially, Bulma struggled with controlling this power, but her quick intellect led her to realize that mastery lay not in brute force, but in the flow and regulation of energy. She began to integrate her understanding of technology and conceived a sophisticated model for controlling airflow in her mind. Subsequently, she designed a wrist device to monitor the fluctuations of her internal energy, aiding her training. It turns out that energy can also be understood through formulas, she noted proudly. Documenting her insights, Ranchi, however, embarked on a completely different path. In her golden-haired state, she remained impulsive and volatile, yet she excelled at unleashing her power. In her blue-haired form, she demonstrated a remarkable ability to stabilize her energy and execute precise control. The contrast in their personalities complemented each other perfectly, allowing her to gradually master the balance between explosive force and control. Standing firmly before a massive rock, golden-haired Ranchi took a deep breath and slowly delivered a punch. A pale blue wave of energy enveloped her strength, yet it did not cause destruction. Instead, it gently nudged the several-ton boulder from its position, sending it rolling several meters away. Tarble nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Very good. You have become quite adept at controlling your power. If Goku and Krillin were to learn that after all their arduous training, Bulma and Ranchi could enhance their combat abilities just by visiting Namek for a short while, they would surely be devastated. Chapter 32. Goku's return 3 years passed quietly, with the seasons on Earth transitioning as usual. However, the lives of Tarble, Bulma, and Ranchi had undergone significant changes. After 3 years of relentless training, Bulma and Ranchi had become exceptionally proficient in their mastery of power. Bulma continued to dedicate most of her time to scientific research, stating, "After all, I am a genius, and I rely on my intellect." The evaluation of Ranchi is somewhat ambiguous. The golden-haired Ranchi possesses an exceptional aptitude for combat, mastering numerous techniques imparted by Tarble in just a few short years. In contrast, the blue-haired Ranchi, lacking a keen interest in martial arts, has relegated herself to the role of a meticulous caretaker within the villa. She manages daily meals and household affairs with remarkable organization, to the point where both Bulma and Tarble occasionally find themselves unconsciously reliant on her arrangements. As time passes, it is said that familiarity breeds affection, and thus, the bond among the trio has intensified, leading to a complete acceptance of one another's presence. However, due to Tarble's previous life as a reclusive individual, he is rather hesitant when it comes to matters of the heart, unsure of how to progress further. This indecisiveness becomes intolerable for the golden-haired Ranchi, who, during a picnic banquet, cunningly spiked drinks with a sedative, resulting in both Tarble and Bulma becoming inebriated, which led to a series of indescribable events. Upon awakening, Bulma and Tarble find themselves at a loss for how to address the situation, initially intending to confront Ranchi. However, they are taken aback when Ranchi summarily calls forth the blue-haired Ranchi, effectively evading confrontation for several days. Bulma is left powerless against this turn of events, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Nonetheless, the memory of that incident gnaws at Bulma, particularly the realization that the golden-haired Lan Chi had drugged her. Yet, this incident ultimately shattered their barriers, allowing the family to enjoy a blissful period together. Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin have dedicated 3 full years to rigorous training within the temple. Under Bobo's guidance, their potential has been developed to unprecedented levels. Particularly within the gravity chamber, their strengths have surged dramatically. Goku, owing to his Saiyan lineage, has shown remarkable adaptability, already capable of engaging in combat under 10 times normal gravity. Krillin, though initially struggling, has persevered through the challenges. No longer are they the boys who merely threw punches. They have experienced a qualitative leap in breath control, reaction speed, and combat techniques. Standing on the platform of the villa's rear mountain, Tabor gazes at the rising sun in the distance, savoring the tranquility surrounding him. Goku and his companions must be returning. He murmurs to himself. Indeed, I received a message from the temple last night. Bulma interjects, approaching with a cup of warm coffee, which she hands to Tabor with a gentle smile. The deity mentioned that Goku and Krillin have completed their training and are to participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament to validate their strength. Is that so? Tabor replies, taking a delicate sip of the coffee. 3 years have truly flown by. Is Lan Chi still in the kitchen preparing breakfast? He inquires further. Yes, Bulma chuckles, shaking her head, though it is likely blue-haired Lan Chi who is cooking, as the golden-haired one is not quite so adept. Tabor lets out a light laugh, poised to turn back inside, when he suddenly senses 2 familiar, yet significantly stronger auras approaching rapidly. They're here, he announces. No sooner has he spoken than 2 figures soar from the horizon, landing gracefully in the open space before the villa. Tabor, brother, we have arrived, Goku exclaims, his face alight with excitement as he waves, while Krillin nods in agreement with a smile. Tabor cast a glance at the 2 individuals before him, noting that Wukong's aura was contained and steady, akin to a dormant volcano, while Krillin, though lacking that imposing presence, exuded confidence and walked with a firm gait. Clearly no longer the easily flustered little monk. Indeed, Tabor nodded appreciatively, observing that the past 3 years had not been squandered. However, Wukong had not anticipated that he had grown so much in height over the span of 3 years. Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, he replied, I'm not quite sure myself. I practiced even while sleeping in the gravity chamber, and somehow I just grew taller. Yes, still rather short. Krillin lamented with a hint of disappointment. With a cheerful demeanor, Tabor addressed them. The gods have decided to have you participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. I trust you are aware of this. In previous editions, the Turtle School has consistently claimed victory, much to the dismay of Master Roshi. Then this time, I must ensure that we teach those from the Crane School a proper lesson, and show them not to underestimate us, Krillin declared, clenching his fist. Wukong, equally exhilarated, nodded enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. I have longed to engage in a true battle with skilled opponents. Tabor, will you come to watch us compete? Of course, Tabor replied with a smile, patting Wukong on the shoulder. However, this tournament may not be as straightforward as you anticipate, aside from the Crane School. It is rumored that some hidden masters are also preparing to compete. You must remain vigilant. In truth, Tabor was contemplating allowing Lan Chi and Bulma to participate in the tournament as ordinary competitors, hoping to teach Wukong and Krillin a lesson, considering that, with their current prowess, there were few on Earth who could rival them. Aside from the Crane School, there are other formidable fighters? Wow, that sounds exciting. Wukong's eyes lit up, fists clenched with determination. I will definitely win. Krillin added with a grin. This time, I won't let Wukong outshine me. Tabor smiled silently, having already resolved to let Bulma and Lan Chi compete under ordinary contestant identities, intending to discreetly impart a lesson to the 2 boys, as they had no worthy adversaries on Earth at present. Why don't you both stay here for a while? We can register in a few days, Tabor suggested to them. No, Tabor, I plan to return to my grandfather, Wukong replied, shaking his head, while Krillin expressed a desire to visit Master Roshi at the Turtle House. Well, if that is the case, I shall not keep you, Tabor responded. Meanwhile, Bulma sat on the balcony, adjusting a newly invented combat detector while listening to Lan Chi recount amusing anecdotes about the tournament. Are we really going to compete? What if someone gets hurt? Blonde Lan Chi mused, reclining on the sofa while munching on an apple. As long as we can knock someone out of the ring with a single punch, that should suffice, blue-haired Lanchi interjected, shaking her head in exasperation at the apple in her hand. Bulma grinned broadly. I am all set to surprise them. The two exchanged smiles, the atmosphere light and joyous. Chapter 32. The lottery explosion tomorrow marks the 15th anniversary of Tabor's arrival at this place. The previous lotteries had yielded little of value. Save for a gravity wristband and the ability to create Dragon Balls, all else was rather disappointing. It seems that relying on the guaranteed rewards every 5 years is a more prudent approach, Tabor mused. After all, the rewards from the system's roulette had been exceedingly underwhelming over the years. Last year's lottery had nearly made him vomit blood, as he had been awarded a mere 1 billion. Infuriated, Tabor cursed vehemently. After all, he was currently in the world of Dragon Balls. What use was that to him? Lost in such thoughts, Tabor drifted into a deep slumber, cradling the two women. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm rays upon the floor. Tabor, for once, appeared impeccably groomed in a pristine white training outfit, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of solemnity. What is with you today? Not training in the morning, yet dressed so neatly? Lanchi leaned against the doorframe, scrutinizing him with a skeptical gaze. Planning to take us out on a date? Today. I intend to visit the temple to pray, he declared. Pray? You? They exclaimed in unison. If you had said you were going to train, travel, or even blow up a mountain, we would believe you. But to say you're going to pray? Have you lost your mind from training yesterday? With an air of nonchalance, Tabor waved his hand dismissively. What do you know? I am quite devout. Bulma and Lanchi exchanged glances, their expressions clearly skeptical. Upon reaching the ancient temple perched on a small hill, the sunlight bathed the green bricks and dark tiles in a sacred glow. Tabor brushed away what seemed to be non-existent dust, clasped his hands together, and performed 3 bows and 9 prostrations. His posture so formal that Bulma nearly thought he was preparing to become a monk. As Lanchi muttered about Tabor being possessed, she elbowed Bulma, stifling her laughter. At last, they arrived at the lottery segment. Tabor closed his eyes slightly, murmuring fervently, May the Bodhisattva bless me with a lottery win, perhaps a divine skill or a supreme lineage. May the 3 pure ones bless me, Amitabha, and may God protect me. With a soft thud, a stick fell from the lottery container. Tabor hurried to the interpretation station to retrieve the corresponding fortune. Upon opening the slip, his expression shifted from joy to confusion, ultimately culminating in fury. He thrust the fortune into Lanchi's hands. With a puzzled look, she read aloud, Wealth and fortune bring joy, yet cunning schemes result in misfortune. Clouds obscure the sun. Abandon greedy thoughts, and maintain simplicity until abundance arrives. It was a clear admonition against overthinking and reckless endeavors, a warning of impending misfortune. Bulma chimed in with a smirk, nearly in tears from laughter. No wonder you're upset. It's a bad omen indeed. Oh well, it's nothing to worry about. Belief brings reality, while disbelief renders it void, Lanchi consoled. Thus, Tabor departed from the temple, accompanied by the 2 women. However, unbeknownst to them, after escorting Bulma and Lanchi back home, Tabor stealthily returned to the temple. Boom! A small energy blast struck the Buddha statue in the main hall with precision, causing it to explode spectacularly. Tabor dusted off his hands and sauntered away, smirking, that I'll teach you to meddle with my fortune. The following day, news reports surfaced. A mysterious explosion occurred at a local ancient temple statue, with experts speculating it was caused by lightning. They urged the public to refrain from venturing outside and advised against seeking refuge beneath large trees during thunderstorms. Lanchi, upon seeing the news, was utterly perplexed. Was it truly struck by lightning? She wondered. Tabor shrugged, who knows? Perhaps even the Buddha drew a bad lot this time. Of course, that was merely a side note. After departing from the temple, Tabor returned home with a furrowed brow. He sat gloomily on his sofa, fixated on the shimmering lottery button displayed on the virtual system interface before him. The 5-year cycle of enhanced rewards had finally come, and he eagerly anticipated this opportunity as the system initiated the lottery draw. Gritting his teeth, Tabor muttered under his breath. He accessed the lottery interface, where a vibrant array of prize icons flickered before him, some familiar, others utterly bizarre. Ding. Sign-in successful. Would you like to initiate the lottery? Confirm. Without hesitation, Tabor nodded in affirmation. The wheel began to spin slowly at first, but soon accelerated, as if even the void itself were drawn into its whirl. The entire interface radiated a dazzling glow. "Let it be something worthwhile. Let it be something worthwhile," he chanted softly, as though his words could sway fate. At last, the wheel gradually slowed, and various prizes danced before his eyes. The ring of the King of Worlds, the Staff of Angels, a limited edition Inferno cloak, a ton of ramen, and a cosmic haircut voucher. Tabor's expression darkened further until, in the next moment, the pointer came to rest on an icon resembling a monkey. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, perfect version. What? Tabor sprang to his feet, his pupils dilating in disbelief, questioning whether he had truly seen what was before him. The entire system interface suddenly brightened, and a searing golden light burst forth from the screen, transforming into a torrent of intense energy that surged into Tabor's body. In that instant, every cell within him trembled, his blood boiling, as if the very force within him sought to tear him apart. Yet, unlike the chaotic transformation associated with the legendary Super Saiyan, this power was extraordinarily gentle, imbued with a sense of nobility and purity. Rage did not overwhelm reason. Strength did not blur his consciousness. Moments later, a clear and melodious chime resonated. Ding! Legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, perfect version, fusion successful. Note: this bloodline is a rare enhanced version. The heir will no longer lose control upon awakening the Super Saiyan state and will possess absolute rationality to master their power, maintaining emotional stability and not being swayed by anger. Tabor gradually clenched his fists, feeling as though his body had been remade, energy swirling within his chest, compressed to an extraordinary degree, akin to a concealed torrent. Now this is more like it. A smile crept upon Tabor's lips, a glimmer of green light flashing in his eyes. This time, waiting 5 years had not been in vain. The moment he received the power, he sensed the energy within him nearly ready to pierce the heavens. His usual combat abilities had undergone a tremendous enhancement, and he could no longer gauge his strength. Subsequently, Tabor meticulously attuned himself to the celestial bodies scattered throughout the universe. As Tabor's figure vanished from his home, he reappeared on a desolate planet, one teetering on the brink of annihilation. Only a feeble trace of oxygen lingered, yet the environment was exceedingly harsh. Tabor surveyed his surroundings and mused, "Ah, this planet serves as an ideal venue for me to test my current prowess." He gradually closed his eyes, attuning himself to the dormant power within. Despite lacking anger or resentment, the strength deep within him began to awaken autonomously. In an instant, Tabor's muscles surged, his aura intensifying to unfathomable levels. With a casual thrust of his fists, he cleaved the nameless planet in twain. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted as he transitioned from his wrathful state into that of a Super Saiyan, his golden hair swirling gracefully amidst the aura enveloping him. He marveled at the magnitude of his strength, unable to ascertain its true extent due to the absence of a reference point. Raising his right foot, he gently tapped the ground with his toes, causing the entire planet to explode, scattering debris in all directions. Tabor then exited the Super Saiyan form and, with a flicker, reappeared in the confines of his villa. Not long after his departure, a man wielding a staff emerged in the cosmos. Had Tabor been present, he would undoubtedly recognize him. "Ah, it appears there is a formidable force here, reminiscent of Lord Beerus," he remarked, examining the glass orb atop his staff. The Scions are impressively powerful. Quite remarkable. Yet it bears no consequence to me. Time for a snack," he declared, vanishing towards the god of destruction's realm. Chapter 33. The Vanished Red Ribbon Army. Tabor swiftly returned to Earth, the night deepening around him. The silvery moonlight cascaded over the flowers and grass of his courtyard, a gentle breeze whispering through the air. He entered the villa as though nothing had transpired. Bulma reclined in a chair in the yard, draped in a light blanket, perusing a small terminal in her hands. Upon spotting Tabor, she looked up and greeted him. "Tabor, Goku and Krillin just stopped by. They asked when you would sign up for the World Martial Arts Tournament." Tabor approached and sat beside her, casually wrapping his arm around her slender waist, his gaze softening. "Tomorrow, then. We shall go together to register. I'll call them shortly." His eyes fell upon the screen in Bulma's hands. "What are you reading?" "It's some research papers published by Dr. Gero a few years ago. I hope to glean some inspiration from my studies," she replied, detailing the intricacies of robots and the future prospects of androids. "Dr. Gero?" Tabor whispered. In the anime, his organization was obliterated by Goku. He pondered whether Goku had indeed vanquished the Red Ribbon Army as depicted in the original storyline. Turning to Bulma, he inquired, "Are you familiar with the Red Ribbon Army?" "The Red Ribbon Army? Yes, I know of them. They were quite an active terrorist organization a few years back, but it seems they were eliminated by two individuals. Rumor has it they were a pair of formidable fighters." Interesting. As Tabor pondered, he mused, could it truly be Goku and his companions, or perhaps someone else? A moment of realization struck him. Wait, a large one and a small one. Could it be Tianjin Fan and Dumpling? Indeed, aside from Goku and his entourage, only Tianjin Fan possesses such formidable power. After hearing Tabor's words, Bulma lifted her gaze and blinked. What has piqued your interest in the Red Ribbon Army all of a sudden? Haven't they been eradicated for several years now? Leaning beside her, Tabor replied thoughtfully, I have merely heard that Dr. Gero is an exceedingly ambitious scientist. It is unlikely he would accept the demise of the Red Ribbon Army quietly. That individual is a dangerous entity, pursuing not ordinary technology, but extremist ideologies aimed at world domination. Bulma nodded, her expression growing increasingly serious. Indeed, I have encountered numerous radical notions in his papers, such as uploading human consciousness to mechanical bodies, and even developing self-evolving combat weapons, alongside inhumane experiments aimed at transforming humans into machines. If he were to continue his research, it could spell disaster for Earth. At that moment, a voice from the kitchen called out, How much longer are you two going to dawdle? The food is getting cold. Tabor and Bulma exchanged amused glances and rose to make their way to the dining room. The table was adorned with steaming dishes, each brimming with delightful aromas, all meticulously prepared by Lanchi. At the table, with a playful stance, blue-haired Lanchi placed her hands on her hips and teased, If you two keep lingering, I might just devour your share. You seem to be in a good mood today, Bulma remarked with a smile. Of course, Lanchi replied, removing her apron and tidying her hair as she transformed into her golden-haired form. I need to muster my spirits for the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. After taking his seat, Tabor lightly tapped the table with his fingers, grinning, This time, both of you will serve as secret weapons. Goku and his comrades have been training for 3 years and are brimming with vigor. I wonder what expressions they will wear upon encountering you. Lanchi grinned widely. They will certainly be so shocked their jaws will drop. Chuckling, Tabor added, Indeed, I too am eager to witness their reactions when they meet you. Thus, the trio merrily finished their dinner, returning to their rooms early to embrace one another in slumber, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The following morning, sunlight bathed the entire courtyard. The three of them were already in the Villa's yard, enjoying snacks and drinks while awaiting Goku's arrival. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed from the entrance of the villa. Could it be Goku and the others? Don't they usually fly in directly? Why ring the bell this time? Blue-haired Lanchi stood and walked toward the entrance. Hello, is Bulma here? A gentle voice called from beyond the iron gate. Mom, what brings you here? Bulma, having come from the yard, rushed to open the gate, ushering her mother inside. I came to see you. Ever since you moved here, you hardly come back to spend time with me. I've been so bored. She pouted, casting a pitiful glance at Bulma. Bulma was both amused and exasperated by her mother's pitiful demeanor and quickly took her hand, leading her into the courtyard. All right. I often call home, don't I? You could have given me a heads up about your sudden visit. Tabul cleared his throat, subtly shifting the topic. Well, Auntie, today we are actually planning to register for the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Oh, you are going to participate in that? Mrs. Brief exclaimed, her excitement palpable. That's wonderful. I will definitely come to cheer for you. Just then, a strong presence approached from outside, followed by 2 figures descending gracefully into the front yard of the villa. Tabul brother. Goku waved his hand exuberantly, his smile radiant. We're here. Krillin landed beside him and politely greeted Mrs. Brief. Good morning, Auntie. Upon seeing Goku and Krillin, Mrs. Brief's face lit up with joy. Oh, these 2 little handsome boys are just adorable. Bulma, your home is becoming increasingly lively. Bulma rubbed her temples and quietly expressed her concern to Tabul. Honestly, I'm starting to worry that she might just move in with us. Tabul chuckled softly, tousling her hair. That wouldn't be so bad. It would make the house even livelier. Humph, you only know how to flatter me. At that moment, Goku plopped down at the snack table, taking a bite out of a cake and mumbling. Hee, this is really delicious. You can ask Launch to make some for you to take home, Tabul suggested. Pointing at Launch, Bulma nearly burst out laughing. You guys only know how to revolve around food. Didn't we come here to find Tarble to register for the tournament? Now you've all been distracted by snacks. Oh right. Goku suddenly remembered the main agenda. Tarble brother, when are we heading out to register? Tarble set down his teacup and smiled as he stood up. Let's leave now. Getting there early will allow us to see if there are any interesting opponents this year. Launch, observing their eager expressions, couldn't help but mutter, it sounds like you're going to battle rather than just registering. Amidst laughter and a sense of anticipation, they gathered their things and prepared to head to the registration point. Chapter 34. Registering for the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Goku, Krillin. You two go ahead to the registration point. We have too many people, so we'll take the plane later, Tarble instructed. Goku glanced at Blonde Launch and Mrs. Brief, then replied cheerfully, all right, we'll go grab a good spot. With a wave, he propelled himself into the sky like an arrow, followed closely by Krillin. And soon they became mere specks in the distance, flying towards the registration point. Watching them soar away, Blonde Launch couldn't help but comment. Those two are just as impatient as ever. Bulma chuckled resignedly and turned to Tarble. Shall we go as well? We mustn't keep my mother waiting too long, otherwise she'll accuse us of being unfilial. Oh, I can hear you. That hurts my feelings. Mrs. Brief interjected playfully. Bulma's mother approached with a cheerful smile, linking her arm with Bulma's and exclaiming, it has been quite some time since I've had the chance to go out for a stroll. Tarble offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Subsequently, Bulma retrieved a universal capsule from her backpack and tossed it onto an open space ahead. Before their eyes, a brand new silver helicopter materialized, exuding an aura of advanced technology. All right, everyone, let's board. Bulma was the first to step onto the helicopter, followed closely by the Blonde Launch and Bulma's mother, with Tarble trailing behind. I arrived just in time today to join in on the fun, Bulma's mother said with a grin. As the helicopter doors closed, Bulma took the pilot's seat and began to maneuver, swiftly lifting off towards the island hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tarble sat beside her, gazing out at the rapidly receding scenery. Before long, the helicopter reached the island. After finding a suitable spot, Bulma successfully landed the aircraft. Hurry up, Bulma. Launch urged from the side. I know, Bulma replied, quickly stowing the helicopter back into the universal capsule before dashing to catch up with the others. The air on the island was filled with the briny scent of the sea and the lively sounds of people. The registration area for the tournament was already bustling with fighters from around the globe, some warming up, others practicing techniques, and a few boasting loudly about their past victories, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The roadsides were also crowded with various stalls offering delectable snacks. Wow, this is the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Launch exclaimed, her eyes wide with interest as she surveyed the vibrant scene. Experiencing it in person is indeed far more exhilarating than watching it on television. It seems this tournament has significantly boosted the local economy, Tarble noted, nodding gently as he surveyed the surroundings. Sensing the varying degrees of energy fluctuations within the crowd, most were ordinary people, yet a few exuded the presence of seasoned martial artists. There are truly so many vendors here, Bulma remarked, enjoying a sausage she had just purchased from a nearby barbecue stall, but to be honest, I feel a bit nervous attending such a competition for the first time. I'll be cheering for you from the sidelines, Tarble replied kindly, handing over the registration form to Bulma. Huh, aren't you participating? Bulma and Launch asked in unison, confusion evident on their faces. It wouldn't be meaningful for me to join. As of now, Goku and the others are still too weak for me, Tarble explained. As they entered the registration area, they spotted Goku and Krillin excitedly standing in line, eagerly glancing around. Upon noticing Tarble and the others, Goku waved enthusiastically, shouting, Hey brother Tarble, Bulma, Launch, over here. Tarble smiled as he quickly led the two toward them. Is this your first time as well? Krillin asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I've heard Master Roshi speak so many times about this tournament, and today I finally get to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Just as they were engrossed in their lively conversation, a burly man with a fierce countenance pushed through the crowd, glaring menacingly at Goku and the others. Make way, can't you see I'm in a hurry to register? He bellowed. At this moment, the blonde-haired Lanchi, unwilling to indulge him, unleashed a torrent of invective. Hey, do you not understand the concept of queuing? If you continue to chatter, I shall have you thrown out. Upon hearing her words, the burly man's eyes widened in fury. You dare to speak back to me, little girl? Do you not believe I can pin you to the ground? He raised his fist threateningly. Lanchi, incensed by his audacity, prepared to retaliate with a punch that would send him flying. I shall handle this, Tarble interjected, stepping forward to gently restrain Launchi's fiery temper. Allow me to teach him a lesson. Just as the burly man was about to mock the seemingly frail Tarble, he suddenly felt a formidable aura enveloping him, causing his legs to weaken and him to kneel. Your words are far too foul, Tarble stated calmly. The man, now pale, pleaded for mercy. However, Tarble chose to disregard him entirely, extending his right foot and delivering a kick that sent the man soaring through the air. With a whoosh, the stout figure was propelled like a cannonball, tracing a perfect arc across the sky, accompanied by a series of panicked screams, until he plummeted into the distant sea with a resounding splash. Help! I can't swim, he cried, flailing on the water's surface, seemingly on the verge of sinking. The organizers of the martial arts competition hastily dispatched personnel to rescue him. Yet, once pulled from the water, the man dared not linger on the island and hurriedly departed. Moments later, gasps of astonishment rippled through the registration line. Did you see that? Wasn't he just boasting a moment ago? He was kicked away. Am I mistaken? That robust man was sent flying so far by a single kick. Truly astonishing. Indeed, who is that young man with black hair? He is extraordinarily powerful. A buzz of excitement spread amongst the onlookers. The subsequent registration process proceeded smoothly, perhaps due to the awe inspired by Tarble's earlier display of strength, as no further troublemakers dared to approach. Brother Tarble, are you not participating in the martial arts tournament? Why are Bulma and Launchi here instead? Goku inquired upon seeing the two women at the registration desk. Haha, do you underestimate their abilities? Tarble replied with a smile. What? Are you implying that Bulma and Launchi also practice martial arts? I've never seen them train. Krillin expressed skepticism about their martial prowess. You will find out soon enough. Tarble said mysteriously. By the way, will Master Roshi be coming to watch the competition? I'm not sure. Master Roshi mentioned he would come, but I don't know when. Goku scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 35. Crane School. Suddenly, a chorus of cries erupted from the densely packed crowd, sending the vicinity into chaos. I believe he has arrived, Tarble said, pressing his forehead, recognizing the commotion as the arrival of Master Roshi. Emerging from the throng was an elderly man clad in a suit and hat, brandishing his cane and playfully tapping it toward the women around him. It is truly embarrassing. Upon seeing the approaching Master Roshi, Krillin covers his face, seemingly wishing to feign ignorance. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired Launch observes with great interest, arms crossed, and remarks with a smirk. That old man still possesses quite a spirit. Tarble retracts his gaze, intending to make a teasing remark, when suddenly a chilling aura wafts in from afar, causing him to momentarily stiffen. This presence, starkly contrasting with Master Roshi's, slithers through the air like a serpent's tongue. As anticipated, the crowd gradually parts, revealing an elderly man clad in a gray robe, gaunt of visage and sharp of eye, Master Shun. He launches into a barrage of scorn directed at Master Roshi. You old lecher, you truly disgrace our martial arts lineage. I can only imagine the expression on Fong Fong's face if she were alive to witness your current demeanor. Close behind him are two figures. One, a tall man with a shaved head and a stern countenance. The other, a floating child donning a hat, twirling a silver coin in his hand. They are none other than Master Shin's disciples, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Upon hearing Master Shin mention Fong Fong, Master Roshi, who was previously ready to brush off the situation with humor, suddenly falls silent. The atmosphere seems to solidify momentarily. Master Shun's words pierce like a needle, striking deep into Master Roshi's heart. Once jovial and approaching with laughter, Master Roshi's brow furrows as he lowers his head, the eyes behind his sunglasses clouded with uncertainty. Fong Fong, he murmurs, his tone laced with a rare complexity, revealing a long-buried memory, suddenly exposed to the light. Tarble's gaze sharpens, noting the shift in Master Roshi's demeanor, and he muses to himself. It appears that there is a hidden story between Master Roshi and this Fong Fong. Unfortunately, the anime provides little detail about her, and Tarble's curiosity about their relationship intensifies. Bulma, observing the sudden shift in atmosphere, leans closer to Tarble and whispers inquisitively, "Who is Fong Fong?" She sounds like Master Roshi's former lover. Tarble shakes his head. I do not know, but judging by their reactions, it seems this past is anything but simple. What is this? Mentioning her leaves you speechless? Master Shin squints, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he continues to apply pressure. Enough, Master Roshi interjects abruptly, his tone low yet commanding. What right do you have to speak her name? Shall I recount to your disciples the deeds you committed against her? Well, how rare it is to see Master Rashi so serious, remarks Blonde Launch from the side. Who exactly is Fong Fong? These two old men have a story. Bulma's curiosity ignites further. Master Shun snorts dismissively, ceasing further dialogue and waving his hand. Tian Shinhan, Kaiatsu, let us go. We are here to win the tournament, not to listen to the ramblings of an old pervert. Understood, Tian nods, glancing back at Master Rashi with a contemplative expression as he turns away. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu quietly observes Goku and Krillin, his eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and disdain. As the group departs, Tarble gently pats Master Rashi on the shoulder. Come on, Master Rashi. The competition is about to begin. The turtle sage let out a gentle sigh, regaining his smile. Ah, the little one speaks wisely. Well, the competition is about to commence. Let us not squander any more time. Just then, the mischievous blonde Launch leaned in with a wicked grin. Old man, shall we delve into the tales of your youthful romances? Launch, you mischievous girl, do not stir up trouble. The turtle sage exclaimed, jumping up in protest. And the atmosphere grew lively once more. As the registration period slowly drew to a close, the competition was on the verge of beginning. Tarble and his entourage arrived at the vicinity of the arena, awaiting the event. Suddenly, a jarring sound pierced the air as the sound system was being adjusted. Following that, a middle-aged man donned in sunglasses stepped into the center of the arena. As the announcer's voice echoed through the skies, the grand tournament officially commenced. Welcome, esteemed spectators, to the preliminary rounds of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. In the forthcoming fierce battles, only the top 8 contenders shall advance to the arena battles. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers and roars, the atmosphere ablaze with excitement. Now, I invite the participants to proceed to the waiting room. Shortly, I will draw lots to determine the matchups. Bulma and Launch waved at Tarble and then joined the others in the waiting room, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the matches. Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin were already brimming with excitement, warming up with clenched fists. Upon their arrival in the waiting room, they found it already populated with numerous individuals. The entrance of Bulma and Launch drew considerable attention, as female participants in the martial arts tournament were a rarity, especially such strikingly beautiful ones, causing many pairs of eyes to widen in admiration. In the distance, Tien and Kairatsu squinted their eyes upon spotting Goku and his friends, lost in their thoughts. Tien, during the match, we must ensure our master's honor is upheld, Kaiatsu remarked to Tien. Indeed, Kaiatsu, I perceive those individuals possess commendable strength. We must exercise caution when facing them, Tien replied with a serious nod. Understood, Tien, Kaiatsu responded, noting his companion's grave demeanor. At that moment, the announcer entered the waiting room accompanied by 3 staff members, 2 pushing a board displaying the matchups, while the other carried a box resembling a lottery container. Come, everyone. It's time to draw lots. After you draw, please come to me for registration. This will determine your match number, the host called out, gathering everyone's attention. Soon, each participant received a slip of paper bearing a number. After a brief tally, the host wrote down the matchups on a whiteboard and exited the waiting room. Before long, an announcement echoed throughout the arena. I hereby declare the World Martial Arts Tournament officially open. The first matchup of the preliminary round features Tian Shinhan versus Ahua. Tian stepped onto the stage with a measured pace, his tall stature immediately attracting numerous gazes. His opponent, Ahua, a contender from an ordinary martial arts school, boasted an impressive physique that drew cheers and shouts of encouragement from the female spectators in the audience. Ahua, go and defeat that 3-eyed opponent. Ahua, I love you. Come home with me. Just as the host announced the commencement of the match, within mere seconds, Tianjin Fan swiftly advanced and delivered a knee strike that sent his opponent flying out of the ring with astonishing precision and ruthlessness. The audience erupted in astonished murmurs. How could it be? How could that 3-eyed fighter be so formidable? Indeed, to unceremoniously kick such a robust individual off the platform with just a single blow is truly terrifying. Absolutely, during the finals, we must place our bets on his victory. I believe it is almost certain. Yes, I too shall wager on his triumph. Chapter 36. The match. As the spectators below the stage engaged in animated discussions, Tianjin Fan, with an expressionless demeanor, descended from the ring, as if that decisive blow was hardly worthy of mention. Observing Tianjin Fan's descent, Dumpling approached him and quietly remarked, Tianjin, Did you strike a bit too swiftly? Your opponent didn't even have time to showcase his moves. Tianjin Fan replied nonchalantly. The opponent was too weak. Waiting for him to attack would merely waste time. With that, he made his way toward the resting area, leaving behind a throng of spectators eagerly debating the spectacle. Meanwhile, Tabor, Bulma, Lanshi, and Goku were seated among the audience. Krillin remarked as he watched Tianjin Fan exit the stage. It seems that three-eyed fellow possesses some real strength. Goku nodded earnestly. His speed and power are indeed formidable. We must not underestimate him when we face him. Following several preliminary matches on stage, none featured the Crane School fighters or Goku's group. Nevertheless, their battles provided Tabor with insight into the triviality of the competition. At that moment, the announcement echoed once more. The next match features Bulma from West City against the contestant Iron Horn from the Mountain Tribes. Oh, it's your turn. Lanshi exclaimed with a smile directed at Bulma. Don't embarrass us. Humph. With my abilities, how could he possibly be my rival? Bulma confidently strode toward the ring, followed by a towering bald man with muscles like iron blocks. It's no wonder he is called Iron Horn. It must be due to his excessive musculature. Yet, beauty can be deceiving, Lanshi muttered to herself, crossing her arms. As Bulma ascended the platform, a wave of excitement surged through the audience. It was utterly astonishing to see a woman participating in the competition. Indeed, and she appears so frail. Her opponent is Iron Horn, a former top contender who reached the quarterfinals. I've heard that after his previous defeat, Iron Horn underwent intensive training. His strength must have increased significantly. Yes, it seems this woman is in for a tough time. Bulma and Iron Horn stood on opposite sides of the ring, presenting a stark contrast of beauty and beast. As the match commenced, the host vacated the center of the ring, while Iron Horn leisurely cracked his neck, the sound of his bones echoing even to Bulma's ears from a distance. Little girl, I suggest you concede gracefully, for it would be rather unseemly for a woman to be thoroughly defeated by me in the arena. Humph. Without uttering a word, Bulma swiftly approached. With a speed that Iron Horn could not possibly react to, she executed a decisive high kick that connected with his chin. Bang! Iron Horn was sent flying several meters into the air, crashing heavily outside the ring and creating a large crater, instantly rendering him unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the arena for 3 seconds, before it erupted into an uproar. This woman is astonishingly formidable, having triumphed with just a single kick. Indeed, the three-eyed contender appeared quite powerful, yet who would have anticipated that a woman could be equally impressive? It seems this year's World Martial Arts Tournament will be exceptionally thrilling. I declare Bulma the victor, proclaimed the host, who hurried back to the stage to announce the conclusion of the match. Contestants are to proceed to the waiting area for rest. The next bout features Chaozu against Launch. At last, it is my turn, the golden-haired Launch exclaimed, hastily making her way to the arena, giving Bulma a thumbs up as they brushed past each other. How could a child and a woman be competing? Indeed, this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is quite peculiar. Surely they are not here merely to perform nursing duties? Ha ha. A cacophony of laughter and teasing arose from the audience below. However, this commentary reached Tabor's ears, inciting his ire. Silently, he released a gas bomb beneath the raucous spectators. And suddenly, an explosion reverberated through the arena, sending these boisterous viewers flying out of the competition. The organizers, fearing another attack, observed the aftermath but found nothing amiss, thus allowing the contest to proceed. As anticipated, due to the vast disparity in strength, Chaozu's superpowers posed no binding ability against Launch, who effortlessly broke free. Devoid of his superpower enhancements, Chaozu was no different from an ordinary child. Chaozu just conceded. Tianjin Han, watching from the waiting area, realized that continuing in the arena would be futile. Fearing that Launch would pummel him, he urgently called out to Chaozu. I concede. Hearing Tianjin Han's plea and recognizing his inability to defeat Launch, Chaozu reluctantly shouted to the referee. Useless coward. Who permitted you to concede? Below the stage, Master Roshi was seething with rage. In his eyes, Launch and her companions were akin to the turtle hermit. And now Chaozu was voluntarily yielding. Was this not a slap in his face? However, upon witnessing Master Roshi's furious outburst, Chaozu felt a surge of fear. He glanced at Tianjin Han in the waiting area, uncertain of how to proceed. Chaozu, do you wish to concede? The host inquired, looking at him expectantly. I don't know, Chaozu timidly responded. In that case, the match shall continue, the host declared, indicating that the contest would proceed. As Lan Shi observed their mutual dismantling on the stage, her impatience grew. With a swift motion, she appeared before Jiao Zi, and before he could react, she delivered a decisive chop, rendering him unconscious. The host hurriedly approached to check on Jiao Zi, confirming that the contestant had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness, thus declaring the match concluded. The victor was Lan Shi. Upon hearing the referee announce the end of the match, Tianjin Fan quickly rushed to assess the situation, noting there were no serious injuries. After expressing his gratitude, he carried Jiao Zi away from the arena. I merely found that old man below intolerable. The golden-haired Lan Shi regarded the audience with a displeased expression. What useless waste. On the sidelines, Master Rashi was visibly irked. In a fit of frustration, he discreetly retrieved his phone and made a call, uttering a few words before breaking into a sinister chuckle. Both Bulma and Lan Shi are incredibly formidable. Why have I never witnessed their training? How could their strength be so profound? Krillin remarked to Goku in the waiting room. Indeed, it appears that aside from Tianjin Fan, Bulma and Lan Shi are also formidable adversaries. Goku replied, his expression grave. Chapter 37. The showdown. When the host announced the conclusion of the match, the golden-haired Lan Shi returned to the waiting room with a beaming smile. How was that, Bulma? Impressive, right? Lan Shi proudly boasted to Bulma. Bulma rolled her eyes and teased. Was that even a match? It was merely a one-sided affair. Jiao Zi had no opportunity to counter and was knocked out in an instant. Lan Shi haughtily responded, just moments ago, he thought he could control me with his power. I merely struggled slightly, and he was done for. As Bulma and Lan Shi discussed the previous match, the announcement echoed once more. The next match features contestant Son Goku against contestant Pulley. Please prepare to take the stage. Hee, it's finally my turn. Goku grinned widely, already bursting with anticipation as he leaped onto the arena. Krillin waved at him, calling out, Goku, don't use too much force, don't injure him. Lan Shi chimed in with a laugh. Right, that kid looks frail and pitiful. Don't send him straight into the ground with one punch. Upon reaching the arena, Pulley was still warming up his punches, muttering to himself, today is my moment to shine. I will knock this little brat off the stage. As the match commenced, Pulley dashed towards Son Goku, intending to deliver a powerful blow. However, Goku swiftly evaded, vanishing from Pulley's sight. This left Pulley bewildered as he searched for Goku's presence, only for Goku to suddenly appear behind him, gently tapping his back. Time to go down, Goku said with a cheerful grin. Pulley was sent soaring like a kicked ball, flying high off the stage before landing face-first on the ground, rolling several meters before succumbing to unconsciousness. The entire arena was stunned. The host paused for a moment before quickly recovering, exclaiming, Son Goku is the victor. What an unexpectedly swift battle. A wave of exuberant cheers erupted from the audience, as Krillin's eyes narrowed into slits from his broad smile. Oh dear, Goku. You certainly have a way of leaving no face for others, he exclaimed. Goku, scratching his head, replied, I assure you, I was rather gentle. Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be ridiculous. At that moment, the announcer's voice boomed once more. The next match features Krillin against Sis. It's my turn, Krillin said, loosening his neck. Prepare yourselves for a show. Lan Shi, with a hearty pat on Krillin's shoulder, remarked, you're the missing piece now, don't falter. Otherwise, I shall have to give you a good thrashing once you step down. Krillin, glancing at Lan Shi's raised fist, could only retract his neck in submission. Understood. I'll wrap this up swiftly. As Krillin ascended the stage, his opponent Sis struck a classic muscular fighting pose, roaring at Krillin as if to intimidate him. Yet, within mere seconds of the match commencing, Krillin executed a sweeping kick that sent Sis crashing to the ground, swiftly followed by tossing him out of the ring. Securing a decisive victory, the announcer proclaimed, congratulations to Krillin for winning the match. Now, please proceed to the waiting room for a rest. The next bout will feature Tosha versus Sig. Tarble observed as Goku and the others advanced, a faint smile gracing his lips, while inwardly he mused. Such opponents hardly qualify as warm-ups. Thus, the tournament continued, one match after another. Aside from Goku and his companions, the remaining competitors were relatively insignificant, save for one enigmatic fighter shrouded entirely, piquing Tarble's curiosity, as such a character did not appear in the original narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, the first martial arts tournament has now determined its top 8 competitors: Tien Shinhan, Sig, Krillin, Lan Shi, Bulma, Smiling Tiger, the Mysterious One, and Son Goku. Each contestant is invited to take the stage to draw lots and determine their opponents. The host approached the ring with the list of the top 8 contenders and began the announcements. Soon after, Goku and the others, along with the remaining contestants, ascended from behind to partake in the drawing. Inside the box were small balls inscribed with numbers, and each competitor randomly selected one. "All right, everyone, please reveal the numbers you hold," the host instructed. The crowd raised their numbered balls high, anticipation electrifying the atmosphere as the audience held their breath. The host stepped to the center of the stage, microphone in hand, and declared loudly, "Based on the drawing results, the matchups for the top 8 are as follows." He paused dramatically, building suspense, before smilingly announcing the matchups. First match, Lan Shi vs. Son Goku. Second match, Tien Shinhan vs. Krillin. Third match, Bulma vs. Sig. Fourth match, the Mysterious One vs. Smiling Tiger. With all contestants having drawn their lots, the host exuberantly proclaimed, "All right, the matchups for the top 8 of the world's premier martial arts tournament have been determined." The first bout features the illustrious contestant Sun Wukong pitted against the enchanting Lan Shi. As the announcement concluded, the audience erupted into a frenzy. Could it be that the golden-haired beauty is facing off against Sun Wukong? One wonders who among them possesses greater prowess. Both contenders have previously dispatched their opponents with a single strike, leaving little doubt as to who reigns supreme. In the contestants' resting area, Krillin, Bulma, and Tien Shinhan turned their attention towards Lan Shi. "Go Lan Shi! Go Wukong!" Bulma cheered, waving her hands towards the 2 competitors on stage. As both fighters ascended the platform, the host raised the microphone. "Let the match commence." Wukong immediately crouched, adopting a combat stance before dashing towards Lan Shi. However, Lan Shi had already anticipated his move. She twirled gracefully, evading Wukong's charge, and appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick. Wukong barely managed to pivot in time to block, yet the force of Lan Shi's energy sent him staggering backwards. How fast? Wukong marveled, astonished by her strength. Lan Shi merely smiled enigmatically in response. With rapid precision, she launched a series of attacks around Sun Wukong. He defended valiantly, but found himself retreating under her relentless assault. Only Tarble and Bulma were aware that Lan Shi had not even unleashed a fraction of her true power. Just as Wukong thought he had gauged her strength, Lan Shi suddenly escalated her energy and delivered a decisive punch that sent him tumbling off the platform. Ahem, contestant Sun Wukong has fallen from the stage. I declare Lan Shi the victor. The audience erupted in cheers, for their duel was far more captivating than the previous brawls that resembled mere street fights. Particularly among the female spectators, the presence of a woman advancing to the top 4 was a source of immense pride. Chapter 38. The Semifinals. Lan Shi. Your strength is simply astounding. I am no match for you, Sun Wukong remarked as he stood below the stage, addressing the golden-haired warrior. Lan Shi responded with a cheerful smile. You still have much to practice. Yet, Wukong remained oblivious to the fact that Lan Shi's fighting prowess was merely a result of her potential being unlocked. Observing the audience's fervor, the host seized the moment and excitedly proclaimed, "Congratulations to contestant Lan Shi for advancing to the semifinals. Please proceed to the waiting area for rest." Now, the second match of the quarterfinals features contestant Krillin facing off against contestant Tien Shinhan. Come forth to the stage. Hee. A battle between 2 bald heads will surely be amusing, Lan Shi teased from the waiting area, unabashedly egging them on. Let us see who among you is the mightiest. The 2 fighters, just stepping onto the platform, nearly stumbled at her loud declaration. Are all of you from the Turtle School so unreasonable? Tien Shinhan retorted, displeased with Krillin. Technically she doesn't belong to the Turtle School, as Lan Shi has never trained under Master Roshi, Krillin awkwardly clarified. Though he found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. While Lan Shi was not officially a member of the Turtle School, she was indeed Tarble's wife, making her a sort of honorary member. I announced the commencement of the competition, and the host promptly dashes to the edge of the arena. He is well aware that neither of the 2 participants is to be trifled with. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, he continues his commentary from the sidelines. Our audience is surely familiar with this contestant from Tianjin. He claimed victory in the last World's Martial Arts Tournament. Now, let us eagerly await the spectacular performance they will deliver. As soon as the host's words fade, both combatants assume their stances, yet neither dares to initiate the attack. They are both searching for weaknesses in each other's defenses, and the solemn atmosphere has rendered the audience silent, captivated by the tension. Suddenly, a gentle breeze sweeps through, and in that moment, both fighters charge at one another, engaging in a fierce battle in the center of the arena. Their speed is astonishing to the ordinary observer. They are mere blurs, while only a select few can discern their movements clearly. The two combatants clash, ascending from the ground to the sky, surrounded by the sounds of their fists colliding. They are evenly matched, neither possessing the absolute strength to decisively overpower the other. Observing the confrontation, Tianjin's fighter unleashes his full power, sending Krillin hurtling backwards through the air. Solar flare. A brilliant flash of light erupts, momentarily blinding Krillin, who had been gazing up at Tianjin's fighter. Seizing this opportunity, Tianjin's fighter delivers a swift kick, sending Krillin tumbling off the stage. With Krillin defeated and Tianjin's fighter declared the victor, the host rushes back onto the arena to continue his duties. Now, I announce the third match of the quarterfinals, featuring Bulma against Seeger. Contestants, please ascend to the stage. The host proclaims with vigor. Seeger is a renowned champion in the underground boxing circuit, reputed to have never faced defeat and known for his ruthless strikes. Meanwhile, Miss Bulma is a mysterious newcomer making her debut. Can she withstand the onslaught of this formidable boxer? Let us find out. I hereby declare the match to commence. Even before the match begins, I can already foresee the outcome. Tarble chuckles lightly, reclining in his chair with a confidence that borders on nonchalance. However, noticing Master Roshi playfully engaging with a nearby female, Tarble subtly shifts away, pretending not to recognize the lecherous old man. Seeger, fists clenched and muscles taut, grins as he steps onto the stage. Little girl, I suggest you surrender, unless you wish to experience the brutality of underground boxing firsthand. Bulma glances at him languidly, her tone indifferent. Is this your idea of intimidation? I recommend you concede quickly. I don't wish to waste my time. Huh. You seek your demise. Seeger roars as he charges forward, his fists slicing through the air with fierce intent, aimed directly at Bulma's face. But in the next instant, smack, a resounding slap reverberates throughout the arena. Bulma's form remains nearly unmoved, as if she merely raised her hand to shoo away a bothersome fly. Seeger, struck by her palm, spirals through the air before crashing heavily against the arena wall, creating a large fissure upon impact, and he becomes embedded within it. The host's voice trembled with excitement. Goodness, this is simply astounding. I can scarcely believe what unfolds before my eyes. The prowess of the contestant, Bulma, is truly formidable. Let us all cheer for Bulma. I now declare the final match of the quarterfinals to commence. Let the contestants take the stage. The host stood at the edge of the arena, his tone resonating with fervor. This mysterious contestant, shrouded from head to toe, has yet to reveal his true identity since the preliminary rounds. However, his strength is undeniable, as he has triumphed over his opponents with remarkable speed. His adversary, the Smiling Tiger, is said to have been abandoned at a young age, growing up amidst the ferocious beasts of the mountains. Thus, I surmise his combat abilities must be exceedingly powerful. The Smiling Tiger licked his lips, casting a chilling gaze towards the mysterious figure. Heh, playing tricks, are we? Soon, I shall rip off your mask and expose your visage. Perhaps you are too hideous to show your face. I hereby announce the match begins. With that proclamation, the contest commenced. The Smiling Tiger lunged forward in an instant, his speed unparalleled, and his fists slicing through the air like daggers, aimed directly at the mysterious one's face. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, crack, a hand emerged from the dark cloak, firmly grasping his fist, rendering him immobile as though caught in a vice. What? The Smiling Tiger barely had time to react when an overwhelming force surged through his hand. He was flung across the arena floor with ease. Thud, thud, thud. At the moment the mysterious figure released him, the Smiling Tiger crashed heavily onto the stage, unconscious. The host rushed forward to assess the situation. I declare the mysterious contestant the victor, successfully advancing to the semifinals. Gazing at Tianjin Fan, who was awaiting his turn in the waiting area, the mysterious figure murmured, Tianjin Fan, you shattered my dreams. Watch as I systematically dismantle you. The competitors for the semifinals of the world's greatest martial arts tournament have now been revealed, and they shall vie for the championship this afternoon. Our semifinals will commence at 1 p.m. Please, everyone, make your way out. Chapter 39. The contest. The midday sun bathed the resting area of the martial arts venue, where various competitors and spectators indulged in their meals. The edges of the grounds were adorned with an array of culinary delights, and the air was fragrant with enticing aromas. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Launch, Bulma, and Tarble gathered around a large round table. Wukong, as ever, devoured the spread voraciously, treating the feast as if it were an arena. Finally time to eat. Wukong mumbled around a mouthful of chicken leg. Bulma, Launch, there's a possibility you two may face off this afternoon, Tarble remarked, glancing at the two. If that happens, I shall concede. After all, at home, I can never best Launch in our sparring matches, Bulma replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, not far away, Master Roshi leaned heavily on his cane. His face darkened as he glared in Tianjin Fan's direction. You pitiful wretch. Master Roshi suddenly bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the resting area. This morning, you could have fought. Yet you allowed Dumpling to concede. You are slapping my face, and to lose to that old turtle's crew, no less. His outburst immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Tianjin Fan remained seated, quietly observing the dishes before him. Master, it is evident that the disparity in strength is insurmountable. Dumpling cannot possibly prevail. If he insists on pushing forward, the only outcome will be injury, with no change in the result. In that moment, the Crane Hermit found himself at a loss for words in response to Tianjin Fan's assertion. The Crane Hermit, visibly agitated, trembled with frustration, while the Turtle Hermit ambled over, his head rotating incessantly in front of the Crane Hermit. Oh, old Crane, do calm down. It is quite normal for competitions to have their winners and losers. The Crane Hermit glared furiously, pointing at the Turtle Hermit as he rebuked, Old Turtle, spare me your feigned sympathy. Do not presume that merely having trained a few capable disciples makes you remarkable. The Turtle Hermit, still grinning, retorted, I have no such thoughts. I merely worry that your anger might harm your health. With a disdainful huff, the Crane Hermit declared, Humph, why are you still lingering? Do you not feel embarrassed enough? With a venomous glance at the Turtle Hermit, he swept away in a huff. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, witnessing the Crane Hermit's ire, could only obediently follow him out of the restaurant. That Crane Hermit is truly insufferable, Lan Shi remarked while consuming her meal. By the way, old man, who is that Fong Fong you mentioned this morning? Your first love? Do tell us more. Upon hearing Lan Shi's words, the Turtle Hermit suddenly appeared despondent. He returned to his seat and began to speak, seemingly to himself. Fong Fong was a girl from a village near our martial arts dojo. As you know, the Crane Hermit and I were once fellow disciples. The Turtle Hermit sighed, as if reminiscing about days gone by. So that is the case. What happened next? The impatient Lan Shi urged. Fong Fong was a girl we both admired in our youth. She was exceptionally lively and charming. Once, when the Crane Hermit confessed his feelings to her, he was rejected, leading him to entertain malicious thoughts and ultimately kidnap her. Subsequently, Master Wu Tai reprimanded him, forcing him to start anew as the lowest apprentice. The Turtle Hermit could not help but reflect on the past. I see. No wonder you expressed those sentiments back then. Bulma interjected with her own commentary. But what became of Fong Fong? And if that is the case, the Crane Hermit must still be your senior brother. How did you both end up establishing your own schools? This matter is rather lengthy to discuss. I wonder if you have heard of Demon King Piccolo? The Turtle Hermit addressed the group. I actually know a bit about that. However, I am not well versed in the specifics of what transpired at that time, Tarble remarked, observing the group's curiosity. Oh, then share what you know, and I will see if your account aligns with the truth. The Turtle Hermit, too, was intrigued, as he himself possessed only a limited understanding of Demon King Piccolo. In fact, there is a connection between Demon King Piccolo and the God of Earth, he stated casually. A revelation that astonished everyone, as they struggled to grasp the nature of their relationship. Bulma, Lan Shi, you are aware that the God of Earth is, in fact, a Namekian. In the past, due to environmental concerns, Namek had preserved the essence of certain races, resulting in some Namekians being sent to other planets, among whom was the Supreme Kai. Could it be that the connection you mentioned also pertains to Piccolo being a Namekian? Bulma, quick-witted as ever, inquired. Indeed, yes and no. In fact, the Supreme Kai and Piccolo were originally the same entity. The revelation left everyone in disbelief, eliciting exclamations of astonishment. As it turns out, the Supreme Kai on Earth was indeed the same Supreme Kai as before. At that time, the former Supreme Kai, during the process of selecting a successor, had seen the current Supreme Kai pass the trials. However, upon arriving on Earth, the Supreme Kai was influenced by humanity, leading to the emergence of negative emotions. When the Supreme Kai detached these negative feelings, Piccolo was born. Now I understand why such a formidable foe suddenly appeared on Earth, Master Roshi said, a look of clarity dawning upon him. During that time, Piccolo sought to dominate the world, dispatching minions to wreak havoc. It was during our descent from the mountain to protect the village that Fong Fong lost her life while defending me from a surprise attack. At this point, Master Roshi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. How tragic, to pass away at such a young age, remarked the blue-haired launch, sharing in Master Roshi's sorrow. From that moment, I vowed to grow stronger, so that those I care for would not suffer harm. Although my master succeeded in sealing Piccolo away, he succumbed to exhaustion. Following his passing, our dojo fell into disarray. Ultimately, Crane Hermit established the Crane School, while I founded the Turtle School. However, due to our differing philosophies, we have remained in a state of rivalry, constantly at odds with one another. Master Roshi stretched and relaxed, recounting the events. Perhaps because these matters had weighed heavily on his heart for too long, expressing them brought a sense of catharsis, leaving him feeling considerably lighter. Old man, who is stronger? You or that Crane Hermit? Launch, with her golden hair, unexpectedly interjected. One look at our physiques reveals that the Crane Hermit could hardly be my equal, he retorted, flexing his unimpressive biceps, which elicited laughter from the group. Krylin, stifling a chuckle, remarked, Master Roshi, you're joking. Your arms have less muscle than Bulma's. Hey, Bulma shot Krylin an incredulous glance. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Chapter 40. The identity of the mysterious figure. The World Martial Arts Tournament commenced its afternoon matches. The audience was already abuzz with excitement, fervently waving small flags and chanting the names of the contestants, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The host ascended the stage once more, proclaiming with enthusiasm, it is now time for the thrilling showdown among the top 4 contestants to determine the champion and runner-up. Please welcome our 4 competitors to the stage. Following the staff's guidance, Bulma, Launch, and the others made their way onto the arena. Tarble waved to the 2 competitors from the sidelines, signaling them while they were still in the audience. Upon noticing Tarble's gesture, Bulma reciprocated with a wave of her own. However, it was the blonde Launchie who exhibited bolder audacity, blowing a kiss directly towards Tarble. Before Tarble could react, a throng of males nearby were left in a state of shock, some even collapsing from excitement. Launchie's actions surely indicated a mischievous streak. Once the tournament concluded, Tarble contemplated giving her a stern lesson that evening. At this moment, the host announced that the 4 contestants were to draw lots once again, with the victors advancing to vie for the championship title, while the 2 losers would engage in another battle, with the winner claiming 3rd place in this grand martial arts tournament. As the 4 participants took to the stage, the host addressed the audience, microphone in hand. Meanwhile, staff hastily brought forth the lottery box. The mysterious contestant stepped forward first, reaching into the box and retrieving a ball, which he subsequently placed before him. He had drawn ball number 4. The staff, noting the revealed ball, began announcing the results while placing the mysterious contestant's photograph in the 4th slot on the board. Next, the blonde Launchie approached to draw her lot, revealing ball number 1. Bulma drew ball number 2, and Tianjin Fan drew ball number 3. The host concluded the drawing, stating the matchups. Launchie would face Bulma, while Tianjin Fan would compete against the mysterious contestant. Now, I asked Tianjin Fan and the mysterious contestant to step back, the host called out. However, Bulma, still on stage, unexpectedly declared, no need, I forfeit the match. The host, taken aback, exclaimed, what? Bulma, are you certain you wish to forfeit? His concern stemmed from the potential loss of excitement, especially with 2 female competitors. I am certain. I will return for the match for 3rd place, she replied, stepping down from the platform to join Tarble's side. Tarble gently caressed Bulma's slender waist and tousled her hair, prompting a chorus of heartbroken sighs from the men surrounding them. So she is taken. I have no chance now, one lamented. Even if she were single, you wouldn't stand a chance. Just look at yourself. Another retorted. What did you say? Care to fight? Oh, how arrogant. The scene erupted into chaos, but the staff, experienced in managing such situations, swiftly intervened, separating the brawlers and escorting them out of the venue. Ahem, since Bulma has forfeited, I hereby announce that Launchie advances, the host declared. The match would now be between Tianjin Fan and the mysterious contestant. With her own match concluded, Launchie quickly descended from the platform and embraced Tarble's arm. The sound of hearts breaking echoed once more in the surroundings. Could you three perhaps consider the atmosphere? We are still single. Krillin lamented, his heart nearly shattered. At this moment, Tarble was surrounded by admirers, while Krillin remained a lonely virgin, devoid of even a girlfriend. His heart ached with despair. What does being single mean, Goku? He lamented. Goku, in his usual obliviousness, replied, being single means having no girlfriend, living in solitude. Krillin shouted back, his voice filled with sorrow, girlfriend? Can you eat that? I'm not single. I have you and Master Roshi with me. Goku, still blissfully ignorant, remained unfazed. Forget it. I can't be bothered to explain. Go back and let Master Roshi teach you. He has experience. Krillin, feeling slightly better, suddenly chuckled, as if a thought had sparked joy within him. Krillin, what are you laughing about? A voice pierced through, sending a chill down his spine. Turning slowly, he met Master Roshi's beaming gaze, which made him wish for death. And nothing. Master Roshi. Meanwhile, the arena presented a stark contrast. The announcer had already declared the match to begin, yet the two competitors stood motionless, locked in a fierce gaze. Tien, who would have thought we would meet here? A voice emerged from beneath the mysterious figure's dark cloak, laced with palpable hatred. Tien, instinctively assuming a battle stance, coldly stared at the cloaked figure, his third eye narrowing, ready to detect any sudden movements. What a familiar voice. Tien squinted, his gaze sharpening. Who are you? The mysterious figure chuckled softly, then slowly revealed a mechanical, cold finger to lift the hood. The face unveiled was aged yet frenzied. One half bore the visage of a human elder, while the other half was a cold, intricate mechanical structure, eyes gleaming with a malevolent red light. Don't you recognize me? Who are you? Are you Dr. Gero? Tien's pupils constricted, his fists clenching tightly. You're still alive. Indeed. Thanks to my self-designed biomechanical apparatus. I narrowly escaped death when the laboratory was destroyed. Yet, my entire life's work was obliterated, forcing me into this grotesque form. You have ruined decades of my research, shattered the glory of the Red Ribbon Army, and crushed my dream of world domination. Today, you shall pay for your transgressions. Humph. Just a bunch of rats hiding in filthy sewers, dreaming of world domination. How utterly foolish. The audience below watched the mechanical instruments and weapons on Dr. Gero with uncertainty, unsure whether to intervene, as it violated the rules. Yet, they feared that if they approached, Dr. Gero might retaliate with lethal force. Chapter 41. The conclusion of the match. The announcer, gripping the microphone, appeared conflicted, swallowing hard as his voice trembled. That mysterious contestant. Weapons are prohibited in the arena. You are hereby declared eliminated. He began, but before he could finish his statement, he was met with the lifeless gaze of Dr. Goro, which sent the host into a panic, causing him to drop the microphone. You may continue, he stammered, before fleeing from the scene, leaving the two men behind. Transforming yourself in such a manner merely for the sake of vengeance is truly lamentable, remarked Tianjin Fan, his expression devoid of emotion. Lamentable? You dare to call me lamentable? Dr. Goro erupted into maniacal laughter. You know nothing of ideals. The Red Ribbon Army once held dominion over the very lifeblood of global technology. And you, Tianjin Fan, you have slain my subordinates and obliterated all my research facilities. With every word, Dr. Goro's madness intensified. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, his left arm extending 3 electrified claws, while his right shoulder-mounted cannon unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, Tianjin Fan evaded the first 2 shots, deflecting the third with a swift palm strike, then executing a spinning knee strike aimed at Dr. Goro's chest. With a resounding thud, Tianjin Fan's knee collided with Dr. Goro, indenting the mechanical armor upon his chest. Yet, rather than diminishing his combat prowess, it ignited an even more fervent battle spirit within him. Dr. Goro's visage twisted in rage as his right hand shot forward, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Boom. Tianjin Fan was caught off guard, forced back several steps, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. However, he quickly regained his footing and charged forward once more. Simultaneously, the mechanical backpack on Dr. Goro's back sprang open, revealing a row of small missiles that launched with a piercing shriek towards Tianjin Fan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dr. Goro continued his relentless assault with thermal weaponry. Though Tianjin Fan adeptly dodged most of the attacks, the audience below, however, was not so fortunate, as several were struck by the incoming energy projectiles. "Run for your lives!" The crowd cried out in panic. At that moment, Tabor unleashed a wall of energy from his palm, detonating 2 missiles in midair. Krillin, launch! And even Master Roshi sprang into action, darting like shadows across the stands to shield the spectators from the ensuing chaos, buying them precious time to escape. Bulma assisted the audience in fending off the aerial onslaught while seething. Indeed, the Red Ribbon Army is deranged. What kind of competition is this? He has no intention of adhering to the rules. It's simply a massacre. Launch hurled an energy blast, destroying one of the missiles. If this doesn't end soon, the World Martial Arts Tournament will be reduced to rubble. Meanwhile, atop the arena, Tianjin Fan was now fully committed, unleashing a furious roar. Kamehameha. A brilliant triangular beam of energy erupted from his palm, striking Dr. Goro directly. Boom! The explosion illuminated half the sky, as the arena was flattened by the force of the Kamehameha, engulfed in swirling smoke. Tianjin Fan hovered above, scanning the chaos below. Just then, Dr. Goro hurled a flashbang and a smoke bomb from his sleeve, engulfing the entire venue in a blinding light as smoke began to billow outward. In an instant, Tianjin Fan's pupils contracted in response to the blinding flash, a sharp pain piercing through his eyes like needles. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield himself, yet within moments, he succumbed to darkness. Damn it, a flashbang! The greatest asset and flaw of Tianjin Fan lay in his eyes, rendering the flashbang's impact far more devastating than for an ordinary person. Dr. Gero, cognizant that he could not eliminate Tianjin Fan and his companions today, seized the opportunity to flee while their vision was obscured. Simultaneously, clouds of grayish-white smoke swiftly enveloped the battered arena and its surroundings. Within the haze, Tarble, Bulma, and Launch remained vigilant, bracing themselves for Dr. Gero's next ambush. Yet, nothing transpired. Had he vanished? Launch furrowed her brow. "He has escaped," Master Roshi remarked gravely. "He slipped away while we were distracted." As the smoke gradually dissipated, Dr. Gero's figure had completely vanished, leaving no trace of his presence, only the desolate ruins of the arena and the audience and staff who had yet to flee the scene. At this moment, the host, trembling, found a new microphone and stepped onto the now leveled arena to announce, "Due to the unforeseen circumstances, Dr. Gero has been disqualified for using prohibited devices to interfere with the match. According to the rules, contestant Tianjin Fan advances to the finals." The audience erupted into a cacophony, with some applauding and cheering for Tianjin Fan, while others remained entranced by the earlier harrowing battle that felt like a fight for survival. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan gently descended to the ground. Although his vision remained somewhat hazy, his demeanor was calm. "The staff will now proceed to repair the venue. We ask the audience to please wait." "No need, I forfeit. I cannot defeat her," Tianjin Fan declared directly to the host. Having just unleashed his Kikaho, his remaining strength was scant, and considering the outcome of Launch's battle against Sun Wukong, he recognized that his prowess paled in comparison to Wukong's, let alone Launch, who had decisively bested him. "What? Contestant Tianjin Fan, are you also withdrawing from the competition?" The host struggled to contain his astonishment. "This is ridiculous. One after another, they concede, and now we have Dr. Gero wreaking havoc." Realizing this, the host felt that he might be forced into an early retirement after this event. Thus, "I declare the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament to be contestant Launch, with Bulma as the runner-up and Tianjin Fan securing third place." The host could only announce the results with a sense of resignation. Following this, the dreary awards ceremony commenced, as many audience members had already fled the venue, and the arena remained in disrepair. Thus concluded a match that began with promise but ended abruptly. "Tarble, brother, we shall return with Master Roshi for now. When time permits, we will come to find you." Sun Wukong and Krillin bid farewell to Tarble and the others. "I must return to train diligently, aspiring to defeat you all in the next World Martial Arts Tournament." "Yes, go forth. There may be many foes awaiting in the future. Strive to hone your skills." Tarble spoke to Sun Wukong with a hint of profundity, suggesting that it was time for their return. He then turned to Lanchi and Bulma, reiterating his sentiment. Suddenly, a voice of reprimand erupted. "Why did you concede?" Master Roshi had appeared unexpectedly at the venue, delivering a sharp slap to Tien Shinhan, leaving a vivid red imprint on his face. "Master, I have done my utmost." Tien stood tall, maintaining his composure. Another slap followed. "Do not call me master. I do not acknowledge disciples of your ilk. The young behave this way, and so do the older ones. Are you intent on driving me to my grave? Jiaozi, witnessing the scene of Master Rashi repeatedly striking Tian, felt a surge of fear. What did you say, you little brat? He exclaimed, preparing to deliver a slap to Jiaozi as well. At that moment, Tian intervened, seizing Master Rashi's arm, rendering him immobile. Are you plotting rebellion? Release me at once. Master Rashi struggled, his other hand flailing, and his feet kicking at Tian. Indeed, Master, this shall be the last time I address you as such. I have won numerous victories for you at the World Martial Arts Tournament. I have repaid my debt of gratitude. Now, let us sever ties and have no further relations. Tian released his grip, causing Master Rashi to tumble to the ground due to inertia. Ah, so now that you have grown wings, this is how you repay me. Just wait and see, he retorted, clutching his dislocated arm as he hurriedly departed. Observing the scene, Master Rashi approached Tian's side. You acted rightly. Your former master harbors ill intentions. It is indeed prudent to sever ties sooner rather than later. He patted Tian on the shoulder, adding, if you find the time in the future, do visit my Kame house. Chapter 42. The journey home. Taken aback by the words, Tian nodded solemnly. Thank you, esteemed elder. He gently patted Jiaozi's head and bowed to Master Rashi. I shall certainly make a visit. He then addressed Rashi and the others. We bid you farewell. With that, Tian and Jiaozi departed. Why does Master Rashi seem to favor Tian Xinhan? Krillin inquired curiously. Ah, he is a person of remarkable perseverance in martial arts. And I can see that he possesses a strong sense of responsibility as a martial artist, though he is unfortunate to have chosen the wrong master. However, this may very well be an opportunity for him to break free from Master Rashi, he replied, watching Tian's retreating figure with approval. Well then, let us take our leave as well, Master Rashi said, donning his sunglasses and leisurely turning to depart. Until next time, Goku and Krillin bid farewell to Tarble and the others before exiting the venue. Let us be on our way, Tarble urged the three of them. Oh, this martial arts tournament was truly exhilarating. Bulma's mother interjected. It's a shame we must return home so soon. Mother, this situation is perilous. Look at that doctor. Jero emerging from behind, wreaking havoc. Had we not intercepted the attacks, who knows how many would have suffered injuries, or worse. Bulma lamented, seeing her mother's lingering excitement, and could only lower her head, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Bulma, please fetch the helicopter. It's time for us to return. Tarble chuckled as he watched the two engage in playful banter. With a sigh, Bulma approached the nearby capsule, retrieving a universal capsule. With a swift motion, she tossed it into the air, and with a resounding bang, a helicopter materialized before them. All right, let us board, she announced, clapping her hands and taking her place in the cockpit. Bulma's mother donned her oversized sunglasses and entered the cabin, tidying her hair as she remarked. I must come back for the World Martial Arts Tournament next time. It was simply delightful. Please, don't cause any trouble, Bulma retorted while activating the flight system. Once both women were aboard, Tarble took Lan Chi's hand and stepped forward. Let us go, he murmured, entering the cabin and closing the door behind him. The helicopter's rotor blades began to spin slowly, creating a powerful gust that scattered paper and dust around them. Tarble cast a final glance at the tournament venue, which had recently weathered a tumultuous event. With a hum, the helicopter ascended into the sky, gradually gaining altitude as it soared towards the distant horizon. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the island, a shadow flitted by, none other than Dr. Jero. He had been observing Tian Xinhan and the others, but lamentably, his current strength was insufficient to defeat them. It seems I must redirect my research, he mused. With my current progress, I lack the power to eliminate them. Yet, those individuals might not be mere amateurs. Perhaps their genes harbor some unique secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Jero vanished from sight, making his way to his clandestine laboratory. Inside the helicopter, Bulma's mother and Lan Chi savored the local delicacies while enjoying the scenic views outside, sharing laughter that occasionally erupted into hearty chuckles. Meanwhile, Tarble sat in the co-pilot's seat, lost in thought. Curiously, Bulma turned her gaze toward him. What is on your mind? You've been silent the entire journey. I was contemplating Dr. Jero, Tarble replied after a brief pause. To me, he is merely an insect. I had already targeted him while escaping. However, I wished to provide Goku and the others with some motivation, hence my restraint. As Bulma piloted the helicopter, she glanced at Tarble. But didn't we drive him away? Why are you concerned? Tarble gazed out at the fluffy clouds and smiled faintly. A snake is most adept at striking when you let your guard down. The helicopter descended gently onto the villa grounds, and the familiar sight of the lawn and buildings greeted them once more. Finally home, Launchi exclaimed, leaping from the helicopter and shaking her hair. The excitement of the arena was indeed thrilling, but I much prefer a warm bath and a change of clothes. Bulma's mother, still munching on the local treats, stretched and then hopped off the helicopter. Closing the cockpit hatch, Bulma turned to Tarble. Your earlier remark about the snake striking when one is relaxed sent chills down my spine. Does that imply that Dr. Gero may have more tricks up his sleeve? Tabor nodded slowly, his tone neither hurried nor sluggish. Well, the fact that he managed to escape under such circumstances indicates that he has numerous contingency plans. The trio entered the spacious and well-lit hall of the villa. As soon as they stepped inside, Bulma eagerly shed her coat and collapsed onto the sofa. Phew, it's finally over. I'm truly exhausted. You too. Honestly, I flew the plane there. And I flew it back. Couldn't you help me share the load? Hey, we can fly too. Those who are capable do more, Launchi replied with a smile. Glancing at Bulma sprawled on the couch. Next time, you can fly solo. Bulma rolled her eyes. All right, my darlings. I won't intrude on your youthful revelry any longer. She waved cheerily as she departed to her estate for a fragrant petal bath. Tonight is simply exquisite. Mom, please refrain from such peculiar remarks. Bulma's face flushed, urging her to return home. All right, Bulma. Remember to visit me often. And you too, Launchi, and you. Handsome Tabor, Bulma's mother teased with a smile. Make sure I get to hold my grandchild soon. Mom, please stop with those strange comments. Bulma blushed even deeper, pushing her mother towards the exit. Okay, I'll head back now. Remember what I just said. With that, she strolled towards the entrance of the villa, where security had already arranged a vehicle for her departure. Finally, she's gone. Bulma sighed in relief as she watched her mother's figure fade into the distance. Launchi chuckled beside her. Your mom is truly adorable. Only you would think so, Bulma retorted, twisting her neck. You've really made a name for yourself, being the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Launchi waved her hand dismissively. Soon, they will surpass us. We merely had a head start. Tabor approached and embraced them both. Don't worry, I will always protect you. You needn't toil excessively in your training. Just pursue what you love. Suddenly enveloped in Tabor's embrace, both women felt their cheeks flush, nodding gently in agreement. All right, since we're home, let us take a shower. We're all sweaty. Tabor chuckled lightly at the two. Upon hearing the mention of sweat, Bulma and Launchi quickly raised their arms to sniff, then checked their bodies. Yes, there is a bit of a smell. Let us head to the shower, Launchi said, grasping Bulma's hand and leading her into the bathroom. Tabor, please fetch us some bathrobes. Upon hearing Launchi's request, Tabor shook his head gently. The golden-haired Launchi truly was a mischievous one, but he found it endearing. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed his face, and he hurriedly dashed to the room to retrieve the bathrobes for them. Chapter 43. As night fell, the struggles of Tabor and the two women quietly faded away. Early the next morning, as dawn barely broke, Tabor opened his eyes to find Bulma and Launchi nestled beside him, prompting a knowing smile. It appeared they were utterly exhausted from the previous night and likely would not awaken any time soon. Tabor gently withdrew his hand, quietly rising from his slumber, careful not to disturb the peaceful repose of the others. He made his way to the milk drop-off box by the door, lifting the lid to retrieve several freshly delivered bottles of milk. The glass containers, filled with creamy white liquid, still exuded a faint warmth, indicating they had just arrived. Beside the milk lay a small note. Good morning. Wishing you a day filled with vitality. 3 Deer Dairy Farm, contact number. Tabor couldn't help but reflect on the challenges faced by the service industry in every world. With a soft chuckle, he folded the note and returned it to the milk box, then carried the bottles back inside. Typically, it was Launchi with azure hair who prepared breakfast. But noticing the silence from upstairs, Tabor turned towards the kitchen. He deftly placed the milk in the refrigerator, then took out eggs, bacon, and toast, only to find the refrigerator lacking in other provisions. Truly, the culinary delights of the Dragon Ball world paled in comparison to those of my homeland, China. Although cooking was not my forte, breakfast was manageable, he mused, skillfully igniting the stove. The sizzle of the frying pan filled the air as he cracked the eggs, the whites quickly solidifying and releasing an appetizing aroma. He placed the toast in the toaster, and while waiting, he drew back the sheer curtains of the kitchen window. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the entire living room. At that moment, A languid howl echoed from upstairs, followed by a soft yawn. Launchi emerged, her tousled blue hair and loose pajamas giving her a sleepy appearance, her eyes still clouded with drowsiness. Have you awakened? Breakfast is nearly ready, Tarble called out without turning. Why didn't you wake me? Launchi replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Well, I noticed you hadn't fully rested. So I thought to let you sleep a bit longer, Tarble explained, glancing at Launchi as she descended the stairs. I'll go wake Bulma, she said, yawning as she turned back towards her room. Before long, a voice filled with irritation rang out from upstairs. Launchi, why did you suddenly throw off my blankets? Breakfast is almost ready. If you keep sleeping, there will be nothing left to eat. Ugh, so annoying. I just wanted to enjoy a lazy morning. Were you not tired last night? As Tarble plated the eggs and bacon, he listened to the commotion above, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Thus, Bulma was forcibly dragged from her room by Launchi, the former sporting a disgruntled expression and messy hair, while the latter appeared excited as they made their way downstairs. The three of them noisily finished their breakfast, but Bulma, wishing to catch up on her sleep, retreated back upstairs. Meanwhile, Launchi had made plans with Bulma's mother to go shopping later that day. Suddenly, Tarble found himself alone in the living room, feeling somewhat aimless. Perhaps I shall seek out Whis for some training. The idea suddenly sprang to mind, and without hesitation, Tarble hurried to the nearest supermarket, where he gathered an assortment of cakes, pastries, and ice creams, packing them all into a universal capsule. Upon returning to the villa, he found that Bulma was still asleep, so he left a note on the table informing her of his brief departure. At that moment, Tarble was keenly attuned to the positions of celestial bodies in the universe, for he was uncertain of the whereabouts of the destroyer planet. After an extensive search yielded no results, he fortuitously located the Kaioshin planet, which could be deemed a pleasant surprise. With a thought, he vanished from his original position, and the scenery around him transformed instantaneously. On the small Kaioshin planet, a chubby monkey was chasing a cricket across a patch of green grass, while not far off, a small red vehicle circled the planet repeatedly. The instant Tarble materialized, he caught the attention of the Kaioshin. Who are you, and what brings you to my domain? The Kaioshin, wearing sunglasses and stroking his beard, stepped out of the vehicle, regarding the suddenly appeared Tarble with a wary gaze. He sensed an immense energy emanating from this newcomer, one that seemed almost beyond the realm of this universe. Tarble was momentarily taken aback, observing the amusing little figure before him. With a polite gesture, he replied, You must be the North Kaioshin. I am Tarble, hailing from Earth, and I seek the coordinates of the destroyer planet. The destroyer planet? The Kaioshin exclaimed, nearly losing his sunglasses in surprise. Have you lost your mind? That is Lord Beerus's residence. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Tarble smiled gently. I am aware. I wish to visit the destroyer planet and pay a call to Mr. Whis. The Kaioshin fell silent, realizing that if Tarble was not seeking Lord Beerus, then perhaps there was no cause for concern, as Mr. Whis was generally more agreeable. Rubbing the antennae on his head, the Kaioshin sighed in resignation. Very well. Your demeanor is not unpleasing, and since you have indeed found me, it is rare for anyone to locate this place by energy alone. Please wait a moment while I contact Whis. However, I cannot guarantee his willingness to meet, but you must promise me not to disturb Lord Beerus. I still vividly remember the time when his planet shrank to such a minuscule size. Thank you, esteemed Kaioshin. When you contact Whis, please mention that I bring a wealth of culinary delights. Tarble expressed his gratitude with a slight bow. Enough of that. Do not thank me. If you truly awaken Lord Beerus, I shall have nowhere to hide. Just wait here. The Kaioshin turned and entered his abode, retrieving a communication device that resembled an antique telephone. After dialing a series of intricate signals, he called out to the sky, Lord Whis. Are you there? There's a peculiar young man here who wishes to meet you and has brought an array of delicacies. Oh, it is you, Kaioshin. What brings you here? Suddenly, Whis's image materialized in midair, as he elegantly savored a delicacy from an unknown planet. What? You say there are delicacies? Wait a moment. The image abruptly vanished. Very well. I have contacted Mr. Whis for you. It seems he will be here shortly. The King of Worlds sighed as he observed Whis in the communication and turned to Tarble. I am aware that the King of Worlds has little to occupy his time here, so I brought along our planet's popular collection of jokes to pass the time. With that, Tarble casually tossed out a universal capsule containing several books. A loud thud resonated as a pile of books appeared on the ground. Really? Thank you. Without further ado, he began eagerly flipping through the volumes he had long yearned for. Thus, After a span of over 20 minutes, the distant sky flickered slightly, and a pale blue radiance gradually emerged. An elegant figure stepped forth, wielding a staff, with turquoise skin and cascading white hair, adorned with a large, light blue halo around its neck. Indeed, it was the angel Whis. Chapter 44. Cultivation. Greetings, King of Worlds, Whis said politely upon his arrival. But the King of Worlds dared not be presumptuous, for he was well aware that Whis held the dual roles of servant and mentor to Lord Beerus. Mr. Whis, this is Tarble. He mentioned he wished to seek your counsel, the King of Worlds said with a sycophantic tone. Whis smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement, a glimmer of understanding passing through his eyes. I see, King of Worlds. You have truly gone to great lengths, he remarked, offering a courteous nod. Ah, not at all, the King of Worlds exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, appearing both flattered and nervous, his antennae trembling slightly with anxiety. It is my honor to serve Mr. Whis. But truly, this young man is quite amusing. He gifted me a stack of joke books. Look. He proudly brandished volumes such as the Complete Joke Collection and 100,000 Cold Jokes, shaking them with delight. I laughed until tears streamed down my face. You seem familiar, Whis mused, resting his right hand on his chin while his left hand supported his head, seemingly lost in thought. Ah, I remember now. I sensed your presence in the cosmos some time ago. Indeed, just a few days ago, I did travel to the universe. So it is likely that my energy was detected by Whis during that time. I had gone to test the results of my cultivation, Tarble replied. With that, Tarble produced a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground, where it erupted into a table laden with a variety of delectable dishes. Mr. Whis, these are some culinary specialties from our Earth. Since you have gone to the trouble to be here, let us enjoy a meal while we converse. Upon seeing the feast before him, Whis's appetite was immediately piqued, and he inquired about each dish with curiosity. For him, this spread was perhaps the most exquisite fare he had encountered during his time in the seventh universe. After a considerable duration, Whis relished the meal thoroughly. However, as the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand is indebted. Whis's impression of Tarble improved further. Typically, I cannot casually take you to the god of destruction's planet. However, since Lord Beerus remains asleep, we shall begin your training for the time being. Yet, once Lord Beerus awakens, whether you may stay on the god of destruction's planet will depend on his disposition. As Whis spoke, he cast a glance at the delectable dishes that had just been devoured on the table, seemingly directing his words towards them. Thank you, Mr. Whis, he said. Whis smiled and nodded. In that case, let us set forth now. With a gentle wave of his staff, a silvery blue light enveloped Tarble, and the two of them progressed through the cosmos. Everything around them moved swiftly, the celestial bodies whizzing by like luminous points of light. Mr. Whis, is this how you usually travel? Tarble inquired, observing their surroundings. Doesn't such a method consume a considerable amount of time? Whis's lips curled into a relaxed smile. Given the prolonged lifespans of our angelic kin, we have no particular urgency. If we truly need to reach a destination, leisurely flying can be a delightful way to pass the time, and besides, it allows us to appreciate the breathtaking vistas along the way. Taken aback by this response, Tarble found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After all, if one possessed infinite longevity, there seemed little reason to hurry. Furthermore, for angels, aside from the commands of the king or the high priest, there was seldom anything pressing enough to warrant haste. Whis glanced at him, his tone softening slightly. You are quite intriguing, Tarble. Despite your formidable aura, your demeanor remains remarkably composed. Tarble smiled faintly. I understand that impulsiveness can lead to unintended consequences, and in this world, I am still quite weak. Thus, I prefer to remain aware of every step I must take. Ah, how rare, Whis chuckled. Many who possess power often harbor ambitions of domination or conquest. Tarble fell silent for a moment, and then spoke softly. Personally, I am not particularly enthusiastic about meaningless battles. I merely wish to protect what I hold dear, such as my family. Whis's expression gradually softened. This sentiment may indeed be the key to your further progress. As their speed gradually decreased, they entered the destroyer planet. In an instant, Tarble found himself in a breathtaking expanse, surrounded by lush trees and a sky suffused with an orange glow. Is this the destroyer planet? Tarble asked, surveying the area. Above hung several orbs resembling planets, and in the distance stood a towering tree much larger than the others. You can visit everywhere else, but not over there. That is where Lord Beerus sleeps. Disturbing him would lead to quite a predicament, Weiss indicated towards the imposing tree. Understood, Tarble nodded in agreement. Now, after such a lengthy journey, let us indulge in a sumptuous feast before commencing our training, Weiss exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. Aware of Weiss's nature, Tarble promptly summoned an array of culinary delights from his universal bag. Upon seeing the abundance of earthly delicacies, Weiss's eyes lit up, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Tarble, you truly understand me, he remarked before embarking on his culinary journey. With a gentle smile, Tarble seated himself and said, Of course, I have come to refine my skills. However, since I am here, I ought to bring Mr. Weiss a token of our meeting. This kind of gift I would gladly accept 10 times over. Weiss picked up a spoon and savored a piece of pudding, a look of bliss illuminating his face. Well, once we have indulged, I shall commence arranging your training. But let me clarify in advance, my training is far from a leisurely affair. Tarble nodded. I am ready to begin at any moment. After relishing the sumptuous feast Tarble had brought, Weiss elegantly wiped the corners of his mouth, then waved his staff, making the dining table vanish in an instant. All right, Tarble, let us commence. Show me your strength and launch your attack. I am eager to witness your prowess. Just as Tarble prepared to unleash his transformation, he suddenly paused, almost forgetting an important detail. Weiss quickly halted Tarble's movement, gesturing with his staff to summon a transparent barrier around Beerus, who was napping. This will provide some soundproofing for Lord Beerus. Now, Tarble, let us proceed. He made an upward gesture with his hand. With a sudden forceful stomp, Tarble unleashed a tempest of energy, golden flames erupting from his being, creating a whirlwind that swept across the skies of the destroyer planet. His hair stood upright, and his pupils transformed into a golden hue. Oh, Weiss's eyes widened slightly, a hint of intrigue gracing his lips. This energy surpasses my expectations. Tarble spoke earnestly. Mr. Weiss, I humbly request your guidance. No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure vanished, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he launched a flurry of rapid strikes toward Weiss. He understood that Weiss was not a mere opponent. He was an angel capable of training the destroyer. Yet Weiss merely sidestepped gracefully, evading Tarble's tempestuous assault. Your attacks are rather straightforward, Tarble, he remarked, deftly using his staff to redirect Tarble's punch as if it were a mere breeze. Tarble quickly retreated a step to regain his balance, his expression shifting. Though that strike was not his full strength, it was potent enough to rend steel. Yet Weiss treated it as if it were nothing more than a gentle gust. Your power is commendable, Weiss continued, casually circling Tarble, yet what you lack is application. That is far more challenging than mere brute strength. Tarble nodded, gritting his teeth as he charged once more. This time, he had learned to be more strategic, attempting to predict Weiss's evasive maneuvers and create openings. However, Weiss flowed like water, effortlessly avoiding his attacks, sometimes spinning away or nonchalantly tapping back, as graceful as a dance. Faster now, Weiss exclaimed with a smile, suddenly accelerating, delivering a swift blow to Tarble's abdomen that sent him tumbling backward for several meters, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Holding his stomach, Tarble rose to his feet, a smile creeping onto his lips. Though the pain was somewhat intense, I could feel it. My movements were quickening, and my reactions were beginning to keep pace with yours, albeit only marginally. Nonetheless, I was indeed becoming faster. Weiss nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, Excellent, just like that. I can sense that you are profoundly lacking in combat experience against formidable opponents. Therefore, the most effective way for you to cultivate your skills now is to engage in battles with the strong. Tarble pondered this and realized it to be true. Throughout his training, he had constantly suppressed his abilities during confrontations, and he had never truly fought at full strength. Chapter 45. The Battle with Weiss. Taking a deep breath, Tarble summoned his golden aura once more, its intensity crackling like a fiercely burning fire. In a flash, he lunged forward, launching a rapid assault on Weiss. This time, he varied his attack strategies, abandoning straightforward assaults in favor of multi-directional, multi-rhythmic strikes aimed at Weiss. He began to employ misdirection and feints, hoping to exploit any slight lapse in Weiss's defenses. Unfortunately, his efforts seemed less effective than his previous direct attacks. Each strike was effortlessly evaded by Weiss. The latter moved with the grace of a feather, each of Tarble's attempts seemingly redirected by the gentle breeze. Wait, a thought struck Tarble. Yet he struggled to grasp this fleeting inspiration. The evasion, akin to a feather in the wind, was not merely a matter of speed, but rather the art of flowing with momentum. A sudden clarity illuminated his mind. He realized that Weiss was matching his speed, not relying solely on sheer velocity to dodge his strikes, but rather anticipating his movements and yielding to the trajectory of his attacks with minimal effort. Like a feather, one does not resist the wind but glides gracefully along its currents. So that was it. A subtle smile graced Tarble's lips as a new spark ignited in his eyes. This time, instead of recklessly attacking, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and quelled the surging energy within him, allowing the golden light to gradually recede. He stood still, no longer initiating assaults, but attuned to Weiss's energy, rhythm, and even the minute fluctuations of his breath. Then, he launched into an attack with newfound insight. Yet Weiss effortlessly evaded once more. Weiss raised an eyebrow, seemingly noticing a change. Your comprehension is exceeding my expectations, he remarked with a soft chuckle. And with a slight turn of his body, he tapped Tarble gently on the forehead. But this marks the end of our session. Bang! A tremendous force radiated from Weiss's fingertip, sending Tarble hurtling away, landing on the soft earth a distance off, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Coughing. Tarble rose, slightly disheveled, yet brimming with exhilaration. I think I'm beginning to understand. Weiss landed gracefully, tapping his staff on the ground. Your growth has indeed surpassed my expectations. What was merely a simple battle has led to such significant progress. Tarble stood, bowing in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance. However, Weiss glanced at the distant tree overshadowing Beerus, a slight smile curling his lips. I believe it is time for you to return. It seems that Lord Beerus is showing signs of a turnaround. Well, Mr. Weiss, I shall take my leave for today and return tomorrow. Tarble took a deep breath, honing in on the energy signature on Earth. With a touch of his fingertip to his forehead, he vanished in an instant. What a formidable individual. Not only does he possess extraordinary intuition, but he also harbors an indefatigable work ethic that far surpasses that of Lord Beerus. Perhaps he is indeed a suitable candidate for the next god of destruction. Weiss chuckled softly and then gracefully leaped towards Beerus's residence. The crimson hues of the setting sun reflected upon the pond, where small fish were playfully bubbling at the surface, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. At that moment, Bulma, draped in a robe, sipped on freshly brewed coffee, while the golden-haired Launch lounged on the sofa in a bathrobe, indulging in snacks. Suddenly, whoosh, Tarble materialized in the living room. His attire slightly tattered from the recent battle, looking rather disheveled. I'm back, he announced. Bulma frowned. You actually left a note, and you disappeared for the entire day? Launch interjected. Did you go train again? Tarble smiled and nodded, moving to accept the coffee Bulma offered, downing it in one swift motion. Yes, I made some significant gains this time. Significant gains? You look like a wreck and still have the audacity to say that. Launch squinted at him. Go take a shower. You're filthy. It's fine. I'll wash up later. Is there anything to eat? I'm famished, Tarble replied, clutching his growling stomach. Scions are generally fine, but when they exhaust too much energy, their hunger becomes unbearable. Wait right there. I'll go make dinner, Launch said, suddenly abandoning her snacks and rushing to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Tarble. Ah, my Launch is the best, he mused. Excuse me, am I invisible? Flirting in broad daylight, Bulma remarked, glancing at the pair with a hint of jealousy as she held a magazine. Heh, we are a loving family, Tarble replied, sitting beside Bulma, attempting to embrace her. Get away. You're filthy. Hurry up and shower. I just bathed, so don't come near me, or I'll have to wash again, Bulma retorted, pushing him away in disgust. Ah, indeed, Bulma, you have changed. Now you find me dirty. Tarble feigned a pout as he walked toward the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Bulma grabbed a pillow from the sofa and threw it at him. Ouch! Tarble caught the flying pillow swiftly, turning to hold it close as if it were a treasure. So you do care for me. You brought me a towel to use after my shower. You big idiot. That is my favorite pillow, Bulma exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. Oh, then I shall keep it to use as a cushion after my shower, Tarble said with a mischievous grin, darting into the bathroom while kicking a slipper out the door. You infuriate me. Bulma glared at the slipper that had landed on the coffee table. At that moment, Launch poked her head out from the kitchen with an exasperated smile. Can you two not be quiet for just a moment? Dinner will be ready soon, and if you keep this up, you won't have anything to eat. He started it. Bulma immediately deflected the blame, pretending to read a magazine on the table, unaware that the upside-down beauty on the cover had already exposed her. I don't know anything. Tabor's voice echoed from the bathroom, deliberately turning up the water to amplify the sound. I'm taking a shower, don't throw dirt at me. Lanchi, suppressing her laughter, shook her head and returned to the kitchen, muttering, "What a couple of children." Before long, the dining room was filled with delightful aromas as dishes were brought to the table. Lanchi emerged with the last pot of soup, wiping her forehead. "All right, it's time to eat." Just then, Tabor finished his shower, emerging in loose shorts and a t-shirt, a towel still rubbing through his hair. "Wow, just the smell is making me hungry." He plopped down, eyes gleaming at the array of dishes. "Lanchi, your culinary skills could earn you the title of a master chef." "Stop flattering me. Let's eat first," Lanchi laughed, serving him a piece of braised pork. Bulma joined them, sipping her soup while inquiring, "Did you really make progress in your training this time?" With his mouth full, Tabor mumbled, "Of course. Though it was tough. I feel like I've taken a small step closer to defeating." Cough, cough. Bulma and Lanchi exchanged glances. "But who exactly are you training with? It's impressive that you can say such things. Did I not mention him? That would be the Angel Whis, one of the most powerful beings in our universe. Perhaps the strongest. Is he really that formidable?" "No wonder you seem to have thoughts of conceding earlier," Lanchi exclaimed, astonished. The evening breeze gently stirred the curtains as the three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation, laughter resonating within the room. They were reveling in this harmonious, yet lively moment of happiness. Chapter 46. Bulma's pregnancy. The following morning, as dawn broke, Tabor quietly rose, tiptoeing out of the room. Lanchi and Bulma were still fast asleep, and he didn't want to disturb them. After donning his battle attire, he made his way to the courtyard, directly sensing the location of the God of Destruction's planet. With a whoosh, he vanished from his spot, heading to the God of Destruction's realm. Having visited the planet yesterday, the previously hidden coordinates were now clear to Tabor's senses. Whis had long been waiting, looking as relaxed as ever, standing atop a floating stone platform with his staff in hand. "You seem in good spirits today. It appears you rested well last night," Whis remarked with a smile. "Of course. I now have a goal," Tabor replied cheerfully, determination igniting in his eyes. He then produced breakfast to share with Whis, having set out early without eating. The day was filled with continuous training, as Whis maintained a playful and casual demeanor while imparting wisdom to Tabor. Yet, each word carried profound meaning. Through repeated collisions with the ground and Whis' attacks, Tabor steadily improved, his strength becoming increasingly stable and refined. It was not until evening that Tabor instantaneously teleported back to Earth. The familiar courtyard, bathed in gentle twilight, radiated tranquility and warmth. He pushed open the door of the villa and instantly beheld Bulma seated on the sofa in the living room, her face adorned with an unprecedented gentle smile, her hands tenderly cradling her abdomen. "You're back," Bulma whispered. Tabor was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place as he observed Bulma's demeanor and expression. His gaze fell lower. He was no fool and had certainly seen enough on television. "Bulma, you're pregnant?" He stammered, his voice trembling, as if struggling to grasp the reality before him. Bulma nodded, her face radiant with joy. "This morning, I suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous. So I had Lanchi accompany me to the hospital, and the doctor confirmed I'm pregnant. Does this mean I am to become a father?" Tabor rushed over, crouching down, overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. He gently placed his hand on her belly, his face a canvas of tenderness and astonishment. At that moment, Lanchi, with her blue hair, set aside the magazine she had been holding, revealing a smile, though her eyes held a trace of complex emotion. She gazed at Bulma's belly, then looked down at her own empty palms, softly murmuring, "That's wonderful, but why isn't it my turn yet?" "Don't worry, it might be your turn soon," Bulma reassured her, sensing Lanchi's disappointment. Yet, Lanchi appeared hesitant to voice her thoughts. "Don't fret. In the days to come, it will be just you and him alone. I plan to change rooms, so you won't disturb my rest every night." Bulma subtly gestured to Lanchi, implying the importance of seizing this moment. Lanchi seemed to grasp the underlying meaning of Bulma's words, her cheeks flushing with warmth. However, she quickly regained her composure and timidly addressed Tabor and Bulma. Well, what's wrong, Lanchi? Just speak your mind. We are husband and wife, not strangers." Tabor urged, noticing her hesitation. "Yes, Lanchi, whatever it is, just say it," Bulma echoed in support. "Actually, I wish to separate from gold-haired Lanchi." With the encouragement of their words, Lanchi mustered the courage to speak. Yet, her voice gradually diminished. "Because gold-haired Lanchi and I have considered this. We want to have more time to be with you, and we both wish to experience what it means to be a complete mother." "Oh, I thought it was something serious. You startled me," Bulma replied, her anxiety dissipating upon hearing Lan Chi's words. Such matters should be discussed between you and the Lan Chi within you. We had agreed to respect your choices. Indeed, Lan Chi, your expression earlier truly alarmed us, Tarble chimed in. It's good that you feel this way. After all, the two of you share one body, which means your time for activities is effectively half compared to others. Then I shall go find my mother and retrieve her Dragon Ball, Bulma declared, preparing to head to her villa to seek her mother. Let us go together, Tarble said, taking both Lan Chi and Bulma's hands as they made their way toward the door. As Tarble held Lan Chi's hand with one hand and pulled Bulma along with the other, the trio walked out of their home, shoulder to shoulder. The evening glow painted the distant grasslands, enveloping the entire sky in a gentle hue of golden red. Thank you, Lan Chi whispered softly, her eyes glistening with tears. It seemed she had finally shed the weight of her inner turmoil and uncertainty, her lips blossoming into a long-awaited smile of reassurance. Really, this sudden formality makes me feel a bit shy, Bulma admitted, her cheeks flushing from Lan Chi's heartfelt words. Tarble smiled gently. We are all family. No matter what happens, we will always face it together. The three of them meandered along the forest path, gradually making their way to Bulma's estate, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. In the distance, the grand main building of Capsule Corporation shimmered brilliantly against the backdrop of the evening glow. Mom, I'm back, Bulma called out as she entered the hall. Bulma's mother was seated in the living room, sipping tea while playing with a cat. Upon seeing her daughter, she smiled and replied, Oh, Bulma, Tarble, and Lan Chi. Why did you come back so late? Come in and have a seat. She began to rise, preparing to brew tea for them as well. We would like to borrow that Dragon Ball, Bulma nodded, as Lan Chi decided to split it into two. Oh my, this is quite significant. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch it for you, Bulma's mother said, nodding as she walked towards her room. Shortly after, she returned with an exquisite box. The Dragon Ball is right here. As the box opened, a softly glowing Dragon Ball lay peacefully within. Tarble, noticing Lan Chi's resolute expression, gently grasped her hand and asked, Are you ready? Lan Chi nodded slightly, her tone unwavering. Yes, I am ready. At that moment, the golden-haired Lan Chi also appeared. I am ready too. As the night deepened, the back garden of the estate was surrounded by a circle of soft lights. Tarble, Bulma, and Lan Chi stood in the center of the grassy expanse, while Bulma's mother kindly dismissed the other servants, ensuring they would not be disturbed. 7 Dragon Balls lay quietly arranged on the ground, their surfaces shimmering with golden red light. Tarble nodded at Lan Chi. Go ahead, Lan Chi, and fulfill your wish. Taking a deep breath, Lan Chi slowly raised her hands and, with a firm voice, shouted, Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. In an instant, dark clouds rolled in from every direction, casting a somber shadow over the sky. Thunder rumbled in the distance as the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with blinding golden light, and a massive pillar of lightning shot into the heavens, tearing apart the night sky. Roar! With a deafening roar, a colossal golden dragon spiraled amidst the thunderclouds, its majestic gaze surveying the earth below. The dragon's immense body bore scales that glimmered with a chilling sheen. Speak your wish. I shall grant you too, it proclaimed. Lan Chi, overwhelmed by the scene before her, glanced at Tarble and Bulma, then called out boldly to Shenron, Great Dragon, please separate the other me within and create a physical body that is compatible with my soul. The dragon's eyes shimmered faintly, seemingly attuned to the unique condition within her. After a prolonged moment, it emitted a steady response. Your wish is quite simple. As the words fell, the dragon's eyes unleashed a resplendent golden light, enveloping Lan Chi in a gentle halo. The golden rays danced and twirled, causing subtle ripples across Lan Chi's form. In the next instant, a surge of brilliance erupted, and a golden silhouette gradually peeled away from Lan Chi's being. The two Lan Chis stood together like a pair of twins, identical in every aspect save for their hair color. They gazed at each other, as if peering into a mirror. We have truly separated. The voice of the blue-haired Lan Chi trembled softly, a mixture of excitement and reluctance evident in her tone. Now we each possess a physical form, and we need not worry about who will appear in our dreams at night. The golden-haired Lan Chi's lips curled into a familiar, confident smile. Suddenly, the golden-haired Lan Chi hopped onto a small yellow vehicle, leaving Lan Chi momentarily flustered. She hastily covered the golden-haired Lan Chi's mouth, preventing her from divulging their little secret. This cannot be spoken of outside. Chapter 47. An unexpected visitor, your wish has been granted. Now, speak your second wish. The voice of the celestial dragon resonated once more. At this moment, Bulma and the two Lan Chis turned their gaze toward Tabor, perplexed as to why the Earth's dragon required 2 wishes to manifest Lan Chi's corporeal form, while Tabor's dragon needed only 1. Haha. I did mention that the dragon I created is exceptionally powerful, Tabor declared proudly to the trio, though inwardly he was uncertain about the extent of his dragon's capabilities. What should we wish for as our second wish? The blue-haired Lan Chi inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. How about we wish for blue-haired Lan Chi and me to become pregnant? The golden-haired Lan Chi blurted out nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Tabor promptly delivered a light smack to the golden-haired Lan Chi. Ouch! What was that for? She protested. You foolish girl, matters of pregnancy are something I must handle myself. I hardly need the dragon for that. Tabor retorted, irritation evident as he lightly struck her again. The golden-haired Lan Chi squatted on the ground, one hand cradling her head while the other traced circles in the dirt. I'll draw a circle to curse you, she exclaimed. Tabor and Bulma looked on, bemused by the antics of the golden-haired Lan Chi, who was like a lively jester. At that moment, Bulma stepped forward and addressed the dragon. Dragon, please grant these 2 Lan Chis everlasting youth and beauty. The golden-haired and blue-haired Lan Chis stared at Bulma in disbelief. The dragon's eyes once again glimmered with golden light, its voice rumbling in response to Bulma's wish. This is quite simple. Golden light cascaded upon the golden-haired and blue-haired Lan Chis, as if bestowing the blessings of time upon them. They were instantly enveloped in a warm glow, their already stunning features becoming even more enchanting, their skin radiant and luminous, as if they had been frozen in the most beautiful years of their youth. Your wish has been fulfilled. The divine dragon gracefully spiraled through the air, its voice gradually deepening, bidding farewell. As the words faded, the dragon transformed into 7 beams of golden light, scattering the dragon balls that returned to the serene, starry night sky. This time, Tabor refrained from collecting the dispersed dragon balls, as he felt that sometimes the pursuit itself could yield unprecedented joy. Blonde-haired Lanky examined her arm, glancing from left to right, then tugged at her cheek. Wow, it's truly smooth and elastic. What a bargain this obnoxious man has provided, she exclaimed, casting a playful glance at the blue-haired Lanky. The blue-haired Lanky, amused by her exaggerated expressions, shook her head and remarked, You've become even more eccentric since we separated. Bulma turned her gaze towards Tabor, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Hey, Tabor, now you have 3 youthful and beautiful wives. How do you plan to take responsibility? Tabor shrugged, a look of feigned helplessness crossing his face. Of course, I shall cherish all 3 of you for the rest of my life. Ah, that sounds rather sweet. Blonde Lanky replied, her expression filled with pride. However, blue-haired Lanky softly added, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Thank you. Truly, thank you. Tabor extended his arms, gently embracing blue-haired Lanky and blonde Lanky, while casting a glance at Bulma, who appeared slightly aloof yet had a gentle gaze. Just as Tabor was about to say a few more words, he suddenly sensed an immensely powerful aura approaching rapidly from a distance. Someone is coming. You 3 should head inside, he said gravely to the trio. Blonde Lanky wanted to stay, but blue-haired Lanky pulled her back, as they rarely witnessed such a serious expression on Tabor's face. A shimmering Kampa and Beerus appeared at the spot where the Dragon Balls had recently emerged. Strange. I distinctly saw a golden dragon on this planet in the cosmos moments ago. Where has it vanished? Kampa said, scanning the surroundings and calling out to Beerus. Hey, Beerus. Quickly find out what is going on. Unhurriedly, Beerus lifted her staff and examined the orb atop it. Lord Kampa, what appeared moments ago was the divine dragon, capable of granting wishes just like the Dragon Balls. What? This tiny planet also possesses Dragon Balls. After spending so much time in the 6th and 7th universes, was it all a waste? How much of my time eating has been squandered? Kampa lamented, grasping his ears in frustration. Lord Kampa, I believe the wishes that this planet's Dragon Balls can grant are far inferior to those we seek, Beerus remarked, stifling a laugh at Kampa's exasperation. Who would have thought it was Kampa and Beerus? What brings them to Earth? This could be troublesome. Tabor pondered, watching the 2 hovering in the air. Beerus, tell me, if I were to destroy this planet and then inform Beerus about its Dragon Balls, would he be so enraged that it might lead to his demise? Kampa suddenly grinned mischievously, eyeing the planet beneath him. Lord Kampa, I do not recommend you proceed in this manner. We are currently in the 7th universe searching for the Dragon Balls. If you were to destroy a planet and Whis were to discover it, your quest for the Dragon Balls would be compromised. What a nuisance. Let us depart. Lingering here serves no purpose. After speaking, Kampa turned his gaze toward Beerus. Suddenly, he caught sight of Tabir on the ground, and his displeasure became apparent. How dare you stand there upon seeing me? With that, he extended his finger towards Tabir, unleashing a beam of energy. Tabir's expression changed. Why is Kampa attacking me for no reason? If he had known that Kampa's aggression stemmed from his failure to respectfully greet him, he would have been at a loss between laughter and tears. As the beam approached, Tabir swiftly intercepted it, preventing damage to the structures behind the estate. It seems you possess considerable strength. Kampa observed Tabir effortlessly deflecting his attack, his astonishment growing. More beams of energy followed, and Tabir hastily blocked them before quickly moving to stand before Beerus and Kampa. Lord Kampa, why have you suddenly turned your aggression towards me? Tabir inquired, puzzled. Wait, you know who we are? Kampa regarded Tabir with intrigue. How could he possibly know me? Could it be that he was sent by Beerus? Yes, that must be it. Kampa pondered fervently. You too are indeed Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, and the angel Beerus, Tabir remarked, effortlessly addressing them. It seems you carry a hint of Whis's aura, remarked Beerus suddenly. Indeed, I have recently been training with Mr. Whis, Tabir acknowledged with a nod. What? Training with Whis? Could it be that Beerus is planning to retire? Kampa exclaimed, quickly demanding clarification. Not at all. It is merely some practice with Whis. Lord Beerus is currently fast asleep, Tabir clarified. What a disappointment. I thought he was retiring. I was quite excited. Kampa sighed dramatically before pointing at Tabir. You must not disclose my visit to Whis and Beerus. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you on the spot. Understood, Lord Kampa, Tabir replied, adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary conflict. By the way, did you recently use the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls? Oh, you mean the Dragon Balls. Yes, we did summon the Eternal Dragon not long ago. Then you must assist me in retrieving them. Kampa urged anxiously. That is impossible. The Dragon Balls turned to stone for a year after being used. We must wait a year to use them again. What a hassle. A whole year. Kampa lamented. Very well, Beerus, let us depart. And as for you, remember my words. With that, Kampa and Beerus transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Chapter 48. Tabir watching the two depart, Tabir released a sigh of relief. Though his current strength was sufficient to face Kampa, one could never predict whether he might lash out in a fit of rage and obliterate Earth. Given Kampa's temperament, he was quite capable of such an act. Just as Tabor was about to return, a brilliant light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a round device resembling a large egg emerged from within. What? Is this a time machine? How could it appear at this moment? Watching the time machine slowly descend from the air, Tabor swiftly flew forward. The three individuals who had been stealthily observing from the villa also caught sight of the scene outside and hurriedly made their way towards Tabor. As Tabor gazed at the descending time machine, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why would a time machine appear now? Could something significant be happening in the future? At that moment, the time machine touched down, and its dome gradually opened. Out jumped a beautiful girl of about 12 or 13, with golden hair. As she landed, she scanned her surroundings. Upon noticing Tabor standing not far away, she suddenly retrieved a crumpled photograph from her pocket, glanced at it, and then looked back at Tabor. Tabor found himself momentarily bewildered by the girl's actions. Who is she? Her existence is not mentioned in the original narrative. Could my presence have altered the outcome? Indeed, the time machine was invented by Bulma. Could she be the daughter of Bulma and me? This thought filled Tabor with excitement. Daddy, I finally found you. Just as he contemplated approaching her for clarification, the golden-haired girl suddenly leaped into Tabor's arms, tears streaming down her face. Please don't cry. Tabor was taken aback by the girl's embrace, yet he understood that something must have transpired in the future to cause her such sorrow. Gently, he stroked her hair in a comforting manner. Tabor, who is she? Asked Bulma and the others, who had just flown over to see the girl clinging to Tabor. Hearing their voices, the girl turned her head towards them. Big Mama, Second Mama, Third Mama. Upon recognizing the three, the girl released Tabor and ran towards them, throwing herself into the arms of the blue-haired Lanchi. I missed you all so much. At that moment, Lanchi appeared somewhat taken aback. Yet her inherent gentleness shone through as she embraced the girl, softly comforting her. Don't cry. What has happened? The girl finally released her grip, looking at the three with a mixture of joy and sadness. "My name is Bebe," she shyly introduced herself. "Why did you just call us Mama and Tabor Daddy?" Lanchi inquired, her fondness for the adorable girl evident. "I came back from the future," Bebe replied timidly. "At that time, the earth was in ruins. So my mother sent me back to find my father and bring him to the future." "Wait, why would Bulma send you back to find me? Have I died?" Tabor's brow furrowed even deeper at this troubling thought. "Is it possible that someone has killed me in the future?" "No, Daddy has been missing for several years," Bebe clarified. "But a powerful enemy has emerged in the future, and Uncle Goku and the others have all been devoured." As the conversation unfolded, Bebe began to cry once more, prompting Bulma and her companions to gather around her in a comforting embrace. "Missing?" Tarble exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, I heard it from the mothers. They said that one day, a fellow named Cain requested his assistance, and so my father followed him. He ended up disappearing for many years without returning." "Cain? The Kai of Time, Cain?" Tarble involuntarily shouted. "This makes no sense. Why would she seek me?" "Tarble, did you not claim to be a Kai? Who is this Kai of Time?" Bulma inquired, her confusion deepening. Tarble pondered for a moment, his gaze at Bulma growing solemn. "The Kai of Time governs the flow of time and is tasked with correcting historical inaccuracies. Typically, she does not interfere with the normal course of the world, only appearing under extraordinary circumstances. Since she is seeking me, it is certain that something has gone awry with history or time itself. What is the situation in the future? And who is the enemy?" Tarble pressed the little girl for answers. "It is a pink monster known as Majin Buu. He can transform others into chocolate. Uncle Goku and the others were turned into chocolate and devoured by him," Bebe explained with animated gestures. After listening to Bebe's account, Tarble asked, "What year did you return?" "In the year 768 of the age of the universe." "Why do you ask?" Bebe pondered, unsure of Tarble's intent. The timelines do not align. How could Majin Buu have appeared 6 years early?" Tarble mused privately. "Could my arrival have altered history? And why would Cain seek me?" Bulma and the others refrained from interrupting Tarble's contemplation, patiently awaiting his thoughts. However, the little girl grew increasingly anxious. "Daddy, please come to the future with me, or else Mommy and the others will be in danger." Tarble's reverie was interrupted by Bebe's plea, and he turned to Bulma and her companions. "Bulma, launch. You should return for now. I will venture into the future to investigate." "Very well. Do take care, and see if I have given birth to a boy or a girl." The blonde Launch teased, winking at Tarble. Bulma rolled her eyes at Launch's words, but soon smiled as well. "Do not heed her nonsense. Tarble, be cautious. Since it is the future me who sent Bebe to find you, it indicates that matters are indeed grave. We will await your return. You must not vanish as you did in the future." The blue-haired Launch said gently, stepping closer to grasp Tarble's hand. Tarble nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I assure you, I shall return swiftly." He turned to the young girl. "Bebe, let us go. Take me to the future." Bebe promptly wiped her tears, nodded, and dashed towards the time machine, skillfully pressing the buttons on the control panel. The time machine emitted a low humming sound, and the transparent cover slowly lifted once more. Standing at the entrance, Tarble inhaled deeply, then glanced back at Bulma and her companions for a final moment. "Wait for me." The three smiled and nodded in affirmation. "Are you ready?" Bebe, already seated in the cockpit, looked up at him. "Let us go." Tarble leaped into the chamber as the hatch slowly sealed shut. In the next moment, the entire time machine was enveloped in a blinding white light. With a roar, the time machine soared into the sky, vanishing instantaneously, leaving behind only the gaze of the three women. The blue-haired Launchi softly uttered, "I hope the future is not too bleak. It will be fine, after all. He is our husband. We must have faith in him. He is truly remarkable in every aspect." The blonde Launchi interjected at an inopportune moment. Upon hearing this, Launchi took hold of the blonde Launchi's arm and began to walk forward, prompting a smile from Bulma, who was trailing behind. Chapter 49. Arrival in the future. With a whoosh, a burst of light flickered, and the scenery outside the time machine continuously shifted. Through the transparent protective shield, it appeared as though Tarble were viewing a slideshow. Numerous translucent images depicted fragments of future stories unfolding. However, the rapid flickering made it impossible to discern the contents of these images. After a moment, the external environment seemed to freeze, and the time machine gradually descended from the sky, landing softly on the ground. "Dad, we've arrived," Bebe stated, gazing at the display, which indicated the time had been reached. Addressing Tarble, The top of the time machine slowly opened, and the two of them leaped to the ground. Tarble surveyed the surroundings, only to be met with a sight of devastation, devoid of life. Has the earth been ravaged to such an extent? He sighed. Bebe, let us find your mother first. I wish to understand more about the specifics of the future, Tarble suggested, knowing that Majin Buu had nearly eradicated humanity, so there was no immediate rush to confront him. It was wiser to first ascertain the circumstances regarding Bulma and the others. Bebe nodded. All right, Dad. I'll lead the way. With that, she flew off in a particular direction, and Tarble followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at a barren cliff. As Tarble pondered the situation, Bebe retrieved a beautiful sapphire necklace from her clothing and pressed the gem. What appeared to be an ordinary cliff suddenly revealed a stone door that began to slide open. Its concealment was remarkable. It seemed as though the stones were always meant to be this way. Tarble observed the moving stone door, unable to detect any inconsistency between it and the cliff. Then, Bebe and Tarble entered the mountainside, and the stone door gradually closed behind them. What had seemed dark from the outside began to illuminate gradually from within. At that moment, footsteps and voices echoed from deep within the tunnel. Bebe, is that you returning? The footsteps approached, and the voices grew nearer. As they turned a corner, several figures emerged. Upon closer inspection, Tarble recognized the blonde Lanchi and the blue-haired Lanchi. The moment they spotted Bebe beside him, tears began to flow freely, and they rushed forward to embrace Tarble, fearing he might vanish. After a brief moment of weeping, they released their hold on him. Hurry, let us take a seat inside. Bulma and the others are awaiting your arrival. With that, she ushered Taboo into the interior. The azure-haired Launch approached Bibi, gently caressing her head. Bibi, you have worked hard. Together, they ventured deeper into the base. The interior of the mountain had been transformed into a makeshift refuge, modest in its construction, yet imbued with remarkable technological sophistication, evidently orchestrated by Bulma herself. Some equipment within the tunnel appeared hastily assembled, suggesting a rushed effort. Throughout the journey, Taboo contemplated silently. Upon reaching a door emanating a blue glow, Launch pressed the fingerprint scanner, and the door slowly creaked open, with Bibi eagerly dashing inside. In the chamber beyond, a woman clad in a lab coat was engrossed in her work at a table. Upon hearing the door's opening, she lifted her gaze, her eyes first meeting Bibi's. Bibi? Bulma exclaimed, a hint of astonishment gracing her features. Mother, I have brought father back, Bibi affirmed, stepping aside to reveal Launch and Taboo standing behind her. In that moment, Bulma's movements stilled. Their eyes met, and in an instant, tears cascaded down Bulma's cheeks. Taboo, she softly called, her voice traversing the chasms of time and sorrow. Without uttering a word, Taboo swiftly approached and enveloped her in a warm embrace. I have returned. Bulma remained silent, nodding gently as she rested her head against his chest, listening to the comforting rhythm of his heartbeat. She understood that her source of strength had returned, alleviating her worries. Taboo held Bulma tenderly, sensing the tremors of her body and the suppressed emotions that had long been held at bay, causing his heart to tighten. Taking a deep breath, Bulma gradually withdrew from his embrace, wiping away her tears and displaying a hint of a defiant smile. All right, stop looking at me with such pity. I am not that fragile. She turned back to the console, activated the screen, and opened a video file. Now that you have returned, I must inform you of the events that have transpired over the years. You need to understand the gravity of the situation. Taboo stepped beside her, standing behind and gazing at the screen. The display flickered with blurred snippets of footage, familiar faces engaged in battle, collapsing, struggling, and fading away. The aftermath of explosions, desolate cities, and crumbling Earth alternated before their eyes. Since you left with that cane, Earth had remained tranquil. However, at some point, a being known as Cell emerged. Initially, his power was not particularly formidable, yet he began to absorb human nutrients to grow stronger. Unfortunately, he could conceal his presence quite effectively, making it exceedingly difficult for us to locate him. Surely Goku must have defeated him in the end? Taboo inquired, only to see Bulma shake her head. No. Cell has evaded us each time, engaging in guerrilla tactics, which is why we have yet to find him. Subsequently, an even more terrifying entity emerged, King Dabura from the demon realm, along with a figure named Babidi. They released an even more dreadful existence. And then, originally, we found ourselves somewhat at a loss in our search for Cell. To our astonishment, Cell sought to absorb Majin Buu voluntarily, only to be devoured by him upon their first encounter. Goku and his companions proved no match for Majin Buu, who effortlessly transformed them into chocolate and consumed them. At this point, Bulma let out a sigh. After devouring Cell and Goku, Majin Buu's power surged, rendering him unmatched on Earth. It seems there are hardly any survivors left. Can we pinpoint his location? There are still some surveillance systems operational. He is currently in the desolate western outskirts. Tabor, do you intend to confront him? Are you capable of handling him? Bulma grew anxious, fearing that Tabor might also fall victim to Majin Buu. Chapter 50. The vast disparity in power. Tabor offered Bulma a reassuring glance. Do not worry. I am well acquainted with Majin Buu. His voice was low yet brimming with confidence. Even merged with Cell's and Goku's powers, he remains no match for me. The sky was shrouded in gloom, perhaps due to the devastation caused by explosions and rampant wildfires, which had given rise to thick clouds of smoke that coalesced into ominous storm clouds. Beneath the tumultuous canopy of dark clouds, a golden streak of light sliced through the heavens as Tabor surged forward with silent resolve. After he departed, Bulma and the children stood on the cliff of their refuge, watching his figure gradually fade into a distant speck. You must return, Bulma cried into the wind, her voice trembling. Just then, two figures appeared on the platform at the cliff's edge. Android 18, Chi-Chi, why did you not come out to see Tabor? Bulma inquired. After all, he has traveled from the past. If he learns of future events, it could alter the course of history. I do not wish for the outcome to change the cause. And he does not belong here. Android 18 sighed and shook her head. Chi-Chi, however, was less accepting, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed longingly at the direction Tabor had vanished. As Tabor flew onward, the ruined cityscape, with its collapsed buildings and crumbling walls, ignited a sense of fury within him, prompting him to accelerate. Approaching the western outskirts, he soon heard a sound resembling a beastly howl. This noise seemed to alter the very weather, bringing forth fierce winds and tremors. It was evident that Majin Buu possessed extraordinary power. The howling Majin Buu appeared to sense Tabor's approach, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, finally, someone has come to play with me. He then unleashed a torrent of energy blasts towards Tabor. Humph. Tabor retaliated by enveloping himself in a protective aura, bracing against the incoming energy blasts, which splashed against him like raindrops upon water, failing to create even a ripple. As he absorbed the essence of Cell and Son Goku, whose combat prowess was formidable, Majin Buu had yet to fully assimilate their power, leaving him with certain traits of both. Tabor, moving with a speed that Majin Buu could not match, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon him. In an instant, Buu's body was riddled with craters. Kamehameha. Seizing the opportunity while Buu was still in the process of recovery, Tabor launched another energy wave, striking the still recovering Majin Buu directly. His movements flowed seamlessly, shattering Majin Buu into countless fragments. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the Kais, several individuals watched the fierce battle unfold between Tarble and Majin Buu. Wow, Dad is incredible. He shattered Majin Buu into pieces in an instant, exclaimed a group of children as they clapped excitedly in front of the crystal ball. Indeed, I never anticipated Tarble would be so powerful. Kaioshin Shin marveled at Tarble's formidable strength. It's a pity Mom won't let us stay on Earth. Otherwise, we could see it for ourselves, a young boy pouted. Bang! A large chestnut struck the boy's head. Mom sent us here to protect us, you know. If you complain again, I'll give you a beating, scolded an older girl with blue-green hair. Ouch! I won't do it again, sis, the boy replied, nursing what seemed to be a growing bump on his head. Come on. Stop messing around. It looks like Majin Buu is about to fuse and recover. Shin called out to the two still frolicking. Shin's words immediately redirected their attention back to the crystal ball, where they observed the fragments slowly converging. It appears we must eradicate all of his cells entirely, Kaioshin remarked with a grave expression. At that moment, Tarble, observing the gathering pink shards, pondered how to rescue Son Goku. After a brief moment, the fragments finally coalesced, revealing the once arrogant Majin Buu, now panting and terrified as he gazed at Tarble, utterly astonished by his overwhelming might. Seeing Majin Buu's fearful expression, Tarble couldn't help but smirk. What happened to your arrogance? Not so bold now, are you? With that, he approached Majin Buu once more, unleashing a flurry of devastating blows, causing Buu's form to shatter and reassemble repeatedly, his energy dwindling with each strike. Dad, this is amazing. This is such a thrill, the young boy in the Kaioshin realm exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Well, It seems this is all you are capable of, Tarble declared as he transformed into a Super Saiyan before the terrified gaze of Majin Buu. Instantly, Tarble's energy surged, and he delivered a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu soaring into the sky. Ultimate Wave. This was Tarble's signature move, enveloping Majin Buu in an immense beam of energy, vaporizing him in midair. Tarble had been surveying the outskirts of the western suburbs for quite some time, until he was finally assured that the ominous presence of Majin Buu had vanished. Meanwhile, far away in the secret base, Bulma joyfully embraced her companions upon witnessing through the miniature surveillance that Majin Buu had been vanquished by Tarble. Wonderful! Tarble has defeated Majin Buu. At last, we are safe. In the Kaioshin realm, the elation was palpable. Wow, Dad is truly incredible. He eradicated Majin Buu. We can finally return home. A group of people formed a circle, exuberantly dancing in celebration. Once it was confirmed that Majin Buu was no more, Tarble's figure flickered and he appeared within the base. The sudden appearance of Tarble transformed the expressions of those inside from astonishment to joy. Tarble, you are simply remarkable. You defeated Majin Buu in an instant, exclaimed the blonde-haired Launch as she rushed over to embrace him. Tarble, smiling at Launch's exuberance, remarked, I told you so. I am indeed quite formidable. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed, much to his surprise, that alongside Bulma, Android 18 and Chi-Chi were also present. 18, Chi-Chi, you are here as well? He asked, astonished. Idiot. With that, Android 18 pulled Chi-Chi, who was eager to join, out of the room. What on earth is happening? Did I offend her in some way? Tarble pondered, momentarily baffled by Android 18's words. Never mind, I shall address this later. Bulma, have you gathered the Dragon Balls I created previously? Tarble inquired of Bulma, who was still beaming with joy. We collected the Dragon Balls a long time ago, but for some reason, ever since you and Cain left, they have ceased to function. We can no longer summon the Eternal Dragon. Otherwise, we would have used their power to bring you back, Bulma sighed. How could this be? Normally, the Dragon Balls become ineffective only upon the user's death. Could it be that I am dead? Tarble mused to himself. Chapter 51. Summoning the Eternal Dragon again. Let us go outside and summon the Eternal Dragon to revive Goku and those slain by Majin Buu and Cell. Tarble said to Bulma. All right, just a moment. With that, Bulma exited the room, heading to her private quarters. Shortly thereafter, she emerged carrying a safe. Let's go, she exclaimed as they proceeded outside. The group arrived at the base of a cliff, seeking a suitable spot to place the Dragon Balls, which they retrieved from the safe. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. After exchanging a nod with Tarble, Bulma shouted towards the heavens. The Dragon Balls radiated a golden light, soaring into the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Bulma and the others finally felt relieved, dispelling their earlier concerns about the Dragon Ball's functionality. Before long, the golden dragon had coiled gracefully in the void. Now speak your wishes. I can grant you 3 wishes. The dragon's booming voice resonated through the air. 3. I thought it was 2. Tarble, bewildered, gazed at the dragon and then back at Bulma and the others. Ah, Tarble, you might not be aware, but in the years prior to your disappearance, you mentioned that your strength had increased, thus you upgraded the Dragon Balls. Bulma suddenly remembered that Tarble, who had come from the past, was unaware of the upgrades to the Dragon Balls and hastily explained the situation to him. Oh, I see. Tarble quickly grasped the concept. Shenron, please resurrect the Earthlings who were killed by Cell and Majin Buu. Bulma shouted towards the dragon. Shenron's eyes glimmered, indicating that those with physical forms could indeed be revived. After a moment, Shenron's voice echoed. Those without physical forms cannot be brought back. Bulma anxiously inquired, is there no way? Without a physical body, the resurrected souls will swiftly return to the realm of the dead. Tarble then interjected, Bulma, you can use your second wish to restore the bodies of those who were destroyed. Bulma, upon hearing this, suddenly had an epiphany. Shenron's first wish was to restore all those who had died unnaturally since the emergence of Cell and Majin Buu, while the second wish was to resurrect all the Earthlings slain by them. Very well, Shenron responded, his eyes flashing once more. Your wish is granted. As this happened, countless individuals began to revive on the battered Earth, bringing light and vitality back to the desolate planet. By the way, what about Goku and the others? Were they revived too? Tarble asked Shenron. To his surprise, Shenron shook his head, stating, they have not been resurrected. Why not? Bulma couldn't help but question. Because they are not Earthlings. Shenron's words left Bulma in utter shock. and Tarble was equally taken aback by the dragon's stipulations. Then, Shinran, please revive those good-hearted individuals who were absorbed by Majin Buu. Bulma weakly pleaded with Shinran, occasionally glancing at Tarble. Tarble felt uneasy under Bulma's peculiar gaze. This is quite simple. Shinran's voice resonated once more from the heavens. Farewell. Before Bulma could inquire further about the whereabouts of Goku and the others, Shinran ascended into the sky, scattering into the ether. At that moment, all those who had been absorbed by Majin Buu were revived. Hey, wasn't I absorbed by Majin Buu? I'm alive again. Could it be that Tarble has returned? Goku exclaimed as he sensed Tarble's energy. Found you. With a swift motion, Goku appeared beside Tarble and the others. I knew it had to be you, Brother Tarble. You're back. Otherwise, no one on Earth could possibly stand against Majin Buu. Goku joyfully approached Tarble. Kakarot, where's that guy? Why is he missing? Vegeta, who had also been absorbed, appeared in the West District, surveying the empty surroundings before turning away in frustration. Unbeknownst to them, in the distant Kaioshin realm, two figures emerged, the Grand Kaioshin and the South Kaioshin. What is happening? They were still coming to terms with their revival. Meanwhile, the East Kaioshin, with red-rimmed eyes, rushed forward and embraced them, despite his small stature making it impossible to fully envelop the robust forms of the South Kaioshin and the Grand Kaioshin. You're back. By the way, what has become of Majin Buu? Were we not absorbed by him? The Supreme Kai of the West, still in a state of confusion, looked at Shin, who had just embraced him, and inquired. Supreme Kai of the West, Supreme Kai of the South, you truly have returned to life. The Supreme Kai of the East gazed in disbelief at the two, utterly astonished that the dragon created by Tarble possessed such immense power, capable of resurrecting two Supreme Kais. By the way, what of the Supreme Kai of the West? Why has she not been revived? The Supreme Kai of the East anxiously scanned the surroundings. It suddenly dawned on him that Bulma's recent wish was to resurrect those absorbed by Majin Buu, while the Supreme Kai of the West had been slain by him, thus not qualifying for revival. Realizing this, the Supreme Kai of the East knelt upon the ground, his fist striking the earth with great force. His actions bewildered the Supreme Kais present. Shin, what is truly happening? The Supreme Kai of the West inquired. At that moment, the Supreme Kai of the East regained his composure and swiftly stood, recounting the entire sequence of events to them. Lyra did not return to life. Perhaps this is the hand of fate. The Supreme Kai of the West sighed after listening to the East's narration. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai of the East suggested, why don't we wish for the dragon to revive Lyra? With a swift motion, the Supreme Kai of the West struck the Supreme Kai of the East, startling him and causing alarm among those nearby. Sister, do you think they are insane? They just came back to life and are already striking others. A young boy remarked to an older girl beside him. The girl shot him a glance, instantly silencing him as he covered his mouth. Shin, you must understand that our duty is to maintain the balance of the universe. The Dragon Balls are not meant for us to wield. An insatiable desire will only plunge us into despair and bring endless calamity to the cosmos. The Supreme Kai of the West spoke earnestly to the Supreme Kai of the East. That slap was meant to awaken your understanding of your responsibilities. Though I too wish for Lyra's revival, alas, we cannot. Chapter 52, Return I Understand. The Supreme Kai of the East replied after contemplating the Supreme Kai of the West's words, nodding in acknowledgement of his duties. What is happening? Why have the Supreme Kai of the West and the Supreme Kai of the East been revived in this time and space? Kane, who was patrolling time, suddenly furrowed his brow upon discovering their revival in the future dimension. Could it be the Dark Demon Realm's doing? Truly, a creature with 1,000 legs does not die easily. On Earth, Tarble nodded and remarked, it seems all the wishes of the Dragon Balls have been fulfilled. What a pity the dragon departed too swiftly. Otherwise, I would have liked to inquire why I have been missing for several years. By the way, before you left a box for me to deliver to your present self, Bulma said as she hurried back to the room and retrieved the box from the safe. Did I leave this for myself? Tarble questioned, puzzled. Indeed, the very reason I contemplated creating a time machine to return and bring you back was due to this. Bulma nodded and handed the box in her possession to Tarble. Without a moment's hesitation, Tarble opened the box, only to discover a single piece of paper inside. The message read, if you are reading this note, it signifies that I may not return in the near future. Originally, Kane intended for me to assist Sun Wukong and the others trapped in the Dark Demon Realm, but I am plagued by an ominous premonition. If you find this, please return to the past and devote yourself to your training. Once you possess strength comparable to that of the High Priest, immediately focus on upgrading the dragon to its next level. I hope that you will use the Dragon Balls to summon me and Wukong back from the Dark Demon Realm. Bulma, observing Tarble as he stared blankly at the note, could not suppress her anxiety. Tarble, what does the note say? After pondering for a moment, Tarble handed the note to Bulma. Upon reading it, she nearly collapsed. I knew it. He has been gone for too long. Something must have happened. With a sense of urgency, she clutched Tarble's arm. Tarble, it's up to you in the future. I hope you can save him. Tarble nodded resolutely. Do not worry. Saving him is akin to saving myself. Since there is nothing left for me here, I will return to the past and elevate my strength as swiftly as possible. I will find a way to come back. Once I recharge the time machine's energy, I will adjust the timeline to a few years ahead. I will have BB come back to find you, Bulma assured him, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Standing before the time machine, Bulma's gaze was unwavering yet filled with sorrow. BB stood nearby, adjusting the parameters while biting her lip, seemingly holding back her emotions. Tarble adjusted his battle attire and cast a deep glance at Bulma. Is the time adjustment complete? It is done, BB confirmed with a nod. Dad, I will now send you back to your original world. Bulma grasped Tarble's hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with hope. I know you are not the future him, but please help us. Tarble gently nodded. Rest assured I will. The top of the time machine began to close slowly and with a violent tremor. A blue and white light enveloped the entire machine. In the next instant, with a resounding crash, the time machine tore through the sky, disappearing into the flow of time. Dad, will you really come back to save us? BB, who had been silently operating the time machine, suddenly spoke up. Do not worry, Tarble reassured her, patting her head. Before long, the time machine emerged from the temporal tunnel, appearing in midair. Dad, I will head back now. BB waved at Tarble as she prepared to re-enter the time machine. Tell Mom that I will return as soon as possible. Tarble called out to her as she was about to board. BB paused, turned back, and looked at Tarble, a flicker of stubborn yet tender light shining in her eyes. You must keep your promise. She raised her small hand and gave a thumbs up. Tarble was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and extended his hand to hook fingers with BB. It's a promise. We seal it with a pinky swear. A pinky swear binds us for 100 years. Bebe earnestly declared, gazing at her father with the unwavering devotion characteristic of an ordinary little girl. Indeed, for 100 years, nothing shall change. Finally satisfied, Bebe nodded and gently leaped back into the time machine. With a resounding boom, a flash of blue light enveloped the scene, and the time machine vanished into the sky, returning to the future where Bulma resided. Tarble watched Bebe depart, his expression gradually growing solemn. He stood still, closed his eyes, and quietly attuned himself to the pulse of the earth. I must return home. I cannot keep Bulma and the others waiting, he murmured softly, turning his gaze toward the horizon before instantaneously teleporting back to the villa. As night descended, the villa's living room was bathed in soft light. Bulma, along with the blue-haired and blonde-haired Lanchi, sat together on the sofa. Although the television continued to broadcast a program, the three occasionally glanced toward the entrance. With a whoosh, Tarble materialized in the center of the living room. Upon witnessing his safe return, Bulma and the others hurried over to inspect him. Tarble promptly recounted the events that had transpired in the future. Bulma was the first to speak, her eyes betraying a hint of complexity. Are you saying you need to go to the future to save your future self? Yes, Tarble affirmed, revealing the truth. To be precise, it is not my future self, but rather me who was taken by Cain into the Dark Demon Realm and has yet to return. They created the time machine in an effort to find me, which means I must intensify my training during this period to rescue my future self and avert the impending calamities. The blonde-haired Lanchi's eyes widened momentarily before she lowered her gaze gently. Did you see any other children apart from Bebe? At that moment, Tarble found himself momentarily at a loss for words, having forgotten to inquire due to the urgency of the situation. I forgot to ask, but I indeed encountered only Bebe in the future. I am uncertain if there are others elsewhere. However, it is not a cause for concern. That is merely a future matter. With greater effort, we can certainly have more delightful children like Bebe. Don't you agree, Bulma? But Bebe is not my child. Bulma interjected suddenly. What? Tarble exclaimed, taken aback. Isn't she? With golden hair, could she be Lanchi's child? She does not resemble any of us, Bulma interjected. Which is why I said that. Indeed, she does not resemble me either. I thought she might take after Tarble, but it seems she does not, the blue-haired Lanchi remarked. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Chapter 53. A new training regimen. I suddenly feel quite exhausted. I shall retire for the night. Unable to endure the heavy atmosphere any longer, Tarble decisively made his escape. The three women watched as he fled, bursting into laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Bulma wiped away the tears from her eyes, chuckling as she reflected, this guy always manages to create such a tense atmosphere, only to end up ensnared by his own words. Indeed, came the agreement. Jinfalanki crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. But she took note of his remark about having more children. Don't just say it casually. TSK, how frivolous to mention having more. Lanfalanki averted her gaze slightly. Yet the tips of her ears betrayed a subtle blush. Suddenly, Lanfalanki's tone shifted, a playful smile gracing her lips as she looked at Bulma. But seriously, your statement about BB not being my child, was that deliberately said? Huh. Bulma momentarily paused, then cleared her throat. Not at all. I merely spoke the truth. I honestly don't see any resemblance. I always felt BB's aura doesn't quite align with any of us. Well, it's all irrelevant now, as this matter pertains to the future, and we cannot delve into it further. Let us retire for the night. I'm utterly exhausted. As she spoke, Bulma yawned. You two can return to your rooms. I shall take a separate one to avoid disturbing your sleep. With that, Bulma strode towards her newly organized small room, leaving Jinfalanki and Lanfalanki exchanging glances. That Bulma, running off after becoming pregnant. Let us rest as well. I still wish to inquire about BB from Tarble. With that, Jinfalanki pulled Lanfalanki along towards their room. Several hours later, Tarble gazed at the two sleeping figures, yet his thoughts had drifted far beyond the present. He was aware that the days ahead would not be simple. The challenges and predicaments awaiting him might be far more intricate than he had anticipated. However, he also understood that he could not afford to pause, especially with BB's expectant gaze spurring him on. Rest assured, I shall return, he silently vowed, closing his eyes and gradually succumbing to slumber. Early the next morning, after enjoying breakfast prepared by Lanfalanki, Tarble utilized instant transmission to arrive at the God of Destruction's planet. Upon his arrival, Whis was already present, sipping coffee and savoring the snacks Tarble had brought the previous day. Ah, Tarble, you've come quite early today, Whis remarked leisurely while enjoying his beverage. Indeed, I still need to enhance my training, Tarble replied, quickly throwing punches and kicking in a warm-up routine. Well then, since you are so eager, let us commence your training. From our last two battles, I have a fair understanding of your capabilities. Currently, if you transform into a Super Saiyan and engage in combat with Lord Beerus, you stand a solid chance of victory. Whis lightly tapped his staff on the ground, causing a ripple across the surface, which soon revealed a massive stone formed of divine energy. Unfortunately, you possess a critical flaw. You cannot sense divine energy. Thus, I shall initiate a new training regimen to elevate your strength. Come now. He began to run around the planet, holding the stone aloft. Realizing this was akin to Goku's training method, Tarble commenced lifting the stone with his hands through the circular opening. It's incredibly heavy. He gritted his teeth as he exerted all his strength, managing to lift it only a few centimeters. Excellent. That's the sensation. Vis's voice carried a note of encouragement, yet retained a light-hearted tone. Do not be complacent. You must push your physical limits to adapt to its weight. Only by seeking breakthroughs at the edge of your capabilities can your body truly transform into a vessel of divinity. Tarble's forehead was marked by bulging veins, his cheeks flushed, and his muscles trembled under the heavy burden. He clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, allowing his breath to sink into his dantian, and gradually began to move forward. Ha 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 ha. Vis nodded in satisfaction, lightly tapping his staff. A halo of divine energy materialized beneath Tarble's feet as he softly remarked, I have adjusted the weight of this boulder for adaptive growth. The more you acclimate to it, the heavier it will become, until you reach the limits of your endurance. Each step Tarble took was incredibly arduous, as if his legs were laden with lead. As he gradually adapted, the weight of the boulder began to increase incessantly, causing his steps to falter. The escalating burden made him oscillate between the extremes of barely enduring and nearing collapse, with sweat cascading down his body, soaking his clothes and blurring his vision. Suddenly, the weight of the boulder surged drastically, causing Tarble to stumble. His heart tightened as he hurriedly steadied himself. Every muscle in his body tensed, unleashing a powerful force as he once again struggled to take a step forward. Vis observed closely from the side, his gaze revealing a hint of approval. Excellent, you are beginning to see results. Persist, and by transcending your physical limits, you shall sense the breath of the divine. Tarble gritted his teeth, continually encouraging himself. Each step felt like a challenge to his physical limits, yet his resolve grew ever stronger. He understood that only through such relentless training could he safeguard his family and friends in future adversities. Beneath the weight of such pressure, his body began to undergo subtle transformations, a sensation unprecedented coursing through him. With the immense boulder hoisted above him, Tarble advanced step by step, his muscles taut as steel. His bones trembling under the strain, the ground beneath him trembling slightly with each footfall. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dropping at his feet as if chronicling every ounce of his effort and perseverance. This is truly heavy. I reckon this boulder isn't crafted from divine power, but perhaps forged from a neutron star. Tarble gasped. Vis gently twirled his staff, a faint aura of divine energy swirling with the breeze, fixating his gaze on Tarble, a faint smile gracing his lips. To endure such a burden for this long is no small feat thus. Tarble continued to bear the immense boulder in endless circles around the destructive god star, day after day, the hours slipping by. By day, he lifted the boulder. By night, he returned to rest. As days turned into weeks, Tarble's adaptability strengthened, and the weight of the boulder escalated to a terrifying degree. Vis sat nearby, watching Tarble sweat profusely in his relentless training. Chapter 54, Breakthrough. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Tarble's training has transcended the mere act of carrying heavy weights. It now consists of relentless battles against Weiss. Regrettably, despite a significant enhancement in his abilities, he is yet to reach his ultimate goal. Tarble, during our current bout, I find myself exerting considerable effort, as my duties prevent me from engaging you with all my strength. Therefore, it seems you have reached a preliminary stage in your development, Weiss remarked. Stepping back to evade Tarble's assault, a smile gracing his face. Having experienced numerous battles where his eyes unexpectedly turned white and his aura shifted dramatically, Weiss initially overlooked this phenomenon. However, as he engaged in combat more frequently, he became increasingly aware of it. What kind of training should I pursue now? Tarble pondered. Having nearly reached a critical point in his combat prowess after 6 months of fighting, he felt that with just a little more pressure, he would achieve a new breakthrough. He sensed he was on the verge of a new stage in his understanding of the ultimate freedom technique. I shall find you a suitable opponent, Weiss declared, gesturing towards Tarble with a flourish of his staff. Your body and combat skills have nearly reached the lower limit of divine caliber. Yet the domain of the divine encompasses more than mere strength, he continued. The forthcoming training will not solely focus on physical fortitude, but rather on the elevation of your state of being. Your ultimate freedom technique is on the cusp of being accessible at any moment. Thus, I shall present you with a formidable adversary to help you maintain this state perfectly, akin to how you can almost effortlessly sustain your Super Saiyan form. With a gentle tap of his staff upon the ground, the surrounding space began to ripple. In an instant, the world around them transformed dramatically, as if Tarble had fallen from the realm of reality into an extraordinary domain devoid of any familiar scenery. An infinite expanse surrounded him, with a radiant orb floating in the distance, resembling an eye of divinity watching over him. This is the opponent I have prepared for you. Weiss's voice echoed from all directions. Here, you will confront your own heart, your desires, fears, anger, and even the deepest obsessions. Go forth and conquer him. Standing on the barren ground, Tarble was about to inquire further when a familiar figure abruptly materialized before him. Upon recognizing it, he furrowed his brow. It was himself, yet distinctly different from his current appearance, with grass-green hair and a savage aura. The figure bore a cold expression, crimson eyes ablaze with ferocity, embodying all the suppressed combat spirit and wildness within him. Who are you? Tarble questioned, his brow still knitted in confusion. I am you. The shadowy version of himself grinned, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. You are far too timid. Despite possessing immense power, you always act with hesitation, lacking the essence of a Scion. Since you cannot rise to the challenge, allow me to take over. With a sinister laugh, the shadow launched an assault on Tarble with a speed that left him barely able to react. Tarble was sent flying several hundred meters by a single, devastating blow. Seizing the opportunity while Tarble remained prone, the shadow relentlessly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon him. With each impact, Tarble coughed up blood, and before he could rise, he was struck repeatedly by more energy orbs. The shadowy Tarble let out a sinister laugh, then, like a wraith, ascended into the air, swiftly gathering a colossal energy orb in his hands, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle and destruction. This sensation of anguish truly embodied the essence of a scion. With that proclamation, he hurled the massive energy orb towards Tarble. Boom! The resounding explosion engulfed the entire illusory realm in a blinding white light. As the dust settled, Tarble was seen embedded in the ground, creating a bottomless chasm. His clothing lay in tatters, his breath ragged, half kneeling in defeat, with blood staining the corner of his mouth. Cursing under his breath, Tarble gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, gazing at the roaring, maniacal version of himself hovering above, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. This entity mirrored his every technique, physique, and even his reflexes. Moreover, this shadow had transformed into the ultimate Super Saiyan form, far surpassing his current strength. You possess the mightiest power, yet remain paralyzed by indecision, unable to unleash your true potential. The shadow Tarble approached step by step, his voice laced with relentless pressure and mockery. You pride yourself on righteousness and mercy, restraining your fury, yet you forget the true nature of a scion. It is this trepidation that has hindered you from achieving a stronger transformation. Look at me. I have already surpassed you. Wiping the blood from his lips, Tarble took a deep breath and attuned himself to his surroundings. In this ethereal space, there was no terrain or support to rely on. He could only depend on himself. With a calm focus, he felt the flow of energy. He attempted to enter the state of ultra instinct. His body trembled slightly, a silvery light enveloping him, his skin glowing faintly, and his gaze sharpened instantaneously. Swoosh! The shadow Tarble lunged once more, but this strike was evaded by Tarble with an almost instinctual grace, immediately countering with a blow to his opponent's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. You've finally begun to show some promise. After regaining his footing, the shadow Tarble licked the blood from his lips, determination gleaming in his eyes. However, how long can you maintain this state? Tarble offered no reply, having completely immersed himself in the primal instinct of battle. The two figures clashed in the void, their fists and feet intertwining, creating waves of energy. In this moment, Tarble matched the shadow blow for blow, even gaining the upper hand in the initial exchanges. His evasions were flawless, his strikes precise. The silvery aura intertwining with the green energy, akin to two deities locked in combat. Yet, as the shadow had predicted, this state was not meant to endure. As time wore on, Tarble's movements gradually slowed. The silvery light began to dim. He sensed his consciousness reverting to rationality, his mind beginning to analyze again. Ultra instinct was crumbling. The luminescence surrounding Tarble flickered intermittently, as if it were on the verge of vanishing entirely. Cursed be it, still unable to move freely and maintain my stance. At that moment, Shadow Tarble seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen, causing Tarble to spit blood and be hurled backward. Is it over? The shadow sneered, his figure shadowing Tarble once more as he unleashed a series of frenzied attacks. Tarble was forced to retreat, barely able to defend himself. Each strike pushed him closer to his limits. I shall control your body. I will take care of your wife and children. Just as he was about to collapse, images of Lanchi's smile and Bulma cradling their child surfaced in his mind, followed by the echo of Shadow Tarble's taunting words. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of fury erupted within Tarble's mind. A surge of grass-green energy exploded from within him, causing the very sky to tremble. His pupils transformed into a vivid emerald, his hair becoming a lush green reminiscent of a forest, and the aura radiating from him dispersed the mist surrounding the space. He had transcended. The Scion's full power state, grass-green hair, awakened. Chapter 55. The Ultimate Technique of Freedom Roar. Tarble bellowed, as waves of energy swept across the surroundings. At that moment, his height and musculature surged dramatically. The aura enveloping him expanded relentlessly. Shadow Tarble found himself momentarily subdued by the energy Tarble emitted. I can't believe you truly accomplished this. Shadow gritted his teeth. But the next instant, an eerie and profound energy enveloped him. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a rhythmic drumming emanated from Shadow, as an external force quietly infused his body. His gaze shifted dramatically, and his battle aura took on a hue of deep purple-black light. Shadow Tarble launched a direct attack against Tarble. In the outer realm, Whis, holding his staff, remarked nonchalantly, To comprehend divine power, one must confront the strength of the divine. Ha ha ha, bring it on. The battle continued. Thus, Shadow Table's might surged once more, elevating his strength, speed, and imposing presence. Table, in his grass-green state, found himself ensnared in a fierce struggle. In the clash of fists and feet, Table was sent flying repeatedly, relying on his formidable aura to withstand the destructive force unleashed by Shadow. This immense exertion drained his energy significantly. With gritted teeth, he realized he could not turn the tide of battle. Am I truly at my limit? He murmured. Yet, just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, an intense silence arose from the depths of his being, not anger nor a desire to win, but a profound sense of emptiness and unity. He ceased to resist, stopped struggling, and instead closed his eyes, allowing his body to respond instinctively. The ultimate technique of freedom was reactivated. This time, it was not a fleeting moment, but a complete mastery. A silvery aura, akin to a swirling galaxy, enveloped Table. Gentle yet unyielding, his movements became deliberate. Each attack flowed seamlessly, as if effortlessly navigating the currents of water, making it impossible for his opponent to evade. Each dodge seemed to dance with fate, rendering Shadow unable to land a hit. How can this be? Destruction. Shadow Table continuously hurled purple energy spheres toward Table. However, just as the blow was about to land, Tabor effortlessly evaded it by a subtle shift of his slender figure. What? The shadowy Tabor gasped in horror, exclaiming, "How can this be?" Tabor opened his eyes, shimmering with silver light, and calmly declared, "It is time to conclude." In an instant, he appeared behind the shadowy Tabor with the swiftness of teleportation, striking with a powerful blow. With that single punch, the figure of the shadowy Tabor shattered in the void, dispersing into luminous particles. Tabor floated serenely in the air, a silver aura swirling around him, while his grass-green hair danced in the wind. The aura surrounding him was no longer the tumultuous ferocity of a wild beast, but rather the serene mastery of the Ultra Instinct mode at full power. At that moment, Whis smiled slightly, saying, "Congratulations, Tabor. You have successfully transcended the gods." As the brilliance gradually waned, the ethereal sensation in the space began to blur. Tabor remained suspended in the air, eyes closed, as if still immersed in that transcendent state of enlightenment. Subsequently, the surroundings shifted once more. It became apparent that Tabor had remained in place all along, and the recent battle was merely a mental duel within his mind. His figure now resembled a deity descending from the heavens, with grass-green hair cascading over his shoulders, the silver aura intertwining with a green fighting spirit, embodying both the wildness of a scion and the calm, controlled power of a god. Whis approached slowly from a distance, his expression unusually serious. "You have successfully channeled the power within you, breaking through your previous limitations. In the coming period, you may experience a surge in your combat prowess." Tabor opened his eyes, now devoid of chaos and struggle, replaced instead by a profound clarity and composure. He smiled gently, his voice imbued with an unprecedented steadiness. "Thank you, Whis. Without you, I might not have advanced my strength so swiftly." Whis lightly twirled his staff, scrutinizing Tabor's current state with an enigmatic tone. "Your aura is nearing the threshold of my responsibilities." He sensed that, even without transforming into a scion, Tabor had achieved a power level comparable to that of Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form, or perhaps even greater. However, you are still one step away. The true completion of the Ultra Instinct is not merely about control, but about integration. Your heart, your will, and your combat instincts must merge as one. It is not simply a state you enter. It is a state in which you must always reside. Tabor gazed at him, nodding gently. "I understand. Therefore, I shall continue my training." A smile graced his face as he turned his gaze toward the sky. "Before that, I wish to return to Earth. The recent battle has left me utterly exhausted, and I long for a well-deserved rest. Whis, would you care to join me on Earth? I can arrange for some delicacies you have yet to taste." Upon hearing Tabor's words, Whis's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. "Really? There are many delightful dishes? How wonderful. It is a pity that Lord Beerus will miss out on this feast," he remarked, seemingly lamenting the fact on behalf of Beerus. As the slumbering Beerus seemed to sense someone mentioning him, he stirred slightly and instinctively tugged at the blanket that had slipped. However, Tabul knew that no one was vying for his food, which only brought him joy. "Let us proceed," he declared, seizing Whis's arm and instantaneously teleporting back to Earth. "Ah, Tabul, you're back. exclaimed Bulma, who was still engaged in her prenatal exercises, her surprise palpable. Have you finished your training so early today? Who is this? She inquired. Noticing Whis standing beside Tarble. Whis appears quite normal, though his skin looks somewhat peculiar. Indeed, Tarble replied. This is Whis, the angel, and I have been training with him during this period. Hello, Whis, Bulma greeted warmly. Greetings, Whis responded politely, his demeanor refined. Hello, Bulma stammered. Taken aback by the sudden greeting, as her usual acquaintances were rather boisterous. Bulma, could you ask Lanchi to prepare some delicacies? I wish to express my gratitude to Whis for his guidance during this time. Oh, you needn't be so courteous, Tarble. You have treated me to a splendid array of dishes, for which I am quite thankful, Whis remarked with a chuckle. Not at all. It is the least I could do, Tarble replied, scratching his head, a rare smile gracing his face. Moreover, Whis has certainly put me through my paces. A delightful meal seems a reasonable recompense. Whis smiled subtly, twirling his staff lightly, a gentle azure aura swirling at his fingertips. Well then, I shall graciously accept. But do be cautious. Should I develop a taste for your culinary offerings, I might find myself at your doorstep daily. Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. You certainly have a sense of humor, Mr. Whis. Not at all. I'm quite sincere, Whis replied, nodding elegantly, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. As Tarble listened to their banter, he approached Bulma, his gaze settling tenderly on her rounded belly. How is the child? He inquired softly. Bulma gently brushed aside a few stray strands from his forehead, nodding. Quite well. The doctor assures me everything is normal. This little one has been quite active lately. Your return is perfectly timed. Having passed more than half a year, Bulma's belly was now round and prominent. Tarble took her hand, his expression earnest and resolute. I have nearly completed my training as well. From now on, I shall be present to accompany you at home. Bulma replied with a soft hum. Her silence filled with joy reflected in her eyes. Oh, by the way, Lanchi is in the kitchen preparing lunch. I will ask her to make extra today. With that, Bulma waddled toward the kitchen. Tarble, your family must be exceedingly happy in such harmony, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Indeed, sometimes I reflect on how fortunate I truly am. Tarble mused. Chapter 56. The unworldly Simpa. Tarble gazed at Bulma's retreating figure toward the kitchen, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I never considered the concept of happiness before. He whispered softly, but now I wish to cherish and protect it. Whis lightly tapped the staff against the ground, emitting a crisp sound, as if he sensed a wave of emotional resonance. A rare contemplation flickered across his expression. The intricacies of human emotions are indeed wondrous. It is these tender sentiments that fortify your resilience and strength in battle. We are different. Tarble responded softly, acknowledging that you were born as deities. While we must strive step by step through our own efforts to evolve, each emotion, every failure, and every obsession serves as a catalyst for our growth. You possess nearly eternal lives. It must be challenging to fully grasp the sentiments of us mortals. Being a god may not be as splendid as you envision. While Tarble was still reflecting on this, Whis, in a barely audible whisper, uttered a solitary thought that went unheard by anyone. Enveloped in warmth, Tarble failed to catch Whis's murmured words and merely tilted his head slightly with a gentle smile, asking, "What did you just say?" "Oh, it's nothing." Whis quickly regained his graceful composure, lightly waving his staff. He then laughed heartily to mask his earlier moment of discomfort. Just as Tarble intended to say something more, Whis abruptly turned his gaze towards the outside world and, with a relaxed stride, made his way to the courtyard. Tarble, filled with curiosity, followed Whis, assuming he wished to admire the scenery beyond. At that moment, a cloud enveloped in a barrier surged through the sky, swiftly descending towards Earth, heading for Tarble's villa. It was only then that Tarble noticed. Angels are indeed remarkable, not solely in their combat prowess, but also in their array of extraordinary abilities. How enviable it is that they can ascertain distant happenings with such speed. Looking up at the colossal cloud, Tarble suddenly felt an uncanny familiarity. Before long, the cloud halted in midair, the barrier dissipating. Isn't that Kampa and Vados? What brings them back? Sister, what brings you to our seventh universe? Whis remarked softly, glancing at Vados and Kampa above. Although his voice was not loud, the two in the sky heard him clearly. Kampa, upon spotting Whis on the ground, was taken aback, and immediately began searching the surroundings. Lord Kampa, there's no need to look further, rest assured. Lord Beerus is still asleep. Whis, noticing Kampa's anxious demeanor, understood his thoughts well. What? Who said I was searching for that guy Beerus? I was merely passing by. Kampa, seemingly seeing through his own thoughts, began to feebly defend himself. Lord Kampa, weren't you absent from the 6th universe? What brings you to the 7th universe on your passing? Weiss teased, a smile gleaming in his eyes. I. Kampa was momentarily taken aback by Weiss's question, his lips twitching as his gaze darted towards Vados, as if seeking assistance. Vados maintained her elegant and gentle smile, slightly tilting her head, showing no intention of speaking on his behalf, instead appearing intrigued by how he would navigate the situation. Cough. Xiangpa cleared his throat with a flourish, puffing out his chest. I am the god of destruction. Is it not entirely natural for me to traverse the universe? Surely, it is quite reasonable for a god of destruction as esteemed as myself to appear anywhere. Whis responded with an elegant smile, twirling his staff gracefully. As for your popularity, perhaps that is only true in Universe 6? Should Lord Xiangpa choose to flaunt his presence in Universe 7, Lord Beerus might become quite incensed. Humph, who fears him? At that moment, Xiangpa felt a pang of insecurity, yet for the sake of his pride, he persisted in his bravado. Whis raised an eyebrow, as if seeing through the facade, and chuckled softly. Ah, Lord Xiangpa, your courage is commendable. Shall I inform Lord Beerus that you have been frequenting Universe 7? Wait. Xiangpa's expression shifted dramatically, as he sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Let him sleep in peace. After all, more sleep is beneficial for one's health. I was merely, Lord Xiangpa, always neglecting exercise and growing quite portly without any self-control, Bardos feigned tears, wiping away non-existent ones. Hey, Bardos. Xiangpa's mind was in disarray. He struggled for words, inadvertently shifting the focus onto himself. Pausing to gather his thoughts, his gaze fell upon Tarble within the villa. Yes, I came to find this little fellow, Xiangpa declared, pointing at Tarble. What? Looking for me? Tarble realized he had become Xiangpa's convenient diversion, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. Yes, indeed. You mentioned wanting to treat me to some delicacies. And that is why I am here, Xiangpa replied, suddenly interrupted by the growl of his stomach. A light bulb went off in his mind, prompting him to add, oh right. Tarble understood that Xiangpa was merely fabricating an excuse, yet he did not wish to offend him. After all, aside from his temper, Xiangpa was not inherently malevolent. Destruction was simply part of his duty. Very well, Lord Xiangpa, why not come to my home for a meal? Tarble said with a resigned expression. Seeing Tarble's willingness to accommodate, Xiangpa felt a surge of appreciation for him. Oh ho, sister, it seems you are in for a treat today, Whis remarked to Bardos as they descended together. Oh, if it has earned your praise, it must be quite delightful, Bardos replied with a smile. Please, make yourselves comfortable in the courtyard while I prepare in the kitchen, Tarble said, heading directly into the villa. Bulma, it appears that lunch was insufficient. Please call and have some fast food or instant noodles delivered, Tarble instructed as he entered the kitchen, observing the bustling women. What is this? I thought it was only Whis here. He seems slender and tall. Surely he cannot eat that much, Bulma remarked, puzzled. If it were only Whis, that would suffice. However, 2 more have just arrived, one of whom is quite rotund and clearly has a hearty appetite. Thus, your preparations may not be enough to satisfy them, Tarble shrugged, expressing his helplessness. In that moment, Tarble proposed serving instant noodles to their guests, which struck Lan Xi as rather inappropriate. However, she quickly reminded herself that they hailed from a remote area where such fare was considered a delicacy. Tarble, with a nonchalant demeanor, expressed his indifference. Chapter 57. The Wish Pearl. It was the first time the others heard Tarble mockingly speak of someone else, causing Lan Xi and the others to stifle their laughter. The 2 newcomers were the same individuals who had attacked her in the skies over 6 months ago. Didn't they leave? Why are they back? Golden-haired Lan Xi felt a wave of concern. Who knows? Perhaps they are simply bored, Tarble shrugged, admitting his ignorance. However, I suspect they have returned for the Dragon Balls, as their purpose in the 7th universe is to seek out the Wish Pearls. They might be hoping to learn if we have a swift method to find them. Then they should just ask directly and borrow the Dragon Ball radar to search for themselves, Bulma remarked, seemingly unconcerned. They wouldn't dare to inquire of me openly. They would likely wait until Whis has departed. Otherwise, if Whis informs Beerus about Kampa's quest for the Wish Pearls in his universe, it would certainly land him in trouble. Tarble chuckled in response. Upon hearing this, Lan Xi couldn't help but giggle. Is Kampa truly that fearful of our universe's god of destruction? It's not that, Tabor clarified. Kampa and Beerus are twin brothers. Yet, whenever they meet, they always engage in quarrels. Nonetheless, their animosity is merely superficial. Beneath it lies a bond of affection. Oh, it seems our universe is full of intriguing tales. Do share more with me next time. For now, I shall take these dishes out to whet their appetites, Launchi declared, heading towards the courtyard with the food. Let us join you. By the way, are there any more instant noodles in the kitchen? We should prepare a few more. She added. All right, just wait a moment. I'll handle it, Bulma replied, ready to assist. However, she was promptly stopped by golden-haired Launchi. You should go out with Tabor first. Although my cooking skills are inferior to blue-haired Launchi's, I can certainly manage boiling instant noodles without a hitch. With that, Launchi gently nudged them towards the kitchen. At that moment, an exaggerated voice echoed from the courtyard. Wow, what is that delightful aroma? How can it smell so good? Kampa, drawn by the enticing scent of the food, could not help but salivate. Ah, it appears the food has arrived, Whis remarked with a light chuckle, observing as Launchi emerged with steaming dishes, their fragrance wafting through the air. Bardos opened her eyes and nodded approvingly. Miss Launchi's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. Each dish not only smells exquisite, but also looks utterly appetizing. Please, enjoy your meal, Launchi said cheerfully as she arranged the food on a small round table. Kampa, too engrossed to utter a word, seized his chopsticks and began to indulge, entirely disregarding his image as a god of destruction. Woo-woo. Why is the food from your seventh universe so delicious? This is clearly unfair. Tabul approached and stood beside Whis and Beerus. Observing Kampa's tear-streaked face as he struggled with his meal, unable to suppress a shake of his head. Is the cuisine in your sixth universe truly that dreadful? Need you even ask? Kampa exclaimed, his mouth stuffed with food, his words muffled. Beerus makes me eat that green, bitter, sticky stuff all day long. I feel as though my tongue is going numb. Lord Kampa, Beerus said, his expression dark yet still smiling, his tone gentle. Those are health-conscious dishes tailored specifically for you. Rich in fiber, vitamins, and cosmic energy, immensely beneficial for your physique. I don't want a physique that is beneficial. I want joy. I want delicious food, Kampa shouted, shoving a large piece of braised meat into his mouth, completely lost in a blissful culinary ecstasy. Tabul's lips twitched slightly as he whispered to Whis. It seems that Kampa is rather miserable in the sixth universe. Whis chuckled softly. Sister has always adhered to a health-first dietary approach for Lord Kampa, but alas, he appears ungrateful. I shall certainly inform Lord Zeno that Kampa pays no heed to his physique, nor takes his duties seriously, Beerus lamented, feigning tears. Hey, Beerus. By the way, Beerus, our universe corresponds with the seventh universe. Surely, our universe must have similar planets filled with delectable cuisines. Kampa, who had been licking his plate, suddenly seemed enlightened, possibly inspired by the delicious food he had consumed. Let me take a look, Beerus said, as he produced his staff and gazed into the transparent orb above. Whis leaned in as well, pointing out the location of Earth. However, when the projection revealed a lifeless Earth, Kampa was utterly stunned. How could this be? Then, Beerus traced back through the history of that Earth, discovering that humanity in the sixth universe had long since annihilated itself due to civil wars. Tabul, Bulma, and Launch approached, gazing at the projection of the planet, which now appeared charred, its oceans dried up, and its skies choked with dust, devoid of vibrant life. This is truly tragic, Bulma frowned, observing the planet that resembled a dead star with not a single blade of grass remaining. Sighing softly, Beerus swiped his finger across his staff, revealing that several hundred years ago, a series of wars erupted over resource disputes, leading to an ecological collapse and eventual extinction. The Earth in that universe had now become merely a rock. So, does that mean? Kampa's voice suddenly grew despondent. Our universe's Earth can no longer produce such braised meat? Indeed, Beerus confirmed with a smile, his tone still gentle, but there is no need for concern, my lord. You are currently enjoying the culinary delights from the Earth of the seventh universe. But I want to bring them all to our universe. Kampa wailed, his face a mask of despair, threatening to throw a tantrum. I refuse to return to a place that only feeds me grass. I shall stay here. Beerus, you can return alone. The others chimed in. Lord Kampa, you must not be so willful. Whis helplessly spoke, stating that each universe adheres to its own set of rules, and one cannot simply remain in the seventh universe. Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately objected. At that moment, Tarble interjected, Lord Kampa, are you not in search of the Dragon Balls? Once you acquire them, you can wish for the restoration of your sixth universe's Earth. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Kampa's eyes, and he promptly rose from the ground. Indeed, I am searching for the Dragon Balls precisely for this reason. How could I have overlooked it? Chapter 58. The Cunning Vegeta. So it turns out Lord Kampa has come to the seventh universe in search of the Dragon Balls. At that instant, Weiss suddenly smacked his left palm, enlightening himself. Kampa abruptly turned his head towards Weiss. Oh dear, I've been discovered, he exclaimed. Vegeta stifled a giggle, amused by the unfolding scene. Kampa, resembling a child caught in the act of stealing, looked helplessly at Vegeta for assistance. Hey, Vegeta, please say something to help me out. Ah, it seems Lord Kampa truly requires my help. Just moments ago, you mentioned that I could only prepare that vile, bitter, sticky vegetable juice for you. Vegeta replied with a dramatically dismal expression. No, that vegetable juice is quite delicious. Kampa recalled the dishes Vegeta had prepared for him, and his face turned a shade of green. Really? Here, Lord Kampa, have some, Vegeta said, waving her staff, which conjured a large cup of vegetable juice that floated before Kampa. He gazed at the massive cup, significantly larger than the one Vegeta had previously offered him, momentarily unsure whether to reach out for it. Lord Kampa, why do you hesitate? Were you truly deceiving me? It seems the mouth of a man is indeed a liar. Vegeta continued her performance. Kampa, staring at the cup, seemed to disregard all caution as he reached out and gulped it down, not bothering to swallow, but merely pouring it into his mouth. Lord Kampa, how impressive. Normally it takes me ages to finish a small cup of vegetable juice. Yet you managed to consume it all in one go. Vegeta chuckled, clearly pleased with her handiwork. Meanwhile, Tarble and the others could only observe in silence, mourning for Kampa's predicament. Is that enough, Vegeta? Kampa shouted at her, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit. It seems Lord Kampa merely seeks to exploit me. He clearly has no affection for the vegetable juice I make, yet now he shouts at me. At that moment, Kampa felt utterly defeated, forcing a smile and trying to placate Vegeta. I merely drank the vegetable juice and wanted to expel the gas from my stomach. I was not shouting at all. Weiss watched the spectacle with amusement, unable to resist teasing. Indeed, Lord Kampa is an honest and endearing god of destruction. With that, he gently twirled his staff and produced an honest baby sticker, which he playfully stuck on Kampa's forehead. Weiss, please refrain from causing trouble. Xiangpa was so furious that he was nearly jumping in place, but before he could voice further protests, Tarble was already laughing uncontrollably. Weiss, for my sake, please do not inform Lord Beerus about Lord Xiangpa's visit to his universe. At that moment, Beerus did not continue to make things difficult for Xiangpa, but instead addressed Weiss beside him. Oh dear, I was merely invited to Earth for a meal. Lord Beerus is asleep, and beyond that, I know nothing. Weiss graciously followed along with Beerus' words. As the laughter echoed among them, Lan Shi entered the courtyard with several buckets of instant noodles. Come on, everyone. It's time for noodles. Since Xiangpa had devoured all the earlier food, the others were still hungry. Tarble stepped forward to assist, distributing one bucket of noodles to each person. Naturally, the nearly lifeless Xiangpa lying on the ground also received a bucket. Gazing at the steaming noodles before him, Xiangpa eagerly seized a fork and began to eat, desperately needing to cleanse his palate of the overwhelming vegetable taste. As he savored the noodles, Xiangpa exclaimed, "Whoa, this is the true delicacy of the universe. That vegetable juice from Beerus is hardly fit for consumption." What did you say? Bardos inquired with a smile as she leaned closer. Xiangpa jolted, nearly causing the noodles in his mouth to shoot out through his nostrils. No, I meant that vegetable juice is rather nice. Yes, it has the flavor of cultivation. Xiangpa forced a smile, swallowing the noodles while tears brimmed in his eyes. Even eating instant noodles was a taste of happiness. Oh dear, Lord Xiangpa, you are becoming quite the eloquent speaker. Bardos elegantly settled down, holding her noodles, occasionally blowing gently on the steam, savoring each bite with an expression of genuine delight. Thus, a comical scene unfolded as a group of individuals enjoyed instant noodles in a luxurious villa. Weiss, the cuisine on your Earth is indeed quite splendid. Bardos remarked to Weiss after finishing her noodles, still savoring the taste. I have decided, once I am satisfied, I shall set out immediately to search for the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Xiangpa, having just finished a bowl of noodles, stood up. Hey, Tarble, you previously managed to gather the Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon. Is there a swift method to locate the wish balls? Now fully satiated, Xiangpa was eager to inquire about a quick way to find the wish balls, as this was indeed his purpose for returning to Earth. Of course, he now had an additional goal, to indulge in the culinary delights of the planet. We do possess a method to locate the Dragon Balls. Utilizing the Dragon Ball radar, Tarble nodded in affirmation, indicating that there was indeed a way. Then quickly provide it to me. I wish to find the wish balls. Xiangpa urged impatiently. Not quite yet. For the Dragon Ball radar we have is designed to locate Dragon Balls within Earth. However, to seek Dragon Balls across such a vast universe, a standard Dragon Ball radar would be insufficient. Then can't we upgrade the Dragon Ball radar? How troublesome. Xiangpa expressed his frustration, sensing that his quest for the wish balls might be thwarted once again. No, Bulma is currently pregnant, and I cannot burden her with such strenuous work during her pregnancy. Tarble shook his head in refusal, and upon hearing his words, Bulma felt a warmth in her heart. This is simple, allow me to assist you. With that, Bardoss stepped directly in front of Bulma, her staff swirling gracefully. Suddenly, Bulma's child floated through her abdomen, and Bardoss thoughtfully wrapped her in a blanket. With the baby now born, Bulma's figure returned to its slender form. The newborn let out a few soft whimpers before drifting into slumber. Bulma, momentarily taken aback by the sight of her child emerging, quickly extended her arms to embrace the floating infant. Congratulations. It's a beautiful little girl, Bardoss said with a cheerful smile directed at Bulma. Tarble gazed at the sleeping baby in Bulma's arms, feeling his heart melt. So adorable. This baby will surely grow to be as lovely as you, Bulma. Chapter 59, Sparring Expert of course, Bulma replied, gently patting the baby in her arms, her face radiating joy, with tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. But this child is remarkably well-behaved. How can she sleep so soundly right after birth? Perhaps she is unaware that she has already entered the world, still believing she is nestled within you, which explains her peaceful slumber, Lan Shi teased with a smile. By the way, what name do you plan to give her? I suggest taking one character from each of your names and calling her Taboo. Hey, don't be ridiculous. Bulma playfully scolded, glancing up at Tarble. We need to choose a more beautiful name, right? Tarble, now serious, regarded the baby's delicate face and pondered. Since she is our first child, let us name her Jingjing, like crystal, shining and precious. Jingjing, Bulma softly repeated, her gaze softening. Yes, very lovely, I like it. Your angelic abilities are truly astonishing. While Tarble was aware of the powers angels possessed, witnessing it firsthand filled him with wonder. Though my strength is now comparable to that of Whis and other angels, if they were to unleash their abilities in battle, I would likely still be the one to falter, he reflected inwardly. Now that the child is born, we can modify the Dragon Ball radar, correct? Kampa remarked, observing the arrival of Bulma's child. Modifying the radar will take a few days. It cannot be completed so swiftly. Perhaps you should return in a few days, Bulma replied, shaking her head as she handed the Dragon Ball radar to Kampa. Kampa examined the small radar in his hands and pressed a button. Suddenly, a bright point began to flicker on the screen. What does this point signify? Are there Dragon Balls nearby? He inquired, pointing at the glowing dot on the radar. Oh, that indicates a Dragon Ball here on Earth, meaning there is one in our vicinity. However, don't get your hopes up. The Dragon Balls on Earth lack the power to restore Universe 6 Earth, Tarble teased, observing Kampa's enthusiasm about the radar's light. I am well aware of that. Xiangpa let out a disgruntled huff, tossing the radar back to Bulma, deeming it useless. I shall return in a few days, he declared, tilting his head skyward in frustration. Bados, let us return. Bados, beaming with delight, approached Xiangpa after accepting a box of instant noodles from Lan Shi. Xiangpa, these noodles, he began, eyeing the floating noodles beside Bados. Mine. Bados protectively stowed the noodles in his staff's dimensional space. Hey, I am the god of destruction. Xiangpa nearly jumped in indignation. Is this truly acceptable? Of course it is, Bados replied with a charming smile. If you indulge too much, your battle prowess will diminish. Moreover, I wish to witness your transformation should you succeed in your weight loss endeavor. Perhaps I shall assist you in updating your diet plan when we return to Universe 6. I've learned quite a few new vegetable juice recipes. No, thank you. Xiangpa hastily waved his hands in refusal at the thought of consuming those peculiar concoctions. Let us return first. With a dejected demeanor, he walked alongside Bados. Bados nodded towards Whis and the others, and together they soared through the skies. Today's visit to Earth has proven fortuitous. I did not anticipate witnessing such an amusing spectacle, Whis remarked, savoring his pudding as he addressed Tabor and the others. Indeed, today was rather impromptu, and I did not make any arrangements. When Jingjing's first birthday arrives, I shall ensure you all savor the culinary delights of Earth, Tabor mused, feeling that inviting Whis had been somewhat inappropriate, as it had been a last-minute decision without prior notice to Bulma and the others. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, sparing Bulma from the agony of childbirth. Perhaps next time, when Lanchi is ready to give birth, we could enlist Whis or Bados to assist, Tabor contemplated silently. That would be splendid. Now, I shall take my leave, Whis said, waving goodbye to Tabor, Bulma, and Lanchi as he ascended into the sky. Although Tabor had intended to teleport Whis back, he had graciously declined. As Bados and Xiangpa returned to Universe 6, Whis made his way back to the Destroyer planet, and tranquility was restored to Earth. Bulma, cradling her newborn Jingjing, retreated to her room to rest. As it was her first experience as a mother, she found herself a bit flustered and thus called her mother for assistance. Lanchi and Chi-Chi also lent their support, filling the home with warmth and love. Time flowed on, and under the tender care of Bulma, her mother, and Lanchi, Tabor's daughter Jingjing blossomed, changing almost daily. With her rosy cheeks, she was irresistible, prompting anyone who beheld her to want to shower her with affection. This occasion also saw the rare appearance of Dr. Brief, who was usually elusive. During the time Tabor and Bulma spent together, the instances of encountering Dr. Brief were few and far between. It was no wonder Bulma's mother greeted everyone with enthusiasm, yet reserved a stern demeanor for Dr. Brief. The day of Tabor's annual lottery had arrived, yet he had long abandoned any expectations regarding the rewards of ordinary lotteries. As Tabula pulled the lever before him, the enormous wheel began to spin once more. This time, however, he felt neither the thrill of the lottery nor the yearning for rewards. He regarded it as a mere formality, a routine check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Training expert. This time was different. Tabula was taken aback to discover that the system's lottery yielded something beyond mundane items. Intrigued, he began to peruse the description of training expert. The training expert summons a training space, allowing the host to call forth opponents whose strength is no more than 10 times that of the host, with the highest possible strength being supreme. The number of summoned opponents is limited to fewer than 10, and their skills, bloodlines, and difficulty can be customized. Opponents can be resurrected infinitely, but the host can only re-enter this space 1 hour after their demise. Have I struck gold? To win such a grand prize in an ordinary annual lottery was astonishing. At this moment, Tabula's elation was beyond words. This reward far surpassed the gravity ring he received in his beginner's package. Currently, the gravity ring seemed lackluster to Tabula's growing prowess. Its usefulness diminished, yet discarding it felt wasteful. Chapter 60, Training System. What level of combat power does Supreme denote? Tabula pondered the combat power description of the training expert, but the system offered no response. Never mind. Asking would be futile, akin to conversing with a simpleton. Observing the few women basking in the sun in the courtyard, Tabula bid them farewell before descending into the basement. Eager to explore the functionalities of the training expert, without hesitation, he took out the training expert, still resting in the system space. Thud. The moment the training expert materialized, it landed on the ground with a resounding noise. Before him appeared a magnificent arched stone door, emanating a mysterious azure glow. As Tabula reached out to touch the door, he was unexpectedly drawn into it, his figure vanishing from the basement, while the once radiant arch now appeared utterly mundane. The expanse of this space is truly vast. Gazing at the seemingly endless surroundings, Tabula couldn't help but marvel. Welcome to the training space. Please configure the information for your training opponent. Race, bloodline, combat power, gender. As he scrutinized the configuration options, a thought struck Tabula. A true contest of life and death with the angel Vis. He subsequently input Vis's information. Training opponent configuration complete. Simulated entity, Vis generated. As the announcement echoed through the training space, a portal of light appeared at its center, gradually revealing a figure. It was an exact replica of Vis, silver hair flowing, staff in hand, expression vacant, eyes devoid of any emotion. Gone was the playful smile of the real Vis, replaced by an unsettling silence. Tabula inhaled sharply. The lack of emotion was palpable, yet the atmosphere was exceedingly weighty. The ultimate weapon, born solely for the purpose of combat, unleashed its prowess in an instant. With a gentle twist of the staff, the simulated entity, Whis, shattered the ground like a mirror, sending a light-speed attack that tore through the fabric of space towards Tarble. Perceiving the imminent threat, Tarble hastily transformed into his Super Saiyan form, his silvery aura swirling around him. Let us witness the true strength of the angel race. The battle between the two was poised to ignite. In mere moments of confrontation, Tarble sensed Whis' formidable power as they hovered in the air, each searching for the other's vulnerabilities. Let the battle commence. Noticing that Whis did not launch the next attack, Tarble whispered and vanished in an instant. Responding instinctively with his ultimate instinct technique, he maneuvered behind Whis and unleashed a powerful punch. However, Whis merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. A chill ran through Tarble as he realized his opponent's precognitive abilities were in play. Whis waved his staff, distorting the very fabric of space as an energy wave surged towards Tarble. Reacting swiftly, he retreated to avoid the onslaught. Understanding that he must disrupt Whis' rhythm to create an opportunity for counterattack, he focused his energy, channeling a powerful wave intended to disorient Whis. Simultaneously, he leveraged the speed afforded by his ultimate instinct to approach Whis from the side and strike. Though Whis sensed the impending attack, Tarble's velocity surpassed his predictions, allowing him to land a hit. Whis staggered back a few steps, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. He swung his staff once more, and time appeared to freeze, capturing Tarble's movements in a stasis. Seizing this moment, Whis adjusted his stance. As time resumed its flow, Tarble experienced a wave of dizziness. Yet he fought to regain his balance and launched another assault. He understood the necessity of preemptively striking before Whis could utilize his temporal powers. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed his most powerful blow. Sensing the looming threat, Whis swiftly executed a spatial displacement to evade the attack. Though Tarble's strike missed its mark, he remained undeterred and continued his pursuit. The two engaged in a relentless aerial battle, their movements so swift they were imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet the intermittent sounds of collision and dispersing energy testified to the ferocity of their clash. Unlike Tarble's straightforward punching techniques, Whis' ever-shifting special abilities proved to be a formidable challenge for him. As Tarble approached once more to deliver an attack, Whis waved his staff, casting a radiant light upon Tarble before he could react. A tremendous force suddenly bore down upon him, overwhelming him and driving him into the ground, creating a massive crater. While Tarble struggled against the weight, Whis swiftly appeared beside him. Crack! The void fractured, and before Tarble could comprehend the situation, he found himself outside the stone door. Did Whis just eliminate me? Tarble murmured, still shaken. While it aligned with his expectations, the speed of his defeat was astonishing. He had anticipated a prolonged battle with Whis, only to find himself bested so swiftly. With a heavy sigh, Tarble reflected on the encounter. After death, one must wait an hour before entering. It seems prudent to ascend first. Tarble glanced at the stone door, which had yet to reveal its radiance, and reluctantly left the basement, returning to the courtyard. To his surprise, before he could exit the living room, he was already met with the enormous sound of swallowing emanating from the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Kampa from Universe 6 had arrived. This is delicious. You cannot fathom how Bados only allocated a single bucket of instant noodles from an entire box for me. I had to endure watching her feast for several days. Kampa lamented, indulging in his meal. Lord Kampa, you have come to retrieve the dragon radar so early? Tarble chuckled at Kampa's gluttonous demeanor, reminiscent of a famished soul reborn. Humph. Had I known I would have to watch Bados enjoy her noodles during those days back home, I would have stayed here. Kampa's irritation flared at Tarble's comment. Such a pity. I merely withheld the noodles to help you with your weight loss. Tarble retorted, attempting to defend his actions. Stop lying. Why did you always come in front of me when you ate? Kampa's anger escalated, but just as quickly deflated. He resigned himself to the fact that he could not best Tarble. Observing Kampa's puffed-up expression, yet unwilling to unleash his wrath, Tarble could not suppress a laugh. He then retrieved the improved dragon radar from his multifunctional capsule and handed it to Kampa. This is the dragon radar you requested. Bulma spent several days perfecting it, Tarble remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Bulma, who had been juggling the care of her child and the radar's upgrades. Ahem, I understand you have all worked hard. Should you encounter any insurmountable problems in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, Kampa offered, aware that it was inappropriate to ask others for help, especially after consuming so much of their provisions. Very well, since Lord Kampa has said so, We shall proceed accordingly. Tabor recognized that it was commendable for someone as proud as Kampa to make such a promise. As Kampa manipulated the dragon radar, the screen illuminated. Yet no significant energy signatures were detected. You must enlarge the area of the display, Tabor advised. After several attempts to increase the scale, a faint light finally flickered on the screen, indicating a distant location. Bados, let us depart, Kampa exclaimed, glancing at the radar's reading and addressing Bados, who was still savoring her snacks. Lord Kampa, I am still enjoying my cake. Must we leave immediately? Bados protested, still seated with her dessert in hand, though she eventually rose. May I accompany you? I wish to witness the dragon summoned by the wish orbs, Tabor inquired of Bados. Of course, she replied, waving her staff to summon a dimensional cube, which materialized as a transparent rectangular prism, a sight reminiscent of a display case. Let us embark on this journey together, suggested Bardos, her words igniting a spark of excitement in Bulma and Lan Shi. Really? So we can join too? They exclaimed. Bardos, accompanied by Kampa, eagerly entered the teleportation block, waving goodbye to Tabor and the others. Let us go. Soon after, Bulma, cradling Jing along with the two Lanchis, followed suit into the teleportation block. Tabor touched the block, feeling as if it were no different from ordinary glass. Shall we set off then? Bardos declared, raising her staff as the teleportation block swiftly distanced itself from Earth. Jing, captivated by the dazzling scenery outside, gazed in wonder, her eyes sparkling as she yearned to reach out and grasp the fleeting lights. In no time, the teleportation block approached the glimmering location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. Yet, a glance around revealed no sign of any Dragon Balls. Hey, is there something wrong with your Dragon Ball radar? I don't see any Dragon Balls around. Kampa expressed his growing impatience upon noticing their absence. Bulma, seizing the moment, handed Jing to the nearby Lan Shi, then approached Kampa. In a swift motion, she snatched the radar from his astonished grasp. What are you doing? Kampa exclaimed, recovering from his shock. It must be that you don't know how to use it. Let me show you. Bulma declared, taking control of the radar. The screen magnified, revealing that the Dragon Balls were merely a short distance away, commanding Bardos to descend at the radar's signal. They soon discovered that the area was still devoid of Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Tabor recalled a scene from the anime. Bardos, open a door for me. I believe I know where the Dragon Balls are. Without hesitation, Bardos waved her staff, allowing Tabor to pass through the teleportation block as if reaching through a mirror, with the external environment having no effect on the interior. Upon emerging, Tabor gently stomped his right foot on the ground. Crack! The earth began to fracture, and debris was drawn into the cosmos, revealing a golden glow from beneath the surface. Look over there, Lan Shi exclaimed, pointing at the radiant light. The group's attention shifted as more stones were lifted into the air. Is that a Dragon Ball? How could it be so enormous? Bulma and the others gasped in astonishment, recognizing the familiar glow. It's even larger than those on our Earth. This is a wish-granting pearl, far superior to the trivial Dragon Balls on your planet, Kampa remarked, relishing the surprise on their faces as he regained his previously underestimated dignity. With 4 Dragon Balls located, including the 3 from Universe 6 and this newly discovered one, Kampa counted on his fingers. We only need to find the remaining 3. And with the Dragon Ball radar, our search will be significantly expedited. I spent quite a while searching for Dragon Balls in Universe 6. All right, Lord Kampa, I have established the coordinates for this wish pearl. Once the remaining Dragon Balls are located, I shall transport them all together to summon the mighty Super Shenron. With a wave of her staff, Beerus enveloped the enormous wish pearl in a magical radiance. Very well, let us embark on a quest to find the other wish pearls. Kampa then turned his gaze towards Bulma, who was holding the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma met his stare with a cold huff. So, do you now believe in my prowess? How could you doubt the planet's foremost female scientist? Ignoring the displeasure evident on Kampa's face, she pressed the radar once more, continuing her search for the Dragon Balls. Beep, beep, beep. We found it, Bulma exclaimed as a light appeared on the radar. Beerus leapt down from the transport square, peering at the screen displaying their location. Indeed, we see it, but it is still some distance away. We cannot afford to waste time. With that, Tarble re-entered the transport square, retrieving a barbecue grill and an assortment of ingredients from the multifunctional capsule, placing them on the table. Let us indulge in a meal to pass the time. Wow, you truly are thoughtful, Kampa praised, his hunger returning as he beheld Table's bounty of food. Thus, the group journeyed onward, feasting on barbecue as they proceeded toward the destination of the Wish Pearl. Thanks to the Dragon Ball radar, their search proved remarkably efficient. However, as they ventured toward the last Wish Pearl, they unexpectedly encountered a spaceship amidst their cosmic travels, which launched an attack on the transport square. Fortunately, the speed of the transport square was so swift that the incoming assault vanished before it could reach them. Chapter 62. The Dragon of the Gods report to Lord Frisia. I encountered an unidentified transparent object while en route to planet Darle, inside which there were individuals, and it was moving at an astonishing speed. We are unable to catch up. An alien resembling a dinosaur addressed the virtual screen at the front of the spaceship after their failed attack. Oh, this is quite intriguing. Your ship is one of our latest models, yet you cannot keep pace. It seems that object is rather impressive, Frisia replied, a menacing figure seated upon a throne, his head adorned with a half-purple hemisphere. Chase after them in the direction they went. Let us see if we can uncover any clues. The spaceship then veered toward the direction where Tarble and the others were headed. Several hours later, Bulma pointed excitedly ahead. Look up ahead. A massive planet with a Wish Pearl. At long last, we have found them all. Though the group had been dining and drinking aboard the transport square, Kampa remained blissfully indulged, while the others were growing weary from the prolonged journey. Additionally, Jingjing had just caused a commotion when Bulma changed her diaper, prompting Kampa to pinch his nose and complain. Thus, Bados manipulated the teleportation cube, hovering above the Wish orbs, as she waved her staff. The space surrounding the Wish orb flickered incessantly, and at that moment, Wish orbs from distant corners of the universe instantaneously materialized around her. With a resounding thud, the 6 other Wish orbs appeared, each larger than Earth itself, pushing nearby celestial bodies far into the depths of space. The sight of these 7 colossal Wish orbs was truly magnificent. Lan Shi and Bulma, captivated by the spectacle, could not help but exclaim in awe. All right, since we have gathered all the Dragon Balls, let us commence the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. But how does one summon the Eternal Dragon of these Wish orbs? Is it similar to that of Earth? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Isn't it merely a matter of gathering them to make a wish? At that moment, Kampa belatedly realized that he had no knowledge of how to summon the Eternal Dragon using the Wish orbs. Bados, do you know? I am uncertain as well, for I possess no records regarding the summoning of the Eternal Dragon with these Wish orbs, Bados replied, glancing at the black sphere atop her staff, shaking her head. However, if you are referring to the incantation for summoning the Super Dragon, I am aware. At this, Kampa and Bados turned their astonished gazes toward Tabor. You know this? Kampa regarded Tabor with skepticism. Why not? Tabor can create Dragon Balls himself. Knowing the incantation for summoning a Wish orb's dragon is hardly remarkable. Lan Shi, with golden hair, felt a surge of indignation at Kampa's dismissive expression and quickly defended Tabor. You can also create Dragon Balls. Bados's curiosity deepened, for she was aware that Tabor was a scion, and such abilities were not known to exist among scions in their 6th universe. No need to delve further into that, Tabor chuckled, deflecting their inquiries. The incantation to summon the Super Dragon is spoken in the divine language. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Fulfill my wish, I desire to unleash. What a peculiar incantation, Lan Shi and the others remarked, bemused by its oddity. Let me give it a try, Bados said as she slowly floated out from the teleportation cube. Thus, Bados uttered the incantation toward the Wish orb. Come forth, Eternal Dragon, fulfill my wish. I desire to unleash. No response. Did I make an error? I have always thought this incantation was rather strange. Kampa observed the Wish orb's silence and questioned, just as his words faded away. Suddenly, the immense red star within the Wish orb began to emanate a more brilliant crimson light. The 7 colossal Wish orbs began to rotate in a harmonious sequence, forming a hexagonal configuration with the 4-star orb at the center. The other Wish orbs radiated golden light that crackled like thunder towards the central orb. As the radiance of the Wish orbs intensified, a tremendous luminescence enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the vision of all present, while the Wish orbs gradually compressed and diminished in size. A powerful surge of energy emanated from the center, releasing an overwhelming wave of force. A radiant light illuminated the entire expanse of the universe, causing the stars to tremble as they swiftly expanded, forming a blazing golden vortex. From within this whirlpool emerged a colossal shadow, a magnificent golden dragon, A mere description of its enormity would fail to do it justice. As the onlookers beheld this slumbering giant, it opened its scarlet eyes. It then transformed, its elongated body nearly enveloping countless galaxies. With its roar, innumerable planets were drawn into its gaping maw. When the spectators finally opened their eyes, they were astounded beyond measure by the scene before them. Tarble and his companions had already entered the belly of the divine dragon, surrounded by swirling galaxies. As they traversed into the cavernous, abyss-like mouth, the surroundings grew dim. Before them appeared a diminutive form of the divine dragon, the very core of its being. The dragon spoke in an incomprehensible divine tongue. "Lord Shimpa, let us commence our wishes," Bados remarked, casting a glance at Shimpa. "Hurry, Bados. Restore the earth of the sixth universe that has perished." Shimpa was now filled with impatience. Following a flurry of divine utterances, the dragon's eyes glowed red, and with a mighty roar, its entire form fragmented into 7 colossal wish orbs, scattering across the 2 universes. "King Frisia, I have just captured this footage." A distant spacecraft, far from Tarble, was rendered speechless by the dragon's emergence. However, once they regained their composure, they transmitted the captured footage to Frisia's ship. "I cannot believe such a behemoth exists in the universe. But why have I never seen or heard of it before?" Frisia glowered at the screen, fixated on the colossal figure. "I must uncover the truth behind this. Someone, extract the image of the dragon from this video and send it to all subordinate agencies. Those who possess knowledge about it will be richly rewarded." "Yes, King Frisia," responded the dinosaur-like alien soldier with respect, promptly processing the image of the divine dragon and issuing commands for dissemination to all research and intelligence departments. Meanwhile, within the command center of Frisia's flagship, all screens simultaneously displayed the staggering image of the divine dragon, reverberating through the cosmos. Countless researchers and intelligence officers marveled at the incomprehensible power and size, discovering that no records existed in any civilization's database throughout the universe. How perplexing. If such a colossal being exists, there should be at least some documentation. As the group grappled with the enigma of the divine dragon, Tarble and his companions had already diverged from Shimpa. At that moment, Bados was projecting the Earth of the sixth universe as it appeared before its destruction using his staff. "Lord Shimpa, it seems our universe's Earth has indeed been restored. Shall we return and witness it ourselves?" Upon hearing this, Kampa spoke urgently. "Since the wish has been fulfilled, Lord Kampa and Vados, we shall return to Earth." Tarble gazed at the already departed Dragon Balls, then bid farewell to Kampa and his companions. "Very well. I shall have Vados escort you back," Kampa replied with a nod. "Vados, let us first return them." "There is no need for that. I will take Bulma and the others back directly. Farewell." With a wave of his hand, Tarble grasped the hands of the 3 women. In a flash, their figures vanished from sight. It was truly astonishing that Tarble could utilize the Kaioshin's instant transmission. It was indeed remarkable. Vados looked in surprise at the spot where Tarble and the others had disappeared, yet her gaze held a deeper significance. "Lord Kampa, we too should return to Earth," Vados said softly as she turned. "Indeed." Kampa nodded eagerly, his face alight with anticipation. "I cannot wait to indulge in Earth's delicacies." In the following moment, the 2 transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into the depths of the cosmos. Simultaneously, with a whoosh and a spatial ripple, Tarble, Bulma, and Launch landed steadily on the vacant grounds of the villa on Earth. "Ah, we are finally home," Bulma exclaimed, tilting her head to gaze at the azure sky. The familiar air and scenery enveloped her with immense comfort. Indeed, Earth was far more pleasant than that cramped space cube. Launch cradled Jean Jing in her arms, her expression softening as she took in the familiar surroundings. While some sights in the universe were undeniably beautiful, nothing compared to the charm of Earth. "Report to Lord Frisia." An alien intelligence officer with bluish skin and tentacles hurried into the control room, kneeling with a hint of excitement and unease in his tone. "We have uncovered intriguing information during our data exchange in Sector 7, which may provide insights into the unknown creature." Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, turning his head slowly with a chilling demeanor. "Do tell." "Yes. According to the files exchanged from various cosmic knowledge repositories, there exists a being named Zuno, renowned as the all-knowing entity of the universe. He possesses answers to all matters within the cosmos, including that of the unknown creature." "Oh." Upon hearing the term omniscient, Frisia's pupils constricted slightly, followed by his characteristic cold grin. If this Zuno truly possesses such powers, I must pay him a visit. We have located Zuno's star system, situated on a small planet at the edge of the 7th universe, within the Hilpa asteroid belt. He rarely interacts with outsiders, but it is rumored that a kiss of tribute is required for him to respond to inquiries. A kiss? Frisia's face contorted in disgust. What a peculiar fellow. However, it matters not. As long as I can uncover the secrets I desire, I can arrange for Dodoria to kiss him 10 times if need be. Subordinates will promptly arrange the course. Destination, Zuno's planet. Vegeta, do you believe the creature in this photograph truly exists? Our Scion records contain no mention of such a being. Nappa remarked to Vegeta, who was busy devouring some unknown roasted meat. Humph. Although it is possible that Frisia simply fabricated an image to amuse us, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. I doubt that is the case. According to intelligence, it seems Frisia is currently heading towards the direction of the Celestial River Galaxy, a rather remote corner of the universe. I believe he must have some special purpose. Raditz continually manipulated the instruments in his hands. By the way, Raditz, if I recall correctly, your brother was also sent by your parents to that planet called Earth, right? Perhaps we should pay a visit, Baba suggested, glancing at Raditz. Well, since there are only a few Scions left, it wouldn't hurt to search for other survivors. Let us directly head to the planet where your brother resides, which will also help us avoid a direct encounter with Frisia, Vegeta said, chewing on a piece of roasted meat before lifting his head to address the two. Time swiftly passed, and half a year had gone by. During the subsequent 6 months, Tarble engaged in daily training sessions within the basement, battling various opponents in the training space. From previously losing every encounter against the other angels, he had transformed to winning more often than not. Due to his prolonged combat against the angels, Tarble gained considerable insight into their diverse abilities, allowing him to evade their attacks at critical moments. In terms of combat power, Tarble had surpassed the angels. However, he often found himself overwhelmed by their unique skills, leading to his defeats. Ugh, I am exhausted. It is time for a proper rest. Watching the gradually fading figure of Bardos, Tarble wiped the sweat from his brow and exited the training space. Just as he emerged from the basement, he spotted a rosy-cheeked infant staggering towards him, with Bulma trailing closely behind. Hey, Jingjing's father is here. Tarble hurried over and scooped up Jingjing. Upon being lifted, the joyful Jingjing erupted into laughter. You smell terrible. Go take a shower before you pass on that odor, Bulma remarked, glancing disapprovingly at Tarble, who was drenched in sweat and wearing tattered clothes, as she took Jingjing back. All right. By the way, where are Lanshi and the others? Tarble inquired, noticing the empty living room. Out shopping. What do you expect? There's sunbathing in the yard. After all, they are all pregnant. Can they really be running around? Bulma rolled her eyes at Tarble. Knowing that Lanshi and the others are pregnant, you should spend more time with them instead of constantly thinking about training. Humph. She turned and exited the living room. Alas, I am doing this to ensure I can protect you all in the future, as this world is far too perilous. Tarble murmured to himself as he stepped into the bathroom. Chapter 64. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong after traversing multiple star domains for several months. Frisia's fleet finally approached the planet Zuno. This peculiar planet bears an uncanny resemblance to no conventional celestial body. It appears as though it were encased within a wooden box, with a multitude of flora adorning its upper hemisphere. Strangely, the square base of this box features an icon reminiscent of a media player. Lord Frisia, that ahead is planet Zuno, the dinosaur alien remarked, gesturing towards the bizarre orb. Indeed, let us descend. I am eager to witness this so-called omniscient being, for he has compelled me to journey such a great distance to seek him out. Should I fail to obtain the answers I desire, oh ho ho, then let him meet his demise. Frisia's expression contorted into a menacing grin as he gazed upon planet Zuno. As Frisia's spacecraft gradually descended, it touched down upon the metallic landing platform. He disembarked from his personal vessel, surveying his surroundings. The area was replete with verdant vegetation, and the broad pathway was paved with slabs of green stone, flanked by stone monuments, while 2 technologically advanced elevators were elegantly installed in the center of the staircase ahead. Oh ho ho, this planet appears rather promising. I wonder what price it could fetch. At that moment, the previously orderly queue of awaiting individuals turned their collective gaze towards the formidable figure radiating an imposing aura. Is that Lord Frisia? The Galactic Emperor Frisia? This is a disaster. What are we even waiting for? Instantly, the once structured line descended into chaos and panic. At the forefront stood a wise species, adorned in pink fur, who had been waiting for a decade. Yet, upon feeling Frisia's oppressive presence, he dared not utter a word and timidly approached. Bowing deeply, "Esteemed Lord Frisia, please, I offer my place to you." Quite perceptive, Frisia replied with a faint smile, nodding in satisfaction. "Dodoria, let us proceed." Thus, four portly figures clad in traditional garb guided Frisia and his entourage into the inner sanctum. Within the temple, a larger figure awaited them. Seated upon an altar, none other than the omniscient Zuno. His lifeless eyes fixated on Frisia. "I am Zuno. I possess answers to all inquiries within this galaxy. First, present the offerings," a rotund attendant announced. Frisia cast a glance at the attendant before signaling to Dodoria. "Ah, yes," Dodoria stammered, suppressing a wave of embarrassment as he awkwardly approached, planting a peck on Zuno's cheek. Zuno's form emanated a mysterious ripple, and a beam of light enveloped the temple. "You may now pose a single question." Dodoria promptly produced a photograph for Zuno's inspection. "My Lord Frisia seeks information regarding the creature depicted in this image. That is the eternal dragon Shinran, summoned by the gathering of 7 Dragon Balls." Upon uttering this, Zuno fell silent. "Very well, the inquiry has concluded. You may take your leave," the attendant interjected. Upon hearing this, Dodoria's fury ignited. "Suppressing my revulsion, I bestowed a kiss upon you, you insufferable glutton. And this is all you deign to reveal." As I spoke, I prepared to take action against the plump figure before me. "Zuno, is it? I shall grant you 5 seconds to ponder your response." With that, Frisia extended a finger, coalescing a sphere of lethal energy at its tip. "If you have any further inquiries, speak now," for Zuno, suddenly cowed, promptly began to articulate his thoughts. Truly ungrateful. Only when faced with consequences do you choose to behave." Dodoria, observing Zuno's formerly arrogant demeanor now reduced to cowardice, spat disdainfully upon the ground towards him. "Pray, elucidate on this dragon of the gods." Upon witnessing Zuno's submission, Frisia dismissed the deadly orb, dissipating it into nothingness. This dragon of the gods was crafted by the dragon deity, Zalama, in the 41st year of the divine calendar, comprising 7 orbs scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. They are 7 spheres radiating a golden hue, each bearing a varying number of red star markings from 1 to 7. Once all 7 orbs from the 2 universes are collected, one must invoke the dragon with the divine tongue, exclaiming, "O dragon of the gods, grant my wish, I desire." Thus, the super dragon shall materialize to fulfill your every desire. Upon the wish's realization, the orbs will once again scatter across the 6th and 7th universes. Any wish can be granted. Frisia rejoiced at the prospect of summoning the dragon to fulfill any desire. "Ahahaha, splendid, marvelous, truly magnificent. But what of the 6th and 7th universes? How does one go about collecting the Dragon Balls?" Frisia pressed eagerly, for this concerned his quest for eternal life. "Our universe is the 7th, overseen by the god of destruction, Beerus, and the supreme Kai. The 6th universe, in contrast, is managed by the god of destruction, Kampa, and the supreme Kai, Fua." Upon hearing Zuno's words, Frisia's brow furrowed in concern. He was aware of Beerus's reputation. "To think that my universe is not the sole one. Could the god of destruction of the 6th universe rival Beerus in might? How does one travel to the 6th universe?" Although the prospect of acquiring the Dragon Balls seemed dishearteningly remote, Frisia was unwilling to concede defeat. To reach the 6th universe, one requires the guidance of an angel attendant of a god of destruction or a supreme Kai. Upon hearing this, Frisia's heart sank. Is there no alternative? He glared fiercely at Zuno. "There are Dragon Balls on a nearby planet as well, albeit their powers pale in comparison to those of the Dragon of the Gods. Yet they can still grant wishes to traverse to the 6th universe." Terrified, Zuno trembled and divulged everything he knew to Frisia, eager for him to depart swiftly. "Oh, ho ho ho, it seems fortune smiles upon me," Frisia exclaimed, his laughter resonating as he learned of the existence of other dragons. "Dodoria, we are off to Earth." With that, Frisia turned, preparing to leave Zuno's planet. "Your life shall be spared for now." Frisia suddenly pivoted, gazing at the sweat-drenched Zuno. "Lord Frisia, why not eliminate that insolent wretch who dared to disrespect you?" Dodoria, still begrudging, inquired of Frisia. Are you questioning my judgment?" Frisia's gaze shifted towards Dodoria, causing the latter to break out in a cold sweat. "Without Lord Frisia, this fellow is expendable. Yet he possesses some utility, as I can occasionally inquire about matters I wish to understand. Chapter 65. Arrival of Vegeta moments later. Frisia's fleet departed from the Zuno star system, swiftly heading towards Earth in the 7th universe. Inside the spacecraft, Frisia sat with his hands crossed, deep in contemplation upon his throne. Ordinary Dragon Balls, though inferior to the Super Dragon Balls, were sufficient to transport me to the 6th universe. Once I arrive there and obtain the 7 Super Dragon Balls, I shall wish for immortality. At that point, neither Beerus nor anyone else will stand a chance against me. As Frisia made his way to Earth, Vegeta and his companions had already landed. Upon their arrival, Tarble sensed a ferocious energy approaching. He even detected a far more sinister and brutal aura drawing nearer to Earth. How could it be so powerful? Far away at Korin Tower, Krillin and Tien Shinhan felt Vegeta's presence. They hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed towards the direction of Vegeta's landing. Raditz thought to himself, "It appears my brother is not faring well either. He hasn't managed to eliminate the beings of this week. Could he have perished?" Nappa glanced around and mockingly shot a look at Raditz. "You." Raditz seethed with rage at Nappa's words, yet unable to contend with him, he begrudgingly swallowed his indignation. Subsequently, Raditz activated his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the device fluctuated wildly. Someone is approaching, and in considerable numbers, Raditz remarked to Vegeta and the others. But their power levels hover around a few hundred, quite ordinary. At that moment, Raditz and the others were entirely unaware that Goku and his companions had been training in the gravity chamber, their power levels now far surpassing those depicted in the anime. Although Goku's growth in earlier years had not been noticeably rapid, since he had grown taller, his training in the gravity chamber had yielded remarkable advancements in his combat prowess. "They're coming." Raditz observed the approaching figures, his expression sharpening. Upon seeing Goku leading the way, memories of his father Bardock began to intertwine in his mind. "Kakarot, I never imagined you would spare this planet's inferior beings and associate with them." Raditz muttered through gritted teeth. "Raditz, it seems your brother has indeed mingled with this planet's lowly species." Ha ha ha. Nappa, having recognized the distinct Scion hairstyle, joined in the mockery. On Frisia's ship, a creature with an octopus-like head reported, "Lord Frisia, we have intercepted communications indicating that Vegeta and his companions are also on Earth." Frisia, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, immediately opened them and turned around. He could not allow anyone to thwart his plans to seek the Dragon Balls. It appears that Vegeta and his companions are on a quest to locate the survivors of the Scion race. The octopus soldier, observing Frisia's predatory gaze, stammered in fear. "They merely need to search for the Dragon Balls, yet who knows if they harbor ulterior motives. Let us continue to eavesdrop." Upon hearing that Vegeta and the others had ceased their pursuit of the Dragon Balls, Frisia's demeanor softened somewhat. "Hurry, accelerate. Proceed at the utmost speed," he commanded the pilot, who promptly responded, "Yes, Lord Frisia." "On Earth," Goku exclaimed, "Look, they have tails too. Could they be of the same lineage as you?" After descending some distance away from Vegeta, Krillin, with his keen eyes, noticed the tails behind them and gently nudged Goku's arm. "It must be," Goku replied. "But Tarble once mentioned that the planet of my kin had been destroyed. They should be survivors. However, from their aura, they do not seem benevolent." Goku spoke gravely to Krillin and Tien, who nodded in agreement, as they too sensed the malevolent energy emanating from them. "How unexpected, Kakarot. Not only did you fail to eradicate these inferior beings, but you have also mingled with them, bringing shame upon our Scion lineage." Raditz expressed his frustration towards Goku. "I am not Kakarot. I am Son Goku." Goku retorted, "Humph, have you even forsaken your own name?" Raditz, angered, launched an attack on Goku. With a swift motion, Goku effortlessly deflected Raditz's assault, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazed at him. He then retaliated with a powerful punch that sent Raditz staggering backward. "What? How is this possible?" Raditz exclaimed, astonished as he stumbled back several paces. "Interesting." His battle power surged several-fold in an instant. Vegeta observed the fluctuating numbers on the power level meter, excitement bubbling within him. "What?" Raditz, unable to accept the truth of Vegeta's words, charged at Goku in a frenzied state. "You, a lowly warrior, how dare you possess such strength?" Witnessing Raditz's madness, Goku decided to no longer hold back. After parrying Raditz's attacks, he unleashed a series of devastating blows, culminating in a powerful kick to Raditz's abdomen that sent him crashing into a mountain. Gasping for breath, Raditz stared at Goku in disbelief, shocked by the vast disparity between their powers. What a fool. Naiba, teach him a lesson. Vegeta remarked disdainfully, observing Raditz's disheveled state. All right. I haven't had a good workout in a while, Naiba replied, cracking his neck as he glared menacingly at Goku and his friends. The oppressive aura radiating from Naiba weighed heavily upon Krillin and the others. Goku stepped forward, scrutinizing the bald giant before him. I sense a repugnant energy emanating from you. With that, Goku launched an attack against Naiba. Naiba initially believed that Sun Wukong's combat prowess was not particularly formidable. However, when Sun Wukong unleashed his attack, an overwhelming force surged forth, utterly unyielding. Naiba was sent flying, akin to Raditz, and due to the sheer magnitude of the power, he crashed through several mountain peaks before coming to a halt. How could this be? His combat strength has inexplicably surged once more. Vegeta gazed at the numbers before him. Incredulity etched on his features before discarding the power-level scouter, crushing it beneath his foot. Humph. After colliding with the mountains, Naiba returned to assault Sun Wukong once again, yet each of his attacks was deftly evaded. Naiba was akin to a punching bag, incessantly pummeled in midair, blood occasionally spilling from his mouth, until Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Observing the crater Naiba had created upon impact with the ground, Sun Wukong turned his back to walk towards Krillin and the others. However, just as he did, Naiba hurled an energy wave directly at him. Wukong, be careful! Krillin shouted urgently. Alas, it was too late to evade. The energy wave struck Sun Wukong directly. Boom. Ha ha ha. You dare to underestimate me. Naiba wheezed, bent over, as he relentlessly unleashed energy blasts at Sun Wukong. Wukong! Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Sun Wukong was gravely wounded by this charged attack, collapsing to the ground. Well done. Naiba, Vegeta remarked, admiring the fallen Sun Wukong. Just as Naiba prepared to deliver a final blow, Krillin and Tien rushed forward to intervene. However, before they could reach him, Raditz stood in their way. Your opponent is me, he declared, launching an immediate assault on Krillin and the others, who were unable to withstand the onslaught and were sent flying. As Naiba was about to strike the finishing blow on Sun Wukong, a hand suddenly grasped his arm, halting him. Chapter 66, The Arrival of the Spaceship. Alas, Wukong, how many times must I tell you not to show mercy? You simply refuse to listen. Tarble seized Naiba's arm and hurled him away. Why, you are Tarble! Vegeta exclaimed in shock as he beheld the unexpected arrival. Oh, it's you, Vegeta? Tarble responded with a smile, though he had never met him before, rendering it inconsequential. You are also on this planet. Vegeta marveled, astonished that Tarble was present, as he had only known of Tarble's exile to another world, unaware of his presence on Earth. Tarble paid no heed to Vegeta's words, swiftly snatching the scouters from Naiba and Raditz and crushing them in his grip. Frieza can use these to monitor you. I shall take care of this first. Why your speed? Vegeta was utterly unconcerned about the shattered scouters. His focus was on why Tarble possessed such extraordinary speed. He had barely registered Tarble's velocity when the scouters were already in his possession. I can't believe it. You are still working under Frieza? Tarble mocked, eyeing Vegeta with disdain. The planet Vegeta was not destroyed by meteorites, but rather by Frieza. What did you say? Not only Vegeta, but both Nappa and Raditz were equally astonished and stared in disbelief at Tarble. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The Scion race had already become Frieza's pawns, so its destruction was inconsequential. Tarble, having traversed through time, felt no sense of allegiance to the Scions. In his eyes, Earth had always been his true home. Although the current Earth was no longer the one he once knew, it still held a semblance of familiarity. What did you say? How can you say that? You must remember, you are also a Scion. Nappa and Raditz questioned Tarble vehemently. Enough, I can't be bothered with you, Tarble retorted, turning to Vegeta. So, what brings you to Earth? Is it merely to find Kakarot? Indeed, we are here in search of the surviving Scions, as we heard Raditz's brother is here. Vegeta confirmed with a nod. Then why is Frieza also heading towards Earth? Tarble's gaze shifted skyward, as if he could pierce through the atmosphere to see Frieza approaching. What? Frieza is coming too? Isn't he on planet Zuno? Vegeta suddenly lost his composure, realizing Frieza's intentions and the fact that he had annihilated planet Vegeta, indicating that Frieza was likely coming for him. Planet Zuno? What business does Frieza have there? Tarble pondered, perplexed, as Frieza had never been to planet Zuno in the anime. Could my presence in the Dragon Ball universe truly be altering the course of events so drastically? Tarble found himself lost in thought. At that moment, Raditz produced a photograph of the Eternal Dragon. It seemed Frieza had gone to planet Zuno in pursuit of the creature depicted in the photo. Where did you acquire this photograph? Tarble suddenly recalled the ship that had attacked the Transwarp Cube while searching for the last Dragon Ball. If that were the case, it appeared Frieza had indeed visited planet Zuno and learned about the Eternal Dragon. But what was his purpose in coming to Earth? Did he somehow discover that Earth possessed Dragon Balls? The likelihood seemed high, considering Zuno, that cowardly fatso. Tarble gazed at the photograph, deep in contemplation. Do you know something? Vegeta speculated, noticing Tarble's engrossment in the image. Perhaps, but I have no intention of sharing it, Tarble replied, shaking his head as he approached Son Goku and placed a senzu bean in his mouth. Moments later, Goku sprang from the ground, executing several backflips in midair before landing gracefully. Thank you, Tarble. Without you, I would have surely perished, Goku said, scratching his head in gratitude. I've told you countless times. You never listen. If I hadn't come, I dare say you all would have been annihilated, Tarble replied, rolling his eyes at Goku. I'll definitely remember next time, Goku assured with a grin. Son Wukong acknowledged his mistakes with sincere humility. Tarble paid him no heed, as speaking would prove futile. Instead, he chose to accept the situation with an open heart while remaining resolute in his stance. What on earth is happening? Naba exclaimed, observing that the nearly defeated Son Wukong had suddenly regained the ability to run and jump, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tarble, what did you just give him? Vegeta had witnessed Tarble feed Son Wukong a green bean, which astonishingly healed him within mere seconds. Oh, you mean that? It's a healing bean, Tarble replied nonchalantly. By the way, are you all planning to stay here and wait for Frieza? Vegeta and the others were momentarily at a loss, rendered speechless by Tarble's words. Naba and Raditz turned to Vegeta, awaiting his command. Tarble, why are you not fleeing? You have no idea how terrifying Frieza truly is. Vegeta, intrigued by Tarble's calm demeanor, inquired further. This is my home, why would I flee? Tarble responded. But Frieza's battle power is a staggering 530,000. In his eyes, this planet is merely a target that can be obliterated at will. We must leave at once and seek revenge on Frieza later, Vegeta insisted, desperate to prevent his brother from falling victim to Frieza's wrath. 530,000. It seems you are woefully unaware of Frieza's capabilities, Tarble chuckled upon hearing Vegeta's assertion. Frieza can transform, and with each transformation, his power increases dramatically. His ultimate battle power reaches 1.2 billion. What did you just say? 1.2 billion? How is that even possible? The revelation left not just Vegeta, but also Son Wukong and Krillin utterly shocked. Although they could not fully comprehend the magnitude of 1.2 billion, the mere fact that it was in the billions rendered it terrifying. At that moment, hope for revenge seemed utterly extinguished. Raditz and Naba appeared utterly defeated, knowing their battle powers were a mere 1,204,000, respectively, while even Vegeta's strength paled at 180,000. The gulf between them and Frieza's pre-transformation power was insurmountable, let alone the 1.2 billion he could unleash post-transformation. Just as Vegeta was about to voice his thoughts, Frieza's spaceship loomed above them, a colossal vessel piercing through the atmosphere and hovering ominously. Upon witnessing this, despair washed over Vegeta and the others. How could he arrive so quickly? It's all over. Chapter 67. The unyielding Scion Wukong. Look up, Tien Shinhan shouted, pointing at the massive craft that stretched hundreds of meters long, casting a shadow over the once bright landscape. As the ship steadied itself and opened its hatch, a multitude of soldiers emerged, descending to the ground, armed and forming an orderly line on either side. Once the soldiers were properly assembled, they beheld Frieza slowly descending from the air, his formidable aura causing Vegeta and Goku to tremble uncontrollably. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, what a pleasant surprise to encounter you here, Frieza remarked, his smile devoid of warmth as he regarded Vegeta and the others. And are there 2 more Scions? Are you hosting a celebration? Uncertain of Frieza's intentions at that moment, Vegeta maintained a facade of deference. Indeed, Lord Frieza, we received word that Raditz's brother is on this planet, so we came to investigate, hoping to locate other Scions to serve you. Although Vegeta's heart was heavy with discontent, he recognized the precariousness of the situation and resolved to endure this trial, with thoughts of revenge postponed for the time being. Oh ho ho ho, I never would have guessed, Vegeta, that you would be so loyal. Vegeta's expression darkened further. Very well, since you are so devoted. I shall entrust you with a task. Eliminate everyone on this planet. Frisia's sinister laughter echoed as he glanced at the others, who immediately braced themselves for battle. Frisia, speak of your purpose for coming to Earth. Tabor interjected, weary of the pretense between them. Oh ho ho ho. I am surprised that this remote planet has individuals who recognize my name. Very well. You must be aware of the Dragon Balls. So, he has come for the Dragon Balls. Tabor mused, his suspicions confirmed. It seems you possess some knowledge. Share it with me, and if your answer satisfies me, I shall allow you to join my ranks, Frisia coaxed, observing Tabor's contemplative demeanor. Enough with the chatter. Suddenly, Tabor vanished from sight, reappearing before Frisia and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Cough. Frisia felt as though his very bile had been struck from him, staggering backward, clutching his stomach. How is this possible? Your power. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this scion possessed such overwhelming strength. Lord Frisia, Doria, witnessing his master's peril, rushed forward to support the nearly fallen Frisia, his expression a mix of concern and astonishment. Goku and Krillin were equally incredulous, unable to comprehend that Tabor wielded such immense power. They had known him to be strong, but this was beyond their imagination. How can it be? Tabor's strength has reached such heights. Vegeta and his companions were equally shocked to discover that Frisia, with a battle power of 530,000, was no match for Tabor. Damn Scion monkey. Frisia, infuriated at being unable to withstand a single blow, angrily shook off Doria's support and began to transform, his muscles bulging and his stature increasing dramatically. Die, foul monkey, he shouted, charging directly at Tabor. Bang! Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Frisia was struck once more by a powerful punch, sending him crashing into the spacecraft behind him. The impact created a colossal dent, causing sparks to erupt from the damaged circuits, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, as the ship teetered precariously from the violent collision. Annihilation, Tabor declared, his right hand gathering a faintly dark energy, which he then hurled directly at Frisia, who was still soaring through the air from the force of the impact. With a resounding explosion, the dark energy collided with Frisia, resulting in a fierce detonation that illuminated the surroundings. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Frisia's figure had vanished entirely. Did you genuinely believe I would wait for you to transform before making my move? I am not one to indulge in theatrics. Tabor mused, gazing at the now clear sky where the smoke had lingered. How is this possible? The King Frisia is dead. Run. At this moment, Frisia's soldiers finally regained their senses, scattering in all directions in frantic flight, including Dodoria among them. What a nuisance! Tabor exclaimed, extending his right hand skyward as spheres of energy coalesced within it. Golden beams of light surged forth from these spheres, pursuing the fleeing Frisia soldiers. One by one, the beams pierced through their bodies, culminating in a series of explosions. Each beam accurately struck a member of Frisia's legion, creating a chain reaction of devastation. In the blink of an eye, the ground was left littered with debris and thick smoke, devoid of any survivors. Vegeta, how could your brother be so terrifying? Was he not sent to a lowly planet due to his inferior combat power? Babidi questioned Vegeta, his face contorted with fear. Could it be? Tabor is the legendary Super Saiyan. Yes, it must be. Otherwise, it is utterly inexplicable. But why? Why is he not me? At that moment, Vegeta's jealousy reached a boiling point. Next, it will be your turn. Tabor's gaze shifted towards Vegeta and his companions, who were utterly at a loss as to how to respond. Now that Frisia is dead, what do you intend to do? I want to keep Tabor on Earth. Vegeta declared resolutely, his eyes fixed on Tabor. Babidi and Raditz exchanged bewildered glances, but as Vegeta had chosen to remain on Earth, they had no choice but to follow suit. Very well, that is your prerogative. However, I must lay down some ground rules. You are forbidden to attack any Earthlings unprovoked, or I shall personally ensure your departure. Tabor nodded in agreement, but felt it necessary to issue a warning beforehand. That is acceptable, but I wish to know how you cultivated such incredible power. Vegeta was indifferent to the fate of the Earthlings, as long as they did not provoke him. He had no desire to concern himself with them. Oh, very well. I shall arrange for you a place to stay for the time being, Tabor replied, beckoning to Goku and the others. Goku, the matter has been resolved. I will take them to another location to settle, he said. Goku scratched his head, a relaxed smile adorning his face. That's great. Finally, things are sorted out. Krillin sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Phew. I thought we were truly doomed this time. Tien and Kairatsu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. As the tension lingered in the air, Tarble addressed Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, his voice steady and deliberate. Remember my words. If you defy me, you shall face the consequences. Vegeta clenched his teeth, feeling a sense of frustration. Yet he understood that he was powerless to resist at this moment. So he acquiesced, saying, I understand. Nappa and Raditz quickly echoed, Yes, Lord Tarble. In that very instant, the already battered spaceship finally plummeted to the ground. Initially, Tarble had intended to obliterate the craft entirely, but upon considering that Bulma might find it intriguing, he decided to spare it. After stowing the ship away in his dimensional space, he guided Vegeta and the others to West City, even purchasing a villa for them in a secluded corner. However, he felt quite disgruntled when it came time to pay. After all, he barely knew these three, yet was compelled to buy them a villa. What a fool he felt. Alas, he resolved to consider it a form of compensation. Chapter 68. The Unsettled Galactic King. Once the villa was settled, Tarble stood at the entrance, hands on his hips, surveying the three. Remember, this place is vast and sparsely populated. No one will interfere with your training, but should I learn of any disturbances, you shall bear the consequences. He cast a cold glance at Vegeta, lingering on Raditz for a couple of seconds longer, making the latter shrink back, nearly bowing in submission. Vegeta gritted his teeth and nodded, while Nappa and Raditz hastily agreed, fearing Tarble's displeasure might lead to dire outcomes. The Scions were notably indifferent when it came to emotions, so Vegeta was not overtly surprised by Tarble's demeanor. After imparting his directives, Tarble turned to leave, stating, Since you wish to grow stronger, I shall find you some sparring partners tomorrow to help you loosen your muscles. Once he had walked some distance away, Tarble could no longer contain his inner turmoil. Damn it, why do I feel like a babysitter? Arranging food and lodging for these three Scion apes? And training as well? Is there anyone in this world who bears such a burden as I do? I should have slept in a few more days before this whole ordeal. Despite his complaints, Tarble was acutely aware of the situation. Though these three often appeared unreliable, their potential was immense, particularly Vegeta. If utilized properly, he could become a formidable force in the future. Wait a minute. I only owe a debt to Vegeta. Nappa and Raditz should be indebted to me. If it weren't for my intervention, they would have perished long ago. Next time, I must find a way to have them repay that debt. Yet, the more Tarble pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Enough of this. It's best to return and check on my little treasures, Tarble said, shaking his head as he instantaneously transported himself back to the villa. At that moment, Bulma and the others had begun their afternoon tea in the courtyard, while Jingjing was happily crawling around, thoroughly entertained. What's the rush, Tarble? You left in quite a hurry, Bulma remarked, now accustomed to his sudden appearances. A foe from the universe emerged, and I went to assist Goku and the others. At that moment, Tarble recalled, Bulma, I managed to acquire the enemy's spaceship. I believe you might find it intriguing. However, the space we have here is far too limited to accommodate it. Oh, an extraterrestrial spacecraft? I truly wish to behold it. Bulma's insatiable curiosity was instantly ignited. She perked up immediately, setting down her teacup, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Tarble. Where's the ship? Take me to see it at once. Bulma's face radiated eagerness as she hurried back to her workshop to retrieve her multifunctional capsules. Tarble chuckled softly, placing a hand on Bulma's shoulder, and in an instant, they were transported to a desolate desert, several thousand kilometers away from the villa, where the spacecraft he had casually brought back rested. The ship resembled a colossal pancake, adorned with numerous glass-like domes that seemed to serve the purpose of observing the surrounding environment. Yet, the occasional plume of black smoke escaping from the vessel hinted at its previous severe impacts. Wow, Bulma couldn't help but exclaim, immediately crouching down to examine the ship's interfaces and the energy chamber door. Tarble stood leisurely with his arms crossed, watching Bulma's industrious figure with a hint of fondness in his eyes. After approximately half an hour, Bulma discovered a flashing icon in the lower right corner of the ship's internal main interface that was still transmitting signals. Oddly, the ship was continuously sending out signals, resembling some sort of distress beacon. As she tinkered with it, her brow furrowed in concentration. A distress signal? Tarble raised an eyebrow, inquiring whom it was directed towards. I am uncertain, Perhaps to the enemy's base or planet you mentioned? Tarble's lips twitched slightly as he pondered. Could it be that they dispatched a minor force, preparing to confront the more formidable one? Yet, it seemed that only Gula's strength might present a challenge. That Chaldean king was swiftly dispatched upon arrival on Earth, leaving his true power rather ambiguous. In that case, new adversaries are bound to arrive. Bulma, now composed yet tinged with anxiety, remarked, Tarble, what shall we do if they come to Earth? Tarble let out a cold laugh, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. What shall we do? Naturally, we shall defeat them. He gently flexed his wrist, the joints cracking audibly. However, Tarble's expression darkened slightly. I would prefer it if Goku and Vegeta were the ones to engage this time. They should require about a year to reach Earth, allowing them ample time to train. Bulma nodded vigorously, swiftly activating her communicator to contact Goku and the others. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, within a grand palace, the towering 3-meter-tall King Cooled sat imperiously upon his throne, exuding an aura of superiority. Upon receiving the signal report from his subordinates, his countenance darkened. Humph. The ship has been attacked, and no one has responded to the communications. It seems Frisia is in dire peril. King Cooled's voice was low and chilling, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. I never anticipated that there would be those bold enough to strike against our Frost Demon clan. It appears we have been excessively merciful. Beside him, a figure even taller and more imposing than Frisia, the Frost Demon Gula, crossed his arms and sneered coldly. In that case, allow me to take matters into my own hands. It will also serve as a means to retrieve my dear brother's remains. Thus, it is best to let those individuals know the consequences of offending the Frost clan next time. King Calder forcefully struck the armrest of the throne, causing it to shatter from the impact. Gula, prepare yourself. I shall accompany you this time. I wish to see who possesses such audacity. Calder then cast a sidelong glance at his anxious subordinate. Go, immediately locate the whereabouts of Frisia's spaceship, and then issue my command to assemble all combat members to head in that direction. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the subordinate quickly fled the palace, drenched in cold sweat. This task is too perilous. It seems I must promote an aide to convey my messages. For now, it is safer to remain in the shadows. Thus, several days later, the equipped King Calder and Gula embarked aboard a colossal spaceship, accompanied by numerous vessels in tow. It appeared they intended to demonstrate their might to others in the cosmos. The king of the galaxy, Calder of the Frost clan, and his son Gula were inexplicably gathering a formidable army, heading towards the Milky Way. Suddenly, a member of the Galactic Patrol rushed into the palace to report to a figure resembling a green octopus. What? Are they preparing to wage war against us? At this moment, the Galactic King could no longer remain seated. It was evident that the Galactic Patrol might not match the Frost clan in power. And if a conflict arose, the outcome could be dire. If Tabor were aware of the Galactic King's thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. For unbeknownst to the Galactic King, his subordinates were indeed a hidden force to be reckoned with. Chapter 69. The Training of Sun Wukong and Companions. Thus, on the following day, Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at Tabor's villa. The day before, Bulma had contacted them, inviting them to train together. So early in the morning, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Tien had all arrived promptly. Wukong, even if we are to train, there is no need to be up this early. Observing the sky, where the sun had yet to make its appearance, Tabor slowly emerged from the house. Lately, he had been waking during the night to assist with the care of Jingjing, resulting in some sleep deprivation. Once I heard Bulma say you would take us to train, I couldn't sleep a wink all night. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. At that moment, Tabor suddenly noticed a somewhat unfamiliar young lady among his familiar company. As Tabor turned his gaze towards her, she stepped forward. Hi, Tabor. Long time no see. You are Chi-Chi? What brings you here? Tabor exclaimed, astonished to see Chi-Chi, whom he had assumed was still training in the castle of the Ox King. A few years ago, my father allowed me to train under Master Roshi at the Kame house, Chi-Chi replied, somewhat bashfully. I originally wanted to join Wukong and the others yesterday, but Master Roshi wouldn't let me go, saying my strength was too weak. This time, upon hearing Wukong mention that you would be training them, I decided to join as well. As Tabor listened intently, he observed the girl before him, Kiki. She exuded an air of youthful vigor, clad in a simple yet elegant martial arts uniform. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, and her countenance bore a blend of determination and clarity, a stark contrast to the little girl he remembered, who once clamored to accompany him and Bulma on their travels. It seemed she had matured considerably. A realization dawned upon Tabor, nodding thoughtfully. It appeared the narrative of the future had subtly altered. Nevertheless, such changes need not be unfavorable. At that moment, Goku, with an innocent expression, scratched his head and cheerfully remarked to Tabor, "Kiki wishes to join us in our training. So I asked Master Roshi to allow her to come along." Hearing this straightforward declaration, Kiki's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with joy as she responded with a gentle nod. During her years at Master Roshi's house, Kiki had diligently trained each day, yet her heart had quietly been captivated by Goku. His simplicity, kindness, and indomitable spirit had long since planted a seed within her heart. Unbeknownst to Goku, who remained oblivious to such sentiments, Master Roshi seemed to harbor intentions of bringing them together. It is worth mentioning that Goku's grandfather, Gohan, had passed away a few years prior, prompting Goku to relocate from Mount Pazu to Master Roshi's abode. However, pressing matters required attention. Tabor cleared his throat to gather everyone in the courtyard, stating with gravity, "Now that we are all assembled, let us commence today's training. As for the sparring partners, they will be the 3 Saiyans from yesterday." "What?" exclaimed Krillin and the others in astonishment, completely unprepared for the revelation that their opponents were those formidable individuals, known for their formidable demeanor. With that, Tabor directed them to form a circle and instantaneously transported them to the accommodations arranged for Vegeta and his companions. Upon arrival, they found Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz donned in training attire, waiting outside, though they appeared somewhat lackluster. As Tabor approached to inquire about their condition, he was interrupted by the rumbling of one of their stomachs. It suddenly dawned on Tabor that he had forgotten to provide them with sustenance. After having been bested by him the day before, their energies were depleted, and under Tabor's stern warning, they had refrained from overexerting themselves, resulting in a day of hunger. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Tabor tossed 3 sins of beans to them. "Here, consume these and fill your stomachs. Will this be sufficient?" Nappa inquired, touching his bald head, seemingly skeptical that such a small bean could satiate his hunger. The 3 exchanged glances before each swallowed a bean. To their astonishment, not only did their hunger dissipate, but their spirits revived significantly, and even their injuries from the previous day had healed. "This is the same bean Kakarot consumed yesterday." Vegeta pondered, feeling the changes within his body. With their physical state restored, their auras intensified, causing Goku and the others to tense up, acutely aware of the oppressive energy emanating from their adversaries. "Rest assured, I have instructed them not to hold back. However, should you find yourselves in discomfort, do not blame me for the warning." "Huh?" Goku, undeterred, tightened his fists in excitement, exclaiming, "This is splendid. To engage in combat with such a formidable opponent is precisely what I desire. How exhilarating." Tien Shinhan, arms crossed, offered a cold smile, his fighting spirit surging within his gaze. "Ah, I have an ominous premonition," Krillin said with a wry smile, secretly regretting his eagerness to rush over so early in the day. "Let me arrange this. Gyoza, you will face off against Chi-Chi and Raditz. Tan, you and Krillin shall contend with Nappa. As for Goku, you will spar with Vegeta," Tabul declared, surveying the group. "Tabul, you claimed I would train. This is merely a sparring match. His strength pales in comparison to mine." Vegeta protested, displeased, for his presence on Earth was not to serve as a training partner. "Do you truly believe his strength is so inferior?" Goku interjected. "Everyone, remove your weighted gear." Without delay, Goku and Krillin shed their burdens, bouncing lightly and throwing punches into the air. Indeed, they felt considerably lighter. The best method for a Saiyan to augment their strength is through combat. Each near-death experience significantly enhances their power. I trust Raditz and Nappa have seen some improvement in their battle capabilities following yesterday's encounter. Yet, the 2 exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads. "We have no means of measuring our power. Without a scouter, we cannot ascertain our current battle strength." "Such foolishness. You should immerse yourselves in the experience of battle and sense the flow of your energy," Tabul replied, weary of further explanations. "Let us not linger here. I shall take you to another location." With that, he transported everyone to a desolate expanse of Gobi Desert. "Unleash your full potential here. I shall return for you this evening." After tossing a small pouch of senzu beans to Goku, he added, "Take these, just in case of any unforeseen circumstances." In an instant, he vanished, returning to the villa. Unbeknownst to Tabul, mere meters beneath the Gobi, A tightly secured research base lay hidden, closely monitored by minute insect-like devices observing every movement above. Chapter 70. The training trio. Who are those individuals above, and how did they suddenly appear here? Dr. Gero of the underground research facility watched the events unfold, his face contorting with fury upon spotting Tien Shinhan. It's them. Excellent. My android, number 16, is nearly complete. It is the perfect opportunity to test his capabilities. He approached the workbench in the lab, where a bizarrely styled head dangled from a mechanical arm. While the unfinished body lay on the table, its outer layer of skin only partially affixed, exposing several wires. Revenge shall soon be mine. Dr. Gero cackled with glee at the sight of the nearly completed form, blissfully unaware of how grating his laughter was to the ears. As Dr. Gero diligently toiled beneath the earth, a fierce battle raged above. Krillin and Tien Shinhan were the first to strike, aiming directly at Nappa. The two exhibited remarkable synergy. Krillin created distractions, employing rapid, minor techniques to disrupt Nappa's rhythm, while Tien amassed energy for a powerful attack, unleashing a Kamehameha that struck Nappa squarely in the chest. Yet, even Tien's formidable energy blast could not bridge the gap in combat prowess. Nappa grinned, unwavering, and with crossed arms, he effortlessly deflected the Kamehameha, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent Krillin and Tien hurtling away. Krillin rolled several times before regaining his footing, his face slightly pale. This foe had returned with even greater strength than the previous day. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu and Chi-Chi joined forces against Raditz. Although Raditz's power was relatively low among the Psiots, he was still a seasoned warrior who had fought across the cosmos, his combat abilities far surpassing those of Kaiatsu and Chi-Chi. Even when confronted by their combined assault, he maneuvered with ease, albeit with a hint of irritation in his gaze. Each time he prepared to attack, Kaiatsu's psychic interference caused him minor inconveniences. Hey, these two little brats are infuriating, Raditz exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Kaiatsu flying. Kaiatsu tumbled across the ground several times before attempting to turn his attention to Chi-Chi, only to find her charging fearlessly toward him, fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Humph, overestimating yourself, Raditz scoffed, raising a hand to block before aiming a kick at Chi-Chi. She attempted to evade, but her speed was insufficient, and she was sent flying by Raditz's kick. However, he refrained from using lethal force. The most captivating confrontation, of course, was between Son Goku and Vegeta. They stood amidst the vast expanse of the desert, separated by a distance of several meters, neither making the first move. A gentle breeze stirred the dust, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Come on, Kakarot. Let me see why Tabor holds you in such high regard and has tasked me with your training, Vegeta declared coldly, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat. Goku flashed a grin, his aura suddenly shifting, causing the ground to tremble slightly as he replied. Then I shall take this seriously, Vegeta. No sooner had he spoken than Goku vanished from his position. With a whoosh, he reappeared before Vegeta, launching a powerful punch. Vegeta, having anticipated this, swiftly sidestepped and retaliated with an elbow aimed at Goku's neck. Goku, having predicted the move, ducked low and countered with a kick. Their speed was astonishing, rendering them mere blurs to the naked eye. Fists and feet collided, creating shockwaves that sent dust soaring across the desert. Krillin and the others were momentarily distracted by the intensity of Goku and Vegeta's battle, but a moment's distraction nearly led to Nappa landing a blow on them, prompting them to refocus. Indeed, the level of combat between Goku and Vegeta is in a league of its own. Tien marveled silently. Meanwhile, underground, Dr. Gero watched the fierce struggle on his monitors, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. What a nuisance they are. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth. But it was just as well. Let me see if my Android 16 can indeed eliminate you. Beside him, Android 16 had been fully assembled, awaiting only the final infusion of energy. Dr. Gero, with a sinister grin, approached the control panel, his fingers dancing rapidly over the keyboard as he began inputting fundamental commands into 16's brain. Buzzing. As the machinery whirred to life, a crimson glow slowly illuminated 16's form, energy coursing through its being. An eerie silence enveloped the laboratory, punctuated only by the low hum of the machines. Dr. Gero beamed with satisfaction. Soon, very soon, none of you will escape. Meanwhile, the battle on the Gobi Desert escalated to an intense fervor. Goku and Vegeta had ascended from the ground to the sky, their attacks intertwining through energy blasts and hand-to-hand combat, erupting in a symphony of explosions and shockwaves. Vegeta, with a powerful punch, unleashed a blue energy wave directed at Goku, who swiftly evaded the strike, bringing his hands together. Kamehameha! A colossal blue-white energy column tore through the skies, hurtling towards Vegeta. Vegeta's expression darkened as he concentrated his energy, forming a violet energy sphere in his palm, launching it forth with a fierce cry, "Gallic Gun!" The two formidable energy columns collided violently in midair, creating a massive vortex of energy that trembled the surrounding Gobi, causing the ground to crack. Oh! The two warriors relentlessly amplified their energy, locked in a stalemate, while the turbulent energy waves forced Krillin and the others to retreat from the perilous battlefield. Far away, thousands of kilometers distant, Tarble sensed the fluctuations in energy, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, progress was swifter than anticipated. He leisurely brewed a cup of tea, basking in the sun alongside Lan Shi and the others, planning to fetch them come evening. "Tarble, are you truly unconcerned about their battle? Will everything be all right?" Bulma, observing Jin Jing crawling on the ground, couldn't help but voice her worries as she glanced at the relaxed Tarble. "Do not fret. Nothing will go awry," Tarble reassured, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, Jin Jing, inexplicably agitated, began tugging at the grass on the lawn, prompting laughter from Tarble and Bulma. Little did they know, underground, Dr. Gero was meticulously orchestrating a revenge scheme against Tien and the others. In the more distant reaches of the universe, King Cold and his ally, Gula, were leading their forces, advancing towards Earth with terrifying speed. Chapter 71. The disobedient android above ground. The sounds of battle echoed relentlessly. Meanwhile, in a clandestine research facility dozens of meters underground, the energy infusion for Android 16 was nearing completion. With the final surge of electricity, mechanical arms gently lowered 16's head, connecting it with its body. 16's form trembled slightly as it gradually opened its eyes. Dr. Gero, brimming with excitement, lunged towards the control panel, trembling hands inputting the activation command. The activation has been successfully completed. It appears that the creation of the android has been remarkably triumphant. Number 16. Eliminate Tianjin Fan and annihilate all who stand in our way of global domination. Dr. Gero commanded, gesturing toward the screen displaying the ongoing battle. Number 16 remained silent, his imposing figure casting a substantial shadow under the lights. After a prolonged moment, he spoke calmly, his voice deep and resonant. "I do not wish to take lives." "What?" Dr. Gero's complexion shifted dramatically as he pounded on the control panel, shouting in fury, "I am your creator. You must obey my commands." Number 16 slowly shook his head, devoid of any animosity in his gaze. "I do not wish to harm any living being. Flowers, birds, beasts, and humans, they should not be annihilated without purpose." Dr. Gero seethed with rage, his face turning crimson as he abruptly seized the remote control, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Humph. You harbor a super energy bomb within you. Should you dare defy my orders, I can obliterate you and everything around you in an instant." Number 16 bowed his head, remaining silent. Yet, even so, he still refused to comply. He simply closed his eyes slowly, awaiting the moment of his destruction. "Useless," Dr. Gero bellowed in fury, violently smashing a cluster of instruments on the control panel. Subsequently, he initiated the hibernation mode of android number 16. "It seems I have failed again." Soon, he regained his composure, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. "Since a mere robotic creation is uncontrollable, I shall adopt a different approach." He rummaged through the archives of collected data, swiftly fixating on a particular set of files. Dr. Gero licked his chapped lips, sneering, "Excellent. Since mechanical beings are ineffective, I shall directly modify living humans, injecting them with capabilities to become true androids." Meanwhile, the battle above continued unabated. The confrontation between Goku and Vegeta had reached a fever pitch, while Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, and Chi-Chi were engaged in fierce combat against Nappa and Raditz. They had been fighting from dawn until dusk, utterly exhausted and sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Conversely, Nappa and Raditz, possessing a higher combat power, were relatively unscathed and not as fatigued. Yet, they began to feel the pressure from Krillin and the others, whose strength was steadily rising. "Oh, it seems your battles are quite intense," Tarble remarked playfully as he arrived at the scene, noticing everyone resting on the ground. Goku, share some of those sins of beans with them. They need to get off the ground. All right. Goku, despite his exhaustion, managed to retrieve the sins of beans and distributed one to each person. After consuming them, everyone regained their vitality. Well then, I shall escort you back. We shall continue tomorrow. By the way, I believe Frisia's father will soon return to Earth, so you must intensify your training. With that, Tarble led them away, each parting ways. As the group departed, the barren expanse fell silent once more. Aside from the occasional gust of wind stirring up tumbleweeds, this desolate terrain would see no visitors. The night deepened, and the temperature in the wasteland plummeted swiftly. Dr. Glow, shrouded in a gray cloak, stealthily departed from the subterranean tunnels of his secret lair under the cover of night. Following the concealed passageways, he eventually emerged in a bustling metropolis. Foolish humans, he mused, lost in the trivialities of their existence. Observing the city's vibrant revelry, Dr. Glow smirked maliciously, accompanied by his mechanical minions, as they commenced their sinister hunt in the shadows of the urban landscape. Over the course of several days, individuals began to vanish from the city, leaving the police helpless and devoid of leads, instilling a palpable sense of dread among the populace. Unbeknownst to them, these missing persons had fallen prey to Dr. Glow, who had clandestinely abducted them, transporting them to his underground research facility. The cold clang of iron doors echoed as they sealed shut. Within the dim, damp laboratory, rows of imprisoned figures were confined within transparent containers, each bearing a cold numerical designation. Donning protective goggles, Dr. Glow operated his devices with a chilling detachment. Failures mounted, and he furrowed his brow as he observed yet another human subject succumb to the rigors of transformation, showing not a hint of compassion. I require more subjects, he declared, his icy gaze instilling fear. Thus, in the ensuing month, while Vegeta and Goku engaged in relentless battles by day, Dr. Glow, like a parasite, scoured various cities at night, capturing specimens for his experiments. Reports of disappearances began to emerge from certain regions of Earth, initially involving the homeless and orphans, but soon ordinary citizens began to vanish mysteriously. The police remained at a loss, unable even to find traces at the scenes of these abductions. Meanwhile, deep within the arid underground laboratory, rows of transparent cultivation containers held figures in varying states of despair. Some had long lost their humanity, while others struggled in anguish, ultimately succumbing to the frigid liquid. Each container bore a stark numerical label, as if the individuals within were mere commodities. Dr. Glow, devoid of any emotion, meticulously recorded data on an electronic tablet while commanding mechanical arms to extract genetic samples from the failed subjects, conducting his cruel experiments relentlessly. Failures persisted, and he grimaced as he witnessed yet another human test subject perish under the strain of transformation. Indeed, the genetic quality of ordinary individuals is disappointingly low, he muttered coldly, pressing the destruction button as lifeless bodies were dragged away by mechanical arms to the incinerator in the rear. Dr. Glow's expression remained impassive, for to him, these individuals were nothing more than failed materials. Although the majority of the specimens have proven unsuccessful, it appears that containers numbered 17 and 18 exhibit a relatively high degree of genetic compatibility. It seems I must utilize them for further experimentation, Dr. Glow remarked, surveying the rows of containers, his disappointment palpable at the realization that only 2 had shown promise. Dr. Gero approached the computer on his desk to examine the information of the individuals contained within the 2 numbered capsules. Capsule 18 contained the details of a girl named Lazili, aged 17, while Capsule 17 housed a boy named Lapis, also 17 years of age. It appears they are siblings. No wonder their compatibility is so remarkably high. It seems to be a hereditary trait from their family. It would be prudent to investigate whether there are any other blood relatives in their household, whom I could capture for further study. As Dr. Gero gazed at the profiles displayed on the screen, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Chapter 72, Cells. A cold smirk played upon Dr. Gero's lips as he swiftly accessed the family records of Lazili and Lapis, only to furrow his brow moments later. Alas, their parents had passed away, and the remaining family members had long since vanished. Disheartened, he drummed his fingers upon the desk, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall focus on completing their transformation. After all, the perfect android project cannot afford any further mistakes. With a mocking grin, Dr. Gero turned and strode toward the core area of the experimental zone, where two figures lay submerged in transparent liquid within their transformation capsules, quietly in slumber. Thus, time passed unnoticed. The sky above Earth remained a brilliant blue, yet beneath this serene facade lay currents of hidden turmoil. For several months, Tarble personally supervised the training of Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, and others. In addition to the usual combat training, he had Bulma construct a series of gravity training rooms, including a specialized chamber capable of simulating a gravity level of 100 times that of Earth. Under the intense pressure of high gravity, Goku and Vegeta's battle instincts evolved rapidly. While the others continuously surpassed their limits, their combat powers soaring. Whis occasionally made leisurely appearances at Tarble's villa, indulging in food and drink. Yet it seemed he harbored a keen interest in the training of these scions and humans on Earth. In this realm, one day outside equated to an entire year within, presenting a remarkable opportunity for those with high combat potential to achieve rapid growth. Observing the diligent training of Vegeta and the others, Tarble resolved to allow Goku and Vegeta to take turns training in the time chamber. With the imminent arrival of King Cold and Cooler on Earth, he recognized that their current progress was far from sufficient. While Vegeta and the others relentlessly honed their skills, Tarble did not remain idle. Each day, he entered the training space to engage in combat with a variety of foes. He also discovered that the training space offered a selection of characters not only from the Dragon Ball universe, but from other worlds as well. Out of curiosity, Tarble once chose to face a formidable opponent from the Naruto universe, although it was merely for the thrill of battle, as no other pursuits were possible. However, in terms of combat power, the strength exhibited in the Naruto world indeed appeared relatively lacking. After several days, including Naba and others, they all entered the hyperbolic time chamber, emerging 2 days later with newfound strength. When Tarble arrived at the temple once again, the group had completed their training, with Naba and Raditz being the last pair. As the door of the hyperbolic time chamber slowly opened, a heavy aura surged into the air. "Ha, we've finally emerged." Naba laughed heartily, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, yet his muscles appeared more defined than ever, his presence immensely heightened. Raditz also wore a joyful expression. Having endured a year of hardship within the chamber, now, feeling his newfound strength, he realized that all the struggles had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Tarble sat beneath the shade of the temple, enjoying tea with the deity. Observing the group, he nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. It seems you all have made significant breakthroughs during your time in the chamber." Goku, energetically punching the air, exclaimed, "Tarble, you were right. The hyperbolic time chamber is incredible. After more than a year of training, I feel stronger than I did when Frieza first arrived without transforming." "You all have indeed grown formidable," Tarble replied calmly. "But when facing an adversary of King Cold's caliber, it is still far from sufficient." Shifting his gaze to Vegeta and the others, he continued, "Vegeta, you must be aware of the legend among the Saiyan race regarding the Super Saiyan, correct?" Vegeta's eyes narrowed as he responded, "Yes. The legend speaks of a Super Saiyan appearing once every 1,000 years. Are you implying that you are the legendary Super Saiyan?" "That is not the crux of today's discussion," Tarble interjected nonchalantly, sipping his tea. "What if I told you that all Saiyans could transform into Super Saiyans?" "What did you say?" Not only did Vegeta lose his composure, but Naba and Raditz also turned to Tarble in astonishment. In contrast, Goku and Krillin, who had little understanding of the concept, merely regarded it as an intriguing tale. "Do not be so astonished. You have a misconception. The legendary Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan are entirely different matters." Observing the shocked expressions on Vegeta and the others, Tarble smiled calmly. "This is impossible. Why have we Saiyans never heard of such a thing? No one is transformed in all these years." Vegeta shook his head in disbelief. "Indeed, we have spent many years on planet Vegeta without any such news surfacing," Raditz concurred. "This involves several factors. First, the prerequisite for transforming into a Super Saiyan is meeting a certain base battle power. Just look at your previous meager strengths. Do you truly believe you could transform?" Tarble teased, leaving Vegeta and the others momentarily speechless. The second condition is that one must possess certain cells within their body. Otherwise, even if your battle power is adequate, transformation is impossible. "Cells? Do we have such things in our bodies?" Raditz and Naba exchanged dubious glances at themselves. "Yes, but it varies among individuals. For instance, Goku possesses an abundance of these cells, while you two, well, not so much." Tarble pointed to Goku, who was still chatting and joking with Krillin and the others. Vegeta gazed at the unorthodox Goku, utterly incredulous of the reality before him. Cells, he mused, merely require a serene and untroubled heart to proliferate autonomously. Yet, when fueled by intense fury, these cells can undergo explosive growth, enabling transformation. The Scion race has long been known for its martial prowess, often resulting in a scarcity of cells or a refusal to augment them, coupled with the substantial combat power required. This has led to the absence of the Super Saiyan form. Conversely, Goku remarkably fulfilled all requisite conditions, merely awaiting the opportune moment to transform. As Tabor pointed once again at Goku, skepticism lingered until tangible evidence presented itself. With an air of haughty defiance, Vegeta crossed his arms over his chest and turned to depart. You wish to witness it? That is hardly a challenge. Just as Tabor spoke, he transformed into the visage of a Super Saiyan, his black hair shifting to a radiant gold. However, lacking an explosive aura, it appeared merely as a change in hair color. Golden hair. Vegeta, look, Raditz exclaimed, astonished as he directed everyone's gaze toward Tabor. For they were now witnessing the transformation firsthand, corroborating the lore that Super Saiyans indeed bore golden locks. What? Vegeta, drawn by Raditz's exclamation, turned to behold Tabor's hair now aglow with gold. This is the Super Saiyan. Are you not astonished? Tabor adjusted his golden tresses. Chapter 73. The Dragon Balls of the Gobi. Vegeta stood transfixed, staring at Tabor's resplendent golden hair, as if struck by a heavy blow to his chest. The pride etched on his face gradually eroded, replaced by shock, confusion, and an unnameable hint of fear. How could this be possible? He murmured. Despite the existence of such legends, the notion of the Super Saiyan had always been met with derision. Yet today, it materialized before his very eyes. Astonishingly, it was not he, Vegeta, who embodied this power, but a lowly warrior he had previously dismissed. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. No, this cannot be. I am the proud prince. I am the one most deserving of the Super Saiyan's might. Vegeta gritted his teeth. His lips pressed firmly together as he struggled to suppress the tempest within. It was not a matter of contesting Tabor's strength, but rather the unbearable realization of being outpaced. Beside him, Nappa and Raditz exhibited contrasting expressions. Nappa gazed at Tabor with awe, while Raditz swallowed hard, filled with astonishment. Does this mean that if our cells are sufficiently numerous, we too could transform into Super Saiyans? Raditz inquired, his eyes shimmering with hope as he looked toward Tabor. Indeed. But the prerequisite is that your combat power must also be formidable, otherwise, it is futile. Upon transformation, your combat power will increase 50-fold. What? 50-fold? The revelation struck them like a thunderclap, leaving their jaws agape in disbelief. The notion of a 50-fold increase in combat power resonated profoundly, echoing in the hearts of all present. Even the perpetually arrogant Vegeta could not deny that this legend was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. I will become a Super Saiyan, I surely will, he declared, turning away with a solemn yet resolute vow, striding alone towards the distant training grounds. Tabor observed Vegeta's retreating figure and nodded discreetly. His pride was both his weakness and his greatest catalyst for growth. Perhaps this was indeed the opportunity for him to transcend his limits. In contrast, Sun Wukong harbored none of Vegeta's complex emotions. He was simply filled with unadulterated excitement. Then I must put in more effort. Perhaps I too can become as formidable as you. Tabor nodded in affirmation. I believe you will achieve success very soon. Now, continue your training. I must take my leave. With that, he disregarded the others and vanished back to the villa. Indeed, the convenience of instant transmission allowed him to go wherever he pleased. Just as Tabor reveled in the ease of his abilities, he suddenly recalled his intention to upgrade the Dragon Balls in the future timeline. Thus, he grasped the Dragon Ball radar and embarked on another journey. To his surprise, he discovered that a Dragon Ball had fallen near the site where Vegeta and Sun Wukong had previously battled. Following the radar's guidance, Tabor arrived at the Gobi Desert, only to find himself unable to locate the Dragon Ball. How strange. Why can't I find it? The radar indicates it's here, and I've already cleared away sand to a depth of 60 or 70 centimeters. It can't possibly be buried several meters deep, can it? Could the chaos of their battle have obscured it? With a puzzled mind, Tabor picked up a shovel and began to dig. Before long, a mound of earth had accumulated beside him. This is certainly peculiar. There must be some underground facility or river that has concealed the Dragon Ball. He cast aside the shovel and soared from the pit, now 3 or 4 meters deep. I must investigate further. There may be additional discoveries. With this thought, Tabor slowed his flight and meticulously searched the expanse of the gobi. Found it. He spotted a deliberately altered entrance at the base of a cliff. Cleverly concealed, but not beyond his keen perception. What is this place? Why does such a location exist? Could it be someone's secret research facility? Just then, a sudden realization struck him. Dr. Jarrow. It is indeed plausible that it could be him. Only he would establish a research base in such a desolate area. However, despite his conjecture, he refrained from recklessly damaging another's research facility in the absence of personnel. With this in mind, Tabor hurried back to the villa and requested Bulma to craft several miniature biological surveillance devices. Tabor, what do you want me to create these for? You haven't been learning anything peculiar from that old lecture, have you? Bulma questioned, her expression one of bewilderment. Please don't misunderstand. While searching for the Dragon Ball in the Gobi, I discovered what appears to be an underground facility beneath the desert, and I found an entrance to it. I merely wish to use a surveillance device to ascertain the identity of the owner and the purpose of this facility. Moreover, I find myself harboring doubts about Dr. Jarrow. Upon noticing Bulma's gaze directed at him, Tabor hastily shook his head. After all, with 3 such exquisite wives at home, why would I need to emulate Master Roshi? Bulma felt her spirits lift as she heard Tabor's praise for them. Just wait for me, she said, before immersing herself in her experiment. For Bulma, crafting this miniature surveillance device was child's play, and it was not long before she completed it. With the surveillance device in hand, Tabor swiftly teleported to the entrance of the laboratory, placing Bulma's tiny biological camera in various locations. To his surprise, the sensation of covert observation was indeed quite peculiar. Underneath a massive boulder not far away, Tabor set up a beach chair and table, retrieving a chilled beverage from his system space and taking a sip. He fixed his gaze intently on the tablet in his hands, which displayed the live feed from the biological cameras. Unbeknownst to Tabor, he was not the only one observing the entrance. Inside the base, Dr. Jarrow was also monitoring the screens, witnessing Tabor lounging casually beneath the boulder, enjoying his drink as if he were on vacation. However, in stark contrast to Tabor's relaxation, Dr. Jarrow's demeanor was decidedly frayed. Damn it, I never imagined the base would be compromised. Where did I go wrong? Is this man here to investigate or merely to picnic? Dr. Jarrow fumed, slamming his hand against the control panel in frustration, his beard trembling with anger. If he had known that the recent discovery of a glass marble while procuring supplies had led to Tabor uncovering the underground base, he might have been driven to the brink of apoplexy. Chapter 73. Rummaging through boxes. It is strange. I have been watching for several days, yet no one has emerged. Could it be that I was mistaken, and this laboratory is merely an abandoned facility? At that moment, Li Yi was in the villa, scrutinizing the footage on a tablet. Well, since no one is here, I might as well go in and take a look. If it turns out to be someone else's, I can always compensate them. He mused. Without further ado, Tabor teleported once more to the entrance of the base in the desert. This time, he was not inclined to dawdle. With a forceful blast of energy, he shattered the several centimeter-thick alloy door. Inside the base, alarms blared incessantly, disrupting Dr. Jarrow's plans to excavate a new exit. I must activate androids 17 and 18 immediately to confront this intruder, Dr. Jarrow resolved, having assessed Tabor's strength. He decided to awaken the 2 androids preemptively, for he realized that, given his current capabilities, he was no match for Tabor. Yet, as he prepared to awaken them, hesitation gripped him. These androids had never been activated before. What if they refused to obey his commands? At that moment, Dr. Jarrow's mind was a tumultuous storm, fraught with chaos. Sweat trickled down from his forehead, a byproduct of anxious contemplation. The rhythmic clatter echoed as Dr. Glow, hearing the approaching footsteps of Tabor, resolved to awaken the 2 androids. With a heavy hiss, the sleep chamber slowly opened, releasing a gust of cold air. The eyes of Unit 17 and Unit 18 fluttered open, their gazes bewildered, as if encountering the world for the first time. In their memories, it seemed they had been captured by some robotic entity. Where's this place? Unit 17 murmured, scanning the desolate laboratory. It's far more dismal than I envisioned. Unit 18 stretched languidly, her brow furrowing in discontent. You are awake. Doctor. Glow's face lit up with a moment of ecstasy. At last, it appears this experiment will yield success. You must obey my commands and eliminate that intruder. Before he could finish, Unit 17 turned his gaze towards him. Intruder? Who are you? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. Dr. Glow was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching. I am your creator. I have bestowed upon you new life and power. You are to follow my orders. Unit 18 let out a scoff, a glint of coldness flashing in her light blue eyes. We have no recollection of such an agreement. Humph, it seems your memories are still rather hazy, Dr. Glow retorted, discreetly producing a remote control from his pocket. But you should remember the devices within you. Yes? If I press this button, you will explode in an instant, leaving nothing behind. This declaration plunged Units 17 and 18 into silence, their eyes locking in a moment of unspoken communication, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent passing between them. Just then, Li entered the scene. It appears I've stumbled upon quite the spectacle. But, Dr. Glow, you pest, you truly have a knack for showing up everywhere. Leaving me to wait outside for several days, he taunted upon witnessing the tense standoff. You, hurry, kill him, or I will press the button. Dr. Glow's voice rose in urgency, his frustration palpable. This command caused both androids to freeze, acutely aware that their lives were precariously in another's hands. In an instant, Tabor appeared beside Dr. Glow, swiftly snatching the remote control from him and crushing it in his grip. Dr. Glow, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stumbled backward, realizing his strongest leverage was now gone. All right, I've dealt with the remote control issue for you, Tabor nonchalantly declared. Units 17 and 18 stood in stunned silence, initially expecting Li to take control of them after seizing the remote, only to be surprised by its destruction. Don't think that just because you helped us, we will express gratitude, Unit 18 remarked haughtily, casting a glance at Li. At this moment, Number 17, free from the threat of the remote control, decisively struck Dr. Gero, delivering a powerful kick that severed his head from his body. Electrical currents crackled around Dr. Gero's neck. You will all eventually succumb to my bombs, he began to utter, but before he could finish, Number 17 crushed his head underfoot. Such needless chatter, he scoffed. Li, observing the scene, remained unperturbed. He had entered the base solely in search of the Dragon Ball, regarding Dr. Gero as merely an obstacle to eliminate along the way. After rummaging through the base for a while, Li finally discovered the Dragon Ball within a drawer. Is this the reason you came here? Number 18 inquired curiously as she watched him scouring through the belongings. Indeed, I was using my radar to locate the Dragon Ball, and it indicated this area. I initially thought it might be buried under sand, never expecting to find an underground base, which led to me digging for days on the surface, Li expressed, annoyance creeping into his voice as he recalled the wasted time. Haha, you're quite amusing, Number 18 chuckled, seemingly entertained by Li's words. Meanwhile, Number 17 scrutinized the Dragon Ball in Tabor's hands. What do you intend to do with that? Is it truly valuable? If you speak of value, it is indeed precious. I had it specially crafted at a jeweler for its creation. However, its worth extends beyond mere monetary value, Tabor replied, donning a mysterious demeanor. What? Can you conjure flowers from it? Number 18 expressed skepticism towards Tabor's claims. Of course, not only can it produce flowers, but it can also effortlessly remove the bombs implanted within you, Tabor assured them. How about this? Since you have nowhere else to go, why not accompany me? I will help you find the Dragon Balls, and when the time comes, I'll summon the dragon to assist you in removing those bombs. Li lifted the newly acquired Dragon Ball in his hand, shaking it lightly. Sounds like a fabrication, Number 17 remarked, though his gaze had softened from its initial chill. Believe it or not, I am quite serious, Li replied, tucking the Dragon Ball into his pocket. If you truly wish to rid yourselves of the bombs, you should follow me. Finding a Dragon Ball is a swift endeavor, and summoning the dragon for a wish is quite convenient. Besides, deceiving you serves no benefit to me. Except for you, 18. He added with a teasing tone, underestimating the sensitivity of the android's feelings. Hey, what do you mean by that? Initially, Number 18 had found Tabor's words innocuous, considering it might be worthwhile to follow him. However, the final remark irked her. Nothing, just complimenting your beauty, Tabor replied, slightly embarrassed. Chapter 74, Disarming the Bombs Humph. Upon hearing Tabor's comment, Number 18 crossed her arms defiantly and turned her head aside, though the subtle smile tugging at her lips betrayed her true feelings. All right, 18, look, someone has taken a liking to you, and you're not pleased? Number 17's sharp remark further irked Number 18, who had been in a somewhat good mood. Hey, Number 17, it's time to stop the chatter. Let's go find the Dragon Balls. Tarble called out to the two and stepped out of the base. Number 17 and number 18, upon hearing this, ceased their discussions and followed Tarble out of the facility. Lee, who had believed he had already resolved the issues with Dr. Jero, was under the impression that he had arrived ahead of time. Unbeknownst to him, however, beneath this base lay a deeper underground chamber where an embryo was continuously developing within a culture dish. Thus, after Tarble located the troublesome Dragon Balls, he swiftly gathered the remaining ones. He then escorted the two to his villa. At that moment, Bulma and the others seemed to have gone out shopping. Hence they were not at home. Tarble placed the Dragon Balls on the lawn in the backyard. 18, intrigued by the 7 Dragon Balls arranged on the ground, approached and picked one up, marveling at its wonder. From every angle, it appeared as if the stars within were aligned to gaze back at her. All right, 18, come here, and I shall teach you how to use the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, 18 returned the Dragon Ball to the ground and walked towards Tarble. You simply shout towards the Dragon Balls, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." Then, once Shenron appears, you may make your wishes. 18, somewhat skeptical, regarded Tarble with suspicion, feeling as though he might be deceiving her. However, driven by the need to remove the bomb within her, she decided to take the risk and followed Tarble's instructions to summon Shenron. As the familiar scene unfolded before them, the sky darkened and the Dragon Balls began to glow. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the golden Shenron manifested before their eyes. The sheer magnitude of this transformation left both individuals in a state of astonishment. Observing their bewildered expressions, Tarble approached and gently nudged 18. "Come on, state your wish." Shenron's booming voice resonated once more. "Shenron, please remove the bombs from both 17 and me," 18 responded, regaining her composure. "That is quite simple," Shenron replied, his eyes flashing a crimson glow. "Your wish has been granted. Now, please articulate your second wish." At that moment, 18 and 17 sensed a change within themselves. The bombs that had once loomed over them like a sword ready to fall were now finally a source of relief. 17. "Do you have any wishes?" 18 inquired, glancing at 17, who was still processing the internal transformation. "I don't really have anything specific in mind." "Why not ask him? After all, the Dragon Balls were collected by him, and you owe him a favor," 17 suggested, pointing at Tarble. "What do you mean I owe him a favor?" "As if you don't," 18 retorted, suddenly recalling that the Dragon Balls belonged to Tarble, and perhaps he had more pressing wishes to fulfill. She turned her gaze towards him. "Me? I don't have any wishes either. My purpose for collecting the Dragon Balls is different," Tarble replied, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. "I see." 18 pondered for a moment before addressing Shenron once more. "Shenron, please grant me a bank card that holds endless funds." A sudden flash revealed a bank card descending from the sky, landing directly in Android 18's hand. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the Dragon Balls soared once more into the heavens, yet this time, Tarble did not allow them to escape. Instead, he swiftly ascended and gathered them into the confines of his system space. "I am off to purchase some exquisite clothing," Android 18 exclaimed, holding the bank card, her inherent feminine desire for beautiful attire and shopping coming to the fore. Perhaps it was due to Tarble's assistance in summoning the Dragon Balls to eliminate the bomb, or perhaps another reason, but Android 18 boldly grasped Tarble's hand and exited the villa, heading towards the nearest shopping mall. The sight left Android 17, trailing behind, momentarily stunned. Still pretending to be aloof, yet clearly harboring feelings, he mused silently. Thus, the trio made their way along the path, exchanging banter, until they soon arrived at a large shopping center. Android 18's striking figure drew the attention of many as she entered the mall, heading straight for the clothing section, while Tarble and Android 17 awkwardly lingered at the entrance. "So, did your sister often go shopping for clothes?" Tarble inquired, observing Android 17's wandering gaze. "Yes, but our family wasn't particularly affluent, so often, 18 suppressed her desires." Android 17 seemed to reminisce, nodding in agreement, as Android 18 flitted in and out of various stores, occasionally beckoning the two at the entrance to join her and help select outfits. A few individuals on the opposite side of the mall were intently observing them. "Lan Chi, don't you think the relationship between Tarble and those two is rather unusual?" Bulma remarked, eyeing Tarble from a distance. "Indeed, perhaps they are just friends," the blue-haired Lan Chi replied, uncertain. "I doubt it. Tarble seldom ventures out. His friends are primarily Goku and his companions. We are familiar with both of those individuals." And have you not noticed the color of that woman's hair? The blonde Lan Chi shook her head skeptically. Which woman do you mean? Are you referring to Bebe's mother? Bulma suddenly recalled, exclaiming, What do you think? You were the one who said that initially, and now you've forgotten? The blonde Lan Chi rolled her eyes, then stretched and declared, I'm heading home. Hey, aren't you going to stop her? Bulma finally snapped back to reality. Why should we interfere? She is already expecting a child. What would be the point? Besides, don't you care for Bebe? If she truly is Bebe's mother, any interference from us could result in Bebe's disappearance. Upon hearing Lan Chi's words, Bulma fell into contemplation, her expression shifting as she wrestled with her thoughts. Sigh, let us go? With a resigned sigh, she departed the mall alongside the two. Chapter 75, Causality Tabor. While he had been leisurely accompanying Android 18, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Whis, is there something you need? Tarble, perplexed, inquired why Weiss would seldom seek him out directly. Typically, he would wait at the villa. Someone wishes to see you. Could you come by? Someone wants to see me? It can't be Beerus. He should still be asleep at this hour. Could it be the Grand Priest? That seems unlikely. At this moment, Tarble was utterly bewildered, as he had no recent interactions with these individuals. All right, wait a moment. I shall come over shortly. Turning to Android 18, he added, Someone just contacted me regarding a matter, so I won't be accompanying you today. After your shopping, if you have nowhere else to go, you may return to my villa. Without waiting for 18 and her companion to respond, he vanished from the spot. Humph, who needs his company? Come on, 17. I'll help you pick out some clothes. 18 said, pulling a reluctant 17 into the adjacent men's clothing store. Meanwhile, Tarble had arrived at the God of Destruction's planet, where Weiss was already waiting. To his astonishment, the one who awaited him was neither Beerus nor the Grand Priest, but rather the Supreme Kai of Time, Kyan. Tarble, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting here for ages. Kyan exclaimed, hands on her hips, launching into a tirade. Don't listen to her nonsense. She just got here a moment ago. Weiss interjected with a chuckle, exposing Kyan's exaggeration. Hey Weiss, keeping a lady waiting is simply unacceptable. Kyan shouted at Weiss, her expression fierce. What brings you to seek my assistance? Tarble asked, somewhat puzzled, as Kyan's request for help from him seemed premature given the future events. You are traversing time and altering the course of history, which constitutes a grave offense, you know. Kyan retorted, advancing towards Tarble. Well, my daughter has come to me for help. I cannot simply ignore it, Tarble replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. It is precisely your reckless actions that have led to this temporal chaos. Do you comprehend the ramifications? Kyan's expression darkened. I believe I am fine as I am now, Tarble remarked, surveying himself before continuing. Of course, you cannot perceive it. Do you think your previous journey was merely to a parallel future? Wasn't it? Tarble's confusion deepened. Certainly not. You ventured into the future of this very timeline. Your blind alterations have precipitated our premature encounter, and the future will begin to retrogress towards the present due to your actions. So, you are implying that the one who came to rescue Goku in the future was indeed myself. Tarble finally grasped that the future's outcomes were now influencing the present. What should we do now? Will this have significant repercussions? Tarble inquired anxiously. That is precisely why I sought you out, to collaborate with me in rectifying this situation. In the original trajectory, you were indeed invited by me to rescue Sun Wukong and his companions in the future. By that time, your strength had already become formidable, allowing you to swiftly bring them back. However, upon your return, you fell into a trap set by the denizens of the Dark Demon Realm, resulting in your exile to the prison of time. There, the flow of time differs from our world, and as you sought an escape, several years had already elapsed. It is no wonder that Bulma and the others believed I had encountered some peril. The passage of time here consumed much of it, prompting them to risk sending Bebe back to find me. This clarifies why I left that note. Thus, I require your assistance in intertwining the causal threads of this timeline to prevent an entire temporal collapse. As for my assertion that you were manipulated by the Dark Demon Realm, that too holds true. Did you really think your daughter could traverse time to reach the present rather than being transported to another parallel timeline? Kane rolled her eyes at Tarble. What do you wish for me to do now? Naturally, you must accompany me to the future and collaborate with your beautiful wives to provide cover, allowing us to depart before your arrival. Thus, the temporal loop will close, reintegrating the future timeline into the continuum. Kane regarded Tarble, who appeared somewhat dazed, as if he were a fool. Wait, that doesn't make sense. If I had previously been to the future and done all this, why am I unaware of it? We shall erase or seal your memories upon your return, Cain reassured him. Now, let us hasten our departure. With that, Cain took Tarble's hand and they left. What a pity. I was hoping Tarble would bring me some delightful treats. Alas, I shall make a trip to Earth myself, Whis mused, watching the two depart with a twinge of regret, but he quickly shifted his mood and soared towards Earth. At that moment, Tarble and Cain had already arrived in the future. They observed from a distance as Majin Buu wreaked havoc, yet this time they refrained from intervening, merely watching from afar. They then teleported to a villa, where they found Bulma and the others packing for their retreat to a shelter. Bulma. The sound resonated like a stone splashing into water, creating ripples. Hearing that long-missed familiar voice, the women turned and, unable to contain their emotions, burst into tears, embracing him tightly. Tarble, you scoundrel, you finally returned. Bulma cried, her voice a mix of sorrow and reproach. I'm sorry, Tarble replied, though the events had yet to unfold. He could hardly fathom the pain caused by their years apart. Enough of the nostalgia. We must get things done swiftly, Cain urged, observing the emotional scene. What are you scheming now? Blue-haired Lanky retorted, directing her ire at Cain. If it weren't for her, Tarble would not have been separated from them for so long. Tarble then unveiled the entire situation. Bulma and the others were left in disbelief, realizing the reason for their prolonged wait. Are you suggesting we assist by playing a role? Bulma inquired, gazing at Tarble. Indeed, this marks a transformation in your prolonged 3-year wait for Tarble. Cain nodded eagerly. Very well. The thought of enduring such a long yearning resonated with Bulma and the others, who all concurred. Consequently, Tarble pinned a note, placed it in a box, and handed it to Bulma. Just as he intended to articulate further, Cain promptly whisked him away. Hey, Cain, I haven't finished speaking yet. The fewer connections we forge in this time and space, the better, do you understand? Cain warned with utmost seriousness. And what of the people from that world? They originally belonged to our realm. Provided the cycle succeeds, they will seamlessly reintegrate into this timeline. Essentially, they are, in essence, the very inhabitants of this world. Chapter 76. Sealing memories, their future rests in your hands. Thus, there is no need to agonize over what lies ahead. Shortly, I shall enlist Whis's assistance to seal your memories from this period. Before long, Cain returned with Tarble to the God of Destruction's planet. Where's Whis? Cain glanced around but found no trace of him. I might have an inkling, Tarble replied, instantly transporting Cain to the villa on Earth, where Bulma and Whis were leisurely enjoying tea in the courtyard. I truly envy you, Whis. You seem to have such a leisurely existence, unlike my relentless toil, Cain remarked, observing Whis's relaxed demeanor. Approaching the stone table, she picked up a cake and began to indulge. My lady Cain, there's little I can do. Your tasks are exceedingly formidable, and our assistance is limited, Whis shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Whis, the previous matter has been resolved, but I require your aid in sealing his memories of the journey to the future. Memory erasure isn't typically your forte. It shouldn't necessitate my assistance, should it? Whis inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Cain. Otherwise, even together, we might not accomplish it. It seems you have devised a solution. Given Tarble's agreement, I am, of course, willing to assist. Whis then approached, grasped his staff, and raised it aloft. A mysterious force emanated from the black, translucent orb at its center, flowing towards Cain's hands. Observing the power enveloping her hands, Cain directed it towards Tarble's head, allowing the energy to penetrate his mind, sealing all memories pertaining to his future endeavors through the power of time. All right, Whis. I have successfully sealed all memories regarding future matters. I shall take my leave now, lest he begins to inquire foolishly upon seeing me. With that, Cain, weary from her exertions, returned to the nest of time. Merely sealing Tarble's memories from this timeline had utterly exhausted her. Moments after Cain departed, Tarble regained consciousness. How did I return? By the way, Whis, you mentioned someone wanted to see me. Did I meet them? Tarble felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness, recalling only that he had been summoned to the God of Destruction's planet while shopping with Android 18, and upon awakening, he found himself back in the villa. Tarble, I believe you are not inclined to know this, which is why you choose to forget. At this moment, Tarble was indeed perplexed by Whis's words. Yet he held a certain trust in Whis deep within his heart. Since Whis had claimed it was his own choice to forget, Tarble decided not to dwell on it any longer. After all, given his current strength, if it were not voluntary, Even Weiss would be incapable of sealing or erasing certain memories. While Tabor was lost in contemplation, a light and cheerful laughter from a group of women wafted in from outside the villa. Li looked up and spotted Bulma, adorned with a sparkling gem, alongside Launch, both of whom were entering with noticeable baby bumps. To his astonishment, Android 18 was also present beside them, and the group entered the villa, chatting and laughing merrily. Not far from them, at a distance of about 10 meters, Android 17 struggled under the weight of numerous shopping bags. Although the items were not particularly heavy, their towering accumulation obstructed his view, forcing him to rely on the voices of those ahead to navigate his way. How did you all end up together? Tabor inquired with curiosity and confusion. How did you end up here, Tabor? I can't believe you were actually flirting with other women, and then ran off after it. Bulma teased, approaching and pinching Tabor's ear, which elicited joyful giggles from the gem in her embrace. I didn't do anything. Tabor protested, trying to defend himself. What else do you want to do? Bulma tightened her grip. I really didn't do anything. Tabor understood that the best course of action was to concede, and he quickly apologized. Upon witnessing his sincere demeanor, Bulma finally released him. We've come to an agreement. Android 18 will temporarily stay at our home, while Android 17 will be with Vegeta and the others. Bulma had initially intended to return home, but, upon seeing Tabor leave while descending the stairs, she made a point to approach Android 18. Thus, the two who had gone shopping transformed into a gathering of 5 plus a baby. As they conversed, they learned more about one another. When Android 18 discovered that the others were all Tabor's wives, her anger inexplicably surged. However, as she interacted with them, she found Bulma and the others to be quite amiable. Consequently, Android 18 concocted some small fibs to tease Tabor. Tabor nodded in response. At that moment, Android 17 finally trudged in, placing the shopping bags down with a long sigh. I'm exhausted. There were quite a few items. Android 18 shot him an exasperated glance. Is that all you consider a lot? What will you do when you find a girlfriend in the future? Tabor watched as Android 17 was teased by Android 18 and nearly burst into laughter, quickly stifling it and adopting a serious facade. Indeed, Brother 17, you must work on your arm strength. Otherwise, you might find yourself utterly worn out after a simple shopping trip, which would be quite disgraceful for us men. Android 17 scoffed lightly, casting a disinterested glance at him. I'm not foolish. I have no intention of seeking a girlfriend. What a hassle. You speak too soon. Bulma laughed, clapping her hands. Let me tell you, those who are tough on the outside but soft on the inside, like you, are the most susceptible to being won over by charming and gentle ladies. You won't be saying that then. Humph. On the 17th, with a dismissive huff, she turned her head away. Tabor was just about to stoke the fire of jest when, unexpectedly, Jingjing giggled in Bulma's embrace. Extending her tiny hand towards him, Daddy, oh dear, my daughter is calling for me. I must take my leave. Hastily, Tabor took Jingjing into his arms, a tender smile gracing his face. My little princess, I was just bullied. You must seek justice for me. Jingjing cupped Tabor's face with her chubby little hands. Giggling heartily, 18 observed this scene, momentarily lost in thought, softly murmuring, such unexpected tenderness. Having had her internal bomb removed thanks to Tabor, 18 held him in high regard. Bulma cast a glance at her, a smile playing at her lips. What is this? Are you smitten? 18 remained silent, crossing her arms. Yet her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Tabor. Meanwhile, Tabor was engaged in a game of lifting Jingjing high into the air, tossing her towards the heavens. But a slip nearly caused her to bump her head against the chair's back. Fortunately, Tabor's quick reflexes saved her by catching one of her legs just in time. Alarmed, Bulma rushed over, scolding Tabor, be careful. You're truly a source of worry. She swiftly reclaimed Jingjing into her arms. It was just a slip. Tabor chuckled awkwardly, though it seemed Jingjing relished the thrill of the activity, laughing joyfully instead of crying. Chapter 77. The Hairless Krillin. Everything's fine. Bulma, look, Jingjing is still laughing merrily. Tabor replied, feeling a bit more confident now that Jingjing was unharmed. You still dare to say that? Clearly, leaving the children in the care of men is a mistake. It's utterly disconcerting. Bulma shot Tabor a disapproving look. Thus, time flew by, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Tabor and 18 resided in a villa, meeting daily, and with Bulma's support, their relationship steadily flourished. They even undertook an upgrade of the Dragon Balls, enhancing the abilities of the Eternal Dragon. At this moment, countless spaceships hovered above Earth as Kuririn and his son Gula led their formidable army to the planet's atmosphere. Goku and his companions watched from the temple, their battle prowess having multiplied exponentially during this time. Goku, this time I shall refrain from intervening. It is time to test your strength, Tarble remarked with a chuckle directed at Goku and the others, to allow them the freedom to battle as they wished. Tarble had entrusted Goku with the Dragon Balls he had previously gathered. It was not that he did not wish to utilize Earth's Dragon Balls. Rather, the strength of the Earth's Eternal Dragon was insufficient to forcefully transport them. As the army was about to descend, Goku and the others summoned the Eternal Dragon. Is this the Eternal Dragon you speak of? Vegeta gazed at the colossal dragon in the sky. If I wish for immortality, could I then defeat Tarble? He pondered whimsically, only to shake his head shortly after. That wouldn't work. If it were possible, Tarble would have wished for it long ago. As the Kurdish warrior gazed at the celestial dragon soaring through the sky, a sense of astonishment washed over him. However, having witnessed much of the world, he remained unfazed by the colossal serpent above. To him, the dragon appeared magnificent only in its size. Yet, upon hearing the dragon's promise to grant wishes, a spark of desire ignited in his eyes, mirrored by his companion, Gula. They swiftly exited their spacecraft, intent on thwarting Sun Wukong and his companions from making their wishes. But it was already too late. Sun Wukong and the others directly wished upon the dragon, teleporting Kurd and his army to a desolate planet. The wish was simple. As the words were spoken, all aboard the spaceship, along with Kurd and Gula, vanished into thin air. You may make one more wish. Speak, anything is possible, declared the dragon. Nothing else, Tarble replied directly to the dragon. Very well, Creator. Until we meet again. With those words, the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky like shooting stars, disappearing from Earth's atmosphere. Tarble, you can create Dragon Balls too? The deity beside the temple looked at him in shock, as it was the first time he had witnessed Dragon Balls beyond those crafted by Tarbore's own hands. Meanwhile, on the unknown planet, Kurd and his army were bewildered, utterly unaware of how they had suddenly transported from their spaceship to this unfamiliar location. Upon noticing Sun Wukong and his allies also present on this planet, Kurd's rage ignited. It must be your doing. Do you think that by sending us to this wretched place, we cannot return? Once I eliminate all of you, I shall obliterate your Earth. Gula then stepped forward, wearing a cheerful expression. My dear brother Frieza is truly unreliable, allowing you Scion monkeys to slip through the cracks. Upon hearing Gula's words, Vegeta immediately charged at him. Gula sensed the speed of Vegeta's attack, realizing that they had taken advantage of Frieza's untransformed state to defeat him. Otherwise, with his strength, he could never be a match for Frieza. Thus, he began to mock Vegeta. Vegeta, your power seems to have increased significantly. Did you take the opportunity to ambush Frieza while he was vulnerable? You must understand, I am not Frieza. Gula continued to evade Vegeta's onslaught, throwing in taunts along the way. Vegeta, now filled with fury, recalled the helplessness and fear he felt in the face of Frieza, which was intolerable for a prince of the Scion race. With a roar, Vegeta intensified his assault on Gula. Yet, Gula effortlessly dodged the blows, and with a swift kick, sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Blood spilled from Vegeta's mouth, but he stood up, wiped the blood from his lips, and charged at Gula once more. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong found himself in a challenging predicament, facing King Kurd, who sneered menacingly at him. I must express that you are the most formidable Scions I have ever encountered. Even the former King Vegeta appears to me as nothing more than an ant easily crushed. Gradually, I advanced towards Son Goku, the sound of muscles grinding against each other resonating from Kurd. In an instant, I materialized before Son Goku and delivered a punch. Caught off guard, he was struck directly, feeling as though his very bile might erupt. Son Goku staggered back, clutching his abdomen, and in that moment, facing both Kurd and Gula, he and Vegeta profoundly sensed the chasm between their powers. Meanwhile, Tarble lurked at a distance on this planet, intently observing the duel. Should I not provide them with a bit more motivation? With this thought, Tarble instantaneously transported himself back to Earth, where he sought out the Supreme Kai, Boppo. After explaining the situation, he then approached Master Roshi, plucking a whisker from him to give to Boppo, instructing him to create a clone resembling Master Roshi. It was not that he did not wish to involve Krillin, but rather, Krillin was bald. Tarble promptly brought the clone of Master Roshi to the unnamed planet. Now, It was merely a matter of seizing an opportunity to have the clone shield Son Goku from an attack, which should trigger his fury and transform him into a Super Saiyan. How clever I am, Tarble mused. However, during this battle, Son Goku and his companions were exceedingly well prepared. Every time they sustained grave injuries, they would consume a Senzu bean to restore their condition, causing Kurter to momentarily question whether he was perhaps holding back too much. Chapter 78. Son Goku transforms at this moment. With the replenishment from the Senzu beans, Son Goku and Vegeta grew increasingly valiant, their combat prowess continuing to ascend. Though they were still being overwhelmed, a glimmer of hope began to emerge. How infuriating! What could possibly be the cause? Gula began to scrutinize their every move. Each time they were knocked to the ground, they would spring back to life. Father, what are they consuming? It must be that which allows them to recover so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Kurter also grasped the situation. Very well. I shall see just how much sustenance you possess to facilitate your recovery. He then intensified his assault, while Son Goku continuously defended himself, occasionally managing to retaliate. After enduring several more severe blows, Son Goku and Vegeta found their supply of Senzu beans nearly depleted. At that moment, both warriors exerted their utmost strength and speed, engaging in an aerial struggle. Witnessing their impending injuries, Gula became exhilarated, although he had relished the previous combat. The sight of their recovery had instilled a sense of dread regarding this unknown factor. However, it was finally time to bring this to a close. Gula and Kurter exchanged a glance, and after launching Son Goku and Vegeta into the air, each of them concentrated to form an enormous energy sphere to hurl at the two. As Son Wukong and Vegeta resorted to their own techniques to counterattack, it became evident that the Kamehameha and Vegeta's final flash could only barely negate the energy sphere unleashed by Cooler. The situation was indeed dire. It was time to act. As Tarble spoke, Master Roshi, with Tarble's assistance, swiftly reached the side of Son Wukong and Vegeta, his iconic turtle shell unmistakably recognizable to Son Wukong. Master Roshi, get away! Son Wukong shouted, witnessing Master Roshi standing in front of them, directing his Kamehameha towards Cooler's energy sphere. However, such a feeble assault was utterly insignificant against the overwhelming energy, failing to create even a ripple. Master Roshi's clone was swiftly obliterated by Cooler's energy sphere. Master Roshi! Son Wukong cried out in despair, his heart boiling with rage upon witnessing the demise of Master Roshi's clone. His aura surged, coalescing and ascending, while his hair and eyebrows flickered with golden light. Vegeta, observing this transformation, was taken aback, his face paling in realization. Tarble, what he said is indeed true. In Vegeta's mind, he had already concluded that Tarble was the legendary Super Saiyan. The notion of transformation seemed ludicrous until he witnessed Son Wukong's extraordinary change, reminiscent of the golden-haired Super Saiyan he had seen atop the temple. Haha, let's see if you can survive this. Cooler laughed maniacally, believing the explosion of the energy sphere had struck Son Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, the heavens roared with thunder and lightning, stirred by Son Wukong's rising energy. At last, Son Wukong had fully achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, his pale green eyes staring at Cooler and Kurd as if they were mere specters. As the smoke cleared, Cooler and Kurd were astonished to find that Son Wukong and Vegeta were unharmed. Their shock intensified upon seeing Son Wukong's golden hair, evoking a warning from their ancestors. Beware the golden-haired Saiyan. Your hair, Cooler exclaimed involuntarily. In that moment, Son Wukong was consumed by an overwhelming fury, disregarding Cooler's words entirely. He flashed forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches at Cooler, as if seeking vengeance for Master Roshi's death. A single blow could not satiate his burning hatred. King Kurd, recognizing the formidable power of Son Wukong's transformation, hastily flew toward Cooler to assist him. However, Vegeta was determined to thwart his intentions. Though he may not match King Kurd's strength, he would not allow him to pass. Your opponent is me. Get lost. Vegeta shouted defiantly as he positioned himself in front of King Kurd, prepared to engage. Gula found himself utterly powerless against the onslaught, decisively undergoing a final transformation. However, in the face of the formidable Son Wukong, even with his newfound abilities, he remained vastly inferior. After being sent flying by Son Wukong, Gula was swiftly seized by the ankle, spun around, and hurled towards the ground with tremendous force. The scene shifted dramatically as Gula crashed into the very pit that had been created by Sun Wukong's earlier assault. Unrelenting, Sun Wukong descended upon him, mercilessly dominating him. Yet it was evident that Sun Wukong was far too relaxed in his approach to Gula. Li Yi keenly perceived Gula's intentions and shook his head in dismay. At that moment, Gula concentrated an energy sphere in his hands and unleashed it upon the ground, causing fissures to spread rapidly, shaking the very foundations of the planet. Ha ha ha. This planet is now my ruin. You are all doomed. Gula cackled triumphantly. Well done, my son. Kurd echoed, reveling in the destruction of the planet. Unlike the Scions, who could not survive in the cosmos, their victory was assured as long as they delayed the inevitable. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta found themselves floating in the void of space, struggling to maintain control as their bodies drifted aimlessly. In stark contrast, Kurd and Gula adapted seamlessly to the cosmic environment, moving with ease. As the distance between them widened, Sun Wukong grew anxious and unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards the two. But his erratic motion allowed them to evade it effortlessly. They had planned to return and bombard Earth with their ship's annihilation cannon, but such schemes proved naive. Tabor executed a swift instant transmission, bringing Sun Wukong and Vegeta back to Earth before reappearing beside Kurd and Gula, transporting them as well. Initially, Kurd and Gula contemplated resistance, but Tabor knocked them unconscious with a single strike. Chapter 79. Ruthless decisions. Upon regaining his senses, Sun Wukong beheld Tabor grasping one of his foes, reigniting the fury within him. Still in his Super Saiyan form, he prepared to charge forward. Wukong, you've returned? A familiar voice resonated from behind, causing Sun Wukong to halt in his tracks. Master Roshi, I thought you were dead. His expression shifted from astonishment to elation. You little rascal. You're the one who is dead. Master Roshi exclaimed, striking Sun Wukong on the head with his cane. Ouch! Ouch! The sudden pain surged through Sun Wukong's head, prompting him to embrace Master Roshi. I'm so relieved, Master Roshi. Knowing you're safe after feeling so helpless on that planet is a tremendous relief. Tears welled in Sun Wukong's eyes as he expressed his joy. Wukong, how many times must I reiterate the need for heightened vigilance during battle? Have you not considered that had I not intervened, both of you would have suffocated in the vastness of space? Tabul, observing the joyous expression on Sun Wukong's face, felt compelled to douse his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. He carelessly discarded the unconscious Cooled and Gula onto the ground. I never anticipated he would obliterate the planet, Sun Wukong said, scratching his head in a state of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Vegeta cast a cold glance at Sun Wukong, unwilling to accept the notion that this lower-tier warrior had ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. Wukong, your hair. At that moment, Raditz and Naba, still within the temple, gazed in astonishment at the color of Wukong's hair, their pupils dilating in disbelief. It was only then that Wukong snapped back to reality. My hair? What is wrong with it? Beside him, Bobo produced a mirror from behind, and as Wukong beheld his golden locks, he could scarcely believe it. I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yes, Kakarot. Vegeta's voice was low and tense, his muscles taut, his eyes ablaze with a mix of jealousy and fury. You have achieved it. You have become a Super Saiyan. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he unleashed a powerful punch against the temple's railing, bending it with sheer force. Naba and Raditz exchanged wary glances, hesitant to speak, fearing that Vegeta's ire might be directed towards them. That power, that state, it is the legendary Super Saiyan, Raditz murmured, his lips dry with disbelief. Tabul observed the scene with a slight smirk, gently patting Jin Jing, who had just approached seeking comfort. You needn't look so astonished. I had already foreseen that Wukong possessed the potential to transform into a Saiyan. He merely required the right catalyst. A catalyst? Naba inquired, intrigued. Tabul nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group. Indeed, it is fury, pure, unadulterated rage. I had Bobo assist in creating a projection of Grandpa Turtle, and his demise before Wukong's eyes incited profound sorrow and anger within him, thus enabling his transformation into a Saiyan. Does this mean? Raditz began, his voice tinged with anticipation. You are far from ready, Tabul replied, casting a glance at them. Your cellular composition is insufficient to facilitate a transformation into Super Saiyans. What should be done with these two? Sun Wukong inquired, having reverted from his Super Saiyan state, gesturing towards the two sprawled on the ground. Kakarot, what do you mean? Surely, you intend to eliminate them. Vegeta interjected, incredulous. Shall we allow them to remain and potentially return to wreak havoc on Earth? Vegeta was right. At times, Wukong, you display excessive compassion and unrealistic ideals, Tarble concurred, recognizing the dangers posed by Cooled and Gula. Subsequently, Li gently raised his finger towards the two on the ground, and they ascended into the air. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Li coalesced an energy sphere at his fingertip and directed it towards them. Boom! With a resounding crash, the figures of Kurd and Gula vanished into thin air. Well, the matter has been resolved. As for you all, make your own arrangements, Li remarked, clapping his hands before departing the temple with Bulma and the others. Sun Wukong gazed at the remnants of the explosion, now rendered void in the sky. A flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. He parted his lips, but ultimately chose silence. Humph, you are excessively compassionate and indecisive, just moments ago on that planet. You nearly caused your own demise. Vegeta coldly cast a glance at Wukong. Tarble was far more decisive than Vegeta in his actions, noted Naba, wiping the sweat from his brow as he spoke softly to Raditz. Raditz silently nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed on Sun Wukong, feeling an inexplicable sense of envy and disparity within him, as despite his inherently lesser talent at birth, Wukong's strength had now far surpassed his own. Subsequently, the remaining individuals departed the temple, restoring tranquility to the space, as one of them shook their head at the bent railing, promptly straightening it. Meanwhile, Tarble and Bulma had returned to the villa, reclining in the courtyard's lounge chairs, reflecting on their time. It was astonishing to realize that I have been in the Dragon Ball world for over a decade now. Even the formidable Frieza, who was supposed to appear later, has been vanquished. Time truly flies. Just as Li was on the verge of slumber, Jingjing stumbled out of the house, curiously surveying her surroundings before spotting him. She called out excitedly and approached him. Upon noticing, Li quickly rose to embrace her, planting a kiss on her cheek, and then levitated her into the air for her to experience the joy of flight. However, at that moment, Tarble distinctly sensed a surge of energy from Jingjing, as if she were attempting to break free from his hold. He gently eased his grip, only for Jingjing to soar into the air, twirling and gliding with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had been perusing a magazine indoors, realized Jingjing was missing and hurried to search for her. Finding the house empty, she ventured into the courtyard. A delightful giggle reached her ears, and upon looking up, she was astounded to see Jingjing flying gracefully above. Chapter 80, The Misfortunate Cell. At that moment, Bulma could scarcely fathom that Jingjing could fly at such a young age. What would she be capable of as she grew? Meanwhile, Jingjing, flitting about in the sky, seemed to hear Bulma's call. She darted directly toward Bulma, who took to the air to catch her. Turning her gaze to Tarble, she asked, "Is it safe for her to fly at such a young age?" Tarble chuckled, reassured by her concern. What could possibly go wrong? Our genes and combat prowess are simply too formidable, enabling Jingjing to learn to fly at this age. I believe it would be entirely normal for her to transform into a Super Saiyan in a few years. Tarble smiled at Bulma's slightly worried expression. Haha, I suddenly find myself eager to see what my little darling will become in the future. Jingjing's strength surpassed that of Wukong and his companions. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a sense of relief, and with a sudden mischievousness, she turned to Tarble and remarked, "If she undergoes training, who can say for certain? Yet, it ultimately depends on whether Jingjing takes an interest in it." Although Tarble harbored a degree of anticipation, he refrained from imposing his thoughts upon the child. At that moment, Lan Shi, with her prominent belly, emerged from the house. Despite her condition, her combat prowess had significantly strengthened her physique, making her pregnancy more manageable, aside from the slight inconvenience it posed to her mobility. "Bulma, Tarble, it's time for lunch." Lan Shi called out to the two hovering in the air. Despite her large belly, her passion for culinary creation remained undiminished. Once they returned indoors, the group shared a warm lunch together. After the meal, Lan Shi announced her intention to take a nap, while Bulma took Jingjing out to play, perhaps to give Tarble and Android 18 some space. Having spent considerable time training in the basement's sparring area, Li was eager for a moment of relaxation. Well, perhaps a stroll through the streets is in order. It has been a while since I last ventured out. Tarble mused, stretching lazily. Android 18, are you free? Would you care to join me for a walk? Without any unnecessary chatter, Android 18 simply rose from the sofa and replied, "Let's go." Thus, the two strolled through a pedestrian district in West City, engaging in lively conversation along the way. Meanwhile, In a shadowy corner of the street, a green-skinned creature resembling a locust lurked, watching the bustling crowd with an insatiable hunger that nearly caused it to drool. Suddenly, it leapt from the alley, seizing a passerby and beginning to siphon the energy from within. Within moments, the unfortunate individual was left as nothing more than a discarded garment falling to the ground. The scene sent waves of panic through the crowd, prompting frantic attempts to flee in all directions, leading to chaos and trampling that unwittingly provided the creature with more opportunities to feed. "What is happening?" Tabor exclaimed as the crowd surged toward him. To avoid being swept away, he and Android 18 ascended into the air. "Let's investigate," Tabor suggested. And Android 18 nodded in agreement. They flew toward the source of the disturbance, observing a green monster brazenly draining human energy below. "Cell?" Tabor thought to himself, recognizing the creature. "I couldn't locate it in Dr. Jero's lab, and yet here it is." Android 18 grimaced at the sight. What a grotesque creature. Without hesitation, she unleashed an energy blast aimed at Cell, seeking to create a barrier between the monster and the fleeing crowd. Sensing the energy from above, Cell instinctively evaded, glancing upward. Upon recognizing Android 18, its genetic instincts surged, compelling it with an overwhelming desire to absorb her, as such an act would significantly enhance its own power. Regrettably, while its concept was admirable, given that Cell had only recently emerged, the prospect of engaging with Android 18 was tantamount to courting death. Thus, Cell stifled its urge and made its way towards the densely packed crowd, hoping to utilize the throng as a shield for its escape. Observing this, Tarble swiftly maneuvered to Cell's side and delivered a powerful kick, sending Cell flying several dozen meters, crashing into a building and piercing through its first floor. The successive impacts distanced Cell from Tarble's sight. Unfazed by pain, Cell concealed itself once more and fled into the distance. A trivial ruse. And it dares to elude my gaze, Tarble thought, effortlessly intercepting Cell's escape moments later. The originally panicked Cell, startled by Tarble's sudden appearance, hastily altered its direction to flee. However, each time it attempted to escape, Tarble was already positioned ahead, extinguishing any hope of evasion and instilling a sense of impending doom within Cell. "Damn it, scoundrel!" Tarble exuded an overwhelming aura of suffocation, making Cell acutely aware of its grim fate. Yet, refusing to surrender, Cell prepared to confront Tarble in a desperate bid for survival. Launching a barrage of energy blasts. As the ground was engulfed in dust from the onslaught, Cell's fleeting optimism was swiftly extinguished upon perceiving a figure amidst the smoke. "Oh, your massage technique is quite impressive," Tarble remarked with a light chuckle, his nonchalant tone striking Cell's psyche like a heavy hammer. "Detestable fiend, with blood-red eyes." Cell roared and unleashed a series of intense energy blasts toward Tarble. Unfortunately for Cell, Tarble had no intention of continuing the charade. He retaliated with an energy blast that obliterated Cell's assaults, striking Cell directly and prematurely ending its aspirations of grandeur. What manner of creature is this? It resembles a colossal insect, utterly repulsive. After Tarble concluded the encounter, Android 18 approached and addressed him. "That is the ultimate weapon of Dr. Jero. It's a pity I didn't discover it earlier in the laboratory. Perhaps I was unaware of where it had emerged from," she stated. "I find its power lacking." "It pales in comparison to my own," Android 18 scoffed, shaking her head dismissively. "Do not underestimate it. It currently possesses the strength of an infant. Should it absorb sufficient energy, you may find yourself far outmatched," Tarble replied, chuckling at Android 18's disdainful expression. "By your reasoning, this Cell is indeed unfortunate, as it coincidentally crossed paths with us at this moment," Android 18 mused, reflecting on Tarble's explanation and realizing that its Cell found itself in a different time or place. It might not have met such an early demise. "All right, let us continue our shopping excursion," teleporting directly to East City while grasping the hand of Tarble. After all, West City remains in chaos, rendering it unsuitable for continued shopping. However, shortly after Tarble's departure, a blood-red sphere fell from the distance, pulsating with a sinister crimson glow. Before long, a viscous, flesh-colored substance began to materialize around the sphere until it gradually restored itself. This was none other than the recently struck Cell. It turned out that just before Cell was about to be hit, it had chosen to self-destruct to counter Tarble's attack, subsequently expelling the core from its head amidst the smoke. Though it was a gamble, Cell had evidently made the right choice. Darn it, the information in Dr. Jiro's files did not indicate that this individual possessed such formidable power. Once Cell restored itself, it gasped for breath, exhausted from the immense energy expenditure, muttering to itself, "I must leave quickly. That individual is far too dangerous. I don't know if he is still nearby." With that, Cell dared not linger in West City any longer. It hastily retreated to the nearest forest to conceal itself, intending to absorb the energy from some animals before seeking revenge once its strength was replenished. Little did it know that Tarble was already far from West City. Should Cell seize this opportunity, it could indeed expedite its progress through the initial stages. Perhaps fortune favored it, for the direction Cell chose to flee led directly to the villa where Raditz and Nappa resided. As Cell prowled through the forest, it relentlessly hunted animals. Though their energy was inferior to that of humans, it nevertheless allowed Cell to recover some of the nearly depleted energy. However, its frenzied hunting caused the creatures of the forest to scatter in panic, sending birds that had been resting in the trees soaring into the sky. What is happening over there? Why are animals running amok? Nappa and Raditz, who had been training, paused their sparring to observe the commotion. Perhaps it's a predator. Whatever the case, Tarble has forbidden us from harming humans, so it's best we avoid trouble, Nappa remarked, grimacing at the racket emanating from the forest, genuinely fearful that Tarble might eliminate him without hesitation. Suddenly, a piercing voice echoed through the woods, reaching the ears of both warriors. "Ah, there are humans here. How delightful." It was Cell, having arrived at their location. Upon spotting Nappa and Raditz, Cell felt a surge of excitement. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances at the creature before them, raising their eyebrows in surprise. Surely, this could not be the human Tarble had spoken of. Nappa clenched his fists and slowly approached. "I suppose it doesn't count as a human. This could be a bit of fun for us. Just leave me some breath." Raditz chuckled heartily. "Huh, no problem," Nappa replied, cracking his neck audibly before launching an assault on Cell. Unbeknownst to him, the seemingly certain attack was deftly evaded by Cell, who then seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to Naba's abdomen. The force of the blow sent Naba crashing to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, while he continued to wail in agony. In a swift motion, Cell swung his long tail and engulfed Naba entirely, who initially attempted to struggle but found himself ensnared by the tendrils, rendering him utterly defenseless. In mere seconds, Naba was completely absorbed. This shocking spectacle left Raditz frozen in place, and suddenly recalling something, he hastily soared into the sky, heading towards West City. Attempting to flee? However, just as Raditz was about to ascend, Cell, moving with astonishing speed, blocked his path, and with a flick of his tail, sent Raditz crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, this seemingly simple strike inflicted grave injuries upon Raditz, who struggled to rise. What manner of monster is this, possessing such formidable strength? Cell approached Raditz step by step, and with Raditz lacking any capacity for resistance, he consumed him whole. Remarkable. The energy of these two rivals surpasses that of thousands I have devoured. Ha ha ha. Soon, very soon, I will exact my vengeance. That person will surely pay the price for his actions. Cell then began to digest the information from Naba and Raditz, but the more data he acquired, the more he felt a sense of trepidation. From his memories, he learned of the existence of Tarble. No, that individual is still too perilous. Now is not the time for me to confront him. It is unfortunate that Android 18 is with him, otherwise. I can seek out Android 17. Though I fear Tarble, I believe fortune favors the bold. I shall first locate Android 17 and consume him, thus gaining sufficient power for my vengeance. Fortunately, Dr. Jiro had anticipated from the outset that Androids 17 and 18, being human modifications, might be uncontrollable due to emotional ties. Thus, as a contingency, he created Cell to consume the two, enabling Cell to sense the locations of both Androids 17 and 18. Are Androids 17 and 18 not currently in West City? After scanning, Cell found no trace of them in West City and felt a sense of relief. However, considering that Android 18 might still be with Tarble, he decisively shifted his focus to Android 17. At that moment, Android 17 was at the Royal Natural Zoo, admiring the animals, completely unaware of the impending danger approaching him. Meanwhile, Cell was racing towards Android 17's location. Chapter 82. An eye for an eye. As Cell advanced towards the Royal Park, Vegeta, who was battling Son Goku in the temple, had returned to his abode in the forest. However, upon his descent, he quickly sensed something amiss. A large crater marred the ground, accompanied by signs of a struggle. Frowning, he noted the absence of their energy signatures. What could this mean? Have they encountered a formidable foe? Upon realizing the urgency of the situation, Vegeta swiftly ascended towards West City, intending to consult Tarble to ascertain if he possessed any insights regarding the matter. At that very moment, Tarble and Android 18 had just instantaneously transported back to the villa. Upon their arrival, they observed Vegeta hastily approaching. "What brings you here, Vegeta?" Tarble inquired, noting that it was rare for Vegeta to seek him out unless there was a pressing issue. "Nappa and Raditz have vanished. I can no longer sense their energy, and it appears there are signs of a struggle outside the house." Vegeta recounted the events to Tarble after landing. Vanished? Could it be that they encountered Cell? Tarble pondered, initially attributing the incident to the fiend he had previously vanquished. However, unbeknownst to him, Cell was indeed the culprit, but not in the manner he had anticipated. "This morning, I encountered an artificial creature created by a scientist. It possesses the ability to absorb others. I suspect it may have encountered Nappa and Raditz, thereby assimilating them." Tarble relayed the information from earlier that day to Vegeta. "Fortunately, I have already dealt with that creature. To rescue them now, we would need to make a wish to the Eternal Dragon. Since you've dispatched it, that suffices. As for the two of them, we can address that at a later time," Vegeta remarked dismissively, clearly reluctant to invest time in seeking the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. "Suit yourself," Tarble replied indifferently, as he was not particularly close to either of the two, and since Vegeta showed little interest, he felt no compulsion to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, in the park, Android 17 was enjoying his time when a sudden, jarring noise pierced the air. He looked up to see a hideous monstrosity looming above. "A monster!" he exclaimed, as the surrounding crowd, upon witnessing the scene, scattered in terror. Cell paid no heed to the fleeing masses. These ordinary individuals were of no use to him. In no time, the area was deserted, leaving only Cell and Android 17 locked in a tense standoff, a gust of wind swirling dust around them. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, ascending from the ground into the sky. However, it was evident that 17 was no match for Cell, who swiftly sent him plummeting back to the ground. "Curse it! What manner of creature is this, possessing such formidable strength?" In that moment, 17 contemplated retreating, yet he charged forward once more to confront Cell. With a resounding clash, 17 was again sent flying, but this time, it was a deliberate maneuver. In the instant he was launched away, he swiftly veered towards West City. "What? You coward!" Cell bellowed, momentarily taken aback by 17's flight, before erupting into a furious pursuit. However, that brief hesitation had allowed 17 to gain significant distance. Thus began a relentless chase, with Cell's speed evidently surpassing that of 17, gradually closing the gap between them. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, 17 could do little but fly rapidly, while simultaneously launching energy blasts behind him to impede Cell's advance. The fluctuations generated by the battle were instantly felt by others on Earth, and Tarble turned his gaze in that direction. 18, let us depart. It seems 17 is in peril, he stated, preparing to take 18 along. Wait, I shall accompany you, Vegeta interjected as he approached. Without further ado, Tarble nodded, placing a hand on the shoulders of both individuals, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. You have finally arrived. 17 sighed in relief upon seeing 18 and Tarble. However, this revelation left Cell in a state of sheer panic, as he had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. I must admit, your life is remarkably resilient. You survived that blow this morning, Tarble remarked coolly, observing the flustered Cell. In response, Cell unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Tarble and the others, retreating swiftly. Allow me to handle this, 18 declared as she charged forth to engage Cell. Sensing an opportunity, Cell began to fight while retreating, his tail searching for a chance to strike. Honestly, 17, join the fray. Your sister cannot contend with him alone. And do be wary of his tail, Tarble noted, observing 18's eager expression and sighing. Recognizing that his earlier comments about Cell being the ultimate android had instigated a competitive spirit in her, he then addressed the somewhat disheveled 17, very well. This time I shall fight back earnestly. Upon hearing this, 17 surged forward to assist 18 in grappling with Cell. Tarble remained focused on the trio's battle, prepared to intervene should either of them find themselves in danger. Thus, the three engaged in a fierce aerial skirmish. If 17 had been alone, facing Cell would have been relatively manageable. However, with 18's presence, Cell found the encounter increasingly troublesome, though still merely troublesome. Damn it, I need to create some distance. With Tabor's unwavering gaze upon him, Cell had no option but to extend the battle line, attempting to distance himself from Tabor. Yet, Tabor was not like Goku. Every time Cell managed to pull away, Tabor followed closely, akin to a persistent adhesive, which began to unravel Cell's composure. Realizing that he would soon be overwhelmed, Cell grit his teeth and, in a desperate gamble, absorbed 17's attack, sending 18 flying. Lee swiftly appeared to catch 18 in his arms. An opportunity has arisen. Cell seized 17, and his tail lunged towards 17's head. In a split second, Lee dashed to Cell's side and severed his tail with a precise strike. Following this, he unleashed an energy blast at the writhing appendage on the ground, causing Cell to release 17 and retreat rapidly. 17, still shaken, was uncertain of Cell's tail's intentions, but it was evident that it boded ill. Thank you, Tabor. 17 expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 83. Annihilation. It was nothing. It seemed that desperation had driven it to act recklessly, intending to absorb you first and then eliminate us in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, it had overestimated its own strength. Tabor observed the panicked expression on Sheru's face and couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he had intended to spare you for them to practice against. But since you were so eager to meet your demise, he would oblige. Rest assured, this time there would be no opportunity for escape. With that, he appeared directly behind Sheru and delivered a swift kick beneath it. However, since there was nothing below, the impact was not significant. Yet, Sheru was completely caught off guard and began to be sent flying through the air like a kicked ball. You bastard! Sheru screamed in futile desperation, attempting to halt its momentum, but the speed was too great. It could do nothing but howl helplessly. Enough! It is time to end this. Obliteration. Tabor, now weary of watching Sheru soar through the sky, unleashed a colossal energy sphere directed at Sheru. This time, Sheru was unable to protect the core within its head and was obliterated into nothingness amidst the air. As it descended, Tabor returned to the side of number 18 and clapped his hands. Well, that has taken care of. It seemed that Sheru had previously discarded its core during the explosion, but now it was utterly finished. Thank you, Tabor. Number 18, initially skeptical of Tabor's formidable reputation, now recognized that a sufficiently powered Sheru was indeed beyond her capability. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt a growing sense of resentment. He had not anticipated that Tabor was accompanied by two individuals of such strength, as he could barely discern their movements mere moments ago. I cannot allow this to stand. I must become stronger. Tabor, Son Goku, I will surpass each of you. One by one, Vegeta transformed his inner turmoil into a driving force, turning without a word and heading towards the temple. What has gotten into Vegeta? Tabor wondered, perplexed as Vegeta had just declared his intention to join them, but now departed in silence, leaving him bewildered. Let us return, Tabor suggested, preparing to leave with number 18 and number 17, who, however, declined, expressing a desire not to be a third wheel. Time passed like a flowing river, and in the blink of an eye, several years had rushed by since Sheru's demise. During this interval, peace was restored to Earth. After their encounter with Sheru, Vegeta had not been seen again, and Son Goku and Chi-Chi were married last year, for which Tabor had generously gifted them a substantial red envelope. However, since their marriage, the two had rarely interacted, with Goku seemingly under Chi-Chi's strict oversight. As for Tabor and number 18, their relationship blossomed naturally, and their child, Bibi, had just celebrated its first month. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired Ranchi gave birth to a boy named Bryn, and the blue-haired Ranchi welcomed a girl named Yun Yun. This harmonious family, blessed with both sons and daughters, brought Tabor several years of contentment and joy. On the day when Tabor had just emerged from the basement, he beheld Yun Yun and Bulin in the living room, wielding paintbrushes as they gleefully adorned the walls with their graffiti, rendering the once pristine surfaces unrecognizable. Rather than express frustration, Tabor approached them directly. What are you two little rascals painting today? He inquired. Daddy, I'm painting Mommy and my sisters, Yun Yun exclaimed with exuberance, her cherubic face radiating joy as she pointed at Bulma and the others. At that moment, Bulma and her companions were relaxing in the courtyard outside, having intended to stay in the living room, which had been commandeered by the two young artists. Wonderful. Keep painting, and I shall step outside to check on your sister, Tabor replied, affectionately ruffling their hair before stepping out into the courtyard. Just as he reached the entrance, he spotted the blue-haired Launchi approaching. Tarble, aren't you going to rein in those two little ones? They're turning the house into a canvas. She chided playfully. It's nothing to worry about. They're just children. Let them enjoy themselves. When they grow up, we can decide whether to repaint or simply buy a new place, Tarble responded with a smile, attempting to soothe her concerns. Indeed, perhaps one day Bebe can join her siblings in their artistic endeavors. Number 18 chimed in, cradling Bebe with a warm smile. Seeing that they were all in agreement, Launchi relented. You all spoil them. Where's Jingjing? Has she retreated to her laboratory again? Tarble queried, glancing around for any sign of her. Do you not know your own daughter? Bulma retorted with a roll of her eyes. Well, Bulma, you cannot fault Tarble for that. Jingjing has clearly inherited your penchant for science. After all, who else has shown such fascination with scientific instruments at such a tender age? Launchi laughed, coming to Tarble's defense. Bulma, recalling her youthful escapades of piloting planes over the ocean, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Perhaps Jingjing truly had inherited her adventurous spirit. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the direction of the laboratory. Tarble and the others turned to see a massive hole in the wall, from which emerged a colossal humanoid machine, debris cascading from its frame. Curiosity piqued, they approached the scene, discovering Jingjing seated within the transparent chest compartment of the robot, deftly manipulating controls with an air of concentration. Jingjing, what on earth are you doing? Come down this instant. Bulma exclaimed, exasperation etched across her face. Jingjing merely stuck out her tongue, pressed a button to open the transparent cover, and leapt down with enthusiasm. Mommy, Daddy, look. This is my latest invention, Super Robot Number 1, she proclaimed, beaming with pride as she caught sight of her audience. Jingjing, what inspired you to create a robot all of a sudden? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued by the impressive creation before her. During this period, Bulma occasionally visited the laboratory, initially believing she was merely crafting a few small toys to amuse her younger siblings. To her astonishment, Jingjing had indeed created a remarkable contraption. Haha, look at me, Mom. Isn't this impressive? I fashioned it after the super robots I saw on television, she exclaimed, patting the robot's thigh. Soon, I will take my siblings for a ride in it, and we can play together. Chapter 84. The upcoming martial arts tournament. Never mind. I won't interfere. Tarble, you manage this on your own, Bulma said, rubbing her temples as she walked back to the courtyard, leaving the others exchanging glances. Jingjing, remember not to take the robot outside, and be careful not to damage the house, Tarble advised helplessly. Yay! Jingjing exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up and then re-entering the robot to continue her experiments. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, a deep-sea dragonfish was pursuing a small fish, which was frantically fleeing along the seabed. The fish sought refuge in a deep-sea trench, while the dragonfish relentlessly collided with the rocky walls in an attempt to flush it out. In the process, it inadvertently knocked a rice cooker from the depths, causing a talisman attached to it to fall off due to the dragonfish's tail. Suddenly, smoke erupted from the rice cooker, coalescing into a humanoid form that swiftly emerged from the depths, bursting forth from the sea. It was none other than the Demon King Piccolo, who had been sealed away by Master Mateto for over 3 centuries. At long last, I am free. You never anticipated I would escape, did you, Mateto? Ha! An ancient voice echoed. Regrettably, Piccolo was entirely oblivious to the fact that he had emerged in an era no longer suitable for his dominion. I must tread carefully. If others have learned the art of sealing me away, it could pose a significant challenge. With this thought, Piccolo expelled an egg, which hatched into a demon warrior named Lingu. Go and investigate the martial artists of this world, and eliminate them all. Upon receiving Piccolo's command, Lingu flapped its wings and soared towards the land. Soon, this grotesque creature captured an ordinary person to inquire about the upcoming martial arts tournament, subsequently killing him and returning to report. The world's foremost martial arts tournament is approaching, and numerous martial artists will gather. Once I acquire the competitor list, I can eliminate them one by one. Ha! Piccolo cackled upon hearing Lingu's report. Meanwhile, within Bowsy Mountain, Kiki, the foremost martial arts tournament, is about to commence. Please let me participate, Goku pleaded with Kiki. No way, absolutely not. Kiki firmly replied, crossing her arms. I don't want our baby to grow up like you, solely focused on training. Just as Goku continued his earnest entreaties, Master Roshi arrived with Krillin and the others. The turtle sage removed his straw hat and sunglasses, chuckling, Kiki, let Goku participate. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a rare event, and it will greatly benefit his training. Krillin chimed in, indeed. Who knows? Goku might even bring home the championship. After all, the winner receives a prize of 500,000. Kiki, slightly swayed by Goku's hopeful gaze, sighed. All right then. But you must not get injured during the competition. If you do, don't even think about participating in the next tournament. Goku leaped with joy, lifting Kiki and twirling her around. This is fantastic. Kiki, you're the best. Meanwhile, on the temple, Vegeta gazed down with an air of arrogance. Kakarot, this time, you will witness my true power. Ever since Vegeta departed, he had been diligently training within the temple, even re-entering the hyperbolic time chamber for further refinement. Each recollection of being surpassed by Goku on Earth fueled his indignation, eventually leading him to achieve Super Saiyan transformation. Boo, in a while, Earth will host the World Martial Arts Tournament. I believe Tarble and Goku will participate as well. Would you like to join? Boo approached Vegeta and spoke. Over the years, Boo had witnessed Vegeta's relentless efforts, understanding the intricacies of preparing food for a Saiyan. Vegeta's evolution into a Super Saiyan was significantly aided by Boo, who had calmed Vegeta during his frenzied training sessions, allowing his cells to accelerate their growth. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku and the others will all be participating? Good. This time, I shall demonstrate the fruits of my years of training, Vegeta thought, excitement igniting within him as he clenched his fists. All right, I will participate, he affirmed with a nod. At Tarble's villa, Tarble, I'm here. Upon hearing this, Tarble recognized it was Whis. Whis, come and sit. I just brewed some red tea. Have a cup. Tarble felt immense gratitude towards Whis, as he had assisted in the births of Lanchi and Android 18's child, leading Whis to feel somewhat like the family's dedicated midwife. Delightful, Whis said as he sat down, lifting the teacup to inhale its fragrant aroma. By the way, in a few days, we will hold the World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth. It should be lively. Do you wish to stay and witness it? Although it may just be a minor skirmish for you, the ambience is quite pleasant. Tarble inquired, recalling the upcoming event. Is that so? Sounds good. After all, Lord Beerus has yet to awaken, so staying here for a few days is no inconvenience. Whis chuckled softly and nodded, acknowledging that even a lengthy existence warrants moments of amusement. Excellent. I will notify you when the time comes, Tarble responded with a smile. Just then, a mild explosion erupted from the nearby laboratory, and out emerged a disheveled Jingjing, sporting short horn braids. Fortunately, Jingjing possesses remarkable combat prowess. Otherwise, Tarble would truly hesitate to allow her to meddle in the laboratory amidst the frequent explosions. Ah, Uncle Whis, you have arrived. Observing Whis and Tarble seated and brewing tea, Jingjing hurriedly dashed over. Whis, a frequent visitor, was familiar to her. Indeed, she felt a closer affinity to Whis than even to Sun Wukong and the others. He chuckled, ah, little Jingjing, you appear quite disheveled. With that, Whis twirled his staff and pointed at Jingjing, causing all the dust and grime on her to vanish without a trace. Thank you, Uncle Whis. That is truly marvelous. May I learn how to do that? Jingjing exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Whis' leg, her eyes sparkling with wonder. A comical sight indeed. I'm afraid that is beyond my ability to teach, Whis replied, shaking his head. Oh, what a pity, Jingjing said, a hint of disappointment in her voice, but her youthful spirit quickly led her back to the laboratory to resume her research. Chapter 85. Delicious Pizza Tarble. You have not visited the God of Destruction realm in quite some time. Have you decided to take it easy? Whis inquired as Jingjing departed, returning to the table to converse with Tarble. Not at all. I have merely adopted a different training method. I plan to challenge you after the World Martial Arts Tournament concludes, Tarble responded with a smile. It is worth noting that he had been training tirelessly in the basement's combat space for years, making him well prepared for a swift victory against Whis. Indeed. I wonder what Lord Beerus' reaction will be upon discovering that someone has surpassed him. I eagerly anticipate that moment, Whis mused, chuckling at the thought of future events. Your words have sparked my anticipation as well, Tarble replied, sharing a light-hearted laugh. However, unbeknownst to them, the future held unforeseen events in store. At that very moment, an uninvited guest had already arrived in the God of Destruction realm. Beerus. A booming voice reverberated throughout the entire realm, causing the planet to tremble. The previously resting Beerus was roused by the immense sound. Ah, how can Beerus awaken so soon? This is unexpected, Whis remarked, observing the glowing orb atop his staff. It appears that Lord Kampa has arrived. Tarble, I may need your assistance to return swiftly. We must not keep Lord Beerus waiting. Of course, no problem at all. Who dares disturb my slumber? I shall have them perish. Beerus roared, furious at being awakened, as he hurled energy balls toward the source of the noise. Kampa, fully aware of Beerus's notorious morning temper, took cover to evade the onslaught. Hey, Beerus, stop. It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Beerus turned to look. Oh, it's you, Kampa. If you do not provide me with a compelling reason, our discussion about your disturbance will not conclude. As he spoke, Beerus narrowed his eyes, seemingly ready to strike if Kampa failed to provide a satisfactory explanation. Lord Beerus, I never expected you to rise so early, Kampa remarked. At that moment, Whis and Tarble had also arrived in the realm of destruction, with Whis slowly approaching. Lord Kampa, why did you come without informing me? I almost missed my chance to return. Kampa lamented, attributing the blame to his own impulsive decision to visit Beerus to boast a little. Upon seeing this, Bados promptly shifted the blame back onto Kampa. Hey, Bados, Kampa exclaimed, incensed by Bados's remarks. Ahem, I came with good intentions to check on you. Just look at how much you've missed while sleeping, all the delectable delights. With that, Kampa produced a slice of pizza, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing Beerus's senses. Beerus swallowed hard, defiantly turning his head away. Humph, it looks peculiar. Perhaps it merely smells good, but is, in reality, quite unpalatable. Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa is enjoying pizza, which is actually quite delightful, Whis interjected, ignoring Beerus's evident salivation. What? Whis, how do you know? Have you tasted it too? Upon hearing Whis's comment, Beerus quickly reacted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You dared to indulge in such a delicious treat while I was asleep. Ah, Lord Beerus, we merely observed you sleeping so soundly that we felt it would be impolite to disturb you, Whis replied, casually waving his staff, which conjured a floating box filled with several slices of pizza. Beerus eagerly reached out to grab the box, and then took a slice, inhaling its aroma before placing it in his mouth. Instantly, the flavor burst forth, overwhelming his senses. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Haha. Beerus, how do you find it? I told you. You missed out on so many wonderful things. I've been savoring various delicacies for years. Aren't you grateful I came to see you today? Kampa boasted, striking a triumphant pose and laughing heartily. Beerus paid no heed to Kampa's self-congratulations, continuing to devour the pizza slice by slice. Whis, where did you find such culinary treasures? We must go there shortly, he said, licking the remnants of juice off his lips. Of course, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a respectful bow. By the way, Whis, who is this person? I've noticed him here since earlier. Hey, Kampa, did you bring him along? After finishing a box of pizza, Beerus turned his attention to Tarble, still unaware of his identity amidst the banter with Kampa. Hey, Beerus, he is from your 7th universe. How could he possibly be someone I brought? Kampa rolled his eyes and scolded Beerus. Whis approached. Lord Beerus, he is a scion from Earth in our 7th universe. The pizza you just enjoyed was sourced from that very planet. What? Such a delicious item originates from that planet? Beerus still believed that all beings on Earth were scions, and he considered himself quite knowledgeable about them. If they were to engage in the invasion of other planets, he would be convinced. However, the notion that scions could create culinary delights was utterly inconceivable to him. Indeed, even if Lord Kampa were to savor such delicacies, it would have connections to that realm. Whis nodded and subsequently sold out Kampa. Hey, Whis, didn't you promise to keep this a secret? Kampa exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Whis. Lord Kampa, I merely mentioned the matter of cuisine. I never divulged anything else, Whis replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, asserting that he had not breached their agreement. Hey, Whis, I'm still here. What are you two discussing, deliberately keeping me in the dark? Beerus shot a displeased glance at their exchange. Lord Beerus, these are trivial details. No need to concern yourself. I can transport you to Earth in an instant. Whis swiftly changed the subject, addressing Tarble. Well, what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Beerus exclaimed, his impatience palpable. Tarble promptly stepped between Whis and Beerus, grasping both and vanishing from the spot. Hey, Tarble, you haven't taken me with you, Kampa shouted, infuriated as he witnessed their abrupt disappearance. Bardos, hurry. We must also journey to Earth, he commanded, gesturing for Bardos to retrieve the spatial cube, setting their course towards Earth. Chapter 86. Kampa's return in an instant. Tarble transported Beerus and Whis to Earth. At that moment, Beerus squinted at Tarble, astonished that a scion could master the Kai's instant transmission. Clearly, He found Tabor's ability hard to believe. Lord Beerus, we have arrived on Earth. Let us proceed. Whis turned to the still pondering Beerus, who soon realized that, compared to a Scion's ability to teleport, culinary delights were of greater significance. Hey kid, what is your name? I never imagined that Scions possessed such a talent for gastronomy. It's truly a waste of potential, Beerus remarked, following Whis and addressing the silent Tabor. My name is Tabor, and these delicacies are not crafted by Scions, but by Earthlings. I merely reside on Earth, Tabor clarified. Surely, you Scions have not already dominated this planet? Beerus speculated, contemplating the only possibility that Scions had indeed taken control of Earth, intending to leverage these culinary creations to make demands of him, the god of destruction of Universe 7. Not at all, Lord Beerus. Earthlings remain the dominant species on this planet. There are but a few Scions, and they live quietly among the Earthlings without ruling, Whis interjected, and the group proceeded into Tabor's villa, where Bulma and the others were not present. Tarble called the maid to notify the nearby supermarket and shops to procure some delectable treats. To alleviate Beerus's impatience while awaiting the return of the maid, Whis thoughtfully produced a cup of instant noodles to tantalize Beerus's taste buds. It was quite peculiar that the Scions had seemingly abandoned their quest for interplanetary conquest. Beerus rested his chin on his left hand, his right fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Lord Beerus, prior to your slumber, did you not command Frisia to annihilate the Scions? Thus, the majority of the surviving Scions are currently on Earth, Whis reminded him. I nearly forgot, Beerus said nonchalantly, digging into his ear. You mentioned they are survivors, which implies Frisia has executed my orders. Indeed, Frisia obliterated planet Vegeta over a decade ago, Whis affirmed, subsequently projecting the destruction of planet Vegeta with his staff. And now, Frisia must have established dominion over numerous territories. Beerus squinted suddenly, gazing at the steaming cup of noodles before him, his mouth watering at the sight. Frisia has been eliminated, Whis continued, lifting a cup and taking a bite. Hey Whis, are you indulging without me? Beerus exclaimed, snatching a cup of noodles from the table and mimicking Whis's actions. Wow, this is incredibly delicious. After the first bite, Beerus was filled with a childlike joy, devouring the noodles with fervor. Whis, you rascal, what delectable treats have you consumed while I slumbered? Though scolding, his actions were relentless, and in mere moments, he had finished the cup of noodles. You just mentioned that Frisia has been eliminated? By whom? They must possess quite a skill. After finishing his meal, Beerus scratched his teeth with his long nails, reclining languidly in his chair. It was I who dispatched Frisia, Tarble interjected from his seat, prompting Beerus to cast a skeptical glance at him, then at Whis, seemingly seeking confirmation. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Tarble was the one who vanquished Frisia, and his prowess is not inferior to mine, Whis stated, casually pulling a snack from his staff. Thud. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus tumbled from his chair. What did you say? He stared incredulously at Whis, yet recognizing Whis's honesty, he turned his wary gaze back to Tarble. Fear not, Lord Beerus. I hold no sympathy for the Scions' past transgressions. Their extermination was justified, and I harbor no resentment toward you for it, Tarble assured him with a slight smile. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Tarble is quite commendable, Whis added. Oh, I see. The super Scion god I dreamt of must be you. Beerus recalled the radiant Scion from his dreams. Perhaps, Tarble replied. Come quickly, Tarble, and assist me in fetching the items. At that moment, Bulma's voice echoed from the entrance. Turning to look, several women accompanied by 3 little ones were carrying an assortment of items. Indeed, women are innate shopping enthusiasts, Tarble mused internally, before calling out a greeting and rushing forward to assist with the burdens. Oh, we have guests. Whis, is this your friend? He resembles that chubby fellow from before. As Tarble took the items, Bulma and her companions also noticed Whis and another peculiar-looking individual. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of our 7th universe. And he is the brother of the Lord Kampa you previously met, Whis explained to Bulma. I suspected that fellow Kampa had nothing to do in his 6th universe. Turns out he came here to pilfer. Hey Beerus, who are you accusing of theft? It was then that Kampa and Vados arrived, and upon hearing Beerus's slander, Kampa immediately pointed and began to berate him. What? The food I just devoured in your god of destruction realm wasn't taken from here. Beerus was well aware of Kampa's nature. Nonsense. Our 2 universes are twin universes. Whatever you have, we certainly possess as well, Kampa retorted, his anger ignited by Beerus's disdainful gaze. Oh, Does your sixth universe have anyone as formidable as Tabor? Beerus inquired, his tone deceptively calm. Yet the slight curl of his lips suggested that the matter was far from trivial. Of course we do. A few years ago, Tabor successfully withstood one of his attacks. Kampa replied, though his confidence was somewhat diminished. However, he believed there must be someone in the sixth universe who could rival Tabor. In truth, Vados was aware of Tabor's prowess through Whis, yet she chose not to disclose this to Kampa, thinking it would be entertaining to observe the unfolding drama. Heh, let us see who really is the strongest. Anyone can boast, Beerus remarked, reclining in his chair with his feet propped on the table, shaking his head. Who says that? Let us test it and see whose universe reigns supreme. Kampa could not contain his frustration at Beerus's words. Vados, let us go? I'll inform you of the time and place later. With that, Kampa summoned Vados and they vanished from sight. Ha ha. At that moment, Beerus erupted into laughter, reveling in his cunning victory. Kampa, that fool, was undoubtedly destined to lose this time. Chapter 87. The foolish golden-haired one. Oh dear, Lord Kampa truly is pitiable. Being so easily manipulated by Lord Beerus, was commented, stifling a chuckle. You all made decisions without consulting my opinion, Tabor remarked, rolling his eyes at the sight of Beerus and Kampa's playful banter, which had inadvertently involved him. I figured there was no one on Kampa's side who could challenge you. It was merely a formality, Beerus replied, suddenly recalling that the figure beside him was a deity not to be trifled with, and promptly softened his tone. Fine, let us consider it a favor for you. Tabor thought, since both Beerus and Kampa had spoken, he would grant them a small favor, as it was not a matter of great consequence. As Tabor consented, Beerus felt a sense of relief wash over him, for Whis had indeed remarked that Tabor's prowess was on par with his own. Such an individual could be dealt with in just a single move. Observing this, Beerus adopted a markedly humble demeanor, shedding the arrogance he had exhibited upon his arrival on Earth. There is no need for concern. Whis is, after all, someone I've had the privilege of guiding. Tabor remarked with a warm smile directed at the somewhat reserved Beerus. How could Kampa arrive so abruptly without even a greeting? It's quite inconsiderate, especially since we assisted him in his quest for the Dragon Balls last time, Bulma grumbled, her irritation evident as she recalled Kampa's unceremonious entrance. What? Kampa actually came to our universe for the Dragon Balls? Whis, why didn't you inform me about this? Beerus exclaimed, his anger flaring as he heard Bulma's words while enjoying a pudding he had received from Whis. Oh dear, it seems I've been discovered. However, this is not my fault, Whis chuckled, realizing that Beerus had learned of Kampa's previous visit. He reluctantly divulged the details of Kampa's search for the Dragon Balls in Universe 7. What? That rascal Kampa used the Dragon Balls from Universe 7 to restore Earth in Universe 6? How dare he flaunt such arrogance before me? When we meet again, I'll make sure he regrets it. Beerus' mood soured upon learning of Kampa's actions, which shattered the good spirits he had felt after previously aiding Kampa. Tabor, did I say something incorrect? Bulma whispered to Tabor, noticing the immense anger that had erupted from Beerus due to her casual remarks. Don't worry. He's merely venting. He's cold on the outside but warm-hearted within. After all, they are twin brothers, Tabor reassured her, gently patting Bulma's head. For several consecutive days, Beerus lingered at Tabor's villa, indulging in food and drink. The android 18 and the others showed little reaction, while the little ones, Yun and Bryn, were quite fascinated by Beerus' large ears. They often scampered around him, tugging at his ears, which provided some amusement for Lanchi and Android 18. Android 18, Bulma, Lanchi, are you all prepared? The martial arts tournament is about to commence, Tabor called out from the courtyard, having waited nearly half an hour. They had merely mentioned tidying up a few things, yet it had taken them an unexpectedly long time. We're coming. The women finally emerged from the house, their appearances clearly the result of careful preparation. Mommy, why are you all so slow? Yun and Bryn rushed over, taking their hands, clearly growing impatient. Sweethearts, we need to look our best for you two precious gems, which is why it takes a little extra time, Lanchi said, gently caressing the heads of the little ones to soothe them. Let us depart, Tabor. Upon witnessing the scene, Tabor swiftly teleported to the side of the group, transporting them to the small island where the renowned martial arts tournament was to be held. To prevent any sudden commotion from their abrupt arrival, Tabor chose a deserted alley, causing a black cat, which had been rummaging through a garbage bin for food, to leap over the wall in fright at the sight of them. Father, it smells terribly here, Jingjing exclaimed, her nose wrinkling in distaste along with her companions. Observing their discomfort, Tabor affectionately ruffled Jingjing's hair before leading the group out of the alley. As they emerged, they were greeted by the bustling crowd on the main street, alive with energy and excitement. "Mother, look at all the people," Jingjing declared, eager to take charge as the leader and run off with the two younger ones. Had it not been for Lanchi's timely grip, she might have vanished into the throng. "Jingjing, stay close. It's crowded here," Bulma cautioned as she held Jingjing's hand. After all, it was the time of the martial arts tournament, and while Jingjing was more than capable of handling herself, they wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Amidst the crowd, the exquisite appearance of Android 18 and her companions caught the attention of many, drawing curious glances from passers-by. This stirred a hint of jealousy in Tabor, as these captivating women were indeed his. As they made their way to the venue, a self-assured young man with yellow hair approached, arrogantly slicking back his hair. "Ladies, it's quite crowded and hot here. Would you care to join me in a nearby establishment for some air conditioning?" he proposed. However, 18 merely shot him a glance before uttering a dismissive roll, causing the young man to feel embarrassed. Realizing the connection these stunning women had with Tabor, one being a cold beauty, another a lively spirit, and the two twins, he was nearly drooling in admiration. "Hey kid, how much for those women? Name your price," the yellow-haired youth boasted to Tabor, who was already feeling irked. Seizing this opportunity to vent his frustration, Tabor pointed a finger at the young man, who began to float helplessly in the air, propelled by the movement of Tabor's finger. "Help me," the young man cried out, becoming dizzy and nauseous from the disorienting flight. The onlookers, initially oblivious to the unfolding spectacle, turned their attention to the sight of the young man being tossed about in the sky. Tabor, witnessing this, swiftly gestured forward, sending the young man soaring through the air like a shooting star. Where he would land was of no concern to Tabor. His survival depended solely on his own fate. Not having directly eliminated the young man was already a display of Tabor's mercy. Chapter 88. Android 18 wishes to participate in the martial arts tournament originally. Tabor lacked this particular ability. However, due to a stroke of fortune last year, he acquired telekinesis, enabling him to manipulate objects. Although telekinesis is related to mental power, Tabor had not specifically trained his mental faculties. Fortunately, his experiences in battle and rigorous training had honed his mental strength, allowing him to effortlessly lift weights of several tons with his newfound telekinesis. "Let us proceed," said Android 18, as she approached, linking her arm with Tabor's. And they moved forward, leaving the onlookers exchanging glances. As Tabor made his way to the martial arts arena, Beerus also arrived on Earth. However, upon seeing the empty villa, he felt that his timing was rather unfortunate, as there were no delectable dishes to indulge in. "Lord Beerus, Tabor and the others are currently on a small island on Earth, where the World Martial Arts Tournament is taking place. It is quite crowded, with numerous stalls lining the streets," Whis remarked, peering through his staff, which promptly revealed Tabor's location. Just as Tabor was traversing the path, he suddenly halted, sensing what seemed to be a gaze directed toward him. He turned his head, searching the surroundings, but found nothing amiss, and shook his head in confusion. "What is it?" Bulma inquired, observing Tabor's sudden pause and his scanning of the area. "I am uncertain. I just had the distinct feeling that someone was watching us." Tabor replied with a chuckle. "Perhaps it is simply because you are all so beautiful, drawing the attention of others." Though he smiled at Bulma and the others, he was aware that this was not merely the gaze of an ordinary person. His training in telekinesis had heightened his sensitivity to such phenomena. "Wow, Tabor is incredible. It seems he can even sense our gazes." Whis and Beerus marveled at Tabor's awareness as he continued to scan the vicinity. "Lord Beerus, shall we go find them now?" "Hey Beerus." Just as Beerus was about to accompany Whis, an image suddenly appeared in the sky. It was Kampa and Vados, with Kampa looking quite pleased as he shouted towards Beerus from the ethereal projection. Kampa, you scoundrel. You dared to come to my 7th universe to seek the Dragon Balls while I was asleep." Beerus exclaimed in a fit of rage upon seeing Kampa. "Oh, Whis. How could you betray me like this?" Kampa exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that Whis had secretly informed Beerus of his actions, pointing an accusatory finger at Whis. "Ah, Lord Kampa, you mustn't blame me. I did not disclose this matter." Whis swiftly distanced himself from the accusation as Kampa pointed at him. "Never mind. Knowing is one thing. It's not of great consequence." Kampa replied nonchalantly. "Beerus, I have already made arrangements for the tournament venue. You may come whenever you are ready." Seeing that the information was not divulged by Whis, Kampa was not overly concerned, as it was merely a trivial matter. Today, I find myself rather occupied, as I am about to visit the illustrious martial arts tournament on Earth, where an array of delectable street food stalls seems to abound. I shall seek you out when I have more leisure time. Upon learning that Tabor would be participating in the grand tournament, Beerus pondered that Tabor might not take the opportunity to compete against Kampa's universe at this moment. Therefore, he decided to accompany him to witness the event, especially intrigued by the prospect of sampling the street delicacies. "What? I shall join as well," exclaimed Kampa, disregarding Beerus's consent and promptly severing the communication, setting off with Vados towards the seventh universe. Beerus, observing this, merely shook his head and said, "We should depart as well, Whis." Meanwhile, Tabor and his companions continued their journey toward the tournament venue, blissfully unaware of the impending arrival of two formidable gods of destruction. Before long, they arrived at the bustling venue, alive with excitement and fragrant aromas wafting from various food stalls. "Mom, Dad, I want to try the grilled sausages," Jingjing exclaimed, eyeing the sizzling sausages that emitted an enticing scent, tugging at Tabor and Bulma, urging them to procure some for her. Initially, Bulma was reluctant to allow Jingjing to indulge in such unsanitary fare, yet Tabor readily purchased several sausages, distributing one to each person. Even Bulma, who had initially resisted, found herself holding one. According to Tabor's philosophy, what is unclean does not necessarily lead to illness. At that moment, Tabor glanced into the distance, and shortly thereafter, Whis and Beerus descended from the sky. The crowd, intrigued by their unusual appearance, began to murmur and point. "Whis, Lord Beerus, today I am off to witness the tournament, so I regret that I cannot entertain you," Tabor said as he retrieved 2 sausages from his bag and offered them. "Would you care to try?" "Oh ho ho, I shall not be polite," Whis replied, accepting the sausage without hesitation and savoring it. Beerus, on the other hand, appeared somewhat hesitant as he accepted the offering, observing Whis relish the treat. After a whiff, he too took a bite. Quite delightful. By the way, Tabor, Kampa initially intended to have you compete against the contestants he is seeking, but upon seeing that you are engaged in a tournament here, he decided against it. However, it seems he mentioned that they might still be coming," Beerus remarked, munching on the sausage. "Let him be," Tabor casually replied, and the group continued their forward journey. Soon, they arrived at the venue, where the crowd was densely packed. Fortunately, Tabor utilized his telekinetic abilities to envelop the throng, gently pushing those who came into contact with his aura away, creating an apparent vacuum around their party, drawing curious glances from the onlookers. "Tabor, I never imagined you possessed such an extraordinary ability. Truly remarkable." Whis and Beerus, witnessing Tabor's telekinesis for the first time, were both astonished. "Oh, it's merely a rather astonishing little trick," Tabor responded with a smile before turning to the other women and inquiring, "Would you like to participate in the competition?" "Never mind. We have participated once before and have little interest now. I would prefer to observe how others engage in battle from the stage." Lan Shi and Bulma quickly shook their heads. "Besides, we need to look after these little ones. I would like to give it a try, but you must help me hold on to Bebe." Number 18 gently brushed her hair and then smiled at Tabor. "Number 18, you should go. It's fine. I will help you hold Bebe." At that moment, Bulma also took Bebe from number 18's arms, gazing affectionately at the little one. These children have been nurtured under their care, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they are cherished as if they were their own. Chapter 89. The commotion caused by Kampa Beerus. "I'm here. Aren't you going to come out and welcome me?" At that moment, Kampa was already floating in the air above the venue with Vados, shouting down to the crowd below. The onlookers, witnessing someone hovering in the sky, began to point and murmur about Kampa and Vados. "Look, someone can actually fly in the air." "You're mistaken. It's a beautiful woman and a dog up there." "No, it's a cat." "It's a dog." Various discussions erupted among the crowd, most of which centered on whether Kampa was a cat or a dog. However, aside from some curiosity about Vados' skin tone, the crowd unanimously praised her beauty. Upon hearing these remarks, Kampa's face visibly flushed, and smoke seemed to emit from his head. "Who are you calling a dog or a cat?" With that, Kampa gathered energy to strike down at the crowd below, who were still unaware of the impending danger. "Enough, Lord Kampa. They are merely ordinary mortals, unaware of the divine. For my sake, let it go." At that moment, Kampa's wrist was suddenly seized by Tabor, causing the energy he had gathered to dissipate instantly. When did you arrive? Kampa exclaimed, startled by Tabor's sudden appearance, as he had not noticed when Tabor had come so close. Vados, standing nearby, squinted and scrutinized Tabor. She had heard from Whis that Tabor was immensely powerful, surpassing even that of the gods of destruction, but now it seemed he was even stronger than Whis had described. Seeing the energy sphere in Kampa's hand vanish, Tabor released his grip and smiled gently at Kampa. All right, Lord Kampa. It would be delightful to go down and enjoy some street food. However, in Kampa's eyes, Tabor appeared like a demon, smiling and beckoning to him, causing cold sweat to pour down Kampa's back. At that moment, the sight of Kampa's expression brought great amusement to Beerus, who laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Kampa, your cowardice is truly hilarious. Ha. At this moment, Xiang Pa and Bardos had also descended, causing the surrounding crowd to disperse swiftly. After all, those who could soar through the skies were undoubtedly formidable individuals. Inciting their ire could lead to a fate akin to that of the recently tossed yellow-haired figure. Xiang Pa quickly approached Beerus, whispering in his ear, Beerus, why did you not mention the extraordinary strength of this Tarble? With a chuckle, Beerus replied, I was asleep before. You were acquainted with him long before I was. How could you be unaware of this and still dare to question me? His gaze fell upon the cautiously inquisitive Xiang Pa, eliciting a laugh from him. When you were aware of his prowess, you still sought to compete with me. Were you deliberately attempting to make a fool of me? Suddenly, Xiang Pa recalled how Beerus had previously mentioned Tarble in his presence to provoke him into seeking someone equally powerful from Universe 6, likely laughing at him after his departure. Tarble, he mused, as they noticed Goku and the others waving at Tarble from within the venue, clearly having sensed the earlier spectacle in the sky. Subsequently, the group made their way towards Goku. Master Roshi, it has been a while. Tarble greeted the sunglasses-clad Master Roshi, who was busy admiring the lovely ladies around him. Oh, Tarble, is this your wife? She is truly beautiful, Krillin and Master Roshi remarked, turning to admire Bulma, Launch, and Android 18, their stunning features and perfect physiques inciting envy. Indeed, I consider myself fortunate, Tarble replied, feeling a sense of fulfillment as he gazed at the women. By the way, Goku, have you all registered? Where is Vegeta? Is he not with you? We've all signed up, but Vegeta isn't with us. It's been quite some time since we last saw him. Goku responded with a shake of his head. There's no need to search. I have arrived. Vegeta's voice suddenly boomed from behind them. This time, I shall demonstrate my prowess. With unwavering confidence, Vegeta was determined to show his strength, especially since he could now transform into a Super Saiyan, believing he would not fall short of Goku. Although he acknowledged a disparity with Tarble, as the proud prince of all Saiyans, he was resolute in his intention to surpass him. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta's gaze fell upon Beerus, who was casually observing the street vendors. A wave of intense fear washed over him. He recalled vividly the moment from his youth when Beerus had crushed his father on planet Vegeta, a memory that lingered painfully in his mind. Beerus, noticing Vegeta's stare, turned to him and lightly tapped his chin, seemingly reminiscing. You are that little brat from planet Vegeta, are you? Your strength pales in comparison to Tarble's. At this moment, Tarble recalled that although Vegeta had been on Earth for several years, it seemed to be the first time he had encountered Beerus. He then proceeded to introduce Vegeta. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of our 7th universe, and his attendant Whis. The one beside him is Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, along with his attendant Vados. Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa, along with their attendants. Vegeta echoed in astonishment, momentarily taken aback by Tarble's words. The others present, aside from Bulma and her companions, regarded the title of God of Destruction with a mix of awe and curiosity. However, they could scarcely fathom the immense power possessed by those who could serve as the attendants to such formidable deities. Mr. Tarble, please do not say such things. We are merely servants to the gods of destruction, Vados chuckled, covering her mouth. Lord Beerus, may I challenge you to a match? Goku suddenly exclaimed, surprising everyone with his boldness. Kakarot, what are you thinking? How can you make such an unreasonable request? Vegeta, still overshadowed by Beerus, quickly intervened upon hearing Goku's challenge. Oh, you have quite the audacity. It has been a long time since anyone has dared to speak to me in such a manner, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, digging at his ear. Lord Beerus, I am merely curious to see how much of a gap there is between us, Goku hastily clarified, sensing a shift in Beerus's tone. After your match, should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you that opportunity, Beerus said with a scoff, displaying his generosity. All right, Lord Beerus, it's a promise, Goku exclaimed joyfully, expressing his gratitude to Beerus. Ladies and gentlemen, those who have yet to register, please make your way to the registration area. There is only 1 hour left until the deadline for sign-ups for our martial arts tournament. A staff member within the tournament venue called out through a loudspeaker, urging everyone to hurry. Tarble, are you going to participate in the competition? Goku inquired, his curiosity piqued about the strengths of Vegeta and Tarble. I shall refrain. But Lazuli will be competing, Tarble replied, gesturing toward Android 18. Goku and the others turned their attention to 18. Taken aback to discover that such a beautiful woman would also be partaking in the world-renowned martial arts tournament. However, they would not underestimate her, as they had learned a valuable lesson from Bulma and launched several years prior. I'll go register now. Bebe, I'll see you soon. You can watch your mother perform on stage, Android 18 said, planting a kiss on Bebe's cheek before heading toward the registration area. Goku and his companions had arrived early and had already registered, while Vegeta followed closely behind 18 to sign up. As 18 and Vegeta approached the registration area, a ripple of laughter erupted from the crowd. A towering, burly man, his face adorned with excess flesh, pointed at number 18 and proclaimed, "You delicate woman dare to participate in the martial arts tournament? Truly, you overestimate your abilities. Be cautious not to cross paths with me, or you may find yourself injured." He concluded his taunt with a lewd grin. Number 18 paused, casting him a cold glance, her brows furrowing as she emanated a formidable aura. "I believe it is you who should be wary of encountering me. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." At that moment, a staff member approached to quell the brewing conflict. "Everyone, please refrain from arguing. There is little time left to register. Hurry and sign up," the staff member urged. The burly man scoffed and turned towards the registration desk. Vegeta and number 18 chose to ignore him and continued with their registration. Once they completed the process, they returned to Tarble and the others, patiently awaiting the commencement of the tournament. Tarble had, through his financial prowess, secured an advantageous position in the venue. I inquired, "Beerus, who exactly is this Tarble? How did such a powerful individual suddenly appear without any prior notice?" As Zhangya and Beerus sat together, she leaned in and whispered in his ear, "I am uncertain, however. It seems Whis once mentioned that he had trained him for some time," Beerus replied, reclining leisurely with his feet resting on the chair in front of him. "As long as he does not disturb my slumber or my meals, I shall not concern myself with him." An hour swiftly passed, and participants began to make their entrances for the competition. The method of drawing lots for the martial arts tournament had transitioned to a computerized system displayed on an electronic screen. Within mere seconds, the screen illuminated with the matchups. Fortunately, none of the contestants faced one another in the first round, and number 18's opponent was merely an unknown figure. All right, everyone. The matchups for the competitors have been revealed. I now invite the first group of contestants to the stage. The familiar host announced the commencement of the match. Microphone in hand, two anonymous individuals ascended the stage, waving as if greeting fans, showering the audience with air kisses, eliciting murmurs of intrigue from the crowd. Now that our two contestants have taken the stage, I declare the match officially begins. The host, having noticed their antics, quickly intervened. Just as the contestants assumed their stances, a monstrous creature with green skin and wings swooped in from the distance. It was the formidable Tambourine. "Now that you are all present, I shall eliminate each and every one of you," Tambourine boasted, surveying the gathered crowd with unwarranted confidence. "Is that the minion of King Piccolo? Has he emerged?" Tarble recognized the signature green visage, yet he could not fathom how King Piccolo had resurfaced without the company of his usual 3 accomplices. Humph, a mere fish is so audacious. Others in the crowd had initially harbored trepidation towards this peculiar being, but Vegeta would not tolerate such insolence. He found it audacious that someone so evidently weak would dare to present themselves before him. Subsequently, a powerful energy blast was unleashed, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, the Tambourine had scarcely assisted the demon King Piccolo in his endeavors before being obliterated in an instant. With an air of arrogance, he addressed the referee, urging, "Come on, let the match resume." "Are you jesting? What was that just now? How could there be waves of light emanating from his hands?" Indeed, the magnitude of the blast was staggering. It had effortlessly annihilated the creature in the sky. It was utterly terrifying. Yes, we should make our exit. Should this individual direct such a force towards us, it would spell disaster. Conversations erupted among the crowd. and even competitors who had been waiting for their turn began to discreetly withdraw in numbers. Humph, this must be an illusion. He is surely employing explosives and some form of sorcery. A voice rang out from among the contestants, swiftly restoring calm to the previously chaotic scene. If Tarble had been present, he would have instantly recognized this individual. The host, observing that the creature in the sky had been dealt with, adhered to his professional duties and continued to announce the proceedings of the competition. However, the earlier preliminary rounds had been comprised of mere novices, easily bested by Krillin and Yamcha, not to mention Goku and Vegeta. Fortunately, Goku exercised restraint in his approach, while upon Vegeta's entry, many competitors opted to forfeit. After all, the safety of their lives outweighed the allure of the prize money. Chapter 91. The Divine Being in Distress. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Earth remained oblivious to the fact that several individuals were attentively observing the events unfolding on their planet from within a grand palace. Can we host such a competition as well? It appears quite entertaining, a young child seated upon a throne remarked to a nearby attendant, revealing himself to be none other than the Omni King. We could indeed organize a universal championship, which might invigorate the universes ranked lower. They seem to have grown rather complacent of late, the Grand Minister replied respectfully, bowing towards the Omni King. Very well, that would undoubtedly be delightful. Please proceed with the arrangements. The Omni King confirmed with a nod, approving the Grand Minister's suggestion. Meanwhile, the Earth's tournament of power was in full swing, with the initial rounds having eliminated the weaker competitors, leaving only the strongest, who had now advanced into the top 32. However, the true competition was merely commencing. All right, everyone. After a fierce contest, we are now left with 32 contestants, each a martial artist hailing from various regions. We shall now conduct the draw on the big screen to determine the 16 competitors. Though the remaining 32 appeared numerous, it was notable that Goku and his companions accounted for 6 of them. Thus, poor Krillin found himself matched against none other than Vegeta. At that moment, Krillin's expression fell, his hands grasping his head in despair as he exclaimed, "How could I be so unfortunate? At this rate, I want to even make it to the top 16. Upon witnessing this scene, Tianjin Fan could only pat Krillin on the shoulder and sigh. I know of a temple that possesses a fortune-changing talisman. Once the competition concludes, I shall take you there to seek one. The matches among the top contenders in the round of 16, while incomparable to those of Krillin and his peers, were nonetheless a significant improvement over the earlier participants who merely sought fame through lackluster performances. Soon, it was Krillin's turn to compete. Vegeta leaped onto the stage and beckoned to Krillin with a flick of his finger. Come forth, let me see the fruits of your training over these past years. Despite the bravado in his words, it was evident that Vegeta yearned to showcase his own prowess. I forfeit. Krillin raised his hand, demonstrating a keen awareness of his limitations. Unlike Son Goku, he was fully aware that he could not win and had no desire to subject himself to humiliation. In light of Krillin's forfeiture, Vegeta advances to the top 16, announced the host, who had rushed to the center of the stage. Vegeta, disdainful of Krillin's cowardice, snorted and descended from the platform. The others fared far better than Krillin, dispatching their opponents with ease, encountering no challenges whatsoever, as they awaited the preparations for the quarterfinals. Unbeknownst to them, the malevolent King Piccolo, sensing the demise of his subordinates, had already manifested within the temple, with a series of footsteps echoing through the sacred space. King Piccolo, flanked by his followers, approached. You have emerged, the god of earth remarked, his expression grave as he beheld the aged visage of King Piccolo. Ha! You anticipated my arrival. Are you prepared to meet your end? King Piccolo's laughter resonated, for absorbing the god would immensely augment his strength, rendering him invincible upon earth. Attack! He commanded, sending his minions to assault the god of earth. However, they were swiftly vanquished by Bubbles before they could even approach. Bubbles then darted towards King Piccolo, delivering a powerful blow that sent the villain sprawling. As King Piccolo slowly rose, shock painted his features as he regarded Bubbles, before he abruptly turned and fled. Clearly recognizing that Bubbles' strength surpassed his own, the god of earth, witnessing King Piccolo's retreat, hastened in pursuit, disregarding Bubbles' calls. This was indeed the opportune moment to eliminate King Piccolo. Thus, one chased while the other fled, their figures darting through the skies as they distanced themselves from the temple. Yet, as they soared above a dense forest, a barrage of attacks suddenly emerged from the treetops, raining down upon the god of earth. The sheer volume of assaults left him with no chance to evade, and he was struck by several blows, plummeting towards the ground. King Piccolo, who had been ahead, halted and turned back, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he watched the god descend. In that instant, he unleashed a dark energy blast, directly targeting the falling figure of the god. At this moment, the deity was filled with regret, realizing too late that King Piccolo had concealed so many minions in the forest to ambush him. He lamented not heeding Bobo's advice to remain within the sanctuary. Bobo's duty was to protect the temple, and he was forbidden from intervening against foes beyond its confines. Struggling to rise, the deity launched a counterattack against the relentless minions of King Piccolo. Fortunately, the strength of these adversaries was not overwhelmingly formidable for the deity, though they did sap a considerable amount of his energy. Meanwhile, far above in the temple, Bobo was in a state of great anxiety, confined within the sanctuary and unable to assist the deity. In a short while, the deity had vanquished the majority of King Piccolo's subordinates. Yet he was now utterly exhausted and panting heavily. King Piccolo, having regained his strength, awaited the opportunity to strike. As the deity was preoccupied with battling his minions, King Piccolo suddenly launched a surprise attack. He materialized right before the deity and delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen. A charged assault that left the deity incapacitated on the ground. Ha ha ha. How does it feel? Not so pleasant, is it? King Piccolo sneered, seizing the deity by his collar and laughing maniacally. Soon, we shall be one once again. At that moment, Bobo observed the battle from the temple, witnessing the deity's helpless collapse, yet he was powerless to intervene, bound by his role as the temple's servant. Thus, the deity was completely absorbed by King Piccolo, vanishing without a trace. Haha. Is this the sensation of power? It is simply magnificent. King Piccolo reveled in the surge of strength coursing through him, throwing his head back in laughter. Whether it was the enhancement of power or the fusion itself, even his previously aged visage seemed to regain a hint of youth. As the deity was consumed, Bobo could only slump to the ground in despair. In that instant, the once glimmering Dragon Balls scattered across the world transformed into mere ordinary stones, their light extinguished with the deity's demise. However, aside from Bobo, no one else was aware of this transformation. As the rest remained engrossed in the battles of the World Martial Arts Tournament, I hereby declare the commencement of the quarterfinals. Just as the deity and King Piccolo were engaged in their fierce struggle, the tournament had progressed to the quarterfinal stage. On stage, Bulma and Launch, initially disinterested in the mundane battles of ordinary fighters, now found themselves captivated by the intensity of the matches unfolding before them. In this quarterfinal round, Tien faced off against Kaiatsu, Vegeta battled Goku, and Mr. Satan went up against Android 18, while the remaining competitors offered little intrigue. Beerus, I must say, there seem to be no formidable warriors on this planet. These battles are as tedious as fighting ants. Why not return then? After all, I haven't kept you here. At this moment, Beerus, donning a pair of sunglasses, reclined comfortably with his feet up, sipping a cola, utterly disinterested in Kampa. Kampa, in a fit of frustration, leaned closer to Beerus and whispered, "Do you think I don't want to go back? Did you not see how Tabor nearly took action against me just now? If I leave now, he will surely come seeking retribution. No, had you not intended to strike at the crowd on Earth, he wouldn't have bothered with you at all." Beerus retorted, "By the way, have you found any warriors in your universe comparable to Tabor? I am eager to witness it." With a sidelong glance, Beerus regarded Kampa as if he were an amusing spectacle. Kampa's expression shifted between hues of green and white upon hearing Beerus's words, and with a disdainful huff, he returned to his seat. "Lord Kampa, this ice cream is rather delightful. Would you care to try some?" Vados offered, noticing Kampa's disgruntled demeanor as she extended another ice cream to him. At that moment, the battle between Dumpling and Tien reached a fever pitch. Dumpling attempted to exert his psychic abilities to control Tien, but Tien, with unwavering determination, resisted. Suddenly, he dashed forward and delivered a powerful punch that sent Dumpling flying. The audience erupted in gasps. "Tien, you are truly formidable. I cannot match your strength," Dumpling declared, rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Referee, I concede." Meanwhile, the match between Vegeta and Son Goku was on the verge of commencing. Vegeta, gazing at Son Goku, was imbued with a fierce fighting spirit. "Kakarot, come forth and transform. Let me witness the extent of your growth over these years." Son Goku scratched his head and smiled. "All right, Vegeta. I too am curious to see how much stronger you have become." With that, he assumed a battle stance. Humph. Vegeta, noticing that Son Goku had not transformed, felt a surge of disdain and swiftly charged at Goku, unleashing a flurry of punches. Goku, caught off guard by the ferocity of Vegeta's assault, found himself entangled in a fierce exchange as they ascended from the ground into the air. Their blows landed with such force that the shockwaves created deep craters in the earth, resembling a spider's web. The speed of their movements was beyond the comprehension of the ordinary eye. "What on earth is happening? I can hardly discern their actions," exclaimed a middle-aged man in the audience, beads of cold sweat on his forehead as he struggled to follow the shadow-like figures darting across the arena, occasionally leaving large craters in their wake. Indeed, it is utterly terrifying. Are they truly human? It seems they have already taken to the skies. In the air, Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged blows, their combat intensifying, with no clear victor emerging in the immediate future. Meanwhile, Dumpling's match had concluded, and it was now time for Android 18 and Mr. Satan to take the stage. Look at that woman. She is stunning. Indeed, and to reach the top 8, she must possess considerable skill. In an instant, the venue was abuzz with excitement. Some engaged in animated discussions about the beauty of number 18, while others speculated about her prowess, and a few placed their bets on Satan. "I think you should step down with your beauty. It would be unfortunate if you were to get hurt," Satan remarked as he ascended the stage, immediately launching into a series of punches and attacks. Then turning to number 18. Meanwhile, number 18 observed Satan's languid movements, pressing her left hand against her right, her fingers tapping thoughtfully against her forehead, as if contemplating how to unceremoniously dispatch him from the ring. "Now, let the match begin." The referee positioned himself between the two competitors, then swiftly signaled the start before dashing to the sidelines. However, just as he turned away, a resounding thud echoed through the air. At that moment, Satan found himself forcefully pressed against the wall, his body embedded within it. The referee was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a swift conclusion to the bout. He hurried over to check on Satan, relieved to find him still alive, and promptly signaled for medical personnel to assist him. "Ahem, I declare that contestant Satan is unable to continue. Congratulations to contestant number 18 for advancing." With the referee's announcement, number 18 leapt from the ring and made her way towards Tarble and the others. Meanwhile, the previously slumbering BB had awakened, and upon spotting number 18 approaching, she called out excitedly, "Mama, Mama," and dashed towards her. Number 18 swiftly scooped BB into her arms. "How's my little treasure? Wasn't Mama impressive just now?" She smiled, planting a kiss on BB's cheek and playfully tousling her hair. "Number 18, how's the martial arts tournament going?" Tarble inquired, offering her a glass of cola. "It's hot out. Have a drink to quench your thirst." "Not particularly thrilling. They're all just ordinary folks," number 18 replied, handing BB to Bulma. Accepting the cola, she playfully flicked her golden hair, her tone tinged with boredom. "Indeed, aside from Goku and Vegeta, they do seem quite ordinary to you," Tarble remarked, captivated by her graceful gesture as he leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek. "There are people everywhere." Number 18, suddenly feeling a bit flustered, playfully pushed Tarble away before retreating to the competitors' lounge to collect herself. Meanwhile, the fierce clash between Goku and Vegeta had escalated to a boiling point. Both locked in a stalemate, exchanging punches and kicks. Although the battle was intense, the onlookers began to grow weary as the rapid movements resulted in mere afterimages. At that moment, after exchanging blows, both combatants retreated several meters, hovering in midair and locking eyes. To everyone's astonishment, Vegeta surged forward, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura flickering like flames. "Huh, Kakarot, come. Witness the fruits of my training over these past years." Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta evidently exhibited signs of agitation, his demeanor becoming increasingly frenzied. "Vegeta, can it truly be that you too have achieved the form of a Super Saiyan?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld Vegeta's transformation. "I never imagined that after just a few years apart, you would attain such power." With that, Goku instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. However, the combat prowess of the two warriors remained closely matched. Even in their transformed states, they were nearly equal, unable to decisively overcome one another. How long would their battle endure? At that moment, Tabor felt a twinge of regret for not participating in the contest himself, realizing that such a clash would likely prolong indefinitely, with victory proving elusive, merely a matter of who would be first to be cast from the arena. Yet, amidst their fierce confrontation, the newly empowered Demon King Piccolo was swiftly approaching the martial arts tournament. His strength now far surpassed that which he wielded centuries ago against Master Mateto, and he harbored no doubt that no one on earth could rival him. Soon, I shall reign supreme over the world. Ha ha. The Demon King reveled in his own exhilaration. Before long, he reached the island's edge, where he caught sight of Goku and Vegeta locked in battle. How is this possible? How can there exist anyone stronger than I? Piccolo, aware that even Krillin's power was far beneath his own, struggled to comprehend their movements, feeling as though he would be crushed should he dare to approach. I cannot simply stand idly by, Piccolo thought, turning away in frustration. Lord Beerus, behold these two. They seem to possess significant strength. Perhaps, when your time comes, you might consider selecting one of them as your successor. Initially, Beerus reclined leisurely in his chair, sipping a drink and munching on fries, but upon hearing Whis' words, he nearly choked on his beverage. Haha, Beerus, I believe Whis has a point. Should you ever provoke someone, it would be prudent to have a successor ready to step in, Compa remarked, seizing the opportunity to tease Beerus about his predicament. Compa is correct. I must prepare for the next god of destruction. One day, my obesity may lead to an untimely slumber, and I would not want to be caught unawares. Bardock chimed in, wiping away non-existent tears in agreement. Compa's previously cheerful demeanor darkened, resembling a stormy sky. Meanwhile, Tabor observed the two gods of destruction being thoroughly ridiculed, a smirk playing upon his lips. Though the atmosphere below was relaxed, the tension above was palpable. While both warriors had been exchanging blows in midair, Goku suddenly opted to abandon the direct confrontation with Vegeta. Realizing that their strengths were closely matched, Goku understood that victory would require a more strategic approach. He descended onto the arena floor, and Vegeta, seeing this, followed suit without hesitation. Kakarot, you are utterly incapable of defeating me now. It seems these past years have rendered you complacent. Indeed, Vegeta, with my current power, I cannot best you. Goku gazed calmly at Vegeta, and then, astonishingly, began to circle around him, increasing his speed until he became a blur, with shadows of himself appearing everywhere. Vegeta looked around frantically, but could not discern Goku's actual position. In desperation, he unleashed energy blasts around the arena, attempting to force Goku out into the open. At that moment, Vegeta felt a sudden strike from behind. He turned to retaliate, only to find Goku had vanished. This dance of evasion continued, and although Goku could not inflict significant damage, it stirred a rising agitation within Vegeta. The more agitated Vegeta became, the harder it was for him to locate Goku. Just then, a sound resonated from the sky. Vegeta quickly looked up to see Goku soaring high above, hands positioned at the sides of his eyes. What technique is this? Below, Krillin closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight of Goku's pose. Tien, understanding the implications of the move more profoundly, lowered his head. Knowing his third eye would suffer greater harm if he looked directly at it. Solar flare. A brilliant light erupted in the sky, and Vegeta, who had been intently watching Goku to prevent his escape, was caught off guard by the technique. His eyes were severely affected, and he could barely open them, resorting to shielding them to alleviate the pain. A perfect opportunity. Goku seized the moment, appearing beside Vegeta and delivering a swift kick. Caught off guard, Vegeta was sent tumbling off the stage. Though Goku's strike lacked immense power, it was sufficient to send Vegeta down. Meanwhile, the previously idle referee rushed onto the stage, raising Goku's hand and proclaiming, I thank both competitors, Goku and Vegeta, for this fierce contest. I declare that Vegeta has fallen from the arena, and Goku is the victor. At that moment, Tabor approached Vegeta, offering him a senzu bean. Here, consume this. Your eyesight will be restored immediately. Damn it, Kakarot. How despicable of you to employ such underhanded tactics, Vegeta muttered, feeling a sense of resentment. However, in his heart, he did not deem himself defeated in battle. Merely in this match. Chapter 94. The disheartened Yamcha. You merely suffered from the consequences of these peculiar techniques. There are many races in the universe endowed with such extraordinary abilities. Tabor chuckled at Vegeta's curses directed at Goku. I am well aware of that. I was careless this time, but it shall not happen again. With that, Vegeta took to the skies, departing from the island. Indeed, one cannot help but feel a sense of prideful defiance. If not for my intervention, Goku would still be oblivious to the Kaioken technique, and defeating you would have been a mere trifle. Tarble shook his head as he observed Vegeta's departing figure. Perhaps it would be prudent to arrange for Goku to visit King Kai and learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. Goku, I never anticipated you would devise such a stratagem to defeat Vegeta. Your prowess is truly commendable, remarked Krillin, as he and the others gathered around to congratulate him while watching Goku leap down from the arena. He chuckled modestly. Well, I had no choice. Vegeta's strength is undeniably formidable. I merely thought of this tactic to unseat him. Otherwise, the outcome was uncertain. As Goku listened to Krillin's praises, he scratched his head sheepishly. Ladies and gentlemen, after an intense series of contests, we have now identified the 8 finalists of the martial arts tournament. We shall proceed to randomly assign opponents among these esteemed contenders. Meanwhile, the other smaller arenas had concluded their matches, and the host ascended to the main stage to announce this pivotal moment. The latter rounds, in stark contrast to the occasionally humorous earlier bouts, promised to be the main event. The large screen within the arena flickered to life once more. In contrast to the former barrage of names, the 8 finalists were now starkly prominent. However, in what seemed to be a twist of fate, Goku and his companions found themselves pitted against entirely different adversaries. What followed was a remarkably dramatic scene. Each of Goku's opponents was dispatched with a single blow, leaving the audience in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Such a comical spectacle had not been witnessed in previous tournaments, and while the crowd was entertained, the burden of commentary fell heavily upon the host, who struggled to articulate the swift eliminations. He could only muster the resolve to announce the results repeatedly. Ahem. We extend our gratitude to the previous competitors for their remarkable performances. Now, on this stage stand some of the finest martial artists. Let us announce the 4 finalists: the illustrious Tianjin Shinhan, Goku, alongside the newcomers Yamcha and the enchanting Android 18. We hope they will deliver exhilarating battles for our enjoyment. At this juncture, Goku and his companions stood on stage, awaiting the host's directives. Now let us roll the big screen, the host proclaimed, raising his microphone and gesturing toward the display, inciting fervent enthusiasm from the audience below. The names of the 4 finalists crystallized upon the screen, and the host boldly proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, the matchups have been revealed. I declare the first contest will feature Tianjin Shinhan versus Yamcha, and the second contest will showcase Goku against Android 18. Go, Tianjin! Cheered Chaos from the railing, waving to Tianjin, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Goku and Android 18 retreated to the upper-level lounge, leaning against the windowsill, prepared to observe the impending clash between their 2 compatriots. Master Wu Tian, where did this Yamcha emerge from? From the previous matches, he seems to possess quite commendable skills. Krillin glanced at Yamcha opposite Tien Shinhan and casually inquired of Master Roshi. Judging by his recent battle, it appears he has been honing his skills in solitude. Though it is difficult to ascertain his martial arts lineage, he gives the impression of someone who has been learning through a more primal connection with nature. The sunlight glinted off Master Roshi's sunglasses as he scrutinized Yamcha before sharing his conjectures. I declare the match to commence, the announcer proclaimed, clutching the microphone, before hastily vacating the stage, daunted by the formidable presence of the fighters. Tien Shinhan and Yamcha faced each other, both gathering their energy. Yamcha was the first to launch an attack, darting towards Tien Shinhan with the swiftness of a leopard, eliciting gasps from the audience. Unfazed, Tien Shinhan effortlessly sidestepped, swiftly countering with a knife hand strike aimed at Yamcha. Reacting with remarkable agility, Yamcha rolled away, springing back to his feet to unleash a flurry of kicks. Tien Shinhan, in turn, leapt into the air to evade. Krillin observed from the sidelines, realizing that Tien Shinhan was not inclined to conclude the match hastily. Rather, he seemed to be guiding Yamcha like a mentor, effortlessly dodging his attacks with minimal movement, perceiving Yamcha's actions as almost sluggish. Yamcha, aware of the evident disparity in their strengths, felt a surge of frustration, inwardly cursing, "This bastard is clearly toying with me." Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha unleashed his signature move upon Tien Shinhan, his fists resembling ravenous wolves charging forward. Yet, to Tien Shinhan, this posed no challenge whatsoever. With a sudden shout, Tien Shinhan released a powerful energy wave that dispersed Yamcha's assault, sending him hurtling backward. "Look!" Tien Shinhan merely shouted and sent Yamcha flying. "It seems this match lacks any suspense," the announcer exclaimed, swiftly beginning his commentary. Under the force of Tien Shinhan's energy attack, Yamcha was propelled away. skidding across the ground before finally halting. In that moment, he gazed at Tian Xinhan in disbelief, astonished by the vast difference in their strengths. Regaining his composure, Yamucha straightened up and addressed Tian Xinhan. When I arrived, I noticed you were greeting a few others. Are you all together? He pointed towards 2 individuals on the second floor of the waiting area. Yes, indeed, Tian Xinhan replied without hesitation. What of it? How does your strength compare to theirs? Yamucha inquired, feeling more at ease, resigning himself to the fact that he was unlikely to prevail. However, he was also somewhat curious about the prowess of the other 2 fighters. Having just finished his match, he returned to the lounge without witnessing the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Otherwise, he would not have posed such a question. Chapter 95, Fierce Battle. Ah? You mean Sun Wukong and Android 18? Yamcha said, pointing to the 2 individuals by the window backstage. Tian Xinhan couldn't help but smile wryly. I doubt they can withstand even a single blow. Although Tian had never seen Android 18 truly unleash her power, he was well aware of Tarble's strength. If Tarble felt confident enough to face her in battle, she must be at least as formidable as Sun Wukong. What? Yamcha exclaimed, wide-eyed with disbelief. Yet he did not consider the possibility that Tian was deceiving him. As a martial artist, he had his dignity, and there was no benefit in lying. Sigh, referee. I forfeit. Yamcha sighed and raised his right hand towards the referee below. After all, among the 4 of them, he was the weakest. Since he could not even contend with the 3rd place, there was no point in continuing the fight. The audience erupted in surprise at Yamcha's forfeiture, having just witnessed an intense battle on the stage. To the untrained eye, the sudden turn of events was perplexing. The referee, momentarily taken aback, promptly announced Yamcha's withdrawal from the competition. Meanwhile, by the window, Android 18 crossed her arms, a slight smile gracing her lips. A forfeit was preferable, saving her the trouble of wasting time. Dear audience, since contestant Yamcha has chosen to forfeit, we shall now proceed to the next match, the host declared, raising his hand dramatically. Now, please welcome contestants Sun Wukong and Android 18 to the stage. The 2 promptly leaped through the window and landed upon the arena. Tian Xinhan, who had just arrived at the sidelines, fixed his gaze upon the stage, eager to see how this confrontation would unfold, while the audience held their breath in anticipation of the host's announcement. After all, this bout featured a beautiful fighter, which was undoubtedly captivating for the rough men in the audience. Go for it. Tarble cheered from the sidelines, raising a cup of cola in a toast towards Android 18. Noticing his gesture, a slight smile appeared on her face as she flicked her hair back and turned her serious gaze towards Sun Wukong. Therefore, I declare the match to begin. With that, the host swiftly exited the stage, observing that the 2 fighters stood still, as though the competition had yet to commence. Android 18 was the first to extend her hand, beckoning, "Come on." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong did not hesitate. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, fully unleashing his power without reservation. Does he really need to do that? The match hasn't even started yet. Krillin wondered aloud, surprised by Sun Wukong's early transformation, which was uncharacteristic of him. What Wukong is doing is prudent. Tarble's wife must possess considerable strength, Master Roshi remarked, his sunglasses reflecting Android 18's figure in the sunlight. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong charged towards Android 18, launching a flurry of punches. However, none of these strikes inflicted any damage. All were deftly evaded by Android 18. The 18th, refusing to remain passive, launched a relentless counterattack, each blow landing squarely upon Sun Wukong. Ever since Sun Wukong had transformed into a Saiyan and married Chi-Chi, he had somewhat neglected his combat skills. How formidable! Tianjin and Krillin marveled at the sight of the 18th overpowering Sun Wukong, utterly astonished by her strength. They could hardly fathom how she had trained to attain such prowess, oblivious to the fact that the 18th was an android, having undergone no conventional training. However, her mind was imbued with a wealth of combat techniques collected by Dr. Gero. With a snarl, the latest assault struck Sun Wukong, causing him considerable pain and prompting a hasty retreat. Yet, the 18th had no intention of letting him off easily. She pressed forward, launching another attack against him. As the 18th advanced, Sun Wukong could only defend himself while desperately searching for an opening in her defense. Just as she threw another punch, he seized the moment to evade, deftly sidestepping and grasping her arm. He exerted his strength in an attempt to hurl her away. However, the 18th reacted swiftly, utilizing the force to execute a graceful flip in midair before landing firmly on the ground. A glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes as she accelerated her onslaught, raining punches and kicks upon Sun Wukong. Gradually, he found himself struggling to keep up, his injuries accumulating. The audience below held their breath, unable to believe the spectacle before them. Who would have guessed that such a beautiful woman could possess such terrifying strength? Just as everyone thought Sun Wukong was on the brink of defeat, he suddenly erupted with a formidable aura, pushing back the advancing 18th several steps. At that moment, golden light enveloped him, and his power surged once more beneath the pressure of the 18th. Reinvigorated, he engaged in a fierce exchange with her, creating craters on the stage as dust swirled around them, their forms intertwining in a battle that seemed evenly matched. However, it was clear that this stalemate was not what the 18th desired. She unleashed her full strength, darting to Sun Wukong's side before he could react, delivering a powerful kick to his side. The resounding impact echoed throughout the venue, sending Sun Wukong crashing against the edge of the arena, right into the gaping hole created by the earlier attack from Satan. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, watching from afar at Baozi Mountain, instinctively clutched a handkerchief, unable to bear the sight of Sun Wukong suffering such a brutal blow. Ignoring the protests of the Ox King, she insisted on rushing to the scene, and had it not been for his restraint, she would have dashed off. A series of crashing sounds followed as Sun Wukong barreled through the buildings behind him, smashing into the outer wall and creating a substantial crater. He had exerted his strength to halt himself, or else he might have demolished several mountains in his path. As the host witnessed this scene, one side of his sunglasses slipped down, and his once upright posture suddenly seemed to stoop slightly. At that moment, Sun Wukong was clutching his side while pushing aside the rubble that had buried him, exclaiming in pain, "Ouch, that hurts." Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others rushed to check on Sun Wukong's condition, but upon realizing he was not gravely injured, they felt relieved. However, Tarble was reluctant to let him continue in discomfort, as it concerned his kidneys. Should it affect others, it would not bode well when Chi-Chi came knocking. Thus, Tarble promptly tossed a Senzu bean to Sun Wukong. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong popped the bean into his mouth, and in an instant, he sprang back to life, performing several flips before cheerfully addressing Tarble. "Thank you, Tarble." Meanwhile, a staff member with a camera had arrived at the back wall, observing the wreckage of the house and wall, unable to suppress a sniffle. The staff then signaled to the back. "All right. The staff has confirmed that competitor Sun Wukong has sustained no serious injuries, but as he has fallen out of the ring, I hereby declare that the victory goes to contestant number 18. The host announced loudly. Chapter 96. An unsatisfied audience. We are grateful to the two competitors for their thrilling battle. As contestant Yamcha has just notified the referee of his withdrawal from the upcoming match, we can now congratulate contestant Sun Wukong, contestant number 18, and Tien Shinhan for securing the top 3 positions. However, the final rankings will still require a decisive contest, so let us await to see who will emerge champion. While the host delivered an impassioned speech on stage, staff members rushed to the ring and whispered a few words into his ear. Suddenly, the host furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to proceed, but he had no choice but to push forward. "Apologies, dear audience, but we have just received notification from the referee that contestant Tien Shinhan has also withdrawn from the upcoming match. So I must announce that the champion of this World Martial Arts Tournament is contestant number 18, with Sun Wukong as the runner-up." Initially, the audience had been eagerly anticipating the final showdown for the championship, but the unexpected outcome led to a chorus of discontent. "What the hell? Refund! Refund!" The scene descended into chaos, prompting Tarble to shake his head, thinking it was trouble. Was it too much to ask for a couple of entertaining matches? Subsequently, Tarble leaned in to whisper to Bulma, who nodded in response. She approached the audience area, seeking out the event staff to relay her instructions. As the situation on the stage began to spiral out of control, the earlier staff member hurriedly returned to the host's side, sharing more cheerful tidings. Upon hearing this, the host's spirits lifted, and he quickly grabbed the microphone to declare, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Although the outcome of the competition was somewhat unexpected, we have prepared a special surprise for everyone. We have just received news from the Universal Capsule Company, which is willing to offer each audience member a coupon worth 1,000 Sony, redeemable for any product under their brand." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in joyous cheers. After all, the Universal Capsule Company has recently introduced not only the Universal Capsule, but other enticing new products as well. However, many of these items cost tens of thousands of Sony. which made it hard for attendees to justify the expense. Now, with the coupon, it feels as though they are saving a significant amount. Wow, 10,000. The Universal Capsule Company is indeed very generous. Indeed, I have been particularly fond of their latest gaming console. I can finally summon the resolve to purchase it. Let us hurry to buy it as soon as the competition ends, lest we find the stock depleted. The audience continued to chatter excitedly, and the host, observing the calm that had returned to the venue, let out a sigh of relief. Ladies and gentlemen, please line up at the exit to collect the coupons provided by the Universal Company, he announced. Meanwhile, the contestants, including number 18, had already descended from the stage. And Tianjin Fan awkwardly turned to Tabor and Bulma, saying, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that my withdrawal from the competition would have such a significant impact, resulting in your expenses. Oh, it's nothing. In fact, this might not even be an expense for them, as they might stand to gain. While I shall never suffer a loss, Tabor and Bulma exchanged knowing smiles, leaving the others momentarily puzzled by the statement's implications. All right, Tabor, the competition has concluded, and I am well fed. I have no further business here, so I shall return for a nap, remarked Beerus as he approached. After greeting Tabor, he ignored the awkwardness lingering with Xiangpa and swiftly departed with Whis like a shooting star. Tabor, I think I'll be leaving as well, Xiangpa said, scurrying away like a mouse fleeing a cat, calling upon Beerus to leave Earth. Tabor, why does it seem like Xiangpa is a bit intimidated by you today? Bulma inquired, intrigued by Xiangpa's peculiar expression. Haha, it's nothing. Perhaps he is merely daunted by my overwhelming strength, Tabor replied candidly, earning a roll of the eyes from Bulma. Let us head back. The competition is over, and there is no point in lingering here. With that, Tabor instantaneously transported himself and the others back to the villa. It was only then that he recalled that the minions of the Demon King Piccolo had already made their appearance during the competition, but he paid little heed, as Piccolo's current power posed no threat to Earth. However, unbeknownst to Tabor, while the Demon King had yet to impact Earth, the Supreme Kai had become the first unfortunate victim absorbed by Piccolo. Oh well, I shall deal with the Demon King when he arrives, Tabor thought. Returning home and allowing himself to relax, accompanied by a few exuberant little ones, Tabor set out, eager to explore the newly inaugurated Children's South amusement park established by West City. As for Bulma and the others, they opted to remain behind, citing the exhausting task of caring for the little ones and intending to catch up on some much-needed sleep. Fortunately, Sheba was willing to accompany them, for otherwise, managing the 3 energetic children would have been quite a hassle. However, unbeknownst to them, far away in the realm of destruction, Lord Beerus was not in a cheerful mood. Just moments ago, the Grand Zeno had summoned all the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais across the universe. The previously yawning Beerus was instantly awakened by the news and promptly appeared beside Whis, urging him to hasten their departure. What are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. But, Lord Beerus, we must first locate the Supreme Kai, as he can guide us swiftly to the Grand Zeno's palace, Whis interjected, reminding Beerus of their task. It was only then that Beerus recollected, and together they set off in search of the Supreme Kai. Not long after, Whis led Beerus to the Supreme Kai realm, where they were promptly noticed by Jebet and Shin upon their arrival. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Supreme Kai realm? Jebet exclaimed, glaring at them. Beerus regarded the two with a look of incredulity, then turned to Whis, pointing to his head and asking, Is there something amiss here? How dare you show such disrespect to my lord? Jebet shouted, rushing towards Beerus with a punch, only to be thwarted by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Beerus, causing him to collapse to the ground. Jebet, Shin exclaimed, immediately adopting a defensive stance. Tell me, how did you become a Supreme Kai when you are so oblivious? Beerus squinted, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he contemplated whether to seal away this disrespectful individual. Chapter 97. The young Supreme Kai Lord Beerus. He appears rather young. Perhaps he genuinely does not recognize you, considering it has been many years since your last visit. Whis remarked quietly, placing a hand on Beerus's shoulder. What nonsense. If beings from other universes were to learn that the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 does not recognize the god of destruction, they would surely mock us. Beerus retorted, his eyes widening in alarm. Lord Beerus, do you not recall? The other Supreme Kais have perished, Whis casually observed, nearly causing Beerus to break into a cold sweat. Why did you not inform me of such a significant matter? Beerus exclaimed, aghast. Ah, My dear Beerus, you have misjudged me. I informed you of this 500,000 years ago. I distinctly remember you mumbling that death was inconsequential as long as not everyone had perished. Whis defended himself earnestly. Is that so? I do not recall such a conversation, Beerus mumbled, trying to recall the distant past, but the passage of time had dulled his memory. Oh well, at least there are still some left alive, he sighed, resigning himself to the situation. Beerus raised his right hand and gently slapped it against his face, allowing it to slide down slowly. Hey, the Supreme Kai is leaving. Lord Zeno just sent a message asking us to gather, he recalled, suddenly reminded of the need to meet Zeno, urging Shin to act. Who is this Zeno? Shin, standing nearby, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, sensing that the entity in question was no ordinary mortal. At this moment, Beerus once again slapped his palm against his face, utterly at a loss for how to explain everything, and turned his gaze towards Whis with a look of helplessness. Whis, appearing to comprehend Beerus's predicament, pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. Indeed, Lord Beerus, why not utilize the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect the other Supreme Kais who were slain? Whis suggested, striking his palm in excitement. However, searching for the Dragon Balls will take considerable time. We simply cannot afford that right now. Beerus shook his head in resignation, casting a glance at Supreme Kai Shin and letting out a sigh. Perhaps we could inform Lord Zeno that the Supreme Kai is currently unavailable. What do you think, Whis? Lord Beerus, deceit towards Lord Zeno, if discovered, would lead to dire consequences. Whis's words pierced Beerus's heart like a sharp blade. I believe, Lord Beerus, that we could clarify matters during our journey. With a heavy sigh, Beerus felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, yet with no other options at hand. He could only resign himself to the situation. Suddenly, Whis exclaimed, Oh, Lord Beerus, do you recall the Supreme Kai you sealed within the sword 75 million years ago? Perhaps he still lives. We could bring him along without issue. Whis had an epiphany, almost forgetting about it due to the passage of time. But today's events had jogged his memory. Yes, indeed. Boy, quickly, lead me to retrieve that sword. Beerus recalled the loquacious Supreme Kai from the universe planning event. All right. Upon hearing this, Shin promptly called for the subdued Jebet, who, now free from the pressure, quickly stood and offered to guide Beerus and Whis. Thus, they arrived at the location where the Supreme Kai's sword was stored. Pointing at the sword still embedded in the ground, Shin remarked, This must be what you're looking for. As he spoke, he indicated the sword on the ground. Beerus, upon seeing it, lightly gestured, and the Supreme Kai's sword soared into the air. With a delicate flick of his finger, the sword shattered into pieces, releasing a cloud of smoke, from which an elderly figure suddenly emerged, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Is this the old Supreme Kai? Shin gasped, recognizing the old man by the patera earrings adorning his ears. He took a few steps back, then respectfully knelt, exclaiming, Ancestors. Upon noticing Beerus, the old man became flustered. Lord Beerus, he stammered, greeting the god of destruction with utmost respect. I recall that you are the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago. Am I mistaken? Alas, this is not the time for idle chatter. Just moments ago, Lord Zeno summoned us. Let us proceed, and I shall take the opportunity to instruct you, my junior, who does not even recognize me. As Beerus fixed his gaze upon the aged Kaioshin, he let out a deep sigh. Very well, Lord Beerus, the old Kaioshin responded. With that, he, along with Shin, Beerus, and Whis, instantaneously teleported to the palace of Zeno. Ancestors, who are those two behind us? Who are we going to meet? Shin quietly inquired of the old Kaioshin, casting a furtive glance at Beerus and Whis. They are the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. We are to meet with Lord Zeno, the supreme ruler of all universes, so remember to show the proper respect. The old Kaioshin admonished Shin, though he spoke in hushed tones, aware of the decorum required on their way to Zeno's palace. I understand, Shin replied, though he remained somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, upon learning they were to meet the supreme authority of the cosmos, he fell silent in reverence. After a brief walk, they arrived at a grand palace resembling the character for all. At the entrance stood several gods of destruction and Kaioshin. Hey, Beerus, why are you so slow? Called out Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6, as he spotted Beerus. Are the others not here yet? I'm not the last one to arrive, Beerus retorted, casting a glance at Kampa. There are no others. The Grand Minister then descended from above, addressing the gathered crowd. Lord Zeno has summoned only the gods of destruction and Kaioshin from your 8 universes. Upon hearing this, The Kaioshin and gods of destruction all knelt in reverence to the Grand Minister. The atmosphere grew tense, as they were uncertain of the purpose behind Lord Zeno's summons. "Very well, everyone, please follow me," the Grand Minister said, gesturing with a nod and turning to lead the way inside. The group quickly rose to follow, their conversations falling silent as they trailed behind the Grand Minister. After a brief walk, they found themselves before Lord Zeno, with the exception of the angels, who bowed gracefully. All the gods of destruction and Kaioshin knelt in worship before Zeno. "Greetings, everyone. It has been a while," Lord Zeno greeted them, raising his right hand in a childlike wave. "Lord Zeno summoned you here because your 8 universes have become somewhat lagging behind in overall civilization compared to the 12 universes. Thus, Lord Zeno wishes for you to discuss the specific circumstances," the Grand Minister interjected, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the assembled group. This scene caused a palpable tension among the destroyers and Supreme Kais below, leaving them momentarily speechless. The Grand Minister, understanding their apprehensions, chose not to press further, as the true purpose of their summons was not to interrogate them. Originally, the Omni King intended to eliminate all universes that did not meet the required standards. However, the Grand Minister's subsequent remarks deepened the unease, causing the heads of the destroyers to bow even lower. After considering various factors, he concluded that it would be inappropriate to annihilate entire universes outright. Thus, their assembly aimed to address this pressing matter. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's subsequent statements, the destroyers gradually regained some composure, yet they remained cautious, aware that being summoned for such a reason was hardly a favorable sign. "We shall heed the Omni King's commands," they responded promptly, not daring to exhibit any semblance of negligence. Recently, during a tour of the universe, the Omni King discovered an intriguing event on Earth in Universe 7, known as the world's ultimate martial arts tournament, and he wished for them to participate in a contest. The Grand Minister smoothly transitioned to the ultimate objective of the meeting, oblivious to the fact that Beerus felt as if a lump lodged in his throat, uncertain of how to respond. He sensed many eyes upon him, sending chills down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, these gazes belonged to the other destroyers and Supreme Kais present, who harbored a desire to see Beerus reprimanded. Long ago, he had unleashed his fury during the Omni King's hide-and-seek game, and they had expended considerable effort to placate the Omni King. It was only natural that they would harbor resentment toward Beerus for bringing this upon Universe 7 once again. Each universe is to assemble 3 participants for the competition. However, should they lose, the Omni King will erase their universe from existence. The Grand Minister's words reignited the anxiety that had begun to subside. "May I inquire how this competition will be conducted, Grand Minister?" Whis interjected, assisting the others in their questions, as the destroyers were reluctant to voice their concerns openly. "Quite simply, I shall construct a tournament platform where 3 individuals from each universe will engage in battle. If any participant falls off the platform, they will be deemed defeated. Should all 3 participants from a universe fall, that universe will be obliterated. Ultimately, if time elapses, the universe with the most remaining participants will be declared the victor." The Grand Minister gestured, conjuring an image in the air that illustrated the rules of the competition. "Indeed, that is the case," the Omni King affirmed with a nod from his seat. "Furthermore, as a reward for the victors, the Omni King shall bestow a gift, the wish orbs found within universes 6 and 7. The Grand Minister added with a slight smile. At this moment, Kampa felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, as he could not shake the unsettling feeling of being scrutinized. It was evident that his intuition was correct. The reason the Omni King observed the 7th universe was undoubtedly due to the sight of Kampa venturing into the 7th universe to collect the Dragon Balls. "Now, my esteemed colleagues, you may depart to arrange your candidates. I shall prepare the arena, and let the time be set for 3 cycles of Kiki. As for the location, let it be in the Void Realm." Subsequently, the Grand Minister issued a dismissal order, and the assembly bade farewell to the Omni King and the Grand Minister as they exited the royal palace. Upon reaching the exterior of the palace, the others glared furiously at Beerus, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. "This has nothing to do with me," Beerus stammered, visibly perturbed by the collective gaze directed at him. "Whether it matters or not is not for you to decide," they retorted. "The Omni King would not pay heed to a mere tournament amongst the lesser beings of your universe." "Huh, you claim it bears no significance to you?" At that moment, the god of destruction Katra, with a sinister expression, directed his words toward Beerus, further igniting the ire of the other gods of destruction against him. "Regardless, I maintain that this matter does not concern me. With that declaration, Beerus departed alongside the Supreme Kai and Whis, returning to the realm of destruction. I suggest we eliminate the seventh universe first. What do you think? After all, Beerus is nothing but a troublemaker, the source of our woes, Katra proposed to the others. The god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramses, appeared slightly swayed, for he harbored a strong dislike for Beerus. However, a voice soon interrupted the conversation. Forget it. I have no interest in this. I intend for my girls to perform splendidly on stage. The female god of destruction, Helles, firmly rejected, subsequently departing with her Supreme Kai and Angel. Witnessing a departure, others followed suit, realizing they had roughly a day to deliberate on how to approach the impending tournament. At this juncture, Beerus and his companions had reached the realm of destruction, yet Beerus seemed less perturbed. In his eyes, Earth was home to a formidable being. Once he intervened, any procedural issues could be swiftly resolved. Lord Beerus, what should we do? Our universe is doomed. As the Supreme Kai, Shin was acutely aware that there were no particularly strong contenders within the seventh universe. This was primarily due to his lack of attention to the likes of Tarble on Earth. Hey, you two, take us to Earth, Beerus calmly instructed the two Supreme Kais. Chapter 99. Majin Buu. Upon hearing the name of Earth, the East Supreme Kai's expression drastically shifted. Lord Beerus, are you planning to unleash Majin Buu? Please, do not do that. He is a terrifying monster who has slain several of our Supreme Kais. What is this Majin Buu? Does such a being exist on Earth? Beerus inquired, curiosity piqued. However, upon learning that Majin Buu had killed several Supreme Kais, his eyes narrowed, a glimmer of coldness and murderous intent evident. Lord Beerus, it was 5 million years ago that this fiend, Majin Buu, annihilated several Kaiashins, even devouring the Grand Kaiashin himself. At this moment, Whis disclosed all that he knew to Beerus. Let us proceed. I am indeed eager to witness the might of this Majin Buu, Beerus declared to the Kaiashin. In contrast to the fearful expression of Shin, the old Kaiashin remained remarkably composed, fully aware of Beerus's formidable strength. After all, what was Majin Buu compared to a god of destruction? Fear not, for Lord Beerus's power surpasses your wildest imagination. The old Kaiashin reassured Shin with a comforting pat on the shoulder. Upon hearing the old Kaiashin's words, Shin felt a significant weight lift from his heart, and with a swift instant transmission, he transported everyone to Earth. Whis, please inform Tarble that we intend to visit Majin Buu and inquire if he has any interest. Beerus instructed, glancing at the desolate surroundings. Of course, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, gracefully waving his staff, conjuring an image of Tarble upon it. Tarble, do you have a moment? Lord Beerus has discovered Majin Buu on Earth and wishes to know if you are interested in joining us. At that moment, Tarble was swimming in the pool behind his house, clad only in swim trunks. Upon hearing Whis's voice about Majin Buu, he quickly leapt out of the water. Certainly, Whis. I'll change and be right there. The image on the staff then abruptly cut off. Lord Beerus, who exactly is this Mr. Tarble? Is it necessary to consult him? Shin inquired curiously. Upon hearing Shin's question, Beerus cast a sidelong glance at him and slowly replied, whether our universe can attain the first place hinges upon his abilities. His strength is quite formidable, though I loathe to admit it, the truth remains. Is that so? Lord Beerus, we already have a candidate with such immense power. Both Shin and the old Kaiashin exclaimed joyfully, relieved at the prospect of not facing annihilation due to losing the tournament. Before long, Tarble, now properly dressed, arrived beside Beerus and the others via instant transmission. Is this instant transmission? How could you possibly do that? Shin was astounded by Tarble's entrance, knowing that this was a unique ability reserved for their Kaiashins. Oh, I once made a wish in Dragon Ball to acquire such a skill, Tarble replied nonchalantly. Though he was intrigued to meet the Kaiashins, who seemed quite amiable, save for the old Kaiashin's rather lascivious tendencies. Tarble, this Kaiashin claims to have sealed a being named Majin Buu on Earth. I thought you might possess some knowledge about him, Beerus remarked, tapping his ear. Indeed, I do know a bit about him. However, it requires a considerable amount of energy to awaken him. That said, in terms of strength, he pales in comparison to you, Tarble stated. Tarble cast a glance at the two Kaiashins, then nodded towards Beerus. Mr. Tarble, the reason for your summons extends beyond this matter. Lord Zeno happened to witness the Tournament of Power on Earth and intends to host a similar event. However, should one fail, the entire universe may be obliterated. Thus, We earnestly request your assistance. At that moment, Shin approached Tarble and bowed respectfully. With Beerus lending his credibility, Shin envisioned that Tarble would undoubtedly lead them to victory. Upon hearing Shin's words, Tarble furrowed his brow, pondering to himself. Is it truly the case that even in the absence of conflict between the 6th and 7th universes, this tournament is still to be organized? What kind of event is this? He then glanced at Beerus and Whis, which rendered Beerus somewhat awkward. Tarble. The reason for our predicament lies in Beerus's daily indulgence in culinary delights and slumber, neglecting his responsibilities, which has led to our 7th universe-esque civilization stagnating. Thus placing us on the list for this competition, Whis elucidated to Tarble. The forthcoming tournament orchestrated by Lord Zeno will feature participants from 8 universes, with each required to field 3 contenders. The rules bear resemblance to those of Earth's Tournament of Power, where falling from the arena signifies defeat. I see. That is acceptable. I shall participate in the tournament, Tarble affirmed with a nod towards Whis and the others. He was unwilling to entrust the fate of the universe to anyone else, especially with his family residing on Earth. Upon hearing Tarble's agreement to compete, Beerus secretly sighed in relief. He then addressed Shin. Where is this Majin Buu you mentioned? How dare he invade my home while I slumber? He clearly does not regard me highly. It dawned on Beerus that he had indeed been asleep at that time, dreaming of tending to a fish tank. And in his drowsiness, he had misconstrued Whis's report of the Kaioshin's demise as merely a few fish perishing in the tank. Whis then twirled his staff, directing his gaze towards the dark, transparent sphere above. Lord Beerus, the vessel of this Majin Buu lies beneath us, he indicated. Let us proceed to investigate. With that, Beerus gently levitated, though not soaring too high, merely a meter or 2 off the ground. The others followed suit, quickly arriving at the location Whis had indicated. Upon arrival, they found the area indistinguishable from others. Beerus turned to Whis, who promptly tapped the ground lightly with his staff. Instantly, a large hole appeared, leading directly to the subterranean lair of Majin Buu. Lord Beerus, he is just below, Whis announced. Without hesitation, Beerus leaped down, descending gracefully until he landed on the ground below, followed closely by the others. Tarble surveyed the surroundings, noticing a spherical stone approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, adorned with intricate striped patterns. As the Supreme Kaioshin beheld the spherical stone, the memories of his past terror resurfaced vividly in his mind, causing him to tremble slightly. In Chapter 100, The Demon Majin Buu, we witness Beerus gliding over to the stone, gently tapping it before turning his gaze towards Exine, inquiring, Hey, Supreme Kai, is that Majin Buu you mentioned contained within this sphere? However, upon witnessing the sheer dread etched on Exine's face, Beerus instantly understood, it must indeed be this. With Exine watching intently, Beerus extended a finger and lightly touched the stone, which promptly split in 2, releasing a plume of pink smoke that ascended into the cavernous air. Apart from Tarble, the others were initially intrigued by how Majin Buu would manifest, only to find that inside the sphere floated a small wisp of pink mist, resembling a chewed piece of gum, which soon dissipated and vanished at the cave's entrance. At that moment, Exine's heart leapt with joy. It appeared that Majin Buu, having been sealed away for so long, had perished. Yet, the others paid him no mind, their gazes directed upwards, while Beerus and Tarble soared out of the cave. Above, seeing them ascend and hearing their call, Exine hastily followed suit, only to witness a conglomeration of pink clouds gradually coalescing above. Before long, a rotund figure with a pink head, adorned with an antenna and a hole, materialized before them. To the astonishment of all present, the figure landed and began to stretch and warm up, disregarding the onlookers entirely. Exine's expression turned grave upon recognizing him. Indeed, it was Majin Buu. At that instant, both Vegeta and Goku, who had previously departed, sensed an overwhelming aura of terror, instantly bracing themselves as they flew toward Majin Buu's formidable energy. Even the already absent King Piccolo detected an unmasked, terrifying presence, a wave of helplessness washing over him as he pondered why, after centuries, Earth had attracted such formidable beings. Meanwhile, Majin Buu, seemingly aware of Exine's exclamation, turned to face Beerus and his companions, bounding over with glee and circling around them. Suddenly, he stretched his neck, appearing right before Exine and making a grotesque face, which startled Exine into a sitting position on the ground. In what seemed like a celebration of a successful encounter, Majin Buu erupted into laughter, oblivious to the displeasure this lack of decorum had caused Beerus, whose expression darkened. "Hey, Majin Buu," Beerus's light voice resonated in Buu's ears, and seeing his companions being toyed with did not sit well with him. Clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation, Majin Buu continued to frolic with a chuckle. This provoked a furious reaction from Beerus, as the muscles in his forehead twitched ominously. With a swift motion, he extended a finger towards Majin Buu, unleashing a beam of energy that pierced straight through Buu's abdomen. At this moment, the formidable Majin Buu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that someone would dare to attack him in such a manner. Instantly, steam erupted from the vents atop his head, and the gaping hole in his abdomen swiftly mended itself. "That strike stung a bit. I despise you, I truly do," he exclaimed, narrowing his eyes as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Beerus. However, Whis merely tapped his staff against the ground, conjuring a transparent energy shield that effortlessly deflected all the attacks. "Lord Beerus, it seems he wishes to converse with you. Let us step aside for a moment," Whis remarked, guiding everyone away from the scene except for Beerus and Tabor. They reappeared atop a cliff hundreds of meters away. Tabor surveyed the desolate surroundings, a wave of frustration washing over him. "I haven't even boarded yet," he exclaimed, promptly vanishing from his spot and appearing beside Whis. "Whis, could you not take me along next time?" he asked. "Oh ho ho, I thought with your strength, you'd be fine anywhere. After all, you wouldn't be harmed," Whis replied nonchalantly, smiling at Tabor. Meanwhile, Beerus observed the frenzied Majin Buu with a cruel smile playing on his lips, contemplating how to deal with this creature. He beckoned Buu forward with a flick of his finger. Feeling the disdain directed at him, Majin Buu's steam emissions intensified as he charged towards Beerus. Yet, each of his attacks was effortlessly blocked by Beerus with a mere finger, and any sweeping kicks were easily evaded by a slight lean or a graceful leap. "It seems your strength is rather underwhelming. It appears these Kais have grown too complacent, if even a creature like you cannot withstand them," Beerus remarked, his ears twitching as he casually addressed Majin Buu. With a powerful kick, he sent Majin Buu hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing into several cliffs before finally coming to a halt. Buu's form was now contorted and marred with dents from the impact. "I will kill you," Majin Buu roared in fury, his indents rapidly mending as he charged at Beerus like a wild beast. However, the disparity in their power was glaringly evident. All of Buu's attacks fell short. Beerus seized the tendril on Buu's forehead, relentlessly striking him back. Buu's body became increasingly riddled with dents, yet he persistently restored his form. Ultimately, he was flung far away, becoming trapped beneath a pile of stones. Before long, Majin Buu pushed the stones off himself, gradually returning to his original state while panting heavily, indicating that despite his regenerative abilities, exertion took its toll. At that moment, sensing the commotion, Goku and Vegeta arrived on the scene to find the ground marred by the craters left in Buu's wake, and they approached Tabor. "Tabor, what is the situation?" they inquired. At this moment, Sun Wukong curiously inquired of Tabor and the others. Vegeta, too, was scanning the surroundings, but upon seeing Beerus hovering in the air, his pupils constricted momentarily. It was Majin Buu, who had previously been sealed on Earth. Just now, Lord Beerus had released him, yet he seemed rather ill-mannered, prompting Lord Beerus to teach him a lesson. Whis, then, smiled at Sun Wukong and the others, saying, "May I also join in?" At that moment, the combative spirit within Sun Wukong began to stir, leading him to respond to Tarble. "If you wish to go, then go ahead." Tarble waved his hand nonchalantly, reasoning that any practice would be beneficial. "Lord Beerus, why don't you take a moment to relax? Someone wishes to assist you," he added, beckoning towards Beerus and retrieving several sun umbrellas and beach chairs from the universal capsule. Chapter 101. The beaten Vegeta upon hearing Tarble's call. Beerus glanced over and slowly floated toward him. "Very well, since you are interested, I shall leave it to you." He then reclined in another chair, leisurely observing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After exchanging a knowing glance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta seemed to sense each other's intentions and swiftly soared toward Majin Buu, as if fearing that the one who hesitated would lose the chance to confront him. As Majin Buu noticed the two approaching, he extended his arm to strike them, stretching it far beyond normal reach. Sun Wukong and Vegeta quickly dodged, severing the outstretched arms with their hands, and continued their advance toward Majin Buu. However, the two severed arms suddenly halted and transformed into two massive fists, which swiftly descended upon their backs. Sensing the gusts of air behind them, The two turned, only to be sent crashing to the ground by the powerful fists. A tremendous rumble echoed as a large crater formed beneath them, and they slowly rose, shaking off the debris, their heads spinning from the impact. "Ha! Finally landed a hit," Majin Buu exclaimed, laughing heartily. In response to Buu's mocking laughter, Vegeta, incensed, transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Majin Buu. "Hey, Vegeta!" Sun Wukong called out, and seeing Vegeta lead the charge, he too transformed and flew towards them. Vegeta swiftly arrived beside Majin Buu, unleashing a flurry of punches. Yet, to his dismay, none of his strikes landed, as Majin Buu, like a pliable rubber, effortlessly evaded the onslaught. At present, Majin Buu displays none of the earlier disarray he exhibited when contending with Beerus. He remains unfazed by Vegeta's assaults, exhibiting a disinterest that is palpable. With a swift motion, he evades Vegeta's fists, ensnaring him effortlessly and unleashing a barrage of strikes. Observing this scene, Goku hastens to confront Majin Buu, launching an attack. However, Majin Buu absorbs Goku's strike to the head, momentarily distorting his visage before swiftly regaining his composure and retaliating with a punch directed at Goku. In response to Buu's attack, Goku crosses his arms defensively. Yet it is evident that the intensity of the assault exceeds his capacity to endure. He is sent crashing to the ground. Majin Buu, reveling in Goku's fall, sways with delight before resuming his relentless onslaught on Vegeta. Each punch he delivers is laden with force, seemingly channeling all the frustration from his previous encounter with Beerus into his attacks on Vegeta. In a matter of moments, Vegeta is left battered and bloodied, struggling futilely against the grip of his adversary. Meanwhile, Goku rises from the ground, returning to the sky to launch another offensive against Majin Buu. This time, however, he opts for a strategy of rapid circumvention rather than a direct assault, moving with such velocity that he leaves afterimages in his wake. Majin Buu, vigilant and scanning his surroundings, occasionally turns to track Goku's movements. Suddenly, Goku unleashes an energy blast aimed at disrupting Buu's hold on Vegeta. Yet, Majin Buu, underestimating him, shields Vegeta with his own form, causing the energy blast to strike the already weakened Saiyan. Majin Buu, with a mocking display, taunts Goku, rendering him momentarily at a loss. Consequently, Goku resumes his circular maneuver around Majin Buu. Believing Goku intends to repeat his previous tactic, Buu focuses intently on him. Seizing the moment, Goku unleashes a solar flare, a dazzling light emanating from his being that blinds Majin Buu. As Buu closes his eyes, Goku swiftly approaches and liberates Vegeta from his grasp. Vegeta, appearing exceedingly frail, reverts from his Super Saiyan form, each blow from Majin Buu having inflicted deep anguish. Goku promptly offers a Senzu bean to Vegeta, restoring his strength. As Majin Buu's vision clears and his eyes narrow with fury, he charges toward Goku and Vegeta. The two, recognizing the imminent threat, brace themselves for the impending confrontation, managing to distribute the pressure of Buu's attacks between them and holding their ground, albeit barely. As Tabor observed, the two figures appeared rather inadequate. Beerus watched the unfolding battle with a casual demeanor, yet there seemed to be a hint of potential. It was astonishing to realize that there existed beings on Earth capable of contending with Majin Buu. At that moment, King Kai-Shin gazed in astonishment at Goku and Vegeta, who, despite being seemingly overwhelmed, exhibited formidable power. Suddenly, a figure soared from the distance, prompting Tabor and the others to glance in that direction. "Tabor, it's Krillin. What brings you here in such a hurry?" Tabor inquired, noting Krillin's anxious expression. "No worries. Goku and Vegeta are currently battling Majin Buu." Observing Krillin's worried demeanor, Tabor initially assumed it was due to the overwhelming power of Majin Buu. He pointed toward the ongoing clash among the three fighters. "That's not it. The Supreme Kai has perished," Krillin responded, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head and looking toward Goku and the others. "The Supreme Kai is dead? What happened?" Upon hearing Krillin's words, Tabor furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend how the Supreme Kai could have met such an end. The last time he saw Piccolo, everything seemed fine. Given their circumstances, this was unexpected. "I just visited the temple, and Bubbles informed me that the Supreme Kai fell into a trap set by Demon King Piccolo and was subsequently absorbed." Krillin recounted the events to Tabor. Chapter 102, The Devoured to What? Absorbed by Demon King Piccolo. This revelation shocked Tabor, though it lingered on the edge of his expectations. The absence of a Supreme Kai on Earth certainly posed a dilemma. However, the fact that Demon King Piccolo was lurking in the shadows was a significant threat. It seemed he would need to enlist Whis' assistance to locate Piccolo's whereabouts shortly. During the brief moment that Tabor had diverted his attention from the battle, Goku and Vegeta were once again sent crashing to the ground. Dust erupted around them, obscuring the view. Suddenly, amidst the haze, both Vegeta and Goku channeled their might, unleashing their most powerful techniques. Two waves of tremendous energy converged and surged toward Majin Buu. Reacting swiftly, Majin Buu retaliated with a burst of energy to counter the incoming assault. For a time, the two forces clashed fiercely in the air, knowing that historically, the right side had prevailed, yet unfortunately, Goku and Vegeta found themselves positioned on the left. Majin Buu intensified his energy output, overpowering the previously balanced waves of light, swiftly suppressing Goku and Vegeta's attack. Moments later, a deafening explosion resonated across the ground, creating a massive crater. Had Goku and Vegeta not intervened, the Earth would have surely been pierced by the onslaught. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta were battered and bruised, their bodies marred with wounds, and their breathing became increasingly erratic. Vegeta, observing the situation, couldn't help but be astonished at the sheer strength of this adversary. Sun Wukong gazed at the exuberant Majin Buu, who was still laughing heartily in the sky, and addressed Vegeta with urgency. Enough of the idle chatter. With that, Vegeta charged forward once more. However, the outcome was evident. Within mere seconds, he was struck down again. Fortunately, this time Sun Wukong was there to support him, mitigating the impact. Vegeta, we must devise a strategy, or we shall not prevail against him, Sun Wukong said, his expression grave. Yet, it was clear that Majin Buu lacked the patience to allow them the luxury of formulating a battle plan. He gleefully unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the ground, targeting Sun Wukong and his companion. They quickly began to evade, but faced with the relentless onslaught, they struggled to defend themselves. Observing the two being bombarded by the energy blasts, Majin Buu swiftly soared towards them, exclaiming, "I no longer wish to play with you." He then unleashed a rapid series of punches upon Sun Wukong, sending him crashing to the ground. Turning his attention to Vegeta, Majin Buu lunged at him unexpectedly, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Vegeta, taken aback and writhing in frustration, felt utterly despondent. He had just been bound, and now he was once again the target. But this time it was not merely a fist that confronted him. What is happening? Vegeta thought, feeling his form merging with that of Majin Buu. Vegeta! Sun Wukong shouted in alarm, rushing towards Majin Buu in an attempt to interrupt the dreadful process. However, he was far too late. In mere moments, Vegeta had completely merged with Majin Buu. Instantly, bolts of lightning crackled around Majin Buu, who donned a combat suit reminiscent of Vegeta's usual attire. Oh, Majin Buu possesses such an ability? Beerus observed, unfazed by Vegeta's absorption and instead intrigued by the prospect of gaining strength through devouring others. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong felt a surge of dread. The two had already found it immensely challenging to contend with Majin Buu, and now, sensing the terrifying power he had gained from absorbing Vegeta, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Majin Buu, now invigorated with Vegeta's strength, descended upon a barren cliff, howling with exhilaration towards the heavens. The atmosphere around him thickened with a formidable energy, dark clouds swirling ominously, accompanied by thunderous roars. Then, he turned to regard Sun Wukong, who was watching him with trepidation, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, Majin Buu vanished from Sun Wukong's view. The latter hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but to no avail. Majin Buu's presence eluded him. When Sun Wukong finally caught sight of him again, Majin Buu stood directly before him. A mocking grin plastered across his face. Sun Wukong, taken aback, instinctively attempted to retreat and create distance. However, Majin Buu denied him that opportunity, delivering a brutal knee strike to Sun Wukong's abdomen, launching him skyward, nearly forcing the very bile from his stomach. Subsequently, the fiendish Majin Buu soared high above Goku, clasping his fists and delivering a crushing blow to Goku's lower back. The ground trembled as a deep crater formed, leaving Goku incapacitated at the bottom, unable to rise. Unbeknownst to Majin Buu, perhaps influenced by Vegeta, he derived a peculiar satisfaction from defeating Goku, erupting into wild laughter. He then descended swiftly, intent on devouring Goku, knowing that consuming him would allow him to exact vengeance on that previous foe. As Majin Buu approached, he cast anxious glances at Beerus, fearing intervention. Tarble, your two companions are on the brink of being consumed. Aren't you going to lend a hand? Beerus remarked to Tarble, who snapped back to reality from his earlier contemplation of enlisting Whis' assistance to locate the Demon King Piccolo. However, when he turned to look, he witnessed Goku helplessly being engulfed by Majin Buu. Is that all? It seems they both require further training, Tarble mused, shaking his head as he began to float upward, gradually moving towards Majin Buu. Strangely, Majin Buu trembled at the sight of Tarble, as if a voice in his mind urged him to flee. Yet, he resolutely shook off the thought, recognizing it as the subconscious influence of the two he had just absorbed. It appears you are considerably stronger than them. In that moment, having absorbed Goku and Vegeta, Majin Buu's physique underwent transformations. His formerly rotund form slimmed down, exuding an air of arrogance and a thirst for battle, as his eyes glimmered with the desire for combat. Preparing to strike. Chapter 103. The Emergence of Evil Buu. You truly are undeterred, Tarble chuckled, observing Majin Buu's menacing posture. Just as he uttered those words, Majin Buu felt himself ensnared by a formidable force, rendering him immobile, and in that instant, he comprehended the sensation Vegeta had experienced when trapped moments earlier. Tarble then turned to Whis and asked, Whis, could you assist? Please extract Goku and Tarble from within him. Upon hearing this, Whis glanced at Beerus, who subtly nodded in agreement, prompting Whis to glide over to Tarble's side. With a gentle tap of his staff upon Majin Buu's abdomen, a gaping hole appeared, revealing Goku and Vegeta suspended midair. Whis deftly extracted the strands of flesh binding the two, and as they were liberated from Majin Buu's belly, they rapidly expanded back to their original sizes. The Majin Buu was utterly powerless to prevent the events unfolding before him, forced to watch helplessly as the two individuals within him were rescued. In that fleeting moment of their liberation, his previously emaciated form reverted to its original corpulent state. At that juncture, Majin Buu's visage contorted in rage, his crimson eyes reflecting an escalating struggle, yet it proved to be futile. As the two emerged from the confines of Majin Buu's body, they gradually awakened from their slumber, subsequently extricating themselves from the viscous shell enveloping them. Thank you, Tarble, Goku expressed with a wave of gratitude. Vegeta, however, merely scoffed, his gaze fixated on the Majin Buu that had brought him such profound humiliation, his fists clenched tightly. Tarble then tossed a few senzu beans to the pair, instructing them to consume them and resume their battle. With a gesture towards Whis, the two swiftly departed the scene. And upon their exit, Majin Buu, already in a state of furious agitation, became even more frenzied. He soon discovered that the constraints on his body had dissipated, prompting him to launch an assault on Goku and Vegeta. Having recently sustained grievous injuries, Goku and Vegeta consumed the senzu beans, restoring not only their wounds, but also significantly enhancing their combat prowess. They once again found themselves locked in a stalemate with Majin Buu. However, it was evident that their recovery from the recent trauma was insufficient for them to match Majin Buu's strength. What is your intention? Do you mean to use this Majin Buu as a means to train them? Tarble, upon returning to Lord Beerus, was questioned by him. Not exactly. This Majin Buu has previously consumed the Supreme Kai, and thus, the spirit of the Supreme Kai resides within him. I intend to provoke him continually, allowing him to expel either his malevolent or benevolent side. Tarble crossed his arms, intently observing the battle before him. What about the matter concerning the Supreme Kai? Krillin, anxious and unable to contain himself, inquired about how Tarble planned to handle the situation. Fear not, I shall take care of it, Tarble reassured him, still fixated on the unfolding conflict. Nodding in understanding, Krillin turned his gaze towards the battle involving Goku and the others. Yet, with his limited perspective, he could barely discern their movements. Without the waves of energy produced by their clashes, he might not have even realized where they were fighting. As anticipated by Tarble, Goku and Vegeta could not withstand Majin Buu's onslaught for long and began to falter. Perhaps sensing the presence of beings far superior to himself, Majin Buu sought to distance the battle, seemingly attempting to exploit the chaos as an opportunity to escape. However, Tarble was determined to thwart such an endeavor. He remained vigilant. And with his ability to teleport, he had no fear of Majin Buu's potential flight. His sole objective was to prevent Goku and Vegeta from being absorbed once more. Before long, the two were once again cast down, and this time, Majin Buu exhibited no reluctance, devoid of any playful demeanor. He unleashed a formidable assault upon them. In that moment, Vegeta launched a direct kick at Majin Buu's massive foot, only to find that instead of being repelled, his foot became ensnared within Buu's form. Realizing the peril, Vegeta attempted to retract his foot, prompting Goku to rush over to assist, as he certainly did not wish to be absorbed by Majin Buu again. Regrettably, Goku's attacks proved ineffective against Buu, who morphed from his humanoid shape into a cloth-like substance, enveloping Vegeta entirely. It appeared that Vegeta was on the verge of being devoured once more. At this critical juncture, Tarble intervened, restraining Majin Buu's movements. Observing this, Goku swiftly unleashed energy blasts to tear several large holes in the fabric encasing Vegeta, successfully extracting him once again. However, as soon as Vegeta was freed, Majin Buu resumed his actions, fully aware that Tarble's interference thwarted his attempts to absorb the two warriors. Frustration mounted within him, leading to an explosive rage directed at Vegeta and Goku, resulting in a fierce confrontation that left them on the brink of death. Had it not been for Tarble controlling Majin Buu and providing them with the opportunity to consume Senzu beans, they would have perished. The incessant repetition of these events caused the gas atop Majin Buu's head to erupt with increasing frequency. In a moment of agony, he emitted wails, struggling to maintain his balance. Goku and the others observed from a distance, witnessing the unfolding situation. Amidst the cacophony of cries, a plume of pink smoke erupted from the orifices atop Majin Buu's head, causing his form to shrink and his once vibrant pink hue to shift into an unappealing gray. The expelled pink smoke gradually transformed back into the rotund Majin Buu, who seemed oblivious to the recent events. Yet, upon noticing the sinister Buu nearby, he regarded him with an instinctual animosity. What transpired? How did Majin Buu divide into two? Vegeta inquired, casting a curious glance towards Goku. How would I know? Vegeta retorted coldly, shooting Goku a sidelong glance. Chapter 104. The Robust Buu. At this juncture, the malevolent Buu regarded the rotund Buu as if he were a delectable feast. His gaze disturbingly placid, devoid of any emotion. An overwhelming malevolence radiated from him, creating a disquieting atmosphere. The emergence of two Majin Buus astonished the Supreme Kai, who, having just witnessed Tarble's overwhelming strength against Majin Buu, found himself no longer concerned about the latter's fate. Lord Beerus, regarding the grand assembly hosted by the Omni King tomorrow, aside from Mr. Tarble, should we allow the other two competitors to participate? Shin has discerned that Beerus has no intention of seeking additional participants for the contest. Well, it is what it is. After all, I have no idea who else to recruit, and I hold no expectations for those two, merely filling numbers. At this moment, Beerus has become utterly indifferent to the competition. As the two conversed, Majin Buu suddenly launched an assault on Fat Buu. They hovered in the air, engaging in a fierce battle. However, perhaps due to Fat Buu being the one rejected, his strength appeared to be somewhat inferior to that of Evil Buu. As they exchanged blows and maneuvered, it wasn't long before Fat Buu began to fall behind, ultimately being thrust into the mountainside. Vegeta, that slender Buu exudes a powerful aura of malevolence. It's evident he is no good. Should we not assist the Fat Buu? Son Goku, who was spectating nearby, inquired of Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta pondered for a moment, then ceased to respond to Goku, instead launching himself towards Evil Buu. Evil Buu, initially poised to continue his assault, sensed an energy blast approaching from behind and swiftly turned, deflecting the blast with a single hand. The energy orb soared into the distance, detonating with a tremendous explosion. Evil Buu then coldly regarded Vegeta, remarking, "Since you wish to perish first, allow me to assist you." He then charged at Vegeta. Vegeta had believed that Buu's division into two entities would significantly diminish his power. However, once the battle commenced, he realized that Evil Buu's strikes remained as formidable as ever. They exchanged blows in midair, yet it was evident that while Vegeta bore the marks of battle, Evil Buu remained largely unscathed. At this juncture, Son Goku joined Vegeta's side to provide assistance, leading to a three-way skirmish. However, it wasn't long before Vegeta was sent crashing to the ground, leaving Goku to endure Evil Buu's relentless onslaught. Just then, Fat Buu emerged from the mountainside, soaring into the air to aid Goku in confronting Evil Buu. Thus, former adversaries momentarily became allies. With Fat Buu's support, Goku felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Having consumed the Senzu beans, Vegeta also took to the skies. Huh. Does this not resemble the legendary tale of the three heroes battling Lu Bu? Tarble chuckled at the sight. With Vegeta's involvement, the tide of battle swiftly shifted. After all, two fists cannot contend with four hands, especially when there are six. Evil Bu found himself increasingly overwhelmed, sustaining visible injuries. However, thanks to his remarkable regenerative abilities, the damage appeared minimal, yet the disarray in his aura hinted at a certain depletion of stamina. Although Evil Bu occasionally managed to repel one of the three, he would soon find himself overwhelmed anew, preventing any significant progress in his assault. For a time, the trio exhibited a remarkable synergy in their collaboration. The scene unfolded with a plume of gas escaping from the head of Evil Bu, a clear indication of his growing fury. Subsequently, the antennae atop his head began to twitch incessantly, seemingly in search of an opportunity to unleash a devastating attack. Observing this, Fat Bu sensed imminent danger, while others remained oblivious. He was all too familiar with such movements. Without warning, Evil Bu executed a powerful strike, sending Goku hurtling away. Immediately thereafter, his antennae targeted Vegeta with intent to attack. Vegeta, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, found himself unable to evade. In that critical moment, Fat Bu instinctively positioned himself in front of Vegeta, only to be transformed by the energy beam into a chocolate replica of himself. Swiftly, Evil Bu seized the chocolate and, with a gaping maw, devoured Fat Bu, chewing with abandon. This transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Goku regained his composure after being thrown, Fat Bu had already been consumed. Upon devouring Fat Bu, Evil Bu suddenly radiated an aura far more potent than before, his previously emaciated form now bulging with newfound strength, reminiscent of having indulged in an Oreo. Witnessing this transformation, both Goku and Vegeta were at a loss for how to proceed. The frail Bu had already posed a formidable challenge, and now, not only had they lost an ally, but their opponent had also gained a significant boost in power. The gaze of the newly formidable Bu emanated an air of contempt, intensifying the pressure on Goku and Vegeta, far surpassing the strain they felt when confronting Fat Bu. Reflecting on the recent loss of Fat Bu, the two warriors summoned their energies to the utmost, unwittingly conjuring crackling bolts of lightning in their vicinity. In an instant, Goku and Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar, launching themselves at the muscular Bu with renewed vigor, their strikes now far more ferocious than before. Bu, taken aback by their rapid growth, recognized that their efforts were still insufficient to pose a true threat. Unlike the previous Fat Bu, whose attacks bore a playful reluctance, this new incarnation struck with simplicity and efficiency, effortlessly sending Goku and Vegeta flying within mere exchanges. Nevertheless, the two warriors, undeterred by the setback, quickly recovered and charged at Bu once more. "Master, do you see how much stronger they have become?" Shin remarked to the elder Kaioshin, who was observing the battle. "You simpleton, can't you sense the difference in their auras? It's evident that they are no longer mere super scions," the elder Kaioshin admonished, tapping Shin on the forehead with confidence. "What does that mean?" Shin inquired, gingerly touching the spot where he had just been struck. "That signifies the Super Saiyan's second grade transformation," the elder Kaioshin explained. "This transformation enhances their base power 100-fold. Shin nearly collapsed at this revelation, having anticipated a more profound explanation, only to find himself confronted with a straightforward truth. At this moment, Tarble, after listening to the words of the old Kai, rolled his eyes and then proceeded to enlighten them. Chapter 105, Fat Bu is rescued. "What do you mean 100 times? Upon hearing Tarble's words, Krillin and Shin gasped in astonishment, never expecting that merely transforming once would result in such a significant increase in power. At this juncture, Krillin had utterly abandoned any hope of catching up to Son Goku. However, Tarble noted that this transformation seemed to consume a considerable amount of energy and stamina. Beside them, Whis added this observation, to which Tarble nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Vegeta had been tormented by Majin Bu for most of the day. Seeing that the two had ceased to amuse him, Majin Bu exerted only a slight effort. Son Goku and Vegeta were once more sent flying, crashing into countless cliffs along the way. Nevertheless, Tarble refrained from intervening, intending for Son Goku and the others to endure the battle a while longer. The two emerged from the cliffs and charged again toward Majin Bu. Son Goku and Vegeta flanked him, launching a series of attacks, but Majin Bu merely chuckled disdainfully, responding with one hand to each of them. Although their attack speed was remarkable, The speed of Majin Buu's hands was even more formidable, effortlessly countering their assaults. With a powerful right punch, he sent Vegeta flying. He then turned to Son Goku, striking him with an energy blast that sent him hurtling away. Before springing forward and ensnaring Son Goku in a spring-like form, bringing his face close to the struggling Saiyan. Vegeta realized that if this continued, Son Goku would be devoured once more, and thus he concentrated his energy. Gallic Gun. The gathered energy shot toward Majin Buu, who swiftly dodged the incoming attack. However, this blast struck Son Goku, who had just regained his mobility, sending him crashing down. Observing this, Vegeta rushed over and tossed a Senzu bean into Son Goku's mouth. Vegeta's throwing skills were exceptional. The bean zipped through the air and was swallowed by Son Goku, who stabilized himself mid-air. What did you just feed him? Majin Buu finally understood. It was no wonder that every time he had nearly defeated them, they could recover so swiftly. It was due to that very item. Let us see how many more of those you have. With that, Majin Buu's attacks intensified, striking with even greater ferocity. The three engaged in aerial combat. But Majin Buu's power far surpassed that of Son Goku and Vegeta, soon sending them crashing to the ground and inflicting severe injuries. Majin Buu, hovering above, laughed maniacally as he looked down at the two. Go on, eat up. I want to see how much of that you have left. As they pried themselves free from the rubble and shook off the debris, the two reverted to their normal forms, gazing up at Majin Buu in the sky. They then shared the last two Senzu beans between them. After two individuals restored their strength and injuries, they exchanged a glance, feeling a surge of power within them once more, and then soared into the sky again. Unbeknownst to them, while Sun Wukong and his companions were embroiled in a fierce battle, Babidi in the Dark Demon Realm had discovered through his father's remnants that Majin Buu was sealed on Earth. He was in dire need of allies from the Dark Demon Realm to assist in breaking the seal of Majin Buu. Yet he remained unaware that Majin Buu had already been unleashed, and by the time he arrived on Earth, the situation would be drastically different. Meanwhile, in other universes, the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kais were systematically searching for formidable warriors to participate in the tournament. At that moment, the contestants from Universe 7, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, were being thoroughly overwhelmed by Fat Buu, bound in midair and rendering their struggles futile. Fat Buu mercilessly attacked various parts of their bodies, causing them to spew blood as if it were of no consequence, which left Krillin, watching from a distance, in a state of anxious despair. Tarble, please save Wukong. Seeing the pleading look in Krillin's eyes, Tarble could only sigh, realizing that it was futile to hope for Sun Wukong and the others to gain any more strength. He then swiftly appeared before Fat Buu. Upon seeing Tarble's sudden presence, Fat Buu's expression turned to one of utter terror. He had just been relishing in the torment of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, completely forgetting about Tarble's existence. With a mere flick of his hand, Tarble divided the Fat Buu that ensnared Sun Wukong and Vegeta into several segments, causing them to plummet, drained of all their energy. Tarble then gently gestured towards them, and they slowly floated back to his side, still consuming two Senzu beans. How do you feel now? Do you wish to continue? If not, I shall take care of this, Tarble remarked, observing the restored forms of the two. However, surprisingly, Tarble expected Sun Wukong and Vegeta to resume their battle, only to find them both shaking their heads in unison. Tarble, I believe I need to train a bit more, but could you refrain from killing him just yet? I would like to have another match with him in the future. Unbeknownst to him, this statement nearly caused the Supreme Kai, Shin, to lose control of himself, as he hastily urged Tarble to eliminate Majin Buu, lest many lives and planets be destroyed. Acknowledging Shin's words, Tarble nodded, understanding that in this state, Majin Buu represented pure evil and could not be spared. However, if it were the Fat Buu within, that could be acceptable. Tarble then beckoned Whis over, and upon noticing Tarble's gesture, Whis sighed, realizing he was fated to be a laborer. Yet, he did not refuse and flew to Tarble's side. Whis, I require your assistance once more. Please help me with another dissection, Tarble instructed, pointing at the now controlled Majin Buu. Tarble, could you refrain from phrasing it that way? It may lead others to believe I possess some peculiar proclivities. Whis gently rubbed his forehead and reproached Tarble with a hint of annoyance. Nevertheless, his hands did not cease their movement. He swiftly tore open the belly of Zhuang Buu and extracted the corpulent Buu within. No, stop. Please, I beg you. Zhuang Buu cried out in despair, aware that once the Fat Buu left his body, his consciousness would cease to exist. Yet the outcome of the Fat Boo's rescue was inevitable. Chapter 106. The battle with Majin Buu concludes as soon as the Fat Buu was liberated. Son Goku hastily carried the enveloped Buu away, soaring into the sky, followed closely by Vegeta, realizing that there was nothing left for him to do here. At the moment Fat Buu departed from Zhuang Bu's body, Zhuang Bu began to swell uncontrollably, his inner energy intensifying, transforming from an overwhelmingly evil presence to one that was chaotic and disordered. Majin Bu's muscles expanded relentlessly, causing him to struggle for control, racked with agony and cries of despair. In the distance, Son Goku and Vegeta watched in trepidation as Majin Buu grew increasingly powerful, recalling the torment they had endured at the hands of Zhuang Bu. The sight of such a muscular Majin Buu sent shivers down their spines, a fearsome sight indeed. However, as Majin Buu's wails subsided, his muscles seemed to dissolve back into his body, suggesting he had gained complete mastery over his internal power, reducing his form to one notably smaller than before. Yet, this diminutive version of Majin Buu only intensified the fear within the Supreme Kai, conjuring memories of the other Supreme Kais he had witnessed being slain by this very creature. Suddenly, little Buu became still, turning his gaze toward Tabor and his companions. Devoid of any emotion, the concept of fear was foreign to him. Only the thrill of slaughter and battle brought him joy. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Tabor, each explosion enveloping the area in thick clouds of smoke, yet failing to breach the protective barrier surrounding Tabor, rendering Majin Buu's assaults utterly ineffective. Enough, it is time to end this. A being like you has no place in existence. With that, Tabor launched a series of rapid, indistinguishable punches at Majin Buu, creating deep craters in his skull. Following this, he delivered several kicks and punches, leaving Majin Buu's form unrecognizable, a mere collection of indentations. Majin Buu struggled to recover, but Tabor denied him the opportunity, unleashing an overwhelming aura that immobilized him. Using telekinesis, Tabor lifted him into the sky, conjuring a colossal energy sphere at his fingertip. With a delicate gesture, he directed the sphere toward Majin Buu, which sped forth with blinding velocity. In a resounding explosion, Majin Buu's very essence was eradicated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Impressive. The formidable Majin Buu has been vanquished in mere moments. Observing the swift defeat of Majin Buu, both Sun Wukong and the Supreme Kai expressed their astonishment. He is merely a slightly stronger minion. There is nothing to be surprised about. Byleth, who had been reclining in his chair, had risen at some point, casting a disdainful glance at the awestruck group. After all, for him, a single move would suffice to dispatch Majin Buu, should he choose to do so. Come here. You too. Byleth called to Sun Wukong and his companion, who promptly approached him with utmost obedience. Oh, Lord Byleth, what do you require of us? Sun Wukong inquired, his casual demeanor evident before Byleth had a chance to speak. Byleth's expression darkened instantly, yet, for the sake of Tabor, he refrained from reprimanding him. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament hosted by Lord Zeno. You are to compete earnestly, understood? Byleth declared, his tone grave. Lord Zeno? Who is that? And does the entire universe refer to our whole cosmos? Sun Wukong asked, his curiosity piqued. At that moment, Tabor, who had just dealt with Majin Buu, joined the conversation while Majin Buu, now unwrapped, busied himself building a sandcastle. Lord Zeno is the supreme deity ruling over the 12 universes. The tournament will involve only 8 of those universes, was explained to Sun Wukong and the others. Indeed, and this competition is of utmost significance, as it concerns the survival of all life within the universes. The losing universe shall be obliterated. The notion of an entire universe being erased sent shivers down Byleth's spine. What? The entire universe will be annihilated. Those present, aside from a few who were already aware, were visibly alarmed. However, worry not. Tabor will also be participating in the tournament, so significant problems are unlikely. Yet, I urge you not to underestimate your opponents, for each universe may present peculiar adversaries. And sometimes, sheer strength alone may not suffice, Byleth cautioned, his tone shifting once more. That's a relief. With Tabor by our side, we should be fine. However, I must remind you, especially you, Sun Wukong, your reckless behavior before me, though overlooked for Tabor's sake, will not be tolerated in the presence of Lord Zeno. Should you act in such a manner before him, do not blame me for your fate. Bylus narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of palpable danger. Understood, Lord Bylus. Sun Wukong replied, a newfound seriousness in his tone. Nevertheless, Tabor sided with Bylus on this matter, recognizing that such luck could not be relied upon indefinitely. If Lord Zeno were to be angered, Tabor himself could not guarantee his survival. This realization served as a stark reminder that until he could contend with the annihilation wielded by Lord Zeno, he must remain vigilant. For he was not yet a match for the Grand Minister. At that moment, the Supreme Kai Shin observed the innocent Majin Bu, who was engrossed in building a sandcastle. He then addressed Tabor and the others, inquiring about the fate of Majin Bu. As for him, he shall remain on Earth, rest assured. He currently harbors no malevolent energy within, and at this juncture, he has seemingly inherited the benevolence of the Grand Supreme Kai. Well, perhaps also a penchant for gluttony. Tabor glanced towards Majin Bu and, after some contemplation, resolved to let him stay on Earth. That would be splendid. With you here, I am certain there will be no issues. Shin felt a wave of relief, for with the divine presence of Tabor on Earth, there was little to fear. All right, you have all fought tirelessly today. Return home and rest well, rejuvenate for tomorrow's competition. With that, Beerus nodded towards Whis, and the two soared into the sky. At this juncture, the two Supreme Kais approached Tabor and exchanged greetings before departing. Chapter 107. Arrival at the Void Realm. Hey, Majin Bu, come here for a moment. Tabor called out to the distant Majin Bu. However, perhaps due to the shadows cast by the earlier battle, Bu exhibited a hint of trepidation towards Tabor. Yet he obediently approached. What is it? Majin Bu stammered. Nothing much. For the time being, you shall stay at my residence. Given your prodigious appetite, those around you might struggle to accommodate you otherwise, Tabor remarked, chuckling at the sight of the somewhat bashful Majin Bu. A rather rare spectacle indeed. All right, you two should head back first. Come to my house tomorrow morning. With that, Tabor instantaneously transported himself and Majin Bu back home, while Vegeta, after a glance at Goku, promptly took flight. Upon their return, Tabor arranged for some desserts to be prepared for Majin Bu and established a few ground rules to ensure that, should he encounter any ill-mannered individuals, he would know how to handle the situation appropriately. Tabor, who is he? Why does he look so peculiar? One of the women at home whispered to Tabor as they beheld the oddly pink Majin Bu. Ah, he is the bodyguard I found for you. His strength is formidable, though his intellect is somewhat lacking, resembling that of a child. Please be patient with him. However, should he err, feel free to offer constructive criticism. Tabor explained to the puzzled group. You are a good person, Majin Bu suddenly declared, turning to Tabor as he beheld the array of delicacies before him. This prompted a chorus of laughter from the women, while Tabor's expression darkened. Although he understood that Bu was merely speaking from the heart, it felt somewhat awkward. Subsequently, Tabor instructed Bulma to provide Majin Bu with a bank card, advising him that if he desired anything while out on the streets, he could simply present the card. He also set a spending limit on the card to prevent any potential mishaps regarding who Bu might choose to share it with. However, it was necessary for Bulma and her companions to assist in taking Majin Bu out on a few outings. Fortunately, this task was exceedingly simple for them, as shopping was a customary aspect of their lives. Thus, from the afternoon onward, Majin Bu was escorted out by Bulma and her friends. Meanwhile, Tabor took this opportunity to return to the training space for further cultivation. Regrettably, with over a month remaining until the next lottery, he found himself eager to discover what remarkable treasures might await him. In recent times, his training opponents had been the Grand Priest, and he had consistently faced swift defeats. Nevertheless, from previously being swiftly vanquished, he had progressed to sustaining a more extended period in battle, even approaching the sensation of reaching a bottleneck. Consequently, he had allowed himself a slight reprieve, but the events of that day ignited a sense of urgency within him. Soon, an entire evening passed, and early the next morning, Goku and Vegeta arrived at Tabor's villa, even partaking in a hearty breakfast at his home. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta reclined unceremoniously against their chairs, their bellies noticeably full. This is delicious. Tabor, your chef is truly remarkable, Goku exclaimed, feeling particularly satisfied with the abundance of delectable offerings. Just then, Beerus and the others arrived at Tabor's courtyard, sensing their presence, prompting Tabor and the others to step outside. All right, it's time. Let us depart, Beerus announced, gesturing to the group. They gathered together, and with a nod from the Supreme Kai, they were swiftly transported to the exterior of the Xenos Palace. I warn you once more. Upon entering, you must be respectful. Do you understand? Beerus cautioned Tabor and the others, his concern palpable. He dreaded any potential mishaps. Should they face elimination before the competition even began due to Zeno's displeasure, there would be no room for justification. The group nodded in agreement, following Beerus and the Supreme Kai as they stepped into the palace of Zeno. Upon entering the dimly lit tunnel, they found themselves amidst a throng of waiting individuals, which included not only the gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai, but also the contestants standing behind them. While Tabor paid little heed to the others, his attention was drawn to the two contestants from Universe 11, Jiren with his alien-like large eyes, and the imposing Topo, warranting a few lingering glances. Wow, how impressive! I didn't expect to see so many gods of destruction, Goku exclaimed loudly, seemingly oblivious to Beerus's earlier warning. His exuberance drew the attention of the other gods of destruction, who turned to regard him with disapproval. What an uncouth fellow! It seems that every god of destruction has a counterpart of similar nature, remarked the mouse god of destruction, directing mockery at Beerus. The Supreme Kai quickly pulled Goku back to prevent further disruptions that might offend the other gods. Beerus, uninterested in engaging with Goku further, simply stood aside to wait. Before long, the gods of destruction from other universes, along with their contestants, arrived at the scene. As it appears that everyone is gathered, let us proceed inside. With the arrival of the second universe, the Grand Priest emerged from the palace. Upon seeing the Grand Priest, everyone bowed in respect and followed him into the palace. At that moment, the Omni King sat upon his lofty throne, and his eyes gleamed upon their entrance. Wow, so many have come. Is the competition about to commence? The Omni King inquired excitedly. The Grand Priest respectfully replied, Indeed, Your Majesty, all the contestants have assembled. The Omni King clapped his hands joyfully, urging, Let us begin swiftly. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Grand Priest addressed the assembly. Let us proceed to the Void Realm for the competition. With a grand gesture, the ground beneath them transformed into a yielding surface, and they all sank into it, landing gracefully on their respective spectator platforms. Is this truly the Void Realm? Tarble mused, observing the strange, luminous aura surrounding him, where a massive arena loomed ahead. The Grand Priest made his way to the center of the arena to announce the rules of the competition. Each contestant from the various universes listened intently as the Grand Priest articulated the regulations, which included prohibitions against the use of weapons or external forces, restrictions on flight, and the stipulation that falling off the arena would result in a loss. May we begin? I am quite impatient, urged the Omni King after the Grand Priest concluded the rules. Very well, we shall commence shortly, the Grand Priest responded, turning towards the Omni King. Contestants, please enter the arena. Chapter 108. Damon is eliminated. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, the contestants from the spectator platforms made their way to the central arena. Tarble joined Son Goku and the others, as participants gathered in various corners, unified by their respective universes. Let the competition begin, the Grand Priest proclaimed, observing that all had arrived at the arena. With a sweeping motion, he signaled the start of the contest. The enormous circular stone pillar in the center of the arena began to descend slowly. As the competition commenced, the air was filled with the roar of explosive sounds. At that moment, some began to launch attacks towards their neighboring universes. Dust and debris swirled around, and amid the chaos, an energy beam shot towards Tarble and his companions. Son Goku quickly unleashed a ki blast to counter the energy beam, and from the smoke emerged several figures who wasted no time in initiating their assault. Upon closer inspection, one of them bore a striking resemblance to the previous Majin Buu. Yet in contrast to the pink hue of Majin Buu, this figure was a deep blue. Alongside him stood two towering robots, one with a massive blue sphere dominating its head, sporting an oddly asymmetrical antenna, while the other was clad in heavy armor, adorned with a large shield on its abdomen. These were the three contestants from the third universe, the Liquid Man cyborg Magikeo, the asymmetrical warrior Narlarama, and the formidable defensive unit Biala. As the trio of attackers approached, Sun Wukong and Vegeta swiftly transformed and advanced to counterattack, while Tabor retreated to the sidelines, calmly observing the skirmish before him. At this moment, the battle had escalated into a 2-on-3 confrontation, the Liquid being extended its right hand, morphing it into a colossal palm aimed at the two fighters, prompting them to dodge hastily. Seizing the opportunity as Sun Wukong and his companion evaded, the two robots launched their assault upon them, with no means of escape. Sun Wukong and Vegeta crossed their arms defensively in front of them to mitigate the impact of the incoming attack. With a thunderous crash, they were sent tumbling down. Fortunately, their defensive stance allowed them to roll and land safely on the ground. "Are you from the 7th universe?" The blue liquid being halted its assault and inquired of Sun Wukong and his companions. "Indeed, I am Sun Wukong from the 7th universe," he replied with admirable composure as the others ceased their movements. "It is precisely your universe that necessitates our participation in this tournament," the liquid being stated before resuming its offensive against Sun Wukong. As the adversary launched its assault, the two fighters soared into action, engaging in combat. Drawing upon their extensive experience from battling Majin Buu, Sun Wukong and his ally managed to navigate the conflict with relative ease. However, their combat prowess was still inferior to that of the super blue forms they had previously attained, rendering the battle far from effortless. Meanwhile, as Tabor leaned against a stone that had fallen during the fray, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the air nearby, an energy wave that surged towards him. With a slight turn of his head, he evaded the subtle attack, subsequently raising his hand to strike at the unseen air. With a resounding thump, a small hole appeared in the ground, piercing through the arena. The Grand Minister squinted his eyes and proclaimed loudly, "In the Universe Martial Arts Tournament, the insect warrior Damon from the 4th universe has been knocked off the stage and eliminated." "What just happened? How did he get eliminated? I didn't even see the fight," exclaimed the king of all, who had missed the swift conclusion of the battle. The Grand Minister approached, assisting the king in adjusting the display, which then magnified the image of Damon being struck into the ground by Tabor's single blow. "Impressive, he is quite diminutive," the king of all remarked, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, focusing instead on the insect's size. He then proceeded to mark Damon's name in gray on the screen. Damon soon found himself back at the spectators' platform of the 4th universe, unconscious. Witnessing their universe's first contestant eliminated, the god of destruction Katra was enraged, his face a stormy shade of anger. The competitors present were taken aback. Within just a couple of minutes, someone had already been eliminated, heightening their anxiety as they became increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, the angel of the 4th universe revived Damon, who, dazed, surveyed his surroundings and nearly fainted at the sight of Katra glaring at him with a terrifying intensity. "What on earth is happening? How could you be eliminated so swiftly?" Ketla inquired harshly, gazing at the nearly invisible insect before him. Damon hastily recounted his recent attempt to ambush Tabor. "I was just observing that individual from Universe 7 leaning against the stone, intending to launch a surprise attack, but inexplicably, he evaded my strike with ease and sent me plummeting off the stage." Upon hearing that it was a participant from Universe 7, Ketla's fury intensified. For him, losing to anyone was preferable to succumbing to that scoundrel, Beerus. He turned his gaze menacingly towards Beerus, as if wishing to slay him with his eyes. Sensing the weight of Ketla's stare, Beerus glanced up, and their eyes locked momentarily. Beerus appeared perplexed, having been positioned afar and not witnessing Tabor's confrontation with Damon amidst the vast arena. Nonetheless, harboring his own grievances against the insufferable rodent, he returned the glare without concern for the circumstances. Soon after the initial fall, more competitors found themselves cast off the stage. Yet, even when toppled, one or two among the trio would cunningly observe the unfolding scenario. The monk from Universe 10, Mickey Shermu, was eliminated from the arena. The yellow-clad warrior from Universe 2, Roji, also met the same fate. With each elimination, the Grand Minister announced the departures. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta faced mounting exhaustion against the trio from Universe 3. Although a 2-on-2 scenario initially posed manageable challenges, the asymmetrical robot, Nararama, seized the opportunity to ambush them, leaving Goku and Vegeta in a dire predicament. However, the trio from Universe 3 exhibited a tacit understanding, refraining from disturbing Tabor, whom they deemed an eccentric outlier. Their strategy was to first eliminate the two warriors before addressing Tabor. Ironically, this mindset led Universe 3 to become the first universe to be eradicated by the Omni King. Chapter 109, The Justice Bearer, Frost. A participant from Universe 10, Wabuni, was eliminated from the arena. Amid the fierce battles outside, a figure suddenly crashed through a stone pillar, rolling to a stop at Tabor's feet. Turning to investigate, Tabor beheld a woman clad in light green attire, adorned with blue wings on her back and a pair atop her head, sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. From the left, A hand emerged from a precariously tilting stone pillar, clearing the debris to reveal a figure adorned in a white battle suit, sporting a large blue orb atop his head and 2 antennae. Tabor looked up to find none other than Frost from Universe 6. "May I take her off your hands?" "Rest assured, I shall merely cast her from the arena," Frost said, approaching with a deliberate pace, yet maintaining a respectful distance, speaking in a tone of negotiation to Tabor. After all, he must maintain his image of justice and would not easily expose himself. Moreover, when Kampa invited him to participate in the competition, he specifically instructed him not to engage in battle with the warriors of the 7th universe. Tabor cast a glance at the god of destruction of Universe 10, Ramusi, and the angel Kusu beside him, then turned to Frost with a tone that brooked no refusal, saying, "You may leave. I shall spare this individual for now." I apologize, but my sense of justice does not permit retreat," Frost declared as he launched an attack on Tabor. Little did he know that his defiance incited Kampa in the spectators' arena to the point where he wished he could leap down and eliminate this disobedient fellow himself. "Hey, Frost, stop this at once. What did I instruct you earlier?" Kampa shouted angrily from the stands. "Kampa, please be quiet. Do not disturb the competitors." A chilling voice echoed from above, compelling Kampa to bow and apologize hastily, returning to his seat in silence. Yet, in his heart, he vowed that if he returned alive to the 6th universe, he would ensure this troublemaker faced dire consequences. Observing Frost's audacity to attack him, Tabor extended his right hand and unleashed a formidable energy storm, which surged towards Frost, sending him soaring out of the arena, ultimately casting him beyond the ring. Frost of Universe 6 has been eliminated. Kakunsa, the blue-clad warrior of Universe 1, has been eliminated. Gamarasuras, the stealthy fighter of Universe 4, has been eliminated. Unbeknownst to many, several contestants aligned in a straight line faced a similar fate, following Frost out of the arena and being transported to the audience area. At that moment, Lilibee, the butterfly girl, regained her senses. Glancing around and realizing that her pursuers had been dispatched, she tiptoed away quietly. However, Tabor noticed her and shot her a sidelong glance that sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her frozen in place. Nevertheless, Tabor chose not to engage with her, merely extending a courtesy for the sake of the angel Kusu from Universe 10, as he found the butterfly girl somewhat appealing. Kusu was the eldest among the angels, and thus, Tabor granted her this small favor. This scene did not go unnoticed by the trio from Universe 3, who continuously sought to distance themselves from Tarble, as his demonstrated power was exceedingly formidable. However, Son Goku and his companions thwarted their efforts, persistently drawing them into battle. Before long, as Goku and his allies fought, the chaos from other universes began to encroach upon their battlefield, with energy blasts from distant universes occasionally hurtling towards them. Witnessing the impending destruction of their surroundings, Lee, who had crossed his arms, gently tapped his left index finger. In that instant, Tarble, along with Son Goku, Vegeta, and the trio from Universe 3, found themselves enveloped within a transparent barrier. The energy projectiles and beams that sporadically launched toward them were all repelled by the protective barrier. What an impressive sight! The Omni King marveled at the barrier's ability to withstand such numerous assaults without sustaining any damage. Meanwhile, the god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramzi, observed the ongoing battle with relief as he noticed Lilibee dance still in the arena. Just moments ago, Wabyuni had been eliminated by a purple competitor from Universe 6, leaving Lilibee dance as the sole remaining fighter. Initially, her situation appeared dire, teetering on the brink of being thrown off the stage by the warriors of Universe 6. Fortunately, Tabor intervened, providing crucial assistance. Ramzi felt a mix of emotions, although he was not overly joyous. As he recognized that Lilibee dance's strength was insufficient to triumph over the other universe's contestants, he was grateful for any respite, who would willingly embrace an early demise. Despite knowing that the odds of his universe emerging victorious were virtually non-existent, they were unwilling to relinquish even the faintest glimmer of hope. The members of Universe 3, witnessing the emergence of the transparent barrier, were thrown into disarray, as they desired no proximity to such a formidable opponent. Narlama, quickly destroy that barrier, urged the liquid being Magikeu to the nearby robot. Upon hearing this, the robot nodded and began to spin rapidly, causing debris to whirl around him in a chaotic frenzy. He charged toward the transparent barrier. A deafening sound erupted as the two collided, accompanied by crackling electricity that flickered ominously. Gradually, the rotation slowed, and Narlima appeared disoriented, nearly collapsing. The two looked on anxiously at the nearly incapacitated Narlima, only to have their attention diverted as Son Goku and Vegeta seized the opportunity to counterattack, turning the tide of battle. Could you let me go?" timidly inquired the butterfly girl Lilybay Dance, standing at a distance and addressing Tabor while the fierce combat raged on. Being near this formidable entity was utterly terrifying. "Do you believe you possess the strength to survive in the battlefield now?" Tabor replied coolly, casting a glance her way. Though his words were blunt and somewhat hurtful, they indeed brought a sense of calm to the already anxious Lilybay Dance. Realizing that her current abilities would lead to immediate elimination if she returned to the fray, and with the hopes of Universe 10 resting upon her, she shook her head and ceased speaking, choosing to sit a few meters away from Tabor. Chapter 109. The Battle of Universe 3 comes to a temporary halt. "Oh, my poor, beautiful warrior." Observing her two exquisite warriors felled, the female destroyer of the second universe, Hyles could not suppress her ire towards them. What a band of uncouth savages. They possess no understanding of beauty. "Forgive us, Lady Hyles." The two who had been knocked off the stage now bowed in apology from the audience. However, Hyles did not express anger towards them. "I understand that you have given your all. We still have opportunities ahead. Rest assured, I believe our love will resonate far and wide." In stark contrast to the tranquility of the second universe, the atmosphere in the sixth universe was far less congenial. Compass seethed at the elimination of Frost, his frustration nearly boiling over. Were it not for the current setting, he would have relished the chance to obliterate him on the spot. Meanwhile, Frost, having been ousted with a single blow, burned with indignation. It was infuriating to be cast down before he even transformed. Cursed be that scoundrel. His fury manifested in relentless strikes against the ground. At that moment, the battle on the stage intensified. Goku, capitalizing on the incapacitated opponent, found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle against the warriors of the third universe. Now more agile than ever, Goku was acutely aware that his strength was insufficient to contend with both adversaries, often resorting to unique techniques such as the afterimage fist. He knew that being ensnared by Vegeta's slime would spell trouble. Though Goku and his companions had momentarily turned the tide by exploiting their opponent's distraction, they soon found themselves at a disadvantage once more as the adversaries regrouped. "Are you not going to assist them?" inquired the butterfly maiden, Lilybay, observing Goku and his comrades laboring from afar. Upon hearing her, Tabor cast a glance her way before replying. This is their chance to enhance their combat prowess. Only through battle can they grow. Lilybay rolled her eyes at Tabor's words. Others were risking their lives for the future of the universe, yet he remained so nonchalantly at ease. Just then, Nararama, who had been dazed, regained his senses and rejoined the fray. Goku and Vegeta, back to back, faced the trio encircling them, momentarily at a loss. Their stamina was waning, while the exertion was taking a significant toll. The liquid being, Vegeta, was the first to escalate the confrontation, enlarging his fist and charging at the duo. In their attempt to evade, they found Nararama's suction cups interfering, leaving them no choice but to brace for the colossal blow. Though they attempted to fortify their defenses, the immense force sent them crashing against the barrier set by Tabor, slowly descending thereafter. What a truly heavy and overwhelming strike. As the two individuals fell to the ground, they wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths and sighed. At that moment, the god of destruction from the third universe emitted a series of mechanical sounds. However, apart from the angel nearby, no one understood his words. Lord Mosca had instructed them to swiftly eliminate the two from the arena. The angel, Kambili, assisted in translating this message. The three soon exchanged glances, surrounding Sun Wukong and his companion in a corner, leaving them with no means to resist. Drawing upon their remaining strength, the two launched a combined attack of the Kamehameha and Gallic gun, energy spiraling toward their adversaries. The trio from the third universe paused, sensing the gathering energy of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and began channeling their own power to counterattack. In a flash, the two formidable energies collided, momentarily holding their ground before surging towards Sun Wukong and his ally. It was evident that even at their utmost capacity, they would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Just as the energy was about to strike them, Tabor extended his finger, unleashing a beam of light that directly intercepted the massive energy. With Tabor's intervention, the trajectory of the energy was altered, crashing into the barrier beside them, which shattered like parchment. The beam shot into the distance, obliterating a corner of the arena. Fortunately, no other competitors were in that direction. Otherwise, some would surely have fallen from the ring. That will suffice. The battle ends here. You may continue elsewhere, Tarble stated calmly, observing the astonished expressions of the fighters. The trio from the third universe found themselves at a loss for a moment. The god of destruction, Mosca, again emitted a series of electrical sounds from the spectator-s area. Lord Mosca has decreed that you may depart, the angel conveyed to the fighters in the arena. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances and turned to leave, fully aware that after Tarble's recent display of power, any attempt to remain would be futile. They simply wished to observe what arrangements their god of destruction would make. However, had Mosca commanded them to continue fighting, they would have fought to the bitter end. Fortunately, he recognized the disparity in strength and did not insist on a futile endeavor. With the departure of the three, Sun Wukong and Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Their energy completely depleted, reverting to their ordinary states, panting heavily. It was evident that they needed to access the Super Saiyan Blue form urgently, though they still lacked the necessary foundational strength for such a transformation. Observing the exhausted duo, Tarble contemplated the situation. His interference had significantly altered the timeline compared to the original anime, and while his power was considerably greater than that of the contemporaneous characters, it was still insufficient. Subsequently, Tarble once again enveloped the surroundings with a barrier. The area has been secured by me, so you two should take a good rest, Tarble instructed as he addressed Sun Wukong and his companion. Upon hearing Tarble's words, the two laid down on the ground without a care for appearances. For lying down was undoubtedly the most comfortable and swiftest way to regain their strength compared to sitting. Chapter 110. The Annihilation of the Second Universe. At this moment, the only two places that exuded tranquility and safety were Tarble's location and Jiren from the 10th universe. At this time, Topo stood beside Jiren, who was seated in a meditative posture, suspended in midair. Yet, they radiated an unmistakable aura of oppression, prompting everyone else to seek out what they deemed to be softer targets. In contrast to Jiren, who remained in deep meditation, Dispo from the 11th universe was incessantly darting across the battlefield, striking anyone he came across, confident that none could match his speed. Suddenly, Dispo crouched down, clutching his head in evident pain. He had inadvertently collided with Tarble's barrier while careening around the battlefield at his breakneck pace. Witnessing this spectacle, both Tarble and Lilibet burst into laughter, finding the situation utterly comical. Tarble, while observing the still groaning Dispo, glanced over at Kampa and Beerus, silently pondering if the three shared a common lineage, as they bore a striking resemblance to one another. Dispo, aware of their laughter, shot them an irate glare before delivering a punch against the transparent barrier. He winced as he examined his now slightly reddened knuckles and slapped the barrier a few more times in frustration, ultimately conceding defeat and departing. Unbeknownst to him, his antics had incited quiet amusement among many onlookers, while the Grand Zeno, seated upon his throne, was brought to uproarious laughter. This fellow is truly amusing. Dispo's expression elicited hearty laughter from the spectators, including Lilibet, who found the scene hysterically entertaining. Meanwhile, the destroyer god from the 11th universe, Vermaud, shook his head in disbelief, utterly embarrassed by Dispo's display. In the meantime, outside the arena, Hit from the 6th universe encountered Ribrian from the 2nd universe. Hit, with his hands casually tucked in his pockets, appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll. However, Ribrian, upon noticing him, refrained from launching an attack, contemplating that this individual was not to be underestimated. I should retreat for now. I am the last remaining fighter from my universe, and I must endure until the end. She began to cautiously leap backward. Unfortunately, despite Ribrian's intent to withdraw, Hit had no intention of allowing her to escape easily. This was a battle that determined the fate of the universe. In an instant, Hit vanished from sight, and before Ribrian could react, she found herself propelled away. What just happened? I didn't even see him. How did he suddenly appear beside me? As she was sent flying, Ribrian's mind raced with confusion. Ribrian, on the stands of the 2nd universe, two competitors, Kakunsha and Roji, looked on in alarm as Librian was sent flying. At that moment, Librian had collided with a stone pillar and fell to the ground, her garments torn in several places from the friction. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, it became evident that this battle was unavoidable. With a determined gaze, Librian began to emanate a flurry of pink hearts. Librian, Librian, Librian. The once beautiful girl with green hair transformed into a peculiar figure clad in mismatched red and green attire, complete with a large antenna atop her head. This transformation caused even the previously composed hitter to furrow his brow. How ugly! Librian, entirely unaware of the reactions elicited by her metamorphosis, not only perplexed hitter but also left the audience in utter disbelief, unable to fathom how such a beautiful maiden could become such a grotesque sight. "Allow me to show you the essence of beauty," she declared, charging towards hitter. However, the disparity in their powers was palpable, just as she was about to strike. Hitter had already evaded her with his time-skip technique. He then delivered a powerful kick that sent Librian flying far away, regaining control of her body midair. Librian transformed into a massive spinning meatball, hurtling towards hitter once more. Yet, her speed was no match for hitter's time skip, and she crashed to the ground, leaving a long trail in her wake. Failing to make contact with hitter, Librian rolled towards him again. Hitter, having thoroughly understood her tactics, realized she lacked the ability to incite excitement in battle. As she rolled towards him, he sidestepped and unleashed a forceful kick in her direction. The impact was tremendous, propelling Librian away and preventing her from halting her momentum, ultimately causing her to be ejected from the arena by the system. As she fell, tears welled in Librian's eyes. She knew she had let down Kakunsha, Roji, and all the beings of the second universe. Once back on the arena floor, Librian knelt and addressed the god of destruction. "Hellas, I am sorry, Lord Hellas. I have failed. I have disappointed everyone's expectations. I could not spread the beauty of love." Kakunsha and Roji rushed to embrace Librian. "It's all right, Librian. We all know you did your utmost." The pink-clad warrior of the second universe, Librian, was eliminated from the arena. The Grand Priest, observing Librian's return to the stands, proclaimed, "Moreover, with the elimination of the second universe participants, Kakunsha, Roji, and Librian, I hereby announce the dissolution of the second universe." Everyone present turned their gaze towards the direction of the second universe, a profound sense of sympathy washing over them, as they collectively mourned the fate of those who had fallen. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Kai, the Omni King seated upon his throne raised his hand high, forming a fist. "You three have done admirably. Although we could not spread the beauty of love, we must accept the whims of fate. Let us bid farewell with elegance." With these words, including the god of destruction, Beerus, they all made a heart gesture before vanishing from the scene. Tarble gazed at the vanishing second universe, and within him, the desire for strength surged ever more intensely. Although he was aware that after the tournament, he could resurrect them all using the Super Dragon Balls, he still felt a pang of sorrow. Witnessing their calm acceptance of fate in their final moments filled him with genuine admiration. The weak have no choices, thus. They must transform into the strong. After the second universe's disappearance, only the angel of that universe, Savar, remained in that space, sitting silently upon the stone steps, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. Chapter 111. Wolf against Bear. The competitors ceased their battles, watching as all from the second universe departed, and the pressure in their hearts intensified, for none wished for their universe to become the next target of annihilation. As the competitors regained their composure, the intensity of their attacks escalated, creating a scene of sheer desperation, one where it was either their demise or the adversaries'. Jiren. Suddenly, Toph, who stood guard nearby, called out toward Jiren. Upon hearing Toph's words, Jiren's eyes flew open, and in that instant, a powerful aura radiated from him. "We can wait no longer. I must act for the future of our universe and uphold justice." With that, Toph surged toward the area of the battlefield where the commotion was loudest. Convinced that if his universe triumphed and acquired the Dragon Balls, they could restore all universes erased by the Omni King. For this noble cause, he resolved to take action. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the three wolves of the ninth universe rampaged across the arena. At that moment, they spotted Goku lying on the ground, alongside Tarble and Lily Bay, who were conversing nearby. "Brother, look. There are two lying on the ground, and the two standing nearby seem weak. Our chance has arrived." The lean yellow wolf, a poison breed, spoke to the two in front. "I know. I observed them earlier. Those two lying on the ground and the man standing over there are from the seventh universe. But that one with the long wings must be from the 10th universe. How did they all end up together?" The robust gray-blue wolf in front pondered the peculiar scene with curiosity. "Who cares? Watch me take them all down." With that, the red wolf, Bazel, leaped into the air, channeling his power into his feet, conjuring a massive red energy sphere beside him, before launching it directly at Tarble and Lilybay. The fiery energy orb hurtled towards Tabor with a speed surpassing the blink of an eye. However, after traversing only a short distance, it collided with an invisible barrier, causing the orb to spin momentarily before being repelled away. Witnessing this spectacle, the three-headed wolf was taken aback, and they quickly launched several energy blasts, each detonating upon impact with the transparent wall. What on earth is happening? The red wolf, Bazel, couldn't hide his confusion. It must be the work of those two. Let us attack together. The blue wolf, Belgamer, declared to his companions. They exchanged glances and retreated several dozen meters, each gathering their respective energies of red, yellow, and blue before them. They seem quite formidable. Can your barrier withstand this? Lily Bemu, who had initially appeared relaxed, began to express her concern as she observed the three-headed wolves preparing to unleash their combined energies. No worries, with their strength, breaching it is nothing but a pipe dream. Tabor replied with a reassuring smile, turning to Lily Bemu while maintaining his previous stance. Behold our triangular formation's perilous beams. The three distinct beams of light surged forth simultaneously to collide with the barrier set by Tabor. The resounding impact caused an explosive reverberation outside the barrier. Yet it remained utterly unchanged. The three-headed wolves, realizing their efforts were futile, intensified their energy output but still could not budge the barrier. After exchanging glances, they collectively ceased their attacks. Brother, this is simply too resilient to penetrate, Bazel remarked to Belgamer, finding themselves powerless against the transparent barrier. The three-headed wolves reluctantly abandoned their three prey, unaware that the true quarry had always been themselves. Had Tabor been inclined to engage, they would have been eliminated long ago. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, resting on the ground with their eyes closed, had begun to regain their strength after a brief respite. Thank you, Tabor. I feel much better now. Do you need me to lower the barrier to let you out? Tabor teased, observing the rejuvenated duo. Forget it. I still haven't fully recovered my energy. Although I yearn to battle the experts from other universes, I currently lack the stamina to continue, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Fortunately, you possess some awareness of your limitations. None of those remaining in the arena are to be trifled with, Tabor remarked with a slight smile, taking note of Sun Wukong scratching his head. Just then, as the three-headed wolves retreated, they unexpectedly encountered the yellow bear from the sixth universe, Bertamo. Haha, brother. We didn't catch anyone here, but look who we stumbled upon. A hefty fellow. Let me take the lead this time. The yellow wolf, Lavanda, stepped forward, addressing the others. With that, he raised his hands and exhaled 2 puffs of purple gas. As the formidable bear, Bottomo, gazed disdainfully at the 3 wolves, he nonchalantly beckoned with a gesture, convinced that none could breach his defenses. His arrogance was palpable, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the other 2 wolves might have posed a challenge. However, his current opponent was precisely capable of countering his venom. Observing Bottomo's audacity, the yellow wolf, Lavanda, bared his sharp teeth in a wide grin and launched an assault on the bear. Surprisingly, Lavanda's strikes failed to inflict any harm on Bottomo. Unaware of the slight toxins infiltrating his system, Bottomo looked at Lavanda with a dismissive smirk before retaliating. Lavanda, witnessing Bottomo's counterattack, chose to stand his ground and met it head-on. The collision of their fists resonated through the air, producing a thunderous sound accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Remarkably, Bottomo did not yield an inch. Realizing his attacks were ineffective, Lavanda shifted to a guerrilla tactic, evading Bottomo's strikes and circling around him, waiting for the poison within the bear to take effect. Chapter 112. The unfortunate ninth universe. Thus, Lavanda began to dart swiftly around Bottomo, occasionally landing a hit. However, due to Bottomo's formidable defenses, the toxins that managed to penetrate were minimal. Just as Lavanda prepared to strike from behind once more, Bottomo successfully seized his foot. Oh no, Lavanda thought, and as he anticipated, Bottomo grasped his leg and hurled him mercilessly from side to side, rendering Lavanda disoriented, and creating 2 deep craters in the ground upon impact. Lavanda, the other 2 wolves called out in alarm, rushing forward to assist. The third wolf, Bazel, quickly summoned 2 massive energy orbs at his feet and kicked them towards Bottomo, while the leader, Belgamo, conjured an energy sphere in his hands and launched it at the bear. Bottomo, witnessing their attacks, grinned arrogantly and spun Lavanda around like a shield, causing the 2 energy strikes to collide with Lavanda instead, making him spit blood. Continuing to rotate the dazed Lavanda in the air, Bottomo rendered him completely incapacitated. Lavanda, you scoundrel! Belgamo and Bazel, witnessing Bottomo use Lavanda as a shield against their assault, felt a mix of anger and concern, yet found themselves powerless to intervene. Subsequently, Bottomo flung the dizzy Lavanda towards the edge of the arena. Ha ha ha, well done, Bottomo. Keep it up and knock them all down, cheered Sampa from the audience, celebrating Bottomo's success in incapacitating Lavanda. Upon witnessing Lavanda being cast aside, the agile Bazel swiftly rushed over, intent on rescuing him. Fortunately, he managed to save Lavanda just moments before the latter fell. With a sigh of relief, Bazel allowed himself a moment of respite. However, his guard was soon lowered. Suddenly, a violet figure darted towards him with astonishing speed, far surpassing Bazel's own. During his descent, Bazel was struck by this individual, losing control and plummeting towards the arena floor. In a flash, Tispa vanished from sight, having executed his escape with remarkable efficiency. What a vexing turn of events. In that fleeting moment of his fall, Bazel recognized his assailant, none other than Tispa, the troublemaker from Universe 11. Consequently, both Bazel and Lavanda tumbled into the abyss, only to be transported to the spectators' area mere seconds later. Observing his universe's swift demise of two contestants, the ninth god of destruction, Sidera, wore a grim expression. Rendered speechless, Bazel and Lavanda from Universe 9 were eliminated from the tournament. At that moment, the Grand Minister announced the latest developments on the battlefield. The Omni King, seated on his throne, tapped on his tablet, causing the two contestants' images to turn gray. Meanwhile, Belgamer realized that Bazel and Lavanda had been ambushed by members of Universe 11. Agitation brewed within him. Yet, the events had transpired, and he could only confront the situation at hand with utmost seriousness. On the Spectator-S platform, the Supreme Kai, Loa, expressed his frustration, shouting into the arena, "Belgamer, you must not fall." "I understand, my Lord Supreme Kai," Belgamer responded loudly, turning his attention to Bardamo. For it was this very individual who had led to the downfall of his two brothers. Belgamer unleashed a barrage of attacks against Bardamo, but to little effect. It was as though he were merely tickling him. His once mighty punches failed to make an impact, and as time passed without yielding results, Belgamer contemplated a strategic retreat. At that moment, Hit, who had been wandering the battlefield, arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Hit, Bardamo displayed a smug grin. "Hit, did you witness the elimination of two from my Universe 9? Hit merely glanced at him, nodding slightly before redirecting his focus to Belgamer. Instantly, Belgamer felt a surge of pressure. He was already struggling against the resilient Bardamo, and now he faced an additional adversary. The system took a combat stance, and suddenly, Belgamer experienced a sharp pain in his abdomen. Glancing down, he noticed the system had appeared before him, hunched over with its right hand resting on his stomach. Belgamer staggered backward, clutching his belly, his face contorted in agony. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9, witnessing Loa's unfortunate predicament, expressed deep concern, calling out to Belgamer incessantly. "It appears that this place is quite bustling." Suddenly, a voice resonated from afar, and Tispo from the 11th universe caught their attention. Upon seeing Tispo, who had previously knocked both of his brothers out of the ring, Bergamo gritted his teeth against the pain and rushed towards him. Just as he was about to reach Tispo, something plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater before him. Amidst the swirling smoke, a robust silhouette emerged. As the mist gradually cleared, a muscular figure clad in a red battle suit appeared, none other than Troff. "Justice, I shall execute it." Troff's voice boomed as the smoke dissipated. At this moment, Bergamo felt an overwhelming frustration, nearly choking on his own blood. The scene revealed that there were two individuals from the 6th universe and two from the 11th universe, leaving him as the solitary figure, seemingly surrounded and in a precarious situation. "Damn it," Bergamo muttered inwardly, surveying his surroundings before devising a plan to retreat from the center. However, as he glanced at the approaching figures, he swiftly retreated to the unoccupied right side. Yet, it appeared that Tispo had anticipated his intentions and promptly blocked his path. Seeing this, Bergamo did not hesitate and redirected his charge towards another direction. However, it seemed as if the two universes had conspired. For Tispo had just obstructed the right path, while Hit stood in his way on the left. He found himself completely encircled. With no other option, Bergamo steeled himself and charged towards Troff. In his mind, he reasoned that he had not witnessed Troff's true strength and could only hope that it would be lesser. Yet, Fate proved unkind, for he had unwittingly chosen the strongest among them. The outcome was inevitable. Trough remained unfazed as Bergamo rushed towards him. The fist of justice, Trough declared, raising his colossal fist and striking towards Bergamo. Unfazed by the impending blow, Bergamo felt a surge of confidence. In his eyes, his own fist was indomitable. Starving wolf penetration. Bergamo's fist ignited with a crimson glow, unleashing a tremendous wave of red energy that surged towards Trough. The colossal wave collided with Trough's fist, resulting in a massive explosion that enveloped the area in smoke. As the dust settled, Bergamo charged forward, believing he had overcome Trough. However, as the smoke cleared, he was met with the sight of Trough unscathed, his expression solemn. "You?" Bergamo gasped, his countenance shifting dramatically. Yet, he did not relent in his advance, swiftly closing the distance to Trough and launching another attack. Despite Trough's imposing physique, he exhibited remarkable agility, evading Bergamo's strikes solely through his speed. Subsequently, a punch was thrown towards Belgamore, yet to his surprise, Belgamore had already anticipated this move. The blow failed to inflict any harm upon him. Instead, it caused Belgamore's physique to swell slightly. Torpo, seemingly aware of this transformation, did not halt his assault, relentlessly swinging his fists at Belgamore, who continued to grow in size. At this juncture, Belgamore felt an influx of power surging within him, leading to a surge of arrogance. He then delivered a towering punch towards Torpo. With a resounding thud, a massive crater appeared on the ground. Torpo crossed his arms to shield himself from Belgamore's formidable strike, maintaining an air of calm as he regarded his opponent. However, the intensity of Torpo's gaze ignited Belgamore's fury, prompting him to rain down a barrage of punches upon Torpo. The force of the impacts caused the crater to expand significantly. "Ha ha ha, how does it feel to witness my might?" Belgamore taunted, relishing in Torpo's apparent inability to retaliate. Yet, the more he struck, the more peculiar the situation became. Torpo remained unscathed, enduring the onslaught with an unwavering composure. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Hit and Bardamo did not remain idle. With one member of Universe 11 preoccupied, they set their sights on Tiz Pro. Fortunately for Tiz Pro, his speed was remarkable, making him elusive to Bardamo's pursuit, leaving Hit as the only one capable of inflicting damage. However, Tiz Pro possessed an unshakable confidence in his swiftness. Hit assumed a combat stance and launched himself towards Tiz Pro with breathtaking speed. Yet, Tiz Pro's velocity proved even more astonishing. In a fleeting moment, Hit activated his instant transmission, only to find himself on the receiving end of multiple heavy blows from Tiz Pro, which sent him crashing to the ground. For a moment, he struggled to regain his composure. Meanwhile, on the platform, the god of destruction, Kampa, clutched his ears in disbelief, unable to fathom that Hit, renowned as the deadliest assassin in Universe 6, had been felled by a single strike. His face reflected sheer panic. How could this be? Hit was undeniably formidable. How could he be defeated so easily? The god of destruction from Universe 11, observing Tiz Pro's extraordinary speed in vanquishing his opponent, wore a sinister smile and remarked to the others, "Look at Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6. He seems quite flustered, doesn't he?" Meanwhile, in the arena of Universe 3, the trio who had just been driven away by Tabor were still haunted by the terrifying presence they had encountered. As they departed, a lingering sense of dread remained from the overwhelming pressure Tabor had exerted upon them. The two companions nodded in agreement with the liquid being, Magiku, acknowledging that their fighting spirit had nearly been shattered. They now made their way towards the battlefield where Hit was engaged in combat, for it appeared to be the only area in the arena still echoing with the sounds of conflict. At this moment, Tarble contemplated for a while before lifting the barrier, and then addressed Sun Wukong and Vegeta, saying, "Let us proceed. Those engaged in battle should be in that direction. We ought to investigate." Meanwhile, Lilybell, who had been observing from the sidelines, noticed that Tarble and the others were leaving without her. "Ah, don't leave me behind," she exclaimed, and after scanning her surroundings, she hurried to follow in Tarble's wake. Just as the barrier was lifted, she felt a chilling gaze upon her, realizing she might have become a target. Unfazed by Lilybell's cries as she caught up, Tarble glanced at the ruins to his left before continuing towards the direction of Hit and the others. Unbeknownst to him, after he had cast a glance that way, Gannis from Universe 4, concealed behind a rock, was clutching his chest, striving to calm his racing heart. The mere sight of Tarble was terrifying. He felt as though death was imminent. Reflecting on the recent encounter filled him with unease. Fortunately, he did not strike at me. Was his glance a warning? He pondered, frustration boiling within him as he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a crater. Meanwhile, the battle between Hit and Tispo had reached a fever pitch, with Hit seemingly enduring a relentless assault. Tispo's extraordinary speed rendered Hit's time skip nearly ineffective, and a powerful blow from Tispo sent Hit skidding across the ground, leaving a gash in his wake. The point of impact was perilously close to Torpo, and seeing an opportunity, Belgamer wasted no time in launching an attack on Hit. Coughing, Hit, already injured and disoriented, was struck again, spitting blood. Despite his condition, he quickly rolled to evade further assaults. Tispo, however, continued his advance, but his target was not Hit. Rather, it was Belgamer. With a flying kick, he launched Belgamer, who had been poised to attack Torpo, far away, crashing through several stone pillars. Remarkably, Belgamer sustained little damage despite the impact. At this point, he was quite irate. After enduring a beating, he had not anticipated being interrupted by Tispo, causing him to lose focus on his initial intent to retreat. Just then, Bardamo arrived to assist Hit, positioning himself defensively to allow Hit a moment to recuperate. Tispo, observing this, smirked contemptuously and swiftly moved towards Bardamo, delivering a kick that, while forceful, barely registered as a nuisance to Bardamo, inflicting little to no significant harm. As Tispo observed that his attacks failed to inflict any damage upon Bardamo, he resorted to relentless strikes, moving with an astonishing speed that Bardamo could scarcely react to. Although these assaults did not wound Bardamo, they nonetheless forced him to gradually retreat. Witnessing this, Hit understood Tispo's intention to use his unparalleled velocity to propel Bardamo off the stage. He too began to back away alongside Bardamo, his mind racing with strategies to address the predicament. Soon, both Bardamo and Hit found themselves cornered on the platform, prompting a confident smile to spread across Tispo's face. However, just as Bardamo was on the brink of being hurled off the stage, Hit, who had been lurking behind him, unleashed his instantaneous movement to its fullest potential. At the very moment Tispo lunged forward, Hit swiftly maneuvered to Bardamo's side and delivered a powerful kick, sending Bardamo hurtling through the air. Noticing Bardamo's absence, Tispo, who could only achieve maximum speed in a straight line, had no time to halt his momentum and charged directly toward the edge of the stage. In the earlier skirmish, Hit had discerned Tispo's vulnerability. Although his speed was remarkable, it was limited to rapid linear motion and carried an inherent inertia, making it difficult for him to come to a sudden stop. Just as Tispo exerted every ounce of effort to brake, Hit unexpectedly appeared behind him and landed a kick squarely on his back, causing Tispo, who might have halted at the edge, to plummet off the stage. Damn it! Tispo's furious shout echoed as he vanished from midair, only to regain his senses moments later among the audience. Tispo from Universe 11 has been eliminated. Upon hearing the Grand Priest's announcement, Topo was momentarily taken aback before shouting with fervor. In a surge of energy, he unleashed a powerful force that sent Bergamo flying across the arena. Topo, now radiating immense energy, charged toward the airborne Bergamo, raining down a barrage of punches upon him. Although Bergamo drew strength from Topo's relentless onslaught, the disparity in their power was stark. As Topo sent him crashing away, he also conjured an energy sphere and hurled it toward Bergamo. Bergamo, scrambling to stabilize himself, slid backward for several dozen meters before hastily gathering energy to unleash a counterattack. The two formidable energy waves collided, and within mere seconds, the victor was clear. Topo's energy sphere overpowered Bergamo's beam, obliterating it and crashing into Bergamo's face, nearly distorting it. "Brother!" cried Bergamo's siblings in the audience, their alarm ringing out. Yet, their cries could not alter the course of the battle, and soon, Bergamo was sent tumbling off the stage by the force of the energy sphere. It was over. As the moment arrived when Belgamer fell from the arena, a collective gasp echoed within the hearts of several spectators from the Ninth Universe. "I apologize, everyone," Belgamer uttered, lowering his head as he addressed them with a tone steeped in regret. "Brother!" The three competitors embraced one another, while the Supreme Kai shouted fervently, unwilling to face elimination. The god of destruction, Sidra, broke into a cold sweat, yet remained composed, standing silently as thoughts swirled within his mind. With Belgamer's fall, the Ninth Universe faced elimination. All three of its representatives had been ousted. "I hereby declare the Ninth Universe eradicated," announced the Grand Minister, his gaze serious and devoid of emotion. As his words settled, the Omni King sighed, raising his fist, which sealed the fate of an entire universe. In that moment, the space once occupied by the ninth universe now held only the angel, Mojito, who stood alone, a peculiar smile flickering across his face. Meanwhile, Topo, witnessing the dissolution of the ninth universe due to his actions, felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. However, he soon shifted his focus to Hit and Bergamo of the sixth universe, the ones responsible for sending Dispo tumbling from the ring. Relieved that Dispo, a significant threat, had been eliminated, Hit couldn't help but feel a sense of release. For Dispo had indeed been a formidable adversary. His gaze then turned towards Topo. Topo, resolute, advanced step by step towards Hit and Bergamo, his demeanor unyielding. Hit observed Topo with caution, adopting an aggressive stance, his fists clenched, ready to counter any assault. Meanwhile, Bergamo, unwilling to remain passive, unleashed several energy spheres directed at the advancing Topo. Topo remained unfazed by the oncoming energy blasts, deftly dodging or swatting them aside with a swift motion of his hand. He continued his approach towards the duo. Just as he was about to close the distance with Hit, Hit suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Topo and delivering a swift kick to his back. Topo reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack and countering with a punch aimed at Hit. Hit nimbly evaded, disappearing once more only to re-emerge at Topo's flank. Seizing the opportunity, Bergamo launched a surprise attack with an energy wave aimed at Topo. With a fierce cry, Topo crossed his arms to shield himself from the energy wave, though the impact forced him to stagger back a few paces. At that moment, both Hit and Bergamo launched their assault simultaneously, flanking Topo from either side. Taking a deep breath, Topo unleashed his full power, engaging in a one-on-two confrontation. However, it appeared that Bergamo's presence was more of a hindrance than a help, as his positioning impeded Hit's maneuvers, creating a certain level of disruption in their coordinated efforts. Tropo discerned this fact and subsequently designated Hit as his primary target. Each of Tropo's formidable assaults rendered Hit's subsequent actions exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, relying on his instantaneous movement technique, Hit occasionally managed to counter Tropo with a significant blow. The pain inflicted upon Tropo by Hit was palpable. After all, Hit was acutely aware of the specific areas to strike that would yield greater damage. While they were embroiled in their fierce combat, the trio from Universe 3 arrived. "Shall we join the fray?" Alabi inquired of his companions. Magikeo shook his head and replied with a calm smile. "No, we shall merely observe their battle. Once they have sufficiently exhausted their energy, it will be our moment to emerge and reap the benefits of their struggle." Upon hearing Magikeo's words, the three concealed themselves at a distance while continuously monitoring the ongoing conflict. Concurrently, Tabor and his companions leisurely approached the vicinity of Tropo's battle. In the distance, Ganos from Universe 4 had also arrived, though he chose not to follow Tabor and his group, instead retreating to a different direction to conceal himself. Tabor surveyed the surroundings and noted the hidden figures, realizing that only Jiren was absent from the battlefield, as all other participants from the various universes were present. Jiren has not arrived? Tabor pondered, his curiosity piqued regarding Jiren's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the clash between Tropo, Hit, and Bardamo intensified. Debris flew about as craters formed on the ground. Tropo seized an opportunity during one of Hit's evasive maneuvers and launched a powerful punch, which Hit could not evade, striking him solidly in the abdomen and sending him hurtling through the air like a severed kite. Witnessing this, Bardamo shouted in fury and charged recklessly at Tropo. However, after their earlier skirmish, Tropo had discerned that Bardamo, despite his formidable defense, lacked any specialized combat training and swiftly brought the off-balance Bardamo crashing to the ground. At that moment, the trio from Universe 3, who had been lurking in the shadows, recognized that Hit had been injured and deemed the moment ripe for action. With a command from Magikeo, the three emerged simultaneously and charged towards Tropo, instantly escalating the chaos of the battlefield. Just as the fierce battle raged on, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly manifested. Jiren approached steadily from a distance, his gait unwavering and his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd, emanating an immense presence that caused all actions to momentarily pause. "Let us cease wasting time," Jiren stated coldly, stepping into the battlefield, his formidable aura seemingly freezing the surrounding air. Chapter 115, Universe 3, Eliminate. Tabor, intrigued, observed Jiren, who bore an appearance strikingly reminiscent of the extraterrestrial archetypes prevalent in the imaginations of those from the past. It seemed Jiren sensed Tabor's gaze and turned his attention in Tabor's direction. From Universe 7? Quietly muttering to himself, Jiren noted that Tabor was the farthest from him. His current intention was to eliminate all those nearby from the arena. He then stood watching the chaos among the fighters before slowly making his way towards them. The others present sensed the oppressive aura that Jiren exuded, exchanging glances before ceasing their actions, uniting against a common foe, as they regarded Jiren as their greatest threat. At that moment, Topo approached Jiren, expressing confusion at his early intentions to engage. "Your movements are too sluggish," Jiren remarked coldly before continuing forward. Magikeu from Universe 3 swiftly liquefied his form, propelling himself toward Jiren. A massive fist descended from above, aimed directly at Jiren, who stood impassively observing. With a resounding crash, Magikeu's enormous fist was obliterated, leaving him with nothing but a head and a mangled body, staring in horror at Jiren. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, only to be sent flying off the stage moments later. The spectators were bewildered, having witnessed Jiren remain utterly still while Magikeu was cast from the arena. What just transpired? They wondered. Meanwhile, the god of destruction from Universe 11 laughed from the observation platform, proclaiming, "Jiren is our strongest warrior." The others, upon hearing this, turned to Vermaud, eyebrows furrowing at the notion that Jiren was indeed the mightiest among them. As Magikeu was defeated, the two robots from Universe 3 unleashed their ultimate techniques, sending colossal beams of energy hurtling towards Jiren. Yet, to the astonishment of onlookers, Jiren merely raised his right hand, effortlessly catching the energy with his palm. With a gentle press of his fingers, the beam disintegrated as if it were nothing more than crumbling plastic. The spectacle left the audience in awe, particularly Goku and Vegeta, who had previously battled those very opponents. They were astonished that the trio who had posed such a challenge to them could not withstand a single strike from Jiren. "Impossible! How can such strength exist?" Goku exclaimed, filled with exhilaration, while Vegeta, on the other hand, felt a deep sense of resentment, realizing the vast number of powerful warriors from other universes and their overwhelming might. In the shadows, Ganos from Universe 4 watched in shock, never anticipating to witness such formidable beings on this stage. He remained concealed, waiting for the opportune moment to act. "Oh, it was rumored in the divine realm that there exists a mortal so powerful that even the gods of destruction cannot defeat him. It seems this is indeed the one," he mused. Upon hearing Whis' words, nearly everyone turned to Vermaud, seeking confirmation. Acknowledging their gaze, Vermaud offered a faint smile and a nod. However, apart from Beerus and Kampa, everyone else was utterly astonished by the scene, unable to fathom that a mortal could rival a deity. Meanwhile, Beerus wore a faint smirk, secretly contemplating, Little do you know that there exists a being in this universe who surpasses even the angels." Jiren's cold gaze, coupled with his overwhelming power, had completely stripped the two from Universe 3 of their ability to resist. Seizing the moment, the Universe 6 fighter, Bergamo, charged forward, colliding with the two and sending them flying. The sudden assault caught them off guard, and before they could react, they were struck by energy blasts emitted from Bergamo, causing an explosion of smoke around them. As they struggled to fend off the energy attacks, Bergamo surged forward once more for another collision, this time sending both opponents tumbling off the stage. How infuriating! That yellow bear actually launched a sneak attack. Majin Buu, who had already been knocked off the stage by Jiren, shouted in anger at this spectacle. However, he quickly deflated, realizing he was now merely a spectator. Meanwhile, the other two robots returned to the audience, appearing quite dejected. "From Universe 3, Nari and Byra have been eliminated from the tournament," announced the Grand Priest, as the remaining members of Universe 3 glowed with a white light. Subsequently, the god of destruction from Universe 3 emerged from the machine and gave a thumbs up to his angel, bidding farewell. Awaiting their fate, the Supreme Kai, L, adjusted his glasses and calmly awaited the outcome. At that moment, as the Omni King clenched his fist, the angel of Universe 3 vanished from the arena. "Oh, yet another universe has been wiped from existence. Lord Kampa, it seems our fate is dire," lamented the angel, Vados, standing beside Kampa, causing a cold sweat to bead on his brow. Just as Kampa appeared flustered, Jiren made his move. His gaze swept across the arena, locking onto Bergamo from Universe 6, whom he deemed unworthy of righteousness. Feeling the palpable pressure emanating from Jiren, Bergamo shivered involuntarily. With a swift step, Jiren appeared before Bergamo and unleashed a powerful punch. Bergamo had no chance to react before being struck, hurtling through the air and demolishing countless stone pillars until he was ultimately thrown off the stage. From Universe 6, Bergamo has been eliminated, declared the Grand Priest. At this juncture, apart from Hit from Universe 6, Ganos from Universe 4, and Tabura from Universe 7, only Jiren from Universe 11 and Kampa remained. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a knowing glance, transforming into Super Saiyans and charging toward Jiren. Realizing that if they did not engage now, they would miss their opportunity to shine in battle. As they approached Jiren, Toppo suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. "Your opponent is me," he declared, launching a Justice Punch directly at Sun Wukong. The colossal fist struck with tremendous force. And despite Sun Wukong's swift attempt to defend with both hands raised, he significantly underestimated Toppo's power. He was sent flying, crashing through several stone pillars before finally coming to a halt. Vegeta, witnessing this, rushed to attack Toppo, but all his strikes were effortlessly parried. Toppo seized Vegeta's fist and, with a swift motion, spun him around and hurled him to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. It was in this moment that Vegeta truly felt the magnitude of Toppo's strength. Nevertheless, he refused to yield and charged at Toppo once more. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong struggled to push the debris off his body. His arms felt as though they might snap, numbness rendering him momentarily powerless. Clenching his fists, he sensed a lingering weakness. What a formidable opponent, he thought. From a concealed position, Ganos gritted his teeth, feeling the surge of determination ignite within him. He transformed into his Chicken Man form, crackling with golden lightning, and charged toward Toppo. It was no longer the time for concealment. The two adversaries had surely already detected their presence. As Toppo noticed Ganos approaching, he unleashed another Justice Flash, propelling himself toward Ganos with a fierce Justice Punch. Claw of the Giant. Ganos retaliated, unleashing his signature move against Toppo. The collision sent Ganos hurtling backward. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Vegeta also launched himself at Toppo, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, their movements causing the remnants of the shattered boulders around them to be sent flying. Just as Sun Wukong shook off the fatigue from his arms and felt a semblance of recovery, he joined the fray alongside Ganos. Though Toppo faced 3 opponents, he remained undaunted. However, the onslaught often left him vulnerable, as he absorbed hits from Sun Wukong and his allies. While he managed to send 1 or 2 of them flying with each counterattack, they quickly rejoined the fight, resulting in a stalemate. Chapter 116, Universe 10, Annihilation. Meanwhile, Jiren observed the unfolding chaos with a detached gaze. His attention soon shifted to Hit, who had already sustained significant injuries in his previous encounters with Dispo and Toppo. Yet to Hit, this was merely a trivial matter. Resolute, he prepared to give it his all, for he was the last remaining fighter from Universe 6. And he understood that with Jiren's strength, escape was not an option. Subsequently, his gaze sharpened, and he once again activated the time skip technique to launch a series of relentless assaults around Jiren. Yet, astonishingly, Jiren repelled each attack with an overwhelming force, his expression remaining utterly unchanged. Witnessing his efforts consistently thwarted, Hit diligently enhanced his time skip technique, even managing to extend its duration slightly. However, Jiren, noticing this, raised his fist and delivered a direct blow towards Hit. To his surprise, this strike missed entirely, his fist passing through Hit's form, eliciting a flicker of astonishment on Jiren's face. Quickly regaining his composure, Jiren detected Hit's position and unleashed a powerful punch, a wave of intense pressure emanating from his fist, which sent the freshly reappeared Hit flying. Hit was propelled backward, crashing into Vegeta, who had been preparing to continue the battle. The collision sent both warriors tumbling out of the arena. As Hit realized he too was on the verge of falling from the platform, he fired a wave of energy at Vegeta, the resulting force propelling him back to the edge of the arena. Damn it, that scoundrel! Vegeta, now back in the spectator area, seethed with fury, his heart ablaze with indignation. He had anticipated continuing the fight, only to be humiliated in such a manner. As a prince, his pride had sustained a grievous blow. "It's all right, Vegeta. Everything will be fine with Toppo around," Vados remarked with a smile. Yet, he understood that Vegeta's distress stemmed not from the outcome of the battle, but from being unexpectedly struck down by Hit, especially when he had inadvertently lost a part of his esteemed hair during the fall. Meanwhile, Hit, who had just returned to the arena, was breathless. The pressure of battling Jiren had been immense. Observing Toppo still engaged in combat and Jiren watching from a distance, Hit contemplated for a moment before charging towards Toppo. This sudden move thrust Toppo back into the fray, where he had only just begun to feel relief after Vegeta's fall. "I'll trap him. You two push him off the stage," Hit shouted to his comrades, swiftly employing the time prison technique to immobilize Toppo. Suddenly gripped by an overwhelming force, Toppo found himself unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Goku and Ganos launched energy attacks aimed at Toppo, determined to send him out of the arena. As the imminent attacks approached, Toppo summoned an immense surge of power from within, breaking free from his restraints. This is the power of destruction. At this moment, the remaining destroyers present beheld the formidable power emanating from Toppo, their expressions shifting dramatically. I neglected to mention that Toppo is the chosen candidate to become the next destroyer of Universe 11. The clown destroyer of Universe 11, with a broad smile, explained to those around him. "Remarkable. Even the color of his body has transformed," marveled the Omni King as he observed the energy radiating from Toppo. In his newly transformed state as a destroyer, Toppo effortlessly deflected the attacks from Goku and Ganos, then charged directly towards Hit, sending him soaring into the sky. Following this, he unleashed a massive energy blast that propelled Hit even further away. In an instant, he appeared beside Goku and Ganos, catching them completely off guard and sending them flying as well. This, Lilibet, standing next to Tabor, watched in shock as the three combatants were swiftly defeated by Toppo, her face paling in an instant, and she was so frightened that her legs gave way, leaving her sitting on the ground. Toppo, observing the three incapacitated opponents, leisurely approached them and grasped their clothing, tossing them outside the arena. From Universe 7, contestant Goku has been eliminated. From Universe 4, contestant Ganos has been eliminated. From Universe 6, contestant Hit has been eliminated. With all members from Universes 4 and 6 ousted, those universes would face obliteration. The Grand Minister regarded the three thrown from the arena, his tone slow and deliberate, his gaze sharpening with each word. "Well done, Hit," Jampa acknowledged, recognizing the injured Hit's efforts. "Humph, I never expected Lord Jampa would bid us farewell so soon," remarked Beerus, who had appeared beside Whis, wiping away non-existent tears with his right hand. "Hey, Beerus, when did you run over there?" Jampa called out, realizing that Beerus had distanced himself without notice, though he soon regained his composure. "Hey, brother," Beerus exclaimed, responding to Jampa's call, then watched him make a face before vanishing from sight. Now, only Tabor and a few others remained in the arena. Toppo approached Tabor and Lilibet, slowly stepping forward. "You may leave, you are no match for me." Lilibet, witnessing the situation, could only lower her head and slowly walk to the edge of the arena, closing her eyes as she leaped forward. From Universe 10, Lilibet has chosen to fall from the arena, resulting in her elimination. All contestants from Universe 10 have been eliminated, and that universe will be erased. Observing Lilibet, whose eyes brimmed with tears, the elephant destroyer, Lamsi, sighed deeply. He understood that she had no chance against the formidable opponents on the field and had only survived thus far because Tabor had refrained from targeting her. Lord Lamsi, as the radiant light enveloped Ramusi, the angel Kasai beside him appeared deeply sorrowful, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. With the dissipation of the white glow, the entirety of Universe 10 vanished from sight. Kasai sat upon the steps, overwhelmed with sadness and reluctance. Chapter 117, Tarble and Jiren. At this moment, Toppo, surrounded by a violet aura, observed that only Tarble remained. With a piercing gaze, he charged towards Tarble at an astonishing speed, intent on concluding this battle. Tarble, witnessing the approaching Toppo, allowed a slight smirk to form at the corners of his mouth. He then raised his right hand, extending a single finger to effortlessly block Toppo's colossal punch. Toppo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed that even Jiren would have to take a step back to withstand his strike. Yet this individual not only blocked it, but did so with merely a finger. Without hesitation, Tarble lifted his hand and delivered a swift blow, sending Toppo skidding backward for dozens of meters, his feet carving deep tracks into the ground before he finally came to a halt. Facing Tarble, Toppo was suddenly engulfed by a terror more profound than when confronting Jiren. How could this be possible? Toppo had already grasped the power of a god of destruction. How could he be repelled so effortlessly? The clown god of destruction, Wime, clutched his hair in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him, which was overwhelmingly shocking. He then turned his gaze towards Beerus, who wore a mysterious smile but offered no explanation to why. Realizing the vast gulf between them, Tarble unleashed destruction without restraint, conjuring a violet sphere of destructive energy in his palm and hurling it at Tarble. If you cannot withstand it, then evade. As the destructive energy approached, Tarble extended his finger once more, gathering an energy sphere at its tip, and tossed it towards the incoming force. To the spectators, it seemed that Tarble's destructive energy would surely overwhelm such ordinary attacks. However, to their astonishment, the energy Tarble launched collided directly with Tarble's destructive energy. At that moment, there was no explosion or violent turbulence. Instead, Tarble's energy enveloped Tarble's destructive force, gradually shrinking until it dissipated into the air. How could this be? Tarble, having unleashed his ultimate technique, was flabbergasted that it was so effortlessly neutralized. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he was under some sort of illusion. At that juncture, Jiren approached slowly, casting not a glance at Tarble, and in a tone devoid of emotion, stated, "You are no match for him. Step aside." Jiren then focused his gaze on Tarble, seemingly searching for an opening to attack. Just moments ago, Tarble, who had been instructed by Jiren to step aside, stood frozen in place. After a deep sigh, he resumed his previous demeanor and leapt gracefully onto a distant stone pillar, where he observed Tarble and Jiren from afar. "I can see your strength is formidable," Jiren remarked, his face devoid of expression as he fixed his gaze upon Tarble. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending a fierce wave of energy hurtling towards Tarble, which cleaved through the ground beneath. In response, Tarble merely raised a hand slightly, and an invisible barrier materialized before him, effortlessly deflecting the oncoming assault. In an instant, Jiren surged forward, appearing before Tarble at an untraceable speed, shattering the barrier that stood in his way, and immediately launched a relentless barrage of strikes at Tarble. However, Tarble absorbed each blow with the ease of a sandbag, untouched by Jiren's furious onslaught. Jiren's assault was akin to a tempest, a whirlwind of punches that reverberated through the air of the arena, yet Tarble remained as steadfast as a mountain, unwavering and immovable. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of strikes echoed against Tarble, each impact generating a sonic boom, yet he did not budge even an inch. He appeared disinterested in retaliating, merely observing Jiren with an expression of indifference, as though he were waiting for him to tire. It was utterly terrifying that even Jiren's punches failed to elicit any reaction from him. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Vermaud, muttered to himself, his expression darkening to the point where it seemed he could drip water. The tufts of hair atop his head appeared nearly ready to be torn out in frustration. At that moment, the Grand Priest, standing on the high platform, exhibited a rare seriousness, his gaze firmly fixed on Tarble, curiosity seeping into his tone. This scion's strength appears quite impressive. Meanwhile, the Omni King seated upon his throne clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! Incredible! This man is truly remarkable. You've had your turn, now it's my time." With that, Tarble spoke, abruptly raising his hand to meet Jiren's next punch with an open palm, fingers like a vice. Boom. At the instant their fists collided, Jiren felt an unfathomable force surge up his arm. He attempted to withdraw his fist, but a powerful grip held him in place. "How is this possible?" Jiren gasped, his eyes widening, but before he could react, Tarble thrust his other hand towards Jiren's chest. The seemingly innocuous push was laden with a terrifying power. Thud! Jiren was propelled several meters back, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground as he struggled to stabilize himself, his shins nearly sinking into the earth. A rare seriousness now graced his face. "You are stronger than anyone I have encountered before," Jiren finally spoke, his voice low yet unwavering. "You have far surpassed Lord Vermaud." Tarble, however, simply replied with a soft exhalation, "It seems you are only just realizing this. It may be a tad too late." The statement left the audience in a state of astonishment, even causing Tarble, who was observing from a distance, to furrow his brows once more. Given Jiren's declaration, it could not possibly be erroneous. To his surprise, there existed such formidable individuals within Universe 7. Could he also be a candidate for the God of Destruction? Beerus revealed a rare smile of reassurance, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. At last, these individuals were beginning to comprehend Tarble's might. At that moment, Jiren inhaled deeply, his aura surging violently around him. His gaze was resolute, no longer reflecting the uncertainty of before, as he prepared himself for battle with utmost seriousness. In that case, I shall unleash my full power, he declared. As his words echoed, a fierce crimson aura erupted around him, his combat prowess skyrocketing to astonishing heights. Humph. Are you finally ready to get serious? I've been waiting for this moment, Tarble remarked with a slight smile. The two warriors' auras intertwined and clashed at the center of the arena. To the spectators, it appeared as though the pillars and ground of the arena were incessantly colliding and shattering, accompanied by the deafening sounds of their clashes, rendering their figures invisible. The arena fell into silence. In the next instant, they reappeared. Jiren's crimson battle attire was now tattered and torn, resembling a beggar long deprived of sustenance. In stark contrast, Tarble stood pristine and unblemished, as if he had merely been an observer, never having engaged in combat at all. Boom. The two vanished once more. Jiren surged forward like lightning, delivering a powerful punch towards Tarble, who, this time, chose not to evade but to counter with his own strike. As their fists met, the center of the arena suddenly collapsed, leaving only a fragment of rubble suspended in midair. Topo found himself constantly dodging and shifting positions, but the spaces available for him to retreat were dwindling. At that critical juncture, the Grand Priest raised his hand to stabilize the barrier surrounding the arena. Otherwise, the entire observation space would likely tremble into chaos. Well done, Jiren. Tabor's eyes sparkled with excitement, the thrill of battle igniting within him. Now I shall test how much power you can elicit from me when I am truly serious. Chapter 118. The conclusion of the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. At this moment, the arena was enveloped by Tabor's overwhelming aura, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and shake. Among the ruins of the shattered arena stood three figures: Tarble, Jiren, and Topo. Both Jiren and Topo gazed solemnly at Tarble, the oppressive atmosphere rendering those present both inside and outside the arena breathless. Jiren clenched his fists tightly, his entire being cloaked in crimson flames, continuously enhancing his aura. The intimidation he emanated was several times greater than before. With a mighty roar, he erupted forth, transforming into a streak of crimson light, charging fiercely towards Tarble. Come on. Tabor's eyes gleamed with anticipation, unwavering and unflinching as he unleashed a powerful punch in response. Boom. With a resounding clash, the sound of an explosion reverberated through the air as a circle of white shockwaves erupted around the two combatants. The surrounding arena, already littered with shattered stones, seemed to have expelled all debris save for two small fragments beneath their feet. Torpo continuously enveloped the stones with his aura, as if to prevent them from descending into the arena below. Jiren, exerting every ounce of his strength, finally managed to make Tarble take a step back. But in the next instant, Tarble suddenly unleashed a fist, as if all the power contained within the void converged into this singular, forceful strike. With a sickening thud, Jiren took the blow head-on, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a marionette with severed strings, perilously close to tumbling off the edge of the stage. Jiren, a streak of purple light sliced through the air. Torpo. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, catching the airborne Jiren in a tight embrace, executing a swift turn and leaped to rescue him from the brink. They landed heavily on a nearby stone. Torpo coughing up blood, yet still clutching Jiren tightly, panting heavily. Why did you help me? Jiren, uncharacteristically astonished, inquired. Torpo lifted his gaze and grinned. Because you are our comrade. Our pride team will never abandon one another. Jiren fell silent, as if a fragile barrier within him had quietly shattered in that moment. Gazing at Torpo, memories of his teammates from the pride team cheering for him flooded back, his expression softening. I understand now. In the next moment, Jiren slowly rose to his feet, standing shoulder to shoulder with Torpo, their eyes fixed resolutely on Tarble. This time, we fight together. Indeed, not bad, Tarble nodded, a smile gracing his face. Come, let me witness the extent of your combined prowess. The battle erupted once more. Torpo transformed into his destruction mode, his entire being engulfed in purple flames, while Jiren unleashed his ultimate aura, both launching their assault simultaneously. Their coordination was impeccable. One attacked while the other defended. One swift while the other steady, manifesting the strongest collaborative combat style of their pride team, forcing Tarble to retreat a half-step. A rare occurrence indeed. Impressive teamwork, Tarble acknowledged, though he sensed they still fell slightly short. Suddenly, his figure trembled, and both fists surged forth. Jiren and Torpo raised their hands defensively to shield themselves. But it proved utterly futile. Boom. His fist struck through their defenses, crashing into their chests, a cataclysmic explosion erupting upwards, sending both Jiren and Torpo hurtling away. They struggled to regain their balance, but found their breaths erratic, unable to stand firm. "It's over," Tarble said softly, raising a hand as the atmosphere above them collapsed like a cascading waterfall. Bang! Ultimately, the two were propelled off the stage, vanishing into the air and landing heavily back in the audience. Jiren, Torpo, Matisse immediately rushed forward to assist them. At that moment, the arena fell silent. With Jiren's fall from the stage, the final victor was thus revealed. The High Priest solemnly declared, "Contestants Jiren and Torpo from Universe 10 have been eliminated. Universe 10 is hereby disqualified." The Omni King glanced at the now darkened trio on the side, then raised his hand with an innocent yet chilling gesture. Shill. With a flash of white light, Universe 10 was rendered to nothingness. Thus, the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament has come to a close. Tabor, as the champion of this competition, I shall summon the Eternal Dragon for you, granting you the opportunity to articulate any desire you wish. At this moment, the Grand Priest gracefully descended before Tabor. Having discerned that Tabor's prowess had far surpassed that of the Destroyers, even approaching that of the Angels, though the extent of his power remained uncertain. "Restore all the universes that were eradicated by the Omni King," Tabor gestured, addressing the Grand Priest. Upon hearing Tabor's request, the Grand Priest was momentarily taken aback. "Are you certain, Tabor? The Eternal Dragon can indeed fulfill any wish." "Fear not. I am resolute. Merely restoring the universes obliterated by the Omni King will suffice," Tabor asserted with unwavering conviction. A glimmer of approval flickered in the Grand Priest's eyes as he nodded with a smile. "Understood. Allow me to summon the Eternal Dragon. Arise, Dragon of the Gods. I summon you." As the Dragon Balls radiated light and spun, a resplendent golden glow erupted, revealing a colossal Eternal Dragon, its scales shimmering brilliantly as it soared through the cosmos, subsequently devouring everything in its vicinity. "O Dragon of the Gods, please restore all the universes that were erased by the esteemed Omni King." In that instant, the Eternal Dragon's eyes glowed crimson, uttering an ancient divine incantation before transforming back into the Dragon Balls, departing towards the sixth universe and Earth. A tremendous roar resonated, and waves of light inundated the arena. As within that brilliance, the outlines of universes began to re-emerge. The ninth universe, the sixth universe, and the 10th universe, those once obliterated realms, were now reviving one by one. Familiar figures of warriors, Kaioshin's, and destroyers slowly opened their eyes within their respective universes, expressions of bewilderment giving way to tears of joy. "The universe has returned? We have been resurrected. Was it that man who used the Eternal Dragon Balls to bring us back?" thought Jiren from the 10th universe as he gazed into the starry sky. Jiren. Upon hearing a familiar call, Jiren, instead of his usual aloof response, turned with a slight smile and walked toward his proud teammates, who had been closely observing their performance in the void through the grand screen. "I hereby declare the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament officially concluded. Thank you all for your dedicated participation." The Grand Priest stepped forward, bowing slightly in gratitude to the assembly. This competition was truly exhilarating. I could hardly get enough of it. "Grand Priest, shall we organize another one next time?" The Omni King, still immersed in the excitement of the recent battles, suggested from his throne. "Indeed, my Lord Omni King, we could establish a regular schedule, perhaps once every century." The Grand Priest seamlessly continued the discourse. Upon hearing the dialogue between the Grand Priest and the Omni King, the attendees broke into cold sweats, apprehensive that such contests, if continued, might jeopardize the very existence of their universes. The Grand Priest seemed to have sensed the thoughts of those present and thus spoke. "Rest assured, esteemed guests, the upcoming competition will primarily serve as entertainment and will not entail the annihilation of universes. However, this is contingent upon your ability to amuse Lord Zeno." Upon hearing that there would be no threat of elimination, the crowd felt a slight sigh of relief. Otherwise, the mounting pressure would have been unbearable, perhaps even straining their hearts. Naturally, Lord Zeno also desires that you all give your utmost effort, as the victorious universe will receive its due rewards. After delivering this statement, the Grand Priest gently waved his hand, transporting everyone back to their respective universes. Tabor and his companions were sent to the God of Destruction realm, or Sun Wukong. Still exhilarated, reflected on the formidable opponents he had encountered in the recent battle. Lord Beerus, may I participate in the next competition? He implored. Let us see if you can survive until then, Beerus replied, his earlier good mood now overshadowed by a hint of exasperation. Nonetheless, he was relieved that they had safely navigated this assembly, and other universes had been revived due to Tabor's wish, which they were now obliged to honor. All right, let us return, Tabor instructed, taking Sun Wukong and Vegeta back to Earth. With a swift motion, they reappeared on Earth. All right, Tabor, I must return home, otherwise Chi-Chi will surely complain again, Sun Wukong said eagerly, ready to head home. Vegeta, being alone, felt indifferent about his destination. Though he was reluctant to revisit the villa where Raditz and Nappa had met their demise at the hands of Cell. I shall return to the temple, he declared, his singular focus remaining on training and becoming stronger, dismissing any other concerns. By the way, Wukong, Vegeta, while you were battling Majin Buu, Krillin informed me that the Supreme Kai was slain by Demon King Piccolo. Tabor recalled as Vegeta mentioned the temple. What? The Supreme Kai has been killed? Exclaimed Sun Wukong and Vegeta, their brows knitting together in disbelief, for both had received care from the Supreme Kai and Bubbles, and the news of his demise was shocking. I had forgotten amidst the worries about Zeno's martial arts tournament, Tabor admitted, having been preoccupied with concerns about Zeno's capabilities. Was he not sealed away? How did he escape? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, recalling Tabor's earlier mention of Demon King Piccolo during the World Martial Arts Tournament. It had been over 300 years since he had been sealed. How could he have returned and killed the Supreme Kai? I am not entirely certain of the details, Tabor replied, shaking his head. He then instantaneously transported Sun Wukong and Vegeta back to the God of Destruction realm. Realizing that finding Demon King Piccolo swiftly would necessitate seeking Whis' assistance. Tabor, did you not just leave? What brings you back? Whis inquired, sensing their return. Weiss observed the few individuals who had just departed and promptly returned, sensing that something was amiss. He inquired of them, what seems to be the matter? Well, Weiss, Tabor replied, I would like to request your assistance in locating a certain individual on Earth. His name is King Piccolo, and he is a Namekian. Tabor then recounted the events that had transpired before making his appeal. I see. No problem. Let me check. Weiss responded as he directed his gaze towards the staff in his hand. The staff soon revealed a green silhouette, accompanied by a prominent character symbolizing demon, unmistakably indicating King Piccolo. At that moment, King Piccolo was suspended in midair within a cave, seemingly engaged in intense training. Ah, found him. He is in a cave approximately 150 miles east of your home, Weiss informed. You may proceed to find him now. Thank you, Weiss. Next time, I shall treat you to a delightful meal, Tabor said as he prepared to return to Earth. Hey, how come you're only inviting Weiss and not me? Beerus interjected, his displeasure evident upon hearing that Tabor intended to treat Weiss alone. All right, next time we can all go together, Tabor replied with a resigned smile, fully aware that next time was an ambiguous concept. Meanwhile, King Piccolo suddenly felt a shiver run through him, an overwhelming sense of dread rising from within, intensifying without respite. I must leave this place at once, he resolved, but as he attempted to flee, he abruptly halted. Gathering a significant portion of his energy, King Piccolo began to swell, his abdomen expanding dramatically as the energy surged towards his throat. Finally, he gasped and expelled a massive egg. Child, remain here. Should I not return, you must avenge me, King Piccolo instructed before he advanced a short distance, sealing the cave's entrance with earth before swiftly fleeing. However, his intuition proved to be remarkably accurate. Just as he stepped out of the cave, Tabor and Goku arrived at the location. Huh, I never expected you to find this place. It appears I cannot escape this time, King Piccolo remarked, his prior panic dissipating as he recognized the inevitability of his fate, embracing his impending confrontation with indifference. King Piccolo, after being sealed for so many years, you emerge only to commit this unforgivable sin, Goku said, his gaze cold and his words heavy with anger. I am merely the embodiment of a malevolent thought. My return signifies destruction, does it not? Ha! King Piccolo laughed as he gazed at the heavens. You still have a choice, Goku countered, his stare unwavering. But you have made the wrong one. Subsequently, Sun Wukong charged directly at the Demon King Piccolo. Aware that his strength was no match for Sun Wukong, Piccolo still retaliated with an attack of his own. The two fists collided, sending the Demon King hurtling away. tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Struggling to regain his composure, Piccolo slowly rose to his feet. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Show me the full extent of your power," he exclaimed, extending his hand as a magical energy blast erupted from his palm, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong continued his advance towards Piccolo. Unfazed by the incoming energy, with a mere flick of his hand, he deflected the energy sphere effortlessly. Following this, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch that propelled Piccolo high into the air. Taking down a minor foe should not require such effort, he mused, preparing for another strike when suddenly, an energy blast zipped past his ear, striking Piccolo and resulting in a violent explosion. The source of this energy was none other than the impatient Vegeta. Chapter 120. The new Kami. Well, now that the matter is settled, I shall take my leave, Vegeta declared, ignoring Tarble and soaring away. Tarble shook his head at Vegeta's departure, inwardly lamenting his arrogance. Turning to Sun Wukong, he advised, "You should return soon, otherwise, Chi-Chi will surely seek you out." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, leaving Tarble alone. Tarble then headed towards the cave from which Piccolo had emerged, a smirk forming on his lips as he thought how naive it was. With a mere flick of his finger, the earth blocking the cave's entrance parted. Inside, he soon spotted a colossal egg, quietly resting in the darkness. Although this egg belonged to Piccolo, he had previously absorbed the power of the Kami, which meant that this egg likely contained more than just the dark intentions of Piccolo. With this in mind, Tarble stepped forward and placed his hand upon the massive egg, vanishing from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, Tarble found himself on planet Namek. Thankfully, only a few years had passed since his last visit, and his appearance remained largely unchanged. Almost immediately upon his arrival, he was recognized by a Namekian who had previously encountered him. "You are the Earthling who came here before, aren't you?" A slightly older Namekian stepped forward from the crowd, gazing at Tarble. However, upon noticing the egg beside him, his expression shifted dramatically. As a Namekian, he was all too familiar with the significance of that egg. "Indeed, it is I. I wish to pay my respects to the elder. Could you lead me to him?" Tarble inquired, nodding in affirmation as he used his telekinesis to levitate the egg beside him. "Very well, follow me," the Namekian replied. The elder Namekian nodded thoughtfully and promptly led Tarble towards the residence of the Grand Elder. Along the way, the elderly Namekian occasionally glanced at the enormous egg beside Tarble, as if he harbored questions yet was uncertain whether to voice them. Before long, the two arrived at the Grand Elder's abode, where the guards, recognizing Tarble, promptly entered to report to the Grand Elder. Subsequently, Neru emerged from within, acknowledging Tarble with a nod. Upon observing the egg beside Tarble, his expression subtly shifted, and he gestured for Tarble to enter. "Greetings, Grand Elder. It has been quite some time," Tarble said, regarding the towering figure of the Grand Elder. However, Tarble could discern that the Grand Elder appeared increasingly frail, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. "Indeed, it has been several years. What brings you, my visitor? To see this dying old man today?" The Grand Elder slowly opened his weary eyes and regarded Tarble with a gentle gaze. "Well, it is a matter of concern. Our celestial beings on Earth, influenced by malevolent thoughts, inadvertently spawned an evil Namekian. Previously, he was sealed away, but recently, he somehow escaped and consumed our celestial being. This egg is what he expelled before his demise, and I have brought it back to ascertain how you might wish to handle it." Tarble recounted the events leading to this moment. "I see," the Grand Elder mused. "However, if that is the case, this child may be born with a strong inclination towards desire and malevolence due to hereditary factors. Without proper guidance, the future of this child may be bleak." The Grand Elder pondered how best to proceed. "Very well, leave the child here. I shall see if there is a way to purge the malevolent thoughts within." After a moment's contemplation, the Grand Elder spoke, though it was evident that his advanced age rendered him increasingly powerless in his endeavors. "By the way, Grand Elder, since our celestial being on Earth has perished, I would like to inquire if there are any among you willing to ascend as the new celestial being for our Earth." After hearing the Grand Elder's words, Tarble nodded and revealed his second purpose for visiting. "Neru, summon Tien," the Grand Elder commanded after a brief moment of reflection. Neru nodded in response and promptly exited to fetch Tien. Shortly thereafter, he returned with Tien in tow. "Tien, this individual is a formidable warrior from Earth. Due to certain circumstances, he seeks your assistance in becoming their celestial being. Would you be willing?" The Grand Elder addressed Tien kindly. "Grand Elder, Do you truly think I am capable? Tian stammered, his voice wavering with self-doubt. He felt a deep reluctance to leave the Namekian people, uncertain of when he might return to visit them again. Tian, fret not. You are a prodigy of our dragon clan, and I have always held great faith in your abilities. The Grand Elders seemed to perceive his concerns and spoke to Tian, saying, whenever you wish to return, you may rely on this gentleman. He can transport you back in an instant. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Tian hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Then I am willing to go to Earth and become a celestial deity. Tabor gazed at Tian with a gentle smile, reassuring him, do not worry. With me by your side, you shall not encounter any danger. Once you adapt to life on Earth, you may find yourself fond of it. The Grand Elder looked at Tian with approval, then turned to Tabor, saying, this child possesses considerable talent. I hope you will take good care of him once he arrives on Earth. Tabor patted his chest and replied, rest assured, I will protect him well. With that, Tabor departed with Tian from Namek. Upon returning to Earth, Tabor took Tian to the temple. As Tian beheld the unfamiliar surroundings, he felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, noting the significant differences from Namek. Just as they arrived at the temple, Bobo, observing this race akin to celestial beings, turned curiously to Tabor. Bobo, this is the new celestial deity I have found for you. He is also a Namekian and is called Tian. At that moment, Tian bowed respectfully to Bobo, leaving him momentarily flustered, prompting him to quickly respond. No. You are the new celestial deity. There is no need for you to bow to me. I am your servant, Bobo. Bobo, please retrieve the dragon model so that Tian can resurrect the dragon, Tabor instructed. Bobo complied promptly, swiftly bringing forth the dragon model. Taking a deep breath, Tian recited a mysterious incantation and began to manifest his abilities. The dragon model's eyes flashed red, gradually emanating light, transforming into a colossal beam that soared into the sky, dispersing in all directions. Boom, boom. As the beams found the dragon balls, they descended upon them with tremendous force, creating a massive crater in the ground. The stones receiving this light emitted a golden glow, and the stars within began to twinkle. In this manner, several beams struck down, and all 7 dragon balls reverted to their original forms. Chapter 121. Frisia's advancing minions. Meanwhile, while all this transpired on Earth, a significant event unfolded on distant planets. What are we to do? Ever since Lord Frisia's absence, our business has become exceedingly difficult. We face substantial obstacles in our quest to conquer planets. At this rate, we will soon struggle to maintain our current territory, lamented a group of aliens gathered around a round table, all former subordinates of Frisia. What else can we do? Unless we can find other powerful allies to support us, we are doomed, replied a man with an overly groomed appearance, nonchalantly filing his nails as he addressed the others at the table. Humph, such a coward. If it were that simple, we would not be in this predicament, another retorted. Beside them stood a crimson-hued extraterrestrial, pursing its lips in disdain towards the effeminate figure. You, enough with the noise. I previously had someone decipher the message emanating from Frisia's spacecraft, and according to the information I acquired, there exists a fabled object on a planet in the Milky Way that can grant resurrection. I intend to investigate. If this object is indeed real, I shall resurrect Frisia. Then, we can indulge in luxury once more. At that moment, a violet-hued being hastily intervened to mediate. Well, I think that's a feasible plan. By the way, we should notify the Jinyu force to accompany us. It would ensure greater safety. The crimson alien nodded in agreement. Thus, Earth stood ominously, resembling a slaughterhouse in anticipation of the arrival of these nefarious aliens. In the Earth Temple, Tarble remarked, all right, Tian, from now on, Earth will be in your capable hands. When the time comes, I shall introduce you to a few friends. If you encounter any other matters, you may consult Bobo. I must take my leave. The little ones at home are likely missing me. Tarble gazed at the dissipating beam of light and then addressed Tian and Bobo. Very well. At that moment, Tian felt somewhat apprehensive, but seeing Tarble's amiable demeanor eased his concerns. However, as he prepared to return to the villa, a spatial rift suddenly materialized before Tarble, from which emerged a diminutive girl with orange hair, the Kai of Time, Kane. What brings you here again? Do you require my assistance? Upon recognizing Kane, Tarble felt a throbbing headache. Having previously been ensnared by the Dark Demon Realm's machinations, he had endured a convoluted series of events to resolve the situation. Surely, Her presence now signified trouble. Hey, what else with that attitude? If it weren't for my help, the timeline of this world would have already descended into chaos. Cain, having just emerged from the rift, was incensed by Tarble's disgruntled expression. All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Tarble, seeing her anger, chose not to escalate the matter and attempted to dismiss her with a few words. Sigh, I come to you with a genuine request for assistance. Cain sighed, her expression turning serious as she addressed Tarble. The dark demon realm has struck again. They have infiltrated the past timeline, creating numerous parallel dimensions within what should have been a stable temporal flow. I lack sufficient personnel to manage this crisis, hence I seek your aid. I was planning to return home and check on things. Can't you wait a bit longer? Given the gravity of Cain's revelations, Tarble could only nod in resignation. After all, remaining indifferent in this world could lead to peril knocking at his door sooner or later. Please wait for me here. I will return shortly after conveying some matters. Very well, but do hurry. At this moment, Cain preferred to avoid excessive contact with Tarble's family, as it was his actions that had previously caused a separation lasting several years. Although she had managed to straighten out the timeline, a lingering sense of guilt still resided within her. Subsequently, Tarble executed a sudden teleportation, returning home. Bulma, launch, Android 18. I have matters to attend to for a few days. Please look after the house. If anything arises, simply make a wish, he stated, retrieving the Dragon Balls from the system space. Initially, he had planned to modify these Dragon Balls once his power had increased, but it appeared that the timeline had accelerated. As Tarble gazed at the Dragon Balls he had previously placed in a box, he pondered what had transpired. Is something amiss? Why do you speak as if the situation is dire? At that moment, Android 18 picked up on Tarble's words, sensing that the matter was not as simple as he suggested, and expressed her concern. There's nothing to worry about. Are you not aware of my strength? What danger could I possibly encounter? I merely left the Dragon Balls as a precaution since I won't be on Earth. Although Goku and the others are somewhat lacking in power, they can manage, especially with Majin Buu around, though he is merely a gluttonous sloth. Tarble glanced around, confirming that Majin Buu was nowhere to be found. You're looking for Majin Buu? He is in the living room, eating and watching television. Bulma recognized Tarble's search and offered a resigned expression. While Majin Buu was generally obedient, he did possess a childlike demeanor. Fortunately, he enjoyed playing with the kids at home. If we encounter a formidable opponent, feel free to send Majin Buu into battle. Tarble continued, well, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Rest assured, I will return promptly once I have addressed my matters. He then kissed each of the women on their cheeks before departing. With a swift motion, Tarble reappeared atop the sacred shrine, observing Cain leisurely sipping tea brewed by Bobo, her feet swaying in relaxation. I am ready. Which timeline is experiencing issues? Tarble approached Cain, inquiring about the matter. That was quick. I expected you to keep me waiting for hours. Cain teased him with a playful expression. Weren't you the one who said it was urgent? What happened? Are we no longer in a hurry? If that is the case, I shall take my leave, Tarble replied, exasperated by Cain's incessant chatter. Let us get down to business. You're aware of Raditz, who was eliminated by Cell, correct? Cain shifted to a serious demeanor as she addressed Tarble. Oh, him. I see. You can't be suggesting that such a minor character could impact the parallel worlds. Can you? Tarble expressed skepticism regarding Cain's concerns. Chapter 122. The Advancing Vegeta. If it were only him, I could easily arrange for someone to handle the matter. Upon hearing Tarble's bewilderment, Cain could not help but let out a sigh. The inhabitants of the Dark Demon realm seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. The timeline of this world had been interfered with in multiple locations, not merely by Raditz, but also by Vegeta, Frieza, and others. My available manpower is utterly insufficient. After listening to Cain's words, Tarble began to grasp the severity of the matter. While the existence of a multiverse was ordinarily acceptable, the rewriting of history across different timelines posed a perilous threat. It would cause the main timeline to branch out like a tree, sprouting offshoots that would further bifurcate, ultimately leading to a catastrophic fracture due to excessive strain. Such a rupture could vanish vast swathes of parallel worlds into oblivion. We must swiftly devise a plan to prevent the timeline from spiraling further into chaos. Tarble's brow furrowed, his gaze betraying his concern. Cain shook his head in exasperation. I have attempted to dispatch various individuals to different temporal points to intervene, but the Dark Demon realm appears to be well prepared. They consistently evade our efforts with remarkable cunning. Moreover, their strength surpasses that of my own personnel. You are rather short-sighted, Tabor retorted. The denizens of the Dark Demon Realm can disrupt the flow of history. You could enlist assistance from the future. At that moment, Kane's eyes widened, and he became infuriated. You are the foolish one. Do you think I have not tried? Every time I send someone to the future, those temporal nodes collapse instantaneously, indicating that the future has already been observed by the Dark Demon Realm. It is either interfered with or ensnared in traps. Those deranged beings from the Dark Demon Realm aim to utterly dismantle the entire timeline. However, I am already taking measures to avoid their scrutiny, yet I still require substantial manpower. After hearing this, Tabor's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood all too well what this entailed. The collapse Kane spoke of was one of the most severe anomalies in the timeline realm. Once a collapse occurs, it signifies that a segment of time has been erased or replaced and cannot be restored, even by the power of a supreme Kai. Thus, we can no longer afford to mend the timeline slowly. Tabor stated solemnly, we must take the initiative and eliminate the roots of their interference. Kane nodded, gritting his teeth as she declared, I have come here to implore you to delve into those already distorted temporal branches and eradicate the executors of the Dark Demon Realm. For in my estimation, your strength is the only one capable of accomplishing this task. Then why not consult with the Destroyer Gods and Whis? They would be more than adequate to handle this matter. Tabor voiced his earlier confusion. Alas, this is an issue that the Destroyer Gods cannot assist with. Their duty is to maintain peace within the existing universe, not to act as enforcers of justice. For instance, even if Frisia were to annihilate your planet, he would typically not intervene. As for Whis and his ilk, their role is akin to that of overseers. They cannot interfere in such matters. Should they breach the rules, their only fate would be to cease to exist. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. Subsequently, Kane elucidated all of Tabor's perplexities. It became evident why. During his previous observations of Sun Wukong and his companions fighting with fervor, the deities of destruction had chosen to remain hidden. It seemed that the situation had yet to escalate to a universal threat. Tabor sighed inwardly, realizing that those who toil are often outside the system. Very well. Let us proceed. Pray tell, where do you intend to commence the rectification? Tabor inquired of Kane. Kane nodded affirmatively and led Tabor to the Nest of Time. Welcome to the Nest of Time, Kane greeted as they arrived. The architecture here bears a striking resemblance to that of the houses on Namek. Tabor observed that the surroundings were reminiscent of Turtle Island, adorned with numerous coconut trees, and at the center lay a vast pool of water. Before he could further explore, Kane's demeanor shifted from one of cordiality to seriousness. He grasped Tabor's garment and ushered him into the palace, where the time scrolls were stored. Kane then began to expound upon the significance of the Nest of Time. The time scrolls function much like memory storage, chronicling the information of the multiverse and enabling one to traverse back to the past. As Tabor gazed at the meticulously arranged scrolls before him, a shadow of gravity crossed his features. These scrolls were enveloped in a purplish-black aura. Are these all timelines that have been tampered with? He pondered, extending a finger to trace one of the scrolls. He felt the lingering, intense distortion, momentarily glimpsing chaotic scenes of explosions, death, and even the entire universe being devoured. Not all, Kane responded, shaking her head. These represent critical points that we have confirmed to have been interfered with by the Dark Demon Realm. Some exhibit only minor fluctuations, while others have completely deviated from their original trajectory. The most severe cases are beyond our ability to ascertain whether they can be salvaged. As she spoke, she approached a particularly entangled scroll, her expression grave. The first temporal node you must address is this one. Tabor furrowed his brow, observing the ancient script inscribed on the scroll, which read, Vegeta's initial battle against Frisia, the new universal monarch. Kane continued, in the original battle, Vegeta was overpowered by Frisia on Namek, ultimately leading to Goku of this universe transforming into a Super Saiyan and successfully vanquishing Frisia, resulting in his rescue. However, the inhabitants of the Dark Demon Realm have infused Vegeta with the essence of darkness, unlocking his full potential, allowing him to surpass the limits of Super Saiyan 2 at that moment, inverting the outcome. Moreover, she gritted her teeth, her gaze heavy with concern. He even killed Frisia, seizing his fleet and absorbing his subordinates, thus becoming a new universal monarch. Tabor was momentarily stunned, his lips twitching. Has Vegeta become Frisia's successor? That sounds utterly absurd. Kane nodded solemnly. Therefore, you must prevent the continued expansion of this divergent timeline. lest it lead to the destruction of subsequent history by the deities of destruction, resulting in the emergence of even more parallel worlds. With a slight click of his tongue, Tarble realized that today he would not only be seeking trouble with the denizens of the Dark Demon realm, but would also have to confront one of his own. He clapped his hands together and chuckled lightly. Well then, let us consider this first battle a warm-up. Take me there. Chapter 123. The resolution of the first distorted time-space. Tarble reached out directly toward the time scroll, and in an instant, he was drawn into its depths. After a dizzying whirl, he shook his head, feeling slightly disoriented. Would every traversal through the time scroll cause such disorientation? How bothersome. What an odd place this is. As he surveyed the towering structures and technologically advanced surroundings, Tarble found himself momentarily bewildered. It seemed to be developing quite well, at least it appeared so at first glance. Just as Tarble was still assessing his surroundings, a sharp energy beam suddenly whizzed toward him from a short distance away, hurtling directly toward his position. Oh, what a way to greet me upon my arrival. Raising an eyebrow, Tarble swiftly turned and evaded the attack. The beam exploded behind him, sending a burst of flames and dust into the air. With a flick of his wrist, he released his aura, dispersing the smoke and debris around him. Who are you? How did you appear here? A figure descended from the sky, landing before Tarble. It was a soldier clad in a battle suit reminiscent of the one worn by Vegeta. His demeanor tense, wielding a laser gun aimed directly at Tarble. Narrowing his eyes, Tarble observed the soldier's armor, which prominently displayed a symbol resembling the letter B. It seemed that, in this timeline, Vegeta had indeed formed his own army. Tarble murmured to himself, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. However, he thought, a change in design would not go amiss. This is rather unappealing, lacking any artistic flair. Who exactly are you? The soldier, evidently unaware of Tarble's identity, was enraged by Tarble's fearless demeanor and began firing relentlessly while calling for reinforcements via his communicator. Well then, a warm-up right upon arrival isn't so bad. In a flash, Tarble appeared behind the soldier, delivering a spinning kick that sent him flying, crashing through the rooftop of a distant building. At that moment, members of Vegeta's army began to converge from all directions, firing their weapons at Tarble as he stood there. How troublesome. With a swift movement, Tarble sidestepped to the side of a figure who appeared to be a commander, gripping his neck tightly. Explain to me where this place is and where Vegeta is located. The commander's face turned crimson as he struggled to utter a few words. This is New Vegeta Star. Lord Vegeta is in the royal palace. Releasing his grip, Tarble watched as the commander collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. New Vegeta Star? It seems that Vegeta has regained his status as the ruler of planet Vegeta, and his obsession with dominating the universe has manifested in this world. With that thought, Tarble transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the direction indicated by the commander. Before long, Tarble arrived above a grand palace. Vegeta! A thunderous sound erupted above the palace, reverberating with an overwhelming pressure that plunged the entire royal city into a brief silence. Who could it be? In the grand hall, Vegeta suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury and wrath. Clad in battle attire and draped in a black cloak, a faint crimson light flickered within his gaze. A personal officer rushed in, stumbling and collapsing to his knees. Your Majesty, there is. Before he could finish, Tarble's aura enveloped him, piercing through the palace's ceiling and entering the grand hall. With a resounding crash, the roof of the hall was dented, debris cascading down. Upon landing, Tarble's gaze fell upon Vegeta, who was now seething with rage upon the throne. Vegeta furrowed his brow and coldly demanded, "Who are you to dare cause chaos here? It appears you seek death." A smirk tugged at Tarble's lips. "Oh, it seems you have been thoroughly tainted," he murmured, surveying the purple-black aura emanating from Vegeta. "Even you fail to recognize me. It seems your mind has been utterly corrupted." Upon hearing Tarble's mocking words, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, the dark aura surrounding him erupting in fury, an intense pressure enveloping the hall. He stepped forward, the ground cracking beneath him. "Enough of your nonsense. Whoever dares to create trouble here shall meet their end. Indeed, the corruption runs deep. I am not here to reason with you. I have come to awaken your mind." Observing Vegeta's furious demeanor, Tarble beckoned him with a finger. Provoked by such insolence, Vegeta lunged forward like a wild beast, his fist imbued with a twisted dark energy, aimed squarely at Tarble's face. Boom. Kneel. Tarble merely pointed a finger at Vegeta, who found himself immobilized, his body moving as if controlled by a puppet, crashing repeatedly against the palace walls. Damn it! Damn it! Though his body was under Tarble's control, the humiliation and rage within him only intensified, the dark energy surrounding him growing ever stronger. Yet, tragically, in the face of absolute power, Vegeta remained unable to break free from Tarble's grasp. Awaken! Tarble gently tapped Vegeta's chest, and an inky black aura erupted from his mouth. As soon as this dark essence appeared, it dissipated into nothingness. Subsequently, Vegeta collapsed to the ground as if robbed of all strength, clarity returning to his eyes as he struggled to rise. Observing the prideful warrior nearly fainting yet still attempting to stand, Tarble shook his head. Indeed, Vegeta's arrogance remains unchanged across worlds. With that thought, Tarble retrieved a sense of being from his system space and placed it in Vegeta's mouth. Instantly, Vegeta's strength was restored, vitality surging through him. You are Tarble. Why are you here? What transpired just now? It seems my mind has returned to clarity. Subsequently, Tarble swiftly rendered Vegeta unconscious with a decisive chop, and then, grasping Vegeta by the collar, he teleported to the skies above the planet that once belonged to Frisia. With a gentle lift of his finger, a colossal energy sphere manifested above it. Just as Tarble was poised to hurl it towards the planet, a shimmering barrier appeared before him. There stood Kain, seething with fury, pointing at Tarble and exclaiming, "Hey, Tarble, I asked you to help me repair the timeline, not to destroy this planet. In history, this planet was never obliterated." Upon hearing Kain's words, Tarble awkwardly chuckled. Did I forget? He hastily dissipated the energy sphere in his grasp. Meanwhile, the crowd below had no inkling that they had just traversed the realm of the afterlife. So, I just need to return Vegeta to Earth now? Indeed, as long as Vegeta returns to Earth, the subsequent history will correct itself. Kain, satisfied with Tarble's inquiry, nodded affirmatively. Without delay, Tarble executed a swift teleportation, and they found themselves on Earth. He then carelessly tossed Vegeta to the ground, clapped his hands, and nodded with satisfaction, declaring done. Just as Tarble completed these actions, a fissure materialized before him, and without hesitation, he stepped through, vanishing from this temporal space. Chapter 124. The hubris struck by lightning indeed. It seems you are quite dependable. As Tarble stepped through the spatial rift and returned to the time nest, Kain addressed him. It appeared that Tarble was genuinely pleased with the expedient resolution. Huffed, Tarble shrugged. That was merely a warm-up for me. Just as his words fell, a cacophony of shrill cries echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Kain's expression shifted dramatically, and she dashed towards the exit. Oh no, it's the call of the time birds. Tarble followed closely behind. To their astonishment, two figures appeared in the sky, one male and one female, whose skin bore a striking resemblance to that of Whis and his companions. Who are you? Kain exclaimed, her anger flaring as she recognized the newcomers. Tawa, I never expected you to dare come here. I wouldn't say I particularly wanted to come, but I was hoping to borrow that bird you have, Tawa replied, gesturing toward the time bird soaring above. What did you say? Kain prepared to confront Tawa, but Tarble gently placed a hand on her shoulder, holding her back. Let me handle this. He then stepped forward, swiftly positioning himself between the two, and with deft movements, placed a hand on the back of each of their heads, forcefully bringing them down to the ground. A massive crater formed beneath them. Damn it! As Tarble rose from his position, the two individuals who had been lying on the ground instantly rolled to the side to evade him. Once they regained their footing, they exchanged glances and simultaneously charged at Tarble. A hint of excitement flickered in Tarbore's eyes as he smirked. He adeptly sidestepped the thrust of Tova's spear and retaliated with a swift kick. Tova, reacting with remarkable speed, executed a backflip to evade the attack. While Melee swiftly approached, in a graceful leap, Tarble turned midair and landed a kick with his heel, sending Melee crashing to the ground. He then swiftly pivoted and landed a punch squarely on Tova's chest, propelling her through the air. Melee, seeing Tova being launched away, hurried to catch her. Yet both were sent sprawling a considerable distance due to the immense force of the impact. That felt good, Tarble mused as he rubbed his knuckles, addressing the two. However, before he could launch another attack, a spatial rift appeared behind them, and the two stepped back into it, causing the rift to vanish. Such an intriguing ability. I should find a moment to wish for this power like the wishing pearl, he pondered, stroking his chin as he watched their figures disappear. What a pity they managed to escape, but after suffering such a setback, they are unlikely to return anytime soon. At this juncture, Kayan approached and spoke to Tabor. Discarding the residual energy from his fist, he returned to the Hall of Time, his gaze resting upon the time scroll that had materialized at the center of the hall. The time scroll, which Tabor had previously dealt with, had reverted to its original state. Tabor then retrieved one from the scroll emanating a purple-black aura, titled Radit's Ambition. The peculiar name elicited a shake of Tabor's head. "Are you ready?" Kayan inquired as he took the time scroll from Tabor's hands. With a gentle touch of his finger, the scroll slowly unfurled, revealing a swirling golden light that shimmered in the air, pulsating with the essence of altered history. "Of course, I shall return shortly," Tabor declared as he stepped into the golden light, his form enveloped by the power of time as he sped toward the distorted past. However, just as he was about to reach the exit, a spatial rift unexpectedly materialized before him, and Tabor plunged into it. "What on earth was that?" he exclaimed as he entered the rift, feeling the surrounding time descend into chaos. He gathered his strength, preparing to break free, but as he began, the temporal tunnel trembled ominously, as if the formidable energy emanating from him might shatter it at any moment. Realizing that brute force would not suffice, Tabor had no choice but to bide his time and observe where the rift would take him, planning his next move accordingly. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Time, Kayan watched in horror as the time scroll, which should have gradually closed, suddenly erupted. His face turned pale. "This is bad. Tova must have laid a trap within the temporal coordinates. Has Tabor been pulled into a dimensional rift? In that realm lies a tapestry woven from the remnants of countless failed worlds, a graveyard of the erased. On the other side, deep within that shattered expanse, an ethereal female voice resonated softly. It appears you are not as formidable as you believe. Merely a collection of brutes wielding greater strength. May you remain eternally lost in this desolation." A chuckle echoed through the void. Soon, Tabor found himself swirling within the time-space tunnel before being unceremoniously expelled. He gazed around, confronted by an enveloping darkness. Each fragment before him was a haunting echo of a collapsing universe. With a resigned sigh, Tabor rubbed the back of his head, lamenting, "What an absurd place to be cast into." Yet, the barriers here seemed less formidable than anticipated. With a casual flick of his wrist, he shattered a lingering illusion in the void, as if tearing through glass. "Did you truly believe this feeble construct could confine me? You underestimate my prowess." A languid smile graced his lips, his eyes shimmering with a blend of golden and green luminescence. However, he did not hastily attempt to escape. To his astonishment, in this bizarre place, he felt a palpable surge of power. As he reveled in the growing strength coursing through him, Tabor chose to float cross-legged in midair, savoring the experience. Suddenly, the surrounding space convulsed violently. The once floating, image-laden shards fractured, transforming into countless razor-sharp projectiles that hurtled toward him. Sensing the impending onslaught, a transparent shield materialized around Tabor, enveloping him. The shards collided with his protective barrier, disintegrating into glimmering starlight. Chapter 125. The Divine. It seems this world is not particularly welcoming. Observing the relentless assault of cosmic debris, Tabor shook his head in resignation. However, the prospect of exiting willingly was out of the question. He was engulfed in an influx of power, experiencing a rapid enhancement he had not felt in ages. Time lost meaning as he absorbed the energy, yet soon he furrowed his brow, sensing a fullness within his body. Has my physique reached its limit? The power within him began to coalesce, forming a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball at his chest. This orb emitted a peculiar energy that radiated throughout his body. As it absorbed the surrounding strength, it simultaneously dispersed its own vitality to various parts of his being. After what felt like an eternity, Tabor sensed the energy of this space becoming alarmingly diluted. His soul, too, seemed to undergo an enigmatic elevation. Feeling the body constantly absorbing strength and growing more powerful, he sensed an extraordinary capability within himself, as if he could traverse any realm or time with ease. Had he already ascended to divinity? Tabor could hardly fathom that merely assisting Kayan in rectifying history would lead to such a tremendous opportunity, one that was only slightly inferior to the binding system. Just as he prepared to depart this space, he suddenly sensed a faint aura emanating from a distance. Without further contemplation, within mere breaths, Tabor found himself beside the source of this aura. Before him stood an oddly shaped figure ensnared by countless chains. As Tabor scrutinized this being, the chained individual unexpectedly opened his eyes and gazed at Tabor. "Huh, I did not expect you, the one who has usurped my power, to dare appear before me. Seemingly sensing the latent will within Tarble, Salamander unleashed a wave of derision. Power? You are the dragon god Salamander. Upon hearing these words, Tarble recalled the moment during the lottery when the system had siphoned the ability to create willpower from Salamander. And a thought struck him. He had not anticipated that the dragon god Salamander was trapped in this place. Huh, indeed it is I? Salamander exclaimed, beginning to struggle anew. However, with his movements, additional chains materialized from the void, binding him even more securely. Cursed. In that instant, as the chains constricted Salamander, Tarble felt the surrounding power intensify, continuously flowing into his being. He was astonished to realize that the strength he had previously absorbed in this space emanated from the dragon god Salamander himself. These chains were indeed remarkable, capable of siphoning power from others. You can absorb the power of this place, Salamander exclaimed. Astonished as he witnessed his own power being drawn away by Tarble, his agitation escalating. You wretched scoundrel, you have thwarted my plans. At that moment, Salamander's gaze was filled with an almost murderous intent directed at Tarble. Originally, Salamander's scheme involved dispersing the power from his body through the myriad chains into this realm, causing it to eventually collapse under the strain, thereby granting him an escape. Just as he felt the power he had long emitted begin to dissipate, he had thought his chance for freedom was near. At that moment, Tarble seemed to penetrate the depths of Salamander's thoughts, hearing his inner voice. I did not expect your intentions to be such. No wonder I sensed the potential for this space to shatter upon my arrival. It appears this realm is indeed on the brink of destruction. In a few decades, you might truly find your escape. As Tarble articulated Salamander's thoughts, the dragon god's fury surged. After devising schemes for billions of years within this space, his plans had been disrupted by this interloper, and the extent of his rage was palpable. Cursed. The meticulous scheming of countless millennia has been shattered by you, you wretched scoundrel. At this moment, the dragon god Salama's struggle intensified, yet the chains surrounding him multiplied, extending from the void and binding him tightly. This time, not only was his body ensnared, but even his head was enveloped, rendering him a colossal sphere ensnared in chains. Tarble shook his head, observing the scene with a sense of disdain. Truly, a self-inflicted plight. With a subtle gesture, he rent the fabric of space, creating a temporal rift. Pausing momentarily, he turned his head, revealing a knowing smile. I may return. In an instant, Tarble vanished from this realm, leaving Salama ensnared, unleashing a deafening roar of fury. Scoundrel! Shortly after Tarbore's departure, a figure suddenly emerged in this exiled space. Surveying the fortified surroundings and the large sphere that was once Salama, he nodded in satisfaction before disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Tarble had returned to the Nest of Time, where Kain was fervently searching through tomes, seeking a method to rescue Tarble. Ah, Kain. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Kain lifted her head in disbelief at the sight before her. Without hesitation, she dashed over and embraced Tarble, exclaiming, I thought you wouldn't return. As she held him, she anxiously examined his form, seemingly searching for injuries. It's merely a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. However, I can now expedite the resolution of the historical disturbances caused by the Dark Demon realm. As he spoke, Tarble led Kain to the pile of time scrolls, placing his hand upon them. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from his hand, emanating brilliant beams of light that penetrated the scrolls. What is Tarble doing? Kain gazed at the unfolding scene with perplexity, only to notice the dark forces within the scrolls being dispelled. I am infusing power into these time scrolls, allowing that energy to manifest as my avatars, which will resolve the issues contained within. Soon, the time scrolls, now purged of dark forces, released energies that returned to Tarble's being. Witnessing this spectacle, Kain was utterly astounded. These scrolls had all been restored. Tarble, your power? At this moment, Tarble's strength had far surpassed her comprehension. Chapter 126. The onslaught of Babidi. Kain, finally grasping the situation, looked at Tarble with dawning realization. Why, you have ascended to godhood. In her earlier excitement, she had overlooked the aura emanating from Tarble, but now, observing his displayed prowess, it was evident he transcended mere mortal capabilities. Indeed, one might consider it a fortuitous opportunity. Tarble had not anticipated that a treachery orchestrated by Tawa would bestow upon him such formidable strength. Now, he understood the weight of the words spoken by Whis, regarding the High Priest's capability to annihilate him with a single blow. Given the apparent prowess displayed by him during his previous battles with Weiss in the training arena, it seems he is now capable of similar feats. Well, I have resolved your issues, so I shall take my leave. Should any problems arise, feel free to contact me. With that, he vanished before Kain's astonished gaze. Who would have thought that his current strength would be so formidable? As he observed the spot where Tabor had departed, Kain couldn't help but marvel. However, after becoming a deity, one is bestowed with eternal life. Can you endure the profound solitude that accompanies it? Subsequently, when Tabor reappeared, he found himself back at the villa, met with the astonished expressions of number 18 and Bulma. You previously spoke of separation as if it were akin to death. I assumed you would be gone for at least 10 days or 2 weeks. Yet here you are, back in just a day? Number 18 quipped, arranging the dishes she had just brought from the kitchen. Well, since you've returned, let us dine. You certainly timed your return impeccably. Time swiftly passed, and several years elapsed. As most of Kain's concerns had been addressed, there was an extended period during which he did not seek out Tabor, while the two little rodents of the Dark Demon realm busied themselves in obscurity. Meanwhile, beyond the galaxy, a spaceship was hastily making its way towards Earth, adorned with a prominent insignia. Dabura, I shall take you to Earth now, so you may witness the might of Majin Buu. He has previously defeated several Supreme Kais. Had it not been for my father's unexpected ambush by the Supreme Kais, he might have already dominated the entire world. At this moment, Babidi gazed contentedly at Dabura, recounting how his father once commanded Majin Buu to wreak havoc across planets. Lord Babidi, if we truly manage to summon Majin Buu, does that mean we could leave the demon realm and inhabit the human realm instead? Dabura inquired, brimming with excitement, for the environment of their realm was quite harsh. Establishing a foothold in the human realm would be nothing short of splendid. Before long, the spaceship descended upon Earth, and Babidi, utilizing the knowledge left behind by his father, located the place where Majin Buu had been sealed. Upon arriving, he was utterly astounded to find the orb shattered into 2 halves, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How is this possible? Why has Majin Buu escaped from his seal? Babidi began to frantically dig around the cave like a dog, seemingly intent on uncovering Majin Buu's hiding place. His frantic demeanor caused Dabura to furrow his brow in concern. Lord Babidi, perhaps Majin Buu still resides on this planet. Yes, yes. Upon hearing Dabura's words, Babidi seemed to grasp a lifeline, nodding fervently. Let us go search for him. Subsequently, Babidi and Dabura commenced their search in these cities. Remarkably, they were fortunate enough to arrive first in West City. However, at that very moment, the fiend Majin Buu was at home, engrossed in watching television and snacking, rather than wandering the streets, which would have likely led to an encounter. As they soared above West City, a sudden beam of light shot forth from Tapian's villa, striking Babidi directly. Fortunately, the attack did not possess considerable strength. Otherwise, Babidi might have plummeted to seek his father. Dabura swiftly positioned himself in front of Babidi, shielding him, and glanced downwards. Below, 2 small figures were engaged in a fierce duel, occasionally sending energy blasts whizzing past them. Those insufferable little brats. Dabura, eliminate them. Babidi, infuriated by the energy blasts, danced about, directing Dabura's actions. Responding to his command, Dabura conjured an energy blast and hurled it toward the villa. Just as the blast was about to reach its target, Android 18 suddenly darted into the air, deflecting it effortlessly. Who are you? Android 18's icy gaze fixed upon the 2 intruders, clearly displeased that they dared to attack her child. Meanwhile, the television-watching Majin Buu noticed the 2 children rushing in panic. He stood up, patted his belly, and gently ruffled their heads before bouncing away from the house. Unbeknownst to him, Babidi, who was hovering above, spotted Majin Buu emerging from the house. Though uncertain at first, he soon recognized the distinctive belt around Buu's waist and excitedly shouted, "It's Majin Buu!" Dabura, who was confronting Android 18, turned his head at Babidi's exclamation, witnessing a pink, rotund figure shielding its eyes from the glaring sunlight. Is that Majin Buu? Dabura pondered, taken aback by the creature's plump and somewhat dazed appearance. Android 18, are they villains? Should we assist? Majin Buu called out to Android 18, who remained on high alert, watching the 2 assailants. Babidi, come here and heed my commands, or I shall seal you away. Babidi threatened, noticing that Majin Buu was inclined to aid the woman. This provocation enraged Majin Buu, who unleashed a barrage of concentrated fire upon Babidi and Dubra. The two, like clowns in a chaotic circus, scrambled to evade the onslaught, while Babidi shouted, "Majin Bu, you scoundrel, how dare you defy my orders?" Immediately, Babidi began to chant an unusual incantation. As his voice faded, two semicircular forms materialized beside Majin Bu, closing in on him menacingly. In a state of panic, Majin Bu extended his limbs, desperately attempting to prevent the two halves from converging. Yet, the spell itself was designed specifically to target him, leaving Majin Bu powerless to resist. Upon witnessing the situation, Android 18 swiftly flew over to assist. However, Dabura appeared before her in a flash, obstructing her path. Without exchanging pleasantries, Android 18 launched an immediate attack against Dabura, resulting in a fierce battle where neither combatant could swiftly overpower the other. Meanwhile, the predicament of Majin Bu was considerably dire, as he had been compressed back into a spherical form. As Majin Bu extended his tendrils in a final struggle, two semicircles merged together, causing fragments of his exposed tendrils to scatter. Observing this, Babidi cursed vehemently and directed the spherical form of Majin Bu towards himself. Unbeknownst to anyone, a figure emerged from the shadows, collecting the recently fallen fragments of Majin Bu into a vial before vanishing. At that moment, Tabor, who had been in the training space, sensed something amiss and returned to the basement, immediately perceiving the fluctuations of the battle outside. He then vanished from his location, reappearing outside the villa. Upon seeing the individual engaged in combat with Android 18, a name flashed in Tabor's mind, Dabura. Chapter 127. Babidi's downfall, turning his gaze towards Babidi, who was clutching what resembled the previously sealed sphere of Majin Bu. Tabor quickly grasped the unfolding events. The two foolish clowns had emerged as well. Shaking his head, Tabor extended his finger and unleashed a golden beam towards Babidi. With a resounding thud, Babidi collapsed to the ground, and the mark on Dabura's head vanished. Instantly, Dabura's energy waned, and seizing the opportunity, Android 18 delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. Tabor then approached the spherical form of Majin Bu, gently prodding it, causing it to split apart once more. The previously morphed Majin Bu reverted to his original state. As Majin Bu, now restored, surveyed his surroundings, he spotted Tabor and sheepishly scratched his cheek, stating, "That Tabor locked me away, so I couldn't help." "That's all right, I understand. Leave this to me, and you can return inside to play with those little ones," Tabor reassured him. Noting Tabor's lack of reproach, Majin Bu felt relieved and ambled back indoors. Tabor then glanced at Babidi's lifeless body, furrowing his brow. "What a stroke of bad luck," he muttered, waving his hand gently towards Babidi's corpse, which promptly soared beyond the bounds of Earth. "It seems these two were specifically seeking Majin Bu," remarked Android 18 as she landed beside Tabor. "Indeed. Yet another misguided attempt at world domination," Tabor replied, exasperated. "Why can't they simply enjoy their lives at home with their loved ones? With such power, ruling a planet should be a trivial endeavor." At this moment, Dubra crawled out from beneath the damaged wall, his eyes noticeably clearer now that Babidi's control had diminished. He swiftly rose to his feet and soared into the distance. "Shouldn't we keep him here?" Number 18 inquired, watching Dubra's retreating silhouette with a puzzled expression directed at Tabor. "Heh, no need," Tabor replied, shaking his head slightly before breaking into a smile. "This fellow isn't entirely malevolent. One must remember that after his demise, he was surprisingly redeemed in the afterlife. Oh well, do as you wish. And with that stench of sweat clinging to you, shouldn't you take a shower before you offend anyone?" Number 18 remarked, having caught a whiff of Tabor's odor, and disdainfully shoved him toward the bathroom. Just as she was about to exit, Tabor unexpectedly grasped Number 18's hand, pulling her inside, and with a decisive click, locked the door behind them. It was astonishing that such formidable beings existed even on this minuscule planet. It appeared that a return to the demon realm was the only option to reconsider matters afresh. Meanwhile, the already departed Dubra returned to the site where his spaceship had once descended and promptly set off towards the demon realm. Unbeknownst to him, another spaceship had already embarked on its journey to the demon realm. At this very moment, not only was Dubra absent, but there also existed a faction on Earth tirelessly searching for the Dragon Balls. "Hey, are you three speaking the truth? Do these Dragon Balls really exist?" Yes, indeed. These three individuals were none other than the trio of Pilaf, who, having been granted a vacation by the Capsule Corporation, had intended to enjoy a beach getaway. Little did they anticipate that just as they were nearing the beach, a spaceship appeared overhead, abducting them aboard. Upon learning of their purpose, the trio divulged the existence of the Dragon Balls to ensure their own safety. Consequently, they successfully deciphered the Dragon Ball radar. Look, here it is. They quickly reached the location of the first Dragon Ball. After searching around a large tree for a while, Pilaf and his companions finally discovered the Dragon Ball nestled within a bird's nest. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. Every angle reveals a different dimension. After snatching the Dragon Ball from Pilaf's hands, they eagerly examined it. All right, let us continue our search for the remaining Dragon Balls. The group soon boarded the spaceship once more, traversing various locales on Earth. With the aid of the Dragon Ball radar, they swiftly gathered the remaining Dragon Balls. Gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls laid out before them, the group was overwhelmed with excitement, urging Pilaf and his companions, "Hurry, summon the Eternal Dragon." All right. Pilaf, nearly frightened into submission by the laser gun pointed at him, rushed to the Dragon Balls and began the summoning. "Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish." With arms raised high, Pilaf called out to the Dragon Balls. Instantly, the orbs began to shine brilliantly, and the day transformed into night as a colossal figure emerged from the Dragon Balls. Before long, the majestic figure of the dragon appeared in the sky. "Come forth. State your wish," it commanded, its voice resonating profoundly in the air. Those present, witnessing the reality of wish fulfillment, were filled with both awe and trepidation, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they cautiously surveyed the crowd around them. At that moment, a man resembling a commanding officer stepped forward, his muscular physique suggesting formidable strength. "Dragon, grant me the most powerful force in the world," he bellowed towards the dragon. The onlookers were taken aback by his audacity, their gazes fixated upon him. "I'm afraid I cannot assist with that wish. Please choose another," the dragon replied, momentarily taken aback by the request. Disappointment washed over the crowd as they recognized the improbability of such a desire. The man nodded, acknowledging the letdown, though it did not deter him significantly. "Then, dragon, can you make me the ruler of this universe?" he implored. The dragon, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. "Regrettably, I cannot fulfill that wish either." The man's ire flared as he retorted, "What can you do then? You seem incapable of anything." He launched a tirade at the dragon. "My abilities are limited to what is within my capacity. I can even resurrect those who have perished, but there are many beings in this world far mightier than I. It is beyond my power to grant such a wish." The dragon felt a twinge of injustice. After all, it was merely the dragon of Earth, not some omnipotent wish-granting entity. Even if it were, it could not bestow the mightiest force upon anyone. Resurrection? A collective understanding seemed to dawn among the crowd as they exchanged knowing glances. "Dragon, resurrect King Frisia," they exclaimed in unison. At last, the dragon was presented with a wish it could indeed fulfill. Its eyes glowed with urgency as it swiftly revived Frisia, who then transformed into scattered Dragon Balls and dispersed. Meanwhile, Frisia, enduring the relentless serenade of angels in the afterlife, was seething with rage. In an instant, he vanished from his celestial prison and reappeared before the gathered crowd, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. "King Frisia has been resurrected," the crowd exclaimed joyfully, bowing in reverence. "We have brought you back using the Dragon of Earth." Upon hearing the mention of the dragon, Frisia narrowed his eyes, a satisfied smirk emerging as he addressed his followers. "Excellent. I shall reward you generously for this." "I have no desire to linger here," Frisia declared, aware that he was not yet a match for the scions in this realm. He resolved to return and train diligently. "Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. I will repay the humiliation I endured with interest." With that, Frisia boarded his spacecraft and departed from Earth, his gaze fixed upon the azure planet, consumed by an insatiable wrath. Chapter 128. The new demon. At this moment, Dubra had returned to the Dark Realm. Seated upon his throne, lost in contemplation. "Brother, what troubles you still?" emerged a sultry figure from the shadowy corner, Tawa. Meanwhile, Mira stood by, resembling a vigilant guardian. "Nothing of great concern. I merely found myself ensnared in Babiti's devious plot, yet it has led me to the revelation of Majin Buu's whereabouts." Dubra's irritation flared at the memory of being controlled by Babiti, but he relayed the information regarding Majin Buu. "Majin Buu?" Tawa paused, momentarily taken aback by the name. Then, after a brief reflection, a sly smile crept across her lips. "Indeed, but there's a formidable blonde woman over there, capable of holding her own against me." Dubra, Observing Tao's expression, sensed that his sister was once again plotting something and cautioned her. "Fear not. I am merely curious and wish to see for myself," Tao replied nonchalantly, concealing her mouth with a smile. Unbeknownst to her, Tarble had already escaped from the trap she had devised and was presently on Earth, which would render her endeavors less than effortless. Meanwhile, on an island suspended in the sky within the dark realm, a woman clad in witch's garb, her hair styled like a white garlic bulb, addressed an elderly crone dressed entirely in black. "Witch, do you believe that possessing these items will enable the creation of an entity rivaling Majin Buu? I am aware that Majin Buu originated from your handiwork, Ellens." The crone paused, then responded with a calm demeanor. "However, it was merely a task entrusted to you by Babidi, was it not? Surely, you ought to be capable of recreating something akin to Majin Buu's existence." "I am uncertain. The emergence of Majin Buu was merely a chance occurrence, utterly unreplicable. He is nothing but a failed product, uncontrollable and solely destructive," the witch mused after a moment of contemplation. "One must endeavor to try. Even a scientist of my caliber has yet to produce an entity as powerful as Majin Buu," Ellens remarked, seated upon her mechanized broom, gazing at the years of grime caking the cauldron before her. "By the way, what is your ultimate aim with this creation?" the crone inquired, stirring the concoction within the cauldron. "My goal? To defeat the dragon god and seize the dragon balls." Upon hearing Ellen's declaration, the crone's stirring abruptly halted, her gaze flickering momentarily before regaining composure. "Are you mad? The 3 dragon balls have been guarded by the 3 dragon gods for countless years. No one has ever defeated them to claim the dragon balls. Not even King Dubra has succeeded," the crone admonished Ellens. "That is precisely why I sought you out." "I require your assistance," Ellens replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Alas, it seems that what you have previously done is nearly sufficient. First, you should expel a bit of saliva, then proceed to bury the seed of the cultivator, and that should suffice." Upon hearing Iron's words, the old witch could only shake her head in resignation and then spoke. Shortly thereafter, a dark, green liquid began to writhe, and before long, it suddenly swelled and expanded, revealing a figure resembling a cultivator but taller, adorned with an insignia akin to that of the demon Buu. Thus appeared the demon Ku. At that moment, his demeanor was icy, radiating an aura of formidable power. "Go forth, demon Ku. Assist me in vanquishing the god of balls and retrieve the dragon balls from him." Upon hearing Iron's command, Ku smirked slightly and replied, "As you wish. However, while hope is a beautiful thing, reality can be harsh." After Irons brought Ku to the territory of the god of balls, following a fierce battle, she soon realized that Ku's prowess was not as formidable as she had imagined. He quickly retreated, politely bowing to god of balls number 1, generously conceding defeat, and rather obliviously approached Irons to state, "I apologize for my failure." Observing Ku's expression, Irons was left in a state of bewilderment, and they departed aboard their spaceship. "I must say, you are rather ineffectual," Irons remarked disdainfully while piloting the vessel. "One cannot say that. I am quite competent, but the god of balls is simply too powerful for me to overcome," Ku replied, unfazed by Irons' disdain, feeling no inadequacy whatsoever. Hearing Ku's words, Irons sighed in exasperation. Fortunately, the old witch still possessed another seed of the cultivator. Otherwise, their plans would have been utterly thwarted. Irons navigated the spaceship back to the old witch's island at a swift pace, her expression calm, yet her heart seethed with frustration. Meanwhile, Ku, seated in the back, reclined comfortably, gazing out the window as if he had not just experienced defeat. "Truly, the god of balls is remarkably powerful," Ku mused, swinging his legs nonchalantly. "He could engage me with one hand, and the speed at which he severed my energy wave with his sword was daunting. I could scarcely comprehend the first third of it. Was I not instructing you to engage in battle, not merely to observe his swordsmanship?" Irons glared furiously. "This is a post-battle analysis from my encounter with the god of balls. Otherwise, should I recklessly charge in again, I might be cleaved in two by his blade." Ku replied earnestly, showing no hint of shame. Rubbing her temples, Irons deeply regretted not following the old witch's advice to use both seeds of the cultivator together. Soon, the spaceship descended back onto the old witch's island. "Why have you returned so swiftly? Did you fail?" the old witch inquired curiously, still occupied with her magical materials. "There was no choice. Based on my assessment, continuing the battle with the god of balls would surely result in defeat, so I opted to concede," Ku explained. standing to voice his thoughts. Madam, do you not think that the fragments of Majin Buu are rather insufficient? Coupled with that saliva you made me expel, it seems the inheritance has all been my intelligence. At that moment, Eileen thought of something and whispered in Madam's ear. Indeed, it is not impossible. It is no wonder that Quo lacks prowess in battle and has a rather thick skin. Madam nodded in agreement with Eileen's sentiment. She then returned to the large cauldron behind her to concoct the materials for the second Majin. I propose we toss all the fragments of Majin Buu into the mix this time. Upon hearing Madam's words, Eileen rolled her eyes and held up a glass jar containing the remaining fragments of Majin Buu's body. Very well. Let us plant the seeds of the cultivator 5 centimeters deeper this time. Madam nodded in response. However, Eileen countered, no, this time I wish to bury them 20 centimeters deep. After all, I have only this one opportunity, and I do not wish to relinquish it. After a moment of contemplation, Madam acquiesced. Very well, as you wish, but if it spirals out of control, I can do nothing to assist. Thus, Eileen carefully poured all the fragments from the glass jar into the black cauldron, while Madam began to chant a mysterious incantation. The liquid within the cauldron surged violently, emanating an eerie glow. Eileen, adhering to her plan, buried the cultivator's seeds 20 centimeters deep. Before long, a purple gas began to swirl within, creating a scene far grander than Quo's previous encounter. Eileen watched with eager anticipation. However, as they awaited the emergence of the new Majin, an unexpected guest arrived on the island. It was Tawa? It seems our Dr. Eileen has put on quite the spectacle for us. Tawa and Mira approached slowly from afar, observing the surging purple substance with playful banter. Tawa, what brings you here today? Eileen asked, her expression unchanging as she regarded Tawa, her tone nonchalant. Oh, nothing much. I merely heard you took a peculiar fellow to challenge the ball god, so I was curious to see for myself, Tawa replied, seemingly unfazed by Eileen's demeanor, leisurely circling the ever-expanding purple entity. Chapter 129. The Majin brawl. At that moment, the purple pillar beside Tawa suddenly erupted, sending debris flying and knocking Tawa aside. Ouch! Though Tawa had attempted to evade, a fragment struck her forehead, prompting her to clutch it in pain. This amusing spectacle elicited a chuckle from Eileen. Curse it! Why did you not warn us it would explode? From the chaos emerged a green, rotund Majin, its face reminiscent of a monkey, gazing around with an adorably daft expression. Just as Eileen and the others presumed it to be yet another failed creation, the plump Majin let out a powerful roar towards the heavens, a formidable aura enveloping them all. In a moment of sheer astonishment, the crowd found themselves momentarily unbalanced, nearly toppling over. The expressions of those present varied. Some were filled with surprise, others with joy, and a few with apprehension. Just as they presumed, he was merely dull-witted. He unexpectedly leapt down from above, and to everyone's astonishment, he dashed straight to the front of Ailen's. Give me chocolate, I want to eat chocolate, he exclaimed, extending his hand towards her. What? Ailen's, as bewildered as the others, stood there in confusion, and even Tova and the others were momentarily stunned. However, Ku was quite direct, reaching out to Ailen's for money. Give me money, I'll go buy some. With practiced ease, he snatched a bill from Ailen's waist and slapped it into his palm. I'm off to buy, he declared, then dashed away like the wind, kicking up a cloud of dust, and within seconds, he had vanished from sight. Once Ku had sprinted off, the plump demon continued to gaze longingly at Ailen's, muttering, chocolate, chocolate. Ailen's, exasperated, rubbed her forehead, unsure of how to deal with this peculiar demon. Just then, Tova approached, massaging his temples. What a bizarre demon, only asking for chocolate. Before long, Ku returned at a sprint, holding 2 bags of chocolate. He handed them to the plump demon, saying, Here, eat up. The demon joyfully accepted the chocolate and swallowed it in one gulp. It then eyed the remaining piece in Ku's hand, practically drooling. Ku, feeling generous, broke off half and said, what can I say? I am the older brother. To his dismay, the plump demon devoured both pieces of chocolate, infuriating Ku, who erupted in frustration. Having satisfied his craving, the plump demon turned directly to Ailen's and asked, What do you need me to do? Ailen's eyes brightened at his words, and she replied, Go help me defeat the ball god. Meanwhile, the witch beside them addressed the plump demon, stating, Your name shall be Demon Brawl. After all, she had created him, and it was only fitting for her to name him. Without further ado, Ailen's piloted her ship, carrying both Ku and Brawl towards the ball god. This could be quite interesting, Mira. Let us go and see. Tova, with a large bandage affixed to his head, remarked to Mira, intrigued. Soon, Tova and Mira joined Aelins on her vessel, and before long, the group had arrived at the territory of Ball God No. 1. Throughout the journey, the performance of Demon Brawl was exceptionally obedient, much to Aelin's satisfaction. At that moment, Ball God No. 1, wielding a large sword, stared impassively at the group. Go, Brawl. Defeat Ball God No. 1 and retrieve the Dragon Ball, Aelins commanded. Brawl nodded in response and charged directly at Ball God No. 1. Just as he was about to collide, he curled into a spherical shape and barreled directly towards him. As the formidable entity known as Ball God No. 1 prepared to counter the impending assault, he raised his hand, only to be unexpectedly thwarted by the spherical manifestation conjured by Do-O, which sliced through his attacking limb. In a swift motion, Do-O propelled himself towards the abdomen of Ball God No. 1. Reacting promptly, Ball God No. 1 swung his great sword, sending Do-O hurtling away. However, in a surprising turn of events, just as Do-O was about to collide with the wall, he reverted to his original form and adeptly utilized the wall to launch another offensive against Ball God No. 1. The two soon found themselves engaged in a fierce clash. Despite Do-O's nascent combat skills, he quickly began to gain the upper hand against the seasoned warrior. From a distance, Elinci, Tawa, and Kwa observed the escalating battle between the demon Do-O and Ball God No. 1. Initially, Do-O's movements appeared clumsy, his strikes chaotic. Yet with each collision and exchange, his seemingly sluggish intellect underwent rapid evolution. His gaze transformed from confusion to determination, from being overwhelmed to executing precise counters. In a matter of minutes, his momentum surpassed that of the battle-hardened Ball God No. 1. His growth rate is astonishing, Tower exclaimed, furrowing his brow in disbelief. After all, he was nurtured under my meticulous guidance, Elinci replied, a proud smirk gracing her lips. Yet, her composure faltered as the battle intensified, with Do-O increasingly dominating Ball God No. 1, leaving him with scant opportunity to retaliate. With a resounding thud, Do-O landed a powerful blow to the chest of Ball God No. 1, driving him into the ground and shattering the earth beneath them, dust swirling into the air. Slowly, Ball God No. 1 emerged from the crater, his chest heaving, yet his expression bore no trace of anger. Instead, a hint of relief graced his features. Enough. You have won this battle, he conceded. Elinci, upon hearing Ball God No. 1's admission of defeat, felt a surge of joy, secretly reveling in the prospect of finally obtaining the Dragon Balls. However, the victory was not yet secured. In order to truly claim the Dragon Balls, you must first pass the ultimate test, Ball God No. 1 declared solemnly, as a luminous screen materialized behind him. You must sum the numbers that appear on the screen and relay the total to me. If correct, you shall pass the test and be granted the Dragon Balls. The group turned their gaze towards the glowing screen, where numbers began to flash rapidly. Initially, they were single and double-digit figures, dancing across the display. Is this really a challenge? Who can't do this? Elinci remarked. How tedious, Tawa added dismissively. However, as the numbers escalated into the hundreds, thousands, and eventually into the hundreds of thousands and millions, the pace quickened, leaving no room for contemplation. What is this madness? The time is far too short to record anything. Elinci protested. This is cheating. Tawa, furrowing his brow, frantically attempted calculations, but just as he completed one set, another appeared. The mental faculties of the two top scientists were pushed to their limits. Meanwhile, Do-O seemed utterly perplexed by the concept of summation, standing there in a daze. At that moment, the previously unassuming Kwa suddenly raised his head, blinking rapidly. The answer is 8765322198, he declared. The luminous screen abruptly froze in place. Immediately, a hush fell over the crowd for a brief moment, and the next second, the correct answer slowly materialized on the screen. 8765322198. What? Tova gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. Irons was so astonished that her soul seemed to leave her body. How on earth could you possibly calculate that? Kwa smiled slightly, casually stroking his chin. Well, these numbers don't seem all that difficult. Irons, however, was completely engulfed in existential doubt. This is utterly absurd. But could he truly have inherited my intelligence? Yet I cannot even do it myself. Meanwhile, Tova stood in a daze, her mind consumed by two phrases: an extraordinary combat genius, a monstrous calculating prodigy. Even the deity of the ball, No. 1, was momentarily silent, exclaiming, "To have defeated me and passed the ultimate test of this Dragon Ball, you are truly deserving." As he spoke, he produced a Dragon Ball radiating a sacred glow and handed it to Do-O. Do-O gazed at the Dragon Ball in his hand, then eagerly presented it to Irons. "Haha, Do-O, Kwa, you both are simply magnificent. Let us go find the next Dragon Ball." The group swiftly boarded their spaceship and departed. However, as they watched their ship fade into the distance, Tova's expression darkened. Is it merely the fusion with Majin Buu's genes that grants such formidable combat and calculating abilities? She clenched her fists, jealousy and ambition stirring within her. I must personally locate the essence of Majin Buu. Thus, Tova stealthily left the demon realm with Mira, heading towards Earth. Chapter 130. The deal is struck. Is this Earth? It appears to be quite a pleasant planet. Wouldn't you agree, Mira? Upon arriving, Tova surveyed the surroundings, seemingly satisfied. However, how am I supposed to find Majin Buu now? Mira nodded in agreement and then inquired further. No need to worry. Before coming here, I consulted my brother regarding Majin Buu's circumstances. However, we cannot act recklessly. We should first ascertain the situation, lest we face both Majin Buu and that blonde woman simultaneously, which would certainly be troublesome. With that, Tova stretched lazily and soared towards the city. Soon, the two arrived at the location previously mentioned by Depura, where Majin Buu resided. Oh, it seems that the one keeping Majin Buu is quite a wealthy individual. Observing the expansive property, Tova smiled faintly. However, upon noticing the ongoing repairs to the wall, she surmised that this was likely the result of a battle between Depura and that blonde woman. The pair then stealthily infiltrated Tarble's villa. Just as they entered, Tarble sensed their presence and swiftly appeared on the rooftop, observing the two intruders with keen interest. Tova? What scheme does this fellow intend now? Tarble stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze fixed intently on them. No, could they have gone out? Peering through the window, Tova saw no sign of Majin Buu and began to ponder, so the two concealed themselves in a corner, vigilantly watching the entrance. At this moment, the whimsical Majin Buu, leisurely returning from outside with a paper bag brimming with snacks and an ice cream in hand, soon detected the presence of two individuals hidden in the corner. He ambled over to Tawa and her companion, inquiring, "Who are you? What are you doing lurking here?" Truly, Majin Buu's keen senses were impressive, as he swiftly discerned their presence. Tawa, astonished by Buu's sudden appearance, attempted to entice him, saying, "Hey, Majin Buu, why not come with me? I can offer you a palace far grander than this one, along with exquisite delicacies." However, Majin Buu, reveling in his current abode, replied, "No, I am quite happy here and have no desire to leave. Bulma and the others told me not to strike indiscriminately, so you should leave." Despite indulging in his snacks, Buu showed no inclination to depart, as he was treated exceptionally well by Bulma and her friends. Has Majin Buu truly changed? Wasn't he said to be uncontrollable? Why does he seem so obedient now? Tawa pondered, bewildered by Buu's hesitance. "Mira, go and test his strength," she instructed, turning to her companion. Mira nodded and, with a swift movement, appeared before Majin Buu, delivering a powerful punch directly to his face. Buu's visage momentarily caved in, prompting Mira to retreat quickly, only for Buu's face to return to its original form almost immediately. "You are villains," Buu exclaimed angrily, devouring his ice cream in one bite before charging at Mira. Despite clutching a bag of snacks, Buu's speed remained impressive as he engaged Mira in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with remarkable agility. "I let you off last time, yet here you are again. You have quite the audacity." Suddenly, a voice broke through Tawa's focused observation of the fight, causing her to turn around hastily and distance herself from Tarble. Upon realizing it was Tarble, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Why you? How did you get here?" she stammered, completely unprepared for his presence. Without regard for Mira, who was still contending with Majin Buu, Tawa made a hasty retreat. "Trying to leave now? It's too late," Tarble remarked as the rift Tawa had created abruptly closed, leaving her with no escape. Panic-stricken, she turned to face him. What do you intend to do? You've caused me considerable trouble with your repeated disruptions. I cannot allow someone like you, who schemes in the shadows, to remain," Tarble declared, advancing towards Tawa and delivering a punch that resulted in a gaping hole in her abdomen. "Tawa!" Mira, who had been battling Majin Buu, rushed to Tawa's side, catching her as she began to collapse. "I never anticipated such a turn of events," Tawa gasped, blood spilling from her mouth. "You've made me feel like a villain." "Very well, Let me assist you on your journey. Witnessing the poignant separation of the two souls, Tarble could not help but shake his head. He then hurled an energy sphere towards them, enveloping them within its embrace, until they were reduced to mere dust. Very well, Majin Buu, let us return. With that, he beckoned the Majin Buu to follow him back inside. Meanwhile, in the great demon realm, Dubra was observing this entire scene through a device resembling a display screen. Overwhelmed with grief, he never anticipated that his momentary lapse in informing Tawa about Majin Buu would lead to his sister's demise. Noticing Dubra's sorrowful expression, the East Kaioshin, de Gase, suddenly interjected, Lord Dubra, I have heard that Elens has acquired a Dragon Ball. Perhaps we could devise a plan to seize it when she gathers them all, allowing the dragon to resurrect your sister? Very well, let us proceed to find her, Dubra responded, finding merit in de Gase's suggestion. After all, he allocated considerable funds to Elens each year. She would not dare to disregard such a favor. Dubra then dispatched personnel to ascertain Elens's whereabouts before making his way towards the spaceship. Meanwhile, Elens had just concluded her battle with the god of balls number 3 and, with 3 enormous Dragon Balls in her possession, was filled with unbridled joy. She produced an array of chocolates to reward her companions, despite one of them being merely a bystander throughout the ordeal. At that moment, Dubra's spaceship descended gracefully from the skies above Elens's location. Recognizing the ominous presence of Dubra's ship, Elens immediately sensed trouble, but it was already too late to flee. Before long, Dubra and his subordinates disembarked from the spaceship. Standing before the assembly, Elens, I request that you surrender the Dragon Balls to facilitate the resurrection of Tawa, Dubra stated directly. Elens replied with a cold laugh, Dubra, your annual contributions cannot purchase these Dragon Balls, and resurrecting Tawa serves no benefit for me. Dubra's expression darkened. Do not forget, without my support, you would not have access to such resources. Tension mounted as both parties stood on edge, with Majin Ku and Majin Do poised for battle, while Dubra's subordinates rallied behind him. However, recognizing his vulnerable position, Dubra softened his tone. Elens, if you relinquish the Dragon Balls, I can offer my unwavering assistance for your research. What say you? Not a chance. What I desire is beyond your capacity to provide. Elens nonchalantly waved her hand, dismissing his offer. Despite her dismissive words, it was evident to Dubra that she was intrigued. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, state your conditions. Perhaps I can accommodate them. That was your assertion, so I wish to become the new ruler of the great demon realm. Elens smirked at Dubra. Very well, I agree, Dubra responded, momentarily taken aback before nodding in acceptance. At that moment, de Gase, standing nearby, wished to intervene but was silenced by a wave of Dubra's hand. You are agreeing to this just like that? Upon witnessing Depura's unambiguous agreement, Elens was taken aback, her expression transforming into one of incredulity, as if to say, you must be plotting something. Are you intending to wait until I ascend to the throne of the demon realm, only to lead your subordinates in reclaiming the kingship? No, that is not my intention. Moreover, the formidable individual by your side, who has the capability to vanquish the god of balls, undoubtedly possesses strength surpassing my own. I can announce my abdication, allowing you to assume the kingship of the demon realm. To Depura's surprise, he shook his head and generously proclaimed, very well. Since you have stated it so, let it be a pact. At this moment, Elens recalled the 2 brawlers beside her and, with a beaming smile, instructed, Ko, Daudu, hand over the Dragon Balls on the spaceship to them. Ko and Daudu nodded in agreement and retrieved the remaining 2 Dragon Balls from the spacecraft, presenting them to Depura. I shall entrust the Dragon Balls to you, and I shall await your favorable news, Elens declared, before departing with Ko and Daudu aboard the vessel. Chapter 131. The resurrection of Tova. With the 3 Dragon Balls now in his possession, Depura gazed toward the direction Elens had vanished, uncertain of how to proceed. Turning to the nearby Diggs, he inquired, Diggs, after gathering the 3 Dragon Balls, how does one make a wish? Diggs, equally perplexed, replied, I am unsure. It has been countless years since anyone summoned the Dragon Balls, and I truly do not know the procedure. Thus, the group found themselves standing before the Dragon Balls, staring blankly. By the way, King Depura, we should seek out the Namekian Neba. He created the Dragon Balls and must know how to utilize them. Diggs suddenly recalled this and excitedly addressed Depura. Depura's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Indeed, let us hasten to find Neba. Consequently, Depura and Diggs swiftly set off in search of Neba. After some inquiries, They finally located him on the second tier of the demon realm. Neba, the last surviving Namekian in the demon realm, appeared quite aged. Neba, I have come to seek your counsel on how to use these Dragon Balls, Depura stated as he approached. Neba, leaning on his cane, gave the impression of being rather befuddled. What wish do you intend to make with the Dragon Balls? He gazed at Depura, astonished that he had managed to collect them, and then, with a toothless grin, asked further. I wish for the eternal dragon to resurrect my sister. Upon hearing Depura's wish, Neba had little to say. As long as the wish was not outlandish, he was indifferent. Very well. I will assist you in summoning the eternal dragon. At Neba's willingness to help, Depura quickly beckoned his subordinates to bring forth the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, Neba began to chant in the Namekian language to summon the eternal dragon. A radiant light surged from the ground, and the crimson dragon materialized gradually from the luminescence, its massive form coiling above the heads of the onlookers, emitting a deep and resonant roar. The esteemed individual who has gathered the Dragon Balls, come forth and articulate your wish. I possess the power to grant any desire. The voice of the dragon reverberated through the air, causing it to tremble. At that moment, Depura inhaled deeply and proclaimed loudly, Dragon, I wish for my sister to be resurrected. The dragon paused momentarily, seemingly indifferent to Depura's plea, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. Subsequently, Depura turned to Neva, who nodded encouragingly at him before articulating his wish directly to the dragon in the language of Namek. As the dragon's eyes shimmered with light, it gestured, declaring, Your wish has been granted. I have also transported her here. Farewell. With those words, the dragon's form began to dissipate into twinkling stardust, while the 3 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky before swiftly scattering into the distance. Beside Neva, the once-deceased Tawa found herself resurrected in the dark realm. Am I not dead? She pondered, bewildered by the familiar surroundings. She had been judged by King Enma and sent to heaven, purportedly due to the similarity between the dark realm and hell, which precluded her punishment. Thus, she was dispatched to heaven to experience truth, goodness, and beauty. Yet, scarcely had she entered heaven before Depura brought her back to life. Sister, welcome back, Depura said, approaching Tawa and resting his hands on her shoulders. Depura, what is happening? Why am I suddenly back in the dark realm? Tawa asked, her face a mask of confusion. Depura recounted the events with a smile, leaving Tawa deeply touched, though she masked her emotions. I can't believe you would exchange your throne for the Dragon Balls with that Areni's character, she remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. Yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of concealed fear, no longer holding the same disdain as before. Depura, unfazed by her tone, responded with a smile. That is of no consequence. You are my only sister, and everything else pales in comparison. Humph, easy for you to say, Tawa muttered, glancing at her restored body, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of Tabur's piercing gaze, his formidable aura, and his ability to effortlessly seal the rifts she had created, even penetrating her body without provocation. She clenched her teeth, inwardly acknowledging, that monster is no longer within my reach. Meanwhile, in the cosmic pathways, Areni's piloted her ship back to her research base in the 3rd layer of the Dark Realm. Observing the slumbering Majin Kwa and Do, her expression shifted from initial ease to a complex contemplation. Although she had not made a wish upon the Dragon Balls, acquiring the throne of the Dark Realm would enable her to command its vast resources. Depura, true to his word, announced a few days later that he would relinquish his position to Areni's. The transfer of the Dark Realm's throne did not disrupt daily operations, despite some opposition. The dissenters were swiftly subdued with the aid of Kwa and Do. So this is the sensation of sitting upon a throne. It pales in comparison to the comfort of my laboratory, mused Eileen's, twisting her waist in disdain as she spoke. Eileen's, Your Majesty, these are the official duties you must attend to. Just then, a figure entered from outside the palace, bearing a towering stack of documents. What is all this? Do you not work regularly? Lin stood abruptly at the side of the pile, nearly as tall as herself. I assumed the role of the great demon realm's monarch to indulge in enjoyment and research resources, not to serve as your beasts of burden. With that, Eileen strode towards the exit, yet the sight of the towering documents was simply unacceptable. Kwa, delegate these files to you. Certainly. For the intellectually gifted Kwa, this was merely a trivial task, and he readily accepted. Observing her subordinate's compliance, Eileen's nodded with satisfaction. She then returned to her laboratory to continue her clandestine research. Now, brother, what thoughts occupy your mind? You are no longer the king of the great demon realm. At that moment, Tawa and Depura wandered aimlessly along the riverbank. After all that has transpired, I find myself weary. I intend to seek a tranquil place to settle down. I have squandered too much time on that position, to the extent that my current abilities barely compare to even a fraction of our ancestors' prowess. With a soft sigh, Depura lamented. Indeed, it is disheartening to think that even the creator god, Lamais, was once beneath the command of our great demon king, yet we now find ourselves in such a state. Depura shook his head, at a loss for words. Brother, perhaps the passage of time has diluted the ancestral genetic traits within us, thereby diminishing our extraordinary talents and strength. Upon hearing Depura's words, Tawa's eyes brightened, as if struck by inspiration. Tawa, what new scheme do you have in mind? I currently lack the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Depura, noting Tawa's eager expression, felt a headache coming on. No, I merely ponder if there exists a method to acquire the genes of our ancestors. Understanding Depura's concerns, Tawa smiled gently. Do not forget, I possess the ability to traverse time and space. That is impossible with your current capabilities. You could not traverse such a vast expanse of time. Moreover, the ancient era has long been sealed off. You cannot venture there even if you wish to. As the king of the great demon realm, Depura was privy to many hidden truths. Is that so? Tawa realized she had underestimated the complexity of the situation and began to contemplate further. Chapter 131, The Most Powerful Dragon Ball. This was, after all, a secret of the great demon realm, one I would not ordinarily reveal. But since I am no longer the demon king, it matters little. At this moment, Depura wore a relaxed expression. In the external world, even the Omni King exists merely as a counterpart to Lamais, one who creates and one who destroys, reminiscent of the relationship between the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai. Could it be that the Omni King was also dispatched by the original Great Demon King? Tawa found herself at a loss for how to respond to such a revelation. The news was simply too staggering. The relationship between the Omni King and the Dark Lord remains somewhat enigmatic to me, as there are no records detailing this connection. What is certain, however, is that the Dark Lord indeed dispatched Limes to create a new universe. This matter is exceedingly complex. I need to contemplate it further. Depura waved his hand, encouraging, take your time to ponder it. Anyone in your position would require careful consideration. Tawa found a spot to sit, resting her chin on her right hand, striving to digest the information. The mysterious bond between the Omni King and the Dark Lord, alongside Limes being sent to forge a new universe, resembled a tangled web of intrigue. Meanwhile, on Earth, despite having nearly attained power rivaling that of the High Priest, I find myself devoid of any clear objective. At that moment, Tabor lay on the lawn, chewing on a blade of grass while gazing at the starry sky. Ding. Systems sign-in successful. Now initiating the roulette draw. Tabor recalled the system's notification chime. Is it time already? How swiftly the moments pass. He activated the system's roulette, feeling somewhat indifferent, as it seemed that after attaining divinity, few things could elicit significant emotional shifts within him. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a time travel card. Upon hearing this, Tabor immediately sat up. System, does this card allow me to traverse freely across all dimensions? Ding. Affirmative, but it is limited to one round trip and will become void upon completion. Furthermore, time in the current world will pause during your journey. After processing the system's explanation, Tabor reclined back onto the grass. Well, that is not too bad. I thought I could travel at will. Still, a brief journey could be quite enjoyable. Moreover, time in the Dragon Ball world will freeze, meaning my family won't perish while I'm away. Yet, I find myself uncertain about my destination. I suppose I'll set it aside for now and revisit it later. Thus, Tabor placed the time travel card within the system space and proceeded to the villa, retrieving the Dragon Balls he had previously given to Android 18 and others. He had been meaning to upgrade the Dragon Balls, but had forgotten amidst various matters. Opening the box containing the Dragon Balls on the lawn, he took out one of the transparent, shimmering orbs, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, the Dragon Balls are quite fitting as collectibles. With that, Tabor began to chant incantations, channeling his will and divine power to continuously enhance the 7 Dragon Balls. The tiny starlights within the orbs grew progressively brighter, and the speed of the swirling stars accelerated significantly. Soon, several Dragon Balls floated into the sky, orbiting one another. With the central 7-star ball enveloped in the midst, golden lines connected the other Dragon Balls, intertwining them beautifully. After a brief dance in the heavens, the Dragon Balls gradually descended back to the ground. "Wow, Daddy, that orb is stunning," exclaimed several children who had been observing from the upstairs window. They swiftly dashed down to pick up the Dragon Balls, marveling at their beauty. Shortly thereafter, number 18 and Bulma emerged from the room. "What's the matter, Tabor?" "Oh, it's nothing. I've been contemplating the transformation of the Dragon Balls, and today I happen to have some free time to address it. Would you like to make a wish?" Tabor smiled at the group that had just entered. I wanna, Daddy," Bebe exclaimed, calling out to Tabor with uncontainable enthusiasm. Faced with her eager gaze, Tabor could only nod in resignation. Bebe excitedly dashed to the Dragon Balls and loudly recited the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. The Dragon Balls on the ground began to shimmer with light. Ascending into the air, a golden beam shot forth from the Dragon Balls, spreading across the universe in an instant. The lights converged, and a colossal golden dragon materialized, opening its mouth wide to engulf the entirety of the seventh universe. A massive spectral figure appeared before Tabor. "Speak your wish. Any wish you desire, I shall fulfill." The dragon's voice resonated like thunder. Daddy, what should I wish for?" Bebe, who had summoned the dragon, found herself at a loss for a wish and bit her lip, turning to Tabor. After glancing at the others, Tabor addressed the dragon, "Great Dragon, please maximize the lifespan of my wife and child, ensuring their beauty remains unaltered forever." "Very well, this is a simple request," the dragon replied effortlessly. With that, several beams of light merged into the bodies of the individuals present. "Your wishes have been granted. Farewell." The scene faded, and the previously devoured seventh universe reappeared. It seems Tabor has conjured something extraordinary. This spectacle surpasses even the wish-granting Dragon Balls. As the seventh universe was swallowed by the dragon, Whis had already projected the scene before Beerus. Beerus gasped at the sight. "Indeed, it appears Tabor's power has vastly surpassed my own. I wonder how he compares to my father." However, upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus spat out his tea in shock. You're comparing him to the Grand Minister now? Isn't that a tad excessive?" "I cannot say for certain. It's just a feeling. But worry not, Lord Beerus. You need not fret, for you cannot defeat him anyway," Whis replied with a playful smirk, causing Beerus's face to darken like the bottom of a pot. Chapter 132. Secrets. Meanwhile, in the Dark Demon Realm, "Brother, I believe I may have found a solution," Tawa suddenly exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile as she turned to Dabura. What could you possibly have in mind?" "It's best to avoid dangerous endeavors." Dabura frowned at her remark. "Not dangerous at all. You know Zuno, the one reputed to be all-knowing?" Upon hearing Tawa's words, Dabura recalled the figure and nodded. "You mean that rotund man? He may indeed possess some insights. Well, since there is nothing pressing at the moment, I'll accompany you." Subsequently, the two boarded a spacecraft bound for Zuno Star, and soon they arrived to meet Zuno, formerly the king of the Demon Realm. Lapland's reputation was hardly inferior to that of the earlier Frisia, and his arrival sparked considerable commotion. Naturally, Dabura did not intend to wait in line and strode directly toward the entrance. "Hey, you can't go in. An audience with Lord Zuno requires waiting in line." Just as Dabura and Tawa were about to enter, an obnoxious individual, reminiscent of their previous encounter with Frisia, rushed up to them. Bah! To the astonishment of the onlookers, Dabura spat a thick gob of phlegm at the group, causing the rotund man to gradually transform into a stone statue, prompting the spectators to recoil in shock. With a cold snort, Dabura then stepped inside. "Tawa, feel free to ask any questions you may have," he remarked, glancing at the even larger figure before them. "Hey Zuno, tell me how to awaken the genes of the original Demon King within us." Tawa, looking disdainfully at the hefty figure, demanded. "If you desire answers to your inquiries, you must adhere to the rules here. A kiss from you would suffice. I find you rather appealing, and you may ask 10 questions," Zuno replied, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, Tawa merely smirked at him, brandishing her staff. "I assume you would prefer not to meet your demise just yet. Knowledge serves only the powerful, you know." The sharp tip of her staff pointed threateningly at Zuno's neck, causing him to tremble in fear and quickly adopt a more compliant demeanor. "If you wish to awaken the Demon King's genes, you can seek out the wish orbs and make a wish upon them," Zuno stated earnestly, eager to dispatch the two as quickly as possible. "How does one obtain these wish orbs? Are they similar to our Dragon Balls?" Tawa inquired, recalling the Dragon Balls that had previously revived her. "Yes, they are essentially the same, though the magnitude of their powers differs. The Dragon Balls of the Demon Realm cannot fully activate the bloodline of the Demon King within you, but they can enhance your strength significantly, Zuno replied, nodding vigorously. I see. Are there any other methods? Tawa asked, furrowing her brow. As their current strength was insufficient to procure Dragon Balls from the Dragon God, and obtaining the Wish Orbs would require assistance from a Namekian, making it a futile endeavor otherwise. Indeed, there is another method, but it is considerably more perilous than acquiring the Wish Orbs. The Scion who previously killed you created Dragon Balls as well, and their power surpasses that of the Wish Orbs. However, you are aware of the dangers involved. Without the Scion's consent, obtaining the Dragon Balls for wishes would be nearly impossible. At that moment, within Zuno's palace, a pair of eyes materialized in the void, coldly observing Zuno and the others, while Zuno and Tawa remained oblivious to this presence. I wonder who is speaking of me. Ah, it is this foolish fatso. But wasn't Tawa killed by me before? Has she been revived? At this moment, Tabor, who was originally accompanying number 18 and her companions on Earth, suddenly sensed an inexplicable feeling in his mind, as if someone was murmuring his name. Following this intuition, Tabor traversed an indeterminate distance, locking his gaze directly onto the source of the sensation. This was a newfound ability he had gradually discovered since ascending to divinity. Tabor's prowess had evolved beyond mere strength and speed, morphing into a myriad of extraordinary capabilities. He recalled the Dragon Balls he had created, and for a fleeting moment, Tawa considered that seeking the Wish Orbs might be a more practical endeavor. Nevertheless, she set that thought aside and inquired, Zuno, do you know why the ancient timelines are sealed and cannot be revisited? Observing Zuno's hesitant demeanor, Tawa regarded him with skepticism. Surely, you must know, she jested. How amusing it is for an omniscient being to be so uninformed. Who says I'm unaware? Zuno retorted, the ancient timelines were sealed by Lord Rames. This was done to prevent disturbances that could jeopardize the stability of the universe after he created it along with the dimensions of time. Feeling his knowledge questioned by Tawa, Zuno's displeasure became evident. After the ancient era, the universe stabilized, and only then did the timelines begin to possess infinite possibilities. Speaking of Lord Rames, Tawa interjected, I am genuinely curious about the relationship between the Omni King and Rames. Upon hearing Zuno mention Rames, a subordinate of the Demon King, Tawa's curiosity was piqued. Who is Rames? The creator of the universe and the timelines? That sounds impressive. Meanwhile, Tabor, who was silently observing, was equally intrigued, for he had no prior knowledge of figures such as the original Demon King or Rames. Ah, in truth, both Lord Rames and the Omni King serve under the original Demon King. Lord Rames is responsible for creation, while the Omni King handles annihilation, akin to the roles of the current Destroyers and Supreme Kais. Zuno, reluctant to divulge such sensitive information, felt it was inappropriate for many to know. However, with his life hanging in the balance, he felt compelled to speak candidly. That explains why the Supreme Kais are appointed by Lord Rames in our demon realm. But what about the angels? Where do they come from? The first angel, the Grand Minister, was created by Lord Rames as the first generation of gods, who subsequently assisted the Omni King. The angels of other universes were also derived from the genetic material of the Grand Minister. Thus they are regarded as his progeny. This is why angels cannot intervene in conflicts. Otherwise, they would face obliteration, as per Lord Rames's design. Ancestor, what manner of being were you to possess the power of creation and destruction among your subordinates? After absorbing these hidden revelations, Tawa felt an even greater sense of dread regarding her ancestor, the original Demon King. Chapter 133. Seeking clues. It seems I have truly encountered some remarkable revelations today, Tabor thought as he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of gravity flashing within the depths of his pupils. Tawa's unabashed fervor. Dapola's complex emotions mingled with worry and a hint of awakened ambition, along with the ancient and forbidden aura emanating from Zuno's words. All led him to sense that the situation was far from simple. The depths of the Dragon Ball world seemed to be much more intricate than he had previously understood. He murmured to himself, instinctively wary of the so-called original Demon King. Tawa, I believe this matter is still too distant for us. Let it be. Tawa's voice, imbued with an unusual brilliance, responded, No, brother, I now feel even more motivated. I believe that as long as we possess even half the strength of our ancestors, we shall no longer fear anyone. Her fervor even prompted a slight furrow of concern on the distant Tabula's brow. Then came Dapola's bewilderment. But wait. If our ancestors were so powerful, why have they all seemingly vanished? This question struck at the heart of the matter. Zuno's reply carried a touch of reverence and resignation. In truth, the great demon king is still among us, though one might say he is on the brink of death, having grown exceedingly old. What? Where's the great demon king now? Tao's elation soared like a flame. The great demon king is currently in the demon realm. Specifically in the fourth layer, Zuno's voice trembled slightly. The fourth layer? Both Tawa and Apollo were momentarily taken aback, for despite their prolonged existence in the demon realm, they had no knowledge of a fourth layer. Tawa's subsequent inquiry and Zuno's feeble response followed. Only those who have earned the great demon king's recognition may enter the fourth layer. Upon hearing this, Tawa cursed inwardly, realizing that this was tantamount to saying nothing at all, leaving even Tabula aware that this lead, while seemingly promising, had faltered at the most critical juncture. Finally, Tawa, filled with a sense of urgency and reluctance, declared, "Well, it seems you possess no further information, brother. Let us return to the demon realm and see if there are any clues." Dapula, displaying a more rational demeanor, replied, "All right. However, I advise you not to harbor overly high hopes. After so many years, if there were anything to discover, it would have been unearthed long ago, and we would not still be waiting." His tone was laced with pragmatic considerations, attempting to temper his sister's enthusiasm. As the pair departed, Tabula withdrew his gaze. Rising to contemplate the profound expanse of the cosmic starry sky, brow furrowed. The fourth layer of the demon realm, the original demon king. He softly repeated these crucial keywords. Yet, the existence of such a powerful entity, even at death's door, hidden within a fourth layer that even Zuno could not navigate, signified immense unknowns and potential perils. Tao's fervor and determination resembled an unstable fuse. "I hope you truly find nothing," Tabula silently wished. For if such an almost invincible presence were to emerge, it would likely not bode well. At this moment, deep within the demon realm, in the royal archives, Tawa and Dapula stood amid towering piles of ancient scrolls, stone tablets, and moldy tomes crafted from animal hides. Here lies the most ancient historical records of the demon realm, many of which are inscribed in long-lost archaic dialects. A fervent light blazes in Tova's eyes as her hands deftly turn the fragile pages, powerful magic carefully enveloping them to prevent their decay into dust over time. She draws upon her extensive knowledge of the demon realm, striving to decipher any hints regarding the first demon lord, the origins of the great demon realm, or the elusive fourth layer of space. Time ticks away. Hours pass. Tova, exasperated, slams down a cracked black tablet, raising a cloud of dust. Her beautiful face is etched with frustration and discontent. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. "Brother, what about you?" Dapper slowly shakes his head, a familiar look of resignation on his face. "Like you, Tova. The records of the first demon lord exist only in the most ancient, vague legends, depicting him as the darkness of creation, the progenitor of magic, yet lacking any specific deeds or descriptions of his power, let alone his whereabouts. As for the fourth layer of the great demon realm," he pauses. "That concept itself is rather nebulous. The great demon realm, as we know it, comprises only 3 layers, and the so-called fourth layer is not mentioned in any existing official historical materials, geographical tomes, or theoretical works on space. How can this be?" Tova's voice sharpens with indignation. "Zuno clearly stated that our ancestor resides in the fourth layer. He cannot be lying about such matters. Zuno's knowledge is omniscient. Yet the records themselves may have perished." Dapper approaches his sister, gently placing a hand on her slightly trembling shoulder. "Think, Tova. If our ancestor truly existed and was powerful to such an extent, how distant must his era be from ours? It was a time long before reliable historical records were born, a savage epoch. Countless wars in the demon realm, dynastic changes, and spatial upheavals could obliterate any concrete record entirely. Zuno's awareness likely stems from his omniscience linking to a more primordial stream of cosmic information rather than relying on these fragile texts." Tova bites her lip, her gaze wavering between stubbornness and doubt. Dapper's reasoning is clear and irrefutable. The mountain of ancient documents resembles a silent tombstone, proclaiming the relentless erasure of time. She has scoured every conceivable corner for relevance, yet found naught but hollow mythological titles. Is it truly to end like this? Tova's voice diminishes, laden with bitterness and despair. The power of her ancestor seems almost within reach, yet is ensnared behind an insurmountable veil of temporal mist. Dapper sighs, at least for now, we possess no viable leads. Forcing the search for a place that may not exist, or exists yet remains inaccessible, merely squanders our time and could even bring unwarranted peril. Tova, sometimes letting go is also a form of strength. While the legends of our ancestors may have concluded, our era is just beginning. Tova stands silently, gazing at the dust-laden ancient knowledge around her. The fervent flame in her eyes has dimmed considerably, yet it has not been extinguished entirely. She remains unwilling to concede. The breath of our ancestors, the call of power, could it truly be nothing more than her imagination? No, the testimony of Zuno is indeed authentic. There must be a way, though they have yet to discover it. Brother, Tawa suddenly lifted her head, an unusual determination flashing in her eyes. Perhaps we are misdirected. Maybe we need not search for these records specifically. We can defeat the dragon god and let the eternal dragon guide us into the fourth realm. Chapter 134. The strange trial. However, I am not a match for the dragon god, and it will take nearly a year for the Dragon Balls to regain their strength. Depura hesitantly remarked. No, I mean the Dragon Balls from other planets. Depura's expression shifted abruptly as he exclaimed, Are you referring to the Dragon Balls on Earth? We both suffered greatly there. Do you still wish to go? Yet Tawa shook her head, saying, In a way, yes and no. I do intend to go to Earth to make a wish with the Dragon Balls, but not the Earth we are familiar with. Are you saying? I will venture into alternate timelines to utilize the Dragon Balls, where they will not recognize me. A smile crept across Tawa's lips. Is this truly feasible? Can the Dragon Balls from other timelines possess the power to transport us to the fourth realm? I believe they can. After all, Zuno mentioned that the Dragon Balls on Earth are immensely powerful, and even if they cannot directly grant us entry, they can at least provide the Eternal Dragon with the means to reveal the precise method of access to the fourth realm. Tawa's spirits lifted as if she had pinpointed her objective. Unbeknownst to her, the Eternal Dragon does indeed exist in other timelines, albeit that of the Namekians. Tawa's resolve was unwavering, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for the unknown and a fervent dedication to the power of her ancestors. She understood that only by locating the entrance to the fourth realm could she truly engage with the ancestral forces capable of altering the fates of herself and her brother. Brother, wait for me a moment. I must prepare, Tawa informed Depura as she readied to depart. Depura nodded, recognizing that his sister's determination was unshakable. Take care, Tawa. As Tawa prepared to embark, Tabor was deep in thought about his next course of action. The original Dark Lord had not perished. He remained concealed within the fourth realm of the Demon Realm, perhaps presenting an opportunity for him to surpass the Omni King. With that, Tabor closed his eyes, sensing a distant corner of the cosmos. He instantaneously transported himself to Namek. At that moment, Namek was at peace. Oh, a guest from Earth, welcome. The Namekians, initially startled by Tabor's sudden appearance, soon relaxed upon recognizing him, their faces brightening with smiles. Apologies for the inconvenience. I must trouble you once more. Tabor swiftly explained his desire to borrow the Dragon Balls, and the elder kindly consented. Consequently, arrangements were swiftly made to have the Dragon Balls delivered. With a chant in the Namekian language, the 7 colossal Dragon Balls began to emit a radiant glow, swirling as the figure of the eternal dragon gradually materialized. Its massive form coiling through the air, a deep voice resonating throughout the altar. Speak your wishes. You may make 3, the dragon proclaimed. Without hesitation, Tabul voiced his first desire. I wish for you to reveal the location of the 4th layer of the Dark Demon Realm. The dragon fell silent for a moment, its eyes shimmering with a crimson light, before responding in a hushed tone. This pertains to the secret of the first-generation Demon King. To discover the location of the 4th layer, you must expend your remaining 2 wishes. Do you consent? Without a moment's doubt, Tabul nodded affirmatively. I do. A tremendous force began to flow through him. Moments later, Tabul felt an unusual energy surge into his mind, flooding him with information regarding the location and passageways to the 4th layer. The entrance to the 4th layer was inconspicuous, concealed within the 3rd layer of the Dark Demon Realm, existing in an ancient spatial rift. This rift was sealed by formidable magic, imperceptible to ordinary power. Only by undergoing specific trials and gaining special recognition could one access this hidden space. The location of the 4th layer has now been imprinted in your mind. Remember, only through trials may you enter. The dragon's voice remained deep and authoritative. As the light in the Namekian dragon's eyes flickered, its colossal form emitted a deafening roar. Very well. Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With the dragon's words, the once luminous Dragon Ball transformed into stone. Tarble slowly opened his eyes, aware that he had finally secured the key to the fourth layer. Although the information was not exhaustive, it at least pointed him in a direction. Taking a deep breath, Tarble prepared to set forth to the Dark Demon realm. Meanwhile, Tawa had also made her preparations, opening a portal to another timeline on Earth to seek the Dragon Balls. In the Dark Demon realm, Tarble, armed with the knowledge in his mind, swiftly located a concealed spatial rift within the third layer. However, the potent magical seal barred his easy approach, the area surrounding the rift pulsating with ominous energy, warning intruders. Despite the formidable power, Tarble found it manageable to navigate, as this was merely part of the trial and not an ultimate concealment. Soon, he traversed the barrier and entered the inner space. He passed through a winding passage and arrived in a vast, open area. Before him loomed a gigantic hand, its palm connected to the ground, exuding an air of mystery. To Tarble's astonishment, an eye and a mouth appeared in the palm, both gazing intently at him. The eye blinked, and then the mouth spoke. "Do you wish to enter the fourth layer?" Tarble momentarily paused before nodding resolutely. "Yes, I wish to enter the fourth layer." Hee. Entering the fourth layer is no simple feat. The immense hand suddenly opened, revealing an enormous finger. "You must pass my trial. Let us play a game of rock, paper, scissors." Tarble furrowed his brow. While the request seemed peculiar, given it was a trial set by the Demon King, he had no choice but to comply. "Rock, paper, scissors? Is this truly a trial?" "Certainly." The palm trembled slightly. Every challenger must undergo this trial, and only by triumphing in the game can one earn the right to ascend to the fourth level. Tarble found himself lost in contemplation. Although this game appeared deceptively simple, it was not merely a test of reaction and luck, but rather an assessment of his reflexes. He took a deep breath and stepped forward resolutely, declaring, "Very well. I accept the challenge." Immediately, the enigmatic hand formed into a fist and began to count. "Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors," Tarble murmured, swiftly raising his hand to reveal scissors. In that fleeting moment, his hand shifted fluidly through the air. As Tarble altered his gesture, the mysterious hand mirrored his rapid movements. The ensuing exchange of actions became a dazzling spectacle. Ultimately, the hand settled on paper, while Tarble's scissors had already been revealed. "You have won this round," the colossal hand proclaimed, "but this is merely the first round. We shall engage in a best-of-3 format." The subsequent rounds unfolded with both parties engaging in a battle of wits. In the second round, the mysterious hand seemingly pierced through Tarble's thoughts and chose paper, leading to Tarble's scissors being defeated. "Congratulations. It appears you possess the capability to confront the great Demon King. Proceed." Upon the conclusion of the giant hand's words, a grand door materialized beside it. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tarble stepped through the doorway. Chapter 135. Creation, Erasure. So simple as he traversed the threshold, a peculiar wave of energy enveloped him, and the scenery before him shifted dramatically. In an instant, he found himself standing in a desolate and bizarre world, surrounded by endless wastelands. The distant trees stood withered, and the grass lay wilted, as if this place perpetually teetered between death and rebirth. Every blade of grass and every tree seemed to embody a life ravaged by torment, withering and regenerating, yet eternally unable to escape the clutches of mortality. This cyclical spectacle imparted a profound sense of oppression upon Tarble, as if he were ensnared in an unending prison, the air thick with the scent of death. Tarble pressed onward through the desolate expanse, where silence reigned, devoid even of the whispering wind. He traversed the barren grasslands, eventually halting before a colossal circular stone. At the center of the stone sat a figure in meditation, capturing Tarble's attention. This being appeared to have slumbered for ages, their visage marked by the ravages of time. Emanating a disquieting aura, Tarble could sense the formidable presence that radiated from this individual, instilling within him a sense of reverence. Suddenly, the figure's eyes fluttered open, and an invisible force rendered Tarble immobile. Their gaze, clear yet etched with the passage of time, seemed to penetrate the very fabric of Tarble's soul. What a terrifying power! I had no idea that even in such advanced age, such formidable strength could still exist. Tarble mused inwardly, acutely aware of the overwhelming energy that surrounded him. At last, his deep and aged voice resonated softly, laden with the weight of time and existence. "I have waited here for many years, and finally, you have arrived. Tarble stood momentarily stunned, his heart brimming with questions, yet he refrained from rushing to inquire, choosing instead to patiently await the Dark Lord's elucidation. I seek a worthy successor. The Dark Lord's voice, though still ancient, carried an unwavering authority. I have lived far too long, so long that I have nearly forgotten myself. Those who once accompanied me have long departed, and now my time has come as well. Thankfully, I have awaited you in these final moments. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tarble's eyes, yet he remained silent. The venerable Dark Lord before him seemed to embody boundless wisdom and strength, and the notion of a successor stirred a tumult of emotions within Tarble. With your prowess, cannot you achieve immortality? Tarble finally ventured, his tone laced with trepidation. Immortality? Certainly. But the passage of time becomes increasingly tedious. This is precisely why I created this place. Here, I can freely extinguish my existence. In that moment, the Dark Lord appeared to embrace a sense of impending liberation. Do you wish for me to inherit your power? Tarble found himself utterly perplexed by the Dark Lord's mindset. Indeed, I wish to leave something behind in this world. After all, departing quietly does not seem fitting. The Dark Lord offered a faint smile, etched with the marks of time. I had hoped to find a descendant worthy of this place, but alas, they proved to be woefully inadequate, and their ambitions too grand. Selecting them as successors would only invite calamity upon this world. Tarble listened intently, yet internally, he began to stir. If the Dark Lord's power could indeed be bestowed upon him, he would possess an unparalleled strength. Embrace my power, the Dark Lord murmured softly, closing his eyes as his palm extended outward. A colossal surge of energy swiftly surged through the air, infiltrating Tarble's being. The force was immense and suffocating, threatening to rend Tarble asunder. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, feeling that extraordinary power permeate every inch of his skin, saturating his very marrow and soul. You shall no longer be an ordinary existence. Perhaps you will not grow weary of an extended life in the short term. The Dark Lord's voice dwindled, as if fading into oblivion, the last vestiges of vitality dissipating as the energy infused within Tarble. The Dark Lord himself transformed into motes of light, vanishing into the ether. Tarble felt the essence of the Dark Lord merging within him, his soul and body undergoing a profound metamorphosis. In that moment, Tarble's spirit and flesh became irrevocably intertwined, no longer separate entities. Suddenly, he sensed an intuitive grasp of countless abilities, just as he was on the verge of exploring them further. Lacking the Dark Lord's power to sustain him, the once stable realm began to unravel. I should depart from here first. With a mere thought, Tarble found himself back on Earth. So this is what it feels like to wield power? Now returned to Earth, Tarble stood amidst the void, eyes closed, attuning himself to the essence within. With a sudden extension of his palm, a sphere materialized above it, radiating brilliance and surrounded by a kaleidoscope of luminescent colors. It seemed that the creation of a universe was not an insurmountable task after all. Gazing at the orb in his hand, Tarble couldn't help but indulge in self-deprecating amusement. He then exerted a gentle force, causing the recently birthed universe to dissolve instantaneously. Meanwhile, Tawa, who had already traversed to another dimension, remained oblivious to the fact that the formidable adversary she longed to encounter had vanished. She was still diligently searching for the Dragon Balls on Earth. Before long, Tawa successfully located several Dragon Balls, and the ease of her quest prompted a tinge of suspicion. Strange, brother. Have you noticed how effortlessly we are finding the Dragon Balls this time? Perhaps, though I am uncertain. Regardless, since no one is here to impede us, let us hasten to gather all the Dragon Balls and depart swiftly. Delay may spell disaster, Dubra replied, equally uncertain of Tawa's intuition, and thus they quickened their search. You are right, Tawa concurred, and together they resumed their quest for the Dragon Balls. Soon, the orbs lay before them. Can such a small Dragon Ball possess such immense power? Dubra inquired, gazing curiously at the fist-sized sphere. It should, considering their number, Tawa murmured uncertainly. Yet, recalling the words of Zuno reignited her confidence. Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish, she exclaimed, directing her voice at the Dragon Ball before her. Upon arriving in this dimension, Tawa had prepared by returning to Zuno's domain to acquire the incantation for summoning Shenron. The Dragon Balls on the ground began to shimmer, and suddenly the sky darkened. A beam of light surged forth from the Dragon Balls, revealing a slender dragon spiraling through the heavens. This dragon bore a striking resemblance to those from the Dark Demon realm, yet it was distinctly different. Speak your wish. The dragon's resonant voice echoed in the ears of both Tawa and Dubra. Seeing the dragon had indeed been summoned eased Tawa's anxious heart. Shinran, can you transport us to the 4th level of the Dark Demon Realm? She shouted. The dragon's eyes glowed crimson. Currently, there is no 4th level in the Dark Demon Realm. To Tawa's astonishment, the dragon delivered an unexpected reply. How is that possible? I previously inquired with Zuno, and he assured me of the existence of a 4th level. Tawa and Dubra found themselves engulfed in confusion and trepidation. The 4th level did exist, but it vanished several hours ago. As for the reason behind its disappearance, I am unaware. Now, do you have any other questions? If not, I shall take my leave. The dragon relayed all it knew, yet the specifics regarding Tarble remained beyond its comprehension due to the limitations of the Earth Dragon's powers. How infuriating! How utterly infuriating! Tawa erupted in a fit of hysterical rage. You are deceiving me, you must be. In her wrath, she hurled the staff in her hand at the dragon. And in an instant, the dragon was vanquished, disappearing into thin air. The once glimmering dragon balls transformed into mere stones. Enough. Tawa, calm yourself. Observing the fervent expression on Tova's face, Depura hastily approached, placing his hands upon her shoulders and gently shaking her. Upon hearing Depura's words, Tova slowly lifted her gaze, her emotions beginning to stabilize. Chapter 136. Observation. Tova took a deep breath, her eyes still glimmering with anger and frustration. She gazed at the pile of dragon balls turned to stone, her countenance as dark as the sky before a tempest. Depura, recognizing that his sister was on the brink of emotional collapse, felt utterly powerless. The Earth's Shinran could not provide any concrete answers regarding the 4th layer of the demon realm, and this reality shattered their hopes in an instant. In a faint voice, Tova expressed her disbelief, her words laced with fury. I refuse to accept that this is mere coincidence. Just as we inquired about the existence of the 4th layer from Zuno, we arrive here only to find it vanished. This is far too coincidental. Something must have transpired. Gently, Depura grasped her shoulder, urging her to remain calm. We have no leads left. Continuing to press will only be a fruitless endeavor. Lowering her head, Tova's eyes revealed a flicker of helpless confusion. She understood that her emotions had spiraled out of control, yet she felt utterly powerless against this tantalizing enigma. Reluctant to concede, she knew that failing to access the 4th layer would render their endeavors meaningless. You are right, but I cannot simply abandon this quest, Tova asserted, raising her head, her fiery determination rekindling. Though anger surged within her, the fearless resolve remained unshaken. Regardless of the current state of the 4th layer in the demon realm, I am determined to uncover the truth. Depura recognized that Tova had never entertained thoughts of surrender. Once she set her mind to something, she would pursue it with unwavering resolve, a testament to her strength. Sighing, he ultimately chose to support her. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall accompany you. After a moment of silence, Tova resolved, we must return to seek Zuno. That fellow previously informed me of the 4th layer's existence. But now the Shinran claims it has vanished. He might possess crucial information. Understood, Depura replied. Shortly after their departure, Goku and his companions from this timeline arrived, their expressions grave upon witnessing the Dragon Balls transformed into stone. What is going on? The Dragon Balls should fly away after a wish is granted, shouldn't they? Why are they still on the ground? Krillin inquired, gazing at the stones. If the dragon did not ascend after granting a wish, there is only one possibility. The dragon has been slain. Piccolo clarified, shedding light on their predicament. Yet, it remains a mystery as to who utilized the Dragon Balls and subsequently killed the dragon. Days later, Tova and Depura returned to Zuno's star. Upon arriving, Tova hurled an energy sphere towards Zuno's palace, creating a substantial crater upon impact. After a considerable wait, Zuno emerged from the smoldering ruins of his abode. What brings you back? Did you not set out to find the 4th layer? To everyone's astonishment, Tova, incensed by his words, soared through the air and landed both feet squarely on Zuno's forehead, creating a significant dent in the ground. Well, you insufferable fatso. Had you not mentioned it, my anger would have been far less. Did you not assert that the demon realm possesses a 4th layer? Why, just a few hours ago, I inquired of the dragon god, and it informed me that the 4th layer has vanished. Are you toying with me? As she spoke, Tova vented her frustration by delivering several swift kicks to Zuno. What? This cannot be, Zuno exclaimed, hastily rising to his feet. Despite the pain coursing through him, His primary concern was the inexplicable disappearance of the fourth layer. He then scurried into the house, seated himself upon the ground, and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the cosmic streams of information. The very location of the Dark Overlord had indeed vanished. Zuno endeavored to delve deeper into the cosmic data, but at that moment, he perceived a shadow within the information flow. Just as he sought to grasp this vision, a formidable force struck him, causing him to spit blood. Humph. Not everything is yours to pry into. Meanwhile, on Earth, Tabor sensed that certain aspects of his essence were being scrutinized. He followed this sensation, only to discover Zuno, the corpulent figure, attempting to access the cosmic information flow. He scoffed derisively. Tova and Depura, who had just entered with Zuno, were taken aback by the sight of him spitting blood in a desperate manner. What on earth is happening? Why is he expelling so much blood? Is he attempting to take his own life? As Zuno appeared to teeter on the brink of death, Tova promptly cast a healing spell upon him, providing a modicum of recovery. However, as she sought to continue her healing, an unknown force disrupted her efforts, prompting her to furrow her brow in concern. What is happening? Why is the healing proving so ineffective? There's no use in exhausting yourselves. I have been warned by an immensely powerful deity. This injury may take years to mend, and the planet Zuno is on the verge of closure. The fourth layer of the demon realm has indeed vanished, but I possess no understanding as to why. You need not seek answers from me, for I am equally in the dark. Zuno spoke wearily to the two, his previous intimidation of them completely dissipated. Tova, gritting her teeth, felt a surge of frustration but recognized the truth in Zuno's words. Brother, it seems we cannot extract further information from Zuno, she remarked, glancing at Depura. After a moment of contemplation, Depura replied, given that Zuno has been warned by a deity, it suggests that a formidable divine entity is involved. I advise you to abandon this quest. The disparity between you and that deity is akin to the difference between an ant and an elephant. Observing their persistent determination, Zuno offered his final piece of counsel before closing his eyes and falling silent. Faced with the gravity of Zuno's words, Tova and her companion found themselves at a loss. Sister, let us return to the demon realm for now. We shall ponder this matter further at a later time. The two individuals departed from this place, heading towards the demon realm. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and Tawa and her companion had yet to devise a satisfactory solution. Consequently, they decided to temporarily set their plans aside. During this interlude, Tawa embarked on research concerning new artificial beings. I knew it. As long as I am willing to put in some effort, becoming stronger is merely a matter of ease, Frisia remarked with satisfaction, observing his golden form. Scion monkeys on Earth, rest assured, I shall be coming for you shortly. With these words, Frisia's eyes narrowed, a chilling glint emanating from his gaze. On Earth, Tabor, what are you doing? Inquired Android 18, noticing that Tabor had been intently gazing at the orb of light in his hand. What is that? She asked, her curiosity piqued. One universe, Tabor replied, his focus unwavering on the cosmic spectacle before him, his gaze penetrating deep within this universe. A universe? Android 18 echoed. Pulling a chair closer to Tabor, her interest heightened as she observed the orb radiating a mysterious aura. What universe? She reached out to touch it. But before her hand could make contact, Tabor withdrew his own. This universe is not yet mature. Its environment remains unstable. You mustn't touch it just yet. I will take you inside to explore it later. Chapter 137. Frisia strikes again, really? Is this truly a universe? Android 18 questioned, her skepticism fading as she observed Tabor's expression and actions. What, do you still think I am deceiving you? Honestly, I feel as though I am turning into a liar. Tabor sighed, rolling his eyes. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Tabor's response, Android 18 shifted her chair closer to him. Tabor merely smiled softly, turning his attention back to the universe in his hand. Within the orb, the universe was slowly rotating, stars gradually forming, and energy waves oscillating within. This was a miniature universe created by Tabor, undergoing its initial stages of evolution. Look, the meteors are beginning to collide, and the orbital paths are starting to exhibit order. Tabor remarked, turning to Android 18, his tone laced with pride. Though this universe fits in the palm of my hand, its space is actually larger than the universe we inhabit. Android 18 pointed at the surface of the orb, watching the tiny galaxies begin to spin. This is simply unbelievable. You can create a universe? This is merely the beginning, Tabor said, his gaze imbued with vision. In the future, This universe will gradually grow, and new life will emerge within it. Suddenly, Tabor's expression sharpened. He sensed a familiar presence rapidly approaching Earth. Is that Frisia? How is he alive? Could it be that his subordinates made a wish with the Dragon Balls? Tabor was aware of Frisia and his loyal subordinates, suspecting they might be behind the recent disturbances. Shortly thereafter, upon Frisia's arrival on Earth, both Goku and Vegeta sensed his formidable energy and swiftly flew toward its source. At that moment, Android 18 also detected the malevolent aura descending upon them, her brow furrowing in concern. Tabor, shouldn't we investigate that evil presence? It could potentially wreak havoc on Earth, she remarked. She had previously sensed this aura, but it now seemed significantly more potent. No need, replied Tabor confidently. Vegeta and Goku will handle it. Still, you raise a valid point. With a slight smile, Tabor lightly tapped his fingers on the table, and an invisible energy enveloped the entire planet, creating a protective barrier around Earth. No matter how intense the battle became, Frisia and his crew would not be able to damage the planet itself. Android 18 gazed in admiration at the intangible shield, her respect for Tabor's abilities deepening. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta had already confronted Frisia. With a sardonic grin, Frisia sneered. You two wretched monkeys, I have not forgotten the grudge from our last encounter. And where's the third? Afraid to show yourself? With that, Frisia launched a ferocious attack, sending a powerful energy wave toward them. Goku and Vegeta swiftly dodged, transforming into Super Saiyans as they charged at Frisia. The battle was fierce, with shockwaves from their energy clashes reverberating through the ground, yet miraculously leaving it unscathed. Tabor, meanwhile, projected the scene of their battle before him, allowing himself and Android 18 to observe it as if watching a cinematic experience. At that moment, Bulma and Launch emerged from the adjacent room, momentarily stunned by the floating imagery. Hey, you're watching a movie without us, Bulma exclaimed. This isn't a movie. It's Goku and the others fighting Frisia in the distance, Tabor quickly clarified, sensing their misunderstanding and recounting the events leading up to this moment. What? It's Goku and the others? But Frisia looks incredibly formidable. Can they truly defeat him? Bulma questioned, her gaze shifting to the unfolding battle. The scene now focused on Goku, who was still holding back his full strength, while Frisia appeared to be merely testing his opponents. Nevertheless, it seemed Frisia still had the upper hand. After all, he was well aware that if he returned to Earth, it would be with meticulous preparation. Ho ho ho. It seems you've made little progress during this time, Frisia taunted, facing off against Goku and Vegeta in the air. With his signature laughter, he declared, if this is all the power you possess, then prepare to meet your doom. Upon finishing his words, Frisia unleashed his full energy, his skin transforming into a brilliant golden hue. In a flash, he appeared before Goku and delivered a powerful punch to his face, followed by a swift kick to Vegeta's chest. The two individuals were abruptly sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet there was no indication of distress from anyone present. Their bodies struck the earth with such force that the impact could not be mitigated by the ground's collapse. They felt as though they had collided with steel, the pain reverberating through their very insides. Hovering in the air, Frisia's golden skin shimmered brilliantly under the sun as he coldly observed the two who had risen once more. At this moment, Goku and Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, their golden hair standing erect amidst a fierce aura, with arcs of lightning crackling around them. It seems you've made some progress during this time, Frisia sneered, his eyes brimming with confidence. However, you are quite foolish to think that such power could defeat me. Don't celebrate too soon, Frisia, Vegeta retorted with a contemptuous snort, clenching his fists. You will not leave here alive today. With that, the two charged forward almost simultaneously, their speed leaving behind mere afterimages. Goku initiated the assault, his fist crashing towards Frisia's chest like thunder, while Vegeta followed closely, gathering an energy wave in his hand aimed directly at Frisia's face. Frisia raised his hands to block, the air around them violently colliding, distorting the very atmosphere of the battlefield. Suddenly, Frisia's internal energy surged, erupting into a more formidable force. Humph! A smirk played on Frisia's lips as his body accelerated, his golden form shooting through the air like a bolt of lightning, narrowly evading Goku's strike while delivering a powerful punch to the side of Goku's face. Goku's body was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing violently against a mountain. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately retaliated with a punch, sending an energy wave towards Frisia. Yet, Frieza merely waved his hand dismissively, effortlessly neutralizing Vegeta's attack. Do you think such meager power could harm me? Rest assured, after you perish, I shall ensure that everyone on this planet accompanies you. He scoffed, swiftly turning to kick Vegeta with immense destructive force. Ugh! Vegeta could not suppress a cough, his face paling, but he quickly suppressed the pain within, glaring defiantly. You will not succeed today. Frieza's smile broadened as he derisively taunted the two. How laughable. Look at your current state. You still dare to speak boldly. However, Goku and Vegeta remained steadfast, their composure unshaken by Frieza's mockery, instead growing more resolute. Without a moment's pause, they unleashed a surge of immense power once again, sending two shockwaves hurtling towards Frieza. Watching from a distance, Tarble observed the battle's progression. Fully aware that in their current state, Goku and Vegeta posed no real threat to Golden Frieza. It appears they cannot manage without my assistance, he mused, lightly gesturing with his finger. Instantly, Goku and Vegeta felt a surge of energy coursing through them, their wounds beginning to heal and their stamina replenished. Their eyes lit up with renewed vigor as they quickly adjusted their stances and launched another fierce assault on Frieza. It must be Tarble's help. With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with the fire of battle. We can still continue. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed an even greater power, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Frieza, let us see how long you can endure. Chapter 138. The end of Frieza. What is happening? They actually recovered. Frieza was perplexed as to how Sun Wukong and Vegeta managed to mend their injuries. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's provocation, his fury surged to a pinnacle. He abruptly gathered a colossal energy wave and hurled it fiercely towards the two warriors. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting as their heartbeats quickened. In unison, they focused their energies together. Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave, while Vegeta launched the Gallic gun. The two streams of energy intertwined like a tempest, their formidable force hurtling towards Frieza's energy wave. The clash of energies erupted in a violent shockwave, dispersing powerful energy in all directions. For a moment, neither force yielded. Frieza's energy wave was temporarily held at bay, yet it continued to inch closer to the two fighters. Is this all the power you possess? Prepare to die? Frieza bellowed with laughter, his strength intensifying as the brilliance of his energy wave grew more blinding, pressing down upon Sun Wukong and Vegeta. With a resounding boom, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were struck fiercely, sent flying through the air, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground, utterly defenseless. They lay there, gasping for breath, gravely injured. Still alive? Frieza paused, a flicker of unease stirring within him. With a mere flick of his finger, he conjured another energy sphere and hurled it at the two. However, at that moment, a circle of green light suddenly enveloped Sun Wukong and Vegeta, encasing their bodies within. A rejuvenating force swiftly healed their wounds, restoring their combat prowess in an instant. They sprang back to their feet, evading Frieza's energy sphere just as a massive explosion resonated across the battlefield. Yet the ground remained unscathed. Frieza stared in astonishment, a wave of intense apprehension washing over him. You've recovered so swiftly. Someone must be aiding you from the shadows. Frieza sneered coldly, though a hint of fear crept onto his face. Nevertheless, he vowed that no one would thwart his intent to obliterate them. Frieza's killing intent intensified, and he once more concentrated all his energy, his golden aura growing increasingly terrifying. Gritting his teeth, he charged towards them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances. Nodding in unison, almost simultaneously, they unleashed their most powerful attacks. Sun Wukong's fist struck like thunder, followed closely by Vegeta, who gathered a tremendous energy wave and slammed it towards Frieza. Frieza hastily raised his arms in an attempt to defend himself. But Sun Wukong's punches shattered his defenses in an instant, immediately followed by Vegeta's energy wave ruthlessly piercing through his chest. Frieza roared in agony, his body sent flying. This is impossible. His voice was laden with pain. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Frieza's eyes as he sensed his advantage rapidly slipping away. A surge of fury and resentment swelling within him. You bastard. Die. Vegeta coldly commanded, unleashing a powerful energy wave that struck fiercely at Frieza's chest. Following closely was Goku, his fists landing with thunderous impact, each blow resonating with a deafening roar. Frieza, unable to counterattack, struggled with all his might. raising his hands to coalesce a massive energy sphere, which he hurled towards Goku and Vegeta. "Take this," Frieza bellowed, the colossal energy sphere soaring toward the duo like a shooting star. Instinctively, Goku and Vegeta evaded. Yet it was evident that Frieza intended to force them into a position where evasion was impossible. As the energy sphere approached, a sudden, irresistible force enveloped him. He attempted to break free but found himself completely immobilized, as if bound by an unseen power. How can this be? A glimmer of panic crossed Frieza's eyes. "You have no chance of escape now, Frieza," Tabor's voice resonated from the void, followed by the descent of a formidable energy chain that ensnared Frieza completely. Struggling in vain, he realized that escape was no longer an option. His golden form had disintegrated, and the energy within him was waning. "Cease your struggles." Tabor's voice was devoid of emotion. "You cannot escape." Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance, understanding that victory was within their grasp. They leaped into the air, encircling Frieza, poised to deliver the final blow. "Frieza, you are doomed today." Goku's energy surged, his hands swiftly converging into a Kamehameha wave, its magnitude nearly engulfing the entire battlefield. "Die!" Vegeta followed suit, launching a dazzling Gallic gun that struck fiercely at Frieza. The two powerful energy waves collided with Frieza's body, producing an explosion so intense that it reverberated through the air, illuminating the sky. Frieza's form was obliterated by this overwhelming force, marking his ultimate demise. Goku and Vegeta, panting and exhausted, ceased their movements, exchanging weary yet relieved glances. They understood that this fierce battle had finally come to an end, and Frieza would no longer pose a threat to Earth. Finally resolved, "I never expected this resurrected Frieza to be so formidable. I can finally breathe easy," Goku chuckled, rubbing his forehead. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, though his tone carried a hint of relief. "At least I have avenged our previous encounter." With Frieza's matter settled, Tabor lifted the energy shield over Earth. "Well, the matter is resolved. This is far more entertaining than watching a movie," Lan Shi teased with a smile, her voice laced with a sense of ease and indifference, clearly having enjoyed the thrill of the battle rather than feeling overwhelmed by it. However, Tabor did not respond, his gaze still fixated on the void, seemingly lost in thought. It was only when Lan Shi called out to him again that he slowly emerged from his reverie. "Tabor, are you all right?" Lan Shi approached him, sensing the shift in his demeanor. Yet, at that moment, Tabor was enveloped in a deeper shadow of thought. Ever since his profound exploration of the cosmos earlier that day, an unsettling notion took root in his mind. If he could manipulate the universe so freely, could it be that the entire cosmos he inhabited was merely a toy in someone else's hands? This thought lingered, refusing to dissipate. "It's nothing, just pondering a few matters," he mused internally, choosing not to voice his concerns. After all, there was a vast disparity in their realms of understanding. To them, perhaps the king of all was the sovereign of the entire universe. Years had slipped by since Frieza's demise at the hands of Son Goku and his companions. Meanwhile, Goku's son had matured, yet due to Chi-Chi's inheritance of the treasures from Bull Demon King's castle, she refrained from imposing stringent demands on Gohan to toil relentlessly in his studies. In truth, it was Tabul who had indirectly aided him once more. At that moment, the once dreaded Demon King, Elinci, departed the demon realm with Kwa and Duo, setting their sights on the Kaioshin realm. "Sin, sister, what brings you here?" The arrival of his sister took East Kaioshin by surprise. Upon noticing the two peculiar individuals beside Elinci and the insignias on their belts, his expression shifted. "Are they?" "Indeed, they are creations of mine derived from the cells of Majin Buu, but fret not, they are quite obedient," Elinci remarked nonchalantly. "However, my purpose for visiting you is not merely to showcase them. Sin, after all these years as Kaioshin, have you discovered a means to resurrect the Mother Tree? You must understand, our Mother Tree has perished, and if we do not find a way to revive it, our Grindel race will inevitably face extinction." Chapter 139, The Supreme Deity, the System. While Elinci conversed with East Kaioshin Sin, Tabul on Earth found himself bewildered, gazing at the rewards he had just drawn from the system. Was there truly only one such item in the Dragon Ball universe? As he scrutinized the display on the system screen, he felt as though he had exhausted all his luck in this lifetime. Perfect version of the Limit Breaker. Enhances one's strength by 110 each day, with no side effects. Eagerly, Tabul activated this limiter upon reading the straightforward description. In that very instant, he he felt a remarkable surge in his physical prowess. Given his current strength, even a mere 1 could challenge the Grand Minister, let alone the instantaneous increase of 10. Could such a thing truly be realized? Tarble found it hard to believe, yet the undeniable strength coursing through him was palpable. He pondered whether this limiter had any limits or time constraints. If not, the implications were indeed terrifying. Although Tarble had begun working at an early age, he possessed a profound awareness of the terrifying nature of exponential growth. If we assume that his current combat power stands at 1, it would escalate to 195 by the 7th day, 380 by the 14th, and 740 by the 21st. While these figures may seem modest, a month later they would multiply exponentially, and by the end of the year, his combat power would surpass 128 trillion. Not to mention, his actual strength is far greater than 1. Nevertheless, Tarble soon regained his composure. Wait a moment, I should already be the strongest being in this Dragon Ball world. Could this limitation allow me to transcend the barriers of the Dragon Ball universe? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Tarble, come on. Didn't you say you would accompany us for shopping today? Just as Tarble was lost in thought, Lan Shi suddenly waved at him from a distance, calling out loudly, I'm coming. With that, Tarble made his way towards the entrance, quickly catching up with them. Along the way, countless passers-by gazed enviously at the group of beautiful women surrounding Tarble, their admiration evident. However, while they were leisurely strolling, a faint yet loud noise suddenly emanated from all around Tarble. The bustling street was filled with a cacophony of chatter. Yet Tarble paid little heed until one particular voice caught his attention, causing his expression to change dramatically. Haha, indeed, this is the Dragon Ball world. Beautiful women from the Dragon Balls, here I come. Upon hearing that voice, Tarble immediately vanished from his original spot, appearing instantaneously where the sound had originated. From a distance, he spotted a young man, around 20 years old with short hair, laughing maniacally on the street, completely oblivious to the peculiar glances of those around him. Little did he know that Tarble was intently observing his every move. System, what is happening? Who is this person? Why is he here? Tarble inquired of the system in his mind, watching as the man frantically questioned those nearby. Ding, current information query. It is advised that the host seek answers independently. Faced with the system's ineptitude, Tarble rolled his eyes and promptly appeared beside the man, effortlessly whisking him away without any reaction from him. Who are you? What do you want? The man, suddenly transported to an unfamiliar location by a mysterious figure, was taken aback. However, upon noticing Tarble's distinct scion hairstyle, confusion clouded his expression. Tarble paid him no mind, gently tapping him, which rendered him unconscious. Let me see your memories. He placed his hand on the man's forehead, instantly absorbing the entirety of his life memories. The Supreme God. A reincarnation game? I never expected such a phenomenon to exist. Beep, beep, beep. Other systems have been detected, and a scanning isolation is underway. At this moment, the originally immersed system unexpectedly emerged, incessantly scanning the man on the ground. Before long, a golden light began to drift from the man's mind. Simultaneously, a colorful light emerged from Tarble's forehead. Is this truly the original form of the system? Witnessing the light before him, Tarble was momentarily taken aback. Then, the colorful light in front of Li-E surged forward, charging directly towards the golden light. In an instant, the two light points fused together, yet the brilliance of this newly formed point flickered erratically, alternating between vibrant colors and a muted gold. It appeared that Tarble's colorful system was somewhat more formidable, as the hues of the rainbow were manifesting more frequently, while the golden glow dimmed considerably. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the void before Tarble, striking the light point. The golden luminescence brightened instantly, overshadowing the spectrum of colors. Was this support from the main system? Observing that his system seemed firmly under the control of the opposing force, Tarble felt utterly helpless. Although he appeared powerful within the realm of Dragon Ball, in the eyes of the supreme beings, this world was merely a trivial one, and even at his strength, he was but a slightly larger ant. Then, a spark of inspiration struck Tarble. He pointed directly at the man on the ground, and in an instant, the man transformed into ash, his very soul dissipating. Without a host, the system swiftly resembled a water droplet severed from its floating lily, drawn towards the shimmering light point as it moved toward the newly formed rift in the void. Subsequently, Li-E vanished from his location, and not long after, the radiant light point followed him into the rift, which gradually began to close upon its entrance. Unexpectedly, I encountered such an event. Upon returning to the villa, Tabor began to call out for the system within his mind, yet after a long while, there was still no response. Instantly, a smile graced his face. Although this system appeared to offer only assistance without harm, the notion of being bound to such an entity, which unconditionally aided him, felt suspicious. Now that the system was gone, he felt a sense of liberation. Years passed in the blink of an eye, and Tabor's strength had transcended all boundaries. In the Dragon Ball universe, he became nearly omnipotent, effortlessly mastering life and death, as well as the manipulation of time and space. He could appear at any moment or location within the multiverse of Dragon Ball at will. Regrettably, many items had been stored within the system's space, including the travel token he had drawn, which was whisked away by the system. Otherwise, he truly wished to explore other worlds. At this moment, Tarble gazed at the starry sky, while Bulma and the others peacefully slumbered, using his arm as a pillow. As he admired their beautiful faces, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and the universe he had crafted years ago began to float from within him. Peering inside, he observed that the once chaotic celestial bodies had now commenced their unique orbits, including a planet strikingly similar to the Earth he inhabited. However, as the dawn's light began to break on the horizon, Tarble felt an intensified repulsion emanating from his being. To his astonishment, he realized that upon reaching a certain level of power, this world had begun to reject him. He had sensed this force pushing him away for the past fortnight, accompanied by another force attempting to draw him away. Yet, he had managed to suppress both energies, only to find that they grew stronger with each passing day. It appeared that the time had come to reach a resolution. His murmured words startled number 18 awake. The three companions beside her soon sat up, regarding Tarble with curiosity. "What is it, Tarble? What do you mean by resolution?" Number 18 inquired, her brow furrowed, sensing the gravity of his words. Sighing, Tarble replied, "Perhaps I must leave this world. Will you choose to accompany me?" "Leave? Wherever you go, we shall follow," the women chorused in unison after exchanging glances. Yet, their curiosity was piqued. "But Tarble, what do you mean by leaving this world? Are you departing from Earth? My power has grown exceedingly formidable, and I can distinctly feel this world rejecting me. It is possible that in a few days, I may be expelled from our universe or this realm altogether. Since you wish to join me, I will allow you to enter the universe I have created when the time comes. As for our future destination, I am uncertain." "And what about BB and the others?" Number 18 asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. "Ask them about their intentions. They are now adults with their own aspirations, and we must grant them the freedom to choose," Tarble replied. A silence fell over the room as Bulma, Lanchi, and number 18 exchanged contemplative glances. Although they understood that Tarble had reached the pinnacle of this world, with powers far exceeding the capacity of the universe, they could not ignore the pangs of longing in their hearts. After all, they had lived here for many years, deeply intertwined with this world. BB and the others had matured, each with their own ambitions now. Finally, Bulma spoke, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "But if we truly leave, the future will rest solely upon his shoulders." Tabor nodded, comprehending their sentiments. Yet he resolutely stated, "I understand your concerns, but I have reached the limits of this world. Sooner or later, there will come a day when I can no longer exist within it, and that is why I hesitate." The tone of number 18 remained as composed as ever, yet her eyes brimmed with determination. "The children have grown. It is time for them to soar. We have little left to hold us back, Tabor. We are partners, and wherever you go, we shall follow." Lanchi smiled gently, patting Tabor on the shoulder. "You know we have always been by your side. Wherever you venture, we shall accompany you." At that moment, Tabor smiled softly, feeling a warm surge within as he gazed into their resolute eyes. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. "Dad, Mom, what is happening? What is going on?" As Bebe's voice echoed, Tabor and the others turned in unison to see her entering, a hint of confusion adorning her features. Bebe had matured, shedding the innocence of her youth, her eyes now reflecting steadiness and wisdom. Tabor looked at her, his heart brimming with emotion. "Dad, what do you mean by leaving? Are we departing from Earth?" Bebe inquired, stepping further into the room, her brow furrowed in confusion. Tabor sighed, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Bebe, the time has come. My abilities can no longer be accommodated by this universe. You have matured, possessing your own thoughts and judgments. I will not impose any choices upon you. You may choose to remain in this world or accompany us. After a moment of silence, a complex light flickered in Bebe's eyes. She understood that her father had always protected her, and now she faced not merely a choice, but a pivotal direction for her future. Taking a deep breath, she finally murmured, "I understand, Dad, Mom." Before Bebe could finish her thought, Tabor raised his hand to halt her. "It's all right, Bebe. The choice is yours. You may stay or join us. Once your siblings return, we will discuss it together." Tabor's voice was gentle yet resolute, affirming that whatever decision they made, he would respect it. As night gradually descended, Tabor's other children returned one by one. The family gathered once more, and Tabor recounted the situation to them. The siblings exchanged glances, each lost in contemplation. Eventually, Bebe spoke first. "Dad, I wish to stay in this world. Here lies my ambition. I want to see how far I can go." Following her, Jingjing added, "I too wish to remain. I cannot bear to part from my friends and the familiarity of everything here. Staying is also preferable, as I am uncertain of where we might end up." Seeing their willingness to remain in the Dragon Ball world, Tabor nodded. After all, he too was uncertain of what the future held. And at least in the Dragon Ball realm, they would find safety. "Very well, you should all rest now. The day after tomorrow, I will invite Uncle Wukong and the others to the farewell banquet we shall host." Subsequently, Tabor waved his hand at them, and the group silently retreated to their respective chambers. The night was profound, yet the villa occasionally echoed with faint sobs. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and Son Wukong, Vegeta, Whis, and Beerus arrived as invited guests. They gathered at Tabor's residence, where the atmosphere was both relaxed and tinged with complexity, as if each person could sense the bittersweet emotion of impending farewell. Son Wukong was the first to arrive. Upon seeing Tabor, he maintained his usual optimistic demeanor, forever brimming with fighting spirit. "Hey Tabor, what's wrong? Are you really leaving here? Where are you headed? You don't plan to train with us anymore?" Tabor smiled faintly. "Wukong, I have exhausted all avenues of training. This universe holds no further challenges for me." Whis smiled gently, his tone calm. "I truly did not anticipate that within a mere few years, you would reach such a pinnacle. Perhaps this will be our last meeting. Although I have not experienced such scenery myself, I wish you all the best." Tabor reminisced about his past training under Whis and couldn't help but chuckle. He then sincerely addressed Whis. "Rest assured, I will look after your little ones once I depart." "Thank you, Lord Beerus," he added, as Beerus chimed in, "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on them." As the gathering concluded, Tabor rose and surveyed the faces before him, feeling an unprecedented warmth and affection. "Indeed," he nodded, turning to his wives, "let us be on our way." With the gaze of the crowd upon him, Tabor transported the women into the cosmos within him and soared beyond Earth's atmosphere. Following this, Whis and the others promptly followed suit. "Well then, farewell, everyone," Tabor said, as he gestured with his hand, slicing through the air to reveal a rift of shimmering colors, obscured from view. Yet, as the rift emerged, Tabor felt an overwhelming pull from within, while Son Wukong and the others merely found it visually captivating, devoid of any sense of allure. Tabor then stepped into the rift, which instantly closed behind him, vanishing from sight. "Hey, Whis, what do you think that place Tabor entered is like?" Beerus remarked casually, observing the now absent rift. "I cannot say, for it transcends my understanding. Even my father may be ignorant of it," Whis replied. Chapter 141. A New World. As Tabor entered this enigmatic realm, a multitude of transparent cards, each the size of a playing card, materialized around him, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. "What are these?" he wondered, for despite their transparency, he could glimpse scenes through them, revealing glimpses of worlds beyond. At that moment, Tabor noticed a red card beside him. As he gazed at it, he was astonished to see Beerus and the others still conversing in the same spot. Could it be that I just emerged from this card? Tabor was rendered speechless by his own thoughts. What kind of existence is this place? Is it a realm where all dimensions converge? Just then, a fragment of memory suddenly surfaced in his mind, revealing that this space served as a transfer station for myriad small worlds. Only those with the strength to transcend these smaller realms are deemed worthy to manifest in this domain. Yet, this place also corresponds to different dimensions, in essence. This space is uniquely yours, and the world you enter is merely your own. However, exceptions exist, such as in the case where one was transported to the Dragon Ball universe. Consequently, Tabor began to examine the surrounding transparent cards. Did these cards imply that to enter a specific world, One simply needed to tap the corresponding card. With this thought, he began to explore the colossal cylinder formed by these cards. To his astonishment, whenever he wished to scrutinize a particular card, it would promptly soar to the forefront, allowing him to peruse its contents. This one is Ultraman. And this one, the Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber? Truly, a plethora of worlds exists, each more diverse than the last. As Tabor continued his search among the cards, he suddenly encountered a familiar scene. Within one card, he saw a golden-haired figure adorned with a headband swiftly harvesting lives in a forest. It was Naruto from the Naruto series. How intriguing. This could serve as a potential option for later consideration. Subsequently, Tabor organized the worlds he was familiar with from his previous reality, including ordinary realms, martial arts, fantasy, and magic, among others. Faced with such a multitude of worlds, he found himself at a loss for selection. However, considering his current abilities, Tabor swiftly dismissed the ordinary technological worlds, for they held no allure for him. Regrettably, in these realms, one could not fully unleash their potential, lest they be expelled. Upon arriving, Tabor had gleaned from that memory how to restrain his powers. Otherwise, the vast majority of these dimensions would likely be inaccessible to him. Thus, as he continued to sift through the options, he eventually found himself at an impasse. In a moment of spontaneity, he closed his eyes, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand, the selected cards began to swirl around him. Then, he pointed forward, inadvertently selecting one of the cards. To his surprise, it turned out to be the card for Naruto, the very option he had considered earlier. What a remarkable coincidence. As soon as Tabor's words fell, the card emitted a burst of white light that enveloped him, subsequently drawing him in and causing him to vanish from the spot. Moments later, amidst a dizzying spin, Tabor found himself in a lush and towering forest, with a narrow path suggesting that it was frequented by travelers. However, he was uncertain of the time period in which he had arrived. When Tabor attempted to summon number 18 from the cosmos within him, he discovered that the universe was not only sealed, but that time within it had also come to a standstill. It seemed impossible to call Bulma and the others forth. Nevertheless, Tabor proceeded along the path, opting to walk rather than fly. He feared that being seen might lead to complications. He preferred to avoid trouble, and besides, he sensed several faint presences nearby, likely mere ordinary folk. After traversing the winding forest path, Tabor eventually arrived at a wider dirt road. As he continued along this thoroughfare, several horse-drawn carts approached, laden with supplies and moving swiftly, accompanied by a contingent of ninjas. As the carts neared Tabor, the ninjas suddenly became alert. However, as the carts passed by and moved away, the tension among the ninjas eased. Captain Nakamura, that person gave off an unusual vibe. His attire is markedly different from ours. It's quite suspicious, one of them remarked. Pay him no mind. He is likely an outsider from another region. The guards will handle such matters. Let us focus on our duties, as these supplies are intended for the front lines and must not be compromised, replied Nakamura. Soon, Tabor arrived at the entrance to the village, where a prominent spiral symbol caught his attention. Konohagakure? It was no surprise, given the favorable geography of the area, that only this village possessed such an advantage. While Tabor pondered this, the guards at the gate noticed the man in his peculiar attire. Who are you? What is your purpose here? A stern voice interrupted Tabor's thoughts. He replied, I am a traveler from the eastern lands, exploring the world. Yet, the guards were not easily deceived. After exchanging glances, they informed him, given the current situation, we must verify your identity and belongings. Please cooperate with our procedures. After an examination yielded no suspicious items, they recorded his information and issued him an identification certificate, allowing him entry. Remember not to wander into restricted areas. The guards cautioned as he departed. Though such words were spoken, the moment Tabor stepped through the gates of Konoha village, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him. However, he paid it little mind, for his fabricated identity was indeed suspicious. Had it not been for the absence of incriminating evidence, he would have been apprehended as a foreign spy long ago. In Chapter 142, Youthful Tsunade, it appeared that despite the guards' mention of a special period, the lives of the common folk remained largely unaffected. Yet, with empty pockets, Tabor found himself in need of some currency. Having just arrived in this world, he possessed nothing, and the wealth that had once been stored in the system's space was now lost. Fortunately, although his powers were subdued, generating valuable gold and diamonds remained an effortless task. With this thought in mind, Tabor entered a pawn shop, where the proprietor leisurely sat by the table, savoring freshly brewed tea. What item do you wish to pawn, esteemed guest? The middle-aged man inquired, stroking his small mustache as he regarded Tabor, who was evidently a new patron. Tabor, reaching into his pocket, produced a fist-sized chunk of gold. Do you accept gold here? He asked, presenting the gleaming treasure to the shopkeeper. Goodness, such a large piece of gold. Where did you acquire it? The shopkeeper exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Is it customary to inquire about the origin of items being pawned? Tabor replied coolly. No. My dear guest, you intend to pawn this gold, correct? How does 1,000,000 Rio sound? The shopkeeper, stroking his mustache, hastily offered with a forced smile. Narrowing his eyes, Tabor scrutinized the radiant gold, then glanced at the shopkeeper, whose grin belied a shifty gaze. You should easily recognize the purity of this gold. It is worth at least 3,000,000 Rio. Are you attempting to insult my intelligence by offering just 1,000,000? The shopkeeper's smile faltered, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. He had initially assumed this foreigner was ignorant of the market, hoping to seize the opportunity for a substantial profit. To his surprise, however, the man was astute, piercing through his deceit with perceptive clarity. Please, do not misunderstand. It appears I misjudged the value, the shopkeeper hastily stammered, wiping his brow. Your gold is indeed of exceptional quality. 3,000,000 it is. I shall prepare your silver notes immediately. Before long, Tabor received a hefty stack of silver notes. Without a backward glance, he departed the pawn shop, leaving the proprietor fidgeting with a forced smile, inwardly lamenting the loss of 2,000,000 Rio due to encountering an informed customer. As Tabor wandered the streets of Konoha village, he leisurely observed his surroundings. The village bustled with life. Vendors called out their wares, and children frolicked along the streets, exuding a sense of tranquility and simplicity. Occasionally, one could catch a glimpse of ninjas, adorned with forehead protectors, soaring across rooftops, stirring a gentle breeze in their wake. In the following days, Tabor sought refuge in a local inn while scouring the streets for available houses. He also learned that the current Hokage was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have you heard? It is said that Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village has unexpectedly declared war on our land of fire, as well as the wind and earth countries. While searching for a residence, Tabor overheard a group discussing recent events in a tea house, instantly elevating his spirits. Indeed, it is perplexing how audacious the Rain Village has become, especially considering our ongoing conflicts with the Wind Country. The others eagerly chimed in, asking, what else do you know? Will the Hokage send someone in response? It turns out this was during the early stages of the Second Shinobi World War, which explained the heightened vigilance of the guards. Sitting nearby, Tabor quickly grasped the approximate timeline of his current situation. Look, everyone, an announcement from the Hokage has been posted on the bulletin board. It states there will be an important speech tomorrow at the assembly hall, shouted a hurried individual outside the tea house, catching the attention of those still engaged in conversation. Oh, really? Let us go check it out, they exclaimed, rushing out in a flurry, leaving a few behind to continue their discussions. Meanwhile, Tabor's persistence paid off as he ultimately found a house after employing a few clever tactics to persuade its owner. After completing the necessary formalities, the sky began to darken, leading him to a nearby barbecue restaurant where he indulged in a hearty meal. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance, prompting Tabor to glance up. The half-drawn curtain was pushed aside, revealing a young man with spiky white hair entering, engaged in conversation with two companions. As he stepped inside, the curtain lifted once more to reveal a girl with a golden ponytail and delicate features, who impatiently waved her hand at the white-haired youth, followed by a calm, reticent boy. Could it be Tsunade and her companions? How fortuitous. Yet, it must be said that Tsunade was indeed strikingly beautiful, though still lacking in certain physical developments. Tabor marveled at her beauty, inwardly acknowledging her allure. His appearance and demeanor soon attracted the attention of several others in the restaurant. Hey, you don't seem to be from Konoha. The barbecue here is quite excellent. I assent it? Jiraiya, ever affable, inquired of Tabor. However, unlike Jiraiya's carefree attitude, Orochimaru's keen instincts warned him that this individual was exceptionally dangerous, akin to a drifting leaf upon a vast ocean. He called out to Jiraiya. Tsunade too sensed Orochimaru's change in demeanor, turning her attention to the handsome stranger before her, instantly becoming wary. Greetings, I am Tabor, and I have been traveling extensively. I recently arrived in the village hidden in the leaves. Observing the tension in the air, a faint smile graced Tabor's lips as he introduced himself. Tabor? Jiraiya scratched his head, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, before he lewdly inquired, "In your travels, which places have you visited? Are there any lovely ladies you have encountered?" Suddenly, a large bump appeared on Jiraiya's forehead. Meanwhile, Tsunade, arms folded and eyes still vigilant, asked, "So you are also a newcomer to the village hidden in the leaves?" "Indeed," Tabor replied nonchalantly, "but I find the environment here quite pleasant and intend to settle for a while." At that moment, the remaining grilled meat Tabor had ordered was served by the staff. "Shall we sit down and enjoy a meal together? Boss, bring us more grilled meat." Hearing that they could eat for free, Jiraiya unceremoniously took a seat and began to eat heartily. Observing this, Tabor shifted to make room for them. With a sigh, Tsunade sat beside Tabor and also began to enjoy the grilled meat. "I believe you must be the disciples of the third Hokage. I've heard quite a bit about you during my stay in the village," Tabor remarked while savoring the meat. You are quite well informed," Orochimaru said as he took his seat, his gaze fixed on Tabor, suggesting a subtle wariness towards him, unlike the more casual demeanor of Jiraiya. "One cannot help but stay informed while traveling. Otherwise, one might inadvertently offend local customs, which would be quite unfortunate." Noticing the veiled meaning in Orochimaru's words, Tabor remained unfazed, feeling a certain sympathy for his relentless pursuit of immortality. Chapter 143. The reputation of the three. How do the villagers perceive me? Surely they must extol my handsomeness. Charming countless maidens, Jiraiya boasted, laughing heartily, seemingly brimming with self-assurance upon hearing that news had spread in the village. A lecherous, arrogant white-haired man, a stoic, expressionless figure, and a princess still in her early development. That's probably about right. Tabor candidly expressed his thoughts on the trio, completely unaware of the turmoil his words would incite within them. "What did you say? To call me a lecherous, arrogant white-haired man? Who is the scoundrel spreading such slander?" Jiraiya's earlier confidence dissipated, replaced by a state of furious indignation at Tabor's remarks. Tsunade, glancing at her modestly developing figure, felt a surge of anger as her fists clenched tightly, her inner turmoil threatening to explode. "How infuriating. I am certainly not that small." "Well, that was rather sincere and apt," Orochimaru remarked, surprisingly finding Tabor's assessment quite fair. Nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the group engaged in lively conversation, but Tabor took the opportunity to share some scenic features he had observed in the narrative he had previously encountered. Although it was their first meeting, the erudite Tarble left everyone momentarily awestruck. Before long, the group conversed as if they were longtime friends, largely due to Jiraiya's adept social skills. "By the way, has the third Hokage issued a decree regarding your deployment to the battlefield?" Tarbole's remark abruptly dampened the atmosphere. They were enjoying their meal, and such disheartening topics were unwelcome. Jiraiya, eager to lighten the mood, called for more sake. Clearly, Jiraiya and his companions wished to steer clear of discussing their mission. Jiraiya recalled the great sage Frog had once mentioned that he would mentor a disciple capable of changing the world. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly casual statement caused Jiraiya and the others to leap to their feet in astonishment. "How do you know this?" Jiraiya exclaimed incredulously, pointing at Tarble. Tsunade and Orochimaru shared in the astonishment, utterly perplexed as to how Tarble possessed this knowledge. With a mysterious smile, Tarble took a sip from his cup and reassured them. "There's no need to be so tense. I merely possess a modicum of foresight. However, I must warn you that you are about to encounter formidable opposition. Hanzo of the Salamander is not to be underestimated." At this, doubts arose among the group, for such prophecies seemed utterly fantastical. Foresight? Jiraiya's brow furrowed in skepticism. His eyes filled with doubt. "Are you speaking the truth? Just how powerful is Hanzo of the Salamander?" Setting down his cup, Tarble replied, "Hanzo of the Salamander is the leader of the Rain Village, and his prowess is considerable. Moreover, you must remain vigilant of his poisons. I assure you, this confrontation will be a grueling battle." Upon hearing the mention of poison, Tsunade scoffed confidently. "Humph, no matter how strong he may be, we are not to be trifled with. If it's merely poison, I doubt there is anything I cannot handle." Meanwhile, Orochimaru's eyes flickered as he fell into contemplation. Tarble continued, "Do not underestimate him. His summoning beast's poison is no trivial matter." Then, discreetly beneath the table, he produced 2 circular talismans, inscribed with enigmatic runes, crafted using divine powers. While they may not possess the strength seen in the world of Dragon Ball, they would suffice to deal with Hanzo. Even the Otsutsuki clan would find themselves swiftly defeated. "This talisman is for you. Keep it close during perilous times, and this one is for your brother." With that, Tarble pressed the two talismans into Tsunade's hands. Are you certain this item is effective? And you prepared one specifically for my brother. Does that imply he is in danger too? Tsunade's anxiety surged, for her most cherished family member was now Zuru. I shall not disclose that, lest it induce worry. Simply ensure he carries the talisman at all times, and I can guarantee there will be no issues. When you are injured, it releases an attack and a shield. As for the outcome, I need not elaborate. Tarble took a measured sip of sake and spoke calmly. Is it truly so remarkable? Surely, you jest. As Tabor's words grew increasingly enigmatic, Tsunade began to harbor doubts about him. You may attempt it. Unleash all your strength upon it. If you can shatter it, I shall leave your fate in your hands. With a smile directed at Tsunade, Tarble anticipated her performance. However, his confident demeanor seemed to ignite Tsunade's competitive spirit, prompting her to step onto a chair and point at him. Humph, I'll give it a try. If I fail to break it, then you may do as you wish. Subsequently, Tsunade exerted her full might, gripping the jade pendant with fervor. To her astonishment, her immense strength yielded no effect on the pendant. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she increased her power, veins bulging, yet the pendant remained intact. How is this possible? She murmured, her skepticism evaporating, replaced by sheer astonishment. Jiraiya and Orochimaru approached, scrutinizing the extraordinary jade pendant. It appears this object is indeed extraordinary, Jiraiya remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. A flicker of something unusual crossed Orochimaru's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Tarble smirked. Now do you believe me? This pendant can ensure your safety. But do not underestimate Hanzo of the Salamander and the battles that lie ahead. Tsunade carefully tucked away the pendant and nodded earnestly. Thank you, Tarble. I will ensure that Suk keeps it safe. What about us? You prioritize beauty over friendship. Noticing that Tarble had given both pendants to Tsunade, Jiraiya's envy flared as he shouted at Tarble. You are all safe. There is no danger, and thus, this is unnecessary. At least for now. I possess only two. I offered them to Tsunade because I foresaw her facing peril. Tabor's retort silenced him. Yet, the others grew increasingly intrigued by Tabor's mystery. His knowledge was vast, and he so casually bestowed such precious items. Although their true effects remained unknown, the fact that Tsunade could not break the pendant indicated its significance. Well then, I shall take my leave. When I return, feel free to join me for drinks, Tarble stated as he placed several banknotes on the table and waved goodbye. Before departing, he added, Princess Tsunade, remember your promise. Tsunade paused, momentarily taken aback, before feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her earlier bravado. At that moment, Orochimaru's words snapped her back to reality. Hey, Tsunade, I believe it is essential to inform our teacher. This individual is not as simple as he seems. In fact, he feels even more dangerous than our teacher. Watching him depart, Orochimaru finally felt at ease. Surely not. Orochimaru, your claims are too exaggerated. He doesn't seem much older than us. How could he possibly surpass our teacher? Jiraiya retorted incredulously. What do you know? Orochimaru cast a glance at Jiraiya, as if he were an utter fool, and remarked, from the very first moment I laid eyes upon him, my mind signaled me to depart swiftly. My instincts have always proven remarkably accurate. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, both Jiraiya and Tsunade fell into a contemplative silence. We shall discuss this matter later. It is getting late, and we should return. Tomorrow, we embark for the battlefield. At that moment, Tsunade, holding two jade pendants in her hands, rose and absent-mindedly exited the barbecue restaurant. She then hurriedly made her way home. Shinju. As soon as she arrived home, Tsunade began to call for Shinju. Chapter 144, Uzumaki Mido. A small boy, around 5 or 6 years of age, dashed out upon hearing her voice, his face lighting up with joy. What is it, sister? So well behaved. What did you do at home today? The sight of the approaching boy filled Tsunade's heart with solace. Yet a shadow of worry crept in as she recalled Tabor's earlier words. I was keeping grandma company. Upon receiving Tsunade's praise, Shinju beamed with delight, showcasing a bright smile filled with white teeth. It's little Tsunade, an elderly woman, adorned with a pair of bun-like hairdos and a crown-like ornament, featuring a purple diamond mark on her forehead, emerged from within the house. She approached Tsunade with a gentle smile, tenderly stroking her head. You haven't visited in quite some time. Yes, I've been busy training, but I must go to the battlefield tomorrow. The front lines do not look promising. Tsunade replied, her expression wavering as she fell silent for a moment. What troubles you? You seem preoccupied. Is there something on your mind? The elderly Mito instantly discerned Tsunade's unusual demeanor and spoke with a warm smile. If there is anything troubling you, feel free to share. Perhaps I could offer some advice. Tsunade then recounted the events that transpired at the barbecue restaurant with Tabor and handed the jade pendant he had given her to Mito. Mito examined the pendant closely. This jade pendant appears rather ordinary, and I sense no chakra flowing within it. How peculiar. However, if your assessment is correct, he may not be a malicious individual. Here's what we shall do. After tomorrow's speech by Hisashi, bring him to me. All right, I will have someone investigate where he resides and bring him along tomorrow. Tsunade concurred with a nod. She then found a red string to thread the jade pendant, placing it around Shinju's neck. Naturally, she adorned herself with one as well, tucking the modest pendant into the cleavage of her attire. In the blink of an eye, the following day arrived. As the sun began to rise, the plaza of Konoha village became bustling with activity. Tarble arrived at the scene early, weaving through the gathered crowd to find a discreet corner where he stood, awaiting the declaration of war from Sarutobi Hiruzen alongside the villagers in the square. As more villagers arrived, it became evident that after more than a decade of promotion, Hiruzen had garnered significant esteem within the Hidden Leaf village, arguably overshadowing the legacies of both the first and second Hokage. In the distance loomed the Hokage Rock, inscribed with the likenesses of the first, second, and third Hokage, while numerous ninjas patrolled the area and several Umbu operatives lurked in the shadows, ensuring that no reckless individuals disrupted the proceedings. Before long, the atmosphere in the square turned solemn, with all eyes fixed on the stage. Clad in the robes of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the podium, offering a slight bow before scanning the crowd, his gaze eventually resting on the villagers of the Hidden Leaf. Esteemed villagers, Hiruzen's voice resonated with gravitas and strength. Our village has flourished due to your tireless efforts, attracting the envious gazes of other nations. Though we face numerous adversaries and daunting challenges, we remain undaunted. We are the Hidden Leaf Village, the pride of the Land of Fire. We bear the responsibility of safeguarding our homeland and securing our future. Where the leaves dance, the flames shall forever burn bright. His impassioned speech ignited fervor among the assembled crowd, stirring a desire within them to charge into battle for the sake of the Hidden Leaf. Standing amidst the throng, Tarble felt the fervent spirit of combat engulfing him, and he could not help but admire Hiruzen's oratory skills. It was a pity this man was not leading a sales pitch. He seemed to embody the role already. Soon after, Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and disciple of the third, was ushered onto the stage. Following the script provided by the audience, she began to speak. It was clear that Tsunade's presence carried weight, particularly among the older generation, who placed considerable trust in her lineage. Once the declaration concluded, Tarble prepared to leave the square. At that moment, Tsunade descended from the stage and quickly navigated through the crowd, making her way directly towards Tarble. Tarble, I showed your pendant to Granny Mito yesterday. She is quite curious about both you and the pendant and wishes to meet you today. Do you have a moment? There was a subtle hint of nervousness in her voice. Of course, I have no pressing matters. I would be happy to accompany you. Tarble replied with a smile and a nod. The two then departed the square, heading towards the Senju compound. Tsunade walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Tarble, her demeanor somewhat contemplative. The Senju clan still retained their residence, with the Vortex Village's Mito also residing there, and thus the compound remained expansive, though largely uninhabited. Upon reaching the dwelling of the Senju, they were greeted by Mito. As Tarble beheld her, he marveled inwardly. Despite her advanced age, Mito retained a sharp intellect, unmistakably indicating her wisdom. She then invited Tarble inside. She still wore a gentle smile, yet her eyes now reflected a hint of surprise and bewilderment. What was amiss? She could not sense his inner self, since acquiring the ability to perceive the goodness and evil in others. This was her first encounter where she failed to discern a person's moral essence. Welcome to my abode. Please come in and take a seat. Enjoy a cup of tea. Mizuhara spoke softly, her gaze lingering on Tarble, as if she wished to observe him more closely. Tarble, naturally aware of Mizuhara's intentions, remained unperturbed by her scrutiny. My apologies for troubling you, Lady Mizuhara, Tarble replied with a smile, comfortably engaging in conversation after taking a seat. On the side, Tsunade occasionally interjected, but largely remained a listener. Although Mizuhara did not directly inquire about Tarble's origins or abilities, a subtle doubt flickered in her eyes. During their conversation, Uzumaki Mizuhara and Tarble discussed mundane matters before gradually shifting the topic to the history of Konoha, the current state of war, and future prospects. Tarble noted that while Mizuhara did not explicitly state her inquiries, each question revealed her quest for understanding his identity and purpose. Ultimately, however, Mizuhara refrained from further probing into Tarble's background, concluding the dialogue with a smile. "You are an intriguing young man. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. Should you have any questions in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. You might also engage in more discussions with Tsunade. Perhaps you will discover shared interests." Tarble felt little impact from Mizuhara's words, but Tsunade appeared flustered and anxious. "Grandma, what are you saying? Who speaks like this upon first meeting?" "Ah, it is a privilege. I shall visit often," Tarble responded, finding the exchange quite agreeable. After all, he was genuinely interested in the cultivation system of this world. Though his combat prowess paled in comparison to the energy of the Dragon Ball universe, he appreciated some unique skills, such as the shadow clone and transformation techniques. Chapter 145. A gift of introduction. Well, as one grows older, one tends to speak more. "Do not find me tedious," Mizuhara said with a warm smile. "Certainly not. By the way, for my inaugural visit, I have a small gift for you. I hope you will accept it." As soon as Tarble's words fell, Tsunade looked puzzled, for he had been shadowing her the entire time. When had he procured a gift? Tarble then extended a finger towards Uzumaki Mizuhara, channeling an intangible force into her being. Under the influence of this power, Mizuhara's once wrinkled visage transformed, becoming smooth and fair. The wrinkles on her hands and body vanished, and her once dry hair regained the vibrant red of youth. "How is this possible?" Tsunade exclaimed, pointing at Mizuhara, momentarily stunned. "This is akin to a rejuvenation. Grandma, you look younger." Mizuhara raised her hand before her eyes, observing that her previously hazy vision had become clear, and her once dry, yellowed hands had regained their youthful smoothness. The Whirlpool Water Master and Tsunade could hardly believe the extraordinary events unfolding before them. "Tarble, who exactly are you, and how have you accomplished such a feat?" Tsunade inquired, gazing at Tarble, who wore a subtle smile. "It's merely a small gift, nothing to be concerned about," Tarble replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "I simply granted the Whirlpool Water Master several decades of extended life. It was an effortless task. Yet, I had not anticipated the magnitude of astonishment this scene would evoke. After all, even the legendary Sage of Six Paths could not bestow such longevity. Tarble, you have presented me with such a magnificent gift upon our first meeting. I am at a loss for how to repay you," the Whirlpool Water Master expressed, overwhelmed by the vibrant life energy coursing through her. However, she found herself unsure of how to convey her gratitude. "There is no need for thanks. If you truly wish to reciprocate, perhaps you could provide me with a chakra and some basic training scrolls. I have a keen interest in chakra and wish to explore its intricacies," Tarble suggested. Recalling his earlier desire for chakra training scrolls. "What a peculiar form of repayment. These are merely commonplace items. I shall fetch them for you at once," the Whirlpool Water Master replied, rising to leave the room, leaving Tsunade and Tarble exchanging glances in mutual astonishment. "Since you possess the ability to rejuvenate others, your strength must be considerable. Yet, you express interest in chakra training methods?" Tsunade broke the silence, directing her question at Tarble. "I have not studied such things. I am merely curious," he replied with a teasing tone. "What say you? Shall I assist you in enhancing your beauty?" "I am currently in the prime of my youth and beauty. I require no such aid," Tsunade retorted, though it was evident she was somewhat intrigued. However, Tarble was not inclined to fulfill her wish, for that which is easily obtained is often undervalued. As the two conversed, the Whirlpool Water Master returned with a few scrolls, placing them on the table before sitting down again. These contain methods for chakra training and various ninjutsu techniques. Should you find yourself interested, feel free to return for more," she offered. "Thank you very much. It is getting late, and Tsunade and the others must soon depart, so I shall not impose further. I will take my leave now and return to visit you," Tarble stated, rising to gather the scrolls from the table. After bidding farewell to the Whirlpool Water Master and Tsunade, he prepared to leave the Senju compound. "Do visit again when you have the time," the Whirlpool Water Master said as she escorted Tarble to the door. Once he had departed, she turned to Tsunade with a teasing tone. "Little Tsunade, I find this individual quite commendable. Have you considered pursuing a relationship with him?" "Absolutely not. I must hasten to the battlefield," Tsunade replied hastily, darting out. leaving the Whirlpool Watermaster to shake her head and chuckle at Tsunade's retreating figure. After Mito bid farewell to the two individuals, a profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by the gentle breeze that caressed the wind chimes by the window, producing a melodious tinkling sound. Mito gazed down at her rejuvenated hands, clenched her fists lightly, and then rose to pace a few circles, feeling the vibrant chakra swirling within her. She murmured, "This vitality surpasses even my peak strength. Who exactly is he?" On the other side of the Senju compound, Tsunade strode purposefully along the path leading to the village entrance, her brow furrowed, a flicker of unease crossing her features. That individual. She recalled the moment Tabor unleashed his power, devoid of any chakra fluctuations, yet capable of restoring youth. Can ninjutsu truly reach such heights? As she pondered, a familiar figure suddenly appeared ahead. "Hey, Tsunade, what are you thinking about? You're too slow. We've been waiting for you forever." Jiraiya perched on a branch, wearing his characteristic mischievous grin. Orochimaru leaned against a nearby tree, also awaiting Tsunade's arrival. "Ah, never mind, let's go," Tsunade exclaimed, hastily joining the two, and the trio swiftly navigated through the underbrush, heading toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, Tabor had settled into a tranquil room. He unfurled several chakra training scrolls, examining them with apparent casualness, yet imprinting their contents firmly in his mind. "Chakra is indeed intriguing," he murmured softly. After reviewing the training methods, Tabor began to practice. And perhaps due to the extraordinary strength and vitality of his cells, countless chakras began to manifest within him almost instantaneously. I suppose I could be considered a chakra titan. Earlier, Mito had sensed the potency of chakra within her own body, and even accounting for the nine tails. The amount of chakra she possessed paled in comparison to what I have now, Tabor reflected as he felt the chakra within him. For someone of Tabor's elevated caliber, mastering these ninjutsu techniques was as effortless as a university student solving elementary arithmetic. He soon became remarkably proficient in the techniques. "It seems rather ordinary, merely superficial," he mused, feeling a tinge of boredom as he executed the shadow clone technique. Chapter 146. Departing for the front lines while Tabor was still engrossed in studying the newly acquired ninjutsu. News about him had already found its way to the Hokage's office and the root organization's desk. Tabor, an outsider, had interacted with Tsunade within just a few days of his arrival, and today he had even visited the Senju compound. Was it mere coincidence? Or did he harbor some ulterior motive? Observing the dossier laid before him, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, murmuring softly, "This information is incomplete. Investigate further. I need to know his purpose for coming to Konohagakure." As his words fell, a member of the Umbu emerged from the shadows to receive the scroll handed over by Sarutobi. At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office was abruptly pushed open, revealing a man with his right eye bound in bandages. Upon observing the scroll in the hands of the Umbu, he immediately surmised the situation. "It seems you have taken note of this individual as well, Hisashi. I shall take him for interrogation," he stated. "No, this man has previously visited the Senju stronghold. His identity is undoubtedly significant. I will request Tsunade to compile his dossier for me, so you need not concern yourself with this matter." At this juncture, Sarutobi Hisashi, still in the prime of his life, spoke with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, rendering Danzo silent. Despite this, Hisashi nonetheless arranged for the Umbu to gather information on Tabor. As the Hokage, one must consider all aspects of a situation and never place all one's eggs in a single basket. Danzo scoffed at Hisashi's words, then turned on his heel and departed. "Hisashi, the position of Hokage will eventually be mine," he seethed, returning to the root organization, filled with resentment. "Hisashi, do not revel in your triumph too soon," he muttered, summoning his subordinates. "Go, closely monitor Tabor's every move, and report any unusual activity to me immediately." Meanwhile, the Umbu members, upon receiving their orders, swiftly commenced their investigation. They trailed Tabor, attempting to uncover the reasons for his arrival in Konoha. However, Tabor was already aware of their presence and was utterly unconcerned, for he had no intentions of causing harm to Konoha. Moreover, if he truly wished to, no one in the entire Hokage world could thwart him. Days later, Tsunade, who had arrived at the battlefield, received a scroll sent by the Umbu at Sarutobi Hisashi's behest. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, "Teacher, why do you seek information on Tabor? Has the matter of Granny Mito's rejuvenation been leaked?" Subsequently, Tsunade documented the encounter she had with Tabor at the barbecue restaurant and his meeting with Mito, though she deliberately withheld the fact that Tabor possessed the ability to make others youthful. She handed the scroll back to the Umbu for their return. What is it, Tsunade? Did the teacher send the Umbu for any specific instructions? At that moment, Orochimaru and Jiraiya returned from their patrol, observing the Umbu's departure and inquiring. No. Wasn't it Granny Mito who asked me to invite Tabor before I arrived? Perhaps the teacher sensed something and wanted to learn more about him, Tsunade replied, shaking her head as she recounted the events to them. This was not a matter shrouded in secrecy, so there was no need to conceal it. It's merely an issue concerning a pendant. Truly, it is being blown out of proportion, Jiraiya remarked nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his head. Humph. Jiraiya is being rather simplistic. The pendant is not the crux of the matter. The key issue is that he is not from Konohagakure and has met with Lady Mito. Orochimaru explained, arms crossed over his chest. Then, does this mean that this situation has arisen because of me? Tsunade's heart was filled with regret towards Tabor. She had not anticipated that such a seemingly ordinary meeting would lead to such troublesome consequences. Let us defer this matter for a later time. I discern that he is not a simple individual. For now, we must focus on resolving the issues at the front lines. I have just dispatched a small team to scout ahead, yet no news has returned. My concerns are compounded by the fact that, in contrast to the situation with Tabor, Orochimaru is far more preoccupied with the fluctuations on the battlefield. Indeed, I have long been curious why. Despite merely engaging with the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth, our conflict would involve the Rain Ninja Village and the mention of facing Hanzo in the future. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya, who had previously been rather carefree, adopted a serious demeanor. Just as Orochimaru finished speaking, a bloodied ninja stumbled into the tent. Report. The team was ambushed by the elite forces of Awagakure. They are formidable, and we have suffered significant losses. Orochimaru's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately rose to his feet. What are the specifics? How many enemies are there, and what is their location? The ninja, struggling to speak, replied, there were approximately 30 of them. After engaging us, they seem to have shifted in another direction, and their current whereabouts are unknown. Seeing the distress of the ninja, Tsunade quickly approached him, placing her hands on him, and a green light enveloped them. The injuries on the ninja began to heal at an astonishing rate. An elite force of around 30 from Awagakure. Orochimaru mused while stroking his chin. Their change of direction suggests they have been discovered and adjusted their battle strategy. Regardless, we cannot remain idle. Jiraiya clenched his fists. I will gather reinforcements and take the initiative. Hold on, Tsunade interjected. We are still unclear on the enemy's position. A hasty assault would be too reckless. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Here's what we shall do. The three of us will each lead a small team to investigate. We must hold this position. We cannot allow the forces from the Land of Wind, under White Fang's command, to unite against us. Agreed. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances before summoning their respective teams and heading in different directions. Tsunade led her team cautiously through the forest, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, a faint sound reached her ears, prompting her to signal her team to conceal themselves. A group of Awagakure ninjas stealthily passed by. Just as Tsunade was about to issue the order to attack, she realized these ninjas appeared to be deliberately revealing their presence to lure them in. This is too obvious. We must retreat immediately. A surge of alarm coursed through her as she recognized the potential trap. She gestured to a few of her comrades, preparing to withdraw. At that moment, a multitude of Awagakure ninjas emerged from all directions, encircling Tsunade's team. You underestimate us. Faced with encirclement, Tsunade charged forward with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful punch that sent one unsuspecting ninja flying. The force of her strike also knocked several others nearby off their feet. Meanwhile, her team commenced their assaults against their respective foes, and a dazzling array of ninjutsu erupted in the forest, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Meanwhile, Jiraiya found himself ensnared in trouble, as his small team fell victim to the enemy's illusions. Though the enchantment was swiftly dispelled, several of his comrades had already met their demise while under its spell. Consequently, both parties engaged in fierce combat, the sound of kunai clashing resonating throughout the battlefield. On another front, Orochimaru, with his keen insight, had detected the enemy's ambush long before reaching their concealed position, quietly devising a plan for counterattack. He intended to exploit the terrain and his ninjutsu to deliver a decisive blow to the Overture ninjas, aiming to reverse the current unfavorable situation and safeguard this stronghold, thwarting the conspiratorial alliance of the Wind and Earth countries. Chapter 147. Danzo Orochimaru summoned numerous small summoning snakes from his sleeves, allowing them to traverse the forest while continually sensing the movements of the IWA ninjas. Whenever an IWA ninja strayed in search of prey, Orochimaru would execute a reverse assassination based on the information relayed by his summoned beasts. After some time, this strategy resulted in significant losses for the IWA ninjas, claiming several of their chunin. However, this tactic was soon recognized by the leading special jonin of Overture. Sensing the shift in circumstances, he called out, "Everyone, gather together. Do not disperse." Observing the diminishing numbers around him, the IWA leader immediately ordered a halt to their previous actions. "Retreat. Is it too late to consider leaving now?" As the IWA ninjas prepared to withdraw, a sudden voice echoed from a nearby tree. Orochimaru leapt down gracefully, sauntering towards them, his tongue flicking against his lips. The IWA ninja captain, taken aback, fell silent and began forming hand seals. Doton, Dorigon. A massive spear of earth surged forth towards Orochimaru. Yet, it was evident that Orochimaru regarded this attack with disdain. He merely leapt back lightly, evading the strike. Sunii to Jashu. Moments after dodging the attack, Orochimaru extended his right hand, unleashing a multitude of serpents from his sleeve, which swiftly encircled the IWA ninja, charging towards him. The IWA ninja, witnessing this, hurriedly attempted to retreat. But it was clear that Orochimaru had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Doton, Shinjzanshu no Jutsu. A colossal hand emerged, seizing the IWA ninja's calf as he leapt backward, dragging him into the earth. Simultaneously, the serpents lunged at him, sinking their fangs into his flesh. In an instant, the IWA ninja met his demise, the events transpiring in the blink of an eye. The remaining IWA ninjas, now acutely aware of Orochimaru's formidable prowess, hastily fled. Unbeknownst to them, Orochimaru had already stationed personnel along their escape route, planting numerous explosive tags. These panicked IWA ninjas, too engrossed in their flight, failed to notice the traps laid before them. They fell victim to the explosions that erupted around them, the sounds of detonation reverberating through the air. When the cacophony subsided, Orochimaru and his team moved in to ascertain if any had escaped, but it was evident that none had survived the catastrophic blast. Examine them for any intelligence, and let us swiftly regroup with Tsunade. With that, Orochimaru began issuing commands to the others. The atmosphere seemed quite lively. At that moment, Tabor was reclining in his chair, sipping a drink, while observing the battles unfolding on the front lines through a projection in the void, occasionally offering commentary. Just as Tabor was indulging in the spectacle, he abruptly raised his hand to shut off the screen. Suddenly, a figure emerged from his window, approaching him. "Tabor, Lord Danzo requests your presence. He has matters to discuss with you." A masked individual spoke with a cold, imperious tone that brooked no refusal. "Danzo, you say? Very well." Tabor replied with a slight smile, addressing the root member. The root operative then tossed a hood towards Tabor. "Put this on." As the hood approached, it ignited spontaneously in midair. "Ah, I lament your lack of habit for carrying such an item," Tabor remarked, waving his hand nonchalantly. In the astonished gaze of the root member, the two were soon at the entrance of the root headquarters. "Let us proceed. Take me inside." Despite the acute fear instilled by Tabor's peculiar method, the root member suppressed his trepidation and led Tabor into the dark depths of the main headquarters to meet Danzo. As they entered, Tabor couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, only creatures that burrow underground could inhabit such dim surroundings. After navigating several turns, they arrived at Danzo's office, where two guards stood sentinel. Upon their arrival, they rapped on Danzo's door. "Enter." Inside, Danzo was seated at his desk, perusing a scroll. Hearing their entrance, he slowly set the scroll aside. "You must be Tabor. Speak. Who are you, and what brings you to Konoha?" Such a tone befits a ruler, Tabor thought as he pulled a chair toward him and sat down. "It seems your disappointment at not becoming Hokage has warped your perspective. What a pity. During the time of Senju Tobarama, when a decoy was needed to divert the enemy, had you displayed a bit more courage, perhaps the position of Hokage could have been yours." "How do you know this?" Danzo's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet, his heart a tumult of emotions. Only Koharu and the others were privy to that information. How could this man possibly know? I possess knowledge of many things. However, I am uncertain of what you wish to learn. Today, I am in a generous mood and shall gladly provide answers to what I can, Tabor said, smiling at the visibly shaken Danzo. Danzo, suppressing his shock, narrowed his eyes. Do not evade the topic. What is your true intention? Tabor spread his hands. I harbor no ulterior motives. I am merely wandering Konoha, admiring the beauty of this village. Danzo snorted disdainfully. Do you believe I would be swayed by your fabrications? Knowing so many secrets, you must be quite remarkable. Tabor crossed his arms. And what of it? Do you think you can do anything to me? Danzo's gaze hardened, and he suddenly made a hand sign, thinking I wouldn't dare to act against you. Just as Danzo prepared to launch an attack, Tabor vanished from his original position, reappearing instantaneously behind Danzo. He placed his right hand firmly on Danzo's shoulder, forcefully guiding him back into his chair. Do not act rashly. Impulsiveness can be a devil, especially when unaware of the identity of your opponent. At that moment, Danzo felt the undeniable force on his shoulder, and it dawned on him the vast chasm of power that lay between them. Very well, since you are so uncooperative, I shall not bother with you. However, remember this, do not send anyone to monitor me, for I presume you would not wish for one to vanish after being dispatched. Farewell. Tabor then clapped his hands, lightly tapped the table before Danzo, and vanished, returning to his residence. Yet, as Danzo remained shaken, he witnessed the very table that Tabor had touched disintegrate into dust, leaving behind no trace of its former self. Chapter 148. The confrontation between Sarutobi and Danzo. Lord Danzo, the Hokage, has arrived. At that moment, someone entered, reporting to the dazed Danzo. The voice jolted him back to reality, prompting him to rise and approach the entrance, where Sarutobi Hiruzen had already stepped in. Danzo, have I not warned you against taking action against Tabor? Where is he? Sarutobi reprimanded Danzo, clearly displeased with his unilateral decisions. He has already left, Danzo replied, devoid of his earlier bravado, his tone heavy. That individual is no ordinary foe. His strength surpasses mine significantly. What did you say? Upon hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeply. Explain the situation to me in full. So, you were subdued in a single move. It seems his power is indeed formidable. After taking a puff from his pipe, Sarutobi fell into contemplation. Given his capabilities, we shall refrain from immediate action against him for now. The current climate is fraught with complexities, and we should avoid unnecessary complications. Hiruzen, do you think it wise to leave a potential threat unaddressed? Danzo could no longer tolerate Tabor's earlier demeanor and sought to use Sarutobi as a means to an end. I instructed you not to engage. Why did you act on your own? I had already arranged for someone to handle the matter. I will confer with Lord Mito about this. You need not involve yourself. Sarutobi, well aware of Danzo's intentions, decisively issued his command. Following their meeting, the Umbu monitoring Tabor were subsequently withdrawn. A wise choice. At that moment, Tabor reclined in his chair, pondering how to navigate beyond this world, still without a clear direction. The following day, Sarutobi arrived as promised at the Senju clan's headquarters in Konoha. The little monkey has come. How unexpected that you have time to visit me, dear old lady. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito had already employed a transformation technique to alter her original appearance, for she was acutely aware that if her youthful form were to be discovered, it would lead to countless troubles. No, today I happened to finish all my work, and indeed, I realized it has been some time since I last visited. So I thought I would come and see you. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly detected the underlying meaning in Mito's words, yet after sitting in the position of Hokage for so long, he had mastered the art of maintaining a faade with remarkable skill. Let us not beat around the bush. If there is something to discuss, please do so. Over the years, Mito had come to sense that Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely a person of duality, and she found herself disinterested in engaging in trivial conversation. Ahem, in truth, it is not entirely without significance. Lord Mito, a few days ago, did you not invite a young man named Tabor? Currently, the external forces are eyeing our Konoha village with great scrutiny, and as far as I know, his strength seems to be formidable. Thus, I wish to inquire about some information regarding him. In an effort to mask his embarrassment, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed a few times before addressing Mito. I am not very clear either, only that he is here for tourism. However, I have met him once. He is not from a hostile nation, and does not pose any threat to us in Konoha. Mito replied somewhat ambiguously. Saratobi furrowed his brow, evidently dissatisfied with her answer. Lord Mito, the situation is complex. It is prudent to gather more information. Has he truly not disclosed his background? Mito shook her head. He did not say much. He does not seem like a person who would seek trouble. Just as Saratobi Hiruzen reached for his pipe, he recalled that he was in Mito's home and promptly set it down. He then spoke to her. Previously, Danzo had sent someone to find him, and from Danzo's words, I learned that his strength is quite formidable. If he truly harbors ulterior motives, he could pose a significant threat to Konoha. I trust my judgment. Mito's tone was resolute. Little monkey, do not be too paranoid. It is better to focus your energy on the development of the village and defending against external threats. Saratobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. Very well, since you say so, I shall set this matter aside for now. Then, Lord Mito, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, feel free to send someone to notify me. With that, Saratobi Hiruzen rose to take his leave from the Senju clan's residence. Meanwhile, Tabor remained leisurely enjoying his time, completely unaware that a discussion regarding him had just concluded. However, in stark contrast to the tranquility of Konoha village, Tsunade on the battlefield was overwhelmed, frequently having to contend with attacks from various ninja villages. Were it not for her efforts in treating the wounded, the casualty rate in Konoha would have undoubtedly been several points higher. What's wrong, Princess Tsunade? Are you weary despite your vigorous spirit? Just as Tsunade, dragging her fatigued body, opened her tent, a voice suddenly emerged from within. Who goes there? It was Tabor, reclining in a chair, who smiled at Tsunade and said, It's you. However, it is evident that Tsunade, aside from her initial astonishment at Tabor's arrival, displayed no other remarkable expressions. After all, someone capable of bestowing youth could effortlessly evade sentinels. Aren't you in the Hidden Leaf village? What brings you here? Tsunade, weary, entered and sank into a chair, resting her arms on the table before tilting her head towards Tabor. Just came by to see you out of sheer boredom. But judging by your condition, it seems you are quite exhausted, Tabor remarked, chuckling at her unrefined posture. Alas, the Hidden Leaf is besieged from all sides, and the number of injured on the battlefield is overwhelming. I can hardly keep up, Tsunade lamented, rubbing her temples, her face etched with fatigue. It was clear that there were significant issues with the current team allocation, as there were too few medics among the ninja squads. Do you require my assistance? If you would entrust me with a strategy, I would be more than willing to oblige, Tabor said, now fixating his attention on Tsunade. You? Assisting with healing? If you find yourself with ample leisure, then perhaps, Tsunade mused, recalling Tabor's previous displays of power and nodding slightly. Healing? That's child's play. I could end this war whenever I desire, Tabor retorted, shaking his head dismissively as he sensed the condescension. Chapter 149. Terrifying power upon hearing Tabor's words. Tsunade scrutinized him from head to toe before turning her gaze away. I doubt that. Yet, I wonder how long this war will persist. After all, we have been here for nearly half a year, and the fatigue from the battle has permeated our very beings. Tabor, hearing her words, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, seemingly undeterred by her skepticism. Leaning back in his chair, fingers interlaced, a subtle glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. You underestimate me, Tsunade, he said lightly, teasingly. Ending this war would be a trivial matter for me. It merely hinges on whether I choose to do so. Tsunade reclined back against her chair, her trust in his words not entirely solid. Observing him with a subtle frown, she appeared uncertain of the extent of his abilities to halt a war so deeply entrenched in turmoil. You speak as if it were effortless. But war is not something that simply ceases at will, she replied solemnly. You must understand that warfare involves not only the strife of ninjas, but also myriad complex interests behind the scenes. Each nation, each ninja village has its own agenda. Can you guarantee that all parties involved would be willing to sit down and negotiate? Tabor chuckled lightly, his gaze brimming with confidence and disdain. Your perspective is rather simplistic. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can compel others to comply. Do not forget that your grandfather, Hashirama Senju, held that very capital and power. If he were still alive, do you think the other nations would dare to provoke him? At the mention of Hashirama Senju, Tsunade found herself inwardly conceding to Tabor's comparison. Can you truly achieve such a feat? Indeed, as long as I wish to, Tabor replied nonchalantly. So, do you require my assistance? However, you owe me a favor now. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed, for the previous promise had yet to be fulfilled. All right, I consent, she replied. After all, one does not fear the bite of many lice. A debt unpaid must be repaid in flesh, of course. As Tabor lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, a ripple, akin to a luminous halo, expanded outward before Tsunade's astonished gaze. All settled, he declared. Tsunade, wearing a bemused expression, looked at Tabor. Step outside and see for yourself, he instructed, gesturing towards the entrance of the tent. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Tsunade ventured outside, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before her. Is this Konoha? Initially perplexed by the absence of the surrounding forest, she regained her senses upon spotting the 3 colossal Hokage statues carved into the cliffside. What is happening? How did we return to Konoha? It must be an illusion. Release. Why is it ineffective? No, this is no mirage. We truly are back in Konoha. What on earth is going on? A throng of bewildered individuals gawked at their surroundings, erupting into a cacophony of confusion. Shortly thereafter, the Umbu and Hokage arrived. When Sarutobi Hiruzen first received the Umbu's report, he thought it was a false alarm, but after thorough verification, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Kakashi, what transpired? Weren't you at the front lines? Why has everyone returned so suddenly? Sarutobi inquired, rushing over to the group. Lord Hokage, I am as bewildered as you. I was lying in ambush at the border when, inexplicably, a ripple surged towards me. By the time I regained my senses, I found myself back in Konoha, replied Hatake Kakashi, his face a canvas of confusion. Old man, we experienced the same thing. Just moments ago, while patrolling with Orochimaru, we were abruptly transported back to Konoha. Jiraiya added as he and Orochimaru approached Sarutobi. This is dire. If you all have returned, the border is left unguarded, leaving other ninja villages vulnerable to invasion, Jiraiya realized. I have already dispatched individuals to gather intelligence, but we must also deploy personnel to secure all potentially vulnerable locations, Sarutobi said, rubbing his aching head. Frustrated with his slow-witted disciples. However, they could only resign themselves to fate at that moment. Just as Tsunade re-entered the tent, she noticed that Tabor had vanished. Exiting once more, she quickly approached the group upon seeing Sarutobi's arrival, overhearing their conversation. It should be fine. The other ninja villages have also been transported back to their respective homes, she stated. Tsunade, do you know something? Sarutobi's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze on her. Just as Tsunade was about to respond, she was abruptly interrupted by Sarutobi. This is not the place for such discussions. Let us return to a more private setting. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you all come with us. As he spoke, he nodded slightly, then vanished alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. In stark contrast to the treatment afforded to Konoha, the ninjas from other villages were also transported back to their respective ninja villages. However, they did not enjoy the same privileges. When they were sent back, Tabor had left them with a stern warning. For a decade, the major ninja villages were forbidden from engaging in warfare, lest their entire villages face annihilation. What does this mean? Who was responsible for our return? And was that statement intended to compel us to cease hostilities? It remains uncertain. Yet, if someone possesses such formidable and terrifying power, defiance could indeed place our village in grave peril. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other ninja villages, witnessing the return of their ninjas, were at a loss regarding how to proceed. Who possesses such fearsome strength? Is it a teleportation array? The ability to summon scattered individuals from across the land is utterly terrifying. It seems we must first halt hostilities and conduct an investigation. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade recounted the events following Tabor's arrival on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, visibly shaken. How could such an overwhelmingly powerful being exist in this world? I had initially believed I had overestimated his strength, but it appears I have gravely underestimated it. He murmured. Kakashi, Hatake, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru also bore serious expressions, particularly Kakashi, who had yet to meet Tabor. My curiosity regarding this individual grows by the moment. Alas, such a presence is beyond our capacity to manage or influence. Whatever his intentions may be, we must simply allow him to act as he pleases. Sarutobi sighed deeply. A frown etched upon his face. Tsunade, since you have had several encounters with him, perhaps you could subtly ascertain his intentions when you have the opportunity. Of course, if he is unwilling to share, do not provoke him. Chapter 150. A decade under the gaze of her colleagues, Tsunade nodded in agreement, albeit with little concern for Sarutobi's words. Just as they contemplated how to address the remaining aftermath, The heavy door of the Hokage's office was abruptly flung open. Hiruzen, what is the meaning of the crowd outside? As the door swung wide, Danzo, Kurenai Yuhi, and others rushed in. Kakashi, you and the others may leave. I will update you if any further developments arise. Oh, and please send the guards at the border to make another sweep, while the other villagers have been returned. There may be stragglers attempting to incite trouble. Sarutobi glanced at Danzo and the others before addressing Kakashi and the rest. Understood, Hokage-sama. I will take care of it immediately. With that, Kakashi and his companions bid farewell to Sarutobi and exited the Hokage's office. Once they had departed, Sarutobi gestured to the chairs beside him and said to Danzo and the others, "You have all arrived. Please, have a seat and let us discuss." What? You mean to say they were all brought back by that Tabor? And in an instant, Danzo and the others sprang from their seats in shock. They may have encountered both Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, and they possess a thorough understanding of the prowess of the previous two Hokages. However, their knowledge pales in comparison to the exaggerated tales surrounding Tabor. Hiruzen, you were right before. At this moment, Danzo had no choice but to concede that Hiruzen's advice to avoid engaging with Tabor was indeed sound. Otherwise, he might find himself unaware of his own demise. As the scene shifts, Tsunade and her companions exited the Hokage's office, parting ways with White Fang, who still needed to attend to the matters that Hiruzen had just entrusted to him. Meanwhile, Tsunade and her group proceeded directly towards Tabor's residence. Upon entering Tabor's estate, they discovered him already in the courtyard, preparing tea and awaiting their arrival. "Hey, Tabor. How on earth did you manage to bring us here from such a distance in an instant?" exclaimed Jiraiya as he hurried to Tabor's side, raising his voice in astonishment. "Why did you leave without informing me?" Tsunade approached, a hint of reproach in her tone directed at Tabor. "Well, I had intended to leave quietly. Concealing my achievements and identity," she continued. "Yet you have revealed everything." Seeing Tsunade blaming him, Tabor was momentarily at a loss for words. But he chose not to dwell on it. After all, being known was not a grave matter. "Never mind, it's not of great concern. I've already issued warnings to the other ninja villages. They will refrain from provoking war for the next decade, so rest assured." Jiraiya's eyes lit up. This meant the village could remain peaceful for 10 years. Tsunade sighed in relief, agreeing that avoiding war wherever possible was preferable. Tabor smiled, cautioning them not to simplify the situation too much. Often, it is better to ease tensions rather than suppress them. After a decade of repression, a more terrifying conflict could erupt, and you might end up blaming me for meddling. Gently lifting his teacup, he took a sip. But his thoughts wandered far beyond the present moment. He was not overly concerned with the outcomes at hand. Rather, his gaze drifted through the courtyard walls towards the distant sky, contemplating other matters. "I wonder if I will still be in the Naruto world a decade from now. Even if I remain, my physical limitations continue to grow stronger. While I can suppress my power at will, this world is not my original one. If I were to leave without a medium, the Naruto realm might be consumed the moment I tear through space, given the inherent weakness of its power structure." "I believe I comprehend your meaning," Orochimaru interjected. "In truth, war is not entirely detrimental, and I suspect that even in the absence of conflict over the next 10 years, many lives will still be lost." "How could that be, Orochimaru? Without war, how could so many perish?" Jiraiya pondered, not grasping Orochimaru's implication, while Tsunade's expression mirrored his confusion. Haha, it seems Orochimaru has indeed grasped the essence of the situation swiftly. "Jiraiya, you ought to learn diligently from him. What are you two playing at?" At this moment, Jiraiya was also feeling quite displeased, as if he were being subtly accused of foolishness. The majority of food and resources in each nation possess a relatively fixed value, typically exhibiting little fluctuation. However, an increase in population could inevitably lead to shortages of food and resources. Originally, wars were meant to address such issues. But in the current situation, lacking conflict would result in numerous individuals succumbing to starvation. Observing Jiraiya's foolish demeanor, Orochimaru proceeded to elucidate the matter further. Tabor slowly set down his teacup, acknowledging Orochimaru's statement as accurate. This situation would be particularly pronounced in several nations already suffering from resource scarcity. Nevertheless, these were matters for the higher-ups to contemplate and resolve. Sighing, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, their expressions somber. These issues were indeed beyond their control. "Well, let us not dwell on this any longer. You did not come here merely to discuss such matters," Tabor remarked, rising to recline once more on the garden chair. having observed that the others had grasped the gist of the situation. Chapter 151. In the world of Hokage, becoming a Dragon Ball it's quite similar. We originally came from the old man's side to seek you out. Now that the war has concluded, I find myself at a loss for what to do next. Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head. Feel free to visit any time, just to sit and chat. Upon hearing this, Tabor surmised the intention behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's visit. I happen to have a question to ask. Was it ninjutsu that transported us all back? At that moment, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for the power that Tabor had demonstrated. Indeed, it was not ninjutsu, Tabor confirmed. Is that so? In all the literature I have consulted, there is no ninjutsu that can achieve such a feat. With Tabor's affirmation, Orochimaru received the answer he sought and, without further regard for Tsunade and Jiraiya, strode out. Orochimaru, always like this. Well, I shall take my leave as well. I will come by for drinks next time. Jiraiya called out as he hurried toward the door, seemingly with more to say to Orochimaru. Then I shall take my leave as well. With both Orochimaru and Jiraiya gone, Tsunade found herself alone, feeling particularly awkward, especially in the presence of someone to whom she owed 2 favors. What is this? Not wishing to repay your debts. Are you thinking of fleeing? Tsunade halted, her expression slightly awkward. Turning around, she crossed her arms defiantly and retorted, Who is trying to run? I merely noticed that there was nothing for me to do here. I have my own matters to attend to. A smile played at the corners of Tabor's mouth. Very well, I shall remember this favor for now. When you find the time, you may repay it. I am in no hurry, just a gentle reminder not to forget. Tsunade huffed. Rest assured, I, Tsunade, am not one to leave debts unpaid. When I have the time, yes, I will definitely come find you. Tabor regarded her with a skeptical expression, but then nodded in agreement. All right, I shall await your availability. By the way, with the war just concluded, there are plenty of matters still to address in the village, so do keep a close eye on things. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, acknowledging the incessant chatter. With that, she strode purposefully out of the courtyard. Just a few steps beyond the threshold, she heard Tabor calling out from behind, reminding her to return the favor. Tsunade halted momentarily, turning back to shout at Tabor in a fit of irritation, I know. She then quickened her pace and exited the premises. Ha! Witnessing this scene elicited a hearty laugh from Tabor. He had not anticipated that Tsunade would exhibit such a childlike demeanor. Before long, a little over half a month had passed. In Konoha, aside from the occasional visits from Tsunade and her companions to maintain their relationship, only Sarutobi Hiruzen had come by once, albeit with veiled hints. However, truth be told, this phase had grown rather tedious. One could not simply wait idly for the medium to breach this world. Tabor pondered the nature of this medium, furrowing his brow. Upon his arrival, he had scoured the planet, but found nothing that could serve as a medium. Oh well, since there was little else to do, why not bring some amusement to this world? With that thought, he lightly gestured in the courtyard, and suddenly, a mound of earth appeared in the previously barren space. Under Tabor's guidance, the soil swiftly transformed into 7 spherical orbs and a dragon-shaped statue. Indeed, employing his will was far quicker and aesthetically pleasing than laboriously shaping it by hand. Tabor gazed at the dragon statue suspended in midair, nodding in satisfaction. It was far more impressive than the Shunran he had previously crafted in the Dragon Ball realm. Next, Tabor infused the orbs and the dragon statue with his wish power. Instantly, the 7 orbs morphed into Dragon Balls akin to those in the Dragon Ball universe, their inner stars shining brilliantly. The dragon statue, enhanced by his wish power, became even more lifelike and radiated a luminous glow. However, due to Tabor's deliberate control over the wishing capabilities of these Dragon Balls, their power to grant wishes was inferior to that of the Dragon Balls on Earth in the Dragon Ball world. Not bad at all. He had not expected to create Dragon Balls in this world. Yet, since the wish-granting was rooted in his power, as long as he remained in this realm, the Dragon Balls would be functional. Tabor then tossed the 7 Dragon Balls into the air, and they scattered across the sky. The next step was to disseminate news of the Dragon Balls. Tabor proceeded to convey to all within the Naruto world, much like a world consciousness, that upon gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, any wish could be granted. This announcement sent ripples through the Naruto universe, shattering the tranquility that had prevailed since Tabor had decisively quelled the Second Shinobi World War. A fervor for seeking the Dragon Balls began to emerge within the ninja world. Remarkably, within just a day, several Dragon Balls had already been discovered, though it was likely more than that. After all, Possessing such treasures often invites peril, and one would typically conceal the existence of their Dragon Balls. However, as Tarble conveyed this news to everyone in the world of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others hurriedly rushed towards Tarble's courtyard. After all, in their eyes, only Tarble possessed such power, and even if he did not, he was bound to know some insider information. Tarble, that voice just now was. Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as soon as they entered, for this revelation was indeed explosive. Yes, it was I who spoke, and the power of the Dragon Balls is genuine. If you gather all the Dragon Balls, resurrecting the deceased will be a trivial matter. Are you not excited and eager to embark on a quest for them? That is not the crux of the matter. The emergence of the Dragon Balls will plunge the entire shinobi world into chaos, Jiraiya exclaimed anxiously to Tarble. Fear not. There will be no major conflicts among the great nations, but minor skirmishes are inevitable. As for chaos, rather than allowing the common folk to perish, I would prefer that those greedy ninjas engage in battle, Tarble replied, shaking his head as he expressed his thoughts. Just as they were about to say more, Tarble waved his hand, sending them all back to the Grand Plaza of Konoha. How bothersome. Nevertheless, it is paramount to swiftly locate a medium to transcend worlds. I cannot afford to wait idly for the emergence of the 12 young ninjas. Were it not for that mysterious space, which necessitates breaking through at least 2 minor realms to reach the middle realm, I would be disinclined to linger in these inferior worlds. At this moment, Tarble found himself increasingly troubled. Wait a moment. How could I forget that I can traverse time? Although my ability to manipulate time is somewhat restricted here, the dragon veins of the ancient Lulan kingdom should suffice. Suddenly, Tarble slapped his forehead and stood up. With this thought in mind, Tarble instantly transported himself to Lulan. The ancient kingdom was still surrounded by endless yellow sands. However, it stood resilient due to the power of the dragon veins. At this point, since Lushan had yet to traverse here, the technology of this realm remained less advanced than in later periods. This was likely the time when Sarah's father was still the king, or perhaps her mother. Regardless, these matters were of no concern to him. With that, Tarble directly descended to the location of the dragon veins at the base of the ancient Lulan kingdom. Is this the dragon vein? Quite an unusual place, he remarked as he gazed at the ground, which resembled an open eye. He then approached the dragon vein and extended his hand to activate its power. However, to prevent any adverse effects on the surroundings, he took control of the output of the dragon vein's energy the moment he activated it. Soon, a small vortex emerged from the ground at the location of the eye, beginning to spin incessantly. It has been activated. Subsequently, Tarble plunged directly into the heart of the vortex. As he entered, the swirling energy of the dragon vein gradually merged into the eye of the dragon vein, vanishing shortly thereafter. At that moment, Tarble gazed at the phenomenon resembling a time tunnel, with eddies swirling past him and countless distorted images of time fluttering around. Chapter 152. 20 years later indeed, matters related to time are shrouded in mystery. Tarble found himself suspended in the center of this temporal tunnel, marveling at the distorted dials that continuously swept by. Soon, after traversing the tunnel for a while, he was ejected by a force. Although the force was not particularly strong, Tarble did not resist its control over him. It appeared that relying on the dragon vein to open the gateway of time would only allow for a span of 20 years. Thereafter, Tarble was drawn to the periphery of the time tunnel and integrated into it. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in Lulan, 2 decades into the future. Even if I were to broker a ceasefire for 10 years, it seems it would not alter the devastation wrought upon Lulan by war. Observing the desolate surroundings, Tarble shook his head in dismay. Immediately, Tarble flashed and reappeared in his former home. In the courtyard, a golden-haired girl with a ponytail sat, shaking a dice cup in her hands. Upon witnessing Tarble's sudden appearance, she expressed her astonishment. Tarble, how did you just vanish and then reappear? Tarble, equally perplexed by Tsunade's words, adhered to his usual philosophy of not dwelling on the incomprehensible. He then turned his gaze towards Tsunade, noticing that she appeared almost identical to how she looked 20 years prior, as if the passage of time had left no mark upon her. Could it be that she made a wish with the Dragon Balls? It did not seem likely. Tarble, why are you acting so strangely today? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed him muttering to himself. Scratching his head, Tarble decided not to dwell on these thoughts. He replied to Tsunade, how should I put it? I actually come from 20 years in the future. I arrived here through the dragon vein. As for your mention of me disappearing and reappearing, it is likely due to my solitary presence here all along. What? 20 years in the future? Tsunade exclaimed, completely unable to fathom the notion of someone traversing time. Her mind was filled with grievances. This scoundrel. I have followed him for over a decade, and he never once revealed that he could traverse time. By the way, Tsunade, has anything significant happened in these 20 years? Tabor asked, his curiosity piqued about the events that transpired during that time. Sigh, you have no idea. This whole time, it's been a mess because of you, causing unrest throughout the entire ninja world. Tsunade replied, her exasperation evident as she rolled her eyes at Tabor. 20 years ago, your creation of the Dragon Balls has stirred the entire ninja world into turmoil, which has yet to settle. Nevertheless, it is merely a conflict among ninjas, and I believe that over the years, no one has successfully gathered all the Dragon Balls. Tabor smiled faintly at this. Indeed, however, after the news of your Dragon Balls spread, many ninjas have been scouring the globe in search of them. Tsunade, resting her chin on her hand, pondered and remarked that the land of Earth seems to have acquired two, the land of Lightning one, the land of Wind two, and our land of Fire possesses one as well. The whereabouts of the last one remain unknown. Oh, 6 have already been found. Quite impressive. Tabor then began to sense the locations of these Dragon Balls and soon confirmed that Tsunade's information was indeed accurate. However, there was one discrepancy. The remaining Dragon Ball should be located in the village of Konoha, specifically at the headquarters of Root, a place with which Tabor was quite familiar. It appears that the last one is in Danzo's possession. Tabor chuckled, turning to Tsunade, and said, You mean the last one is in Danzo's hands? How do you know that? Tsunade inquired curiously. What's there to question? After all, I created these Dragon Balls. Not only do I know their whereabouts, but if I wished, I could summon them all back to me at once. Just as he spoke, Tsunade rushed over and embraced him tightly, then playfully poked his waist. Oh, so you have been keeping so much from me. Is there anything else you're hiding? Although Tsunade's action did not elicit much from Tabor, he was aware of the ambiguity in her demeanor, suggesting that he had already won her over in previous years. There is nothing left. The rest are trivial matters. However, it seems you have yet to repay your debts over these 20 years. It's time for recompense, is it not? Isn't that because I was deceived by you in my youth? Tsunade loosened her grip slightly, a hint of shyness gracing her features, but she quickly regained her composure, letting out a cold snort. Fine. Let us discuss the events of these years. During the 10 years of truce, although the overall situation appeared stable, the existence of the Dragon Balls led to continuous minor skirmishes, and after a decade, tensions among the nations had reached their peak. Tabor nodded gently, encouraging Tsunade to continue. As the 10-year period came to an end, coupled with the fact that one Dragon Ball was acquired by the land of Earth, it swiftly became the catalyst for the outbreak of war, rapidly spreading across the ninja world. Tsunade rubbed her temples, seemingly lost in memories of the events over the years. During that time, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and I all went to the battlefield, and it took several years for the conflict to finally subside. Indeed, especially with Kakashi, this battle showcased his prowess. The villagers are already whispering that he will be the next Hokage. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Tabor's lips. It was no surprise that Kakashi had performed so admirably. However, after this war, it seems that Konoha emerged victorious, right? Tsunade sighed, affirming, indeed, although we won the war, the village suffered immense losses, and many shinobi sacrificed their lives. Moreover, the disputes ignited by the Dragon Balls have further weakened the trust among the nations. Yet, Tabor, I truly must express my gratitude. Had it not been for you, Ju might have faced dire consequences. Recalling the war, Tsunade still felt a shiver at the thought of what Ju had endured. If it weren't for the talisman you provided, he might not have survived. Chapter 153. Scheming. After Tsunade's explanation, Tabor gained a clearer understanding of Konoha's current situation. The Shinobi World War had indeed concluded. Aside from minor changes, the trajectory of history remained largely unaffected, as if Tabor had never intervened. Some who were destined to perish survived, while others who were meant to live met their untimely demise. Why does Sarutobi Hiruzen still cling to his position? As one ages, it is prudent to take care of oneself rather than occupying a seat without contributing. After hearing Tsunade recount the outcomes of the Second War, Tabor couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, the historical principle he referenced was directly manifested in his own experience. At that moment, as Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to knock on the door, He heard Tabor's remark and was momentarily taken aback, unsure of where to place his hand. Oh, isn't this the third Hokage? Come in and have a seat. What Tabor had just said was intentionally directed at Hiruzen, who now entered the room, feigning nonchalance as he greeted the Hokage. Good day, Hokage-sama. Is there something specific that brought you here? Tabor inquired without reserve, recognizing that a visit without purpose was indeed suspect. Hiruzen, adopting a more modest demeanor, quickly waved his hand, saying, No, I merely came to check in. Internally, he grumbled, realizing that Tabor's earlier comment had been a pointed reference to him, and even if there was a matter to discuss, it was not the right time. Very well, if there's nothing pressing, then so be it. Come, Tsunade, let us take a stroll. I wish to see what changes have transpired during this time. With that, Tabor disregarded Hiruzen entirely, taking Tsunade's hand and leading her outside. Hiruzen watched the pair depart, shaking his head in resignation. Tabor and Tsunade meandered through the streets of Konoha, Tsunade guiding him as they absorbed the gradually revitalizing atmosphere of the village post-war. Little did they know, when Tabor had traversed through time to arrive here, Konoha had been even more vibrant and bustling than it was at present. As they walked, Tabor's nose twitched, catching a whiff of a familiar and enticing aroma. What a delightful scent, he remarked with curiosity. Following the fragrance, he soon spotted the legendary Ichiraku ramen shop. The stall was bustling with patrons, steam rising from the delicious ramen that filled the air with its enticing aroma. To visit the Hokage world without sampling Ichiraku's ramen would indeed be a missed opportunity. With this thought, Tabor eagerly pulled Tsunade inside and found an available seat. Owner, 2 bowls of ramen, please. He called out loudly. Before long, 2 bowls of fragrant ramen were served. Tabor could hardly contain his eagerness and took a bite. It tasted quite pleasant. However, for someone like Tabor, who had savored various exquisite delicacies, it merely registered as delicious, lacking any extraordinary sensation. Just then, a young woman with striking red hair, seemingly in her 20s, strode in and unexpectedly leapt onto Tsunade's back. Tsunade almost knocked over her ramen in surprise, but upon hearing the familiar voice, she found herself unperturbed. She was well aware of Kushina's spirited nature. Kushina then turned her gaze toward Tabor, her cheeks flushing slightly as she grew somewhat bashful. Tabor-senpai. Tabor smiled gently in response and nodded, inviting her to join him for a meal. In their idle chatter, it emerged that Minato had indeed trained under Jiraiya due to his exceptional talent, and Kushina, in her youth, had not been kidnapped thanks to Tabor's presence. Unlike Kushina, who had resided at Uzumaki Mido's home, she frequently visited Tabor's household to play. Uzumaki Mido, granted longevity by Tabor's influence, remained youthful and vibrant, even appearing in her original youthful form upon learning of Tabor's remarkable strength. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, realizing that Tabor's previous remarks had been a subtle hint directed at him. As he smoked contemplatively, his mind replayed Tabor's words, leading to a moment of introspection. He began to write a scroll, which contained a notice regarding his resignation. However, he hesitated over the choice of his successor. The office was shrouded in smoke as Hiruzen ambled to the window, gazing at the bustling streets below. A sense of melancholy washing over him as he felt a lingering attachment to the power he held. Who would be the most fitting for this position? Despite the burgeoning reputation of White Fang, Hiruzen found himself torn about whether to pass the mantle to him. After pondering for a while, still lacking clarity, he summoned the Elder Council to convene. Soon, the members of the Elder Council arrived at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen informed them of his impending resignation, eliciting expressions of surprise from the elders. As they discussed the next Hokage, the atmosphere grew animated. When Danzo heard of Hiruzen's plans to step down, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. I currently have several candidates to propose: Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Kakashi, and Minato. What are your thoughts? Who do you believe is most suitable to lead our village of Konoha? I think Tsunade would be a commendable choice, given that she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and has shone brightly on the battlefield, one elder remarked. I find Kakashi quite impressive as well. Minato is indeed talented, but perhaps a tad too young, another elder added. As several individuals engaged in fervent discussion, none dared to mention their own aspirations. At that moment, Danzo's countenance darkened, his frustration palpable, yet he found himself constrained by the circumstances. It was hardly appropriate for him to step forward and proclaim his desire to become Hokage. especially given that he was of a similar age to Hiruzen Sarutobi, since Sarutobi had already expressed the need to relinquish power due to his advancing years. Danzo felt averse to voicing any further objections. Meanwhile, within a shadowy cavern, Uchiha Madara clung to life, sustained by the power of the Outer Path statue. He addressed a half-black, half-white figure, Black Zetsu, with a tone of exasperation. Black Zetsu, after all these years, have you yet to gather the Dragon Balls? The nine-tailed beasts remain uncollected, and I often question whether you are truly a manifestation of my will, given your utter inefficiency. The Dragon Balls from the Land of Water have been collected, while those from other nations are tightly guarded. We currently possess no opportunity to seize them. Black Zetsu, equally exasperated, yearned to collect the tailed beasts even more than Madara did, having spent countless years in meticulous planning. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of another opportunity to resurrect his mother, one that appeared far easier to obtain than the tailed beasts, which were the trump cards of various nations. In contrast, the Dragon Balls would eventually fade from memory if left uncollected for too long, presenting a window of opportunity. Yet, Black Zetsu found himself waiting nearly 2 decades. Although the fervor surrounding the Dragon Balls had significantly diminished, there were still others who shared his sentiments. Consequently, several Dragon Balls were collected by the major ninja villages and subsequently hidden away, leaving Black Zetsu with little chance to act. Alas, it is fortunate that both of my plans can proceed as intended, albeit slowly. As long as no unforeseen incidents arise, he mused. Madara sighed, his body weary and on the brink of exhaustion. Without the aid of the Outer Path statue, he would have perished long ago. He could only hope that his and Black Zetsu's schemes would unfold as planned. Black Zetsu, you may proceed. The two strategies can advance simultaneously. Yet, I am genuinely curious. Can this artifact truly grant any wish? And who is that individual? Could it be the Sage of Six Paths? Madara pondered, watching Black Zetsu as he gradually descended into the earth. At that moment, an unusual vortex appeared above where Black Zetsu had been, and a figure wearing a single-eyed mask emerged from it. Obito, you've arrived, Madara remarked. Despite Tabuto's interference delaying the war by a decade, Uchiha Obito had not escaped Black Zetsu's machinations and remained on the path of history. However, the current Obito was far more invested in seeking the Dragon Balls than in collecting the nine-tailed beasts. Have you obtained any useful information from Black Zetsu? Obito inquired, gazing at the now frail Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara shook his head, noting that Kuro had found no valuable information. The major ninja villages had concealed the Dragon Balls with great care. Obito furrowed his brow, his desire for the Dragon Balls far exceeding that of ordinary men, as he yearned to use them to resurrect Rin. I intend to search for the Dragon Balls myself. I can no longer wait for news from Kuro, he declared with unwavering determination. I have lost all patience. Furthermore, progress regarding the tailed beasts had been consistently unsatisfactory. Haha, Obito, you are far too impatient. You are still quite young and have already awakened your Manjiki Sharingan. Quite an accomplishment, Madara chuckled heartily, observing Obito's eagerness. After all, the Dragon Balls had never been collected by anyone, and the ethereal nature of such endeavors made it difficult to discern truth from illusion. I believe your focus should remain on the tailed beasts. If our plan succeeds, this world will be as splendid as we envision. Madara then began to strategize with Obito, both harboring their own ulterior motives. The following day, news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's resignation spread throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, with rumors suggesting that the next candidate would be one among the legendary Sannin, Minato, or Kakashi. Humph. It seems my words from yesterday were not in vain, muttered Tabor as he sipped tea. Ever since Tabor's ascension to a certain level of power, he had unknowingly developed a fondness for tea, a habit cultivated within the realm of the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been practicing her chakra, paused and rolled her eyes at Tabor. You've made yourself quite clear. The teacher is not without wit. How could he possibly misunderstand? Growing wise in age, do you have plans to become Hokage? She retorted. I have no interest in that. I'm constantly inundated with paperwork, gaining nothing from it, merely confined within the office. I won't be so foolish, she declared, shaking her head vigorously. Indeed, I had hoped you would spend more time with me. Engaging in those matters is dreadfully monotonous. Moreover, the elders of your village are hardly easy to deal with. Should you wish to take action, you would likely find yourself hesitating at every turn. As he spoke, Tabor pulled Tsunade into his embrace, gently patting her back. At that moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru entered Tabor's courtyard. "Greetings, Senior Tabor," said Kakashi, bowing respectfully. Orochimaru gazed at Tabor with the admiration of a devoted disciple. Ever since Tabor had displayed his formidable and enigmatic powers, Orochimaru had become infatuated with the strength he possessed. "You've come to discuss with Tsunade who will become Hokage, haven't you?" Tabor surmised, immediately guessing that they had been sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Indeed. The old man instructed us to seek your opinion. To be honest, I have no interest in becoming Hokage. He insisted I accompany you," Jiraiya complained to Tabor. "I prefer to gather materials instead," he added, accompanied by a mischievous grin. "Jiraiya-sensei, mind your image." Beside him, the ever-observant Minato Namikaze swiftly tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve, urging him to be mindful of his appearance. However, this concern was met with indifference from the others, for in their eyes, Jiraiya's image had long since faded into irrelevance. There's no need to fret over such trivialities," Jiraiya replied, fully aware of his own situation. Besides, he had no aspirations to become Hokage, and thus, such matters held little significance for him. Tsunade and Jiraiya shared a mutual disinterest in the Hokage position. "Orochimaru, Kakashi, Minato, what are your intentions?" Tabor inquired of the remaining three, secretly favoring Minato as the ideal candidate for Hokage, while believing that Kakashi was better suited for the role of Umbu leader. "I have little interest in the Hokage role, but I am eager to explore the new powers of my predecessors," Orochimaru stated, licking his lips, his fascination for this research unmistakable. "Minato, it seems you are indeed the most fitting candidate for Hokage," remarked Kakashi, as he approached and patted Minato on the shoulder with a smile. Me?" Minato stammered, feeling somewhat flustered, for he considered himself merely a placeholder. Unworthy of such an honor. "Come now, Minato, don't refuse. We all have great faith in you, and most of us aren't particularly interested in this position. Or perhaps we simply feel unqualified," Jiraiya reassured him, sensing Minato's hesitation. After all, Minato was his proud disciple, and the prospect of him becoming Hokage filled Jiraiya's heart with joy. "It appears you have all made your decisions. In just a few minutes. There was no need to come to me," Tabor remarked, gesturing with his arm, causing several teacups to materialize on the table. He then poured tea for everyone present. Chapter 155. Obito Uchiha, I had no choice. The old man insisted on it. "Though I didn't expect the Hokage candidate to be decided so swiftly," Jiraiya said, running his fingers through his hair in resignation. "Yet, after all these years, I still know very little about you, Tabor. I'm not a woman. There's not much to understand." Tabor replied with a chuckle. "I'm merely a tad stronger than you all. Besides, you're a renowned author now. Your Paradise of Affection has become a bestseller." Jiraiya laughed heartily at Tabor's compliment. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was discreetly observing them through a crystal ball he often used for surveillance. At that moment, Tabor glanced toward a spot in the sky, causing the crystal ball in the Hokage's office to shatter into several pieces, leaving Sarutobi distressed. With a loud crash, a mountain of documents and items on Danzo's desk were swept to the floor by his furious arms. "Damn Sarutobi! And you, Tabor!" Danzo raged at the root headquarters, his face contorted with fury, particularly upset that Sarutobi had only suggested Tsunade and the others as candidates for Hokage, completely excluding him from consideration. "I will not remain hidden in the shadows forever. The position of Hokage will eventually be mine." What could have stirred such fury in the leaders of our organization? At that moment, a voice suddenly reached Danzo's ears, startling him. "Who is it?" Danzo quickly began to search his surroundings, and from the previously empty space emerged a swirling vortex, revealing the figure of Obito. "Who are you?" Danzo narrowed his eyes and barked sternly. "I am Uchiha Madara." Upon hearing this name, Danzo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, dismissing the notion that this individual could be anything but a charlatan. How absurd. A shadowy figure claiming to be Madara, who has been dead for decades. Do you really expect me to believe you? Whether you believe or not is inconsequential. I have a proposal for you, one that I wonder if you might find intriguing. Oblivious to Danzo's demeanor, Obito continued, for he knew that if Danzo could be swayed by mere words, he would not be the formidable figure he was. You wish to collaborate with me? Do you consider yourself worthy? Furthermore, what could you possibly offer that would entice me to partner with you? Danzo regarded Obito with disdain, irritated by his evasive demeanor. What if I could ensure your ascension to Hokage? Ridiculous. What authority do you possess to grant me such a title? After hearing Obito's words, Danzo scoffed even more. Preparing to act, his hidden kunai eager for action. We can work together to eliminate the candidates for Hokage, then the position will be yours for the taking. Ha ha, how amusing. Do you genuinely believe that the selection of Hokage is determined solely by Sarutobi Hiruzen? It seems your intelligence is lacking. You think that by disposing of White Fang and his allies, I could effortlessly ascend to Hokage? Danzo was acutely aware that even if White Fang and Orochimaru were eliminated, the Hokage position would not fall to him. At the very least, Tsunade remained as a formidable contender, especially with her husband, Tabaru, in the picture. Upon hearing this, Obito appeared bewildered. Isn't the Hokage position decided by the Hokage himself? If you wish to collaborate, you should know there is someone named Tabaru in the Hidden Leaf, Tsunade's husband. If you eliminate him, I would be open to any form of cooperation you propose. At that moment, a thought struck Danzo, and he addressed Obito. Go ahead. Regardless of whether you or that Tabaru meets his end, it would be advantageous for me. While maintaining a facade of indifference, Danzo secretly reveled in his cunning plan. There is indeed a man named Tabaru, Tsunade's husband. Eliminate him, and I will consider any terms of cooperation you suggest. Obito's lips curled into a smirk. Very well. He is but an inconsequential figure. I will deal with him, considering it a mere bonus to our collaboration. After uttering those words, his body spun and vanished into the vortex, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this scene, Danzo could not help but burst into laughter. Truly, a fool who knows neither heaven nor earth, claiming to be Uchiha Madara? He is merely a boy still in his adolescence. Through their dialogue, Danzo had already discerned the rough age of Obito and held his impersonation of Uchiha Madara in utter disdain. However, he acknowledged that Obito was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, confirming his teacher's assertion that the Uchiha were indeed a collection of unstable elements. During the past 20 years, Tabor had not exhibited any remarkable feats, and only a few high-ranking officials like Hiruzen Sarutobi were aware of his existence. Thus, despite Obito living in Konoha for over a decade, he remained oblivious to Tabor's true strength, knowing only that he was Tsunade's lover and had a close rapport with Jiraiya and Kakashi. As night gradually descended, Tabor strolled alongside Tsunade through the bustling streets. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Obito kept a watchful eye on them from a distance. Before long, Tsunade began to glance around, feeling an unsettling sensation of being watched since she stepped outside. Yet, each time she searched, she failed to uncover any suspicious figures. Tabor, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us, Tsunade said, her brow furrowed as she lowered her voice. Tabor gently patted her shoulder. It's nothing to worry about. Merely a child being toyed with, he reassured her. Let us continue our outing. He has already been noticed since the moment he cast his gaze upon us, though he remains blissfully unaware. Upon hearing Tabor's words, Tsunade chose to disregard the figure who was monitoring them, trusting in Tabor's familiarity with the situation. They meandered through the streets, pausing intermittently, though Tsunade often found herself irresistibly drawn toward the gambling dens, only to be pulled back by Tabor. You frivolous spendthrift. After all these years, you still haven't kicked that gambling habit. Thus, as they wandered the streets, their hands transitioned from empty to grasping skewers and beer. Tsunade, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, had a rosy hue upon her cheeks, making her all the more endearing. All right, Tsunade, it's getting late. We must return. Or someone may grow impatient, Tabor remarked, steadying the slightly unsteady Tsunade as they walked. Impatient? Are you speaking of yourself? Tsunade teased, leaning against Tabor and playfully blowing into his ear, igniting a spark of desire within him. Tabor then guided Tsunade back to his residence. He gently laid the slightly intoxicated Tsunade upon the tatami mat inside the room before stepping outside to the courtyard. Come out. You truly possess remarkable patience to have followed us all evening. Tabor addressed the empty yard, sitting cross-legged at the table. Heh. It seems the rumors circulating outside regarding a pretty boy courting Princess Tsunade may not be entirely credible. Uchiha Obito leaped into the courtyard from a distance, his voice low and resonant as he addressed Tabor. Where did you hear such rumors? It is nothing but a blatant slander. The previously composed Tabor felt a surge of displeasure at Obito's words. He had merely chosen to remain low-key. Yet someone had dared to speak of him in such a manner. No matter, you shall hear no more of these rumors from now on. With that, Uchiha Obito hurled several kunai towards Tabor, his hands swiftly forming seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged towards Tabor. However, just as the Kanai were about to reach their target, they halted midair and fell to the ground. In response, Tabor flung a teapot from the table. It spun gracefully in the air, while the fireball, instead of striking Tabor, veered and ignited at the base of the teapot. Moments later, the lid of the teapot began to rattle vigorously. "Ah, splendid. This is far quicker than boiling water over a stove," Tabor remarked, retrieving the teapot and pouring himself a cup. He inhaled the delicate aroma of the tea and expressed his satisfaction. "You truly should consider opening a tea house. It would be a waste of your talent otherwise." Seeing his attack fail, Obito's Sharingan began to spin rapidly. He promptly unleashed the illusion techniques for which the Uchiha clan is renowned. Such trivial tricks are better suited for amusing children. With that, he splashed the tea towards Obito, who was taken aback as the liquid transformed into a flurry of sharp arrows racing towards him. An illusion? Obito initially thought he had succumbed to a genjutsu, yet he remained alert, evading the onslaught. The arrows struck the large tree in the courtyard, appearing to merge harmlessly into its trunk, leaving no damage behind. Obito, believing he had disrupted his chakra flow to escape the genjutsu, suddenly realized something was amiss. "I haven't been ensnared in an illusion? What was that?" He quickly redirected his focus towards Tabor and charged at him with renewed vigor. As Obito's kunai created intense friction just 20 centimeters from Tabor, he swiftly retreated. His heart racing with confusion, he sensed an unseen force protecting him. "Is this truly all you are capable of? It seems you learn little from Uchiha Madara." Tabor's words stirred a tumult of turmoil within Obito. "You? Who are you really?" Obito stammered, his voice betraying his shock, as though his deepest secrets had been laid bare. "You know far too much. You cannot be allowed to live." With that, Obito shed any semblance of arrogance, hurling a kunai aside, which vanished in midair, only to reappear behind Tabor. Bang! Originally, Uchiha Obito intended to utilize Kimui directly beside Tabor, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he was utterly incapable of locking onto Tabor's coordinates, as if he were non-existent. How could this be? At this moment, Obito's heart was filled with dread, completely oblivious to the reason why Kimui could not be activated in Tabor's vicinity. Tabor's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Do you think that with this mere Kimui, you can contend with me? You underestimate me, or perhaps you overestimate yourself." Although he spoke thus, Tabor did not lower the teacup in his hand, occasionally savoring the aroma of the tea within. Observing this, Obito once again formed hand seals, causing a multitude of rocks to surge from the ground, pressing toward Tabor. With a gentle wave of his hand, Tabor effortlessly reduced the rising stones to dust. "Is this all your strength?" Truly disappointing, Tabor's words dripped with derision. Obito's eyes widened in anger, prepared to launch another attack when a drowsy voice from within the room interrupted. "Tabor, why is it so noisy?" Startled, Obito halted his attack. Tabor turned toward the room, his tone calm and unhurried. "It's nothing, just someone setting off firecrackers. Tsunade, please continue to rest." He then glanced back at Obito. "Still wish to play? While you haven't shown me any prowess worth my attention, I wouldn't mind indulging you further." Although Tsunade had heard Tabor's words, she rubbed her eyes and stepped out of the room. Sleepily, she emerged, momentarily taken aback by the masked Obito, but upon seeing the Sharingan beneath the mask, her gaze sharpened. "The Sharingan? Of the Uchiha clan? You have quite the audacity." As she spoke, the previously drowsy Tsunade swiftly appeared beside Obito, launching a powerful punch. However, her fist passed right through him, failing to make contact. What was happening? Tsunade, still trying to grasp the situation, furrowed her brow upon realizing her attack had not struck Obito. It was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. Nevertheless, her fists continued to rain down upon him. Yet each strike merely passed through his form. "Tsunade, don't worry, just keep hitting him. In a few minutes, he won't be able to sustain this." Tabor reassured her from behind. His words not only invigorated Tsunade, but also caused Obito's expression to change dramatically. Chapter 157, The Fleeing Obito. Indeed, upon hearing Tabor's words, Tsunade's fists relentlessly assaulted Obito, and the duration of his intangibility came to an abrupt end. As he reverted to solidity, Tsunade's powerful punch sent him flying. Bang! After being struck by Tsunade, Obito crashed through several buildings. Coughing violently, he spat out blood, his body now bruised and battered from the relentless impacts. Damn it! Seeing that there was no way to continue, Obito cast a resentful glance at Tabor and Tsunade before slipping away into the Kimui dimension. Just as he vanished, Tsunade, who had just caught up, launched a kick that created a sizable crater in the ground. Noticing Obito's absence, Tsunade began to search the surroundings. He has gone. Don't bother looking. He has already slipped away using space-time ninjutsu, Tabor remarked, appearing beside her. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade furrowed her brow and glanced around again. Was he the one who was following us on the street? He belongs to the Uchiha clan, so what about his eyes? Indeed, he possesses the same Mangeki Sharingan as Uchiha Madara, Tabor casually stated, revealing Obito's ocular condition. What? Tsunade was taken aback. Realizing that no member of the Uchiha clan had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan since Madara, the emergence of such a power now posed a significant threat. This is troublesome. An enemy with the Mangeki Sharingan who can utilize space-time ninjutsu is nearly impossible to counter, she expressed, her eyes reflecting a grave concern. By the way, you mentioned you seem to know him well. Do you know who he is? Oh, he is a disciple of Minato Namikaze, Tabor replied. Hearing this, Tsunade recalled the somewhat clumsy yet distinctively humble Uchiha, who was different from his clan, exhibiting kindness instead of arrogance. Wait, wasn't he supposed to have perished in the previous battle? Didn't he die? Then why hasn't he returned to Konoha? And why does he look like this? As Tsunade reminisced about Minato's disciple, she was taken aback by how Obito, once a lively and kind-hearted child, had transformed into his current self. He was likely betrayed. However, if you are concerned, you could inform Minato about his situation, though I doubt it would be of much use, considering the one he loved was also deceived on the battlefield and ultimately killed by Kakashi. Ugh, the more I hear, the less I understand. Obito and Kakashi were merely ordinary Nin before. Was it necessary to target them specifically? Tsunade rubbed her forehead, the previous battle rekindling her lingering intoxication. Well, I'll discuss this with Minato in the morning. For now, let us return. With that, Tsunade leaned against Tabor, who effortlessly restored the previously damaged house with a wave of his hand, and then swept her into a princess carry before vanishing back inside. A night passed without incident, and soon it was morning. Stretching her arms while nestled in Tabor's embrace, Tsunade yawned and, noticing him awake and watching her, playfully twisted her body. I think I had a dream last night, where Minato's disciple was alive and had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, coming to attack us. In response, Tabor playfully tapped her on the head. It appears you were quite muddled, for last night was no mere dream. Are you planning to speak with Minato today? Suddenly, Tsunade was jolted awake, causing her blanket to slip from her shoulders. Let us proceed. This is no trivial matter. Someone from the Uchiha clan has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. I must discuss this with the teacher. With that, Tsunade hastily retrieved her clothing from the wardrobe and dressed. Although Tabor was indifferent to the situation concerning Obito, Tsunade's awakening prompted him to rise from bed, finding little purpose in remaining there. Thus, he decided to accompany her and summon Minato, along with others, to the Hokage's office. Upon hearing Tsunade mention that their assailant last night was his deceased disciple, Obito Uchiha, Minato wore an expression of disbelief. However, when she revealed that Obito had indeed awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, his astonishment deepened. It was unexpected. The once mediocre Obito had become a figure to be revered within the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Minato felt a profound sense of guilt for not having arrived in time to save Obito, which might have prevented such an occurrence. Alas, Minato, do not blame yourself. Sometimes human limitations prevail, and these matters are beyond our control, Jiraiya consoled, gently patting Minato's shoulder. Acknowledging this, Minato nodded, his spirits lifting slightly despite lingering melancholy. Now, we must address the issue with Obito. Since he attacked so suddenly, he must have a purpose or perhaps seek something from you, Jiraiya analyzed, addressing the group. Are you suggesting that Obito desires Tabor's Dragon Balls? Yet, those are not even in Tabor's possession. Besides, only a select few of us are privy to the creation of the Dragon Balls. It should be impossible for that information to leak, Tsunade frowned. Though she did not believe Minato had disclosed this to Obito, as he himself was unaware of the situation. Could it be that Tsunade is justifiably suspecting a leak from Hiruzen Sarutobi? She pondered. I understand your concerns, but it is unlikely. The teacher is aware of Tabor's capabilities and would not engage in cooperation with the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru interjected, well aware of Hiruzen's approach towards the Uchiha, which consistently aligned with the will of Tobirama Senju, ensuring that such matters would never be shared with them. I say, you seem overly anxious. Do you truly believe that if I intervened, Obito Uchiha could escape unscathed? Tabor remarked, observing their discussions regarding Obito's intentions, seemingly forgetting his own formidable power, which was surely beyond the reach of a mere Uchiha. Meanwhile, Obito had returned to the hideout of Madara Uchiha. What happened, Obito? You appear to have met with some misfortune, Madara teased, noticing Obito's disheveled state. Chapter 158. The Mission Unfulfilled, Life Lost. Upon hearing Madara's jest, Obito's expression darkened. Thus, he spoke to Uchiha Obito, inquiring whether Black Zetsu possessed any intelligence regarding Tsunade's husband, the individual known as Tabor. Oh, what suddenly piqued your interest in this person? Was he the one who injured you? Uchiha Obito, curious, posed the question. I will have Black Zetsu investigate this matter, but still didn't you mention seeking cooperation with Danzo? Why is this individual involved? To be honest, I am unsure why, but when I sought Danzo, he presented a condition, the head of this Tabor. Initially, I thought him to be merely a pretty face, never anticipating that my space-time ninjutsu would falter before him. At this moment, Obito recalled Danzo's visage, realizing he had certainly fallen into a trap. Oh, your space-time ninjutsu failed against him? Huh. Your words have certainly stirred my intrigue as well. Uchiha Obito laughed heartily. I never expected that after decades here, I would uncover so many fascinating matters. Just then, Black Zetsu emerged slowly from the ground, his face adorned with a sinister smile. Obito, I do possess some knowledge about this individual you mentioned, but I would advise you to abandon any thoughts of troubling him. During my years in the village, I have not heard of him possessing any particular significance. Yet the power he displayed that day was evidently not that of an ordinary person. As he spoke, the pain from the punch Tsunade had delivered to Obito's chest began to throb anew. My information about him is limited. I merely know that he shares good relations with the third Hokage and the legendary Sannin, especially White Fang. These individuals frequently visited his residence, but each time my clones approached, they would silently perish. Thus I dared not venture too close. At this juncture, Black Zetsu gradually revealed the information he had gathered over the past few years. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office in Konoha, the atmosphere was quite lively, particularly upon hearing about a traitor from the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his cigarette, his mind racing with thoughts. Present in the office were the three of them, along with White Fang and Minato Namikaze, while Tabor, disinterested in the elderly figure, wandered outside aimlessly. Suddenly, a man with light blue hair and clad entirely in white appeared in midair above Konoha, holding a fishing rod and a basket at his waist, intently surveying the ground below. This bizarre sight quickly caught the attention of the surrounding Umbu, who leapt onto rooftops, vigilant of this unexpected guest. However, in the air, Otsutsuki Urashiki remained an enigma to the Umbu below, who were uncertain of whether he was friend or foe and were unsure how to proceed. At that moment, the Nine-Tails should still be at the Uzumaki compound. It was an opportune moment. He quickly sensed the faint chakra emanating from the Nine-Tails and swiftly soared into the distance. The Umbu members promptly followed the direction in which Otsutsuki Urashiki had departed. How could Tabor appear here at this moment? Shouldn't he have emerged decades later? Observing the Otsutsuki clan vanishing into thin air, Tabor was taken aback. Could it be that I have altered history, causing them to arrive prematurely? With this thought, Tabor reached out into the void. The Otsutsuki Purushi, who had been soaring through the air, was abruptly seized and brought before Tabor. Are you of the Otsutsuki clan? What is your name, and what brings you here? Tabor, using his telekinetic abilities, immobilized Purushi, rendering him incapable of any struggle. This sudden predicament left the airborne Purushi bewildered, completely unaware of how he had found himself in this place. However, he soon regained his composure and attempted to use time reversal to escape Tabor's grasp, only to discover that his ocular technique was utterly ineffective, truly reckless. Seeing Purushi attempting to flee, Tabor intensified his telekinetic force slightly, causing Purushi to cry out in agony. I am Otsutsuki Purushi. I came here to collect the chakra of tailed beasts. The pain coursing through him compelled Purushi to divulge his purpose for being there. Indeed, it was as Tabor had suspected. However, the methods of cultivating divine trees and the spiritual fruit trees of Dragon Balls were surprisingly similar. At this moment, Tabor contemplated, yet soon turned his gaze towards Purushi. Perhaps it was best to eliminate this fellow directly to prevent future troubles. With this in mind, Tabor tossed him into the air, and then unleashed a blast of energy that obliterated Purushi completely. However, a turtle shell that had fallen from Purushi's sleeve caught Tabor's attention. The shell was currently descending towards the ground, prompting him to catch it. This spectacle was clearly observed by the members of the Umbu, yet they dared not approach. In truth, Tabor's name had long been placed on a list by Sarutobi Hiruzen, instructing them to refrain from intervening in his affairs. Nevertheless, this incident incited panic and concern among the surrounding civilians, who hastily fled the scene. Why does this fellow carry a turtle with him? Yet, considering it was brought by the Otsutsuki, it must possess some utility. Tabor began to inspect the turtle, but after an extended examination, he found no other discernible purpose and decided to abandon the effort. Carrying the turtle, he made his way toward the Hokage's office. I wonder if they have concluded their discussions. What a bother. Perhaps I should simply apprehend him myself. As Tabor approached the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Tsunade and others, descended from above. What is happening outside? Why all the commotion? Oh, nothing much. I simply resolved a potential threat for you. You ought to be grateful, Tabor replied lazily to Hiruzen's inquiry. So, have you finished your discussions? Although Hiruzen was unclear about the specifics of the situation, he chose not to press further, recognizing that with a life lost, there was little else to be done. It is nearly time. Regarding the Uchiha clan, who wield the art of space-time ninjutsu, we currently possess no extraordinary solutions. However, at least according to Tsunade, this space-time ninjutsu seems to have a temporal limitation. As long as there exists a vulnerability, resolution may become feasible. Furthermore, Minato has been designated as the next Hokage, with the ceremony scheduled for the first day of next month. Delegates from various other ninja villages will be in attendance, and should any issues arise, I would appreciate your assistance in overseeing matters. After resolving the situation with Obito, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a bold demeanor, addressed Tabor. Very well, in light of Tsunade and Minato, I shall lend my aid should any difficulties present themselves. Upon hearing Tabor's words, a broader smile graced Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. Chapter 159, Return time swiftly passes, and it has been over 20 days since the arrival of Otsutsuki Urashiki. During this interval, numerous ninja villages and nations have dispatched representatives to attend Minato's Hokage inauguration ceremony, amplifying the bustle within Konohagakure. Yet amidst the attendees are those with ulterior motives, leaving the Umbu in a state of turmoil. Fortunately, everything proceeds in an orderly manner. At this juncture, Obito Uchiha, who had previously been driven away by Tsunade, stealthily infiltrated Konohagakure. Following Tabor's rejuvenation of Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine Tails remained securely sealed within her. The youthful Kushina possessed formidable strength, particularly if she were to seize an opportunity to utilize her sealing techniques. Escape would be nigh impossible. Thus, Obito dared not act against her lightly. Unbeknownst to him, Kushina inherently possessed a sensitivity to good and evil, rendering him conspicuous like a beacon as he approached. Moreover, Tabor had been vigilantly monitoring all occurrences on this planet since that day, allowing him to observe Obito's every move with clarity. Indeed, within this time-space continuum, there appeared to be no means of transcending temporal boundaries. After a period of keen observation, Tabor found himself nearly bereft of insights. Sighing inwardly in contemplation of the elusive medium, suddenly, he cast his gaze towards the moon hanging high in the sky. Oh, it dawned on him that the only entities yet to manifest were the Ten Tails and the God Tree. It seemed that one of these two must hold the key. As he murmured this realization, Tabor's spirits lifted considerably. It appears that once this gathering concludes, I shall return. In contrast to Obito's machinations in Konohagakure, Black Zetsu had orchestrated the covert infiltration of White Zetsu into other nations and villages. This presented a prime opportunity. All that was required was to stealthily substitute their Dragon Balls. Within the various villages, the Dragon Balls had largely become symbols of power, now relegated to the depths of treasure vaults. Thus, as long as something similar was present, it would be relatively easy to conceal the swap. After years of reconnaissance, he had meticulously mapped the locations of the Dragon Balls. Mother, soon, very soon, I shall rescue you. In just a few days, apart from the Dragon Balls in Konoha, all others were stealthily replaced by Kagaya's Black Zetsu. Even Black Zetsu himself did not anticipate such smooth progress. However, this was largely due to the passage of 20 years, during which everyone had essentially given up. After all, it is common knowledge that the visible Dragon Balls are held within the major ninja villages, since they are unattainable. They are merely regarded as collectibles. Of course, these maneuvers were orchestrated solely by Black Zetsu, without informing Uchiha Obito or others. for his true aim was to rescue Kagaya Tsutsuki. Gazing at the 5 Dragon Balls before him, Black Zetsu felt for the first time how close he was to success. Now, only the 2 Dragon Balls from Konoha remained. However, the mere thought of Tabor sent a shiver down his spine. He had witnessed Tabor's enigma firsthand, and the risk of brazenly attempting to steal the Dragon Balls from Konoha was undeniably immense. Yet, unwilling to abandon his endeavor, the longing to liberate his mother, Kagaya Tsutsuki, compelled him to take a chance. Nevertheless, he would not venture into danger himself. With White Zetsu at his disposal, it would be foolish to act personally. Thankfully, he was merely seeking to steal the Dragon Balls from Konoha, without any intention of confronting Tabor directly. Time swiftly arrived at the day Minato assumed the role of Hokage. Although a few individuals attempted to instigate minor disturbances, they were largely thwarted by the Umbu, ensuring the appointment ceremony proceeded smoothly. The villagers of Konoha and emissaries from other nations gazed at the newly inaugurated Hokage with mixed feelings. Among the crowd was a young woman with red hair, cradling a small child with golden locks, who continuously waved at him. This was Uzumaki Rin, who had been brought to Konoha alongside Kushina by Uzumaki Mito's envoy. Upon her arrival, she and Minato shared a connection akin to 2 peas in a pod, leading to their marriage a few years later. Their child was named Uzumaki Naruto. This revelation had initially astonished Tabor, but he later considered that his interference in many events had led to such changes, making the deviations in the birth dates of Konoha's 12 ninjas rather reasonable. It seems it is time for me to return. Observing Minato's smooth ascension to Hokage, Tabor silently nodded, contemplating a return to 20 years prior. If he did not return, his existence in this timeline would inevitably be altered. He refrained from informing Tsunade and the others, instead heading directly to the ley lines of Lulan. There, he infused energy into the ley lines, and soon, a beam of light erupted forth. Without hesitation, Tabor leaped into the radiant column, which gradually faded as he entered. After a brief wait, as the power of the ley lines waned, Tabor found himself back in his original time. Just then, the outer doors suddenly swung open, and a group of armored guards wielding long spears rushed in, surrounding Tabor completely. "Who are you, and how did you enter?" At this moment, a man adorned with a sword at his waist addressed Tabor. It was evident that the commotion caused by the earlier traversal had attracted the attention of those outside. "Oh, you need not concern yourself with that," Tabor replied, dismissively waving his right hand from his forehead in a gesture of farewell, before vanishing entirely. Only then did the group of guards regain their composure, scanning their surroundings, yet failing to catch a glimpse of Tabor, ultimately giving up their search. In the blink of an eye, Tabor had returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Although he had spent 2 decades in the future, his time here felt but a fleeting moment. The individuals whom Tabor had sent back were still in a daze, having just experienced the true extent of his power. Their bewilderment at being returned was now replaced by an acute awareness of his capabilities. Chapter 160. Apprenticeship time swiftly passed, and nearly half a year had elapsed since Tabor's return to the present. During this interval, aside from Tsunade and Orochimaru's occasional visits, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not made an appearance. While the ninja world was devoid of large-scale conflicts, minor skirmishes had escalated, particularly whenever news spread of someone acquiring a Dragon Ball, prompting throngs of eager individuals to converge. "Hasn't Hokage Sarutobi sent you to seek out the Dragon Balls?" Tabor teased as Tsunade reappeared. He was well aware that it would be another 20 years before they could gather the Dragon Balls. However, upon returning from the future and discovering Tsunade's presence, Tabor's demeanor towards her had softened considerably. "That does not concern me. The teacher must have assigned others to that task," Tsunade replied nonchalantly. Just then, a mischievous little boy sprang forth from behind Tsunade, darting about with exuberance. "Shinju, stop running around and come here. This is the big brother I told you about," Tsunade called out, pulling the boy closer to Tabor. "This is my younger brother, Shinju. He wasn't home the last time you visited." Tabor smiled and ruffled Shinju's hair. "Hello, Shinju. Welcome." With wide, sparkling eyes, Shinju curiously asked, "Big brother, are you really that powerful? My sister says you possess many incredible abilities. May I become your disciple?" Just as he spoke, a cacophony erupted from outside. Tabor furrowed his brow and waved his hand, causing the courtyard gate to swing open. At that moment, Jiraiya burst into Tabor's yard as if he had found a lifeline, promptly shutting the door behind him and leaning against it. The sound of pounding at the door followed, accompanied by the furious shouts of a group of women. "Come out, you peeping Tom. Yes, get out now. It was then that Tsunade and the others realized the source of the commotion. Jiraiya had been caught in the act of peeping. Jiraiya, it seems, is oblivious to the dangers of lingering too close to home, inadvertently inviting trouble for Sarutobi Hiruzen. If your curiosity truly knows no bounds, I would recommend venturing to other villages where your identity remains concealed. Tabor, observing Jiraiya obstructing the doorway, could only shake his head in exasperation. However, do not mistake this place for a sanctuary. I wish to avoid the incessant visits from those who would leave vegetable scraps at my doorstep. With a swift gesture, Tabor levitated Jiraiya and unceremoniously hurled him out of the courtyard. No, please. Jiraiya cried out, struggling in midair, yet he was ultimately cast aside. Following his ejection, his cries echoed, gradually fading into the distance. Sisters, look. It's that white-haired fool. Let us catch him. The group, upon spotting the thrown Jiraiya, charged towards him, stirring a cloud of dust in their wake. Tsunade shook her head in resignation, remarking on Jiraiya's perpetual lack of seriousness. Yet, S.H. Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow. That move was incredible, big brother." Tabor chuckled, ruffling S.H. Ju's hair. "Just make sure you don't emulate Jiraiya." Tsunade, adopting a serious demeanor, addressed S.H. Ju directly. The young boy, oblivious to Tsunade's underlying meaning, simply nodded in understanding upon witnessing Jiraiya's disheveled state. During this period, it seems that the major nations have not engaged in significant battles, merely skirmishes among the lower ranks. Furthermore, intelligence from the Umbu suggests that a Wagakure has acquired a Dragon Ball. Tsunade subtly redirected the conversation towards the Dragon Balls, seemingly eager to gauge Tabor's perspective on the matter. Perhaps it would be better not to concern yourselves with such things. Let nature take its course. These artifacts are not meant for your current era. We are no longer in the age of Hashirama Senju, where sufficient power could suppress other ninja villages. Unless there is a common goal, gathering the Dragon Balls would be futile. Tabor understood Tsunade's apprehensions, fearing that if someone were to gather the Dragon Balls and make peculiar wishes, it could lead to unforeseen complications. However, Tsunade, I plan to venture out again soon. Would you care to accompany me? Tabor extended an invitation. Recognizing that there was little to occupy his time in Konohagakure, and prolonged stagnation could become quite dull. Tsunade, taken aback by the prospect of Tabor's departure and his invitation, felt a blush creep across her cheeks. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. All right, since there won't be any conflicts within the village, I will join you for a stroll. Having spent time together, Tsunade found herself quite fond of the handsome and formidable Tabor, especially recalling the words of Uzumaki Kushina when she invited Tabor to her home. With a beautiful companion, I dare say the journey will be anything but boring. Tabor's face lit up with a smile upon receiving Tsunade's consent. As Tsunade heard Tabor's words, a deeper blush crept across her cheeks. Beside her, S.H. Ju gazed at Tabor with admiration, saying, "Big brother, you haven't yet agreed to be my master. I wish to train under you." At this moment, Tabor found himself in a bit of a quandary, as he had merely intended to take a stroll. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. How had he not thought of this earlier? Clearing his throat, he said, "Very well, S.H. Ju. In light of your sister's request, I shall accept you as my disciple. You are to come to me every morning for guidance in your training." With the recollection of his previous methods, Tabor readily accepted S.H. Ju as his student. Curious to see if a ninja could indeed harness chakra. Even if he could not, Tabor was determined to strengthen S.H. Ju in his own way. "Tabor, are you truly willing to take on S.H. Ju? Thank you so much." Tsunade expressed her heartfelt gratitude, moved by Tabor's decision, which he had made out of consideration for her. She understood the significance of S.H. Ju becoming his disciple, at the very least. It established a connection between him and Tabor. With Tabor's current prowess, S.H. Ju would almost be able to command respect within the ninja world. "It's no trouble. Your brother possesses potential, and he is, after all, your sibling," Tabor replied with a smile, though inwardly he mused that he ought to show some favor to his future brother-in-law. "Thank you. Everything is understood without words. I shall take S.H. Ju home now. Just inform me in advance when you are prepared to depart." With Tabor's response, Tsunade led S.H. Ju away from his courtyard, eager to share the good news with Uzumaki Mido. Chapter 161. The Art of Training Tsunade. What did you say? Tabor has accepted S.H. Ju as his disciple? Upon hearing Tsunade's account of recent events, Uzumaki Mido's face lit up with joy. She then regarded Tsunade with a peculiar expression. "Little Tsunade, I never imagined you would succeed so swiftly. The two women, sitting together, resembled sisters sharing confidences. Observing Tsunade's bashful demeanor, Mito chuckled. You mentioned that Tabor invited you to accompany him. You can't truly believe it was merely a casual outing. This is practically a honeymoon. At that moment, Tsunade, in the throes of adolescence, felt her face flush deeply, and she hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, Mito, please don't say such things. We're just ordinary friends spending time together. Mito laughed and gently patted Tsunade's hand. Oh, dear girl, don't be so stubborn. It's evident that you have some feelings for him. Moreover, his acceptance of Ju as a disciple indicates that he holds you in high regard. While Tsunade felt a flicker of joy within, she retorted, even if he has accepted Ju, it doesn't imply anything significant. All right, I shall not meddle in your affairs, Mito said, rising and heading toward the door. Observing Ju practicing with shuriken, she waved her hand at Tsunade, encouraging her to leave. In contrast to the tranquility here, an undercurrent of tension surged through Konohagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the members of the Elder Council were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the recent emergence of the Dragon Balls, especially upon learning that the Rock Ninja had obtained one. Hiruzen, we must act swiftly. Intelligence from the Umbu has confirmed that the Rock Ninja possesses a Dragon Ball. Danzo urged, his eyes glinting with avarice for the mystical orbs. However, Hiruzen remained nonchalant, leisurely smoking his pipe. There is no need to rush, Danzo. As long as a major nation acquires one, the risk of them being gathered altogether diminishes significantly. Can you envision a scenario where, possessing one Dragon Ball, other nations could obtain it from us? Our focus should be on securing another Dragon Ball in the coming days. We can then dispatch operatives to seek out the remaining Dragon Balls, so there is no cause for concern. After Hiruzen's remarks, Narashikaku and his companions nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, Hiruzen, while your sentiments are sound, we must expedite our search. It would be unacceptable for the other ninja villages to possess them while we in Konoha do not. Shikaku countered. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. I have already tasked the Umbu with investigating the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. I trust we shall receive news shortly. Just then, an Umbu ninja arrived in haste, kneeling before Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, Tabor and Tsunade have just left the village together. Should we intercept them or follow discreetly? Danzo's brow furrowed with concern. What could Tabor be planning, departing the village at such a critical time? Could it be related to the Dragon Balls? Given the secretive nature of the Dragon Balls, Hiruzen had not disclosed the connection between Tabor and the orbs to Danzo and the others. As such knowledge was highly sensitive, the fewer who knew, the better. It is of no consequence if they leave. With Tsunade accompanying him, there is little cause for alarm. You need not follow them. Return to your duties. Hiruzen instructed after a moment's contemplation. As you command, the Umbu ninja replied, bowing before departing silently. Danzo's gaze locked onto Hiruzen, a shadow of suspicion crossing his features. Hiruzen, you place an alarming amount of trust in this Tabor. His origins remain a mystery, and his capabilities are unfathomable. If he were to collude with other villages, or if he indeed seeks the Dragon Balls, Konoha may find itself stripped of its initiative. I understand your concerns, Hiruzen replied, his tone calm, yet laced with a note of caution. However, since Tabor has chosen to remain in Konoha and has not exhibited hostility, we need not hastily cultivate enmity. By accepting Rope as his disciple, he has forged a bond with us. As long as he shows no aggression, we will observe the situation as it unfolds. Narashikaku interjected, Hiruzen speaks wisely. Indeed, Tabor is enigmatic, yet he does not appear to harbor ill intentions at present. Rather than adopting a confrontational approach, it may be more prudent to extend goodwill and gauge his disposition. Establishing a rapport with him could ultimately benefit Konoha. Danzo snorted derisively, choosing to remain silent, though his expression grew increasingly grim. Meanwhile, along a narrow path outside the Hidden Leaf village, Tabor and Tsunade walked side by side. The morning sunlight bathed the forest trail, while a gentle breeze played with Tsunade's golden hair, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and warmth. At that moment, Tabol's shadow clone was in the courtyard, instructing Ma. Although the clone's strength was far inferior to Tabol's true form, it was still capable of wielding certain unique powers. Tabol's current intention was akin to gravity training from the Dragon Ball world. While the Naruto universe also featured gravity training, it was often dispersed and unfocused. Tarble aimed to impose gravity upon Ma, believing that such a concentrated approach would yield significant benefits in his training. As Tarble's shadow clone gently waved its hand, the air quivered slightly, and an invisible force gradually enveloped Ma. In an instant, Ma felt as though he were being crushed beneath an immense weight. Staggering and collapsing to the ground, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What is happening? My body feels so heavy. Ma struggled to lift his gaze towards his teacher, Tarble. The clone's lips curled into a subtle, encouraging smile. This is the foundational gravity training I have set for you. If you cannot endure even this, perhaps it is best for you to return home. Grit your teeth and persevere. Yes, teacher. Though his face was pale, Ma gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, launching his kunai once more. The weapon, visibly slowed in midair, ultimately struck true, embedding itself in the target's bullseye. Tarble's shadow clone nodded in satisfaction. Now, run around my courtyard 100 times. He understood all too well the importance of basic physical conditioning. To transcend the limits of the ninja world, mere chakra was insufficient. One must also enhance both body and will. Yes, Tarble's shadow clone nodded, contemplating that if Ma could elevate his physical prowess to the level of a mid-range ninja before turning 10, combined with the vast chakra of the Senju clan, he might not reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths, but could achieve a standard comparable to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Yet, he would still require additional unique techniques or powerful ninjutsu to match their prowess. Chapter 162. The port at this moment, in stark contrast to the diligent shadow clone. Tarble and Tsunade appeared utterly relaxed. The pair had procured a cart and were leisurely advancing along the main road. Tarble, where are we headed? Tsunade, seated beside him, wore a smile that reflected her joyful mood, turning to address Tarble. Well, it seems we have no specific destination in mind. We're simply wandering for leisure. How about we visit the land of snow? It seems to be perpetually blanketed in snow, which could prove rather interesting, Tarble mused after a moment's contemplation, acknowledging that he felt aimless in the hidden leaf. The land of snow sounds delightful. I have never been there, Tsunade responded with brightened eyes, her enthusiasm evident. The cart continued along the main road, with the scenery shifting continuously along their journey. However, not long after, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the thicket ahead. Clad in simple hemp garments and wielding hefty machetes, they surrounded the cart with remarkable order, showcasing their evident experience. To my surprise, among them was a striking young woman, making this encounter worthwhile, as I envisioned capturing her to amuse everyone later. A burly man, with one eye and a cloth band tied across his brow, hoisted his machete onto his shoulder and leered at the crowd, calling out with a smirk. His words incited laughter among the onlookers, but before Tsunade could respond, Tarbore's displeasure became palpable, followed by a disdainful huff. Instantly, an invisible force descended upon the bandits, pinning them firmly to the ground. Ah, my leg. My leg is broken. My hand. The sudden intensity of the pressure fractured their limbs, and the once unruly band of brigands began to wail in agony. Spare us, my lord. We shall never dare again. Please let us go. Without casting a glance at the groaning bandits, Tarbore raised his gaze towards the depths of the forest, his eyes piercing through the foliage to behold the bandits' stronghold nestled within. Inside, some of the brigands patrolled, while in the dungeon below, numerous ragged, half-clad women were imprisoned, their expressions vacant, resembling soulless husks. Spare you? Have you spared those whom you abducted from your stronghold? Tarbore regarded the groveling bandits with cold indifference before extending his hand towards the stronghold. In an instant, the bandits within the stronghold, including their raucous leader, were summoned before him. The sudden shift in their environment incited a cacophony of panic among the bandits, who were startled by the sight of their comrades sprawled on the ground. The unkempt leader hastily stripped a nearby bandit of his clothing, donning it in a frantic attempt to appear composed. Who are you? He shouted at the two figures atop the cart, forcing an air of bravado. But his demeanor shifted to one of lewdness upon glimpsing Tsunade. Cease your antics. Tarbore's gaze remained icy, and suddenly, the clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, streaks of lightning illuminating the atmosphere, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. In a dramatic turn, a bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree, splitting it asunder and igniting it in flames. When the fire subsided, numerous wooden swords appeared lodged within the charred trunk. Tarbore gestured once more, and those who had been imprisoned materialized before him. Yet, the upheaval around them elicited little reaction. They merely glanced around before lowering their heads once more, curling into themselves. At this moment, Tabor gently gestured towards them once more, and a surge of verdant energy enveloped their forms. Instantly, all their wounds healed, and their spirits appeared to rejuvenate. As the radiant light flickered, it transformed into garments that adorned their bodies. "You are now liberated. The band of mountain thieves is yours to deal with," echoed softly in their ears. Following these words, Tabor, accompanied by the still astonished Tsunade, gradually departed in the carriage. As they gazed in the direction of the receding carriage, the tormented individuals, who had endured such suffering for an indeterminate span, turned their eyes toward the remaining mountain thieves, their gazes burning with vengeful intent. They resembled avengers from the depths of hell, fixating upon the immobile bandits. Soon, wooden blades soared through the air, landing directly before them. Shortly thereafter, the forest was filled with harrowing wails, which, once they ceased, gave way to faint sobs. Is Tabor merely going to leave them there? Tsunade pondered, her heart heavy for these women, for she understood that their families had likely fallen victim to the same bandits, leaving them utterly alone. "I have granted them the hope of life. Whether they seize it is up to them." This remark left Tsunade bewildered, mistakenly believing it referred to the riches left behind in the stronghold. Little did she realize that the weapons and attire in their possession were the true means of support that Tabor had bestowed upon them, contingent upon their clarity of vision. Days passed, and after a prolonged journey, the carriage finally arrived at the port. "Let us proceed. There should be vessels bound for the land of snow." As they approached the harbor, a cheerful girl with freckles and a ponytail approached them with a wide smile. "Where are you two headed?" "I have the finest ships. They can take you anywhere. My father is the best captain here." Exchanging glances, Tabor and Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Very well, show us. Do you have a ship that goes to the land of snow?" "Indeed. You have made the right choice. The ships required for the land of snow are quite large, and my family is one of the few that can make that journey." The girl beamed at Tsunade's words, her mind racing with excitement. "This is wonderful. I have a customer. What will my father say now, considering he always claims it's of no use?" The girl then led them to a house by the shore. "Dad, I'm back. We have guests," she shouted before racing towards the wooden cabin. As the door swung open, a rugged man with a scruffy beard emerged, exuding an air of vigor. "You're always running off, you little rascal," he said affectionately, ruffling the girl's hair. As they walked, the girl introduced herself as Nazamura Haina and revealed that her father was Nazamura Daikawa. "Oh, and where are you two headed?" Daikawa inquired of Tabor and Tsunade. "Dad, they are going to the land of snow. I haven't been there in ages. I want to join them." Haina hurriedly tugged at Day, speaking to him. At that moment, Day cast a glance at Haina, then turned to Tabor with a questioning expression. "Indeed, we are embarking on a journey to the land of snow." "Oh, I see. You two must be on your honeymoon," Haina exclaimed, dashing over to Tsunade with a mixture of admiration and bashfulness, inadvertently causing Tsunade to blush. Meanwhile, the seasoned veteran, Zitsuande, swiftly admonished Haina. "Haina, come back. How can you be so impolite?" Hearing this, Haina pouted but obediently retreated. "It's all right," Tabor said with a smile, waving his hand. "We are indeed here for leisure." Zitsuande chuckled heartily. "Very well. However, my ship is currently undergoing maintenance, and I need to gather some crew members. It may take about 2 days. I hope you two can wait." "No problem. We are in no rush." For the next 2 days, Tabor and Tsunade strolled around the port, indulging in local delicacies and relishing the charming ambience of the seaside town. Finally, the day of departure arrived, and they boarded Zitsuan's ship. As the vessel sailed across the ocean, the sea breeze caressed their faces, and the waves danced beneath them. Haina, brimming with excitement, dashed about the deck, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes about the sea with Tabor and Tsunade. Chapter 163. Approaching the land of snow. Due to the chartering of the ship, the large vessel felt quite spacious, with only a few sailors and Zitsuande's companions aboard. Thankfully, Haina's lively presence ensured that they would not succumb to boredom. "Sister Tsunade, are you just traveling to the land of snow?" Haina inquired. "I have wanted to go several times, but my father never allowed me, claiming it was too dangerous. It's infuriating." As she spoke, Haina made a face behind Zitsuande's back. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Zitsuande turned to look in their direction, prompting Haina to feign innocence, scanning her surroundings. Zitsuande chuckled and shook his head. The sea breeze carried a hint of saltiness, and the sky was an azure canvas devoid of blemishes. Occasionally, seabirds soared overhead, their crisp calls echoing in the air, and some even perched atop the sails to rest. Tabor stood by the ship's railing, gazing out at the distant horizon, without a compass. Even the most seasoned navigators could easily become lost at sea. Tsunade sat on a nearby bench, resting her chin in her hand, observing Hina as she frolicked on the deck, a slight smile gracing her lips. Tabor, do you think it will be very cold in the land of snow? Tsunade asked, her tone laced with anticipation. It will undoubtedly be cold, as it is perpetually blanketed in snow, Tabor replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. However, if you are afraid of the cold, I can keep you warm. Tsunade paused, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She cleared her throat softly, pretending not to understand. Humph. Who is afraid of the cold? Just as they conversed, a low horn echoed from a distance. Zitsuindea furrowed his brow, promptly moving to the bow of the ship to scan the sea ahead. Amidst the undulating waves of the sea, several dark figures swiftly approached, their masts and sails faintly discernible. Father, are those other ships? Hina inquired with curiosity, leaning closer. For the past few days, we are the only vessel en route to the land of snow. Those ships must be pirates, Takemura Daikawa replied, his tone laced with gravity. This maritime area occasionally witnesses pirate activity, particularly along the route to the land of snow, where they intercept ships to seize their cargo. How could we possibly encounter them? He scoffed, just a bunch of blind fools. Tabor crossed his arms, his tone as casual as if engaged in mere conversation. Tsunade squinted at the approaching vessels, noting the chaos that seemed to be everywhere. It was surprising how little time had passed since their departure. First, they encountered bandits, and now pirates. Before long, 3 ships adorned with black skull and crossbones flags closed in, one of which obstructed Takemura Daikawa's vessel, effectively blocking their path. The other 2 ships flanked them, encircling from both sides. The pirates aboard were bare-chested, wielding curved swords and crossbows, brazenly shouting at them, "Stop your ship and surrender all valuables. Otherwise, we shall send you to the depths to feed the sharks." To Takemura Daikawa's astonishment, a ninja adorned with a headband stood at the bow, though his headband bore a deep scar. Hina's expression turned tense as she instinctively moved closer to Tsunade. Takemura Daikawa's countenance darkened. He was about to command his crew to ready their weapons when he noticed Tabor simply raised a hand. In the next moment, the sea seemed to yield to an unseen force, causing the pirate ship to plunge suddenly, sending its crew tumbling across the deck and into the water. Most of these men were seasoned seafarers, proficient swimmers, yet the sudden chaos left them floundering helplessly. "Help! Help!" they cried out. Tabor cast a dispassionate glance at the commotion before flipping his palm, conjuring the seawater into whirlpools that engulfed the remaining pirates, erasing them from the surface of the ocean. "All done. Let us proceed," Tabor declared. As his words echoed, the crew regarded him with a mix of admiration and trepidation. "Sir, are you a ninja?" Takemura Daikawa stammered. Overwhelmed with excitement at the sudden eradication of the local pirates, relieved that they would no longer live in fear. "Thank you, my lord, otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble." "It was a trivial matter, considering we were among their targets," Tabor replied. "And Takemura, there's no need to refer to me as my lord. I'm not so particular." With that, he returned to his seat on the deck, sipping the tea he had just brewed. At this moment, Hina gazed at Tabor and Tsunade with admiration. "Sister Tsunade, are you also such an incredible ninja?" she wondered, believing that if Tabor possessed such prowess, Tsunade must not fall short. "I am indeed a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village," Tsunade responded, clearly pleased with Hina's flattery. "If you ever visit the leaf, just mention my name, and I assure you, you will be well taken care of throughout your journey." Ahem. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Tabor nearly choked. "Tsunade, it would be best not to mention her name carelessly, for if we were to encounter individuals from other villages, it could lead to perilous situations." Though he spoke thus, Tabor was genuinely concerned that if Hina were to mention Tsunade's name in the Land of Fire, it might attract unwanted attention from the gambling dens. As the group continued their jovial banter aboard the ship, several days passed in transit. The once vast and desolate sea began to see floating icebergs drifting by. "We are gradually entering the waters of the Land of Snow," a voice announced. "This area is known for its icebergs, but we have a set course. We should reach the Land of Snow in a day or 2. At this juncture, the temperature had begun to drop significantly, prompting even Tsunade to don an additional layer. Aside from Tabor. "Very well," she replied, allowing the captain, Takezawa Oka, to resume his duties at the helm. Navigating this stretch of water required utmost caution, as the abundance of ice posed a considerable threat. The cold wind, mingling with delicate snowflakes, struck their faces, while the occasional sound of ice grinding against the hull filled the air with an eerie chill. Hina, though excitedly peering over the ship's edge at the drifting ice, had her nose already flushed from the cold, her breath forming white mist in the frigid air. Hina, don't lean out too much. You might catch a chill. Takezawa Oka shouted, his voice rising above the wind. Okay, Hina called back, though her smile remained undiminished. She bounded over to Tsunade, whispering, Sister Tsunade, how long will we stay in the land of snow? If it's a while, I could ask my father to let me play there for a few days. I just hope my clothes are warm enough. Well, I can't say for certain. It shouldn't be more than a month, Tsunade replied with a smile. But I've heard that the locals are quite resilient to the cold, and there are some remarkable hot springs there. You shall see for yourself. While sipping his hot tea, Tabor's gaze remained fixed on the expanse of sea ahead. A frown creased his brow as if he sensed something amiss. What is it? Tsunade inquired softly, noticing his change in demeanor. Tabor set down his steaming cup, his eyes trained on a seemingly tranquil stretch of water. The current has shifted, he observed. Takezawa Oka glanced up, squinting to discern the scene. To his horror, an iceberg that should have floated past was now rapidly approaching their vessel. This is bad. That is no ordinary iceberg, he exclaimed, his expression darkening. As the distance closed, a dark silhouette began to emerge beneath the iceberg, suggesting a colossal creature lurking just beneath the surface. Suddenly, a plume of white mist erupted from the cracks in the ice, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound that caused the entire ship to tremble. In a voice tinged with fear, Takezawa Oka declared, it's a gigantic snow whale, native to the land of snow. They usually don't attack ships unless their territory is encroached upon, but this area is not within their domain. As soon as the words left his lips, the surface of the sea erupted violently, with a snow whale several times longer than the vessel itself, breaking through the ice and leaping skyward. It let out a deafening roar, and the waves surged forth like mountains, seemingly intent on capsizing the ship. Hold steady, Sichuan Daka bellowed, straining to steer the vessel away from the towering waves. The sailors hurriedly pulled ropes and furled sails, while Hina was tightly embraced by Tsunade for protection. However, Tabor merely stood up calmly, raising a hand and pointing forward. In an instant, the surging waves froze mid-air, transforming into crystalline ice sculptures, which then shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering icy fragments across the sky. The whale, seemingly provoked, lashed its massive tail, creating even more violent shockwaves on the water's surface. With a soft hum, Tabor sent a ripple towards the whale, and that colossal creature appeared to be ensnared by an invisible force. Its immense body rigidly anchored upon the sea, rendering the water around it motionless. Return, Tabor commanded, his voice serene yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The snow whale emitted a low, mournful sound before slowly descending beneath the surface, disappearing into the depths of the ocean. Sichuan Daka and the sailors stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Hina's eyes widened in astonishment, speechless for a long while. Is this the power of ninjutsu? How impressive! Sichuan Daka swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Chapter 164. Leisure time in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed, and the ship had gradually approached the harbor, where numerous vessels were already engaged in fishing. Although the climate was somewhat frigid, the bounties of the seabed were plentiful, sustaining many fishermen. At last, they had arrived. While short voyages were manageable, extended time at sea could indeed become monotonous. As Tsunade disembarked, she yearned for a hearty meal, having subsisted on fish aboard the ship, which had left her palate yearning for variety. How can you be so impatient after such a brief time? Tabor teased, observing Tsunade's discontent. Having lived for what felt like an eternity, he had grown accustomed to such days, especially since in the Dragon Ball universe, he had often found himself in similar situations. I simply dislike eating fish every day. I am utterly tired of it. You can't deny that you were hardly idle on the ship. The money you lost to the sailors exceeded our charter costs. Not to mention, your luck is abysmal. I suspect you might be cursed. Truly a case of poor skill coupled with a craving for gambling. At this, Tabor shook his head at Tsunade. Fortunately, he held little regard for wealth. If necessary, he could easily conjure gold with a mere exertion of will. Otherwise, sustaining this extravagant companion would indeed be a challenge. Regretting it now, are you? It's too late. Tsunade feigned a triumphant expression, as their relationship had swiftly blossomed during their time aboard, successfully transitioning from the ship to the privacy of the bedroom. I have no regrets. With such a beautiful wife, what is there to regret? All right, let us disembark. It is indeed time to indulge in something truly delightful. Zitsuin, my dear friend, allow me to cover the expenses for this journey. We have yet to finalize our return schedule. We shall make our way back independently. I appreciate your assistance throughout this journey. Ah, do not mention it. It is truly thanks to your generous support that we have not met with misfortune at sea. Although Tabor's words were spoken with sincerity, it was evident that the seasoned Zitsuin had misinterpreted them, promptly bowing in gratitude towards Tabor. Consequently, the hopes of Hannah, who had initially anticipated exploring the land of snow alongside Tsunade, were dashed as she was apprehended by Zitsuin. Observing the look of dismay in Hannah's eyes, Tsunade felt a twinge of compassion. However, it must be noted that the sailors accompanying Zitsuin had profited immensely from this venture, lamenting the fact that Tabor would not be returning on their vessel. In all honesty, this snowy realm appears to be devoid of substantial resources. While it might serve as a pleasant tourist destination in times of peace, the current circumstances are quite different. Tabor and his companions had just disembarked and were seeking a restaurant in the nearby port, though the place was rather sparsely populated. Indeed, it is no wonder that few vessels venture to the land of snow. The treacherous maritime conditions, coupled with a lack of visitor traffic, are significant factors. Tsunade nodded in agreement, recognizing that the environment in the land of snow was considerably less hospitable than that of Konoha. Let us find an inn before nightfall, otherwise we may find ourselves sleeping on the streets, Tabor remarked as the dishes were served. At that moment, a few ninjas from the land of snow stumbled in, visibly shivering. It's absurd that we must patrol every day in this frigid place, so far from other nations, grumbled a middle-aged ninja, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, as he complained to a companion beside him. The man, equally irritable from the monotony of their patrols, nodded in agreement. Indeed, yet rumors suggest that the Lord is secretly orchestrating a plan that could transform our land of snow. I wonder what it entails, perhaps the discovery of some treasure. Otherwise, what could possibly bring about change here? As they entered, the middle-aged man noticed Tabor and his companions seated at a distance. He promptly tugged at his companion's sleeve, his gaze scrutinizing them, for visitors to the land of snow were a rarity. Barkeep, a cup of hot tea and some pastries, please, Tabor requested, seemingly unfazed by the two ninjas from the land of snow, while Tsunade continued to engage in cheerful conversation. After satisfying their appetites, the pair began to stroll along the streets. In contrast to the bustling vibrancy of Konoha, the shops lining the streets were relatively few in number. Fortunately, there were a handful of inns, and they decided to settle at one that appeared comparatively luxurious. However, unbeknownst to them, the two ninjas they had encountered earlier at the restaurant had followed them. Liangzhu, why are we trailing them? They appear to be nothing more than ordinary tourists. Perhaps a couple visiting the land of snow, the man remarked to the middle-aged ninja. It is not so simple. The woman we just encountered exuded an extraordinary aura. I can sense that she harbors a formidable reservoir of chakra within her. I feel compelled to report this. Liangzhu rolled his eyes at the man and proceeded to explain. Could it be that strikingly beautiful girl? If you were referring to the man, I might have believed you. Never mind. You wouldn't comprehend anyway. Let us observe them for a few days. If nothing transpires, we shall disregard them. Liangzhu patted the man's shoulder and spoke. Upon hearing Liangzhu's words, the man appeared somewhat deflated. Tabor, do you think those two fools outside intend to keep watch over us in this frigid weather? They might just turn into ice sculptures. Tsunade remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the two figures in the distance, sharing a laugh with Tabor. What does it matter? Having someone to keep watch for us is quite beneficial, Tabor replied, drawing the curtains before lying down beside Tsunade, and they spent the night in silence. In these days, the land of snow remained shrouded in a blanket of white mist. Even the sun's appearance failed to offer any warmth to the land. The air was so frigid it seemed capable of freezing one's breath. Yet, Tabor and Tsunade found solace in their leisure. Apart from skiing during the day, they could indulge in hot springs back at their inn, making their days quite pleasant. The two ninjas from the land of snow, Liangzhu and his companion, had become regulars outside the inn. No matter where they ventured during the day, one could always catch glimpses of their figures lurking in the distance, whether beneath eaves, in snowy alleys, or at market corners. Within a few days, the information regarding Tsunade and Tabor was presented before the ruler of the land of snow. Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the first Hokage of Konoha. Tabor's background remained unclear. He first appeared in Konoha as a traveler with a penchant for sightseeing. Were these two merely tourists in my land of snow? Fenghua Chushua pondered as he gazed at the documents laid before him. However, he soon set the papers aside, rubbing his temples as he gradually stood up, muttering to himself, "Forget it, it matters not. After all, Konoha is quite distant from here, surely. The people of Konoha would not extend their reach so far." Chapter 165. The end of the journey. A few days later, Tsunade, having grown weary of her stay in the land of snow, lost interest in remaining any longer, and Tabor naturally had no objections. Yet, an unexpected occurrence transpired just before their departure. The next ruler of the land of snow, Fenghua Zhaoxua, personally visited with his entourage. This young prince exhibited a courteous demeanor, subtly conveying his desire to leverage Tsunade's connection with Konoha to strengthen diplomatic relations between their nations. Though Tsunade exchanged pleasantries with a smile, she held little interest in such politically charged interactions. She offered only polite responses before Tabor saw the guests off. "How frustrating. I had hoped to leave in peace." Tsunade complained upon returning to her room, shedding her cloak. Tabor chuckled lightly. "It's all right. At least he did not come seeking trouble. Moreover, he is indeed quite a talented individual." Tabor was aware that this young prince had significantly transformed the land of snow through technological advancements, although he had been usurped by his brother before fully realizing his vision. On the day of departure, the snow at the port lay thick enough to surpass one's ankles, though it merely posed a slight inconvenience to the ordinary folk. However, neither Tsunade nor Tabor had any desire to experience the hardships of maritime drifting once more. Once was ample, and further excursions would undoubtedly prove tedious. In a nearby clearing outside the port, he grasped Tsunade's hand and murmured, "Hold on tight." In the next moment, they vanished from their original location. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves on familiar soil, surrounded by withered grass, the very spot where their carriage had once rested. To their pleasant surprise, the inn had taken good care of the horse. "I never expected we would return so swiftly. I suspect that Takeo and the others are still on their way back," Tsunade remarked, surveying her surroundings. It was astonishing that after several days of revelry in the land of snow, they had returned before Takeo and his companions. The blazing sun overhead quickly melted the remnants of snowflakes on Tsunade, prompting her to hastily shed her heavy coat. After all, they were no longer in the land of snow. Continuing to wear such thick clothing would surely render her the subject of ridicule. Tabor untethered the reins of the carriage and affectionately patted the spirited horse's neck, a smile gracing his lips. "Let us be off. We have only just visited a land of snow. There are many more places to explore." Soon, Tsunade changed into lighter attire within the carriage, leaning against the window to admire the scenery. Now this is comfortable. Wearing that bulky coat every day was indeed quite cumbersome. Before long, the carriage departed along the main road, leaving the land of fire behind and entering the land of hot water. To be candid, Tabor was rather intrigued by the prospect of the mixed baths. However, with Tsunade by his side, it seemed that their experience, though lacking a crowd, was still a shared venture. Over the span of several years, Tabor and Tsunade spent more than 2 years traversing the various nations of the ninja world. Much of this time was consumed by their travels. Although Tabor had initially considered teleporting directly, Tsunade appeared to prioritize the journey itself. Thus, they primarily relied on their carriage, though this did bring some discomfort to the horse. Upon returning to Konoha, Tabor and Tsunade enjoyed a remarkably leisurely life. During the day, they occasionally visited the village tea house, and Tabor would impart guidance to Tsunade, resulting in her training progress not only remaining unaffected by their travels, but actually advancing. By night, it was common to witness the two enjoying sake, while Tsunade honed her gambling skills under Tabor's tutelage. For Tsunade, these were cherished moments of tranquility. Tabor too relished the passing days in this serene companionship. Until one fateful day, Jiraiya burst through the courtyard gate, his expression brimming with urgency. "Tabor, do you have a moment? I mentioned you in passing to the great sage of the toads, and it appears he is quite interested in your abilities and wishes to meet you." Raising an eyebrow, Tabor replied, "Oh, the great sage of the toads? That ancient fellow who has lived for centuries? How fortuitous, as I too harbor a keen interest in him." Tsunade languidly waved her hand, saying, Go on, go on. I shall not accompany you. After all, he is not seeking me." In the verdant embrace of the mountains, beside the expansive lotus pond, the great sage toad sat upon a stone platform, his eyes half closed as he gazed at Tabor, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Yet, after a few moments of silence, he slowly blinked, his gaze drifting towards Shinsaku and Shima, before turning to face Jiraiya and Tabor standing nearby. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Shinsaku sighed in exasperation. "Did you not say you wished to speak with him and instructed us to invite him?" At this, the great sage Toad squinted, scrutinizing Tabor before glancing back at Jiraiya. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "Forget it." Shinsaku and the other two Toads were left helpless by the great sage Toad's demeanor and could only express their apologies to Tabor. Tabor smiled, unperturbed. He understood that the great sage Toad was portrayed in such a manner in the anime, and given his age, it was only natural for his mind to falter. He then addressed Shinsaku. "No worries, since I am here, why not teach me the sage mode?" Shinsaku paused momentarily but nodded in agreement. However, what transpired next caused him to question his understanding of reality. As he began explaining how to sense natural energy, Tabor stood still, his gaze sharpening. In less than 3 seconds, the aura of sage mode enveloped him. Shinsaku was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "How is this possible? This is far too quick." Tabor smiled nonchalantly. "It's really not that difficult." He then departed with Jiraiya from Mayaboku Mountain. For a considerable time thereafter, Tabor led a tranquil existence in Konoha, though beneath the surface, clandestine currents began to stir within the village. On a moonless night, a shadow beside a patch of withered grass suddenly writhed as a white Zetsu emerged from the earth, stealthily making its way toward Tabor's courtyard. Initially, it intended to approach and ascertain Tsunade's condition, but as it crossed the threshold of the courtyard, its entire form disintegrated into dust, leaving no trace behind. This occurrence was not isolated. Time and again, each white Zetsu vanished upon nearing Tabor's abode. Meanwhile, in a distant location, Black Zetsu brooded over the empty perception map in his hands. He was aware of the positions where the white Zetsu had lost contact, but remained utterly oblivious to how they had disappeared. What is the meaning of this? Black Zetsu pondered, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the distant courtyard, ultimately deciding against sending more white Zetsu. His original intent was merely to investigate the general situation of Konoha, and as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a disciple of the third, Tsunade was naturally a subject of his particular interest. Previously, he had dispatched white Zetsu to follow her during her travels, yet each time, they inexplicably lost track of her. When Tsunade and her companions returned to Konoha, the white Zetsu he had sent had consistently lost contact, leaving Black Zetsu perplexed. Thus, this time he had infiltrated quietly himself, only to witness the scene before him. Subsequently, Kurizetsu merely cast a silent glance toward Tabol's courtyard before stealthily departing from the hidden leaf village once more. Unbeknownst to him, every move had been meticulously observed by Tarble. Chapter 166. The 10-year deadline has arrived. Time flows inexorably, fleeting in its passage. At this moment, several years had elapsed since Tarble and his companions returned to the village, and the decade he had originally set was drawing nigh. The ninja world suddenly erupted in a fervor akin to boiling water, with each village poised for action, seemingly harboring pent-up frustration in need of release. "Lady Tsunade, the Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage building for a meeting." As the Umbu arrived to summon Tsunade to the meeting, Tarble sensed the surrounding nations were undoubtedly on high alert. Tsunade glanced at Tarble, and upon receiving a nod from him, she followed the Umbu directly to the conference room in the Hokage building. Upon arrival, she noticed several individuals already seated, including the heads of various prominent clans. "Tsunade, please take a seat. We shall commence once the others arrive." Before long, the remaining distant Nin had also arrived. "Now, I have convened you all here because, as you are likely aware, the original 10-year deadline has been reached. After a decade of recuperation, the other major ninja villages are now casting covetous eyes upon our land of fire. Coupled with various other factors, we must be thoroughly prepared. Thus, I have arranged several teams to be deployed to the borders to respond to any potential developments." Sarutobi Hiruzen observed that the elite forces of the Hidden Leaf Village had gathered before commencing the meeting. The atmosphere around the conference table was one of cautious glances exchanged amongst the attendees. This was indeed a significant matter, while the independent Nin remained relatively composed. The clan leaders were visibly hesitant. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, aligned with the Hokage's faction, faced fewer concerns. However, the considerations for the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were far more complex. Not to mention, the Uchiha clan was not a simple autocracy. Internal factional struggles ran deep. The Hyuga clan leader bowed his head in contemplation, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Nevertheless, as a member of the neutral faction, he could not afford to undermine Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan exuded an even cooler demeanor. Their leader remained impassive, yet his gaze flitted between the others, seemingly assessing where to place his bets. Since we are discussing border defense, I trust you all comprehend the inherent risks involved. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated with a measured tone, his keen eyes scanning the room like a blade. I hope to avoid any reluctance or indecision. This is not merely a matter of individual clan honor, but rather for the sake of the Hidden Leaf Village. Dans leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Humph, after 10 years, what is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Just ensure that no one falters at the critical moment, leaving us to clean up the mess. Though his words were not directed at anyone specifically, they struck like a dagger between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, causing the air in the conference room to freeze. Just as the atmosphere was about to reach a standstill, the soft sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. An Umbu ninja entered, whispering a few words into Sarutobi's ear. Sarutobi's brow twitched slightly before he spoke. The intelligence from the Umbu has confirmed that reconnaissance teams from both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Rock have been frequently active along the borders. The timeline may be sooner than we anticipated, my friends. I fear this is not the decade-long truce we had prepared for, but rather a premature declaration of war from them. This statement caused many faces to pale. Meanwhile, outside the conference room, Tabor sat on a stone bench in his courtyard, squinting at the ominous clouds on the horizon, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had not expected things to escalate so swiftly. The meeting in Konoha continued amidst a somber and tense atmosphere, yet Tabor remained undisturbed in his garden, seemingly indifferent to the urgency of the outside world. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying with it the faint scent of leaves, while the cup of once-hot tea in Tabor's hand gleamed softly in the sunlight. He gazed at the darkening clouds, his expression serene, as though he were awaiting something. At that moment, he tilted his head slightly, his gaze narrowing on a distant movement within the forest. A flicker of disturbance passed, almost imperceptible. Were it anyone else, they would not have noticed the slightest indication of any situation. However, a smile crept onto Tabor's lips. Over the years, he and Tsunade had traveled extensively across the ninja world, occasionally encountering white Zetsu lurking in the shadows. Most of the time, they merely happened to pass by. But regardless of the distance, whenever they approached within a certain range, these white Zetsu would vanish like snowflakes consumed by flames. He did not employ any overt power. He simply found the incessant scrutiny of these pests distasteful. Thus, any white Zetsu that drew near would be silently erased without a trace. Even now, black Zetsu remained oblivious as to how these white Zetsu met their demise. Tabor lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip before slowly setting it down, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. However, he had no intention of intervening. Instead, he chose to observe the unfolding drama like a spectator. Meanwhile, discussions within the conference room gradually reached a resolution. Sarutobi Hizashi decided to immediately assemble 3 elite squads, dispatching them to various strategic border locations, while Tsunade was assigned to oversee the pivotal northwest front to confront the potentially imminent arrival of the Hidden Rock forces. Upon hearing this assignment, Tsunade did not hesitate, but merely furrowed her brow. She understood that this conflict would likely not resemble past skirmishes, but was a true precursor to a large-scale confrontation. After the meeting, she returned home directly. As she pushed open the courtyard door, she found Tabor leisurely seated on the stone bench, having indulged in a rare moment of training with natural energy. News from the Umbu suggested that not just one village was stirring. It seemed as though the entire ninja world was in turmoil. Tsunade spoke, her tone laced with concern. Tabor glanced at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is to be expected. I mentioned a decade ago that I merely postponed the Great War. Tsunade paused for a moment, recalling the words previously spoken by Tabor. She nodded silently, recognizing the inexorable rules of the world, feeling a sense of helplessness. The 10-year agreement and the premature outbreak of war were merely instruments wielded by influential politicians to control the populace. Tabor rose, stretching languidly. Has Sarutobi sent you as well? Yes, my teacher has assigned me to guard the northwest for a time, to prevent attacks from the rock shinobi. I will be away for a while, so try not to miss me too much, Tsunade replied, casting a flirtatious glance at Tabor before entering the house to prepare the necessary items. Chapter 167. the dual observing Tsunade, who still radiated the youthful beauty of 17 or 18. Tabor couldn't help but smile knowingly. Years ago, he had enhanced her vitality, and nearly a decade had passed without leaving a single trace of age upon her. Moreover, with her immense life force, the seal on her forehead contained a chakra reserve far greater than depicted in the anime. Once she completed her preparations, Tsunade leaped toward Tabor, bestowing upon him a passionate kiss before blushing and hastily departing. Shortly after her departure, the gate of the courtyard swung open, and two red-haired girls, around 12 or 13 years old, entered. Tabor, we come to train with you. Upon entering, Kushina dashed toward Tabor, grabbing his hand excitedly. Oh, it's Kushina and Rin. You finished school so early today? What a pity. Your sister Tsunade just left on a long journey and won't be back for quite some time. So you won't get to say goodbye? Tabor said, affectionately ruffling their hair. Kushina and Rin had arrived in Konoha a few years prior, their purpose obviously tied to the Nine Tails. However, at this time, Tabor was still quite young and fully capable of containing the beast. Even decades from now, he would remain more than capable. Nonetheless, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Is that so? What a shame. But even in Tsunade's absence, we can only sigh at the unfortunate timing. By the way, Rope Tree should be returning soon as well, considering he has been away for quite some time, Tabor added. Rope Tree had trained with shadow clones for 10 years, attaining a level of strength that firmly placed him among the elite shinobi. Is Big Brother Rope Tree coming back soon? That is wonderful. It's been ages since we last saw him. Kushina and Rin exclaimed joyfully. Once their excitement had settled, Tabor began to guide them, sharing simpler and swifter methods for training their chakra and ninjutsu. Over the past few years, during moments of idleness, Tabor had conducted various studies and gained a deeper understanding of chakra, recognizing it as merely a lower form of energy manipulation. While it served little benefit to him, it proved to be quite advantageous for Tsunade and the girls. As they practiced for a while, Tabor glanced towards the entrance, where soon after, Jiraiya appeared, accompanied by a golden-haired boy of similar age to Kushina. This boy was none other than the future Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Hey Tabor, I'm here, Jiraiya casually announced as he led Minato inside. Upon entering the courtyard, Minato bowed respectfully to Tabor, displaying great courtesy. Tabor nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the politeness of the young lad. Minato began to observe his surroundings, and upon catching sight of Uzumaki Hyane, his smile broadened. Jiraiya's loud voice drew the attention of both Kushina and Hyane. When Hyane noticed Minato standing beside Jiraiya, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. This scene did not escape Jiraiya's notice, confirming his thoughts further. What? Not peeking? You come here instead? Tabor remarked, casting a casual glance at Jiraiya before addressing him. Minato, Hyane and the others are over there. Go chat with them and discuss your training. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Minato shyly nodded and slowly approached Kushina and Hyane. Hello, Hyane and Kushina. I didn't expect to find you practicing here, he greeted politely. Hyane merely blushed and murmured a soft hello. As for Kushina, she remained unimpressed by Minato's seemingly effeminate demeanor, perceiving a lack of masculinity. Minato, let me see what you're capable of. Without waiting for Minato to respond, Kushina threw a punch at him. Kushina, wait. Hyane exclaimed, surprised that Kushina had initiated combat without giving Minato a moment to prepare. However, thanks to Jiraiya's training, Minato's skills and reflexes were quite remarkable. As Kushina's attack came hurtling towards him, he swiftly dodged to the side. Yet, Kushina, being a formidable force under Tsunade's mentorship, unleashed a powerful punch that, even without direct contact, forced a small cut on Minato's cheek due to the sheer force of the wind generated. It seems you're not all that impressive either. Hyane, go assist Minato. Let's have a proper match. Kushina, now energized by the excitement, declared, confident that Minato could not rival her. After a moment of hesitation, Hyane nodded earnestly and approached Minato. Blushing, she softly said, Minato, let's team up. Kushina is really strong. Jiraiya leaned closer to Tabor, wearing a mischievous grin. Tabor, look at how shy Hyane is. I think Minato has a chance with her. Tabor chuckled helplessly. Let them be. Perhaps this is the beginning of a beautiful connection. With Minato and Hyane teaming up, Kushina, who had initially been brimming with confidence, now felt a surge of pressure. She had not anticipated that their collaboration would render her so disadvantaged. Bang! As their fists collided, Hyane engaged in a fierce exchange using the Might Guy fist and Kushina's techniques. It quickly became evident that Kushina was exceptionally adept at mastering the Might Guy fist, causing Hien to stagger under the sheer force of their clash. However, Minato Namikaze was not one to stand idly by while his comrades battled. He swiftly dashed towards Kushina's flank. Just as he was about to reach her, Kushina pivoted, launching a sweeping kick towards him. Minato's reflexes were remarkable. He narrowly avoided the strike by twisting his body. Yet, Kushina's onslaught was relentless. Seizing the moment while Minato evaded, she charged at Hien, delivering another powerful blow from the Might Guy fist. Hien gritted her teeth in defiance, but the sheer might of the attack forced her to retreat repeatedly. In that fleeting instant, Minato, who had previously dodged, crouched low and executed a sweeping leg kick that sent Kushina tumbling to the ground. He then placed a kunai against her throat, only to subsequently remove it and tuck it away in his pocket. All right, I concede. I underestimated both of you. I never anticipated your synergy would be so harmonious, Kushina remarked, brushing off her clothes as she rose, her gaze flitting between Minato and Hien, a knowing expression crossing her face that caused Hien's cheeks to flush crimson. Chapter 168. The Stolen Sealing Scroll in the ensuing days. The yard of Tabor became a frequent battleground for the trio, leading him to feel as though his space had been transformed into a training ground. This Jiraiya, he doesn't even train his own disciples. He simply sends them over here every day, Tabor mused, shaking his head at the ongoing skirmishes. Yet, he could not help but marvel at Minato's innate combat talent. It was no wonder he was destined to become Hokage, possessing both intelligence and skill. Observing the chaotic melee, Tabor was astonished by Minato's prowess. Although his current strength paled in comparison to Kushina's, he adeptly utilized the momentum of the battle to redirect attacks towards Hien, mastering techniques such as the shadow clone and substitution jutsu with remarkable finesse. This, however, was under the condition that Kushina and Hien refrained from employing sealing techniques. Moreover, Minato's chakra reserves were vastly inferior to those of the two women. Indeed, when one is impoverished, they resort to tactical maneuvers, while the affluent wield overwhelming firepower. Watching Kushina and Hien unleash sealing techniques and the Might Guy fist with abandon, Tabor couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Minato. Kushina, come here for a moment, Tabor called out, beckoning to the trio. Upon hearing his summons, they ceased their actions and approached him. I have a general understanding of your current situations. Kushina, your attacks are excessively straightforward. Hien, while your techniques are adequate, they lack distinction. As for you, Minato, it appears that your chakra is somewhat limited at this stage, but more importantly, your offensive strategies seem rather lackluster. It seems Jiraiya has yet to impart any significant ninjutsu to you. After gathering them together, Tabor proceeded to summarize their circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Tabor raised his hand and, to everyone's astonishment, a colossal scroll materialized in his previously empty grasp, adorned with a prominent seal. Take a look at this. Note down the names of those who are interested. You can peruse the Flying Thunder God technique within, he suggested. Meanwhile, the guards who were tasked with overseeing the sealed tome suddenly realized that the book had vanished, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. What on earth happened? Quickly search for it. I must report this to the Hokage. With that, the ninja swiftly made his way toward the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he hurriedly addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, the sealed book has disappeared. At this news, Sarutobi sprang from his chair, fully aware that this was no trivial matter. The sealed tome contained vital techniques of the Hidden Leaf Village. He promptly followed the ninja to the location where the book was stored. What transpired? Sarutobi inquired as they proceeded. I'm not certain. We were on duty when the book, secured by the protective barrier, suddenly vanished. Strangely, the barrier showed no signs of being breached, the supervising Jonin explained. This revelation caused Sarutobi's brow to furrow in deep concern as he pondered the implications. If the barrier remained intact, could the sealed book have been stolen? Was it the work of the Uzumaki clan? Before long, they arrived at the repository of the sealed tome, where 3 other ninjas awaited them. Lord Hokage, we have scoured the vicinity and found no signs of intrusion, nor any trace of the book's whereabouts, they reported. Sarutobi inspected the room, but found no further clues. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. It seems I must investigate elsewhere, he muttered. You are to keep this matter confidential. I will arrange for an inquiry. With that, Sarutobi issued a gag order to the 4 ninjas before discreetly departing. However, on his way back, he altered his course and hastened toward Tabor's courtyard. At that moment, Kushina and Minato were seated, diligently studying the techniques within the sealed tome. Thanks to Tabor's guidance, they had each identified the ninjutsu that suited them best. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Sarutobi appeared before them, his demeanor grave. "Tabor, what is the meaning of this?" he demanded, his gaze fixed on Tabor while glancing at the open sealed tome on the table. Tabor, with a nonchalant smile, replied, "Lord Hokage, I merely believe these children possess great potential. I thought it wise to allow them to draw knowledge from the sealed tome to enhance their abilities. After all, leaving such a resource untouched would be a waste." Although Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored some discontent towards Tabor, he felt somewhat helpless and could only furrow his brow, stating, "These are privileges granted only to those who have made significant contributions to the village. Moreover, the Book of Sealing is a core secret of the village. If it were to be leaked, it would bring unprecedented calamities to Konohagakure. Rest assured, the Book of Sealing shall not be lost while in my possession. As for contributions, once they are dispatched to the battlefield, they can earn them there. Consider this an advance payment. Furthermore, they are, after all, your disciples, being students of Jiraiya." Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's persistent rambling, Tabor waved his hand dismissively. Minato then rose, respectfully declaring, "Lord Hokage, we shall adhere to the village's regulations, learning only the ninjutsu suitable for ourselves, and we will not divulge any secrets. We will undoubtedly earn sufficient contributions for Konohagakure." Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazing at the earnest expressions of the three, sighed. "Very well, since it has come to this, I hope you will make good use of it and not disappoint me." After offering further instructions, he turned to depart. "Rest assured, once they have completed their studies, I will return the Book of Sealing to its rightful place." Tabor called after him. Initially, the few individuals studying the contents of the Book of Sealing were somewhat apprehensive, but with the Hokage's approval, the trio became increasingly engrossed in their research. Kushina was utterly captivated by the sealing techniques within, continuously sketching hand seals on paper. Although Mito had already taught her numerous sealing arts, one can never have too many skills. Hiyori focused intently on finding ninjutsu that would enhance her overall strength. For this gentle-natured girl, Tabor could offer little advice. As for Minato, he gazed at the flying thunder god technique with rapt fascination. It seemed that after only a brief observation, he had developed an extraordinary understanding of this spatial ninjutsu. As days turned into weeks, their abilities significantly improved. Minato had already begun to execute some foundational techniques of the flying thunder god, while Kushina had mastered several simple, yet practical sealing arts. Tabor too was curious about the other contents of the Book of Sealing. Although he felt fearless in this world of Hokage, he was particularly intrigued by the impure world reincarnation and the Shiki F gene. The realm of the dead indeed held an alluring mystery. Chapter 169. The Netherworld. Subsequently, Tabor, guided by the spatial coordinates sensed during the hand seals, tore through the void and entered the Netherworld. Indeed, the realm of spirits was shrouded in darkness. Upon entering the Netherworld, Tabor began to survey his surroundings. The environment was scarcely distinguishable from the night, although he could vaguely discern distant objects. At that moment, a colossal ethereal figure suddenly materialized before him. Adorned with a pair of horns, clothed in white, and wearing a fanged mask, this entity fixed its crimson gaze upon Tabor. Its appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the Shinigami depicted in the Shiki F gene. "Human, you should not be present in the Netherworld." As soon as the words left its mouth, the figure swiftly drew a long blade from its waist and swung it down towards Tabor. Tabor effortlessly extended a finger, easily deflecting the attack. "Humph, the place I wish to go, you are not worthy to obstruct." With a mere flick of his fingertip, he sent the long blade flying, immediately following it with a powerful force that pressed his opponent firmly to the ground. "To be honest, your appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of the Otsutsuki clan." Tabor circled around the grim figure, observing that the horns atop his head increasingly resembled those of the Otsutsuki lineage, and then posed a question to him. Upon hearing Tabor's words, the Reaper began to noticeably shrink before his eyes, soon transforming into a size akin to that of an ordinary adult. "Who are you?" "It is impossible for an ordinary person to appear here without having perished." The man gradually rose, eyeing Tabor with great caution. At this moment, his originally white attire morphed into a dark ensemble, while the horns adorning his head took on a regal quality. Most notably, his forehead bore a rinnegan, and one eye was white while the other was black. Yet, Both eyes remained fixed intently on Tabor. Who am I? More pressing is the question of who you truly are, Tabor said, a smirk playing upon his lips as he regarded the disheveled Reaper. To think a member of the Otsutsuki clan would become a Reaper in the underworld. Humph. This world is of my own creation. I am destined to be its sovereign. Upon hearing Tabor's proclamation, the Otsutsuki individual bellowed in fury. However, he refrained from acting recklessly, for when Tabor had struck him down, he had glimpsed a vision of the future through his divine technique, foreseeing his own annihilation should he challenge Tabor. Oh, it seems you must have consumed a considerable amount of divine fruit to attain such formidable power. You are indeed unique within the ninja world. Tabor expressed astonishment upon hearing that this underworld was of the man's creation, while the realm was rather limited. The ability to guide the souls of the deceased to this place and become its ruler was indeed a remarkable feat. You even possess knowledge of the divine tree. Have you also consumed its fruit? No, there is no trace of divine fruit energy upon you. Unbeknownst to Tabor, his seemingly innocuous comment ignited a torrent of speculation within the man's mind. Moreover, excessive consumption of the divine fruit would lead to rejection by the will of this world, rendering one unable to manifest in the present realm. It appears I have stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. Hearing the man's frenzied outburst, Tabor was taken aback by the unforeseen effects of the divine fruit. So, you must be the leader of the Otsutsuki clan, otherwise you would not have had access to such an abundance of divine fruit. Do tell. I am Otsutsuki Gigi, indeed a member of the Otsutsuki clan. However, many years ago, I was cast aside by the will of the world, my soul separated from my body. Thus, I created this realm, only to discover that the souls of those who have passed would be guided to my world. Upon realizing the disparity in strength between himself and Tabor, Otsutsuki Shurgyo recounted his origins. So it is, Tabor mused, it appears you have caused considerable harm to numerous planets. No wonder you have been cast aside by the will of this world. The moment Tabor heard Otsutsuki Shurgyo's words, he immediately sensed the subtext. I had thought the underworld was a grand and illustrious realm, yet it is merely a small space conjured by human hands. How mundane. With that, Tabor extended his finger and lightly swiped at the air before him, revealing a fissure akin to a zipper being drawn open. He stepped directly into it. By the way, the Sage of Six Paths resides within your domain, does he not? Tabor suddenly turned back to inquire. Otsutsuki Shurgyo, taken aback by the question, nodded in a daze. Receiving the answer he sought, Tabor vanished into the rift without a backward glance, which promptly sealed itself, disappearing entirely. With the tension in his body finally easing, Otsutsuki Shurgyo sank to the ground, his gaze lingering on the spot where the rift had just been, murmuring to himself, who on earth is that? Such terrifying power. It seems the dimensional hierarchy of this world is indeed quite low. Back in the ninja world, Tabor found himself reflecting on this with a sigh. Over the next few days, he delved deeply into the contents of the Book of Seals, mastering the material to the extent that he could guide Kushina and her companions in their training. A month passed swiftly, and once again, an unexpected visitor arrived at Tabor's residence. Tabor, I'm back, Jiraiya called out as he leapt from a distant tree straight into Tabor's courtyard. Witnessing this, Tabor nonchalantly waved his right hand, summoning a massive transparent shield that enveloped the entire yard. Jiraiya, completely unprepared, collided with it, slowly sliding down its surface thereafter. Watergate, observing the scene, covered his eyes with his hand, indicating he wanted no part in witnessing Jiraiya's embarrassment. Master, use the front door, Watergate shouted, pointing towards the entrance of the courtyard. Jiraiya, now nursing a nosebleed, trudged towards the gate while grumbling. Tabor, how could you do this? You should have mentioned the barrier. As he entered, he pointed at his reddened nose in accusation. My home is not a marketplace. Anyone cannot just waltz in, especially those who neglect to teach their own disciples and choose to enter through the back. Leaning back in his chair, Tabor sipped from a nearby teacup and replied leisurely. Jiraiya, aware of his fault, began to defend himself. I had no choice. The old man assigned me to guard the borders. I intended to bring Watergate along, but he hasn't graduated yet. However, I'm here to take him to the battlefield. Upon hearing the mention of the battlefield, Tabor glanced at both Jiraiya and Watergate. Certainly, it is time for Watergate to transform theoretical knowledge into practical experience, as it has learned quite a bit already. Therefore, Kushina and Hiyori, it is your turn to undergo some training as well. Kushina, I shall escort you to Tsunade, while Hiyori, you may accompany Jiraiya. Having not seen Tsunade for over a month, Tabor felt a deep longing for his beautiful wife and decided to visit her at the border to discuss important matters of life. At this moment, Tabor created 3 pendants and handed them to the trio. By wearing these, they could safeguard themselves in times of peril. Chapter 170. The Conspiracy of the Rock Ninjas. The 3 recipients of the pendants exchanged glances, unaware that the pendants had piqued Jiraiya's intense interest. These were indeed valuable items. They should wear them. Jiraiya promptly urged Minato to don the pendant around his neck. Upon seeing Minato adorned with the pendant, Kushina and Obito hastily followed suit. Jiraiya, observing their adornment, was filled with envy, muttering, "Alas, why am I so unfortunate?" Tabor, unable to resist, teased Jiraiya, suggesting he had known of his desire for the pendant for quite some time. With a shake of his head, Tabor effortlessly conjured another pendant in his palm, emanating a soft glow. "Ah, now that feels right. After all, our friendship spans several years," Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he carefully took the pendant, hanging it around his neck with utmost care, as if afraid it might vanish. Tabor could not help but roll his eyes at the sight. "Well, since we are heading to the border, we should set off today. Given the current turmoil in the ninja world, there is little reason to delay." Tabor set down his teacup, rising to his feet. "Let us go, Kushina. Jiraiya, please remember to close the door on your way out." Tabor called over his shoulder as he departed the courtyard with Kushina, leaving a bewildered Jiraiya behind. "Really, this is not my home. Yet I am asked to close the door," Jiraiya grumbled. Yet he took his instructions to heart and complied earnestly. This journey, aimed at training alongside Kushina, involved several days of travel rather than a direct teleportation to the border. "Kushina, I wish to introduce you to an acquaintance," Tabor said, a playful smile gracing his lips. Kushina blinked curiously and inquired, "Who is it?" Tabor, with a slight smirk, replied, "You shall find out upon arrival." As they continued onward, after traversing a wooded area, the sound of rushing water soon reached their ears. The pair quickly arrived at the foot of a majestic waterfall, where torrents cascaded from great heights, the roar echoing around them. In the distance, they could vaguely discern a young man seated cross-legged beneath the waterfall, allowing the deluge to crash against him. Tabor and Kushina approached, and there, in deep concentration, was none other than Rope Tree. By the riverbank, there leaned a solitary figure against a seemingly hewn, flat boulder. Basking in the sun, the shadowy doppelganger upon the stone regarded Tabor and nodded in acknowledgement. The sound generated here drew the attention of the vine tree that had been resting at the base of the waterfall, causing it to spring forth from the flowing waters with vigor. "Teacher, what brings you here?" asked Kushina. "Are you training alongside the teacher now?" "Indeed. I am quite formidable now. Soon I shall surpass you," Kushina declared confidently, extending her fist towards the vine tree in a display of bravado. Much to the amusement of the vine tree, Tabor appraised the vine tree, nodding in approval. "Not bad. You've grown significantly in just a few months." This compliment left the vine tree feeling somewhat bashful. "The border conflicts have escalated recently. I seized the opportunity to bring Kushina along for some practical experience." "Border conflicts? What is happening?" the vine tree inquired, urgency lacing his voice. To him, the Hidden Leaf Village was of utmost importance, as he aspired to become Hokage. "Oh, I nearly forgot you are unaware of the decade-long agreement. You were quite young then, so I didn't mention it." As they walked, Tabor began to elucidate the events that had transpired. Before long, the group approached the border of the Hidden Leaf Village, where the main road was devoid of any presence. Sounds occasionally echoed from the dense forest surrounding them, but soon a few ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village arrived. "Everyone, there may be a risk of combat ahead. If there are no other matters, I kindly urge you to return," one of the ninjas said courteously, addressing them. "It seems we have reached the border. Our training is about to commence." "Kushina," Tabor remarked, placing a hand on each of their shoulders before vanishing in an instant. "What just happened?" The ninjas were taken aback, fearing they had encountered spies from a rival nation employing deceptive tactics. They hurriedly retreated to their base to prepare for vigilance. "It's a trap. Quickly, we must return." Unbeknownst to them, on their return path, several ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village were meticulously setting up explosive tags and traps. "Captain, I will lure them in. Once the explosive tags detonate, we shall initiate our attack," the ninja arranging the explosive tags declared, his hands never ceasing their work. Unintentionally, his words reached the ears of the approaching ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. After exchanging glances, the central figure among them gestured to the others. and they swiftly split up, racing towards the hidden leaf base. On the other side, Tabor, Shinshu, and Kushina appeared outside Tsunade's tent. Upon noticing the sudden arrival of the three, the two guarding ninjas quickly drew their kunai and exclaimed, "Who are you?" The commotion outside caught Tsunade's attention, prompting her to draw back the tent flap. Clad in her combat attire, she appeared even more formidable than when she was at home. "Tabor, Shinshu, Kushina, what brings you here?" Although puzzled by their unexpected arrival, the sight of her long-missed younger brother brought a radiant smile to Tsunade's face. "Sister, we are here to assist you," Shinshu replied, his grin brightened by the sunlight filtering through the leaves, making him appear even more cheerful. "The battlefield is no child's play, but I suppose it is time for you to step up now that you've grown." Initially, Tsunade contemplated refusing Shinshu's offer, but upon seeing her brother, who had nearly outgrown her, she sighed softly. "Rest assured, both Shinshu and Kushina are my prot-gs. If they cannot handle this minor challenge, then my efforts would have been in vain." Tabor discerned Tsunade's concerns, but he was confident that, under his guidance over the years, they were more than capable of self-preservation within the ninja realm. Chapter 171. The arrival of Sarutobi Hisashi Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama. Something is amiss. While Tabor and the others were engaged in conversation, the ninjas they had encountered on the main road had reached the camp. Upon seeing Tabor and the others, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Be cautious, Tsunade-sama. They must be spies from the rock village." Tsunade turned to Tabor and his companions, her face a mask of confusion. "When did you become spies for the rock village?" Shinshu chuckled. "Sister, we encountered them on our way here. It seems they have misunderstood us." Kushina nodded in agreement. "Enough. They are my family, not spies." "You needn't worry," Tsunade reassured, nodding to the ninja. The ninja, after glancing apologetically at Tabor and the others, resumed speaking. "Tsunade-sama, on our way back, we encountered rock ninjas setting traps. I overheard them discussing plans to lure us in and ambush us, intending to attack our base. It appears our information has been compromised." Immediately, Tsunade's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. "You may leave now. I will arrange for a reconnaissance team to handle this." She then summoned members of the Hyuga and Inazuka clans, instructing them to coordinate in monitoring the movements of the rock ninjas. "Now, Shinshu and Kushina, since you are here, you must follow my orders. Do not act recklessly. You have learned in school that the battlefield is unpredictable. One moment you may be advancing smoothly, and the next, stepping on a detonating tag could leave you gravely injured or even dead. I will arrange for experienced jonin to lead you for a period of time." At this moment, Tsunade no longer exhibited her previous ease. Her expression had turned serious as she regarded the two. After hearing this, Moku and Kushina nodded in unison, their faces resolute. "Sister Tsunade, rest assured, we will certainly be obedient," Moku declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Kushina chimed in. "Indeed, we shall not cause any trouble." Just then, a scouting ninja hurried back, his demeanor tense. "Lady Tsunade, the rock shinobi have commenced their actions. They have divided into several groups, with one faction rapidly approaching our stronghold, while another seems to have circled around to the rear." Tsunade furrowed her brow and immediately summoned personnel to devise a battle plan. Moku, Kushina, accompany my team to confront the advancing rock shinobi. The Hyuga and Inazuka clans will continue to monitor them. The rest will split into teams of 3 according to their respective leaders' arrangements to ambush the enemy. After articulating her orders, Tsunade cast a somewhat ambiguous glance at Tabor. "Tabor, will you be waiting for me at the base?" This remark instantly ignited a flurry of envy and admiration among the surrounding male ninjas, who regarded Tabor with newfound interest, suspecting a special connection between him and Tsunade. "It's fine, you go ahead with your tasks. I'll wander around here for a bit. If I feel like leaving, I'll return. I'll come find you later." Unfazed by the envious gazes, Tabor waved dismissively at her. "Very well, I shall take my leave then. You manage things as you see fit." Tsunade, well aware of Tabor's capabilities, refrained from contesting his decision and subsequently led her subordinates away. After watching Tsunade and the others depart, Tabor began to meander around the base. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence and, upon scanning the area, clearly spotted the concealed white Zetsu lurking underground. It was surprising how far-reaching the influence of these white Zetsu was. They seemed to be everywhere. However, Tabor merely shook his head. This was not his concern. He currently held no interest in Black Zetsu's schemes and, if possible, would even facilitate them. as part of his own objectives involved the God Tree. Soon, the sounds of ninjutsu clashing and trees snapping echoed from the woods ahead, indicating that the battle had commenced. Alas, it's a pity I arrived too early. If I had come a few years later, perhaps I could have engaged in a pleasant conversation with another formidable figure in the shinobi world. With that, Tabor swiftly returned to the courtyard of Konoha. Tsunade and her team possessed charms that would ensure their safety. As Tsunade's battle unfolded, various other locations within Konoha seemed to erupt in conflict as if orchestrated, with supplies for the villagers being dispatched in continuous streams towards the border. During this time, Tabor was not idle. He often sneaked away to the Land of Water, where he engaged in a lowly raising game with Terumi Mei. Meanwhile, Tsunade, originally stationed at the Rock Shinobi border, was urgently reassigned to Sunagakure. Due to Chiyo's involvement, Konoha had suffered significant losses, necessitating her expertise in medical ninjutsu for support. It was only with Tsunade's involvement that the previously dire situation began to turn around. Suddenly, a series of knocking sounds echoed from outside the courtyard. "Enter," called Tabor without turning his head, already aware of the visitor's identity, none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Why, Hokage-sama, are you not in your office? What brings you here?" Hiruzen stepped inside, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Tabor, given the urgent state of the village due to the ongoing conflict, I had no choice but to seek your assistance." Tabor raised an eyebrow, surprised that Hiruzen would come to him for this reason. After all, in the original narrative, even without his intervention, Konoha ultimately emerged victorious. With a heavy sigh, Hiruzen explained, "As you know, our village lies at the heart of the 5 great nations. This time, several ninja villages have united to launch an attack against us, and we find ourselves stretched thin." That may not be entirely accurate. As far as I know, there are still numerous members of the Uchiha clan within the village who have yet to be deployed. Are you still intent on enforcing the will of Senju Tobarama to suppress the Uchiha clan? Tabor countered. Moreover, the root organization under Danzo has plenty of ninjas. Sending them out would suffice. With that, Tabor closed his eyes once more, returning to his introspection regarding his own power. Realizing that Tabor would not offer any help, Hiruzen sighed and shook his head, turning to leave. However, as soon as Hiruzen departed the courtyard, Tabor abruptly opened his eyes and scoffed. "Umph. Do they think they can use me as a weapon? Can they afford the cost?" Yet, Tabor's remarks had inadvertently sparked a realization in Hiruzen. It seemed the time had come to unleash the remaining potential within him. A glimmer of determination flashed in Hiruzen's eyes as he solidified his thoughts. "Summon Uchiha clan leader and elder Danzo to me." Chapter 172. Convergence. After giving instructions to the Umbu, Hiruzen swiftly made his way toward the Hokage building, feeling a heavier burden than when he had left Tabor's courtyard. He understood that Tabor would not act lightly. The man's stance was clear. The fate of Konoha was of no concern to him. It appeared that he could not rely solely on his relationship with Tsunade. Reflecting on his previous conversation with Tabor, Hiruzen pondered deeply. He was no fool, and the art of balance was his forte. The root and Uchiha clans had to be mobilized, no matter what. Muttering to himself, a fierce glint crossed his gaze. "Hiruzen, what is it you wish to discuss?" Danzo inquired as he arrived, and Hiruzen met with him privately. Danzo approached the conversation directly, treating Hiruzen as an old comrade rather than facing the usual pressure that came with being Hokage. "Danzo, the conflict with Sunagakure has inflicted significant losses on our village. Consequently, I have dispatched Tsunade there for support. However, this leaves us lacking in high-level combatants against Awagakure. Thus, I need you to send the root organization to assist in the follow-up operations there." "What? Hiruzen, you must understand that the existence of root is not meant for such purposes." Upon hearing this, Danzo abruptly stood up, vehemently rebuking Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his eyes, root was merely an appendage, one that would undoubtedly suffer significant losses on the battlefield, a scenario he could not bear to witness. "I am not here to negotiate with you. This matter is settled," he asserted. "Now, go and arrange for personnel to depart immediately." With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued an eviction order to Danzo. Naruto Hiruzen, you, Danzo, realizing he had no room for rebuttal, could only leave with a disdainful snort, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. As he stormed out, seeking to vent his frustration by slamming the door, he encountered the Uchiha clan leader. Danzo merely cast a cold glance before turning away. The outcome was evident. Shortly thereafter, Sarutobi Hiruzen conferred with the Uchiha clan. arranging for several of their members to join the battlefield, compensating for the losses incurred in their battle against the Sand Shinobi. Following this, aside from the first batch of Root members who departed in the afternoon, the Uchiha clan also mobilized numerous clan members the following day. With their addition, the front lines would likely face no further issues. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window on the second floor, observing the departing figures of the ninjas, taking a puff from his cigarette and sighing. Little did he know that this conflict would persist for nearly a decade, not only elevating the reputation of the young elite from Konoha, but also nearly causing the collapse of the resource-rich land of fire. It appeared that the situation at the borders was indeed dire, as he had surprisingly dispatched both Root and the Uchiha. Tabor, who was seldom seen away from home, contemplated this development. What does it matter to me? These affairs do not concern me, he mused. As battles unfolded, the schemes of Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu were progressing methodically. Years later, the absence of Tabor's influence gradually corrected the historical trajectory that had begun to cheapen. The death of Uchiha Obito and the emergence of the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, marked significant turning points. Throughout this tumultuous conflict, the sought-after Dragon Balls had been discovered by various nations. Yet the inability to gather the remaining orbs rendered them essentially useless. After several years of idle play, these exquisite orbs were relegated to the treasure rooms, collecting dust. Ultimately, the conflict among the major nations concluded with compensations and reparations directed towards the Land of Fire. The war has finally come to an end, sighed the returning group, all smiles and expressions of joy, eagerly anticipating reunions with their families. Days prior to the commencement of negotiations among the great nations, Tabor had already returned Tsunade, Kushina, and SHT. However, unexpectedly, just a few days after SHT returned home, he seemed to have a change of heart, expressing a desire to wander the ninja world, yearning to explore the outside realm. Sister, brother-in-law, I have made up my mind. During this period, I have witnessed too many scenes I wish to forget. I yearn to travel and explore the world, to rejuvenate my spirit. At this moment, Shinshu's visage has shed its youthful innocence, after a decade of trials on the battlefield. His resolute features and weary eyes seem to narrate the fatigue within. Katsuyu, it's all right. Shinshu has grown and deserves to venture out, to see more of the world. He has been through a lot lately. A little relaxation would do him good. Observing Katsuyu's hesitant expression, Tabor stepped beside her, embracing her gently to offer solace. With my jade pendant for protection, Shinshu shall not encounter danger. Yes, brother-in-law, I entrust my sister and grandmother to your care. After bidding farewell to Mito and Katsuyu, Shinshu departed towards the gates of Konoha without looking back. Shinshu, remember to bring home a wife when you return. Katsuyu's shout nearly caused Shinshu to stumble, prompting him to hastily flee before anyone could recognize him. Meanwhile, back in the Uchiha clan, the losses on the battlefield weighed heavily, and discontent began to fester within the clan. Yet, the newly appointed leader, Uchiha Fugaku, managed to quell the unrest, although a faction of radicals was starting to emerge. On this very day, while still in Katsuyu's company, Tabor suddenly sensed a surge of temporal energy from the sky that enveloped him, transporting him entirely into it. However, within this temporal tunnel, he felt a force entering his being. What is this? Memories and power from 20 years ago? How is this possible? Tabor swiftly integrated this force into his body, but as he prepared to exit, an instinct warned him that doing so would wreak havoc on the current world. It seemed that the same rule was at play again. He realized this force originated from the previously encountered station in the small world. With a sigh, he resolved to seal away these 20 years of memories. Yet he allowed a moment for their unsealing, when he next activated the Dragon Vein's power. As Tabor completed the sealing, he found himself manifesting within the Dragon Vein of Lulan. Gazing at his surroundings, he uttered a familiar yet strange phrase. It appears that relying on the Dragon Vein to unlock the gateway of time can only span 20 years. Chapter 173. The Black Zetsu gathering the Dragon Balls as the Lulan Pillar of Light flickered once more. Tabor's previously sealed memories, lingering in the temporal tunnel, were now unlocked. So it was like this, he murmured softly as he vanished from the temporal tunnel, only to reappear in Konoha. At that moment, the ceremony for Minato's succession as Hokage had just concluded, and to Katsuyu and the others. It seemed as though Tabor had merely been absent from their sight for a brief moment, thus drawing no attention to the occurrence. However, amidst this grand ceremony, the enigmatic Black Zetsu stealthily infiltrated and acquired the Dragon Ball from the Hidden Leaf Village. Only one more remains. Danzo. After seizing the Dragon Ball, Black Zetsu hurriedly made his way to the base of the Root organization. To his dismay, after a thorough search, he was unable to locate the Dragon Ball hidden by Danzo. Cursed be this fellow. Could it be that he has taken the Dragon Ball with him? After pondering for a moment, Black Zetsu grit his teeth and departed from the base. Soon, he encountered Obito. Obito, I believe we have a prime opportunity. I've received word that Danzo possesses another Dragon Ball. We should acquire it first. What do you think? Upon finding Obito, Black Zetsu began to spin his web of persuasion. However, Obito replied, the last time I interacted with him, I hadn't resolved the matter concerning Taboo, so this may prove to be quite challenging. Hearing this, Obito felt a headache coming on. No worries, just explain the situation truthfully. It seems that Danzo deliberately sent you to investigate the Taboo situation. He must already be privy to some insider information. Subsequently, Black Zetsu handed the prepared Dragon Ball to Obito. Find the opportunity to swap the Dragon Balls. All right, I shall give it a try. With that, Obito twisted and vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Black Zetsu couldn't help but emit a sinister, gleeful chuckle. Obito soon arrived at Danzo's secret hideout. Upon seeing Danzo, he expressed his grievances. Danzo, this is quite unfair. You've thrown this enormous dilemma at me. Do you truly believe I can handle it? Haha. If I hadn't sent you, how would I know whether you are worthy of collaboration? Danzo replied, surveying the newly arrived Obito with narrowed eyes, and then erupted into laughter. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Obito inwardly cursed, as he hadn't anticipated that Danzo would indeed possess the ulterior motive as suggested by Black Zetsu. Since that's the case, we might as well cooperate well. However, now that you have achieved your goal, shouldn't you demonstrate your sincerity? Oh, pray tell. Danzo scoffed, but did not dismiss the idea. I have heard that Elder Danzo once possessed a Dragon Ball. Might I have the privilege of observing it? Obito directly broached the subject with Danzo. At this moment, Danzo was taken aback by Obito's intent regarding the Dragon Ball, as well as his knowledge of its existence in his possession. It seems I underestimated you. I never imagined you would know the Dragon Ball was in my hands. Although Danzo said this, he retrieved the Dragon Ball from his sleeve. This artifact is utterly useless without all 7. I advise you to abandon your interest. After placing the Dragon Ball on the table, Danzo nonchalantly remarked, Hee, I am indeed fascinated by these mysterious artifacts. So, Elder Danzo, are you willing to part with yours? As Toby observed Danzo playfully handling the Dragon Balls, he candidly remarked, I don't believe you. Though Danzo wore a smile, he held no trust for Toby's words. That may be so, but I happen to have a collaboration that requires your assistance. Should you agree, I could even grant you the Dragon Balls in advance. Danzo's gaze remained fixed on Toby, yet his mask concealed any hint of his expression. Oh, Toby appeared intrigued. I need you to help me collect the Sharingan. Danzo's request momentarily stunned Toby. Huh, you dare to speak such words to a member of the Uchiha clan without fear of death? A dangerous glint flickered in Toby's eyes as he addressed Danzo. Ha ha ha, I hardly believe you care for your kin. Danzo laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke upon hearing Toby's words. I can agree to the collaboration. But do you not think your offer is rather meager? You expect me to engage in such a perilous venture for but a worthless orb? What do you propose? At this moment, Danzo had stealthily drawn an explosive tag from his sleeve. You must understand, they are my dear friends and family. The price must be higher. That is easily arranged. Consider the Dragon Ball as a down payment. Once you acquire enough Sharingan, you may return for your reward, Danzo replied, tossing the Dragon Ball toward Toby, who caught it effortlessly. He hadn't anticipated such smooth progress. He had initially planned to make a covert switch. Apparently, that would not be necessary. Very well, await my good news. With that, Toby vanished, leaving Danzo, with a stoic expression, lost in thought. Upon returning to the agreed-upon location with Black Zetsu, Toby handed over the Dragon Ball. Is this truly useful? I couldn't discern its significance along the way, he questioned. Hee. The major ninja villages that obtain the Dragon Balls have likely studied them thoroughly. The absence of any information suggests they are not mere trinkets. Black Zetsu, now holding the Dragon Ball, felt immense joy, his voice tinged with delight. I have reached a preliminary agreement with Danzo. He is unaware of my true intentions, and he has requested some Sharingan. I relayed our conversation to Black Zetsu. He likely seeks some unique power from the Sharingan. It matters not. As long as our plan unfolds smoothly, we shall proceed. Black Zetsu held no interest in Danzo's motives. He yearned only for a quiet space to delve into the mysteries of the Dragon Ball. Chapter 174. Kagaya Otsutsuki in a distracted state. Black Zetsu quickly concocted an excuse to dismiss Toby and then swiftly found a secluded spot, laying out the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground. Due to the earlier revelation of the incantation for summoning the Dragon Balls by Tabula, Black Zetsu, upon retrieving the Dragon Balls, eagerly commenced the invocation of the Eternal Dragon. Arise, Eternal Dragon, and fulfill my wish. As Black Zetsu uttered these words, the previously pitch-black night sky was suddenly illuminated by the resplendent form of the colossal dragon emerging from the Dragon Balls below. It was the first time Black Zetsu had witnessed such a spectacle, leaving him utterly speechless in awe, though the location was remote. The dragon's appearance was so astonishing that it had already caught the attention of some ninjas lurking in the shadows, who swiftly relayed the news. Meanwhile, another group hastened toward the source of the commotion, filled with curiosity about the phenomenon. What on earth is this? They pondered, racing toward the dragon's direction. Gather the Dragon Balls and declare your wish. The imposing voice of the Eternal Dragon echoed in Black Zetsu's ears. Please, rescue my mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, from her seal. Without a second thought, Black Zetsu conveyed his desire to the dragon, unperturbed by the uncertainty of its fulfillment. The dragon glanced toward the moon and replied with ease. That is a simple task. With a flicker in its eyes, a magnificent figure gradually materialized before Black Zetsu. It was Kagaya, liberated by the dragon. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky and swiftly darted toward the direction of Konoha village. Before long, the once petrified Dragon Balls now hovered before Tabula. It appeared that Black Zetsu had successfully resurrected Kagaya Otsutsuki. Tabula waved his right hand, causing the Dragon Balls to vanish from sight. Witnessing Kagaya's revival, Black Zetsu transformed into a form resembling dark mud, swiftly entering the folds of her garment. Mother, I have finally rescued you. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Black Zetsu, who had spent years in vain planning, only to achieve success through the unexpected appearance of these orbs. Meanwhile, Kagaya, just freed from her long imprisonment, was still bewildered, struggling to comprehend her sudden release. Shortly thereafter, members of the Umbu arrived at the scene, concealing themselves as they observed Kagaya suspended in the air. Little did they realize that their concealment was as futile as being in plain sight, as Kagaya's Byakugan rendered their hiding utterly meaningless. Mother, Yui and Yuma have both passed away. It took me considerable effort to bring you back. Black Zetsu began recounting the events that had transpired during his quest. Kagaya floated silently, her long hair cascading like a galaxy, her gaze cold and indifferent. Yui, Yuma, you have ultimately betrayed me, she mused, consumed by resentment toward her 2 sons. In the depths of Kagaya's sleeve, Black Zetsu fervently exclaimed, Mother, our objective now is to gather the 9-tailed beasts from the ninja world. Once we accomplish this, you will regain your full strength. However, Black Zetsu's desire was solely to free Kagaya, and thus her current power paled in comparison to the formidable strength she would possess with the 9-tailed beasts at her disposal. Little did he realize that had he been more astute, allowing Kagaya to regain her peak power would have posed no challenge to Shinran. Do you have any goals? Kagaya inquired, already regarding Black Zetsu as her advisor. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized before her. No need for that. If it is power you seek, I would be more than willing to assist you. The figure that stood before Kagaya was none other than Tabor. You are Tabor. Why are you here? Black Zetsu gasped in shock, fully aware of Tabor's extraordinary nature. At this juncture, Kagaya had yet to restore her strength, and Black Zetsu was reluctant to engage with Tabor. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to be here? After all, the Dragon Balls you just utilized were crafted by me. Why not express some gratitude once they are used? Tabor remarked, casting a glance at the frowning Kagaya before returning his gaze to her sleeve. Black Zetsu, a seasoned schemer, was far from the naive and sweet Kagaya. What? You created that. Black Zetsu nearly leaped out of Kagaya's sleeve, at a loss for how to respond to Tabor. Who are you? What is your purpose? With a mysterious smile, Tabor replied, Well, you already know who I am, but I do have certain tasks I need you to undertake. Consider it a reward for your use of the Dragon Balls. Of course, it will be beneficial for you as well. Tabor's words left both Black Zetsu and Kagaya utterly perplexed. What do you want us to do? Kagaya, who had been expressionless until now, finally spoke to Tabor. Quite simply, Help me cultivate the God tree. I require the fruit of the God tree. As for the chakra you need, I will provide it. There is no need for you to gather tailed beasts. The fruit of the God tree? I can see that with your strength, you shouldn't require such a thing. Kaguya pondered Tabor's request, unsure of his true intentions. While the fruit of the God tree was rare in this realm, she believed he had the capability to seek it out in the cosmos. What I need is the fruit from the God tree that you cultivate. What should have been a straightforward statement took on an ambiguous tone in this context. I understand. I will assist you in cultivating the God tree. But you must first help me restore my power. Kaguya resignedly agreed, though she quickly turned to Tabor with her demands. Tabor merely snapped his fingers lightly towards Kaguya, and an immensely powerful chakra separated from his body, shooting directly at her. In just a few breaths, Kaguya unexpectedly acquired a strength that far surpassed what she had gained from consuming the fruit of the divine tree. Is this the power I possess now? Kaguya mused, raising her hands in astonishment at the overwhelming strength she had so effortlessly attained. This left her even more perplexed regarding Tabol's need for the divine tree's fruit. Chapter 175. The grand finale. With her strength now restored, and even greater than before, Kaguya began to fulfill her previous promise by summoning the Outer Path's golem. The golem, which had been concealed within a cave, erupted from the earth and soon descended to the ground, creating a profound crater upon impact. The force of this colossal being sent the hidden Umbu ninjas tumbling, caught in the overwhelming shockwave. Tabol merely cast a glance at the ninjas below, showing no sign of concern. I have summoned the Outer Path's golem. Now all that remains is to merge the power of the tailed beasts into it, Kaguya stated. Looking at the descending golem, she then infused some of the residual tailed beast power within her, with a trace of chakra from the 9 tailed beasts. The previously inert wooden sculpture began to show signs of vitality. Observing this, Tabol directed some chakra into the golem, nurturing the tailed beast essence. Not long after, the golem took root firmly. The roots of the golem, now transforming into the divine tree, plunged deeply into the earth, spreading outward. Fortunately, the divine tree, nourished by Tabol's power, no longer required chakra from the ninja world, sparing the ninjas any further repercussions. Gazing at the towering divine tree, Kaguya felt an indescribable emotion. After consuming the fruit of the divine tree, she had birthed Hagoromo and Hamura, only to find herself sealed by the very children born from her. The fruit of the divine tree requires the sacrifice of the Tsutsuki clan to be born. I can assist you, but I first need to find a suitable vessel for my reincarnation, Kaguya informed Tabol. She had already resolved that since Tabol was determined to obtain the fruit, her own sacrifice was inevitable. However, she was prepared, needing only to find a fitting tool for her transfer. There's no need for such complications. Tabol closed his eyes, and in an instant, his senses expanded outward. Within seconds, he pinpointed Kinshiki and Mamashiki Tsutsuki, who were approaching Earth. Found them. He extended his hand and effortlessly grasped Kinshiki, who had been conversing with Mamashiki, as if he were a mere chick. Mamashiki, on the other hand, was obliterated upon contact with Tabol's immense shadowy form. Let us use him as the sacrifice. What is happening? Kaguya, it is you, the disgrace of the Otsutsuki clan. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Tabor was silenced, rendered immobile like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Kaguya cast a glance at Otsutsuki Kinshiki, then turned her gaze towards Tabor, her eyes filled with shock and horror. Yet, she refrained from further comment about Kinshiki's disgraceful assertion. Subsequently, she unceremoniously cast Otsutsuki Kinshiki into the mouth of the god tree. Upon absorbing the formidable life force of the Otsutsuki clan, the apex of the god tree began to blossom and bear fruit almost instantaneously. Seeing this, Tabor swiftly moved to stand before the enormous fruit, plucking it from its branch. The moment he did, he sensed a latent power emanating from within the fruit, as if it were a medium. Very well, this will suffice. After securing the god tree fruit, Tabor addressed Kaguya. You may manage the rest on your own. As for the individuals sent by the Otsutsuki clan, I have already taken care of them, so you need not worry. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving Kaguya momentarily at a loss for what to do. Is it all resolved already? Kaguya murmured to herself, gazing at the spot where Tabor had just stood. She had meticulously devised a plan to prevent the Otsutsuki clan's intrusion, even resorting to sealing her 2 children. To her astonishment, it had been so effortlessly addressed. Upon returning to Konoha, Tabor approached Tsunade and Kushina, who were engaged in conversation. Tsunade, I intend to leave this place. Will you accompany me? Taken aback by his words, Tsunade approached and embraced Tabor with a smile, saying, You are my beloved. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Kushina also hurried over, and the three of them shared a warm embrace. I want to go too. You can't leave me behind. Over the years, Tsunade had discerned Kushina's peculiar feelings toward Tabor, yet she understood that someone like Tabor could not be restrained. Rather than attempting to bind him, she opted to let go, especially since Kushina was someone she knew well. The destination is far, and we may never return. Do you both truly wish to accompany me? Absolutely. The two women exchanged knowing glances before responding in unison. Tabor smiled slightly at their resolute agreement, then retrieved the god tree fruit, probing it with his power. With the medium's presence, he quickly discerned the specific spatial coordinates. He enveloped the two women within his own universe, creating an opening in the god tree's spatial continuum that was wide enough for one person to pass through. We can leave now, Tabor whispered softly before stepping into the portal. However, just as he did, a multitude of eyes suddenly appeared within the tunnel, all fixed upon him. What is happening? Upon witnessing the scene, Tarble was immediately struck with astonishment. This occurrence had not transpired during his previous journey. I've caught you, little mouse, came a mocking voice from all directions. A colossal hand reached out towards Tarble, compelling him to evade with urgency. However, the enormous hand seemed to have completely locked onto Tarble, and no matter how he tore through the fabric of space, he was swiftly targeted. Resolutely, Tarble gritted his teeth and merged the universe within him into his soul, channeling his utmost strength as he traversed towards the designated location of the transit station in his original small world. Just as half of his body entered the transit station, he suddenly found himself immobilized by a binding force. Time stood still. Gritting his teeth, Tarble transformed the remaining half of his soul into a blade, cleaving his body in two. The portion that had not yet entered the transit station plummeted, disintegrating into nothingness upon contact with the colossal hand. Just when Tarble believed the ordeal had concluded, the giant hand began to permeate through the space, slowly infiltrating the transit station. The mysterious power within the station resisted continuously. However, upon realizing its futility, it began to inexorably guide Tarble towards the hand. Faced with this dire predicament, Tarble had no choice but to sever the connection between his soul and body. Without its soul, his body was swiftly obliterated by the immense hand. Yet the hand seemed insatiable, relentlessly pursuing Tarble's essence. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Tarble pondered, speculating whether it was the supreme god. In that moment, he recalled encountering such a formidable presence only in the Dragon Ball universe. Nowhere else had he encountered such power. Feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, Tarble realized that in the eyes of this supreme being, he was but an insignificant insect. Yet, he could not fathom why the supreme god would take action against someone as harmless as himself. With a resigned sigh, he summoned the universe within him, apologizing. I never anticipated you would face such circumstances. He then, with his final strength, transformed this universe into a realm of frozen space-time. I shall return to find you. After uttering those words, Tarble's soul could no longer endure and shattered, leaving only the last remnant of his essence, devoid of memory or power, to merge into a transparent card, upon which was inscribed the name, Technological Dimension Earth. The end.